Chapter 1. I Have a Dream. Year 1518 of the Oceanic calendar. In an unknown expanse of the East Sea, the bright, sunny sky was suddenly shrouded by a dense darkness. Moments later, a violet lightning bolt erupted from nowhere, followed by a tempestuous wind that twisted and turned like a dragon in the heavens that a storm approaching. At that moment, a young girl with short, orange hair stood upon a small vessel, her brow furrowed as she anxiously gazed at a large sack beside her. This is not good, this treasure cannot be lost to the sea. Just as her words faded, a brilliant golden light streaked across the horizon. In an instant, the swirling currents of air seemed to be subdued by an invisible hand, and the thick black clouds dissipated, allowing the radiant sunlight to return, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. What is happening? The girl looked on in bewilderment at the now tranquil waters. Even her exceptional navigational skills could not elucidate the scene before her. Was there a person in that golden light? With a resigned shake of her head, Nami dismissed the thought. How could there possibly be someone? Surely, it was just a trick of her eyes. Regardless, as long as the sea was calm, that was all that mattered. According to her plan, a cargo ship should soon pass through this area, allowing her to escape the pirates' pursuit. Boom! Suddenly, a small geyser erupted from the sea, and Nami turned her gaze in confusion, only to be met by a harrowing cry for help that resonated in her ears. Help! Help! Damn it! This is ridiculous. Nami quickly noticed that a person was desperately flailing in the water where there had previously been no one, and mere seconds later, they sank beneath the surface. Who goes to sea without knowing how to swim? How foolish! They're going to drown. With that thought, Nami prepared to set sail away from the scene. Please, please, save me. I don't want to die, I want to live. Damn it! Nami muttered under her breath, and then, with a graceful arc, she leapt into the water without creating a splash. A few moments earlier, did that old man say I would arrive after a nap? Roronoa Zoro stirred awake, blinking groggily in the golden light. What the hell is this? So blinding. Upon uttering those words, Zoro, bewildered, realized he was basking in a heavenly glow. Am I dead again? With a sharp slap to his own face, he exclaimed, ouch. So I'm still alive. Suddenly, Zoro felt his heart leap in his chest, tightening in a knot. As his eyes adjusted to the golden light, he beheld the vast ocean surrounding him, dotted only by 3 small black shapes that grew larger. 2 large ships? 1 small boat? Wait, did I just fall from the sky? No way. That old man said I was still in mortal form. Rob stared vacantly at the rapidly rising currents around him, suddenly recalling his words to the old man about descending into the world of pirates in a grand manner. Is it going to hurt? Boom! In that fleeting moment of plunging into the water, Rob's brain conveyed the answer. The tremendous impact shattered his bones in an instant, while crimson blood erupted from his fragile insides, bursting forth like fireworks and scattering into the sea. At that moment, golden light enveloped Rob's body, and as if time were reversing, torrents of blood surged back into his withered form. Clenching his parched jaw, Rob felt his cells continuously reborn and ruptured, sinews merging with fresh flesh. In mere seconds, all the pain erupted, yet a mysterious force tugged at Rob's nerves. The concept of time elongated under this influence, akin to being trapped in a genjutsu despite his desiccated body restoring itself. Sweat poured down Rob's forehead. Has it been 3 days? I'm so hungry. Exhausted, Rob groggily opened his eyes, only to widen them in shock as he beheld a round fruit floating before him, adorned with peculiar transparent patterns. Devil fruit. Haha, I am destined for greatness. Is this the divine gift bestowed upon me? How splendid. It is well known that in the world of One Piece, a single devil fruit can effortlessly transform an ordinary person's life. For instance, the corpulent Alvida became an unparalleled beauty through a slippery fruit. With exhilaration, Rob seized the devil fruit before him and took a decisive bite, consuming it in an instant, only for his excitement to become frozen in disbelief. Something seemed amiss. Gag. Rob retched, staring at his empty hands, filled with regret for having forgotten that the taste of a devil fruit is extraordinary, meant only for exceptional individuals to consume. Entirely it seemed he was indeed no ordinary person. Then, Rob felt his body growing weak. Soft fruit? Wait, that doesn't seem right. Oh no, could this be the sea? Help! Help! Damn it, what a cruel twist of fate. Rob suddenly realized that as he fell, he had spotted 3 ships that, in a frenzy, he began to slap the surface of the water with the remnants of his strength, shouting loudly in hopes of drawing attention. Glub, glub. Water continuously choked Rob's throat as his strength waned. Yet, hope flickered in his eyes when he noticed a girl on a small boat looking in his direction. This time, I'm safe, Rob thought, reassured by the proximity of the girl. Could it be? Rob perceived the girl casting a glance before her lips moved slightly, displaying an intention to turn away. Is everyone in the world of pirates so indifferent? Please spare me. I have elders to care for and children to support. I am but a lonely bachelor who cannot afford to perish. Gurgle, gurgle. Gradually, the strength of his body was being siphoned away by the curse of the sea, as the water surged relentlessly into his throat due to Rob's desperate attempts to breathe. Help, help, help me. Too do not wish to die, I long to live. At last his strength was entirely depleted, and his head submerged beneath the waves, his vision narrowing until it succumbed to complete darkness. It seems I am truly destined to die. In the face of impending demise, one often reflects on past memories in this moment. Rob recalled the tragic tale of his previous life. In that existence, he had been an orphan who grew into a strikingly handsome man. Capable of achieving anything, he topped his province in the college entrance examination and could dominate the underground fighting scene. Even in the realm of League of Legends, he could achieve, tactically criticizing teammates while idly waiting, boldly challenging 5 adversaries alone, or simply waiting for a 20 surrender. Yet, such an extraordinary individual was a bald monk. Under the guidance of the abbot at Shaolin Temple, he had, from a young age, legally embraced the life of a monk. As he matured, under the abbot's teachings, he upheld the virtue of being responsible towards women, thereby honorably remaining a bachelor. Until that fateful night, when Rob, as was customary, opened his computer and typed in a series of indescribable URLs to read the latest chapter of One Piece. Chapter 896, The Final Request. Upon witnessing Karu's defeat before Luffy, Rob could not help but reflect on his own dismal existence, lamenting that his exceptional talents and the profound teachings at Shaolin rendered him unmatched in the world. Women were a distant thought, and the inability to drink or indulge in meat was excruciatingly torturous. As he contemplated these dreary days, Rob, with a touch of youthful exuberance, shouted at the sky, "If one day I can enter the world of pirates, I shall battle the strongest men, embrace the fairest women, savor the richest meats, and drink the finest wines." And thus he encountered the divine. Ah, I wonder if the old man will still welcome me this time. After all, I did mischievously flirt with the angelic maiden on my way out. Chapter 2. How to Play. Clap, clap, clap. A melodious sound echoed in Rob's ears. Is even the Almighty welcoming me back to heaven? Has he arranged for the angelic maiden to applaud my arrival? Perhaps that old fellow is not so bad after all. Wait a moment. Heaven does not hurt. The burning pain on his cheeks jolted Rob into awareness. And as he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of an exquisite young girl, her delicate face tinged with worry. Stunned, Rob could not help but utter, "Dear maiden, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife?" What? Even Nami, the spirited girl, stood frozen for a moment before regaining her composure and delivering a punch to Rob's head. "Are you out of your mind? Quickly row the boat. We need to escape. Saving you has already cost us precious time." "That hurts. I guess I haven't consumed a Logia-type devil fruit," Rob remarked seriously, rubbing the bump on his head. "True. The fruit is spherical. It seems I've ingested a paramecia type instead." "What is this?" Rob, unable to believe it, touched his head again, staring blankly at Nami, and to his astonishment, tears welled up in his eyes. "My hair. I am finally no longer a monk. Ha ha ha." In a fit of excitement, Rob was in tears, utterly unlike a steadfast man. "A monk? What are you talking about? What's got you so thrilled? Didn't you hear me? We need to escape quickly." "Escape? Someone is chasing us." "What the hell? Where are we right now?" Rob snapped back to reality. He had no intention of meeting his end the moment he arrived in the world of pirates. His grand aspirations had only just begun to materialize, with much yet to be accomplished. He was not content merely to be a boy, he aimed to be a man. "According to my plan, if we row a bit longer, we should spot a merchant ship. This merchant vessel has hired some bounty hunters for protection. Once we reach it, we can ensure our survival." Nami responded with a smile. Rob nodded in agreement. Recalling that he had indeed seen 3 dark figures when he felt it appeared that a merchant ship lay ahead, while the other dark figure must be the pirate ship pursuing them. By the way, why did this girl seem somewhat familiar? With her orange hair, being chased by pirates, and carrying a large bag filled with unknown items. "Where are we?" "The East Blue." Nami stared at Rob in disbelief, clearly perplexed by his seemingly foolish question. "Are you the cat burglar, Nami?" Rob suddenly realized, pointing at the large bag. "You stole treasure from the pirates, and now they are after you?" Nami shrugged in resignation, opening the bag to reveal a dazzling array of gold, confirming Rob's suspicions. "Got it. Now row." Even though that pirate captain has a bounty of only 5 million, he's still not someone we can handle. Once we board that merchant ship, we'll be safe. 5 million? Upon hearing this, Rob scoffed. Is that pirate's bounty even higher than the mountain bandits from Windmill Village? It seemed that his first battle would be a classic tale of heroism, saving the damsel in distress splendid. Nami, you don't need to row anymore. Leave those pirates to me, Rob declared confidently. Leave it to you? Nami eyed Rob skeptically, though he was handsome. He stood merely at a height of around 1.8 meters, with slender arms and legs devoid of muscle. Don't joke around, okay? You can't even swim. Men must not utter the word impossible. It is merely due to my consumption of the devil fruit that I am unable to swim. Confronting a pirate with a bounty of 5 million is an exceedingly simple task, Rob remarked disdainfully. Devil fruit? What is that? Is it delicious? Delicious? Far from it. Rob reminisced about the flavor and felt another wave of nausea wash over him. What a disappointment. It's not only unpalatable, but also prevents swimming, Nami replied, exasperated. However, those who consume it gain a unique ability, Rob explained with a smile, aware that Nami was still unfamiliar with the concept of the devil fruit. Nami, thank you for saving me. Sure. So what will you give me in return? What? Money. I have no money, Rob said, spreading his hands. After enduring a great deal of hardship to obtain a tattered set of clothes from the old man, the notion of possessing money seemed utterly unattainable in this lifetime. Then what good is your gratitude? With no money, saying thank you is pointless. By the way, what exactly is your ability? Nami inquired suddenly. If it were formidable, a glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes. Perhaps they could defeat Arlong. We'll give it a try, Rob exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. After all, in his previous life, he had longed for the powers of the devil fruit. Although it was not the most recognized form of power, the paramecia type was certainly not weak. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, wielded the tremor fruit, Paramecia type. Rise. Rob seemed to recall something, gazing at the treasure aboard the ship, and gently raised his palm. The treasure appeared to be lifted by an unseen force. Indeed, it is the power of telekinesis. When in heaven, God had once asked him what abilities he desired, and one of those was the power of control. The moment he activated this ability, Rob understood that he could only manipulate objects in the void. Impossible. It's too heavy. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of hunger struck Rob, causing him to collapse onto the ship, utterly drained. The feeble Rob could not harness the power of the devil fruit. What is wrong with you? I have no strength left. I can't even row the boat, he replied. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Is your ability really that pathetic? You're already out of strength? Nami shot a glance at Rob, who could only watch as she began to paddle the boat alone. Beep. Host has activated the power of the devil fruit, exhausting all physical strength to activate the devil system. Suddenly, a clear voice echoed in Rob's mind. Welcome, Host Langphysius Rob, to the Pirate Devil System trial version. Please forgive any bugs encountered. Activating all physical strength? What kind of absurd setting is this? Fortunately, I didn't use it for the first time in front of an enemy. This bug is too severe, Rob lamented, filled with concern. The system should contain the 2 additional abilities promised by the old man. There must not be any issues. Are you dissatisfied, Host? Then I shall take my leave. Do not leave. Dear sir, please stay a while. How could one possibly be dissatisfied? You must have misheard. Luo Bo hastily retracted his words, for he was not foolish and wished to ascertain the true nature of the system. The pirate demon system is one of the most magnificent creations of the supreme deity, crafted for entertainment across the entire universe, spanning all dimensions and realms. Designed to compensate for 99 lifetimes of solitude. It turns out I have endured 99 lifetimes of being single. Luo Bo mused, intoxicated by the revelation. This system is divided into 3 principal sections. The first section, the quest line, which comprises the sole primary objective, immutable and irrevocable, to become the world's strongest being currently held by Whitebeard. To seduce the most beautiful woman in the world, currently Boa Hancock. To consume the most succulent meats, all blue ingredients. And to drink the most potent spirits and laugh. Tail. Should the quest fail, the host will be expelled from the world of One Piece, entering an endless cycle of reincarnation, with memories retained, experiencing the solitude of 99 lifetimes. Is there a time limit? Robert broke into a cold sweat. The notion of 999 lifetimes of being single was no jest. The emotionless voice of the system echoed, indicating there was indeed no time constraint. That's a relief. I can take my time. Danger alert, Boa Hancock. Should you fall in love with Monkey D. Luffy, your mission will be deemed a failure. Goodness, what kind of timing is this? Nami has grown up so much. Robert felt a surge of frustration. Host, The current year is 1518 in the Sea Circle calendar, and Luffy will set sail in 2 years. It appears I must eliminate Luffy in Windmill Village. He cannot be allowed to embark on his journey. Robber rubbed his head thoughtfully. Wait a minute. I can't eliminate him. If I do, I'm finished. Robber sighed helplessly. Eliminate Luffy? His father is Monkey D. Dragon, and his grandfather is the naval hero, Garp. It would seem that I am courting danger. Host, you are astute. You have not considered the annihilation of Luffy, for should the protagonist perish, the world will collapse, and your mission will be marked as a failure. Furthermore, you cannot impede the protagonist's departure. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Damn, am I not the protagonist? I was sent by God. Apologies, but you were not. A friendly reminder, the probability of Boa Hancock encountering Luffy in 2 years is 99. And the likelihood of falling in love thereafter is 99. 99? How on earth am I supposed to play this? Robber was at a loss. Before Luffy, defeat the Celestial Dragons and reach the Amazon Lily to meet Boa Hancock. Defeat the Celestial Dragons? Just like that? I can't believe this. Chapter 3. Be My Wife. Rob felt a sharp headache. This was no divine blessing, but rather a matter of life and death. To confront the Celestial Dragons? One would have to be utterly insane. Host, do not panic. The Almighty possesses a heart of compassion. Please direct your attention to the character section. Character? As Rob regained his composure, he discovered an enigmatic panel had appeared in his mind. Host, Lamphysis Rob. Devil Fruit. Paramecia. Telekinesis Fruit. Proficiency, Novice 1. Devil Value, 2. Note, achieving an energy level of 500 unlocks the next realm. Mastery Domain. Limit reached by Whitebeard. Conqueror's Hockey. Status, Unawakened. Limit reached by Red-Haired Shanks. Armament Hockey. Status, Unawakened. Limit reached by Monkey D. Garp. Observation Hockey. Status, Unawakened. Limit reached by Pirate King Gold. Roger. Physical Arts. Status, First Stage, approximately 10 in combat power. Energy Value, 1. Note, due to the imperfection of the Devil system, combat power cannot be accurately calculated, yielding only 5th Stage combat power, 4,000. The strength of Rob Lucci in human form. There are 10 stages in total, currently unlocked, 1st to 5th stages. The required energy values for each stage are as follows. 1st Stage, 1. 2nd Stage, 10. 3rd Stage, 100. 4th Stage, 500. 5th Stage, 2,000. 6th to 10th Stages, Unawakened. Conditions, Unknown. Limit reached by Monkey D. Garp. Bloodline Power, Sharingan. Status, Unawakened. Requires specific devil tasks to unlock. Intangibility. Status, Unawakened. Requires specific devil tasks to unlock. Aside from physical arts and fruit abilities, all others remain sealed. Observing this, Rob pondered deeply. Garp's physical arts are at their pinnacle? No wonder he claims he can defeat Akainu. It seems age has little effect on him, truly a hero of the Navy. The voice of all things, Observation Hockey? The Face Fruit, Conqueror's Hockey? The Iron Fist of Love, Armament Hockey? Rob reasoned that the Devil system must determine the strongest men across each dimension in this manner. Unfortunately, he cannot ascertain the powers of these titans of piracy in other dimensions. Surely, Whitebeard's abilities in other realms are near their limits. Host, your reasoning is not incorrect. The Devil system is not an entirely rigorous system. Being a trial version, it contains certain bugs. For instance, whether the most exquisite wine resides in Laugh-Tale. This system cannot provide an accurate answer. Only by tasting it can the system assess, albeit the chances of error are exceedingly slim. Then, can we prevent Luffy from setting sail? What if it's your bug that leads to such a consequence? Rob inquired. Willing to gamble on that exceedingly slim probability? I have no objections. Then perhaps, better not. Any further inquiries? By the way, what do the devil value and energy value on the character template signify? Rob asked. This question pertains to the essence of the devil system, the energy system. The host can acquire corresponding devil values by defeating formidable foes. Upon awakening the Sharingan, one may perceive the devil values available from a strong opponent at a given time. Naturally, this effect cannot be repeated on the same individual. The demonic energy can be utilized to upgrade the powers of the devil fruit, the Sharingan, and the void. Conversely, physical techniques and hockey necessitate energy points, which can only be acquired through the rigorous training regimen provided by the demon system, known as the Bald training method. Bald. Must I become a monk? Upon hearing this, Rob felt a momentary jolt of unease. Could it be that man's exclusive secret technique? Fear not, host, the system reassured. The side effects of the bald training method have been entirely mitigated. Thus, you need not concern yourself with hair loss. There are 4 exercises: light push-ups, light sit-ups, light squats, and light long-distance running. Each cycle enhances the practitioner's upper body strength, core strength, lower body strength, and cardiovascular endurance, with one complete cycle yielding 1 energy point. Why is it called light push-ups? Rob could not help but inquire. When that man performs push-ups, his head reflects light, thereby achieving ample photosynthesis and absorbing the sun's energy. Stop, Rob interjected, his face darkened by disbelief. That's obviously a nonsensical explanation. Humans cannot perform photosynthesis. Does the host have any further inquiries? No, Rob replied, feeling a slight headache coming on. So much had transpired today. He had suddenly succumbed to a bout of adolescent delusion, finding himself in heaven and encountering the divine. Then he fell into the ocean, his body nearly shattered. And after a painstaking recovery, he almost drowned again. After being roused from unconsciousness, Nami informed him that he needed to flee for his life. Just when he hoped to utilize the powers of the devil fruit to impress and capture the heart of a beautiful maiden, he found himself utterly famished and devoid of strength, all while grappling with the complexities of the demon system. Wait, what was that about the specific demonic task associated with the activation of the Sharingan? Ding! Welcome to the Pirate World Demon System Experience Edition. Since the host has no further queries, the beginner's guidance is complete, and the instructor has returned to heaven. Future inquiries will be automatically addressed by this system under specific conditions, such as the detailed explanation of the Sharingan's specific demonic task when the activation criteria are met. Is that all? Under what circumstances will this demonic task manifest? Cannot provide a specific answer. It will only appear under certain conditions. Damn it! Rob exclaimed in anger. Withdrawing from the realm of consciousness, gazing up at the azure sky, he suddenly felt the urge to slap himself twice. Get up, we are boarding the ship. Nami tugged at Rob's ear, her voice laced with urgency. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. What? Boarding the bed? Rob looked at Nami in astonishment. What on earth are you thinking? I said to board the ship. Nami seethed with frustration. Rob realized that he had misjudged the situation. At that moment, Nami had already anchored their small vessel near the merchant ship. He mused to himself. How could the charming Nami be so brazen? Just then, a rope ladder was lowered from the merchant ship, accompanied by a voice. 2 individuals, 10,000 berries. 5,000. 9,000. 5,000. Just 5,000. If not, we shall row ourselves, Nami feigned nonchalance. 8,000. It cannot be lower. That is the market price. Too exorbitant, Rob. Let us row. Nami pretended to turn away, preparing to grab the oars. 7,000. The vast sea is perilous. Our small boat is unsafe. No, 6,000. 6,000. Deal. A glint of cunning sparkled in Nami's beautiful eyes. Hurry aboard. What are you dawdling for? If the pirates arrive, we won't be able to board even for 100,000 berries. But I truly lack the strength, Rob sighed, gazing at the anxious girl before him. Climb onto my back, swiftly. Huh, what do you mean? Nami adeptly hoisted Rob onto her back. Then with her right hand grasping her pouch and her left hand holding the ladder, she began to ascend towards the merchant ship. Rob gazed upon the young girl's resolute countenance, her exquisite features radiating tenacity and kindness. The strands of her vibrant orange hair danced in the caress of the sea breeze, seemingly infused with the delicate scent of oranges. How delightful! What? Nami, will you be my wife? Do you believe I could toss you into the sea to feed the fish right now? Chapter 4. The Miscalculation. No. Rob did not linger in conversation and was swiftly carried onto the merchant ship by Nami. All right, wait for me here, she instructed. After handing over 6,000 berry to the captain, she flashed a cunning smile and prepared to depart. Hey, Nami, spare me some money. I need to eat. How much? Nami turned back with an excited expression, inquiring. Perhaps 10,000 berry? Rob pondered for a moment. The newspaper in the world of One Piece costs 50 belly, which should be roughly equivalent to the exchange rate of the Japanese yen in his previous life. 10,000 belly is approximately 600 yuan, which should suffice for sustenance. Here, take 50,000. Huh? At this moment, Rob found himself harboring a tinge of doubt. Could this girl truly be Nami? Her generosity seemed almost deceptive, as if the world of manga had spun a web of illusions. 50,000, 10,000 a month. Let me have you as my subordinate for 5 months, he proposed. Nami, with a beaming smile, was well aware that this fellow possessed the ability to manipulate objects, which was nothing short of a divine instrument for thievery. I only require 10,000 berries. That won't suffice. I either have nothing at all or 50,000. Nami feigned exasperation. All right, 50,000 it is. Rob could only grit his teeth in agreement, despite having clearly witnessed Nami paying the ship fare with several 10,000 belly notes. By the way, weren't you just too weak to lift your body a moment ago? How about this? I'll carry you to the restaurant for just 100,000. It's quite a bargain. Isn't it? No, no. Rob hastily waved his hand, feigning an attempt to rise, yet found himself utterly powerless. He was not the protagonist. After all, a sudden resurgence of vigor was simply implausible. His stomach was devoid of sustenance, and the brief respite had yielded no recovery of strength. Instead, his metabolism had expended what little energy remained. Am I the sort of person to jest with you? Noticing this, Nami's lips curved into a crescent smile, and she proceeded to carry Rob on her back. It was evident that he truly lacked the strength, and he was not deceiving her. Otherwise, old man, bring me 10 more servings of pig trotters. Of course, Rob held a pork trotter, as robust as an arm, continuously bringing it to his lips, lavishly coated in golden butter and exhaling steam. Is this truly meat? It is utterly delightful. Nami remarked that once he was satiated, he should seek her in the warehouse. How could one possibly feel full? No, I must continue to eat until I burst. Having never tasted meat in his entire life, Rob was now enveloped in sheer ecstasy. Utterly devoid of any sense of satiety, waves of pure energy surged into his body, restoring him, as an inexhaustible strength radiated from deep within, filling every limb and sinew. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted, scattering wood shavings around Rob, followed by a brazen voice that echoed, "You little ones, find that wretched woman." Instantly, the sound of numerous footsteps approached, and then anguished cries reverberated throughout the entire cargo ship. That wretched woman? Nami? Upon hearing the words, Rob paused for a moment, as a thought struck him. Turning around, he was met with a visage of sheer panic. "Old man, please don't run away. You haven't even cooked the pig-ish trotters to perfection." The elderly man retorted, "Young man, what are you talking about? If you haven't had your fill, cook it yourself. I must flee for my life." After having already sprinted a short distance, the old man cast a sidelong glance at Rob, his expression darkening. "Damn it. I've already paid. Could you not exhibit a modicum of professionalism?" Rob cast a glance at the half-cooked pig's trotter, and a surge of anger welled up within him, prompting him to storm out. "That bastard is causing a ruckus." Upon reaching the deck, Rob shouted into the air, his first indulgence in meat marred by this unwelcome disruption. Such indignation could not go unanswered. The entire deck fell silent. The cries that had previously echoed now abruptly ceased, as a dozen fierce gazes fixated intently upon Rob. Upon witnessing the scene, Rob was momentarily taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The intensity of the situation seemed to escalate, prompting Nami, who had stealthily boarded the pirate ship, to lament, "What purpose does saving such a fool serve? Alas, it appears my 50,000 berries have gone to waste. Youngster, it seems you harbor quite a grievance." A coarse voice shattered the fragile tranquility, belonging to a towering figure, approximately 3 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a stocky build. His fierce visage bore a deep scar that added to his menacing appearance. "I am the scoundrel you speak of," the giant declared, hefting a spiked club that weighed down half his body. He then licked his lips with a cruel grin, commanding, "Lads, dispose of him." "Understood, boss," the minions replied in unison, hastily abandoning their current foes. A significant number of them lay sprawled across the deck, as the pirate hunter's guard suffered catastrophic losses in mere moments. Most passengers cowered in corners, trembling in fear, while a few, like the elderly man with the pig's trotters, had already leapt into the sea in a desperate bid for survival. Is it truly that terrifying? Rob was somewhat taken aback by the sight before him. It appeared that the true pirates within the realm of One Piece were indeed ruthless, striking without a flicker of hesitation. "What is the matter? Are you afraid? Before you meet your end, remember my name, Crazy Scar, with a bounty of 5 million berries." Crazy Scar grinned menacingly. No, it was not fear he felt, rather a hint of exhilaration. Rob licked his lips, his eyes devoid of any trace of fear. In that moment, he seemed to transform into an entirely different person. The once combative warrior now radiated an exhilarating fervor from his obsidian gaze. "You little brat, quite audacious. Boys, sever his head for a bounty of 100,000 berries." The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. 100,000 berries, is that all? With that thought, Rob picked up a steel blade and, With a powerful push of his legs, charged forward. "You brat, do not be so arrogant." The three underlings also leaped forward. "Get lost." Upon witnessing this, Rob let out a fierce shout. What? In their moment of anger, the three felt a tremendous force abruptly suppress their bodies, which were leaping through the air. Then, a shadow loomed above them, and it was none other than Rob. Boom. Rob exerted a powerful stomp, accompanied by a resounding crash, causing the three individuals to be forcefully driven into the deck. "Hey, crazy Scar, my head is worth far more than just 100,000. Harnessing the momentum from his stomp, Rob leaped into the air, his iron blade slicing fiercely toward Crazy Scar. "You are no match for me," Crazy Scar retorted disdainfully, lifting his hefty wolf fang club and bringing it down upon Rob with tremendous force. Clang. In an instant, Rob felt a tremendous power coursing through the blade, rendering his arms numb. Crack. With the sound of splintering wood, that terrifying force drove Rob's legs deep into the deck. "Get lost." Crazy Scar raised a leg and delivered a vicious kick. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Rob was sent flying, crashing against a wooden pillar. Pfft. A mouthful of blood erupted from Rob as he staggered. "Damn it, I was careless. This is a pirate with a bounty of 5 million. In my past life, that would equate to a wanted criminal worth 300,000 RMB. At this moment, Rob could even perceive the faint sound of cracks forming within the pillar behind him, a testament to the immense strength of his opponent. What began as a mere test of his current physical prowess had revealed a staggering disparity, likely 4 to 5 times greater than his own. This was untenable. 5 of his ribs were fractured, and his internal organs had sustained grave injuries. Damn it. Manga has led me astray. Chapter 5. Fierce Battle. Where has your earlier bravado gone, young one? The savage sneered, his lips curling menacingly. With a powerful stomp, the wooden planks beneath him shattered instantly, propelling him towards Rob like a razor-sharp blade. The pitch-black spiked club, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, was hurtling down upon Rob with ferocity. This was intolerable. He could not withstand it head-on. Upon witnessing this scene, Rob's pupils constricted as his extraordinary combat instincts kicked in, allowing him to make a swift decision in the blink of an eye. Just then, he felt a rush of sweetness surge in his chest, followed by a sudden expulsion of fresh blood. There was no time left. Rob stared intently at the descending spiked club, and then shouted fiercely, "Get lost." The moment his voice echoed, the frenzied Scar realized that his heavy weapon had unexpectedly veered off course, slamming into the wooden plank on his right. The tremendous force caused the spiked club to embed itself deep into the wood. A perfect opportunity. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Rob's eyes. He had just realized that the explosive force of the telekinetic fruit momentarily surpassed that of the raging Scar. In that fleeting moment, Rob leapt into the air, raising his iron blade high above his head, and with a decisive downward strike, he channeled his telekinetic energy to its utmost limit, propelling the speed of the blade to its zenith. "Curse you!" Scar roared, his fury igniting like wildfire. Yet, having just exerted himself to his limits, he could only relinquish his grip on the wolf fang club with his left hand, hastily attempting to defend himself. Be severed, with a resounding crack. A torrent of crimson blood gushed forth, splattering across Rob's face as the sharp blade cleaved through Scar's unprotected left hand, severing it as he became ensnared in the wooden planks. In pain, Scar withdrew the wolf fang club, swinging it fiercely around him, intent on sweeping Rob away. He understood that this young man could not withstand several of his formidable blows. However, at that moment, Rob had already discarded any notion of a head-on confrontation. As he severed Scar's arm, he activated the powers of the devil fruit once more, the terrifying telekinetic force yanking him back with the defiance of physical loss, allowing him to evade Scar's wrathful strike. Impressive. Upon landing, Rob quickly somersaulted several times to increase the distance between himself and Scar. Once he regained his composure, an expression of exhilaration spread across Rob's face. With the telekinetic fruit, he could alter his trajectory at will, though this power was not overwhelmingly strong. It proved to be exceedingly formidable in combat. Just imagine what would happen once the observation hockey awakened. Rob could hardly fathom the enhancement that awaited him once his observation hockey awakened, allowing him to fuse his formidable abilities with the powers of his devil fruit. Damn it. I shall crush you into a pulp. You lot, come at me. He bellowed furiously at the dazed henchman, fully aware that engaging in solitary combat would be a foolish choice. You little brats, dare to harm the boss? Prepare to pay with your lives. The frenzied minions surged forward, having noticed the significant wounds Rob had sustained. This is bad. My physical condition is utterly deplorable. The moment he touched down, Rob felt his heart racing uncontrollably, his stamina depleting at an alarming rate. "You brat, meet your end." As two henchmen charged at him, Rob gritted his teeth and, with a swift motion, hurled his iron blades skyward before swiftly dodging the glinting blades that came slicing down toward him. What is this fool doing? Though the henchmen had missed their strikes, they were acutely aware that the descending iron blade was plummeting vertically. Spiral slash. At that moment, lying on the ground, Rob smirked coldly as the falling iron blade abruptly altered its trajectory, transforming into a flash of blinding light. With a resounding thud, two lifeless heads rolled onto the wooden planks. Any conservation of stamina is a blessing. Rob climbed up from the deck, realizing that harnessing the power of the devil fruit was far more advantageous than continuously evading attacks. Engaging in combat with a blade would prove significantly easier. He gained 2 points of devil value. At that moment, a crisp electronic sound resonated in Rob's ear. Devil value? Upon hearing this, Rob seemed to recall something. And with a mere thought, a familiar character template appeared before his eyes. Host, Land Physis Rob Devil Fruit. Paramecia, Psychic Fruit, Proficiency, Novice 1. Devil Points. 2 Note. Upon reaching a proficiency of 500, the next realm, Mastery, will be unlocked. The ultimate achiever, Whitebeard. Rob discovered that the previously non-existent demon value had now transformed into a 2, and a plus sign appeared next to the proficiency. It seemed that the demon value could be added to the fruit. Rob recalled the explanation of the energy system. The demonic value could be accrued by vanquishing formidable foes and completing demonic tasks. Furthermore, this value could be utilized for fruits in the Sharingan, as well as for enhancing intangibility. However, the other 2 dimensions of power had yet to be activated. Moreover, once the Sharingan was activated, one would be able to discern the demonic value obtainable from defeating adversaries. Proficiency, Initial 3. Rob, through sheer will, infused the demonic energy into the devil fruit, causing a transformation in his character panel. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a significant enhancement in his telekinetic abilities compared to before. Damn it, Parrish. Just as Rob was momentarily distracted, the furious figure of the Mad Scar appeared before him. With his right hand lost, he wielded a pitch-black spiked club in his left hand, swinging it towards Rob's midsection as if playing baseball. So swift, there was no time to evade. To take the hit would mean certain death. Upon witnessing the scene, Rob's eyes sharply contracted, and in that fleeting moment, he realized he could not evade the impending threat. Even if he attempted to manipulate the force from the side, the velocity was insufficient to elude it. The chapter does not conclude here. Please proceed to the next page for further reading. For the force that had recently acted upon him was vastly inferior to that of direct control over objects. Double gate, he exclaimed as he forcefully pulled his hands to the center, forming a protective cross over his chest, his expression grave. Flesh cushion. In an instant, the 2 corpses that had previously collapsed on the ground, without any resistance, surged forth with remarkable speed, positioning themselves before Rob the moment the words left his lips. A dull thud resonated as Rob hastily distanced himself from the frenzied foe. Though the force had diminished considerably, Rob still felt as if a colossal hammer had struck his chest, exacerbating the injuries to his already grievously wounded internals. The sheer power of the shockwave had reached such an extent, fortunately, that wretched adversary's right hand had been severed, allowing him to withstand the blow. Rob understood that even with 2 thick layers of flesh, he could not withstand the terrifying power of that fiend. His body, severely injured from the carelessness of the initial strike, could not endure any further violent impacts. After all, his first-tier physique was akin to that of an ordinary person. "You're finished, kid." The deranged Scar grinned menacingly as he approached Rob wielding his spiked club. He realized that he had overestimated the boy's resilience. Upon witnessing this, Rob's expression grew somber. He realized that his body could no longer endure the prolonged struggle. With a deep, resonant voice, all the blades upon the deck ascended into the sky. As the minions and the remaining pirate hunters stood in stunned silence, their swords too quietly took flight. Subsequently, nearly 100 iron blades, as if imbued with life, surged forth with astonishing speed towards the ferocious Quanba. "You little brat!" Quanba bellowed in fury as he swung at the incoming iron blades. Yet, there were simply too many. Countless blades sliced through his burly frame. In that fleeting moment, innumerable wounds of various sizes emerged, crimson blood gushing forth, saturating the air with a pungent scent of iron. "Unfortunately, your sword lacks the power," Quanba sneered, his bloodshot eyes menacingly fixed on Rob as he licked the wound on his cheek, a grotesque grin spreading across his face. Remarkably, Those wounds had failed to inflict any significant damage on Quanba. Even his bones remained unscathed. Is that so? A faint, cold smile curled at the corners of Rob's mouth as he slowly extended his palm. Chapter 6. Return to the clan. With a series of sharp sounds, the iron blade descended, tracing resplendent arcs through the air, while countless heads floated amidst the sky. Demon Value 1, Demon Value 1, Demon Value 2. A series of crisp electronic chimes echoed in Rob's ears, the demon value on his character panel soaring to 77. Allocate all to the devil fruit. As Rob concentrated, a mysterious force surged into his body in an instant. If 3 points of demon value could enhance my telekinetic abilities to a certain degree, then 80 points would yield remarkable results. What have you done to my men? Quanba exclaimed, his large eyes bulging in disbelief as he gazed upon his fallen comrades. Lying lifeless in a pool of blood. You little brat, I will see you dead. Quanba lunged forward from the deck, brandishing his spiked club in a furious assault towards Rob. Return to the clan. Rob gazed at the furious Scar, his outstretched hand clenched tightly, and coldly remarked. Hundreds of iron knives descended like arrows, their swift descent creating a discernible disturbance in the air. Kid, this move. Scar's words were left unspoken. As a look of disdain froze upon his face, a sharp glimmer of silver flashed by, piercing through his chest, with each slicing silver streak. The dark iron blades penetrated Scar's body, embedding themselves into the deck. A crisp voice echoed, announcing a demonic value of 20. At last, Rob's expression relaxed. His inaugural battle in the pirate world nearly ended in folly, as he almost met his demise due to carelessness. Rob gazed toward the pirate ship. Fully aware that Nami was aboard, yet he found himself unable to flee. In his previous life, one of his most cherished characters was Port Gasti, Ace. He would forever remember the moment Ace chose not to escape during the fateful battle against the Inferno in his youth. With loved ones behind him, retreat was not an option. Nami, too, embodied this sentiment. Her village anchored her, rendering escape impossible. Nami. Rob excitedly shouted towards Nami on the pirate ship. Nami, standing on the deck, gasped as she beheld the madman, impaled by countless iron blades. Rob looked at the astonished Nami, a broad smile gracing his face. Nami, come and help me. I can't go on. As Rob relaxed, he immediately felt a wave of weakness wash over him, a profound fatigue enveloping him, and his eyelids grew heavy. Truly, his body felt exceedingly feeble. Just then, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Nami, that old man still owes me 10 large pig's trotters. Call him to assist me. Thud. Rob, unwilling to succumb to the depths of unconsciousness, collapsed onto the deck. With a gentle groan, he opened his eyes to behold Nami, who lay peacefully asleep beside him. Nami, the East Blue, and Arlong were the trifecta that ensnared Rob into the world of One Piece. To his astonishment, fate had cast him into the East Blue. Could this truly be the hand of destiny? What path should I embark upon now? Seated upon the bed, Rob found himself lost in contemplation, for he had yet to formulate a proper plan since arriving in this realm of pirates. Within 2 years, I must overpower the celestial dragons, otherwise. If Hancock falls for Luffy, my fate is sealed. Without the strength of a general, one cannot dare to provoke the celestial dragons. Thus I must hasten my ascent in power. How might I swiftly augment my strength? As Rob thought of this, a character panel materialized in his consciousness. Upon gazing at the section concerning the devil fruit, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. Perona. No, I must rescue that lonely girl. If I can just bring her aboard, hee. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through him, causing Rob to laugh involuntarily, only to realize that his upper body was entirely wrapped in bandages. You're awake? Nami, who was nearby, also stirred from her slumber. Oh, by the way, the 10 large pig-ass feet you wanted are ready. Would you like to eat? Nami exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as she looked at Rob. I'll go get them myself. As Rob observed Nami's exuberant expression, he was acutely aware of the ulterior motives brewing in her mind, undoubtedly aimed at extracting money from him. Despite his lack of funds, what are you thinking? I know you are financially challenged, and besides, do I strike you as that kind of person? I would never demand your money. Nami, exuding a look of disbelief towards Rob, promptly dashed out of the room. Are you truly not that kind of person? Rob murmured with a sense of melancholy. Isn't there any repair skill that this damned system could provide? It hurts so much. Rob exerted himself to rise from the bed. Yet the agony from his internal injury struck him fiercely, leaving him in great distress. Hey, weren't you told to remain in bed? Soon, Nami entered, dragging a large bag behind her. Where are the pig's trotters? Rob stared blankly at Nami, noticing that she did not possess even a single pig's trotter. Instead, she was dragging along a burlap sack. "What are you panicking for? It's all in here," Nami exclaimed as she proceeded to open the sack. Rob glanced into his pocket. And indeed, it was filled with pig's trotters, though no longer the radiant golden hue they once possessed. The glistening oil was now speckled with a few dark pearls and some yellowish earth. "Can't you just use your hands to grab them? How could one possibly hold 10 with their hands? Are you foolish?" Well, perhaps. Upon hearing this, Rob felt that Nami had a point and nodded in agreement. Preparing to fetch the pig's trotter. Suddenly, he realized that this chapter was not yet concluded and urged the reader to turn to the next page for continued reading. "Wouldn't you consider using a cleaner bag?" he questioned. "How can one consume a pig's trotter soiled with yellow dirt?" Nami responded nonchalantly, "Then I shall dispose of it." No. No. The yellow-soiled black pearl pig's trotter is the most delectable." Rob swiftly intervened, extending his hand to retrieve something from his pocket, which he then brought to his lips. Surely, it was far more delectable than mere vegetables. Indeed, how could one ever think to discard it? Nami, observing Rob indulging, formed a crescent smile at the corners of her mouth, her beautiful large eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. "As for the remuneration for procuring the pig's trotters, I shall waive the fee. Instead, let us strike a bargain. Simply present me with the head of that band of pirates from earlier." "What?" Upon hearing this, Rob widened his mouth in astonishment, causing even the pig's trotter to tumble to the ground. "Are you offering a double discount? The wild scar is worth 5 million berries." "My lady, alas, never mind. You may take any head except for the wild scar." Rob remembered Nami's background, his heart softening involuntarily. Despite being aware that she often tricked him, he understood how desperately she needed money. "What the hell?" Nami exclaimed angrily, delivering a punch to Rob's head. "What's wrong?" Rob replied, a look of utter confusion on his face, completely unaware of his transgression. Was offering money considered a wrongdoing? Nami, fuming, expressed her frustration, declaring that among the numerous members of their pirate crew, only the captain had any notoriety, while the others were not worth a bounty. For instance, Kobe had spent 2 years aboard the Fat Lady's ship and had yet to earn a bounty that matched Chopper's. "Then I deserve this beating. How could I jest with you regarding money?" Rob nodded in acknowledgement. "Wait, I didn't even know." He suddenly realized, exclaiming loudly, "Is this my fault?" Nami gazed at the ceiling, her eyes drifting, seemingly trying to conceal her own misdeeds. "And you claim you are not that kind of person?" Rob lamented, rubbing the swelling on his head. The bump was too severe. As long as his hair remained intact, he could tolerate anything. "All right, fine. I'll split Crazy Scar's head with you, and let us consider it a repayment for what I owe you." "Really?" Nami looked at Rob in surprise. "Of course. I am a man of my word. Once spoken, my promise is unbreakable." Rob revealed a glimmer of confidence. Just as the words left his mouth, a sudden, electrifying sensation coursed through his entire body. Chapter 7. Onward to Lobetown. Before Rob could process what had just occurred, a warm, moist sensation enveloped his face, causing his mind to momentarily short-circuit. However, this feeling was fleeting, vanishing in an instant. "I think I was just forcefully kissed." Realizing he had been gravely violated, Rob intended to confront Nami, but she had already dashed out of the room. "Hey, Nami, you must take responsibility for this," Rob exclaimed, rising to pursue her. "Ouch. Damn it, that hurts." As Rob pursued, a searing pain tore through his body once more, causing him to collapse onto the deck. "Blast it, once I recover, I shall diligently practice the secrets of the bald technique." Grimacing in agony, Rob stuffed a pig's trotter from his pocket into his mouth, devouring it with haste. Something felt amiss. This body was unlike that of an ordinary person. Within a fleeting moment of consuming the food, Rob discerned the same surge of energy as before, rapidly radiating throughout his being. "System, could you elucidate the transformation occurring within my body?" Rob inquired in his consciousness. Ding, the system is conducting an analysis. Upon completion of the assessment, it has determined that the host's body has undergone a transformation through an unknown energy, identified through a series of advanced calculations as golden in nature. This energy has endowed the host with a physique akin to that of the protagonist Luffy, enabling rapid bodily repair upon the intake of sustenance. Upon hearing this, Rob was taken aback. He had presumed that the system would remain silent on the matter. Could it be that a bug had occurred? "System, pray tell, what is the nature of the specific demon task associated with the Sharingan?" The system responded, unable to provide a concrete answer, stating that specific demon tasks would only manifest under particular conditions. Upon hearing this, Rob let out a sigh, realizing that indeed, this was a question that no system devoid of artificial intelligence could answer. It seemed that the artificial intelligence had stealthily departed. It appears that the Almighty has been rather benevolent towards me. Henceforth, I shall refrain from uttering any reproaches against him. Rob recalled the golden light that enveloped him. Indeed, when he plunged into the sea, his body nearly disintegrated. Yet, that very golden light consumed the nutrients within him to mend his form, leaving him utterly fatigued. This power was truly formidable. Otherwise, if he were to sustain an injury in the future, it would take months of recuperation, rendering him utterly ineffectual. Contemplating this, a fierce determination ignited within Rob's eyes. He was a warrior at heart, resolved to upheave the very fabric of this pirate world. Clearly, he must secure Perona at the earliest opportunity. At that moment, Rob had made up his mind. After repaying Nami's kindness, he would hasten towards the ghost ship. With Perona by his side, his strength would undoubtedly surge to unprecedented heights. The mere thought of Perona's fruit abilities thrilled him immensely. It was well known that even the extraordinarily resolute swordsman Rorano Azaro, with a bounty of 120 million, had been effortlessly subdued by Perona in the past. Wouldn't that mean he could easily amass experience points? When the time came to confront the celestial dragons, he would not merely target admirals, but also the 5 elders. Haha. Alas, the excitement was overwhelming, and Rob let out a hearty laugh, inadvertently aggravating his wounds. His exuberance was swelling within him. First, he needed to restore his body. Rob awoke from a delightful dream, ravenously consuming the somewhat unclean pig's trotters from his pocket, the incessant energy revitalizing his damaged organs and bones. Damn it, he cursed. I completely forgot that Perona is by Moria's side. He is one of the 7 warlords. Oh dear, this is troublesome. How could Perona possibly be with that fool? Upon finishing his meal, Rob realized a pressing issue, and the excitement on his face instantaneously transformed into a look of dismay, accompanied by a sigh. The pig trotters were also consumed, leaving him irritable. As he pondered this, Rob dejectedly exited the room, his injuries remarkably alleviated with the aid of 10 pig trotters. Hey, old man, do you remember me? Rob exclaimed with enthusiasm, spotting the elderly gentleman grilling meat in the dining area. Young man, look at what I have prepared for you. The old man replied, noticing Rob's healthy appearance, and a warm smile spread across his face. He approached the table before him and dramatically pulled the cloth away, revealing a dazzling display of roasted meats and several bottles of fine wine, all lavishly arranged across the table. Is all of this truly for me? Rob stared incredulously at the scene before him. He had never encountered such a bounty of meat in his previous life. Naturally, this was a gesture of gratitude prepared by the crew for you. Nami had emerged from somewhere, beaming with delight. The old man chuckled and said, Indeed, young man. I intended to express my thanks to you sooner. The moment the pig's trotters were ready, I was eager to bring them to you. However, fortunately, this young lady intervened. I nearly disrupted the tranquility of my benefactor. What? Upon hearing this, Rob turned to Nami in shock, only to find that the mischievous little girl was currently giggling and even sticking her tongue out at him. Indeed, her laughter was truly enchanting. Upon witnessing the scene, Rob said nothing, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility within. He then called out to the crowd with a hearty laugh, Let us commence the feast. As night fell, a rejuvenated Rob, slightly inebriated, leaned against the ship's railing with Nami beside him. Nami, do you know? Today, I feel utterly blissful. I must share a little secret with you, but please, do not tell a soul. Absolutely not. Nami, upon hearing this, let out a soft laugh, feeling an uncharacteristic warmth toward the drunken man beside her, perhaps because the past few days had rekindled a long-lost sense of joy within her. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. Keeping secrets does come at a price, you know? No problem. I shall pay whatever it takes, haha. I am quite wealthy now. Then I shall reveal my secret to you. Speak, but unless someone pays for your secret, I shall not utter a word. Nami laughed in response. In truth, I was a monk in my past life, destined to remain bald forever. A monk? Nami recalled the events of her encounter with Rob. Indeed, I grew up in the Shaolin Temple, where I could only consume vegetarian meals, recite scriptures, and practice martial arts daily. Even my education was self-taught within the temple. When I sat for the college entrance examination, I achieved the top score in the province. Yet that scoundrel, the abbot, tricked me into believing I lacked computer skills and enrolled me in Buddhist studies, surrounded entirely by males. It was more of a monastery than an engineering academy. Thus, I have developed an insatiable obsession with women, meat, and wine. Engineering academy? Never mind. I've said too much. It only brings tears. By the way, where are we sailing to? Rogue Town. While Nami did not fully grasp the strange man's previous words, she was well aware of their intended course. What? Rogue Town? Upon hearing this, Rob was abruptly roused from his alcoholic stupor, his mind racing back to the terrifying figure of the Smoke Man, a formidable natural-type warrior with unparalleled apprehension abilities. Indeed, what is the matter? Nami inquired, puzzled by Rob's intense reaction. Change course, change course. That is a naval stronghold, and it is patrolled by the Smoke Guy. I cannot defeat him now. We must flee. Flee. We are not pirates. What is there to flee from? Indeed, I am not a pirate. Rob slapped his forehead, realizing his predicament as an illegal entrant, and gradually relaxed, slipping back into slumber. Nami, observing Rob's sudden descent into sleep, could only shake her head in exasperation as she hoisted him into the room and laid him gently upon the bed. I have no desire to be a pirate. Pirates are perpetually pursued. Yes, I cannot be a pirate, Rob mumbled in his sleep, lost in dreams. Chapter 8. The Power of Kings. The salty sea breeze gently caressed the air as the sunlight illuminated the figure of the young man lying in bed, allowing a clearer view of his features. The boy possessed an almost perfect physique, with a strikingly handsome face that bore a hint of mischief, and his once jet-black hair had mysteriously transformed to a brilliant white. Rob's eyes quivered slightly before he opened them. In that fleeting moment, unbeknownst to him, his once white hair instantaneously reverted to its original black hue. How delightful! Rob lazily stretched and rose from his slumber, sauntering towards the door of his room as the memories of the previous night gradually resurfaced. He had indulged in a bit of wine, only to be drawn into the room by Nami, and then darkness had enveloped him. At this thought, a look of astonishment crossed Rob's face. How strange that nothing untoward had occurred. Hastily inspecting his body, he discovered that, although his attire was somewhat disheveled, it was evident that he had not undressed, still reeking of alcohol. Good morning, Sir Rob, he heard a voice greet him. As Rob stepped onto the deck, he noticed that many aboard were respectfully greeting him, to which he responded in kind. One must admit, the sensation of being revered for saving others is truly exhilarating. Rob found himself somewhat enamored by this sensation, suddenly comprehending why so many protagonists in his previous life were inclined to rescue others without cause. It was, in fact, immensely gratifying to be held in high regard. Perhaps being a benevolent king or a tyrant wasn't so bad after all. A mischievous smile crept onto Rob's lips. At that moment, a crisp electronic voice resonated in his ear, triggered by the purest desires of his heart. Task initiated. Benevolent king and tyrant. Task overview. Assume the role of a tyrant or a benevolent king within a kingdom that has previously existed in the world of pirates. Tyrant, unaccepted by the populace, wielding force to control the entire nation, or the true puppet master hidden behind the throne. Benevolent king, embraced by the people, revered by the vast majority of the nation, serving as the legitimate figurehead of authority. Task reward, a portion of King's power. Utilizing this power will grant you strength that surpasses the limits of the pirate world, bestowing upon you the might of a sovereign. You shall possess an invincible form, achieving the mythical prowess of the thought fruit, enabling you to manipulate any element, control any mind, and dominate all within the pirate realm for a duration of 10 seconds. Task failure. Should the ruler of Alabasta not be a descendant of the royal Nefert family, the task will be deemed a failure, resulting in the forfeiture of all your powers. Note, if the protagonist fails to complete the main storyline tasks, their abilities will not truly align with their being. And prior to that, this system retains the capability to erase all powers from the host. Only upon accomplishing the 4 primary quests may the host regain their freedom, becoming one of the life forms not subject to divine manipulation. At this revelation, Rob stood frozen in place, realizing that everything he currently possessed was still under trial, capable of being stripped away by the system at any moment. Hey, can you not put me through this? With these nonsensical tasks, who wants to be a king? What I desire is to be a free spirit. Reminder, this task is classified as a hidden demon task, and you may choose whether to accept it. Once declined, you shall never trigger a similar task again. The system's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. How could I possibly give up? Being a king doesn't sound too bad. Upon hearing the news, Rob could no longer contain his excitement. He had glimpsed the reward, the power of a king, which within those fleeting 10 seconds would render him a being of divine prowess. Would the host choose to accept this? Naturally, once Rob made a decision. Hesitation was an alien concept. Ding. The task has been established. As this is the host's inaugural encounter with a hidden demon task, a friendly reminder accompanies it. Due to the host's arrival, the world shall undergo unpredictable changes. There exists an approximately 30% probability that Alabasta will be seized by the warlord Crocodile before the protagonist Luffy's intervention. What? Crocodile, the antagonist of Luffy? Upon hearing this, Rob felt overwhelmed. He was acutely aware of Crocodile's true strength. Were it not for Luffy's fortunate circumstances and his protagonist's aura, the outcome could have been entirely different. Yes, but Luffy, after the royal upheaval, managed to defeat Crocodile, who was, after all, a king, much like in Dressrosa. Why on earth didn't you mention this sooner? Why did I even accept this ridiculous task? A wave of agitation washed over Rob, a profound sense of urgency bearing down upon him like a mountain. This time, there was no precise timeline. He had to act swiftly. Simultaneously, he grasped that Luffy's timeline remained constant, marked only by its inception and the transformative training in the Land of Women, culminating at the destination of Laugh Tale. Everything else was subject to change, albeit with unpredictable anomalies arising in between. This was the order of the system. The cold, electronic voice interrupted Rob's contemplation. Was this a bug? No. It was the very essence of the demon system. In that moment, Rob experienced the true significance behind the name of the demon system. Regaining his composure, he suddenly shouted, "Nami!" The thunderous call startled everyone on the deck. "What is it? Why are you shouting so loudly?" Nami emerged from the cabin, visibly displeased. Upon witnessing the situation, Rob quickly seized Nami and, with a face etched in urgency, exclaimed, "Hasten the ship to Rogue Town at maximum speed. We must reach there as swiftly as possible." Nami, perplexed by his sudden urgency, nonetheless relayed the navigation instructions to the crew. Under the helmsman's guidance, the vessel's velocity surged forth. "My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for further exhilarating developments." "It's nothing alarming. I merely feel that the sea is fraught with danger," Rob offered, unable to articulate his true concerns, settling instead for a vague excuse. Upon receiving a crucial hint, he devised a plan. He must race to Rogue Town, enlist in the Navy, and vanquish formidable adversaries to acquire Devil Fruit points, all while ensuring his safety. After all, encountering pirates that fit his needs at sea was an unrealistic expectation. It could take days to find a worthy opponent, and facing someone significantly stronger could spell disaster. With his preparations in place, Rob wasted no time. He summoned his will and instructed the system to activate the power of the bald-headed training regimen. "Please select an exercise. Light push UPS. Ding. Activation successful." In that instant, Rob felt a mysterious warmth enveloping his body, an invigorating energy coursing through him. "What is this?" As he assumed the push-up position, it felt as though a peculiar gravitational force was at play, causing his muscles to tremble, yet oddly, the deck remained unaffected. "What is happening to you?" Nami exclaimed, taken aback by Rob's strange behavior as he insisted on accelerating and then proceeded to contort in a series of push-ups, his body twitching uncontrollably. "Nothing to worry about. I am simply engaged in training." Rob struggled to respond to Nami, his trembling body gradually sinking as perspiration relentlessly broke out upon his skin. The thought of Saitama performing 100 tasks without so much as a change in expression was nothing short of terrifying. In this moment, Rob reminisced about that enigmatic man from his past life, overwhelmed by emotion. "Please select the next project," the prompt urged. "Is it possible to take a break?" Chapter 9, The Cross-Dressing Smokers? Very well. Upon hearing the chilling electronic voice, Rob's tense expression relaxed, and he lay on the deck like a lifeless fish, breathing heavily. He had not anticipated that the enhancement of his physical skills would prove to be so arduous. The demonic value could only augment the devil fruits, the Sharingan, and the ability to become intangible. Even Haki could not be improved. In the world of pirates, lacking Haki rendered him utterly defenseless, not to mention confronting the sand crocodile. Even a mere user of a natural type ability could toy with him effortlessly. Rob felt his heart settle down before gritting his teeth and declaring, "Damn it, system. Initiate the next project. Luminescent Sit UPS. Ding, activated." In that instant, a mysterious force surged once more into Rob's body, but this time it was not a warm sensation. Instead, it was a pang of soreness. "Hey, has the system made a mistake?" Rob also sensed something amiss at the first moment and hurriedly inquired. "Please do not hastily assume that this system is prone to bugs. What is the matter?" The reason lies in the fact that the light training method generates a peculiar energy that enhances your cells. When utilizing this method under the influence of such energy, one experiences a distinctive sensation of soreness, which gradually dissipates over time, typically within 24 hours. However, When the host's peculiar energy fades and the light training method is not employed, a brief period of rest will restore their vitality. Does this mean that one can only obtain a fixed amount of energy each day? Upon hearing this, Rob felt a chill in his heart, realizing that physical training could not progress as swiftly as the devil fruit. It cannot be said to be a fixed amount of energy. This data is related to the host's willpower and cannot be quantified. The stronger the host's physique, the milder the special soreness produced by the peculiar energy. I see. Rob felt an extraordinary ache coursing through his body, and without uttering another word, he immediately assumed a supine position as he prepared to lift his torso. That peculiar energy truly began to manifest its power. His entire being resonated with tremors, waves of discomfort incessantly battering his nerves. Damn it. Here comes the next challenge, the squat under the light. Rob clenched his teeth and commenced his demonic training. When the moment called for seriousness, he would set aside his carefree demeanor, fully immersing himself in the discipline of training. After all, in his past life, no matter how great one's talent, could one truly claim the title of top scorer in the provincial examinations or the champion of underground fighting? The final event, the endurance run, required unwavering determination. Bathed in sweat, with muscles twitching inexplicably, Rob resolutely motivated himself. Oh no. The instant he took his first step, he felt his heart racing more violently than in previous trials, and his sense of balance deteriorated. Hey, Rob, you're not unwell, are you? Nami, unable to contain her concern, rushed over and embraced Rob. It's you, Nami. Although Rob sensed that touch of softness at this moment, he found himself devoid of any interest. Observing Nami's concerned expression stirred a wave of passion within him. Nami, I am fine. This is merely a method to train my devil fruit abilities. You need not worry. Rob resumed his run, the significant fluctuations in his cardiopulmonary function prompting him to gasp for breath. It appears this endeavor is indeed testing my endurance. Nami, your life-saving grace shall not go unacknowledged. I am determined to liberate you from that sea of suffering. Even if the timeline of the protagonist, Luffy, undergoes unforeseen alterations, I am willing to embrace it. Rob resolutely made up his mind. The training regimen of the light technique had reached its completion. Should it continue? Indeed, it must. After half an hour, as Rob sprinted the final meter, he collapsed onto the deck. System, terminate the light technique training. Rob struggled to rise, unsteadily making his way to the edge of the boat, where he reclined against the wooden planks. As the sound of the notification echoed, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. The once smooth contours of his physique now revealed the prominent outlines of 8 abdominal muscles and well-defined pectorals. Martial arts. Condition. Level 1. Approximately Tao power. Energy value. 3. Due to the incomplete nature of the demon system's beta version, Tao power cannot be precisely calculated. Rob stared at the character template, feeling speechless. After all, he had obtained the trial version of the demon system. However, he could sense that his strength had at least doubled or tripled. If this continued, he would reach the second tier within 5 days. Thus, the next step would be to develop the abilities of the devil fruit. From the outset, Rob possessed the augmented powers of a devil fruit. Although his proficiency had reached a perfect 100, he realized that this merely amplified the intensity of his telekinesis. Rob understood that the current system had only provided him with enhancements in terms of hardware. The true potential of its application would depend on his own ingenuity and development. Rob gazed at the ocean, and with a subtle flick of his mind, a column of water rose into the air. No, that was not quite right. At that moment, Rob sensed an inexplicable force while exerting his control, as if something mysterious was tugging at the water column. He decided to try again. Rob seemed to have stumbled upon something elusive, yearning to seize that fleeting moment. He endeavored repeatedly, yet each attempt yielded only the faintest hint, leaving him in the dark. Frustrating. After toiling for 2 or 3 hours, Rob realized he was still incapable of grasping that enigmatic essence. According to the comics of his previous life, the devil fruits would manifest various enhancements across different realms, even transcending into conceptual augmentations. It vexed him to no end. Why was the task related to the Sharingan still unable to commence? At this moment, Rob truly comprehended the significance of the Sharingan. He harbored a faint suspicion that only upon activating the Sharingan would the true nature of the demonic system reveal itself to him. At that juncture, many unknowns on the character template would be unveiled, such as the number of realms associated with the mind fruit and the nature of advancements within each realm, and so forth. Perhaps, the mind fruit encompasses more than mere telekinesis. A sudden thought emerged in Rob's mind. And recalling the myth of the thought fruit as mentioned by Wang Zhili, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes. Perhaps it could be elevated to a realm of aspiration. Rob grew increasingly eager about his Nien fruit. Time passed swiftly, and after approximately 3 days, Rob, Nami, and their companions finally arrived at Roguetown. Through Rob's diligent efforts, his physical prowess had reached level 9. Truly, this was Roguetown. Standing aboard the ship, Nami couldn't help but marvel at the tranquility of the town. Upon entering the harbor, they discovered that the town was remarkably peaceful, with pirates being scarce compared to other locales. Naturally, upon hearing Nami's words, a subtle smile graced the corners of Rob's lips. Although Logtown is situated on the crucial route leading to the Grand Line, it is under the vigilant watch of that formidable man, Smoker. A user of the smoke fruit and a representative of the new generation nurtured by the Navy, stands as a steadfast ally to Admiral Akiji. As Rob stepped off the ship and had barely taken a few strides, he suddenly caught sight of something that made his eyes widen in astonishment. Goodness! Have the smokers truly transformed into women because of my arrival? Chapter 10. Parting ways. It must be a trick of the light. It surely had to be. Rob shook his head, unable to believe his own thoughts. In that fleeting moment, he had indeed caught sight of a figure, which vanished around the corner almost instantaneously. Yet it left a profound impression on him. The cross-dressing cigarette enthusiast was extraordinarily beautiful in that instant. Rob found himself experiencing an inexplicable sensation akin to love at first sight, a feeling that even Nami could not evoke. What's wrong with you? Nami, observing Rob's soliloquy, felt speechless. How could he be so peculiar? Perhaps there was something amiss with his mind. Upon hearing this, Rob awkwardly smiled, realizing that he must exercise more composure and refrain from overreacting. To be a mature man is essential to garner the affection of women. No worries. Let us proceed to claim our bounty, he declared. As agreed, I shall take half. Nami's eyes glinted with a hint of mischief as she responded with a cheerful smile. No problem. At this moment, Rob's thoughts were not focused on the task at hand. The grace of that enchanting figure and her smoking posture bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he could not forget. No, it couldn't be, surely. After spending so long in solitude, he hadn't transformed into a monk who fancied men. How could he possibly develop an affection for that chain-smoking brute? Rob's recollection of his previous life as a chain smoker was quite dreadful. He decided to dismiss the thought, attributing it to a mere illusion. At that moment, in a secluded chamber near the execution platform of Roguetown, an extraordinary beauty was enveloped in a sense of melancholy. She pondered whether this year, Roguetown would witness the emergence of aspiring newcomers yearning for freedom. The enchanting woman, with a cigarette delicately poised between her lips, reclined on a sofa, her blouse unbuttoned, revealing her pristine, ivory skin. A sleek black tie elegantly draped around her porcelain neck, enhancing her allure. Bello Betty, as she was known, had arrived at Roguetown quietly, just as she did every year. As the commander of the Eastern Revolutionary Army, she often spent some time in this town, where admirers of Roger gathered. These individuals shared a common trait, an ardent reverence for freedom. While not every visitor conformed to the Revolutionary Army standards, the town frequently attracted promising newcomers. Hello? Mori. What's the matter? Bello inquired, picking up the encrypted communicator. Betty, Lord Long was indeed correct. A new era is upon us. Mori exclaimed, filled with excitement. The West Sea is in turmoil, with a plethora of newcomers emerging. A certain fellow named Capone Becky is causing quite a stir. This presents a splendid opportunity for our Revolutionary Army. Betty, how are things on your end? I've heard the East Sea remains tranquil, which could hinder development. Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of discomfort crossed Bello Betty's face as she replied, You need not worry about finding people. Of course, Betty. You possess the ability of the fruit of inspiration. Just so you know. Betty concluded before disconnecting the communicator. Rob and Nami soon arrived at the naval base, where numerous individuals were seen coming and going. Most bounty hunters preferred to collect their rewards in Logtown. Colonel Smoker, known for his integrity, would never covet the riches of these bounty hunters. The bounty on the head of the notorious pirate, Scarred Face, was rumored to be 5 million. Nami excitedly produced a bounty notice, smiling as she addressed the Navy. Don't be ridiculous, young lady. Scarred Face's head? Ha. The bounty hunters lounging nearby could not contain their laughter. Humph. Nami scoffed, opening her bag on the table, silencing the surrounding crowd. Hey, young lady. While Scarred Face may have an ordinary appearance, you shouldn't just wave around any head to fool the Navy. Suddenly, one bounty hunter shattered the silence. Aha, right? Bloodwolf. How did I not think of that? What a clever trick. The group of bounty hunters chuckled, acknowledging that a bounty of 5 million was not insignificant in the East Blue. Upon confirming the head, which indeed belonged to Scarred Face, the Navy swiftly handed over the 5 million berries to Nami. "Hey, Navy, are you seeing things?" Bloodwolf exclaimed, clearly taken aback. "If I had known earlier, I would have done the same." The bounty hunters began to murmur among themselves, recognizing that some bounties did not have particularly distinctive features, leaving room for the Navy to make mistakes. A bunch of fools. Rob looked at the unfolding events before him and finally uttered a disdainful remark. Only a worthless bounty hunter would engage in such trivial banter, with no concern for the presence of formidable hunters like Zaro among them. "Hey, kid, what did you say?" Bloodwolf glared fiercely at Rob. "If you wish to ascertain the truth, why not test it on that girl?" A cold smirk appeared on Rob's face. "Hey, Rob," Nami exclaimed, startled. Why was he deliberately provoking these bounty hunters? "Kid, you've made a splendid suggestion." A glint of greed sparkled in the eyes of the pirates. After all, it was 500,000 berries, and that woman was exceptionally beautiful. "If you want to fight, take it outside Logtown." The sergeant from the Navy, who was distributing the bounty, shot a cold glare and shouted, for in Logtown, bounty hunters were not permitted to cause chaos. "Nami, let us go." Rob raised a middle finger at the group of pirates and then addressed Nami. "Hey, kid, don't even think about setting sail from the port." The Bloodwolf bellowed at Rob. Despite his slightly unhinged mind and penchant for mockery, he dared not cause a ruckus in Rogue Town. "My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as it only gets more thrilling." Nami inquired, "Rob, how do you know they won't dare to pursue us?" Upon hearing this, Rob could not help but chuckle. "I would be delighted if they dared to make a move against me." Rob had initially intended to hone his skills, and the recent advancements in his physical techniques made him eager to ascertain the extent of his strength. He also saw an opportunity to acquire some demonic points. While secretly harboring another plan, Nami found him to be quite an enigma, unable to comprehend why anyone would take pleasure in provoking others. I have always been rather peculiar. By the way, Nami, as a navigator, you should prepare to purchase a ship and the necessary sailing supplies. Then, wait for me at the naval base. I have a place to visit." Upon arriving at Logtown, how could he possibly resist a visit to the execution site of the Pirate King? Additionally, Rob was genuinely curious to discover whether Smoker had indeed transformed into a woman. That fellow must surely be lounging in his room, indulging in opium. First, he needed to locate Tashiji. All right. Nami watched as Rob dashed away, feeling a pang of loneliness wash over her. She had intended to concoct an excuse to divert Rob's attention, but he had suggested it himself. Would he still confide in her his little secrets upon their next encounter? Would they meet again? "Rob, I long for freedom." Aunt Belmere. Nami bit down hard on her lower lip, tears glistening as they cascaded down her cheeks, due to her intense grip on the belly. A few drops of blood seeped from her hand. How did that fellow know I am a navigator? Nami smiled through her tears, and in that moment, she recalled her dream. Alas, it seemed unlikely that she would sail alongside that intriguing man again. Chapter 11. The Awakening of the Sharingan Task Triggered. Nami was aware that there were individuals blocking the port, and she certainly would not flee as she had in her previous life as comic. "I'm truly a genius." Rob, with a candied hawthorn skewer dangling from his mouth, ambled nonchalantly towards Roger's execution platform. As Rob reveled in the thought of having mocked that group of pirates, a sense of pride washed over him. This was part of his ulterior motive. Even if he failed to acquire any devil value, he could thwart Nami's potential escape and still have the opportunity to seek out his dear sister, Dashki, for some playful antics. However, after wandering for an extended period, he had yet to catch a glimpse of her. Before long, Rob found himself at the execution platform of Roger. Along the way, he glanced around, even visiting the shop where Zoro procured his swords, but he encountered no charming maidens. Indeed, this must be the very dawn of the pirate era. Rob felt a deep sense of melancholy as he beheld the execution platform in the square. As a time traveler, he couldn't help but reflect on the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind, triggering a special task related to the Sharingan, a dialogue of the era. Stunned, Rob could scarcely believe his ears. A task involving the Sharingan. This could be immensely profitable. He hurriedly glanced at the taskbar. Task rewards. Based on the intensity of the host's speech and inherent qualities, evaluations are categorized into 4 tiers. Unsatisfactory, satisfactory, excellent, and exceptional. Unsatisfactory. Task failure. The Sharingan task will never be triggered again, resulting in the loss of a portion of the bloodline power granted by the demon system. Rob broke into a cold sweat upon reading the unsatisfactory line. What was he expected to say? Surely, they didn't want him to boast on the execution platform. The system paid no heed to Rob's concerns. Instead, lines of text materialized in his mind. Satisfactory. Task successful. The first half of the Sharingan task is complete. Rewarding 10 energy points and 0 demon points. Excellent. Task successful. The first half of the Sharingan task is complete, rewarding 50 energy points and 50 demon points. Exceptional. Task successful. The first half of the Sharingan task is complete, rewarding 150 energy points and 300 demon points. My goodness, the rewards are astonishing. What on earth is this task? Rob was taken aback. At his current novice stage, earning 150 energy points would propel him straight to the third level of physical techniques. It is worth noting that 5th level physical techniques are equivalent to the prowess of CP9's Rob Lucci, and 300 demon points would elevate him to the next stage of the mind fruit. Come on, system, reveal the task requirements. My mouth is watering with anticipation. Task overview. To understand this era is to awaken the Sharingan. The host must sit upon the execution platform and evaluate GOLD, Roger, the creator of the pirate era. Discuss the 3 major factions, pirates, the Navy, and the Revolutionary Army, and deliberate on future circumstances. What the? Why must I sit on the execution platform? Rob was utterly bewildered. Because it aligns perfectly with the task and enhances the experience, came the system's frigid reply. Enhance the experience? Have you considered my feelings? The Navy might come after me for this. This task may be forfeited. You are truly a demon. Rob felt tears welling up. Thank you for the compliment. Incensed, Rob retorted, you are nothing short of an angel. The system, sensing the host's burgeoning frustration, reacted unfavorably, escalating the task's difficulty from simple to nightmarish. What? Rob was stunned, unable to fathom that a simple task had transformed into a nightmare. Warning, please do not conflate this system with those ostentatious angels. Furthermore, as this is your first offense, I must advise you that while speaking, do not attempt to appease any faction, or the evaluation results will be exceedingly low. Lastly, please ensure that the host arrives at the designated task location within 10 minutes. Otherwise, it will be considered a forfeiture of the mission. As Rob finished reading the words, tears welled in his eyes. I am such a fool. How could I have dared to provoke the Golden Finger? I was wrong, brother. You are a demon, a true demon. Please, don't be so harsh. Can't you lower the difficulty a bit? At that moment, in a nondescript room within the naval base, Colonel Smoker sat on the sofa, puffing on a large cigar. Colonel Smoker, you summon me? Asked Tashigi, standing before him, her nerves palpable. She was still a promising recruit, and her interactions with Smoker had been limited. He had always been an object of her admiration. I have something special to show you, Smoker said with a smile. A treasure? What is it? In an instant, he produced from seemingly nowhere a long, rigid object, an elegant sword. Could this be Shigeru? Tashigi exclaimed, her eyes widening as she snatched the sword from Smoker's hands, examining it with rapt fascination. As a sword enthusiast, she could not possibly be mistaken. Do you like it? Of course. Then it's yours. What? Tashigi looked at Smoker in disbelief, unable to process his words. This is a gift for you. Congratulations on your recent promotion to petty officer. Keep up the good work. Smoker said with a light chuckle. He had always admired her sense of justice since she enlisted, and he felt it necessary to nurture his capable aide. Suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed from outside the room. Knock, knock. Report, urgent report. Smoker furrowed his brow. He had instructed his subordinates to avoid bothering him unless it was of great importance. Come in. Colonel, it's bad. There's an unknown individual making outrageous statements at the execution platform, insulting the name of justice and inciting the crowd. Are you all incompetent? Bring him down. Smoker's eyes burned with fury. His subordinates had consistently proven to be inept, failing to handle even the simplest of matters, and he could not fathom why. I'll take care of it, Colonel. I won't let justice be insulted, Tashigi declared, her face resolute. She was determined to repay Smoker's recognition. That's not possible, Colonel. That man possesses unknown abilities. Even our thousands of Navy personnel cannot approach him. You must go. The crowd is growing. Such strength. He shouldn't be just an unknown individual. Smoker pondered, then quickly asked, do you have any further information about him? Yes, just recently, this mysterious man killed the notorious Scar and claimed the bounty, taunting all the pirates present. A bounty hunter? We're not sure. This is the only trace we've had of him. Oh, and he has a companion. A girl with golden hair, but we have searched all of Logtown and have not seen her. We find ourselves utterly powerless. Otherwise, we would not wish to disturb you. Colonel, Allow me to investigate. Dasky, follow closely behind me. Smog took a deep drag from his cigarette, his gaze darkening. Once again, he must intervene personally. How dare you cause a ruckus in my territory? Do you seek your own demise? Chapter 12. Fierce Battle with the Navy. Rob stood upon the execution platform. A gentle breeze caressing his face, bringing with it a hint of chill. Is this truly how it begins? Rob felt somewhat apprehensive. It was the first time in his life that he was compelled to deliver a formal speech, albeit under duress. The more people present, the higher the rating would be. Or so the electronic voice suggested. Damn it, here goes nothing. Upon hearing the words, Rob had already made up his mind. He was unaware of the true nature of the nightmare's difficulty, yet he saw no alternative but to abandon the power of his bloodline. In pursuit of success, he closed his eyes, seated himself cross-legged on the execution platform, and took a deep breath to steady his state of mind. Hey, what is that person doing? At that moment, many in the crowd noticed the situation on the execution platform and halted, gazing on with perplexity. Kid, come down quickly. The station Navy officers also recognized the unfolding scene and sternly commanded him, asserting that such a place was not for just anyone to ascend. That guy is still sitting there. Unbelievable. Many spectators were taken aback, astonished that someone dared to disregard the Navy's authority in Rogue Town. Before long, the execution platform was surrounded by a throng of onlookers. One officer, Lieutenant Mott, clad in a cloak of justice, observed the situation and issued a grave warning to Rob. Kid, if you do not come down, I will resort to gunfire. Yet, despite Mott's stern admonition, the man atop the platform remained steadfast and unmoved, as if impervious to the threats. Damn it, fire. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of piercing gunshots echoed throughout the square. Dark bullets slicing through the air towards Rob with a fierce and chilling wind. Rob suddenly opened his eyes, and in that instant, his expression transformed entirely. Imbued with a touch of solitude and arrogance, it was the pride that belonged to a past life. Immediately, an invisible force descended like a deity, halting several bullets that had been shot through the air before Rob, rendering them unable to advance any further. Rob slowly extended his slender fingers, grasping the bullet that lingered before his eyes. Under the influence of Rob's formidable telekinetic power, the hardened projectile disintegrated into powder. Should there be a recurrence, death will ensue. A voice, devoid of warmth, emanated from Rob's lips as the powdered remnant slipped from his open palm, rendering the once boisterous square into a profound silence in that instant. Damn it. Lieutenant Mott gritted his teeth, his expression a stormy gray as he turned to his subordinate. Quickly summoned Captain Crow, who was stationed at the port for assistance. We cannot trouble Colonel Smog over such trivial matters. I am eager to see what this lad is up to. Meanwhile, in a concealed chamber within the square, Robroti's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he gazed toward the center of the square where Rob stood, deep in contemplation. This young man possesses a certain fascination. Rob was oblivious to all of this. He only understood that he must accomplish his task before Smog arrived. What sort of person do you believe GOLD, Roger? The Pirate King, to be? Sitting upon the execution platform, Rob spoke up. What does that rascal intend to do? Lieutenant Mott was equally startled. GOLD. Roger was indeed a name shrouded in taboo. The Pirate King, a criminal? A demon? The crowd in the square erupted into a cacophony of voices. Upon witnessing this, Rob continued. In my opinion, Gore Roger is nothing short of an unequivocal, absolute world-class criminal. A great devil. Rob spoke with a clear and resonant voice, exclaiming, What is this? It turns out he has come to flatter the Navy. Among the crowd, there were some ruffians and pirates who displayed expressions of disdain. This young man, so it seems, is quite different than expected. Lieutenant Mott's eyes revealed a sense of relaxation. Initially, he had thought this fellow was here to incite rebellion. But it appears he had overestimated the situation. Rob listened to the cacophony around him, refraining from further intervention as he continued his discourse. It is widely known that 2 decades ago, the Pirate King GOLD, Roger surrendered to the world government and was subsequently apprehended, meeting his demise at the very spot where I now sit. With his singular proclamation, the era of piracy was ushered in. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even those who had previously expressed dissatisfaction were now intrigued. Could it be true that Roger surrendered? One mused. Are you not aware of the government's nature? For the sake of their reputation, they must insist it was they who captured him. Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Mott, who had just relaxed, suddenly tensed, uncertain of what further astonishing revelations Rob would unveil, as even he was unaware of this hidden truth. The dawn of the pirate era led to countless innocent lives lost in pools of blood, the fruits of the common folks' labor ruthlessly plundered. leaving them to suffer under the tyranny of marauding pirates. If this does not constitute a crime, then what does? Rob's emotions surged as he arrived in the pirate world. Witnessing the ruthless disregard for life exhibited by the merciless pirates, the most significant realization was that he had nearly been killed himself. However, Rob's tone shifted as he cast a sweeping gaze over the crowd, addressing them with a tone of reverence. Roger is indeed a hero of our time. To be precise, he is a man yearning for freedom, striving to awaken the hearts of the indifferent. However, what I truly wish to convey to you all is not merely my perception of Roger, but rather my insights regarding the three dominant forces in our world today. Who do you think you are, commenting on the three great powers? Get down from there. At that moment, Captain Crow furiously approached, and as his words fell, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, echoing through the air. This chapter does not conclude here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Upon witnessing the scene, Rob's pupils constricted sharply. Controlling the hundreds of bullets that were rapidly approaching was an exceedingly daunting task for him at that moment. The sight of the Navy forces surging from all directions, numbering approximately 1,000, brought an immense crisis crashing down upon Rob. Could it be that Smoker had arrived? Just as he teetered on the brink of despair, a crisp, electronic voice suddenly resonated. Ding. The mission. The host must not be disturbed. Immediately following this proclamation, an enigmatic force enveloped Rob in a protective barrier. The bullets that penetrated this mysterious shield lost all their momentum in an instant, descending to the ground under the influence of gravity, creating a cacophony of ticking sounds. Please, host, unleash your voice and speak freely. This functionality cannot be breached. Even by the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. A protective barrier? Rob was taken aback. Although the name sounded somewhat peculiar, it was rather surprising that such treatment existed. It seemed that the system had indeed considered this aspect quite thoroughly. Would this mean that various tasks would henceforth come with such assurances? A sudden thought crossed Rob's mind. Could he indulge himself in such a manner? Ding. Please refrain from indulging in inappropriate thoughts. The cold, electronic voice abruptly shattered Rob's daydream, leaving him no chance for further contemplation. Assistance would only be provided during the Sharingan and phasing tasks. Why? Because these were beginner tasks. Oh, right? If it weren't for the escalation to nightmare difficulty, he would have already achieved an excellent rating. Is it really that simple? Rob exclaimed, astonished. What do you think? This is merely a beginner task. And what about my current status? I am still far from passing. Rob gazed at the naval officers, still engaged in their futile attempts to strike their target, feeling a pang of concern for them. Stop. Inform Captain Smoker. Lieutenant Kuro's pallid countenance commanded his subordinate. The formidable shell of that individual was impervious to their efforts, and as they lacked the means to soar, they had no choice but to seek the assistance of Captain Smoker. Rob felt a sense of helplessness as he observed the furious expression of the naval admiral below. Initially, he had contemplated joining the Navy, aspiring to rise through the ranks to eventually command a ship and abduct Perona. Now, all those plans lay in ruins. Sighing, he resolved to deliver his speech swiftly. After all, once Smoker arrived, even escaping would become a daunting challenge. Rob pondered for a moment, disregarding the group of sailors, and prepared to continue his discourse. Let us commence our discussion with the Navy, shall we? Upon hearing Rob's intent to speak on the Navy, Lieutenant Crow felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He exclaimed, very well, if you wish to proceed, then Lieutenant Mott, send someone to disperse the crowd immediately. Otherwise, I shall have them all arrested for disturbing the peace. As you command, replied Lieutenant Mott, his eyes lighting up at the suggestion. It was indeed a clever approach, and he promptly began to disperse the assembly. Upon witnessing the scene, Rob was taken aback. The evaluation was contingent upon the number of participants, and with everyone fleeing, what could be done? Goodness, please, do not compel me to take action. Navy, heed my warning. I possess considerable strength. Do not force my hand against you. Lieutenant Crow, shall we remain on standby? Mott, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, with their numbers, they were utterly incapable of dealing with this individual, whose prowess undoubtedly surpassed theirs. It was merely a reluctance to engage and bear the stigma of a bounty that held them back. Hey, Crow, did you hear that person's words? Do not drive away my audience, or else, humph. Upon witnessing this, Rob's eyes sparkled with excitement, a facade of bravado masking his inner trepidation. Crow gradually registered the implication of his words, momentarily taken aback. In his exasperation, he had nearly overlooked this notion. Yet, the sight of Rob's arrogant demeanor irked him profoundly. With a determined grit of his teeth, he resolved to take a gamble. wagering that Rob would refrain from attacking the Navy for fear of incurring a bounty upon his head. If he had the audacity to act, he would have done so long ago. There was no need for pretense. I have already dispatched my subordinates to inform Smoker. Upon witnessing this, Rob felt a surge of frustration, clenching his fists and silently vowing that if he were to overcome this challenge, he would seize the opportunity to thrash that scoundrel Crow. The moment Crow observed Rob's helpless demeanor, he became even more pleased, instinctively believing that Rob was there to incite the populace. Assuming his fruitability was of a non-offensive shield variety, despite being unaware of Rob's motivations. Do not fret, Lieutenant Mott. Summon all the brothers in the city to listen to this fellow's boastful claims. I am curious as to what he can conjure, Crow remarked. Is that truly wise? Other areas require some defense, Lieutenant Mott expressed his concerns. Fear not, with Colonel Smoker stationed in Rogtown, there are no formidable adversaries. Leave a few to defend while summoning the rest, Crow replied with a grin, for he was the highest commander aside from Smoker, possessing the authority to mobilize the majority of the troops. Very well, I concede your point. Rob feigned disappointment as he observed the increasing number of Navy personnel, internally reveling in amusement. With the crowd departed and Navy forces arriving, was it not the same? As long as the numbers sufficed, it mattered not. Will you continue? Crow inquired, gazing at the uniformed Navy surrounding the square, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. With all your esteemed gentlemen so supportive, I must certainly continue. Rob pretended to be at a loss. Ah, the Navy, how should I put it? They are akin to a pack of dogs. Crow was momentarily taken aback, not having the chance to react before a majority of the Navy personnel erupted in curses. Bloody hell, this kid has some serious guts. No one anticipated that. Facing a sea of Navy, the first words out of the scoundrel's mouth would be such. Why do you say that? At that moment, a cold voice interrupted, followed by a plume of white smoke, which coalesced into Colonel Smoker standing before the execution platform. Colonel Smoker, wait. Immediately following was the gentle voice of Sister Dasky. As she hurriedly approached, having just retrieved her glasses that had accidentally fallen to the ground, her beautiful figure rushing forth. Smoker? Upon hearing this, Rob was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Smoker would accomplish his task so swiftly. He had clearly observed that Crocodile had just summoned his subordinate to report. Moreover, it turned out that the female Smoker he had initially seen upon arriving on the island was indeed a mere figment of his imagination. So, do you wish to engage in a conversation with me? Rob couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Rob was acutely aware that Smoker was not merely a naval captain. He was a key protégé of the Navy, a subordinate and friend of Admiral Akiji, and thus had undoubtedly been privy to certain naval secrets. After a moment of silence, Smoker inhaled deeply from his large cigar, fixating his gaze upon Rob. Eventually, he spoke. I have heard you wish to discuss the three great powers. Should your discourse prove satisfactory, I shall absolve you of the charges pertaining to your disturbances of public order and grant you your freedom. Rob paused for a moment, then broke into a smile, pleasantly surprised to hear the very words he longed to hear. What a remarkable individual! As he gazed at the man before him, Rob found himself genuinely wishing to engage in conversation, hoping to express what he most desired to convey. Why do I liken the Navy to dogs? Because dogs are loyal and serve as guardians. Rob couldn't help but recall a comic he had seen in his past life, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Essentially, the Navy serves merely as the watchful hounds for the government of the world. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. What status do dogs truly possess? What are you saying? You must not insult the Navy. Dasky interjected angrily, unable to tolerate the affront to the Navy. How dare you say such things in front of Colonel Smoker? Kuro also fumed, astonished by the audacity of this individual. Let him continue. Smoker waved his hand, signaling the crowd to settle down, his gaze sharp as he added, from this point on, no one shall speak without my permission. Rob could not help but display a faint smirk upon seeing Dasky. Young lady, he said, the justice you perceive is not merely that of the world government, but that of the celestial dragons as well. A dignified admiral, hastily mobilizing at the mere injury of a celestial dragon, can this be anything but servitude? Justice? What is justice? You incessantly proclaim the voice of justice, yet what do you truly understand of it? As Rob contemplated this, a surge of anger welled within him, his booming voice silencing the gathered Navy. What do you consider justice? Smoker interjected suddenly. I apologize, but I too am at a loss regarding that question, Rob candidly replied. What? This fellow doesn't even know. Dasky thought, seething internally. Who are you? Smoker fixed his gaze intently on Rob. And it was only when Rob confessed his ignorance that Smoker began to take the dialogue seriously. Me? I am merely a wanderer. Just a wanderer? Indeed. Then, in your eyes, the Navy is merely a dog. Smoker observed Rob's reluctance to reveal his identity and chose not to probe further. No. Rob shook his head. He was not an absolutist. Within the Navy, there were individuals he admired, as well as those he detested. He merely felt that certain members of this organization resembled dogs. Chapter 14. Is the system stuck? Because of that group of individuals. The Navy had become akin to a dog, or more precisely, a loyal hound. Upon hearing this, Smoker helplessly shook his head. Indeed, a loyal hound. Smoker furrowed his brow, murmuring softly, what, after all, is justice? He recalled the reason for his assignment to Logetown, being dispatched at the whim of that group, a situation he found distasteful, leading to a conflict with the headquarters. Rob gazed upon Smoker's demeanor and could not help but sigh. The world indeed comprises individuals who seek to navigate their lives by adhering to personal principles, forever in pursuit of definitive answers. What constitutes justice? And what is evil? Such inquiries yield no answers. No matter how extensively one searches, it is utterly tedious. Within the mission brief issued by the system, there exists no room for flattery. And it later became apparent that merely articulating thoughts in a casual manner sufficed for the simpler tasks. Rob understood that the system merely sought to ascertain one's convictions, regardless of what those convictions might be. As long as one expressed their true sentiments, the score would invariably rise. Now, let us discuss pirates, Smoker remarked, refraining from further contemplation. Pirates? There is little to say. Most are merely a band of ruthless villains, while a portion of them are those who inherit the will of the pirate king, Roger, in their quest for freedom. Speaking of pirates brings to mind the current warlord system. Is it not a means employed by the world government to maintain stability? What of justice? Bestowing legitimacy upon a group of merciless criminals? Pirates will forever remain pirates. Oh, I did not anticipate your perspective, Smoker responded, taken aback. For the words of this man mirrored his own thoughts precisely. At that moment, he felt an urge to enlist him into the Navy. Do you believe the world government is unaware of this truth? Rob scoffed, continuing, in the entire realm of piracy, I find little aversion towards the Navy, the pirates, or even the Revolutionary Army. If there is any entity I truly despise, it is the world government. Their sole aim is to impose absolute stability under their rule. Thus, the warlords wield such immense power. Indeed, the only faction I hold any regard for is the Revolutionary Army. Rob continued, his mind drifting back to a previous life. A world where bravery, a willingness to sacrifice, and the determination to fiercely resist malevolent forces had salvaged a homeland engulfed in turmoil. He held profound respect for those individuals. They did not seek to define justice, nor did they dwell on the nature of evil. They understood only that their kin and compatriots were bleeding, and thus, they took up arms to protect their home and nation. Why? Smoker inquired, perplexed. Because revolution embodies a force of innovation, a revitalizing power capable of incinerating decay. Rob spoke with increasing fervor, recalling how, in his past life, it was precisely this force that revived the great dragon of Huaxia. The revolution in governance and the opening up of the economy were what truly elevated the nation to the pinnacle of the world. Similarly, this world yearns for such a power. Have you not discerned that there exists no semblance of equality or freedom in this realm? The self-proclaimed noble celestial dragons trample upon other races at will, while the fishmen endure relentless oppression, slavery, and exploitation. The pervasive oppression, discrimination, and burgeoning hatred have escalated to a point where even children can perceive and awaken to these injustices. The stench of this city is more repugnant than that of a garbage dump. Here, I find no freedom, and I am ashamed of my noble lineage. Can you fathom that such words could emanate from the lips of a mere child? Colonel Smoker, this is the world you and the Navy are tasked with upholding. To serve as such hounds, Smoker, do you truly wish to be a dog of this government? Rob recalled Sabo's desperate confessions and, observing Smoker's ongoing inner turmoil, could not help but think of the loyal ministers from the late Qing dynasty. Regardless of their relentless efforts to preserve the nation, they were met with the disheartening response, assess the material strength of China, and appease the desires of the ruling class. Similarly, in this world, Smoker witnessed the celestial dragons committing heinous acts, and his only recourse was to gauge the world's resources, seeking to placate the whims of the celestial dragons. Rob took a deep breath and leaped down from the execution platform. Thanks to his telekinetic control, he landed soundlessly and unscathed. He then approached Smoker, halting before him. This world is not one I shall protect. With that proclamation, Rob raised his foot, preparing to depart. Then will you seek to overturn this world? Smoker inquired without turning, his tone devoid of any emotion. That will depend on whether this world provokes me. Upon hearing those words, Rob's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile. What concern did the dichotomy of good and evil in this world hold for him? His singular desire was to fulfill his life's ambition and his insatiable cravings. Colonel Smoker and Lieutenant Kobe exchanged anxious glances at this revelation. Smoker, taking 2 deep puffs from his robust cigar, declared resolutely, "He speaks wisely. Let him go." Upon hearing this, Rob observed the diverging paths before him, a smile creeping across his lips as he remarked, "Smoker, if anyone dares to bully you, seek me out. I shall gladly intervene." With a chuckle, Smoker turned around, gazing at Rob's retreating figure, and suddenly revealed a hint of a wry smile, pondering to himself, "I truly cannot fathom where this fellow derives his audacity. Smoker, despite his idiosyncrasies, is quite a commendable individual, albeit prone to stubbornness." Rob strolled through the town of Rock, his mind flooded with recent events. The completion of the special demon task, marked by the activation of the Sharingan, awaited evaluation. "Please hold," a voice echoed electronically. "Dear Master, there are more chapters ahead. Kindly click to the next page to continue reading. The best is yet to come." At that moment, an electronic tone jolted Rob from his leisurely reverie, prompting him to close his eyes in fervent prayer. "Please, let me pass. I've expressed all that I needed to say. Do not toy with me, demon system. I have a wife yet to marry and a son yet to be born. You cannot burden me further." He pondered. Why is there still no response? Rob opened his eyes in confusion, yet the expanse of his consciousness remained unchanged. Suddenly, an electronic tone resonated, startling him. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. "Hey, system, you can't be malfunctioning, can you?" The system responded, "Ding. The system has encountered a temporary freeze. Please hold on." Rob was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is this even a feature?" The electronic voice reiterated, "It has been stated that this is a trial version. Ding. Due to a system freeze, a bug has caused a disruption in certain parameters, leading to anomalous results. We kindly ask for the host's understanding." As Rob beheld the emerging text, a cold sweat broke out upon him. He was genuinely unsettled. Ding. Host, Longphasis Rob, special demon task of the Sharingan, nightmare level completion. Task evaluation result. The evaluation results seemed to be stalled. Rob, after waiting impatiently, felt an urge to curse. Ding. Splendid. Task reward. The first half of the Sharingan task has been completed, granting 150 energy points and 300 demon points. Goodness gracious. All the demon points should be added to my Yin fruit. Rob was utterly exhilarated. The power of the could at least triple his abilities. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an extraordinary surge of energy coursing through his body, an overwhelming feeling of strength multiplied manifold. I am destined for invincibility. Just then, Rob suddenly felt an immense force strike the nape of his neck. His body went limp, and as he strained to look back, his nearly closed eyes caught only a wisp of smoke. Damn it, a smoke user. Boom. Rob fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, losing consciousness. Chapter 15. I have a condition. Smog, that scoundrel. Rob covered the back of his neck, cursing softly as he emerged from the haze of unconsciousness. Where am I? As Rob opened his eyes, he discovered himself in a pitch-black room, illuminated only by a solitary lamp casting a dim light. It was not a naval prison. Devoid of iron bars. A cross-dressing cigarette enthusiast? Suddenly, Rob noticed an exquisite woman seated on the sofa opposite him, a slender cigarette perched between her lips, her blouse unfastened, daringly revealing her décolletage. I am Barrow Betty, she declared. At this, Betty furrowed her brow, failing to comprehend Rob's words, and proceeded with her own introduction. Barrow Betty? Rob began to reminisce about the comics he had perused in his past life. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not discern the identity of the woman before him. Her attire bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a certain smoker who had seemingly taken possession of Dasky's body. Yet, inexplicably, a peculiar sensation surged within Rob's mind as he gazed upon her. Did you render me unconscious? He inquired. Indeed, I overheard your conversation with Smoker at the gallows. So, have you contemplated joining the Revolutionary Army? A subtle smile graced Betty's lips. Oh, that sounds intriguing. Rob gazed into Betty's enchanting eyes, inexplicably captivated by a mysterious allure that seemed to draw him in, leading him into a state of entrancement. Could this sensation be the essence of love at first sight? Rob was uncertain. He had merely glimpsed Betty in Rog Town, yet the image lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. However, I have one condition. A hint of mischief danced at the corners of Rob's mouth as he shifted the topic. Oh, please, do enlighten me. Betty gazed at Rob with keen interest, primarily captivated by the words he had just uttered, which resonated deeply within her. Moreover, she sensed an enigmatic depth to the man before her. He had echoed sentiments once expressed by Sabo in his youth. Could it be that this fellow had some connection with Sabo during their formative years? Betty pondered. Considering that Sabo too had been raised in the East Sea, Rob stared at the woman before him, stepping closer to her and gazing intently at her alluring form. A playful smile gracing his lips. The condition is, you shall be mine. Upon hearing this, Betty's pupils constricted, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a soft laugh. Undeterred, she fixed her gaze on Rob, leaning closer to his ear and exhaling a warm breath. That's fine, but I have no interest in men weaker than myself. As her words lingered in the air, Rob suddenly felt a sharp gust of wind from her fist, followed by an intense wave of pain radiating from his abdomen. Rob curled up on the ground, expelling a mouthful of stomach bile. So, do you still want me to be your woman? Betty observed the anguished Rob with a playful glint in her eyes. That punch had merely been infused with a hint of her dominance, without her exerting much strength at all. Upon hearing this, Rob raised his gaze towards Betty, his eyes revealing a desire for conquest. I am truly fond of women imbued with such vitality. In an instant, as if summoned by an unseen force, the scant illumination shattered, engulfing the room in darkness. Concurrently, propelled by this unseen power, Rob's fist surged swiftly towards Betty. Oh, how intriguing. Betty sensed the sofa beneath her being abruptly vacated, and in a fluid motion, she sprang up, shrouded in darkness yet utterly composed. With a slight shift to the left, she deftly evaded Rob's fist, seamlessly wrapping her arms around his. Rob was taken aback. How could the user of observation hockey so effortlessly evade his ambush in the darkness? Having guessed correctly, a reward was promised. With a burst of laughter echoing around him, Rob felt himself being propelled into the air, only to be violently slammed back onto the ground. Goodness, is this the East Blue? Lying on the ground, Rob grimaced, never having anticipated encountering a practitioner of observation hockey in this place. Were all the members of the Revolutionary Army this formidable? Incredible! Should I continue? Unbeknownst to him, Betty had somehow procured a light bulb and reattached it to the room, and in the dim glow, she beamed at Rob and said, "No more fighting, no more fighting." Rob quickly shook his head. He was not foolish enough to engage in a futile struggle when he knew he could not prevail. "Oh, do you not fancy me?" he remarked. "It seems you are merely jesting, which is rather dull." Upon hearing this, Rob clenched his fists and gazed intently at Betty, declaring, "One day, I shall make you my woman. In truth, I am quite weak. You must believe in yourself, young one." Betty chuckled softly and discreetly activated the power of the Inspire fruit. "Indeed." Rob, unable to resist, readily agreed, and then with a powerful thrust of his legs, surged towards Betty. "How amusing," giggled Betty, as she elegantly raised her long, jade-like legs, forming a straight line directed at Rob. Goodness! Before Rob could fully comprehend the situation, Betty's exquisite leg came crashing down upon his back, forcefully pinning him to the ground. With a violent impact, Rob coughed up a mouthful of blood, a wave of agony coursing through his entire body. What the hell was I thinking? Rob did not comprehend why he had acted so impulsively moments ago. "Young man, what is your name?" "Langphysis Rob." "Rob, come, defeat me. You are capable of it." "Ah, I shall conquer you." Under the influence of her abilities, Rob stood up once more and aimed a punch at Betty. Upon witnessing this, Betty couldn't help but chuckle. "My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to come. Do you think you can defeat me?" she teased with a playful laugh. In the midst of her joyous laughter, Betty launched a kick towards Rob's face. Boom. Rob was hurled against the wall like refuse, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Who on earth are you?" Rob gazed at the devilish woman before him, struggling to recall which character from his previous life-esque comic she might resemble. Her sinister abilities were entirely unfamiliar to him. "Ah, how remiss of me. I have yet to properly introduce myself." Betty observed Rob with a playful glint in her eyes and continued, "I am Barrow Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, a wielder of the Inspire fruit ability, commander of the Eastern Army." Upon hearing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback, as he had not even encountered the chapter featuring the Eastern Army commander in his previous life. This is dire. He must awaken his Sharingan swiftly, lest he provoke some unknown formidable adversary within this pirate world. "Rob, How might one join a revolutionary army? Is it customary for you to first engage in battle before extending an invitation? Rob felt somewhat aggrieved. However, he harbored a slight fondness for the revolutionary army. Furthermore, to navigate the vast ocean successfully, he would require a certain level of underground intelligence. Very well, but unless a matter of great significance arises, I insist that the Revolutionary Army refrains from interfering with my actions, and I reserve the right to temporarily align myself with the Navy or other organizations. Of course, in the end, I shall stand with the Revolutionary Army. Undercover? Not a problem. Betty slowly approached Rob, crouching down playfully and teasingly remarked, "One day, when you defeat me, I shall be yours." Really? Absolutely. Rob, I have great faith in you. Chapter 16, A Great Crisis. Dragon, I have discovered a remarkable talent. That fellow dared to speak to me in such a manner. He is indeed a candid and courageous man. Betty reclined on a beach chair, donning sunglasses as she gazed at the sea, a faint smile appearing as she reflected on the recent events. Hey, Betty, I shall take my leave now. Rob, brimming with excitement, called out to Betty, having fully recovered from his injuries through a hearty meal, thanks to his Luffy-like constitution. You should go. Your companions have long departed from Lobetown and must be growing quite impatient waiting for you. In response, Betty casually remarked, Indeed. Nami must be anxiously waiting at the naval base. Rob chuckled as he spoke, but suddenly froze in place. Had they left Rocktown? Indeed. What is the matter? Betty glanced at Rob in confusion, unsure of the reason behind his astonishment. Could it be that the meeting point was incorrect? How do you know, Betty? What does the person you mentioned look like? Rob was somewhat anxious and hurriedly inquired. Of course, I am well aware. After all, I am the commander of the Eastern Army. Since my arrival, Rocktown has been under my vigilant watch, and I am privy to every move made there. Upon witnessing your speech in Rocktown, I instructed my subordinates to investigate you and learned about that girl. Before long, my men discovered her several dozen nautical miles away from Rocktown. By the way, that girl is quite beautiful. She is a somewhat renowned little thief known as Cat. Noticing Rob's urgency, Betty refrained from further teasing and swiftly relayed her circumstances to him. It was indeed Nami. In Rob's mind, the events of his previous life surged forth in an instant. Just as Nami's funds were about to reach sufficiency, she fell victim to the treachery of the rat colluding with Arlong, leading to the depletion of her resources. The despairing villagers, having lost their patience, resolved to fight to the death. Had it not been for Luffy, the village of Cocoa Village would have been utterly annihilated, and even Nami might have met her untimely demise. However, due to his timely intervention, Nami suddenly gained an additional 5 million berries. Not to mention the gratitude from those saved aboard that ship. Nami, you foolish girl, why could you not wait just a little longer for me? Rob hurriedly dashed towards the port of Rocktown, barely taking a moment to bid farewell to Betty. Damn it. How could that blood wolf be so feeble as to allow Nami to board the ship? Rob sprinted with all his might, yearning to reach the harbor without delay. Damn it, Rob, you are such a fool, knowing full well that Nami's funds were nearly sufficient. She would soon attempt to flee just as she had in her previous life, abandoning Luffy. Yet, you delude yourself into thinking you're clever by taunting a bloodthirsty wolf. Believing this will deter Nami from leaving. Why haven't you been by her side all along? If she perishes, can you truly find solace in your conscience? Nami, please wait for me. Do not engage in conflict with Arlong. Rob was filled with anxiety. Even while being pursued by pirates, Nami still rescued him. Such a profound kindness cannot go unacknowledged. After Rob departed, Betty inexplicably made a phone call to an unknown recipient. Lady Betty, please tell me about Rob's companions. There is a woman named Nami, and the village of Kokoyasi is enslaved by Arlong and his crew. Do we have any forces in that region? Lady Betty, Arlong has bribed the entire naval presence in that vicinity, and our resources have not been allocated there at all. We only have limited information through our naval informants. After all, there are far too many oppressed individuals in this world. Very well, I understand the situation. Betty ended the call and, from an unknown source, produced Arlong's bounty notice. Indeed, there is far too much oppression. Rob, what will you do? Let me see. As Betty gazed at Arlong's bounty notice, a slight smile appeared on her lips, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Rob gasped for breath, having sprinted for over an hour. Despite having reached the 3rd tier of physical training, the distance was proving to be quite taxing. At last, he arrived, gazing at the port that lay before him. Rob took a moment to rest before making his way forward. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the port. Damn it, we finally caught up with you. You were outsmarted by that woman. Bloodwolf and his crew glared at Rob, their eyes blazing with fury. Not long ago, they had fallen victim to Nami's cunning tricks, losing both their money and their chance to capture her. Damn it, they truly are a bunch of useless fools. Rob stared at the crowd before him, a surge of anger boiling within him. You insolent fool, dare you insult us again? You are utterly brazen. Upon hearing his words, Bloodwolf and the others were filled with rage, drawing their machetes and charging towards Rob. Kneel. Upon witnessing this, Rob's gaze turned icy as he raised his palm and pressed it against the void, then coldly intoned, boom, 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 boom. Without the slightest resistance, the Bloodwolves, in unison, knelt upon the ground. What manner of power is this? The Bloodwolves gazed in terror at the man before them, feeling utterly powerless, as if their very essence were bound in place. Remember, this is a force beyond your reckoning. Rob gently stroked the head of the Bloodwolf, his gaze cold and unyielding. One can only lament that your misfortune has led you to cross paths with me during a moment of displeasure. Rob's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson as he coldly proclaimed, "Along, wait for me." With those words, he dashed towards the naval base. In the moment of his departure, a tumultuous sandstorm erupted upon the beach, burying the Bloodwolves and their companions beneath the grains. The demon value stands at 1. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Rob furrowed his brow as he noticed that his demonic points had only increased by a single point in his mind. Indeed, as my strength grows, it seems that adversaries whose power is significantly inferior to mine yield little to no demonic points. Just a moment ago, it appeared that the Bloodwolf had contributed a solitary point. Roguetown Naval Base. Lieutenant Mort, pray tell, why did Admiral Smoker release that scoundrel who has so brazenly insulted our Navy? Captain Crow lamented to Lieutenant Mort. Perhaps Colonel Smoker harbors some grievances against the Navy. I have heard that he had a falling out with the Navy headquarters before arriving in our rogue town. Is there any truth to this? After all, Colonel Smoker wields the powers of a Logia fruit, far surpassing us in strength. Individuals of his caliber typically serve along the Grand Line. Alas, that wretched Luffy has once again brought us disgrace before Colonel Smoker. A scoundrel like him is bound to run afoul of the law. We shall deal with him next time. A cold glint flickered in Crow's eyes. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the gates of the naval base were kicked open, and Luffy rushed in, visibly agitated. Luffy? Crow and Mort stared in disbelief at the frantic figure of Luffy, struggling to comprehend the sight before them. What? Have you forgotten about me so soon? Roberts gazed at the two simpletons with a smile, then shouted towards the sky, Smoker. Do you have any idea what you've done? Trespassing into a naval base? Brothers, seize him. Crocodile quickly grasped the situation and hurriedly commanded the Navy, for he dared not confront Smoker alone. Suddenly, a thick plume of smoke emerged from an unknown source, transforming into Smoker. Roberts, what brings you here? Chapter 17. All together now. Smoker, I wish to join the Navy. Upon spotting Smoker, Rob wasted no time in conveying his intentions. He had two motives for joining the Navy. One was to leverage its power to rescue Nami, and the other was to ensure a safe passage into the Grand Line. Huh, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Crocodile exclaimed, unable to suppress his amusement, which soon spread to Mott. Did you not just claim that our Navy is but a pack of dogs? So, do you aspire to join their ranks? Crocodile mocked, casting a derisive glance at Rob. Colonel Smoker, we must not allow this fellow to tarnish the Navy's name. At that moment, Tashigi rushed over, visibly agitated upon seeing Rob. What makes you wish to join the Navy? Smoker asked coldly, his gaze fixed on Rob. The Navy is not a place one can simply enter at will. Upon witnessing this, Rob felt a flicker of amusement within, yet maintained a serious demeanor as he proclaimed, if you perceive the Navy as corrupt, then join it and effectuate change. This is the epiphany I have come to. I do not accept the inept. Smoker halted his steps, turned to face Rob, and revealed a faint smile before addressing all present Navy personnel, including the naval officers. This individual has insulted the Navy, and I am aware that many of you would relish the opportunity to strike him. Therefore, I present you with a chance, incapacitate him, and I shall deny him entry into the Navy. Should you fail to subdue him, then Rob shall fall under my direct command, and I shall bestow substantive authority upon those beneath me. So, let your fists deliver justice. Let this scoundrel witness the might of the Navy. Upon hearing this, Rob couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. After all, it was his own candid words, spoken in the heat of the moment while fulfilling a mission, that had led him to berate the Navy so harshly. All of you, come at me together. Rob provocatively glanced at Crow and Mott, beckoning with a finger. "Don't underestimate me, you bastards." The naval officers erupted in a furious shout, charging towards Rob under the leadership of Lieutenant Crow. "Dasky, do not intervene." Smog halted Dasky, who was poised to strike. "Stand down." Upon witnessing this, Rob clenched his palm, and a terrifying telekinetic force surged around him, pulling all weapons into the sky while the distracted Navy personnel were caught off guard. "Damn it, everyone, tighten your grip on your weapons. That guy can manipulate objects." Crow shouted urgently to the Navy troops behind him. "Let us give physical combat a try." A faint cold smile appeared at the corners of Rob's mouth as he propelled himself forward with a sudden powerful push of his legs, darting through the crowd like a specter. With a series of resounding thuds, one by one, the unarmed sailors were swiftly dispatched. His third-tier martial prowess, estimated to possess around 300 to 400 units of combat strength, felt akin to that of a superhuman. Rob wielded his fist with remarkable swiftness, entirely oblivious to the burdens of mortality, his entire being exuding agility and grace. "Form ranks." At that moment, Kuro's commanding shout transformed the previously chaotic Navy into an orderly formation, retreating from Rob's vicinity to assume a strategic shooting stance. "This is dire." Upon hearing that sound, Rob's innate combat prowess revealed itself, and he quickly noticed that over 100 Navy personnel had collapsed in a circular formation around him. Reacting swiftly, Rob propelled himself forward, aiming to breach the naval ranks. "Fire." Crow observed Rob's predicament with a sneer, issuing the command. The air was soon filled with the deafening crack of gunfire, accompanied by hundreds of rapidly approaching bullets. "Do you truly believe you can thwart me now?" With a thunderous roar, Rob, whose proficiency had surged by 300 points, was no longer as difficult to control as before. Mind's trajectory. In a state of ascendance, Rob gazed solemnly at the incoming bullets, his eyes darkened as countless projectiles, under the influence of his telekinesis, bizarrely altered their paths. Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of whistling, bullets zipped past Rob's ears, nearly grazing him and leaving behind a few superficial scars. "Tree, arise." With a thunderous roar, Rob wielded his formidable psychic power, snapping a tree that was large enough for a single person to embrace. "All of you, get out of my sight." Rob grasped the massive tree, unleashing a thunderous roar as his formidable strength swept toward the Navy. "Continue firing, maintain formation, and avoid friendly fire," Crow exclaimed in urgency. Bang bang. As Rob advanced, he meticulously managed his ammunition, the severity of his injuries escalating. Finally, after approximately 7 or 8 seconds, he plunged once more into the throng. "CLO, come here to me." Rob swiftly discerned Crow at a short distance from himself. With a powerful push of his legs, he charged toward Crow, filled with fury as he recalled how Crow had previously dispersed the populace. The proximity, coupled with Crow's lackluster martial prowess and the absence of subordinates to restrain him, allowed Rob to effortlessly close the gap. Thud. Rob grasped Crow's hair with his left hand, while his right transformed into a fist, delivering a brutal blow to Crow's abdomen, causing him to cough up blood. With a series of swift punches aimed at Crow's face, the latter was swiftly reduced to a disheveled state. "Don't shoot. Don't shoot." "Crow." Lieutenant Mott exclaimed in alarm, witnessing Rob's hold on Captain Crow, and hurriedly instructed his subordinates to refrain from further action. "Cease your assault. Rob has emerged victorious," Smoker remarked, furrowing his brow at the incompetence of his subordinates. "We have numerous allies. We have yet to be defeated." Despite being battered to a pulp, Crow, with slurred speech, continued to struggle. "Enough, you fool. Even as a captive of the enemy, you still claim we haven't lost? Instead of wasting breath, you ought to train harder." Smoker, exasperated, pondered whether his own strength had led to the degradation of his team's resolve, indulged in too much comfort. "Is it over?" Rob breathed heavily, the true drain on his stamina stemming from the initial barrage of bullets. He acquired 2 demon points. Rob found himself at a loss for words. The naval captain had bestowed upon him merely 2 points of demonic value, and it seemed that even this naval officer paled in comparison to any random cadre under Arlong's command. In the comics of my previous life, the Marine headquarters captains, Iron Fist Hedibo, though utterly inept, was still likely stronger than Crocodile, for he belonged to the main branch, which speaks volumes about Crocodile's weakness. This won't do. I cannot venture alone, for Arlong is far from weak. In this battle, Rob felt a sense of foreboding. He suspected that even with his utmost effort, he might not be able to triumph over Arlong. "Rob, welcome to the Navy," Colonel Smoker announced. "Please proceed to Kokoshia Village, where the people are suffering immensely under Arlong's rule." "Arlong? The one with a bounty of 20 million? Smoker momentarily paused, seemingly familiar with the notorious criminals of the East Blue. So low? Handle it yourself. I wish to witness your capabilities. Rob was taken aback. Colonel Smoker. Allow me to join as well. Dasky quickly volunteered, eager to repay the gift Smoker had bestowed upon her. Hey, you little lady, this isn't child's play, Rob urged anxiously. This is no trivial matter. After some contemplation, Smoker replied, Very well, Rob shall lead the team, with Dasky as his lieutenant. You two will command 100 seamen and a warship to venture into Arlong's territory. Chapter 18. A dialogue with the 7 warlords of the sea. All right, but I have one request. Rob clenched his teeth, his heart weighed down by an oppressive gloom that left him devoid of energy to engage in idle banter. Oh? Pray tell, Smoker observed with keen interest as he regarded Rob. Are you familiar with Jinbei's Din Din Mushi? Rob inquired anxiously, for if Smoker was unaware, he would have no choice but to seek out Betty. Jinbei? What purpose do you have for his Din Din Mushi? Smoker questioned, perplexed. I harbor a grudge against Arlong. Thus I have conducted some inquiries into his background. He was once a cadre of the Sun Pirates and a brother to the sea warrior Jinbei. I am aware that one of the conditions for Jinbei's induction into the 7 warlords of the sea was the release of Arlong. Follow me, Smoker said, withholding any further comment. The information was public knowledge, and he had long been aware of Rob's dubious past, yet he believed he could manage him. Oh? A flicker of excitement danced in Rob's eyes. Indeed, Smoker's connections surpassed those of an ordinary naval officer, and his ties with Akiji were more profound than Rob had anticipated. Take this. Upon returning to his quarters, Smoker retrieved a Din Din Mushi and dialed a series of numbers, successfully connecting the call. BRR, BRR. On the Grand Line. At Sabaody Archipelago, Jinbei was enjoying a drink at Rayleigh's bar when the sudden ringing of the Din Din Mushi piqued his curiosity. Smoker. What does Akiji's subordinate want with me? Jinbei inquired as he answered the call. Smoker? What is it you require? Hello? Is this Jinbei? A thunderous voice filled with rage erupted from the Din Din Mushi. Who are you? Jinbei's demeanor shifted to one of irritation, despite his gentle nature. He was a warlord of the sea, and even Smoker would not raise his voice so brazenly, let alone this unfamiliar voice. I am Ramphis Rob, a mere nobody. However, you are acquainted with Arlong, are you not? At the mention of Arlong, Jinbei's expression turned grave, pondering whether this individual had captured Arlong to leverage against him. You fool. Do you comprehend the malevolence you have unleashed? Smoker looked at Rob in astonishment, while even Tashiji was taken aback, marveling at the audacity displayed in addressing a warlord of the sea in such a manner. What has happened to Arlong? Jinbei was not angered. He had anticipated the ramifications when he released Arlong years ago, fully aware of his true nature. It had been so long without news that he had presumed Arlong had relinquished his deep-seated hatred for his kind. Rob's boldness in speaking to Jinbei stemmed from his familiarity with the character dynamics, having read the manga. Rob composed himself. Aware that this matter had little to do with Jinbei, his concern for Nami had ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. After being released by you, Arlong arrived in the East Sea, swiftly conquering the 20 islands surrounding Kokushia village, enslaving humanity and committing heinous acts without remorse. How could it be that he had not been discovered by the Navy? Jinbei understood that a portion of the bounty was determined by the extent of harm inflicted upon the citizens of the government. Arlong was no fool. Although he had a bounty of 20 million upon arriving in the East Sea, he had long since bribed all the Navy in the vicinity after seizing Kokushia village. A faint, icy smile crept across Rob's lips. Without the Navy, how many pirate hunters could possibly defeat the formidable Arlong, whose bounty far exceeded 20 million? Very well. I understand. I shall immediately make my way to Kokosai village in the East Sea. Jinbei uttered not another word, hung up the phone, and promptly prepared to depart. Jinbei? What is the rush? You've only had a couple of drinks. Aren't you supposed to wait for Rayleigh? Aunt Xiao teased. No, Aunt Xiao. There is a matter I must attend to without delay. Jinbei replied, clasping his fists in respect before hastily exiting the tavern. In the East Sea. At the Navy base in Logue Town, Smoker pondered, why is Jinbei coming here? Isn't he supposed to be Arlong's ally? Arlong may not appear strong, but his capabilities extend far beyond a mere 20 million, Smoker remarked. Nodding in agreement, he acknowledged that the Navy had not encountered Arlong frequently. It was possible that the initial bounty set for Arlong was merely a preliminary estimate. After all, he had vanished for 6 years, committing no further misdeeds, resulting in no increase in his bounty. As for Jinbei, after rescuing Arlong, he had proclaimed, no matter where Arlong roamed in the world, should he commit atrocities, Jinbei would undoubtedly intervene, striving to prevent him from perpetrating heinous crimes that would provoke the government's wrath. Very well, go resolve your matters. Jinbei will not turn against the Navy. His arrival will only facilitate your endeavors. Rob nodded. He understood that Smoker was disinterested in intervening, even though Arlong possessed greater strength. He was of little consequence in Smoker's eyes. All he desired was to observe the extent of his own influence. Dazzy, let us depart. Rob spoke to Dashki and then went to collect his naval uniform before heading to the port with 100 sailors. Aren't we waiting for Jinbei? Dashki asked, casting a puzzled glance at Rob. Why was he in such a hurry? It was clear he felt incapable of confronting Arlong and had wanted to send Colonel Smoker instead. We won't wait. Let's head over first. We might not engage in battle immediately. I must go ahead to protect someone. Rob's eyes were filled with anxiety. He understood that the likelihood of avoiding conflict was minimal, especially considering the presence of the fishmen surrounding the Alon domain, who would easily detect their movements. This chapter is not over. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Let us set sail first and discuss matters thereafter. With a commanding voice, Rob sought to devise a method for safely infiltrating the domain of Alon while aboard the vessel. Excellent. Dasky and a contingent of naval personnel promptly boarded the ship. As the crew responsible for navigation and provisions took their respective positions, in a short while the warship set sail, heading at full speed towards the village of Coxia. After issuing the ship's orders, Rob sat upon the deck and summoned a long-absent figure template. Host, Long Phesis Rob. Devil Fruit, Paramecia, Psychokinesis Fruit. Proficiency, Novice 403. Devil Value, 0. Note, achieving a value of 500 unlocks the next realm, Mastery Domain. The Ultimate Achiever, Whitebeard. Conqueror's Hockey, Status, Unawakened. The Ultimate Achiever, Red-Haired Shanks. Armament Hockey, Status, Unawakened. The Ultimate Achiever, Monkey D. Garp. Observation Hockey, Status, Unawakened. The Ultimate Achiever, Pirate King Gold. Roger. Physical Skills, Status, Tier 3, approximately Power Level. Energy Value, 159. Note, due to the inadequacy of the Devil system, Power Level cannot be accurately calculated, yielding only Tier 5 Physical Skill Power Level, 4,000. Rob Lucci's Human Form Strength. There are 10 tiers of physical skill, currently unlocked. Tiers 1 to 5, with the following energy requirements. Tier 1, 1. Tier 2, 10. Tier 3, 100. Tier 4, 500. Tier 5, 2,000. Tiers 6 to 10, unawakened, conditions, unknown. The Ultimate Achiever, Monkey D. Garp. Bloodline Power, Sharingan, Status, Semi-Awakened. Sharingan tasks have been completed. Intangibility, Status, Unawakened, requires specific devil tasks to unlock. Rob pondered for a moment, realizing that there would be little opportunity to significantly enhance his strength in the short term. He could only engage in the application of the Mind Fruit after completing his daily energy training. Chapter 19, Developing the Mind Fruit System and Initiating the Light Training Method. With the sound of an electronic chime, Rob began his exercises one by one, thanks to the rewards from the Sharingan mission. He did not experience the previous setbacks that had once hindered him, now having reached the third tier of physical techniques. The next exercise was the light supine. Following that was the light squat. In no time, Rob completed a full cycle of the light training method and eagerly moved on to the next round. Panting heavily, within less than half an hour, Rob was already breathless and drenched in sweat, with merely a 10-meter sprint remaining. Keep going. Rob silently encouraged himself as an ache filled his limbs. The heavy footsteps resounded on the deck. Boom. Rob finally reached his limits once more, collapsing onto the deck. After taking a deep breath, that remarkable energy quietly faded away, and the peculiar soreness vanished without a trace. Indeed, the third tier of martial arts proved to be extraordinary, enabling him to complete 10 cycles. Gazing at the character panel, which now displayed the number 169 for the third tier, Rob sighed. Acknowledging the truth in Saitama's words, significant progress in martial arts is arduous and requires persistent dedication. Now, it was time to thoroughly explore the capabilities of the thought fruit. Rob murmured softly, his mind incessantly pondering his past life and the experiences that led him to the world of pirates. Aha, let me refine this ability. Rob's eyes suddenly brightened as he recalled his ability to control his body to evade the enemy during his desperate battle with the Mad Scar. Dashi, could you come out for a moment? Rob stepped into the cabin and discovered Dasky, entranced, gazing at the Shiyu in her hands. Rob, what brings you here? Don't you have a fondness for swordsmanship? Come to the deck and attack me. I wish to hone my skills. Oh, very well. Dasky responded softly. And together they made their way to the deck. She then looked at Rob earnestly and declared, I shall begin now. With that, she swiftly swung her sword. Hey, don't rush. Rob, startled, swiftly employed his fruit abilities to disrupt the sword strike, retreating to the side. Why is this girl so impatient? Ski, you should start off slowly. Then gradually increase your pace. Who are you calling Ski? My name is Dasky. Upon hearing this, Dasky's fair and delicate face flushed with embarrassment. The term Ski felt overly intimate. And she hardly knew Rob at all. It was rather awkward. Rob, feeling somewhat dazed, turned his head. Due to his familiarity with the characters from the comics of his past life, he paid little heed to the situation at hand. Are you still going to practice? Dasky urged, noticing Rob's momentary distraction. Come on, it's your turn. I'm ready. So, I shall go now? Yes, proceed. With the flash of a blade approaching him. Rob quickly utilized his telekinetic abilities to maneuver his body with agility. Hurry up, you're too slow. Rob effortlessly evaded Dashi's sword, encountering no semblance of challenge, rendering the training futile. Hurry, hurry, faster. Dashi swung her weapon with fervor, yet regardless of her efforts, she found herself unable to land a single blow on Rob. It was as if his body defied the laws of physics. Just moments ago, he had been leaning to the left, and suddenly his legs lifted off the ground, soaring upwards. What on earth? I'm done, Dashi exclaimed, her frustration palpable. This guy was so formidable that he seemed to be toying with her, with his relaxed demeanor. How could any training effectiveness be achieved? Well, all right then. Just don't become too enamored with your weapon. Perhaps you should immerse yourself in practicing your swordplay for a while longer. Rob was somewhat at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that Dashi would be so feeble now, considering she had possessed some strength 2 years later. What is it to you? Dashi exclaimed as she embraced her beloved Shiyu and dashed into the cabin. At this moment, Dashi still exhibited a rather childish demeanor. Seeing this, Rob chuckled softly. He had never anticipated that Dasky would be of much assistance. After all, this young lady had yet to experience any real trials. However, such evasion relied more on the swiftness of my perception rather than on physical prowess. If I could obtain the Sharingan and awaken the observation haki, then I would truly achieve a significant advancement. I shall name this technique Divine Flash, an evasion as swift as a deity. Yet, it is still insufficient. Entering the realm of Arlong is no trivial matter. After all, I am not the protagonist, and one can never predict what may transpire. Rob furrowed his brow. Since the system had declared that he was not the protagonist, it was evident that he would not possess the extraordinary fortune akin to that of the main character, Luffy. He must meticulously contemplate any unforeseen circumstances. I cannot afford to be plunged into the sea, otherwise, my fate would be sealed. This presents a significant dilemma. How can I evade the water? I suppose I must attempt this approach. Rob had conceived a method, albeit one fraught with peril. Thus, he rushed back into the hold of the ship in search of Dasky for assistance. Hey, where's Dasky? Rob surveyed his surroundings, yet found no trace of Dasky. Reluctant to call upon the other sailors for assistance, as he was unfamiliar with their dispositions, he mused that perhaps she had returned to her quarters. Commander, why not search a bit more? She must be somewhere aboard the ship, one of the sailors remarked with a smile at Rob's evident urgency. Very well. Rob hurriedly sought out Dashky's room, and soon came upon a door marked with the name Corporal Dashky. Dashky, are you in there? He called out. Yes, what is it? Came Dashky's flustered voice from within. She had just disrobed and was preparing to take a shower in the bathroom. I have an urgent matter to discuss. May I come in? As Rob pondered over his ideas, an overwhelming sense of impatience surged within him, compelling him to seek out Dasky for an experiment. Wait. Dasky exclaimed, her ears flushing a deep crimson at the thought of Rob entering. In a flurry of anxiety, she scrambled to grab her naval uniform from the bedside. What are you waiting for? I'm coming in. Rob, without a moment's thought, forcefully twisted the doorknob, and as the door swung open, his eyes widened in astonishment. His mouth agape. Ah, you insatiable lecher. A cascade of naval uniforms rained down upon his face, the fleeting white hue swiftly replaced by a deep blue, soon followed by an encroaching black. Bang. Regaining his senses, Rob hastily closed the door, removing the garments from his face, repeatedly murmuring, What a transgression, what a transgression. To ensure you find me on deck after your bath. As Rob was about to depart, he left behind a single remark, his intentions not malicious. Though he harbored feelings for the fairer sex, they had yet to reach that extent. An urgent voice cried out from the room, Hey, Rob, don't go. Dasky. Her face flushed, covered her chest and intimate areas as she approached the door, stammering, Rob. I swear, it was unintentional. No. You need to give me my clothes. What do I need your clothes for? I've told you, I'm not a pervert. I've thrown all my clothes out. Dasky's face was nearly in tears from embarrassment. Are you foolish? If I leave, can't you just open the door and retrieve them yourself? Rob replied, exasperated. Upon hearing this, Dasky froze, her skin turning crimson in an instant as she shouted, What if someone sees? I suppose I didn't consider that. Rob smiled awkwardly as he gathered the scattered garments from the ground. He then opened the door slightly and handed them inside. Indeed, it would be unwise for her to emerge and retrieve the clothes that were strewn about, especially if a passing Navy officer happened to see her. Rob leaned against the door, pondering whether he ought to learn more about how to interact with young women. Otherwise, matters concerning his future could prove quite challenging. Well then, what is it that you seek from me? Shortly thereafter, Dasky, having donned her attire, opened the door and cast a somewhat awkward glance at Rob. Her cheeks still tinged with a hint of crimson. I wish to conduct an experiment that would allow me to move freely in the ocean. How could that be possible? You are a user of a devil fruit power, Dasky exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she regarded Rob. Chapter 20. The ability to battle in the sea. Nothing is impossible. We shall discover the truth through trial. Please wait for me on the deck. Rob, however, remained unconvinced and, leaving those words behind, made his way towards the warehouse. Fortunately, there was still some lumber available. Otherwise, it would have posed quite a challenge. Oh, and he also needed a few nails. Rob gently used his telekinesis to levitate the wooden board along the path to the deck, while simultaneously lifting a small pouch of nails as he made his way outside. Rob, what are you up to? I'm crafting a swimming pool aboard the ship. Rob looked at the puzzled Dasky and chuckled softly. With that sound, 4 large wooden planks arranged themselves in a perfect square upon the deck, standing approximately 5 meters high. Subsequently, a multitude of nails, numbering around 100, levitated neatly at the intersections of the planks. Dasky, may I borrow your small knife? The rain from Dasky's attire ascended and landed in Rob's hand. He grasped the knife and struck fiercely at the floating nails. Bang, 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 bang. After 4 resounding strikes, every nail was driven firmly into the wood. Water, come forth. Immediately, a substantial column of water surged from the sea, rushing towards the enclosed pool. And soon it was filled to the brim. Your ability is truly convenient, Dasky remarked, watching in amazement. It's fairly ordinary. By the way, the water depth is 3 meters, which should suffice. Now, I will require your assistance. Rob halted the infusion of seawater. Me? How can I be of assistance? Dasky inquired, puzzled. If I jump in and do not emerge within a minute, come to my rescue. Understood. Dasky, uncertain of the experiment Rob intended to conduct, took note of his words. Upon witnessing this, Rob leapt into the pool with a resounding splash. As he entered the water flawlessly, an overwhelming sense of weakness enveloped him. Indeed, it was not as effortless as it appeared. He could only wait for Dasky to rescue him. Rob stared at the sky in silence, realizing that the situation was not as straightforward as he had anticipated. A minute had passed, and that fellow had yet to emerge. How could a devil fruit user possibly survive in the depths of the sea? Dasky observed for a moment before contemplating jumping in to rescue Rob, only to suddenly grasp a pressing concern. Hey, Rob, the board you made is too high. I can't jump up there. Upon hearing the words, Rob's previously calm demeanor transformed into one of panic, and he immediately cried out, swallowing several mouthfuls of seawater. Goodness, am I truly about to perish? As for Dasky, though occasionally a bit slow-witted, it was not due to a lack of intelligence, but rather her delayed reactions. When she realized she could not leap into the water, she promptly devised an alternative plan. Grasping her sword, she swung it towards the deck. Rob, hold on. I shall carve a hole to let the water escape. The wooden plank was not particularly thick, and although Dasky was relatively weak, she was still capable of cutting through the wood. Soon enough, the water began to drain away, and Rob expelled the seawater he had inadvertently swallowed. I nearly brought about my own demise. Rob leapt out, standing on the deck, somewhat apprehensive. I have already told you that those with abilities cannot function in seawater, Dasky remarked, looking at Rob with exasperation. No, I must try again. Rob did not dismiss the thoughts in his mind after a single failure. Instead, he devoted time to constructing a water tank approximately 2 meters high, within which he erected 2 wooden pillars exceeding 3 meters in height. Sichi, when I feign a look of anguish, you must leap down to rescue me. After Rob spoke, he used his telekinesis to lift Dashi onto the wooden pillar. Wow, your ability is truly extraordinary. Can you make yourself fly? Dashi exclaimed with excitement upon realizing she was airborne. Fly? Indeed. Why didn't I think of that? Rob was suddenly awakened by Dashki, and he immediately attempted to levitate himself. To his astonishment, he succeeded, though he found that exerting his telekinetic abilities on himself was far more laborious than on external objects. Water, come forth. Rob did not dwell too much on flying, as this ability was readily attainable. With enhanced martial skills in the future, he could also soar through the air. Rather, combat in water posed a significant vulnerability for him, especially with an imminent battle against Aaron. On this occasion, the water had not risen excessively under Rob's control. It merely submerged his lower body. Sensing that his psychic energy remained unaffected, he understood that in his previous life, only when the seawater engulfed most of his body would he gradually lose strength. He attempted to exert control once more, and soon the water surrounding him, influenced by a psychic force, receded from the surface of his body, creating a gap of approximately 1 to 2 centimeters. More water, he thought. As water continuously flowed into the pool, a vacuum zone began to form around Rob, while the surrounding seawater surged to over 2 meters. The resistance was becoming somewhat formidable. Rob furrowed his brow, forcefully pushing the water aside, creating a fierce resistance against the overwhelming pressure. Oh, if only I could manipulate the surrounding seawater to generate a downward pressure, creating a flow as gentle as a stream. Alas, it remains futile. Altering the current still demands considerable energy. It seems I have underestimated the complexity of the task, yet there are still some insights gained. Rob relinquished his unrealistic fantasy of achieving perfection in combat upon the water and ascended the wooden pillar. At the very moment of his descent, he needed to master the control over the water. Rob contemplated his initial failure, leaping into the air. At the very moment he approached the water's surface, his mental power surged forth, and as he submerged completely, not a single drop of seawater grazed him. When I strike, my mental force must precede me, parting the currents, while the oxygen can only be forcefully extracted from the seawater. Rob swung his fist in the water with simplicity. Approximately half an hour later, he leaped onto a wooden pillar. Have you finished? Daski gazed incredulously at the man before her, unable to comprehend how he managed to throw punches in the seawater. In truth, it was rather straightforward. There was nothing remarkably developed about it. I had simply underestimated the pressure of the water. Rob let out a wry smile. He had initially believed that the task would be effortless. However, the results of the experiment revealed that combat became increasingly arduous in deeper waters. Of course, in depths of just a few meters, the pressure exerted on his psychic energy was minimal. It could be said that the fishermen were stronger in shallower waters, as they could enhance their speed through swimming. Yet, in the abyss of the ocean, the terrifying pressure would still overwhelm their bodies, despite their extraordinary physical attributes, which were tenfold that of an ordinary human. From this point onward, my objective is to skillfully manage the distance of the water from me. The closer the water is, the less psychic energy I shall require. Nonetheless, once submerged, I must rely on my psychic energy to propel myself to the shore for combat purposes. Although this experiment did not meet Rob's expectations, he has come to understand that he is capable of engaging in battle within seawater. It merely demands greater energy expenditure and presents a slight disadvantage compared to fighting on land. However, this is infinitely preferable to losing combat capability altogether. Chapter 21. Infiltration of Kokesia village. A few days later, as the evening twilight descended, Rob and his companions approached the vicinity of Alone's territory. Halt. Rob halted the advance of the warship. Through days of rigorous training, he had become increasingly adept at wielding the powers of the thought fruit, while also enhancing his physical prowess to an impressive 198 points. Ski, you shall accompany me as we infiltrate Kokesia village. The others will remain on the vessel. Ready to respond. Wait for my signal. When you see me inscribing characters upon the surface of the water, that will be your cue to enter. Daski, cradling Shiyu, nodded in agreement. Rob had already shared the preliminary battle strategy with her aboard the ship. Hold on to me. Huh? Have you forgotten what I told you? We must swim across. Rob looked at the somewhat adorably naive Daski, feeling a sense of exasperation. This fellow always seemed to lag behind in his reactions. He recalled that she was not like this 2 years hence. Oh, are you quite certain that you have mastered it? I hope you don't end up drowning again, for I cannot swim that far. Daski, with a tinge of worry, clung to Rob. Am I truly that irresponsible? I always prepare meticulously before undertaking any task. Meticulously prepared, you say? Yet, during your first attempt, you nearly brought about your own demise. Upon hearing those words, Rob's forehead tensed with anger, and rather than uttering another word, he leapt into the ocean. In an instant, a void formed in the water, which sealed completely once Rob had submerged. Fortunately, the pressure was minimal. Rob controlled the distance between himself and the water, now submerged less than 3 meters beneath the surface. He needed to hasten his movements, for he was unaware of when a fisherman might be patrolling nearby. Rob did not opt to swim using physical prowess. Instead, he harnessed his mental energy, propelling himself through the water like a cannonball, leaving not a single ripple in his wake. In a mere moment, Rob and Dasky reached the shores of Kokasia village. Their swift speed allowed them to take advantage of the dim twilight, rendering them undetected by any lurking fishmen. Dasky, change your attire. We cannot be clad in naval uniforms, as it would surely compromise our concealment. As Rob spoke, he began to remove his shirt. All right. Upon hearing this, Dasky also took off her coat, revealing her fair and delicate skin. Just as she was about to change her clothes, she suddenly paused, staring at Rob's well-defined muscles, and asked, "Wait, did you bring a change of clothes?" Clothes? Upon hearing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing a pressing issue. His meticulous plans had overlooked the essential supplies. "Ah, Rob, you are indeed a great lecher." Dasky quickly reacted, her fair face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. "Do not shout. It will attract the attention of the fishmen." Rob hurriedly covered Dasky's mouth, anxiously glancing around. Let me go. I apologize." Rob felt a sudden wave of embarrassment as he released Dasky. "Did you not claim that you always prepare thoroughly before undertaking any task?" Dasky, her face flushed with shame, hurriedly donned her clothing. "What shall we do now? If we encounter the fishmen, we shall be utterly exposed." Upon observing the situation, Rob pondered deeply. Returning to the ship for clothing was not a viable option, as it would significantly heighten the risk of discovery. Moreover, it appeared that the vessel was entirely stocked with naval uniforms. "No matter," he suggested. "Let us seize the cover of night to venture into the village, in hopes of procuring a suitable outfit. As long as the individual I am tasked with protecting remains safe until Jinbei arrives, we need not confront Arlong directly." Dasky nodded in agreement, albeit with a hint of exasperation. "I truly wonder how Colonel Smoker came to appoint such an unreliable person as my superior. It was not my intention to have you accompany me." Rob stared at Dasky as if he were a fool, suddenly uttering, "Do not complain. It is quite safe to accompany me. I assure you shall not encounter any threat to your life." Roberts, having uttered his words, set forth towards the village of Kokasia. However, after merely a few paces, he encountered an acquaintance. "What brings you two here?" came a voice filled with curiosity from ahead, as Colonel Mouse, accompanied by a jubilant group of sailors, emerged from the forest. "What are the Navy doing here? Could it be that Arlong has been eradicated?" Dasky exclaimed in astonishment, casting a surprised glance at Roberts. "Hold your tongue for a moment." Rob instructed Dasky, his heart weighed down by an ominous premonition. Yet he chose to conceal his identity for the time being. "Colonel, you have been moving too swiftly. We inadvertently dozed off on the ship after a bit too much merriment, and here we are, seeking you out." Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse harbored no suspicions. He was accustomed to his subordinates dozing off, and besides, he had just conspired with Aaron to amass a considerable fortune, leaving him in high spirits. No worries. Let us return," he exclaimed. "Colonel, has the matter been resolved?" Upon hearing this, Rob's heart sank, and he inquired once more, "Who is responsible for your slumber?" "The esteemed colonel operates with unparalleled efficiency." Another naval officer chuckled. "They have certainly reaped considerable benefits under the colonel's command." "No worries. Just remember not to doze off next time. You are, after all, a member of the Navy." Colonel Mouse patted Rob's shoulder with a grin. "However, you may need to wait several years for such lucrative returns. That little girl might require a few more years of earning before you can revisit." The mere thought of Nami brought a broad smile to Colonel Mouse's face. She was indeed a living treasure, and in 6 years, they would almost have amassed 100 million berries. Just as Colonel Mouse was basking in his delight, a sharp gust of wind accompanied by a fierce punch surged towards his face. Bang! The terrifying force propelled him into the air, spinning like a ball until he crashed into a great tree. The impact was so tremendous that it caused him to spew several mouthfuls of blood, and the sound of shattering bones echoed ominously. "Do you still remember you are a member of the Navy?" Rob cast a frigid gaze upon the severely injured rat, shaking off the sordid blood that clung to his fists. "Hey, Rob, what are you doing?" Even Dashki was taken aback by Rob's sudden outburst, having just agreed to remain hidden moments before. "Who are you?" The rat looked at Rob in terror, wondering if someone from above had come to investigate him. After all, what reason could there be for a man clad in naval attire to assault them? I truly cannot fathom how someone of your ilk could ascend to the rank of colonel. Rob disdainfully spat, expressing his contempt for Smoker, a fellow naval commander, whom he believed was vastly inferior. Now speak. Where is the stolen money? Upon hearing this, the rat's eyes narrowed, revealing a lifeless expression as he weakly gestured toward a small cart behind him. It's right there. Dasky approached the cart, opened the treasure chest, and was momentarily taken aback. Rob, there is so much mud on the money, and there is a considerable amount of blood. Indeed, there was a disturbing amount of blood. Rob had not even bothered to look. How could he be unaware of the origins of that money? Now, his heart was filled to the brim with seething rage. A rat! Rob roared, extending his right hand as a torrent of immense psychic energy surged forth, forcefully drawing the mouse into his grasp. You cannot kill me. You lack the authority to do so. Let me be judged by the naval court in Shanghai. The mouse, gazing into Rob's frigid eyes, felt a wave of terror wash over it, struggling in a frantic panic. Lack the authority? Upon hearing this, Rob offered a cruel smile, then licked his lips and declared, But I possess power. Die. With that utterance, a terrifying psychic force, intertwined with an explosive display of physical prowess, erupted forth. In an instant, the mouse's head shattered like a watermelon, splattering crimson and ivory in every direction. Darsky, let's go. Rob cast a cold glance towards Arlong's domain. In a fleeting moment unnoticed by him, his raven-black hair transformed into a striking white. At that instant, he unveiled a visage reminiscent of a demon. The malevolent entity, long concealed within the depths of Rob's heart, began to awaken. With a chime, a powerful surge of emotion triggered the activation of the Sharingan demon task. Upon reaching a demonic value of 500, the Sharingan would be unlocked. Rob's companion, Nami, trembled, her lips quivering in disbelief as she gazed at Rob. Could this truly be his original form? Chapter 22. No more running. East Sea, Kokosai Village, Arlong's domain. The gentle hues of the evening sky had faded, yielding to the luminous glow of the moonlight that permeated the darkness of night. A faint scent of blood mingled with the briny sea breeze. Arlong's formidable figure reclined on a beach chair, surveying the frail girl before him like a monarch surveying his realm. You claim the Navy is unfortunate? Arlong remarked, his broad hand gripping Nami's delicate neck, a sinister smile creeping across his face. However, a promise is a promise. If you cannot prepare 100 million berries before me, I cannot return the village. Despicable, shameless. Crystal-clear tears streamed from Nami's expressive eyes, betraying her anguish. Yet, she thought, it was merely 100 million berries. Surely, she could save that amount again. Or do you wish to escape from here? Arlong's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Nami. But by then, all the villagers of Kokosai will perish because of you. Furious, Nami swatted Arlong's hand away, wiping her tears as she desperately fled outside. She ran with all her might. Her face streaked with tears, her lips pressed tightly together as she anxiously pleaded, Mr. Aiken, everyone, please, don't act recklessly. Don't die. Otherwise, it will all be over. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from ahead. Nami, who's going to die? Stunned, Nami paused in her tracks, recognizing a familiar silhouette standing at the entrance of Arlong's domain. Rob? The boy, not particularly tall, now radiated an aura of menace, his cold gaze and snow-white hair rendering him almost unrecognizable to Nami. Rob gazed upon the girl before him, feeling a pang of compassion. Though Nami was not the most beautiful of souls and possessed a slight avarice, it was her that had elicited his very first tears in the world of One Piece. In this lifetime, witnessing her defiant yet powerless demeanor once more, he understood what course of action he must take. Roberto suppressed the malevolent aura that enveloped him, his eyes softening as he endeavored to embody the gentleness that Nami first encountered. Roberto, what brings you here? Consider the half of the money you took as a token of my gratitude for saving your life. By the way, do you enjoy oranges? Nami managed a strained smile as she observed Roberto drawing nearer. I have an abundance of oranges at home. Rob approached Nami, revealing a gentle smile. Is that so? I adore oranges. Be sure to fill me up later. Rob stepped into Arlong's territory. Nami, there's no need to flee any longer. Go joyfully pick some oranges, for I shall indulge in them tonight. Hey, Arlong, it's time for a showdown. In an instant, the gentle expression of Rob vanished, replaced by an icy indifference. Then, with a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Simultaneously, the waters within Aaron's domain surged violently, churning up waves that towered over 10 feet, crashing down upon Aaron and his companions like colossal hands. Who dares? Aaron, who had been laughing heartily with Chiyo and others, found himself drenched as the sea engulfed him. Embarrassed and furious, he opened his eyes to behold a gigantic fist before him. Langfisius Rob. Rob coldly uttered a few words. And in the fleeting moment when the sea receded, he had already reached Arlong, unleashing a furious punch that struck directly upon Arlong's elongated nose. With a crack, Arlong's prideful snout shattered, and he was sent crashing against the walls of his domain like a sharpened sword. Rob. Nami rushed into Arlong's territory, only to be frozen in place by the sight before her. Arlong had indeed been sent flying. Dashiji was equally stunned, questioning why the agreement to wait for Jinbei had been disregarded, leading to this confrontation with Arlong. Kruby, however, merely chuckled, seemingly unfazed by Arlong's predicament. The Marines, is it? It has been a while since we faced them. Leave it to us, Officer Kruby. Let humanity witness the might of our kind. A chorus of excited henchmen shouted as they prepared to charge at Rob. The strength of the fishmen? Kneel. Upon hearing this, Rob cast a disdainful glance, his icy gaze sweeping over the throng of henchmen. In an instant, a tremendous force surged forth, overwhelming like a tidal wave. With a series of thuds, the only individuals still standing in the Alron domain, apart from Daskina May, were Alron and 3 of his aides. Hey, Navy, what have you done to my kin? Alron, recovering from his pain, adjusted his nose and beheld the scene before him, a surge of fury flooding his mind. Boom. Alron's formidable leg strength shattered the floor beneath him, propelling him like a swift arrow towards Rob. Divine Flash? Rob's eyes narrowed as he instinctively utilized his telekinetic abilities to deftly shift to the right, narrowly evading Alone's nose. You get down too. Rob raised his leg and forcefully stomped down on Alone's prostrate body. His terrifying telekinetic power combined with his formidable strength, creating a deep crater in the floor. Navy, release Alone. Xiaoba, witnessing the scene, anxiously brandished his 8 blades towards Rob. Xiaoba, you better lie down. With that, Rob leapt into the air, soaring several meters high, and executed a spinning kick empowered by his telekinesis aimed at the back of Xiaoba's head. Bang! An abrupt electronic sound declared, Demon Value, 27. Rob was momentarily stunned. Xiaoba was worth such a significant amount of demon value. In his haste to save Alone, he had been struck in the back of the head, losing his combat ability and thus granting Rob the demon value. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The latter part is even more thrilling. Damn it. Just as Rob was taken aback, a terrifying force surged into his chest, slamming him against the wall and causing him to spit out blood. Navy, you underestimate us too much. You dare to be distracted. Kroya coldly regarded Rob, speaking deliberately. There's a bit of power. Rob wiped the blood from his lips. He was no longer an ordinary man and would not be easily wounded by a single blow as he once had. Come again. Roberto propelled himself forward. Reaching the domain of Along, his sights set firmly on Kuroya and Aki. He recognized that the haughty Along had yet to engage seriously, thus, it was imperative to swiftly eliminate these 2 subordinates to awaken his Sharingan. Water cannon. At that moment, Aki suddenly inhaled sharply, and a torrent of seawater surged into his abdomen. This is not good. With Rob's extraordinary combat prowess, he instantly realized that he could not evade the divine strike. The divine flash could only dodge physical attacks within a close range. Due to the diminishing effects of telekinesis upon himself, he could only maintain a rapid, short-distance evasion, while the range of this water cannon was far too extensive. Void of thought. At this moment, Rob recalled the principles of underwater combat. With a sudden surge of telekinetic power, he parted the waters at the center. Hey, kid, are you being a tad too arrogant? A cruel smile emerged behind the cascading waters, as Along's cold and powerful fist drew perilously close to Rob's heart, mere centimeters away. Upon witnessing the scene, Rob's pupils constricted, realizing that even a flash of divine intervention was too late. Bang! A colossal fist struck Rob's chest, the terrifying force bending him into a bow, leaving him helplessly dangling from the arm. Blood, a deep crimson, spilled from Rob's mouth, dripping onto the ground with a rhythmic patter. Rob. Nami gazed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle, her legs weakening as she sank helplessly to the floor. Chapter 23. Stepping into the 4th tier of body techniques. You wretched human, the fishmen are a race beyond your reach. Arlong looked disdainfully at Rob, sprawled beneath his feet, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Is that so? Rob endured excruciating pain as he cast a defiant gaze upon the imperious Aaron. Articulating each word with deliberate precision, How is it that one of your esteemed stature has found refuge in this mere eastern sea? Are you frightened?" At these words, Aaron's pupils constricted sharply. Having endured inhumane treatment at the hands of humanity, he could never forget that harrowing chapter of his life. "Silence, wretched boy," Aaron seethed, gripping Rob's neck with a single hand and lifting him aloft, his icy gaze brimming with murderous intent. "Rob, you insufferable fool, cease this at once," Dasky exclaimed anxiously, drawing her Shiyu sword and charging toward Aaron. "What a foolhardy endeavor," Aaron scoffed, observing Dasky's speed with disdain. He unleashed a powerful punch directly aimed at Shiyu, the sheer force sending Dasky hurtling backward. With a sickening thud, she collapsed to the floor, blood spilling from her lips, her face ashen. She had been well aware of Aaron's formidable strength when she witnessed Rob fall into his grasp. However, her unwavering sense of justice forbade her from retreat. "Dasky." Roberts anxiously glanced aside, and he could not help but recall the audacious girl who dared to wield a blade akin to Trafalgar Law. "Surely, you must be a wielder of a devil fruit's power. What would happen if you were to fall into the sea?" Arlong mockingly regarded Roberts, casually tossing him towards the water. At that moment, an epiphany illuminated Roberts' eyes. Suspended in midair, he focused intently on the tranquil sea beneath him. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, powerful currents erupted from the ocean's surface under the influence of his psychic force, coalescing into two grand characters under the silvery moonlight. Cannon fire. Simultaneously, 100 Marines stationed aboard the warship beheld the colossal inscription. A sergeant, witnessing the spectacle, raised his arm with fervor. Fire. In an instant, the pitch-black horizon of the sea was ignited by a dozen bursts of flame, accompanied by a swift, piercing whistle as the cannonballs hurtled directly towards Arlong's domain. Split. Upon witnessing the scene, a faint smile finally graced Rob's lips. The moment Arlong's attention was diverted, the sea beneath his feet parted naturally. "You scoundrel!" Arlong suddenly opened his mouth wide to catch a pitch-black cannonball, which he then crushed with a fierce bite, yet he emerged unscathed. "Akio, Kroya, sink that warship for me." Arlong glared angrily at the horizon after a stray cannonball struck Arlong Castle. "Do not worry, Arlong." Upon hearing this, Akio and Kroya leapt into the sea like fish, swiftly darting towards the warship. Nami gazed at the unfolding spectacle in a daze. At that moment, Arlong's formidable power etched itself vividly and terrifyingly into her mind. So strong. "Rob, why did you come?" "Why?" Tears streamed down her face as she sat there in despair. Were Akio and Kroya together? Deep beneath the sea, Rob observed Akio and Kroya rapidly approaching the warship. "I must hurry." In that critical moment, Rob suddenly recalled that he usually practiced the light training method in the morning. Although it took 24 hours for complete recovery, it did not imply that 7 to 8 hours of rest yielded no recuperation. Indeed, it was possible, though not fully restored. He felt considerably better. Within mere seconds, Rob swiftly completed one cycle and was already engaged in the second cycle of the light long-distance run for 100 meters. After all, for Rob now, it was not as strenuous as the first time. Only when reaching the limits of 2 or 3 cycles did his speed begin to significantly diminish. Rob's gaze sharpened as he allocated all his points to his physical prowess. In an instant, his ability surged to 200, and a powerful wave of warmth enveloped his entire being. His limbs and bones crackled with energy and astonishingly. The severe injuries he had sustained moments before had nearly healed. The moment he stepped into the 4th tier, a transformation of quantity into quality occurred. How formidable! Rob felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, and he couldn't help but be astonished. This force was several times greater than before. "I hope that the two of you can elevate my demon value to 500 points. Rob cast his gaze into the distance, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, propelled by his telekinetic force, he surged through the water at an unparalleled speed, heading towards Achio and his companion. Just then, as he was nearing the warship, Kroya suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing a disturbance in the currents behind him. Someone was approaching. Achio, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, was astonished. After all, they were within the domain of Along. Turning to look, he beheld a figure that filled him with dread. How could this be? Without regard for whether Achio was astonished, Rob's agile figure had already approached him in an instant. With a resounding thud, a terrifying force surged forth from Rob's right fist, sending Achio soaring through the air like a struck baseball. His facial bones shattered, the left side of his face collapsed instantaneously, blood and flesh flying in all directions, while his teeth were violently dislodged. Demon value, 28. Upon hearing the electronic sound, Rob felt a frown crease his brow. It appeared that with the enhancement of his abilities, The amount of demon value he acquired had diminished. If it were a third-tier Aki, he might be able to contribute 40 or 50 demon values. You audacious young man. How dare you provoke the merman in the sea? Croya exclaimed in fury, darting through the water like a nimble fish. He had no time to ponder why Rob, possessing the powers of a devil fruit, could move freely in the water. However, in the next instant, the answer became clear to him. The void thought. Roberts regained his senses and, upon noticing the sideward assault from Croya, coldly uttered a few words before extending his right hand and delivering a powerful strike. Who told you this is the ocean? As his words echoed, a terrifying force of thought instantaneously drained the surrounding seawater, creating a vacuum. Merfolk Karate, 40th form. After a brief moment of astonishment, Croya's gaze darkened as he assumed the stance of Merfolk Karate and launched a punch. Without the ocean currents. It is merely the 40th form. Rob cared little, for during the previous third stage, Croya's bare-handed karate had merely inflicted minor injuries upon him. His strength remained far inferior to that of Aaron. Bang! The two fists collided with a thunderous crash, unleashing a terrifying force that reverberated through the air. Crack! A look of horror emerged in Croya's eyes as he sensed an overwhelming power coursing through his arm. How could this be? I am a mermaid. In disbelief. Croya's arm was shattered upon impact, crimson blood splattering in all directions. Again, upon witnessing this, Rob once again raised his fists and feet, advancing towards Croya with an overwhelming display of raw physical strength that utterly subdued the merman. Thud, thud, thud. Impossible, impossible. This is the East Sea. How could there exist such a formidable human? Croya gazed at his own flesh and blood flying through the air, terror-stricken as he looked upon the man before him. In that moment, he felt a physical prowess that was not inferior to that of Arlong. A lowly human? Do not delude yourself, merman. Rob's eyes turned cold as he grasped Croya's head, forcefully striking it against his knee. With the sound of an electronic notification, Rob observed his character template. Thought Fruit. Proficiency 430. Demon value 72. Next realm. Mastery realm. Requiring proficiency to reach 500. Upon entering the Mastery realm, the mission of the Sharingan would be complete. Auron, it is your turn. With Rob's chilling voice, a crimson hue spread within his gaze. Chapter 24. A startling power. Whoosh. Beneath the luminous moonlight, several streaks of fire once again sliced through the night sky, dark projectiles hurtling towards Auron's domain. Still unresolved? Auron gazed at the ominous missiles above. A flicker of discontent crossing his eyes. His patience was wearing thin. Halt. At that moment, a cold voice resonated across the heavens, causing the dark projectiles to come to an abrupt stop. Two shadowy figures swiftly pursued from behind the missiles, racing towards Auron like fleeting light. Akio? Under the bright moonlight. Auron's pupils constricted sharply as he leaped to catch the two figures, soon revealing their faces. Auron, do not underestimate him. That guy is formidable. Croya, bloodied and pale, looked at Auron with profound fear in his eyes. After struggling to utter those words, he fainted from exhaustion, while Akio appeared even worse for wear. His left cheek collapsed, exposing deep bone, with all his teeth shattered. Auron trembled as he beheld the two in his grasp, veins bulging from his robust frame. Rob. Auron released them. Raising his head, his eyes had transformed into needle-like slits, glinting with cold light as a murderous intent radiated from his gaze. Following Auron's line of sight, under the brilliant moonlight, Rob, with white hair, levitated above a missile. His navy uniform was stained with blood, and his icy eyes glowed crimson. The pupils adorned with inky black spots, resembling a black tadpole. A thick aura of malevolence emanated from his eyes. At that moment, the youth resembled a deity, governing all. Rob. Nami gazed incredulously at the boy in the sky, resembling a demon. She recalled that this boy could not swim. You are indeed a man esteemed by Lord Smoker. Dasky smiled at Rob, recognizing that this young man was anything but ordinary. Void thought. Rob glanced indifferently at Aaron, slowly extending his hand downward. And then a terrifying telekinetic force erupted like a tide, sweeping away all the shells except for the one at his feet. Whoosh. Though I am unaware of how you survived beneath the water, it matters little. You have successfully provoked my wrath, human. Aaron, unfazed by the incoming shells, coldly retorted. Boom. The subsequent shells mercilessly struck Aaron, enveloping him in a thick cloud of smoke. Roll. With a furious roar, the smoke was abruptly dispersed by the shockwave, revealing Aaron unscathed, his legs bending sharply as he launched upward. Navy brat, just you wait. Bang. With that sound, a tremendous explosion echoed, and the floor instantly cracked open. forming a small pit, while Aaron shot towards Rob like a swift arrow. How slow. Upon witnessing this, Rob's cold gaze flickered with a hint of disdain. Empowered by the Sharingan, as Aaron charged forward, time seemed to slow, allowing Rob to perceive every nuance of Aaron's movements. To the left. With this utterance, Rob casually tilted his head, and in that instant, Aaron's sharp nose sliced through the air beside him. How did you know? Aaron stared incredulously at the youth before him. It was only as he drew near that he recognized the strikingly familiar aura emanating from Rob. It was a sensation of profound relaxation and disdain. Reminiscent of the contempt he often exhibited towards the lesser beings he faced, a manifestation of absolute power scorn. Down you go. At that moment, Rob's voice sliced through Aaron's thoughts, and an immense force abruptly weighed down upon him. Aaron, in shock, lifted his head, only to realize he had unwittingly found himself at Rob's knee, while the latter had already raised his right leg. What kind of power is this? As confusion swirled in Aaron's mind, Rob's leg, infused with fourth-tier physical prowess and psychokinetic energy, came crashing down upon his back. With a faint crack, Aaron was propelled like a cannonball into the sea. The sheer velocity generated a colossal wave, soaring over 10 meters high. Rob glanced at the seabed before soaring into the realm of Orin. He was aware that just moments ago, he had cracked Orin's spine beneath his feet. Sky, why did you rush in like that? How foolish. Rob approached Dasky, gently lifting the feeble figure before him with a light-hearted chuckle. How can you reproach me? Wasn't it agreed that we would wait for Shinping? Dasky gazed at Rob with a hint of melancholy. By the way, your eyes are strikingly handsome. Suddenly, Dasky's eyes sparkled as they fixated on Rob's captivating gaze. Upon witnessing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback, and a faint blush crept across his face. It was the first time he had ever been gazed at so intently by a girl. Was it all right? Rob chuckled awkwardly, his gaze returning to its usual state as he made his way towards Nami. Hey, Rob, why have you become so indifferent, devoid of any emotion? Dasky remarked discontentedly upon witnessing this. Next time, be mindful. This requires considerable energy. Rob stared speechlessly at the Dasky in his hand. Upon activating his Sharingan, he indeed felt a greater fatigue than usual. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Nami, please assist me in taking care of this day's subordinate. I shall handle the rest, he said. Nami gazed blankly at the young man before her, who, in this moment, bore no hint of malice or murderous intent, radiating a sunshine reminiscent of their first encounter. It rekindled within her a sense of familiarity. Is that possible? Nami snapped back to reality, her brow furrowed with concern. Despite Rob having cast Arlong into the depths below, she knew that Arlong was truly the strongest in the sea. Upon hearing these words, Rob was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the worried young woman before him, a confident expression unwittingly gracing his features. At that very instant, a subtle sound akin to the murmur of the ocean emerged from the depths of the sea, gradually growing louder. Boy, I shall kill you. A furious voice suddenly erupted from behind Rob, as a long leapt from the water's surface with frenzied speed, hurtling towards him. Whoosh, accompanied by a piercing sound. A flash of crimson surged from the depths of Rob's eyes, instantly replacing his gentle demeanor with a chilling intent to kill, infused with malevolence. Single Hookyuzu. Divine Flash? The cold words fell from his lips, and a terrifying telekinetic force erupted from Rob's body, causing Nami and Daskarab to bizarrely shift to the left. Boom. Along. Like a blue missile, whizzed past Rob's ear, crashing into Along's castle with a thunderous roar. Nami, this time, you are free. Rob set down the Dasky in his hand, casting a cold gaze towards the Arlong castle, a surge of psychic energy cascading from him like a tidal wave. Chapter 25. Arbitrary Beatings. Cough, cough. Damn it. In the chaotic room, Arlong coughed a couple of times, casually kicking aside the debris. Can that guy foresee my attacks? Arlong looked quizzically at Rob, sensing an abrupt and significant enhancement in his strength, as if he were an entirely different person from before. Arlong, return Nami to us. Yes, return Nami to us. Mermaids should not underestimate humanity. At that moment, a multitude of flames erupted outside Arlong's domain, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. Everyone, upon hearing this, Nami abruptly turned around, and familiar faces materialized before her eyes. Aiken, Nojiko. Aiken smiled at Nami, saying, I'm sorry, Nami. We can no longer allow you to endure this. You have done more than enough. We have made our decision now. Please forgive us. Nojiko also smiled, adding, You, with your endless schemes, also harbor dreams. Leave this wretched place. Lowly humans, do not be so arrogant. Alron gazed at the enslaved humans who dared to hoard such weapons and frivolously discuss dreams. Laughter spilling from their lips, a nameless fury boiling within him. You are merely lowly humans. In a fit of rage, Alron's eyes widened dramatically, his originally sharp pupils elongating. Resembling slitted eyes. Alron's gaze transformed. Nojiko exclaimed, I've never seen such a look before. Nami too was taken aback, incredulous as she stared at Alron. What's wrong? Is it not just the fury of a sea king? Rob cast a disdainful glance at Eren. Hey, Eren, where do you get all this nonsense? Do you really think that merely changing your eyes will make you stronger? Is that all you've done? Just change your eyes? Dasky, with her wide, bright eyes, stared intently at Rob. Rob nearly choked on his blood from Dasky's words. Is this fellow a comedian? You scoundrel. You are far too audacious in my presence, a mermaid. Eren, witnessing Rob's audacity as he flirted with the nearby naval officers, felt his fury intensify. With a swift motion, he extended his right hand and seized the formidable hammer from the nearby rack, its size unmistakable. Bang! Eren propelled himself off the ground, diving from the castle with the mighty hammer aimed directly at Rob's head. Nami widened her eyes in anticipation, eager to witness how this grand spectacle would unfold. Upon witnessing this, Rob let out a disdainful sneer, extending his elongated palm as a torrent of formidable psychic energy surged into his grasp. Suddenly, a palpable surge coursed through his right hand, its muscles bulging as, empowered by this psychic force, he effortlessly seized Eren's massive hammer. How is this possible? Eren gazed in disbelief at the youth before him, astonished that his hammer remained utterly unmoved. Do you believe your strength is unparalleled, merfolk? Roberts cast a disdainful glance at Arlong, understanding that the fifth-tier martial arts were akin to the human form of Lucci, while the fourth tier was comparable to Luffy just embarking on his journey. Yet, deep down, Roberts was aware that mere strength alone could not restrain the diving Arlong. However, he possessed the mind-mind fruit, granting him mastery over his surroundings. Crack! Once he stabilized his power, the seemingly formidable weapon began to show a slight fissure under the pressure of his telekinetic and physical force, which rapidly spread across the entire armament until it ultimately shattered. Have you forgotten the terror of being dominated by humanity, Arlong? In that fleeting moment of obliterating the weapon, Roberts suddenly shouted at Arlong. Domination? Images from Arlong's childhood flashed through his mind, and in that moment of distraction, Roberts leaped into the air, executing a spinning kick aimed at Arlong's thick neck. Damn it! Arlong hastily raised both hands to block the impending kick. Boom! The violent force sent Arlong sprawling as if he were a mere piece of refuse, crashing against the adjacent wall with a thunderous impact. Gosh! Despite Arlong's shark-like physique among the fishmen, he could not withstand the onslaught of power and found himself spitting blood repeatedly. At that moment, his hands bore signs of deformation, his left cheek swollen and bruised, and his jaw was left shattered. Nami, who is that guy? Nojiko gazed at Roberts in horror, trembling as she looked at Nami. That guy is Roberts, Nami replied, momentarily taken aback by the fear evident in Nojiko's eyes, before turning her gaze back to Roberts, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Roberts exuded an overwhelming aura of menace, shrouded in a strange, formless power, his eyes resembling those of a beast. Indeed, any stranger witnessing Roberts at that moment would be seized by dread. Arlong, get up quickly, or I shall destroy your prized possessions. Rob gazed upon the imposing Orin castle before him, recalling the chamber where Orin had brandished the colossal hammer moments ago. A faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips. In that very room, all those nautical charts come forth. As the words left his mouth, propelled by the force of his telekinesis, countless navigational maps soared into the air, illuminated clearly under the silvery moonlight. You scoundrel! What are you plotting? Orin bellowed, hastily replacing his teeth as he prepared to rise. What are you doing? You shall see for yourself. Rob glanced coldly at the sky, his demeanor as indifferent as a deity, uttering a single word, shatter. In an instant, it seemed as if countless nautical charts were being tugged by innumerable hands, and they all transformed into fragments, drifting through the air. Nami, witnessing the flurry of paper debris, instinctively covered her lips, crystalline tears silently streaming from her eyes. Ah, you bastard, my charts. Arlong stared in disbelief at the chaos before him. Those were the meticulously obtained nautical charts that he had extorted from Nami. And now they were gone. I will make you pay. Arlong roared, propelling himself towards Rob with a fierce determination. Rob stared at the oncoming Eren, as countless weaknesses were laid bare before his Sharingan. You are far too weak, Eren. Left, left, upright. Rob continuously shook his head and sidestepped to evade Aaron's attacks. At that moment, Aaron appeared sluggish in Rob's eyes, making it effortless for him to dodge. "You coward! If you have the guts, don't dodge," Aaron exclaimed in frustration, unable to bring down the unyielding youth, uttering such foolish words. "Very well, I shall oblige." A flicker of excitement glimmered in Rob's eyes, for he was innately a warrior at heart. With a series of thunderous sounds, the clash of their fists and feet resonated through the air. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the two engaged in a terrifying brawl, with Rob holding a distinct advantage thanks to the assistance of his Sharingan. Blood and flesh were mercilessly scattered, crimson droplets splattering everywhere. As he leaped out of the fray, Along gasped for breath, the scorching blood continuously dripping from his body onto the floor. With a thud, Along finally succumbed, collapsing to his knees. He had been overwhelmingly subdued, his insides in disarray from the brutal assault, multiple contusions wreaking havoc within. "Come again." Rob felt his blood boiling. He had merely sustained some superficial scrapes without significant injury. "Damn it. Do not underestimate the merfolk's remarkable regenerative abilities." Along bellowed, struggling to rise as the minor wounds on his body visibly healed before his very eyes. "Cease this at once." In that instant, a tremendous sound reverberated through the night sky, causing Rob to momentarily freeze, turning around only to find his pupils constricting sharply. Chapter 26. The attention of the warlords of the sea. Who was that? A merfolk? As the crowd stood in a daze, a whale shark fisherman leapt from the sea, landing behind Rob. The fisherman sported eyebrows and sideburns reminiscent of a tempest, his hair styled in a topknot, and a rough black beard adorned his chin. A scar in the shape of a lightning bolt marked the corner of his left eye, and his imposing figure boasted two prominent teeth jutting from his jaw. The sun emblem of the Sun Pirates was emblazoned on his chest, and he wore a bathrobe intricately embroidered with patterns, none other than the sea warrior Jinbe. "Jinbe, brother?" Along gazed at the newcomer with astonishment, his eyes sparkling with hope, for he was well aware that Jinbe's strength far surpassed his own. Pooh. The moment Jinbe arrived, Along relaxed for the first time, and the internal injuries he had been suppressing finally erupted forth, causing him to cough up several mouthfuls of thick, crimson blood. His previously tenuous standing collapsed with a resounding thud as he fell to the ground. "Save me, brother Jinbe." Along's gaze grew somewhat vacant, his complexion turning pale and weak. Ding. Demon value 100. Just as Along fell, a crisp electronic sound echoed. "Only 100 points?" Rob was momentarily taken aback, for he was well aware that Arlong far surpassed both Crocodile and the others. However, the realization swiftly dawned upon him when he had confronted Arlong. He had awakened the Sharingan. At this juncture, Rob recalled another function of the Sharingan. With this thought, a line of text materialized in his mind. Sea Warrior Jinbe. Devil value. Requires Sharingan to awaken to 3 tomo. The unknown figure loomed over him like a mountain, causing Rob's gaze to harden. It appeared that he needed 3 tomo to perceive Jinbe's true power. Upon hearing this, Nami, Arlong's elder sister, looked at Jinbe in disbelief, her frail body trembling involuntarily, before collapsing beside Daz's bones. The title of Warlord of the Sea? As the name resonated within Nami's mind, all resistance seemed utterly futile beneath its weight. Her eyes transformed into a void, brimming with despair. It was over. The likes of Sanji and Noki fell from grace in an instant, plummeting from paradise to hell. These were the 7 immensely powerful pirates acknowledged by the world government, and now, astonishingly, Arlong's elder brother. In the tranquil night, the heavy sound of wooden clogs echoed, striking Nami and the others' hearts like a hammer. Jinbe, with a furrowed brow, emanated an indescribable aura of pressure. Upon glimpsing Arlong, his eyes darkened significantly as he fixed his gaze on Rob. "You are Rob?" The questioning tone, under the weight of his terrifying pressure, caused Rob to stiffen. In the world of pirates, this was the first time he genuinely felt the burden of a true powerhouse's presence, a challenge from one of the warlords of the sea. "Yes, it is I who summoned you." Rob stared coldly at Jinbe, his entire body tense, a terrifying psychic force subtly manifesting beside him. He realized that in his previous haste, he had overlooked a crucial issue. If Jinbe were to orchestrate an accident to assist Arlong in annihilating them, he could indeed save Arlong, leveraging his status as a warlord of the sea to accomplish such a feat if what you said on the phone is not true. "And you have taken this matter regarding my brother into account. I shall settle this with you," Rob declared. However, Jinbe paid no heed to Rob's expression in this moment. His gaze was only grave, for countless injured fishmen brothers lay incapacitated. You understand Arlong's nature, the sea hero Jinbei. Upon hearing the words, Rob's tense body instantaneously relaxed, and his Sharingan transformed back into ordinary pupils. It was only then that he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. He understood that when Jinbei uttered those words, aligning with his chivalrous nature, he would no longer engage in unnecessary acts of confrontation. Xiaoba, recount for me the deeds of Alone over these past years. Jinbei said as he approached Xiaoba, rousing the unconscious figure with a grave inquiry. Brother Jinbei, Xiaoba exclaimed excitedly upon awakening. But his eyes dimmed upon hearing Jinbei's words. 6 years ago, Alone arrived here with us. Xiaoba recounted in detail the actions they had undertaken, including the indescribable harm inflicted upon that girl. Indeed, Jinbei sighed helplessly after listening, the last shred of hope in his heart shattered. He was well aware of Alone's temperament. Brother, are you going to assist those wretched humans again? At that moment, the powerless Alone on the ground shouted loudly. Silence. Jinbei turned his gaze coldly towards Alone before rising and walking towards Nami, revealing an apologetic expression. I apologize for releasing Alone. I hope you can accept my apology. I also extend my deepest regrets to your family and the villagers. Everyone was taken aback by Jinbei's actions, including Rob, who then smiled wryly. No wonder he is the Sea Knight, Jinbei. Subsequently, Jinbei collaborated with Rob to address the aftermath and, at Nami's invitation, went to stay overnight at Cocoa Village. Just as the group was departing, a melodious voice, as clear as a lark, resonated through the tranquil domain of Alone. Bear, if necessary. You may save that lad's life. The bespectacled Belair Betty glanced at Bartholomew Kuma beside her, smiling lightly, as the commander of the Eastern Army. She was well aware of Kuma's duties. Understood. Bartholomew Kuma nodded, gripping the emblematic Bible with one hand. Little Master, there is more in this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The story only gets more exciting. Come, Rob, you have truly entertained me. Oppression inevitably breeds resistance, even without my encouragement. The malice of the celestial dragons continues to decay this world. Betty cast a meaningful glance at Rob amidst the crowd, having arrived long before Rob himself. For he was someone she valued. It's commendable that you restrained yourself from rescuing him back then. The usually taciturn Bartholomew Kuma gazed deeply at the woman beside him, knowing well that she was not merely the commander of the Eastern Army, but also the third in command of the Revolutionary Army, second only to Sabo. If that man were to perish in such a manner, he would not deserve my concern. A peculiar glint flickered in Betty's beautiful eyes. Indeed, let us depart. For the tumult of the times is swiftly approaching, and we must prepare ourselves thoroughly. Meanwhile, in the grand sea route of Alabasta, amidst the swirling sands of the desert, a magnificent city stands proudly alone, known as the City of Dreams, Rain Base. At the heart of this urban landscape lies its largest casino, the Rain Banquet, where beneath its opulent surface, a vast and lavish hall resides in secret. Robin and Jinbei have arrived in the East Blue, where the infamous Shichibukai, Sir Crocodile, known colloquially as Sand Croc, reclines upon a grand sofa, indulging in a cigar. Indeed, my boss, yet the nature of the matter remains unclear. Robin stood beside the sand alligator, a slight frown etched upon his brow. Robin, henceforth, shift a portion of your focus to the East Sea, while also permitting our 7 to recruit the newcomer he mentioned, Rorino Azoro. The sand alligator's brow furrowed as he pondered for a moment, then darkly remarked, even Jinbei has left Fishman Island and ventured to the East Sea. I wonder what upheavals the world will witness next. The Dance Powder Initiative has been in operation for a year now. We must accelerate our efforts to avert unforeseen circumstances. I require additional manpower. Understood, boss. Robin gazed at the man before her, a sudden jolt striking her heart. Could it be that the time to retreat to this hiding place had arrived once more? The Grand Line, Dressrosa. The radiant sunlight cascaded over this bustling city like grains of sand. Within the opulent palace's luxurious pool, Don Quixote da Flamingo lounged on an exceedingly lavish sofa, attired in beach shorts and adorned with flamboyant sunglasses. Several extraordinarily beautiful maidens, clad in provocative bikinis, sprawled around him, exhaling clouds of smoke. The adorable Sugar sat demurely beside da Flamingo, savoring cherries. Moshi Moshi, da Flamingo dialed the transponder snail, a broad grin spreading across his face as he chuckled heartily. Fu. Is this Virgo? Young master, what brings you to call? Has Jinbei suddenly departed for the East Blue? Please investigate what transpired. Understood. Chapter 27. Godlike Potential East Blue. Kokoyasi Village. At this moment, the night still reigned, the silvery moonlight untouched by the recent fierce battle, remaining pure and immaculate. Rob remained at Nami's residence, unaware that two warlords had begun to pay attention to the East Blue due to Jean Bay, nor was he cognizant of the conversation between Bartholomew Kuma and Betty. Rob sat upright on the bed, beginning to contemplate the myriad changes brought about by the Sharingan, while his character panel underwent a significant transformation. Host, Long Physis, Rob. Devil Fruit, Paramecia, Psychic Fruit. Proficiency, Mastery of Mirror 500. Devil Value, 100. The mastery of psychic powers experienced a remarkable increase, enabling the application of telekinesis to simple ethereal entities, such as ghosts and shadows. Note, upon reaching a value of 5,000, the next realm, Awakening Mirror, shall be unlocked, requiring the awakening of 3 types of haki, alongside a physical prowess of the 6th tier or higher. Once the Awakening Mirror is attained, the true potential of the Thought Fruit will be realized, resulting in a substantial enhancement and qualitative transformation of psychic abilities, allowing influence over nearly all objects, aside from the mental and spiritual realms. For instance, the awakened telekinesis can interact with air and the elemental components within matter, granting a level of control akin to that of a user of elemental fruits. Rob's eyes ignited with fervor upon this realization. The sea would soon be entirely subservient to him, greatly enhancing his prowess in underwater combat, on the grand battlefield reminiscent of the legendary war from his past life. He would undoubtedly assume the role of the protagonist. The more potent the elements in the air, the stronger he would become. He could even unleash the awe-inspiring technique known as the volcanic eruption. At that moment, a line of text gradually emerged behind him. Next realm, Extraordinary Mirror, the Sharingan can be thoroughly observed once it reaches the kaleidoscope level. Rob stared incredulously at the screen, suddenly struck by a terrifying hypothesis. Perhaps Whitebeard had attained such a realm, enabling him to truly wreak havoc upon the world. For Whitebeard is indeed the ultimate master of the Devil Fruit. It seems that I still have a long journey ahead of me to reach the pinnacle of this world. Rob gazed solemnly at the interface, and in that moment, he truly began to comprehend the terrifying might of the pinnacle warriors in the world of pirates. Rob looked downwards, observing the following: Conqueror's Haki, status, unactivated, maximum achiever, red-haired Shanks. Armament Haki, status, unactivated, maximum achiever, Monkey D. Garp. Observation Haki, status, unactivated, maximum achiever, Pirate King Gold. Roger. Physical combat, status, level 4, approximately Dao power, energy value, 200. Note, due to the imperfections in the Devil system, Dao power cannot be accurately quantified. It merely indicates that level 5 physical combat has a Dao power of 4,000, equivalent to Rob Lucci's human form strength. Physical combat comprises 10 levels, currently unlocked, levels 1 to 8, with the following energy requirements for each level: level 1, 1, level 2, 10, level 3, 100, level 4, 200, level 5, 2,000, level 6, 5,000, level 7, unspecified, level 8. Condition: the Sharingan must reach the Manjiki to fully unlock level 10. Maximum Achiever, Monkey D. Garp. Bloodline Power, Sharingan, status, single Tomo, Devil Fruits Physical Combat Amplification 10. Proficiency, 1, double Tomo, Devil Fruits Physical Combat Amplification 30 required Devil Value, 500. Triple Tomo, Devil Fruits Physical Combat Amplification 100 required Devil Value, 3000. Manjiki, Devil Fruits Physical Combat Amplification 100, possesses Susanoo, Vice Admiral level. Side effect: diminished vision required Devil Value, unspecified. Eternal Manjiki, accessible upon achieving Triple Tomo, allows viewing, while the Reincarnation Eye grants access upon reaching Manjiki. Intangibility, status, unactivated. Requires specific devil tasks to unlock. Rob furrowed his brow upon witnessing this. It appeared that even the awakening of the Sharingan could not unveil the conditions for intangibility. However, the prospect of awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, granting him the prowess of a quasi-general level Susanoo, greatly piqued his interest, leaving him in a quandary about whether to prioritize the development of his Devil Fruit or the Blood Wheel. Nevertheless, he decided to retain the 100 demon points for the time being, opting to make a decision only when faced with a genuine crisis. Rob contemplated and made this decision, for if he could win over Perona, then his lower strength would correspond to a higher accumulation of demonic points. Just when Rob thought it was over, text unexpectedly reappeared beneath the character template. Note: after the blur task, the system's novice period will conclude, and thereafter, no tasks will be issued except for hidden ones. Note: Hidden tasks are the deeply pure desires of the host's heart, with exceptionally high rewards for completion, such as the task of kingly power, while the penalties for failure are equally severe. After finishing, Rob was taken aback and exclaimed, "What the hell? Others complete the novice tasks in games. And then they have advanced and growth quests. What am I supposed to do if I fail like this?" The response came, "Fear not, for you are the chosen one. Should you perish, you shall enter the cycle of reincarnation. The task will be deemed a failure, but your memories may remain intact, experiencing the lives of 99 solitary souls." He retorted, "Good grief, is that really nothing to worry about?" Rob felt a sudden wave of relief wash over him for having joined the Navy. Otherwise, he might have encountered a formidable figure outside and met an untimely demise without even realizing it. Alas, dear Betty, it seems I shall have to remain in hiding for an extended period, until I possess the strength of an admiral before I can act. At this moment, Rob had cast aside the matters of the Revolutionary Army. He was inherently a free-spirited individual, and aligning himself with that organization or faction had never been his intention. The singular, unalterable main objective remained, to defeat the mightiest man, currently Lord I'm, to embrace the most beautiful woman, currently Boa Hancock, to indulge in the finest meats, all blue ingredients, and to savor the strongest spirits in Raftel. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, for the best is yet to come. Task failed, the host departs from the world of One Piece, entering an endless cycle, no longer erasing memories, experiencing 999 lifetimes of solitude. Has Whitebeard fallen? Rob was momentarily taken aback by the sudden notification from the system. Could it be that the war had already erupted? How could Smoker still be peacefully slumbering in Logetown? The notification chimed again, leaving him bewildered. What on earth was this emo? He was utterly perplexed. I can't take this anymore. I must quit the game. This is utterly ridiculous. The chime sounded once more, indicating that quitting would signify a failure of the mission. Rob stared blankly at the interface, uncertain of how to refute this devilish system. As the system was merely a trial version, it had only accessed up to Chapter 896 during its traversal with the host. Now, as the world continued to evolve, this system was likewise undergoing adjustments. Upon hearing this, Rob felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. After all, the world of One Piece remains an incomplete realm, and he had merely acquired a trial version of the system. Yet, the essential elements of the system remained unaltered. For instance, the sole main quest persists. Although the mightiest individual has shifted, the objective remains the same, to vanquish the strongest man. The only difference is that this man has taken on a new form. Where on earth could he be found? Damn it, I don't even recognize him. Ding. The Sharingan can reveal the names of everyone in the world. The question is, how does one encounter him? What if he turns out to be a hidden old turtle? Ding. Now that, I cannot say. Chapter 28, The Banquet. Rob. The banquet is about to commence. Just as Rob was engulfed in his thoughts, Nami exuberantly leaped into the room, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "There's meat that you love." Rob snapped back to reality, lazily stretching his waist, setting aside those distant worries, and with a cheerful smile, he inquired, "Really? Is it enough for me to eat?" "It might be a bit insufficient." Nami chuckled softly, darting to Rob's side, grasping his hand and pulling him outside. "Not enough?" Rob's gaze was filled with skepticism as he looked at Nami. He could distinctly perceive an alluring fragrance wafting through the air. Upon exiting the room, he found himself rooted to the spot, incredulity washing over him as he beheld the scene before him. Before his eyes lay an expanse of fabric stretching several dozen meters in length and approximately 7 or 8 meters in width, adorned with an array of meats, predominantly fish. Salmon, large lobsters, octopus, wild game, and massive pig trotters were all roasted to a golden perfection, glistening with rich, golden butter, and emanating an intoxicating aroma that was utterly entrancing. What truly captivated attention was the enormous fish, measuring over 10 meters long, its flesh shimmering with a golden hue, steam rising from its perfectly cooked meat. Surrounding the long cloth were dozens of barrels filled with exquisite wine, each requiring 2 or 3 individuals to encircle. Villagers and Navy personnel alike gathered around, their surroundings brimming with various fine spirits. Tonight, revelry was the order of the evening. While Rob stood in a daze, Nami turned to the crowd with a smile. "How can there be so much meat and so much wine? Am I dreaming?" Rob stood in a daze, murmuring to himself. In his mind, how could the village of Kokijia, long oppressed by Eren, possibly possess such an abundance of resources? This grand catch was supposedly retrieved from the sea by Eren's elder brother as an apology gift for us. As for the fine wine, it undoubtedly came from Aaron's castle. That scoundrel hoarded not only a vast amount of wine but also treasures. At this point, Nami's eyes sparkled with symbols of wealth. How about it? Is this a bit insufficient? Nami chuckled, covering her mouth as she observed Rob's bewildered expression. At that moment, he resembled the very first time they had met. Oh, is this meager portion enough for Rob? Do not underestimate me, please. With that, Rob burst into laughter, bellowing for a feast, and then pounced upon the great fish, devouring it voraciously. Ski, what is that look in your eyes? Is the meat not to your liking? Suddenly, Rob noticed that sitting before him was Dashi. Yet the young girl appeared to be staring blankly at him, which struck him as rather peculiar. Are you a fool? Upon hearing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback by the young lady's manner of speaking. However, when his gaze fell upon Dasiki, who had yet to develop a more pronounced figure, a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. Dasiki, do you realize why you are so feeble? Is it perhaps because I have not consumed a devil fruit? Dasiki, intrigued by his words, pondered why there existed such a disparity in strength between her and Rob. Look at your chest, he remarked. What of it? There's nothing amiss. Dasiki responded, her expression blank as she glanced down at her figure. Do you not think it appears somewhat lacking? Rob pressed. A little, she admitted. Hey, what are you trying to imply? Dasiki suddenly snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ah, you ought to take a page from my book and consume more meat. Only then will you grow stronger and possess greater power. Do you understand? Rob looked at Dashki with a heart full of sorrow. Is that true? No wonder the pirate empress is so formidable. Dashki blinked, astonished. She was well aware of the power possessed by that pirate empress. Stop spouting nonsense, you pig. Nami could no longer contain herself and delivered a swift punch to Rob, who was in the midst of his meal. Ouch, I was just joking. You scoundrel, so it was merely a jest. Dashki snapped back, regaining her composure and tossing a pig's hoof at Rob. Beside them, Noki couldn't help but emit a melodious laugh, and thus, the true spirit of the banquet began to unfold. Midway through the festivities, Nami quietly made her way towards the coastline, arriving at the edge of a cliff. Beneath the brilliant moonlight, Jinbei sat cross-legged, sipping his drink. Why aren't you joining the banquet, Jinbei? A guilty man has no right to partake in such merriment. Jinbei replied with a resigned smile. I never imagined you would not stand up for Arlong. Nami approached and sat beside him, casting a curious glance at the formidable fishman before her. He made mistakes, Jinbei said, his gaze filled with remorse as he looked at Nami. I can allow him to harbor hatred towards humans, but I cannot permit him to inflict that hatred upon the innocent. Nami was momentarily taken aback, recalling Arlong's actions. Indeed, he had always despised humanity and subjugated them. He was once enslaved by humans. A flicker of pain crossed Jinbei's eyes, dispelling Nami's doubts and stirring a tempest within her heart. How can this be? You are fishmen. Let us not dwell on that, Jinbei interjected. Return to the banquet. I hope you do not let Arlong's hatred extend to the entire fishman race. This is also why I did not stand up for him. For I do not wish for hatred to spread to the innocent. Rest assured, I will not harbor hatred towards the fishmen, but I could never forgive Arlong, Nami declared, turning to leave. Arlong, of course, can never expect forgiveness from me, just as I will never forgive the celestial dragons. As Nami departed, Jinbei raised his drink to the luminous moon, his eyes brimming with profound hatred. After Nami's return, over an hour had passed, the night had deepened, and the previous raucous laughter had faded. Almost everyone lay sprawled on the grass, thoroughly intoxicated. Nami, your capacity for alcohol is truly impressive. Rob, inebriated, gazed at Nami. This was his second encounter with alcohol, and his tolerance had notably improved. Apart from Nami, he was the only one still somewhat aware. So, Nami, how about we retire to my quarters? He proposed. What? Could you repeat that? Nami chuckled lightly as she playfully tapped Rob on the head, well aware that he had previously suggested she become his wife upon their very first meeting. What's the matter? I didn't say anything untoward. I merely invited you aboard my ship. Why are you so suggestive? Who is to blame for your unclear articulation? Nami retorted, delivering another playful punch to Rob. Is it my fault I'm intoxicated? He countered. So being drunk gives you the right to be unreasonable? She shot back. Ah, well, speaking of which, how does one pursue a girl? You must possess some insight, Nami. I've never pursued a girl myself, so how would I know? Nami replied, exasperated. But you're a woman. Surely you understand what girls desire? He insisted. Oh, do you fancy that naval officer named Dasky? Nami inquired, a mischievous glint flickering in her eyes. Her? Absolutely not. That girl is far too naive. Incredibly foolish. How could I possibly be attracted to such a dim-witted woman? Rob shook his head fervently. Well, never mind. Allow me to impart some wisdom to you as a gesture of gratitude. Oh, he continued, firstly, one must exhibit gentleness towards young ladies. Lifting someone like Dasky with one hand is rather uncouth. Surely you know how to perform a proper princess carry? Nami recalled the previous instance when Rob had requested her assistance in caring for Dasky and found herself momentarily speechless. No wonder this fellow had remained a bachelor for the better part of his life. Gentleness, you say? A princess carry, indeed. As Rob murmured softly, he succumbed to slumber. Alas, men do indeed exhibit remarkable frailty when intoxicated. Could it be that I am simply too formidable? Nami observed Rob as he drifted into unconsciousness, letting out a sigh of resignation. Upon rising, she noticed that both young and old, regardless of gender, lay sprawled about, and a wry smile crept across her face. It appears that my strength is indeed overwhelming. With that thought, Nami gazed at Rob and earnestly murmured to herself, Rob, I truly yearn to sail the seas with you. Yet my disdain for the Navy remains steadfast. I find solace in the freedom of navigation, sketching those exquisite maps. Chapter 29. Innocence, a blazing sun hung above the horizon, casting its warm glow upon the scene, as the briny sea breeze wafted through the air. At this moment, Rob had journeyed a considerable distance from the village of Kokokasia. Perhaps it is for the best. Nami's voyage aboard the ship of the Straw Hats in 2 years will likely be far safer than accompanying me. As for myself, I still remain too weak. Rob gazed at the horizon, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes, as he began to formulate a plan. His first objective was to abduct Perona. Observing the speed of the warship, Rob furrowed his brow and remarked, Moo, hasten your pace. If we reach Roguetown within 3 days, I shall absolve you of the charges of being a Long's accomplice. Upon hearing this, Moo was taken aback, letting out an exuberant roar before surging forward at full speed, creating a flurry of waves. After awakening from his inebriation yesterday, Rob fortuitously witnessed Momo swimming back to the Alron domain, prompting him to enlist Momo's assistance in ferrying the boat. System, let the training of light commence. As customary, Rob embarked on his daily regimen. As an extraordinary energy enveloped his body, he swiftly engaged in rigorous exercise. Once more, sweat dripped rhythmically onto the deck as Rob relentlessly completed repetition after repetition. Rob, do you truly believe this will be effective for your training? Jinbei gazed incredulously at Rob, who was performing simple push-ups without any added weight. Indeed, I suppose I am rather indolent. A faint smile curled at the corners of Rob's mouth as he paid no heed to Jinbei's words, continuing his rigorous training. Jinbei informed him that he must personally escort Arlong to prison. Given his status as one of the 7 warlords, Rob found it difficult to refuse, thus allowing him to board the ship. Although Jinbei felt perplexed, he refrained from further inquiries, instead silently gazing at the surface of the sea, leaving no one to discern the depths of his thoughts. Approximately 15 minutes later, Rob lay exhausted on the deck, having advanced to the 4th tier of martial arts, now possessing over 20 points of energy daily. At this rate, within 3 months, he would achieve the 5th tier, reaching the level of Lucci in his human form. Time slipped away like grains of sand. After 2.5 days, Rob finally arrived at the port of Loguetown, fulfilling his promise to set Moo free. Colonel Smoker and Arlong's crew had been entirely subdued. Rob met Smoker alone and reported on the mission. Indeed, you may go and rest now, Smoker replied, a smile gracing his face as he bit down on a large cigar. Please, Colonel Smoker, grant me more tasks. Upon hearing this, Rob's expression tightened. He aspired to vanquish more pirates to ascend the ranks and accrue devil points. How could he possibly idle away in Roguetown? A mission? Smoker was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow in contemplation before lamenting. Rob, you are aware that the East Sea is inherently the weakest of all seas. The notorious Arlong, with a bounty of 20 million, is merely the most formidable pirate in plain sight. Furthermore, my presence has rendered the East Sea even more tranquil. Given your prowess. Rob looked at the troubled Smoker, a spark igniting in his eyes as he remarked, Isn't Arlong being escorted to the underwater prison? I could accompany him. Just send me to the Navy headquarters. However, Smoker furrowed his brow, pondering the absurdity of escorting a minor pirate like Arlong to such depths after all. The East Blue was far removed from the underwater prison. Is Arlong truly that insignificant? While he may be a fool, he is nonetheless a subordinate of Jinbei. Remember, a pirate is still a pirate, and such individuals require stringent supervision. Yet, Smoker's concern loomed large. But can you ensure a safe escort? That route traverses the Grand Line. Of course, I cannot do it alone. Fortunately, Jinbei will assist, Rob replied confidently. Indeed, Jinbei insisted on personally overseeing Arlong's imprisonment, ensuring he does not emerge to cause further trouble. Suddenly, a voice from a den mushy pierced through their conversation. Hello? Smoker answered promptly. Smoker, I will arrive at Lowtown in a day. Meanwhile, in an uncharted area of the East Blue, a young man named Qingji leisurely pedaled across the frozen sea on a small bicycle. What brings you here? He inquired. Is an old superior not allowed to check on his subordinate? I wanted to see how this disobedient rascal is faring in Lowtown, a natural-born user of the elemental fruit. And yet, he remained merely a colonel. Smoker's face darkened at Qingji's jest, and he chose to remain silent. Well, I just accompanied Vice Admiral Garb back to his hometown. He was reluctant to leave his grandson, so I took the opportunity to swing by Lowtown. Qingji chuckled with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing this, Smoker's gaze brightened as he turned to Rob. By the way, I have a rather impressive newcomer. If you assist me, I shall hand him over to you. Pfft. Do I not know what kind of subordinate you have? A bunch of layabouts from the tavern. With a resigned smile, Qingji watched as the call was abruptly terminated. Smoker's blatant disrespect towards his superior was evident. It was clear that he had struck a nerve. Does he truly believe I wouldn't be informed about his capable subordinates? He underestimates his old superior too much. Enraged, Smoker hung up the phone, resolved to ensure that Rob would properly express his grievances. Rob, I have a task for you. Rob was taken aback, pondering what kind of call could infuriate Smoker to the extent of immediately assigning a task. What task could it be? Give me a proper slap in the face to Kizaru. I am sending you to the Navy headquarters. What? Strike Kizaru? Smoker, are you jesting with me? Upon hearing this, Rob's expression turned to one of astonishment. Ah, I intended for you to truly showcase your abilities, Smoker replied, rendered speechless. To speak candidly, if you perform admirably, there exists a possibility that you may be taken back to the Navy headquarters by Kizaru. Otherwise, it is beyond my means to facilitate your arrival there. Prepare yourself diligently. With that, Rob departed from Smoker's chamber, only to encounter Jinbei outside. Brother Rob, what is to be done with Arlong? Jinbei inquired, furrowing his brow. The colonel has decreed that he be cast into the underwater prison. But the East Blue is far removed from the underwater prison, and who shall escort him? Though Jinbei found the situation perplexing, a flicker of joy ignited within him. It seemed that Shachi might be saved, as he was indeed the savior of Lord Rayleigh. Far. No matter, I shall accompany you to the Navy headquarters. Rob was unaware of Jinbei's thoughts. His sole focus was on how to enter the Navy headquarters. Very well. Then I shall rely on you, Brother Rob. Jinbei, however, was not concerned about the safety of the journey. He simply understood that without the Navy, it would be impossible for him to escort Arlong alone. Rob nodded and departed, intending to seek out Dasky for a conversation. However, upon reaching the shore, Dasky vanished without a trace. Rob shook his head, not pondering further, merely sensing that the girl seemed somewhat different, as time drifted like sand. The morning sun of the following day cascaded down, and Qingji lazily appeared on the shores of Rog Town, riding his bicycle. How exhausting. I must get a good night's sleep upon returning to the headquarters. Chapter 30. Qingji's trial as Qingji disembarked. The surrounding Navy personnel widened their eyes in disbelief at the sight before them. This was the highest combat force of the Navy, a vice admiral. Do you know where Smoker is? Qingji inquired languidly, glancing at the nearby sailors with an air of nonchalance. The colonel is at the base. The sailor, caught off guard, trembled nervously and hurriedly pointed towards the direction of the base. At that moment, Rob also caught sight of Qingji, and in an instant, his Sharingan began to whirl vigorously, accompanied by an indescribable weight of pressure that enveloped him. This Navy fellow is quite impressive, isn't he? Qingji seemed to sense a difference, slightly tilting his head to gaze at Rob. Kazan, how about that guy? He asked the newcomer I mentioned to you. A relaxed voice emanated from the direction of the base, followed by a wisp of thick smoke that coalesced into Smoker. Oh, Smoker. It seems your judgment is commendable this time. Upon seeing Smoker, Qingji refrained from using his real name, opting instead for the familiar nickname, indicating a bond that transcended the ordinary. Rob, indeed, he shows considerable potential. Just then, the cheerful voice of Jinbei resonated from the shoreline. Jinbei? Well, it appears something is afoot. Qingji, unperturbed, stood on the beach, lazily observing Smoker. Impressive. Rob glanced at the crowd before him, a wave of anxiety unexpectedly washing over him. The small town of Rog was graced at this moment by the presence of two eminent figures. Could you assist in evaluating my selection? I am curious to see how the individual I have chosen measures up, Smoker remarked with a smile, fully aware of Akiji's typically laid-back demeanor. He suspected that presenting him with a subordinate might lead to complications, as Akiji would be disinclined to manage them. Very well. It has been quite some time since I engaged in any activity. Let us see how Jinbei and your judgment align, Akiji replied, letting out a resigned sigh as he stretched, directing his gaze towards Rob. Come forth, young man. Upon hearing this, Rob did not act immediately. Instead, he gazed solemnly at Qingji. In that fleeting moment, the overwhelming pressure had vanished as if a seemingly harmless individual stood before him. Bang! Rob did not detect any flaws, realizing that it was futile to continue. With a resounding sound, a small pit appeared beneath his feet. Activate the Sharingan. Upon uttering these words, an ominous aura emanated from the depths of his eyes, as the blood-red pupils began to whirl wildly. How could that fellow Rob have received a personal assessment from General Qingji? Just then, Dasky emerged from an unknown location, gazing at Rob with astonishment. For the general was the lifelong ambition of every naval officer. A bit slow, Qingji remarked nonchalantly, slightly tilting his body as Rob's strike missed entirely. This is not good. As Rob witnessed his strike miss its mark, Qingji's hand was almost upon him. In a moment of desperation, a terrifying psychic force surged forth from his consciousness. Divine Flash? In an instant, Rob's body was wrenched through the void by an invisible, colossal power, narrowly evading Qingji's hand, which radiated an icy chill, and tumbling several times to create distance. Oh, is it the power of a devil fruit? Qingji, taken aback by Rob's evasion, quickly deduced that it was indeed the ability of a devil fruit. How terrifying. Countless beads of cold sweat drenched Rob's back. As he drew near to Qingji, he felt no pressure, yet sensed that every movement of his was laid bare. Had it not been for Divine Flash, he would have been reduced to a mere block of ice. The void's thoughts. Rob's low growl resonated, and a dense surge of mental energy surged forth from his body like a tidal wave. In an instant, the tumultuous sea at the shore roared to life, transforming into towering waves that reached dozens of meters high, obscuring the sky as they surged towards Qingji. Is this the prowess of Sergeant Rob? The nearby naval officers gazed in astonishment at the massive waves overhead, knowing that such colossal forces could effortlessly obliterate an entire town. At that moment, the sunlight was completely eclipsed by the monstrous waves above Rob and his companions. Control, perhaps? Qingji noted the scene with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, then slowly turned around to face the blue waves behind him. He extended his other hand, previously tucked away in his pocket, and gently pressed it against the surface of the water. In the eyes of the astonished Navy personnel, a beam of blue light emanated from his palm. In the blink of an eye, the cataclysmic waves transformed into ice and snow, intricately sculpted in the air, exuding an aura of frigid chill. In that very instant, Rob had already leapt into action as Qingji turned. His formidable fist, accelerated by his mental energy, became even swifter. The little fellow, it seems, possesses considerable speed. Remarkably, Qingji did not even glance back. He was already aware of Rob's presence. Alarmingly, it appeared that Qingji, the admiral, was about to be struck by Sergeant Rob. The nearby naval officers shouted in anxiety, mistakenly believing that Qingji was unable to turn in time due to his focus on countering the waves. With a resounding impact, Rob's fierce fist penetrated Qingji's chest, radiating an icy chill. The surrounding Navy officers could hardly believe their eyes. It was an admiral, and yet he had been pierced by Rob. However, you have yet to take that crucial step, Qingji lamented, gazing at the fist embedded in his chest. Oh no. Just as Qingji's words fell, Rob sensed a chilling sensation emanating from his arm. He swiftly withdrew, creating distance between them. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. He hasn't even begun to unleash his full power. It is utterly terrifying. Rob gazed at his arms, which had turned a shade of deep purple within mere moments, anxiety welling up in his eyes. No, this would not earn him the recognition he sought. Damn it. He could not afford to squander any more time in the East Blue. If the sand crocodile seized Alabasta, it would spell disaster for him. All because he had greedily accepted the mission of the king's power. Just then, amidst Rob's mounting distress, a melodious system notification resonated within his mind. The host is in close proximity to engage with a natural-type adversary, activating the observation hockey and armament hockey systems. Rob was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the much-pondered hockey system could be triggered merely by battling a natural type. Are you attempting to enlist Smoker's assistance to gain entry into the Navy headquarters through me? At that moment, young Kizuna turned to face Rob, lazily observing him, having already deduced Smoker's intentions. However, little one, gaining my approval is no simple feat. Jinbei, witnessing the unfolding scene, let out a gentle sigh. This is the nature of the natural type. Without hockey, one can inflict no harm whatsoever. Kizuna slowly approached Rob and continued, in this East Blue, you should train for another 2 years. You possess a rather decent foundation. Is that so? If I stay any longer, I might just rust away. Rob coldly regarded the youthful figure before him. Oh, what do you intend to do? The youth, intrigued, fixed his gaze upon Rob. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, and Rob soared into the air, delivering a swift and fierce roundhouse kick aimed at the youth's chest. Such futility. Have you not yet grasped the crux of the matter? Unexpectedly, the youth's languid expression froze in astonishment as he beheld Rob's incoming kick. You have awakened the armament hockey. Chapter 31. Setting sail. Everyone witnessed Rob's leg striking the youth's body. Astonishingly, it did not penetrate but instead caused ripples in the fabric of his clothing. Hockey? Dashki was momentarily taken aback, unfamiliar with the term. Indeed, this is the armament hockey. Jinbei, observing the scene, could not conceal his astonishment. It was exceedingly rare for someone so young in the East Sea to awaken such power. Impressive. Smoker, your new recruit has hidden depths. The youth felt a surge of joy. After all, powerful figures in the Navy were quite scarce, and typically only those possessing hockey were nurtured towards the ranks of rear admirals. It is worth noting that it was rumored that Lucci of CP9, a prodigious talent, had yet to awaken hockey despite his brilliance. Smoker, too, was astonished, clearly unaware that Rob had awakened hockey, considering that he himself had yet to comprehend it. Does this mean we can proceed to the headquarters? Upon witnessing the scene, Rob felt a moment of surprise, realizing that the formidable presence had astonished Qingji to such an extent. However, upon reflection, he came to understand, for in the comics of his previous life, it was indeed rare to find powerful figures before the advent of the New World. That is to be expected, Qingji remarked with a gentle smile. Subsequently, the group entered Lobetown, where Smoker informed Qingji about the task of escorting Arlong and Jinbei. Shortly thereafter, after spending a day in Lobetown, Qingji prepared to depart on the following morning at dawn. Rob intended to bid farewell to Dashki, but after searching for a long time, he found no trace of her. The following morning, beneath the rising sun along the coast, just as Rob was about to board the ship, Smoker suddenly called out to Kazan. Kazan, Rob is my subordinate. You must do me a favor. Otherwise, it might be somewhat inappropriate for me to simply take him away. Smoker cast a satisfied glance at Rob on the ship. Oh? Kazan remarked with intrigue, aware that his old friend was not one to frequently ask for assistance. Make sure to train this fellow properly, Smoker said, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and fixing his gaze on Rob, speaking sternly. You foolish boy, do your best and do not tarnish my reputation. Upon hearing those words, Rob paused, his gaze fixated on the man on the beach, who was leisurely puffing on a large cigar. In that instant, there was an unexpected glimmer of moisture in his eyes. It dawned upon him that this was not a mere comic. This was a vibrant, living world, imbued with humanity. A subtle revelation washed over him, and Rob's state of mind underwent a quiet transformation. In that moment, he felt as though he was gradually becoming part of this world. No longer an outsider. At your command, Colonel. Rob immediately rendered a standard military salute, solemnly pledging his vow. I shall not betray your expectations. In that fleeting moment, a surge of fervent ambition ignited within Rob, casting aside thoughts of the Revolutionary Army. He was now a sailor. I understand, my friend, he replied. Observing this, Qingji couldn't help but smile slightly, as if having made a resolute decision. Rob, in light of your commendable success in vanquishing Along, I hereby promote you to the rank of Major at the Navy headquarters. Upon your arrival at the headquarters, I shall assign you a new mission. At your command. Upon hearing this, Rob was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to contain his emotions. He never anticipated that the rank he had been so troubled by would be elevated directly beyond his expectations. Meanwhile, Jinbei, witnessing this, narrowed his eyes. Although a Navy lieutenant commander held little significance in his eyes, Rob's rapid ascent to such a rank after a single endeavor was utterly astonishing. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared along the coastline, the young girl arching her back as if striving with all her might. Rob. The bright and familiar voice left Rob momentarily stunned. Dashki, I will grow stronger, immensely strong. I will not disappoint you. In the name of the Navy, I vow. Promise me, when we meet again, you will still be a righteous member of the Navy." Upon hearing these words, Rob gazed at the resolute young woman by the coast, recalling the matter of Colonel Mouse. It was for this reason that she vowed in the name of the Navy, imploring herself not to lose faith in it. From her initial speech in Logtown, she had contemplated her true intentions, fearing future injustices and persecution that might compel her to betray the Navy. After spending some time together, she had genuinely come to regard him as a comrade, unwilling to lose herself and reluctant to face him as adversaries in the future. "Sky, I promise you." Rob gazed tenderly at the young girl, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he softly spoke. Time, like sand, slipped away swiftly. Approximately half a month later, under the guidance of Qingji, the warship carrying Rob and his companions surged triumphantly towards the infamous Bermuda Triangle. Along the journey, a few minor pirate vessels inadvertently crossed paths with the warship, prompting Qingji to suggest that Rob hone his skills, while the stronger adversaries were swiftly vanquished by him. As they progressed, the detention facilities within the shipyard became astonishingly filled, and the experiences of this period profoundly enlightened Rob regarding the essence of the age of great pirates. Such is the harsh reality of the world. Rob clenched his fists, fervently yearning to augment his strength. Had he known, he would have refrained from visiting Robe Town. Gazing at the somber sky, he involuntarily stifled a yawn. Had he been cycling alone, he would have arrived long ago, and no pirate would have dared to provoke him. Upon hearing this, Rob felt a sense of speechlessness. Ever since embarking from Lobe Town, Qingji had not devoted any effort to instruct him. Instead, whenever they encountered pirates, he would merely call upon Rob to take action, and only if absolutely necessary would he lift a finger. This truly epitomized the languid nature of justice. However, Rob found himself unexpectedly fortunate. Throughout approximately half a month of battles, aside from instances of overwhelming victory and being overwhelmed, he had accumulated 750 devil points and 322 energy points. Now, his character panel displayed a remaining 850 devil points and used. His hockey advancement, akin to his martial prowess, had reached the 10th tier, requiring the same amount of energy points for training. Thus, Rob expended 200 energy points on hockey, elevating both his observation hockey and armament hockey to the 3rd tier. The 3rd tier represents the initial stage of hockey. Armament hockey allows one to envelop their entire body in hockey, enabling them to grasp the physical form of a devil fruit user, albeit without the ability to nullify their powers like Sea Stone. The next realm, known as the Mastery Stage, requires hockey to attain the 5th tier, allowing the user to imbue objects they touch with hockey. Of course, observation hockey follows a similar principle. At the initial stage, it merely predicts attacks, while at the Mastery Stage, one can discern their immediate surroundings. This must be Moria's lair. If I could harness the powers of the Noro no Mi and acquire Perona, I could potentially contend with those beyond my current strength, thereby causing my devil points to surge dramatically in a short span of time. Excitement surged within Rob, for his abilities were perfectly suited to suppress Perona. The Sharingan had revealed the properties of the Suksuk no Mi, enabling him to control phantoms. Without her spirits, what could Perona possibly use to contend with him? "Akiji, could you lend a hand?" At that moment, a faint voice resonated through the dark and foreboding waters of the Devil's Triangle, interrupting Rob's contemplation. Chapter 32. Rayleigh accompanied by the tranquil sea breeze, a massive ship's prow emerged from the black mist, gradually revealing its entirety. The vessel was colossal, resembling a small island, and the eerie silence was only broken by the earlier utterance, emanating an unsettling aura. Thud, thud, with the sound of heavy footsteps. A silhouette slowly materialized from the darkness at the forefront of the ghostly ship. The figure seemed to be dragging a weighty object, producing a harsh, grating sound as it moved. Eventually, it emerged fully from the black fog, clad in a brown jacket and draped in a white cloak. The figure wore olive green shorts adorned with small black dots, complemented by casual flip-flops. In its grasp was an object, bloodied and bearing a vacant expression. Rayleigh? Shinjo's brow furrowed at the sight, his previously languid demeanor turning serious. Indeed, he had arrived. Jinbei's gaze flickered with unease. After all, the ship was now home to Admiral Shinjo. At this moment, Rob suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. He recalled from the manga of his previous life that the character Little 8 was the savior of Silver's Rayleigh. This realization made him tense. After all, Rayleigh was a legendary figure in One Piece. With a sound, Rayleigh casually discarded the object in his hand onto the deck, revealing a faint smile. "Young one, There is no need to be so anxious. I am not here to create trouble. Come forth. As he spoke, several figures emerged from the swirling darkness. The first was the towering and peculiar Gecko Moria, who, in this moment, bore a look of unease rather than his usual nonchalance. Following him were the beast-headed Absalom, the grotesquely spherical Hogback, and the charming girl Perona, with her pink pigtails. I recall that the 7 warlords of the sea are under the jurisdiction of your navy. Their well-being should demonstrate my sincerity, Rayleigh remarked with a slight smile, making his stance clear. What brings you out to sea? Rob inquired, his previously tense posture relaxing. It was worth noting that he had not seen Rayleigh truly appear for many years. However, upon witnessing Gecko Moria, Rob understood that Rayleigh was here for negotiation, not to become enemies with the Navy. There is a young brother aboard your ship who is my friend, and I wish to take him with me, Rayleigh stated slowly. A glint of cold light flashing in his scarred eyes, as an unseen pressure began to permeate the air. Oh, are you attempting to abduct someone in my presence? You must think quite little of me, Rayleigh, Rob retorted, a flicker of anger crossing his serious gaze, as an icy chill emanated from his body. In this rarely trafficked devil's triangle, I propose a trade. I will exchange the head in my possession for my friend. For I know that once we reach the Navy headquarters, things will become complicated, he continued. Pirate Caballero, with a bounty of 200 million. A mere lackey in the New World. What do you think? Rayleigh gestured towards the bloodied figure at their feet. If that is unacceptable, then I will have no choice but to resort to battle. The pressure radiating from Rayleigh intensified, and in that moment, Rob felt as if he were being scrutinized by a blade's edge. It was terrifying. Rob was taken aback, realizing the terrifying nature of these pinnacle powerhouses only upon entering this world. The pressure he felt, although not directly aimed at him, was already formidable. Upon hearing this, Qingji did not respond immediately. He was unafraid of Rayleigh, yet he was also reluctant to initiate conflict, for this was not merely a matter of simple interests. Admiral Qingji, might we first inquire about his associates? As soon as Rob uttered this phrase, he felt a chilling aura spreading from the soles of his feet, clearly inciting Qingji's displeasure. Rob bore the weight of pressure, gritting his teeth as he declared, if the offense is not one of grave malevolence, I believe we can negotiate. However, should it be akin to the heinous acts of Aokiji, I would not waver, even under the banner of justice. With these words, Rob felt the chilling aura beneath his feet gradually dissipate. Indeed, he had not erred in his assessment. The nascent justice he espoused was not akin to that of a kaino. For otherwise, he would not have spared Robin in the past. Rayleigh, reveal to me the name of your acquaintance. Aokiji's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon Rayleigh, an ominous chill permeating the atmosphere, with frost beginning to form, signaling the impending clash. Rayleigh, upon witnessing this, felt a flicker of joy within him. He understood that had Admiral Akina been present, there would be no room for dialogue. Such would be the nature of absolute justice. He is known as Shachi. Aokiji's brow furrowed at this revelation, for the name was unfamiliar to him. Admiral Aokiji, he is one of the subordinates from the Arlong pirates, whom Rob and his brother vanquished. Seeing the tension escalate, Jinbi quickly interjected, mindful of the omission regarding the crew members. He was acutely aware of Shachi's disposition and wished to avert conflict, knowing full well the difficulties that would ensue should a battle erupt. Oh, Rob, are you familiar with him? Aokiji inquired, tilting his head slightly to regard Rob. Upon witnessing this, Rob felt a surge of joy. In his heart, he regarded Xiao Ba as being akin to the plight of Momo. His previous disdain for the Navy stemmed from their collusion with the Arlong pirates. During those harrowing times of subjugation by the Arlong crew, Xiao Ba, as a mere fisherman, could only be considered a victim of circumstance, having never actively oppressed humanity. This chapter is not yet complete. Please proceed to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Since it is you who captured him, I shall leave his fate in your hands. Upon hearing this, Qingji's grave demeanor instantly relaxed, transforming into a languid expression, and the chill in the air dissipated. As you command. Rob received his orders and turned to Rayleigh, speaking with a dignified yet respectful tone. In light of your significant contributions to the Navy, I hereby grant amnesty to your friend, Little 8, restoring his freedom. Release him. Upon these words, the naval officers promptly brought Little 8 forward. Rayleigh, upon seeing this, Little 8's eyes glistened with tears. He had not anticipated that Uncle Rayleigh would personally negotiate with the Navy on his behalf. It's all right. I told you that no one can bully you. Rayleigh cast a grateful glance at Rob before smiling at Little 8. Subsequently, the two parties exchanged their respective individuals. And once the transaction was complete, Rob and his companions departed alongside Qingji and the others. Is that young lad named Rob? I owe him a small favor. Rayleigh mused as he watched the distant warship, a faint smile gracing his lips. Had it not been for Rob, a conflict might have indeed erupted. Fortunately, it was not aboard Akainu's ship. Little 8, let us go, he declared, and with that, Rayleigh leaped into the sea, taking Little 8 with him, much to Moria's astonishment. Boss, he has gone, Absalom remarked, patting Moria's shoulder, a sense of dread enveloping him. Just days prior, he had witnessed that man swimming in the ocean, only to climb aboard this ghost ship and give him a thorough thrashing. Terrifying. Is this the infamous Dark King, Rayleigh? Hogback trembled slightly. Let us return to rest. Moria replied vacantly, once again feeling the oppressive weight akin to that which Kaido had imposed upon him, a pressure that had led to his downfall and rendered him too fearful to step into the new world ever since. Why was that fellow staring at me? Perona pondered, glancing toward the horizon. The one named Rob had maintained his gaze on her as he departed. Yet, that fellow is rather handsome. A faint blush suddenly blossomed on Perona's beautiful face. Chapter 33, Marineford several days later. At noon, the warship commanded by Rob and his crew finally arrived at the Navy headquarters in Marineford. Subsequently, Aaron and the remaining pirates were escorted by the Navy to the underwater prison, where Jinbei bid them farewell. Qingji, you have finally returned. The new world is terrifying. You must come to my aid. Just as Rob followed Qingji towards the naval base, a beam of golden light illuminated the path ahead. Gradually, countless golden rays converged, revealing the form of Kizaru. Dressed in a yellow and white striped suit and donning a pair of sunglasses, he wore a smirk that exuded a rather lecherous demeanor. Upon witnessing the scene, Rob's lips curled in disdain. There was no sign of fear to be found here. Moreover, the yellow ape appeared even more lecherous than his comic counterpart from a previous life. I lack the time for this. I must retire to slumber. Qingji exhaled, seemingly fatigued. By the way, who is that little fellow? The yellow ape had also taken notice of Rob, realizing that Qingji was not one to surround himself with subordinates. Oh, he is a new recruit of mine, possessing considerable potential, Qingji replied languidly. Very well, if you do not wish to venture into the new world. I shall seek out Bartolomeo instead. After exchanging pleasantries with Qingji, the yellow ape transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the unknown. Rob was utterly astonished, which inevitably brought to mind the conclusion of the war at the summit in his previous life, where Aokiji and Kizaru emerged unscathed, while Akainu was drenched in blood. The notion that the three admirals were safeguarding the new world was nothing but a grandiose exaggeration. It was essentially Akainu single-handedly managing the situation. Subsequently, Aokiji escorted Rob to the registration office, officially incorporating his identity into the Navy's records. This uniform and this insignia, Aokiji remarked, as he handed Rob the Code of Justice and a military insignia. This represents the rank of Major. Your new assignment is to be stationed in the West Sea, tasked with eradicating the notorious pirates there. I will notify you of further orders in due time. Now, prepare your supplies and proceed to the West Sea. With that, Aokiji conveyed his instructions and departed, leaving Rob in a state of bewilderment. The West Sea? A familiar name surfaced in Rob's mind, Capone Beach, one of the supernovas 2 years hence. The West Sea and the East Sea were of entirely different calibers. Rob felt a throbbing headache. It is worth noting that in the East Sea, aside from Ace, as well as later figures like Luffy, Zoro, and Bartolomeo for years hence, there had been no tales of formidable pirates. The notorious Arlong, with a bounty of 20 million, was ostensibly the most powerful pirate. As for the West Sea, apart from Capone Beach, there was naught but ignorance, and the unknown signifies peril. It appears that before embarking on the high seas, it is imperative to first abduct Perona. As Rob contemplated, he made his way towards the port, where a variety of naval vessels and supplies awaited. Before long, he arrived at a window, behind which sat a jovial naval officer, his belly protruding and a smile adorning his cherubic face. Major, what brings you here? Bobby's inquired, noticing Rob's curious gaze. Embodying the essence of a diligent sailor. Oh, I am here to collect a warship. Upon witnessing the situation, Rob informed him of his intention. Please present your military insignia. At these words, Bobby shivered slightly and respectfully replied. This young major was evidently one who had been promoted directly through the ranks, for it is known that one can command a warship even at the rank of lieutenant. Furthermore, a commander with such authority merely needs to register to set sail. Is that correct? Rob remembered the military token that Qingji had given him and quickly rummaged through his pocket to retrieve it. Indeed, Bobby's promptly took the military token, and upon examining the inscription, a fleeting glimmer of coldness passed through his eyes before it vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Major, you are headed to the Western Sea, where you may claim a medium-sized warship along with 500 naval soldiers. Here are your military token and ship license, numbered 5 to 20. Please proceed to the docking area at the front to collect your warship, and finally report to Colonel Entree at the Western Sea headquarters. Bobby scribbled something on a piece of paper, then, with a cheerful demeanor, handed the military token and the completed ship license to Rob. What a splendid number! Rob glanced at the naval ship license in his hand. His mood lifted with joy. Is that so? Babes inquired, puzzled. Indeed, thank you. Rob did not offer any explanation as he took his belongings and departed in the direction indicated by Barbie's. Once Rob had left, the smile on Barbie's face vanished, replaced by a sinister expression. He proceeded to dial a phone book. In the command center of the Navy Division in the West Sea, a formidable man, approximately 2 meters tall, reclined on a luxurious sofa, bare-chested and curiously unscathed, despite his well-defined 8-pack abs. At the same time, his right arm was draped around a striking young woman, whose alluring figure was accentuated by a bunny girl outfit, exuding an irresistible charm. Should anyone from the West Sea behold this scene, they would undoubtedly recognize the man as Colonel Entrell and the woman as the renowned pirate of the West Sea, the Enchantress, with a bounty of 20 million. Colonel Entrell, how have my subordinates fared since Lieutenant Andrew detained them? I have incurred significant losses, Entrell remarked, his gaze greedily lingering on the Enchantress's form, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That oblivious fool will soon be demoted to ensign. You will see your subordinates upon your return. Upon hearing this, the Enchantress leaned closer, her body pressing against Entrell's as she whispered enticingly in his ear, Thank you, Colonel. It would be even better if you could facilitate a connection with the Capone family. Just then, the phone bug in front of Entrell buzzed, shattering his good mood. What is it, old friend Barbie's? It's not yet time for payment, Entrell replied, irritation lacing his tone, for this man had taken his fair share of profit. Not that. Colonel Entrell, I have something to inform you, Barbie's replied. Oh? The Navy headquarters has dispatched a new major to the West Sea, an unexpected arrival. And I have yet to ascertain his background. Is that so? I understand. With that, Entrell abruptly hung up the phone, a frown etching itself on his brow, clearly unsettled by Rob's arrival. What's the matter, Colonel? What has happened? The Enchantress inquired, gently caressing Entrell's chest. Nothing of concern, just an unknown individual has appeared. A flicker of coldness passed through Entrell's eyes. Could he possibly challenge the Colonel? The Enchantress paused momentarily before erupting into laughter, her pristine form settling onto Entrell's lap. Indeed. This is my territory. Entrell's eyes ignited with fervent desire as he forcefully pressed the Enchantress against the table before them. Colonel, what about the Capone matter? Leave that to me. As he spoke, Entrell lunged like a fierce tiger into the delicate embrace, and soon the room was filled with a series of gasps. Chapter 34. Perona. The Devil's Triangle, a mysterious expanse of ocean that lies before the New World, is perpetually shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere and bizarre weather. At this moment, beneath the black clouds, the weather remained eerily calm in this region, where a medium-sized warship, significantly larger than an ordinary small boat, made its appearance. Captain Rob. We have spotted a ghost ship. On board, Captain Rob lay comfortably on the sails, indulging in slumber, when a sudden urgent voice shattered his repose. Is it true? Have we finally arrived? Upon hearing this, Rob allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He opened his eyes and beheld Sergeant Rate, who had set aside his telescope, and remarked, Well done, Sergeant Rate. With that, Rob descended from the sail through the power of his telekinesis and positioned himself before the young sergeant. Rate, the sole naval sergeant chosen by Rob during his recruitment, was quite youthful, merely in his early teens, with a well-proportioned physique reminiscent of an ordinary human on Earth. Colonel, what purpose do we have in seeking the ghost ship? Rate inquired, a hint of apprehension evident in his gaze towards Rob. They were merely aboard a medium-sized warship. While the ghost island was said to harbor the formidable warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, he had heard whispers at the Navy headquarters about the eerie occurrences in that maritime region, tales of naval officers who had ventured forth yet never returned, rumored to have had their shadows severed. It's of no concern. You need not accompany me ashore. Rob chuckled as he patted Red on the shoulder, observing Red's expression. He could easily discern the apprehension that lingered within him, for in the previous life depicted in the comics, there indeed existed a naval entity that had its shadow severed. Meanwhile, the contingent of sailors that followed along proved to be more of a hindrance than a help, rendering themselves all the more conspicuous. It would be wiser for them to remain aboard the vessel, preparing essential supplies for the impending situation. Colonel, you must exercise caution. The ghost ship lies ahead to the left, and it will emerge from the shroud of darkness in a matter of minutes. Upon hearing this, Rhett cast a worried glance at Rob, though he harbored a vague belief in his superior strength. Haha, worry not. I shall be fine. When the time comes, I will proceed, and you all shall wait for me several dozen nautical miles ahead of the ghost ship's bow, making every effort to remain undetected. Upon witnessing this, Rob smiled, expressing his fondness for this subordinate who possessed a touch of humanity. Is 30 nautical miles sufficient? Rhett frowned, reasoning that if they could see the ghost ship, their adversaries would undoubtedly be able to see them as well. Sufficient, yet that vessel lacks professional sentinels. Rob chuckled, explaining that the ghost ship pinpointed its targets through a peculiar water bucket, laden with zombies, devoid of any professional sentinels. Naturally, he was aware that should he inadvertently be spotted by the undead upon landing, the three monstrous figures would surely be informed. Sergeant Rhett, the ghost ship has materialized to our port side. In a short while, anxious voices echoed, and Rob turned to gaze in their direction, only to behold a colossal shadow emerging, a titanic sailboat, reminiscent of an island, unveiled before the astonished onlookers. Upon a second glance, it still felt utterly surreal. Rob pondered in awe. Who could possibly construct such a colossal sailboat? It was utterly astonishing. Sergeant Rhett, remember to wait for me. With those words, Rob shot forth from the vessel like an arrow, the dark waters parting under the influence of his telekinetic power. Now, Rob maintained a distance of approximately 2 centimeters between the ocean and his skin, allowing him to traverse beneath the surface with minimal exertion. The sea remained calm above. Yet below, Rob surged forward like a shark, hastening toward the phantom ship. In merely 10 minutes, he covered dozens of nautical miles, deliberately slowing his speed as he broke the surface. I hope that by the time they discover it, I will have already spirited Perona away. Rob floated onto the ship, his movements silent under the influence of telekinesis. He resolved to advance with this power, ensuring a more subdued approach. Sharingan, activate. With that utterance, a crimson hue surged from the depths of his gaze, as a small black tadpole spiraled wildly around the blood-red pupil. In an instant, his vision expanded, becoming remarkably clearer, as Rob flickered through the dark forest like a specter. Excellent, just like this. Soon he would reach the ghost castle. Rob gazed at the slumbering zombies he had deftly evaded, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. Suddenly, the ground ahead trembled, and a zombie emerged, stretching as if awakening from a deep slumber, positioned squarely in Rob's path. Get out of my way, he exclaimed. Upon witnessing this, Rob cursed inwardly and simultaneously. A formidable telekinetic force was unleashed upon the zombie, compelling it into the earth. He then hastened away from the scene with great speed. How did I fall? Moments later, the zombie emerged from the soil, scratching its head in bewilderment, seemingly perplexed by the immense force that had thrust it down. Yet, there was no one in sight. At last, he had arrived. That had been perilous. Shortly thereafter, Rob reached the haunted castle, following the path etched in his memory towards the abode of the ghostly princess. Perona. Was there truly no one here? Rob drifted into Perona's boudoir, and to his astonishment, there was not a sound to be heard. Curiously, he glided over to the bed, which was as magnificent as that of a princess. How exquisite it was! Rob's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, he beheld Perona, who appeared even more enchanting than before. She lay serenely upon the bed, her long eyelashes gently fluttering with her steady breaths. The attire that clung to her slender waist revealed a flat, smooth abdomen reminiscent of polished jade. The exceedingly short skirt barely concealed anything, exposing her alabaster, rounded thighs, complemented by black and white princess-style tights and red boots carelessly tossed aside on the floor. Had the zombie bear vanished? Rob suddenly grew anxious, glancing around like a thief. Yet under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, there was indeed no one in sight. To my astonishment, events unfolded even more smoothly than I had anticipated. A smile flickered across Rob's face. He had initially anticipated a confrontation upon entering, followed by a swift departure. However, to his surprise, Perona was fast asleep, and the bear had mysteriously vanished. He felt a mischievous thrill. Rob gazed upon the enchanting beauty before him, slowly extending his hands. With utmost care, he enveloped Perona in an invisible force, ensuring that she felt not a hint of pressure. Excellent, just like that. She remained undisturbed. Rob gazed at Perona's steady breathing, calming his emotions before gently guiding her out of the ghost castle. Just as he stepped beyond the castle's threshold, a zombie suddenly emerged from the ground. Damn it! This is perilous. Upon witnessing this, Rob's spirit was abruptly stirred, and he exerted a portion of his psychic energy to once again suppress the zombie. However, the psychic force enveloping Perona was unstable, exhibiting an uneven distribution of pressure. Why does it feel somewhat chilly? A faint voice echoed in Rob's ear. Chapter 35. The Flight. Rob felt a chill enveloping him as he turned around, just in time to see Perona opening her eyes. Those beautiful orbs widened in disbelief as they fixed upon him. Ah, you are. Perona stared at Rob in a daze, her heart racing with terror as she realized that her body seemed to be ensnared by some unseen force. Do not speak. Upon witnessing this, Rob's Sharingan began to whirl uncontrollably, and a terrifying force drew Perona directly into his embrace, whereupon he covered her delicate lips. Perona struggled feebly, a flush of crimson blooming on her charming face, as Rob's fervent chest and powerful arms seemed poised to envelop her entirely. Lady Perona. Suddenly, a multitude of zombies emerged from the earth, their anxious and fearful gazes directed towards Rob. This is troublesome. We've stirred up trouble. Upon witnessing this, Rob's gaze sharpened, for he understood that within a short while, countless spies would relay the information to Moria. Although he possessed a certain lethargy, the potential for unpredictable actions loomed. Quickly, inform Lord Moria. Some of the zombies indeed began to scream, shattering the tranquility of the ancient castle, as more and more zombies emerged. Void of thought. After Rob uttered those chilling words, a terrifying telekinetic force surged from his body like a tidal wave. Away, one by one. The advancing zombies were hurled away as if they were mere sandbags, propelled by an invisible power. Meanwhile, Rob held Perona tightly in his arms, his legs striking the ground with fervor. Bolstered by both his psychic energy and physical strength, he dashed towards the bow of the ship with remarkable speed. Who was that audacious individual daring to abduct Perona? In the depths of the forest, eyes emerged, filled with horror as they gazed upon Rob. They were the unfortunate souls whose shadows had been severed by Moria under the moonlight, forced to exist on this vessel or endure a life of perpetual darkness. Perona, blushing and struggling to express herself, longed to convey to Rob that she too wished to escape this desolate island. Yet, Rob was oblivious to her plight. Wholly focused on his surroundings, relentlessly using his telekinesis to send the zombies flying. Finally, after approximately 10 minutes, Rob burst forth from the haunted woods. Arriving at the ship's bow, where he could see the distant warship anchored nearby, it appeared that their escape was progressing smoothly. Rob halted at the bow of the ship, gasping for breath. It was at this moment that he became acutely aware of the young maiden in his arms. Her soft touch rendered him immobile. As a man still uninitiated in the ways of passion, Rob found himself ill-equipped to withstand such temptation. Meanwhile, Perona suddenly felt a searing hardness pressing against her. Her already flushed cheeks deepened in hue, and the delicate skin of her neck began to take on a rosy tint. No, he thought, he could not release her now. It would lead to complications. Upon witnessing the situation, although Rob's heart burned with an unbearable desire, aware that his fervor might be detrimental to Perona, possibly even causing her aversion, he understood that this was not the moment to exhibit gentlemanly conduct. Should he release Perona to resist, it might waste precious time, potentially allowing Moria to catch up. Forgive me, Perona, Rob silently murmured to himself, then traced a perfect arc in the air before leaping into the depths of the ocean. Upon witnessing this, Perona struggled desperately, her pupils dilating with fear. Through the boy's ability to manipulate objects from a distance, she realized that he was a user of a devil fruit. Likewise, she too possessed such powers. And just when despair threatened to engulf her as she thought she would perish in the sea, she discovered that she still had the strength to fight back. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she observed her own agility in the water, moving as gracefully as a fish. Moments later, after approximately 10 minutes, Rob burst forth from the water, landing on the deck and gasping for air. He quickly urged, "REIT, hurry, steer the ship. Full speed, we must flee." REIT. Witnessing Rob embracing a girl who resembled a princess, felt a shiver run down his spine. My goodness, is the captain planning to abduct a beautiful girl? Isn't that illegal? She is a member of the 7 warlords. Rob placed Perona down from his hands, aware that her true form could not escape, thus he felt no concern. Hey, Rhett. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up. Rob observed Rhett standing frozen in place, a surge of anger welling within him. He had acted under immense pressure. Had Moria pursued them, they would have been swiftly dealt with. Very well, Colonel, Where shall we go? Rhett hastily replied, then rushed off to direct the naval crew below, inquiring, where to? West Sea. This vessel should not have departed from the Devil's Triangle. Understood, understood. Upon witnessing this, Rob momentarily eased the tension in his heart and turned to Perona, who was lost in thought, with a sense of triumph. Perona, give up. I am aware that your true form cannot transform into a ghost. Why should I flee? Perona gazed at Rob with wide eyes, feeling an inexplicable fondness for him. Thus, she silently mused, Lord Moria, there is nothing I can do. I was taken away by someone else. Do not blame me. Huh. Rob looked in astonishment at Perona's large eyes. Suddenly recalling an aspect he had overlooked, Perona had always seemed rather lonely. Damn it, he let her get away. Absalom stood at the bow, breathing heavily as he watched the distant warship, cursing under his breath. After receiving the news, he had hesitated to disturb Lord Moria's slumber and set off directly, hoping to move swiftly, yet he still failed to catch up. Salam wondered whether Lord Moria would be enraged. Hogback cast a worried glance towards the ghost island, unaware of Perona's significance in Moria's heart, thus unable to assess the situation accurately. Meanwhile, within the vast chamber of the ghost island, dim lighting failed to illuminate the entire room, allowing a faint glimpse of Moria sprawled on an enormous bed, snoring loudly. His massive arms hung carelessly, and a gigantic pair of scissors lay haphazardly discarded on the floor. Lord Moria, trouble is brewing. In a short while, an urgent voice reached Moria's ears as Salam and Hogback hurried into his room. Moria, roused by the commotion, let out a disgruntled grunt and glared intensely at the two. My lord, we did not intend to disturb your rest. Salam exclaimed anxiously. It is a matter of utmost urgency. Oh, what is it? Moria did not even bother to sit up, illustrating his laziness, though his tone was laced with dissatisfaction. Perona has been taken away. Hogback quickly interjected, relaying the distressing news. What? A voice filled with shock and fury echoed throughout the empty chamber. Chapter 36, Moria's Fury. Who did this? The typically languid Moria's eyes now glimmered with anger, sending a shiver down the spines of Salam and Hogback. My lord, according to the report from the subordinate zombies, it was a navy. Hogback hastily replied. Navy, is it? How delightful. Does Moria seem like mere clay to them? A mere navy dares to abduct my subordinate? Moria rose from his bed, slowly retrieving the large scissors from the floor. Having just been bullied by the Grim Reaper, now a small navy dared to trample over him. One of the illustrious 7 warlords of the sea. Shadow Sorcerer. With a chilling tone, Moria's shadow eerily detached from his body and sped towards the cold warehouse. That is Moria. The zombies in the forest gazed in fear at the shadow soaring through the air. Damn it, have they fled so far? Soon. The shadow mage Moria arrived at the bow of the ship, gazing at the warship that had already sailed over 10 nautical miles into the sea. And he unleashed an angry curse. However, do not presume it to be so simple. Shadow Warrior. Accompanied by a command from the shadows, Moria instantaneously vanished from sight, as if he had teleported through space, exchanging positions with the shadow. Shadow Convergence. Immediately, a powerful gravitational force emerged around Moria, akin to that of a black hole, as countless shadows surged toward him from various parts of the ghost ship. My shadow, my shadow. Countless zombies cried out in panic, desperately watching as their shadows separated from their bodies. 100, 200, as more and more shadows merged into Moria's form, his body grew increasingly colossal. Not enough. Still not enough. Meanwhile, Rob, with his Sharingan activated, sensed a terrifying pressure from behind and could not help but glance back, his blood-red pupils beginning to whirl. What does that fellow intend to do? Robber was momentarily taken aback, for he was aware that Moria, being a user of the devil fruit, was incapable of entering the sea, and the ship's speed was rather sluggish. Has Lord Moria become enraged? Perona also gazed in astonishment towards the shore, having never witnessed Moria in a fit of anger. Yo-ho-ho. Although the ghost ship is rather dull, I cannot let Lord Moria down. Perona smiled at Robber. Negative ghosts. Upon uttering these words, a number of delightful spirits floated gracefully from Perona's enchanting form. Scatter. Rob abruptly turned his head, issuing a command that rendered the specter motionless, unable to act. How could this be? Why is my specter not moving? Perona gazed in shock at the man before her mind swirling with tumultuous waves of disbelief. For her specter was known to traverse through any substance. You fool, do you not see what Moria intends to do? Rob hurriedly exclaimed, and Perona turned at the sound, gasping in disbelief. That scoundrel, does Moria wish for us to perish together? At the bow of the ship, accompanied by a deep rumble, The furious Moria had transformed into a giant. Then, before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, he snapped a colossal tree, taller than himself by several times, and raised it high, poised to hurl it. This is dire. As Rob observed the unfolding situation, his Sharingan began to whirl intensely. With the capabilities of his eye, he discerned that Moria had already targeted them, making evasion impossible given the current speed of their vessel. At that moment, Salam and Hogback rushed in, urgently shouting, "Lord Moria, calm down. That individual is a subordinate of Kurazumi." Taken aback by their words, Moria's fury momentarily faltered, and his pupils widened as he recognized Rob's visage. Recalling a recent encounter, "What of Kurazumi's subordinates? Who knows what fate awaits them at sea?" He retorted, seething, "I am Bartholomew Kuma, the warlord of the sea." It seemed that the previous encounter with Rayleigh had provoked Moria further, and the mention of Kurazumi ignited an even greater rage within him. Moria, already nearing his limits, began to grow in size once more. "Please, Moria, Perona is a user of a devil fruit, and is also destined to perish at sea." Salam cried out in desperation. "What does that have to do with me? She's your subordinate." Hogback echoed, raising his voice. "Subordinate? It is due to your incompetence that she has strayed so far." Moria bellowed, his anger escalating. "What use is a subordinate who can be so easily taken away? I am intent on assembling the mightiest zombie army." His wrath surged, and he grew even larger, declaring his intent. "My goal is to defeat Kaido." With a tremendous surge of strength, his arms swelled with muscle as he hurled a colossal log with all his might. Whoosh! The log soared through the air like a speeding cannonball, stirring up massive waves that reached over 10 meters in height as it hurtled toward the battleship. With a demonic value of 850, all devoted to the Nien Nien fruit. Unleash the full power of the Void Thought. Upon witnessing this, Rob's blood-red pupils abruptly constricted. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted from his body like a cascading waterfall. The warship beneath him was inexplicably displaced a full 100 meters away under the influence of this psychic power. "Damn it!" Perona exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Rob. "Colonel," just as Rhett's anxious voice rang out, an enormous log, hurtling at great speed, collided directly with Rob, accompanied by a resounding crash. The front end of the log, with its protruding branches, struck Rob's body and shattered violently. Subsequently, propelled by the immense force, the log carried Rob away into the distance. Meanwhile, the waves crashed against the warship. However, due to its displacement of 100 meters, no significant damage was incurred. "That hurts." At this moment, Rob was entirely sprawled before the colossal tree, the once formidable front now flattened beneath his iron-like form. However, his chest had sustained grave injuries, incessantly oozing crimson blood. "Curse it! I command you to cease, to halt." Rob roared with all his might, a more terrifying telekinetic force surging forth from his body, violently pouring into the colossal tree. "Stop it at once, you scoundrel." Rob felt his body soaring in the wind, a sudden panic gripping him as he realized how far he had flown. He feared that another massive log would strike the warship, and at that moment, Perona and numerous Marines would meet their demise in the sea. After several seconds, the immense force of the log finally ceased under the influence of his telekinesis, and Rob took a deep breath, spotting the small warship. Astonishingly, it had drifted over 10 nautical miles away, a testament to the sheer power at play. "Did you think one was enough, Navy?" Moria exclaimed, witnessing the scene, as he snapped another giant log in anger, glaring at the warship. Suddenly, he began to retch, countless shadows spilling from his mouth, his fury rendering him irrational as he screamed uncontrollably. "Bastard, come back! Come back!" He discarded the log in his hand, frantically reaching for the shadows in the air. Seizing the moment, Lieutenant Rhett urgently shouted, "Full speed ahead! Rescue the Major, dead or alive." Upon hearing this, the warship surged forward at full throttle. Perona gazed vacantly into the distance, murmuring, "That guy can fly by himself. Is he protecting us?" While she understood that Rob possessed the ability to fly, she feared that if he were knocked unconscious, her fate would surely be drowning. How infuriating. 1,000 is too ambitious, so let it be 500. Moria regained his composure from his earlier frenzy. He had previously practiced accommodating 1,000. But it was evident that he could only maintain the strength for one strike before collapsing. "I will not let you escape." Moria coldly glared at the increasingly distant small vessel, having witnessed the Marine being knocked away by his colossal log. Chapter 37, Moria's Humiliation. With a deafening sonic boom, another massive log was hurled from Moria's hand. "What? Quick, change course." Lieutenant Rhett, hearing the crashing waves, turned back to see the log hurtling towards them like a cannonball. His voice filled with alarm. "Lieutenant Rhett, it's bad. The log is coming again. We want to have time to turn." The other Marines shouted in panic. "Moria, this isn't over." Perona angrily glanced back, astonished that Moria seemed utterly indifferent to her fate. "Phantom ghost, ghost bomb." As she spoke, several adorable little ghosts emerged from Perona's body, charging towards the massive log. Boom. The explosive sound resonated as the resulting force merely caused the log to veer slightly, failing to evade the impending disaster. Damn it, is this the end? Despair filled Perona's beautiful eyes, knowing that her abilities did not rely solely on brute strength. At that moment, a streak of white light pierced the pitch-black sky, accompanied by a chilling voice. "This time, the power has diminished significantly," Void thought. As the sound faded, Perona and the others turned to see the white light transform into a figure. The young man raised his palm and forcefully struck the colossal tree to the side. "Begone!" Bang! A tremendous collision echoed in Perona's ears, and the already altered trajectory of the massive tree shifted further under this overwhelming force. Boom! Subsequently, the tree crashed into the deep blue sea, creating towering waves that caused the warship to sway violently. "Major." Upon seeing the young man's appearance, Leet was filled with exhilaration. "Moria, I had underestimated you before." As Rob fell onto the warship, his gaze sharpened, and his Sharingan began to whirl with frenzied intensity, fixating intently on Moria. The warlord of the sea, Moonlight Moria, displayed a formidable demonic value that momentarily left Rob in stunned silence. Though not as inscrutable as Jinbei's enigma, Moria's strength was undeniably terrifying. No wonder he had previously been able to effortlessly torment Luffy before losing his sanity. If only I could eliminate him now. A surge of reckless ambition flooded Rob's mind, igniting a glint of greed in his eyes. Just then, a massive log came hurtling toward him with alarming speed, dousing the fervor in Rob's heart like a bucket of cold water. "Damn it, what am I thinking? I am not the protagonist," Rob muttered under his breath, the clarity returning to his gaze as his Sharingan whirled back to life, analyzing the situation. This time, the speed of his observations was comparable to before, yet significantly slower than the initial attempt. However, he realized that continuing this way would deplete his stamina. Suddenly, as he focused intently, a spark of enlightenment flickered in his eyes, and he exclaimed with delight. Fortunately, this time it veered off course, and indeed it was a fortunate miscalculation. He then observed a colossal tree rise slightly higher, soaring past above the ship without causing any disruption. Ethereal thought. Infiltrate. Upon witnessing the situation, Rob, without delay, issued a sharp command, and an overwhelming surge of psychic energy erupted from his being, enveloping the entire vessel. The recent waves had caused a disruption, hadn't they? Moria gazed at the colossal timber he had cast, now suspended in midair, momentarily taken aback. Once he grasped the underlying principle, he remarked, "However, can you evade these few?" As he spoke, Moria snapped two of the massive logs and assumed a throwing stance, yet his expression suddenly froze. What the hell is happening? Why is the ship descending? Do not even think about escaping? With a pair of piercing sonic booms, the massive timber was once again hurled by Moria. "How deep can your strength penetrate, Moria?" Rob cast a cold glance towards Moria on the shore, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. "Submerge." Upon uttering these words, the deep blue waters suddenly transformed, revealing a vast chasm, into which the warship plummeted. It was as if Rob were gliding through the depths, with the water maintained a mere few centimeters from the vessel's hull under his telekinetic control. 10 meters, 20 meters, towering trees rose from the surface of the sea, passing by the ship without so much as a scratch. "Damn it, I can't see," Moria bellowed in frustration, as the ship sank deeper, becoming increasingly indistinct. "Stay with me." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Enormous trunks shot towards the water like cannonballs, piercing through the depths as if fishing. Yet, do you truly believe it is that simple to strike a target submerged beneath the waves? Rob looked disdainfully at the massive logs plunging into the sea one after another, unable to contain his laughter. Due to the refraction of light, it became exceedingly difficult to strike true. 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. That is sufficient. Let us proceed. Rob relaxed, yet he refrained from engaging with the Sharingan, as even the single Tomo variant could augment the power of the devil fruit by 10%. "Major, you are truly a genius." Rate gazed at the colossal timber, which could no longer strike the warship, his eyes shimmering with admiration. "Indeed, stay by my side." And I assure you a life of luxury and indulgence, where pleasures abound daily. Rob cast a satisfied glance at his subordinate, Ariki, then turned his face, a wicked smile playing upon his lips. So, how about it, Princess of Ghosts? Join me. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Are you toying with women? Perona's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she regarded Rob, her childhood solitude leaving her unaware of the chilling undertones in his words. How so? She inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Rob gazed at Perona's graceful figure, momentarily entranced and rendered speechless. Oh, you choose not to instruct me? Perona, observing Rob's dazed expression, couldn't help but pout, tossing her playful twin ponytails in irritation and turning her head away. Once we escape, I shall teach you properly. Rob felt at a loss for words, sweating profusely as he hastily remarked that he still needed Perona's assistance. Very well, I shall accompany you, she declared, her anger toward Moria rising at the mere thought of his earlier actions. Initially, she had reluctantly agreed to collaborate with him, but when misfortune befell her, his reaction was to threaten her very existence. How foolish she had been to entertain any notions of conscience. Moria sat at the bow of the ship, gasping for breath, having cast numerous massive logs into the sea. The relentless exertion took a toll on his body. Sir, they may have been struck and sunk, Absalom cautiously observed, glancing at the furious Moria. Damn it, I'll let a mere Navy sailor escape. Moria gazed at the tranquil surface of the ocean, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. He cursed vehemently and struck the bow of the ship in a fit of rage, seeking to vent his frustration. He was certain that the detestable Navy officer was still alive. Otherwise, the ship would have surfaced. Afterward, Moria rose to his feet, taking heavy strides towards the ghostly fortress. That scoundrel, if I encounter him again, I shall not show him mercy. Indeed, Captain, I shall keep a close watch on that brat for you. Absalom replied submissively, following closely behind Moria, fully aware that his master was genuinely enraged. Chapter 38. Making friends with you. Rob stared at the increasingly diminutive phantom ship, slowly exhaling a breath. Subsequently, his Sharingan faded away. It was somewhat thrilling, after all, for it belonged to the 7 warlords of the sea. Rob felt a lingering sense of dread as he sighed, realizing that in the world of pirates, the renowned formidable figures were rarely benevolent. Indeed, Major, we nearly met our demise beneath the waves. Rhett echoed his apprehension, reflecting on his years of service. He had never encountered such an unreliable leader. Not to mention the Major, even a captain would be insignificant before the 7 warlords. Let us ascend. Upon Rob's command, under the influence of his telekinetic powers, the warship began to ascend, emerging gracefully from the depths of the sea to navigate smoothly. Princess Waikai, he said, once we reach the Western Sea, I shall assist you with your naval enlistment procedures. Rob chuckled as he gazed at Perona. Despite the perilous nature of this journey, having encountered such a beautiful and charming princess made it all worthwhile. By the way, you invited me to accompany you. May I inquire your name? Perona suddenly called out to Rob. Oh, indeed. I neglected to introduce myself. I am Rob, currently holding the rank of Major in the Navy headquarters. Why is it that my ghost cannot be controlled in your presence? Perona inquired curiously, her expression reflecting her profound perplexity. My ability lies in telekinesis, which allows me to manipulate ethereal entities, while your control over the fruit is not particularly strong. Rob gazed at Perona with a cheerful smile. Of course, when it comes to an admiral like Akiji, attempting to control his ice would be utterly futile. However, Perona was another matter entirely. She was quite simple to handle. What is it that you wish for me to do? Perona inquired, tilting her head in perplexity. Shall I entertain you, my lady? Upon hearing this, Rob nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Goodness, it seems that Perona's information from the previous Life anime was rather scant. It turns out this fellow is utterly clueless. In truth, I wish to befriend you. Rob looked at Perona with a hint of trepidation. Huh? Not a partner. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight flickered in Perona's beautiful eyes. Even Moria had been searching for her, speaking of collaboration. Yet this man, who already held a favorable impression in her heart, was willing to consider being her companion. However, her proud nature would not allow her to acquiesce so easily. It is not entirely out of the question, provided you prepare delicious food for me. Ah, so you are a foodie after all? Upon hearing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback. Have you ever encountered a girl who is not a foodie? Perona tilted her head, looking at Rob with a bemused expression. Well, perhaps there is some. Upon hearing this, Rob felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. In his past life, he was unaware. But it seemed that none he encountered in the world of pirates were quite like that. Nami had a penchant for alcohol, Sky often lost herself in thought, and Betty had a talent for seduction. Indeed, she had claimed that any man who could defeat her would earn the right to be with her. One could hardly call that anything but flirtation. Ah, and when we next confront our foes, utilize your abilities first, and I shall follow suit. Oh, Perona, upon hearing this, suddenly grasped the reason Rob sought her out. She recognized that her powers complemented his remarkably well. Very well, however, you cannot simply whisk me away without my consent. An explanation is in order. After discerning Rob's abilities and intentions, a glimmer of mischief danced in Perona's eyes as she smiled and inquired, "What else do you wish to do? Teach me how to charm women?" Perona gazed at Rob with eager anticipation. "Come now, Major, you should indeed instruct her, otherwise she shall not relent." Even Rake could no longer hold his tongue. "Very well, then, come with me to my chamber." Rob, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless as he made his way towards the ship's cabin. Yo-ho-ho. Perona let out her distinctive laughter, cheerfully following him inside. Moments later, Perona's skin flushed a vibrant red, her beautiful face appearing as if it might bleed from the intensity of the color. "Do not blame me. It was you who insisted that I reveal it to you." Rob, with a sense of resignation, stepped forward, extending his hands in a gesture of surrender. In truth, he had done nothing more than convey the essentials of engaging with women. "You lecherous rogue, hurry and prepare the meal," Perona exclaimed. Upon hearing Rob's tone of exasperation, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, realizing that engaging with women required more than mere words. In fact, it seemed that women were far more adept at navigating the complexities of relationships with men. As Rob beheld Perona's bashful demeanor, an unexpected amusement washed over him. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "How does that man intend to play?" Upon hearing his words, Perona turned her head in embarrassment and inadvertently brushed against Rob's lips. A soft, warm sensation unfurled, revealing her exquisite visage before his astonished gaze, causing his pupils to widen in shock. "Ah!" Perona, flustered, playfully struck Rob on the chest before darting away. "Why were you so close?" Rob stood frozen in place, unable to confess that he wished to see just how charming she could be. "Do you still want to know how to play with men? Speak." Perona exclaimed in a mix of embarrassment and indignation, though her curiosity remained piqued. It was much the same as before, akin to the art of engaging with women. Rob suddenly felt a sense of guilt wash over him. What? In an instant, Perona's neck, as pure as jade, turned a deep shade of crimson. "I shall go and prepare a meal for you." Rob hurriedly stopped, approached the edge of the boat, gazing at the tranquil surface of the water, reflecting on recent events, and realized he was not as wretched as he had presumed, having forgotten to speak. "What are you doing at the edge of the boat?" Lost in thought. "Are you merely enjoying the cold breeze? Weren't you supposed to be cooking?" This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Perona cast an indignant glance at Rob. "Well then, do savor my culinary skills." Upon uttering these words, her psychic powers activated, and a massive fish leapt from the sea. "Rhett, may I borrow your knife?" Instantly, the blade gleamed, and in the blink of an eye, the delectable fish was transformed into succulent pieces, plated. Immediately, to the astonishment of all present, a large platter soared from the kitchen, and the fish meat landed perfectly upon it. "Finally, let's add the seasoning." Rob raised a slight smile, and the pristine white salt was sprinkled generously over the fish, completing a delectable dish in the blink of an eye. "What are you making? Is it still raw?" Perona gazed vacantly at the fish before her. "It's sashimi. REIT. You must give it a try." Rob was speechless, his gaze fixed expectantly on Rate. Could it be that the inhabitants of the pirate world do not indulge in sashimi? The Major, Rate, stared blankly at the fish before him. "What misfortune?" Perona smacked her forehead, then picked up the platter of fish and strode into the kitchen. "What is it? Do the people in your pirate world not partake in sashimi?" Rob felt a sense of intrigue. Although he had never tasted sashimi, he recalled that people from the island nation seemed to relish it in his past life. "Major, no wonder you were so formidable," Red exclaimed, gazing at Rob with admiration. "Now, do savor what I have prepared." After a little over 10 minutes, Perona presented a plate brimming with delectable dishes that were visually appealing and aromatic. "Wow, Major, this is extraordinary," Red exclaimed excitedly after taking a bite. "What can I say?" Rob was perplexed as he took a bite of the fish, momentarily frozen in place. "My goodness, Perona, you are truly a culinary genius." "Humph. When I am in a good mood in the future, I shall cook for you all." Perona cast a proud glance at the two, though within that pride lay a hint of happiness. Meals that were once consumed alone now finally included others. Chapter 39. Ambition, by the way. Read. Have the course and route been finalized? As Rob savored his fish, he began to address the matter at hand. Rest assured, Major Rob. This route is rarely troubled by pirates who dare to confront the Navy, Rhett declared with conviction. His ascent to the rank of sergeant at such a young age indicative of his considerable abilities. That is reassuring. I have no desire to squander too much time. Upon hearing this, Rob languidly let out a satisfied belch, secretly harboring a fear of encountering formidable pirates, especially in the absence of Qingji. In truth, the previous encounter was facilitated by the fact that the vessels in the East Sea were predominantly small warships, which emboldened those pirates to recklessly provoke the Navy. Having satiated his hunger and thirst, it was now time to engage in some training. Rob Shuchong expelled translucent fish fins and commenced his daily regimen of harnessing the power of light. In approximately 3 months, he would attain the 5th stage of physical mastery. About 2 weeks later, on a resplendent afternoon, Rob reclined on a sun lounger set up in the middle of the battleship's deck, adorned with sunglasses, basking in the sunlight. REIT, have we reached the West Sea? Indeed, Major, we have just departed from the Grand Line. Upon hearing this, a trace of coldness emerged at the corners of Rob's mouth. He had already formulated a plan in his mind to imprison all the supernovas from the south, west, and north seas in 2 years. First, he would target Capone Beach from the West Sea. You truly are utterly incompetent. Take your shaved ice away. At that moment, Perona approached, clad in a jet-black bikini, furiously placing the shaved ice on Rob's table. She then held a cup of shaved ice, pouting as she reclined on a sun lounger. Little Pepe, you've worked hard. Rob stared at the snow cone before him, his eyes narrowing into slits as a smile crept across his face. Ever since Perona had boarded the ship, he had come to realize that she was, indeed, the quintessential homemaker from a past life, proficient in a myriad of tasks. Initially, he had believed that Perona was incapable of preparing cold treats. However, it appeared that the sweltering heat had compelled the young lady to concoct one. It seemed she had been deceiving him all along. Lost in thought, Rob lifted the snow cone, placed the straw between his lips, and took a sip. Rob spat out the water in his mouth, staring vacantly at Perona, exclaiming, "Goodness! Why is it so bitter?" As Perona beheld Rob's expression, she erupted into laughter while cradling her shaved ice, relishing the moment as the scoundrel finally got his comeuppance. "Well, who told you not to share your preferences? I assumed you had a penchant for bitterness. Does anyone truly enjoy bitter drinks?" Rob stared blankly at Perona. Upon hearing his words, Perona leaned forward, placing the lively little white rabbit on the table, with her delicate face supported by her lotus-like hands. Her sparkling eyes fixed intently on Rob as she exclaimed, "You are not an ordinary person. Colonel Rob, why are you bleeding again?" At that moment, Sergeant Light hurried over, casting a speechless glance at Rob, pondering why the Major always harbored desires yet lacked the courage to act on them. What is it?" Rob gently touched his nose, regaining his composure. Recently, that young lady had been persistently tempting him. Damn it, it seemed he needed to find an opportunity to deal with her, lest she continue her arrogance. Up ahead, a group of pirates was spotted. "Rhett, quickly!" he exclaimed. "Oh, let me take a look." Rob's gaze sharpened. A surge of crimson emerged as the Sharingan manifested, the dark, tadpole-like shapes whirling into existence. Late 50. Mere trifles? The malevolent aura and names of the pirate leaders materialized vividly in Rob's mind. "Late, unleash a barrage upon them. As you command." With that, a pitch-black projectile soared across the sky, hurtling towards the pirate vessel ahead. "Captain Late, we've detected cannon fire ahead." Late's expression darkened as he regarded the ominous missile in the air. He was acutely aware of the naval presence before him. Boom! The relentless onslaught struck the ship's hull, sending a flurry of splintered wood into the air. Damn it! Didn't that scoundrel Cleet say Andrew was ambushed? How could the Navy be here? Could it be Andrew? Late glared furiously at the Navy ahead. Given his current strength, he could not withstand the cannon fire directly. "Men, unleash all firepower. Simultaneously, retreat." Late was not foolish. He recognized the specifications of the warship before them. It was a medium-sized vessel, requiring at least a major to command, and Andrew was indeed a major. It had been a while since he had engaged in battle. He felt his body was somewhat rusty. Rob looked up at the more than a dozen shells hurtling towards him from the sky, a faint cold smile gracing his lips. How amusing it was, these insignificant creatures, filled with such rage, launching so many bombs. With that thought, Rob slowly extended his finger and gently pointed towards the sky. Instantly, all those heavy shells halted mid-air, unable to advance even a fraction. As the first batch of pirates I encountered upon arriving at the West Sea, I shall show you my gentleness. Rob floated gently upward, alighting upon a missile. Rhett, steer the ship closer and take them aboard, he commanded. Captain Light, all the missiles have come to a standstill in mid-air. One of the henchmen remarked, his expression one of bewilderment as he gazed at Light. I am aware, Light replied, a profound fear welling up in his eyes. For it was the first time he had encountered such an unnatural spectacle. How about you little pirates come aboard my ship for a visit? Rob's gaze, filled with disdain, swept over the dazed pirates in the room as he spoke softly. You aren't Major Andrew, are you? Light stared incredulously at the youthful figure before him, struggling to comprehend the existence of such a young major. Is that Andrew truly renowned in the West Sea? Rob cast an intrigued glance at Wright, perceiving the palpable fear that gripped these pirates in the presence of that individual. It is impossible. How could the West Sea harbor a major like you? Wright shook his head vigorously, unable to fathom the reality before him. Rob, do you require my assistance? At that moment, Perona, having unbeknownst to anyone changed out of her alluring swimsuit, donned her original attire. Ah, perfect timing. I shall test the thoughts that linger in my heart. As Rob beheld Perona soaring towards him, a spark of recognition ignited in his eyes, reminding him of his initial intentions. You wish to employ your abilities, do you? He inquired. What mischief are you concocting now? Perona had merely approached out of curiosity, casually remarking, trust my words, return with me, and I shall prepare a meal for you. Rob looked at Perona with excitement. You should really give it a rest. Perona replied with an exasperated glance at Rob before turning her attention to the group of pirates, extending her hands. Negative ghosts. Upon her command, two adorable little spirits emerged from her body, swiftly executing a series of antics aboard the pirate ship. Ah, what is the purpose of my existence? I might as well be dead. Indeed, we cannot fight back, nor can we escape. Surrender seems the only option. Consequently, all the pirates on the ship knelt in place, appearing utterly despondent. What do you think? Am I formidable or what? Perona said, crossing her arms and looking at Rob with a smug expression. Impressive, isn't it? Rob helplessly raised his thumb and then turned to the group of pirates, softly murmuring. An invisible force split into numerous strands, simultaneously striking all the pirates, causing them to fall instantaneously. Ding. Demon value. 50. Rob perceived the demonic energy within his consciousness and, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Perona tightly. With the recent bug fix, enemies who had lost their combat prowess due to the specter fruit would be vanquished by their host, and those already gravely injured could only yield a mere 1% of their demonic energy, with this instance being an exception. Note, demonic energy below 1 will not be accounted for. Huh. Rob's expression momentarily froze on his face, filled with excitement. Chapter 40. Has Andrew's bug been resolved? Indeed. This reward shall be honored. Rob was taken aback. Had he known it would come to this, he would have aimed for something far grander with such a precious opportunity. Yet he ended up with merely 50 devil points. Rob, what's wrong? Perona inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. Was her ability not to his satisfaction? Just moments ago, he had been so joyful, and now he seemed lost in thought. Ah, the discomfort was overwhelming. Rob felt a piercing headache, as his long-standing plans were utterly shattered by the malevolent system. Truly a disgrace to the very name of a demon. No, I must act recklessly, otherwise. When will this demonic value ever reach its conclusion? I cannot even defeat Amir Moria at this moment. Rob glanced at the mission of the Sovereign's power. What a surprise. He nearly forgot about this matter. The timing of the sand crocodile was uncertain. At the thought of this, cold sweat broke out on Rob's forehead. No. He had to accelerate his pace. Rhett, set sail at full speed towards the Western Naval Headquarters. Rob extended his hand in a beckoning gesture, causing countless pirates aboard the ship to follow him back to the warship like marionettes. Major, I have urgent matters to report. Rhett, upon seeing Rob's return, immediately stood at attention, his expression serious. What is it? Rob furrowed his brow slightly. As the Major confronted the enemy, his subordinate sailors suddenly spotted an individual adrift on a piece of wood upon the sea's surface. It was a sailor who implored the Major for a conversation. Oh, take me to see him. The rest of you, bind these individuals. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded and placed the pirates aboard the ship, whereupon the surrounding naval officers swiftly restrained them with handcuffs. Andrew. Just then, Light cast a terrified glance ahead. Are you the supreme commander of this vessel? A trembling voice echoed as a blood-soaked naval officer approached Rob unsteadily. Indeed. Rob's gaze fell upon a young man before him, who appeared to be only a few years his senior. The urgency in his eyes was palpable, and his naval uniform was tattered and worn, revealing numerous scars from blade wounds. "Greetings. I am Major Andrew from the West Sea Division." The youth struggled to raise his hand, attempting a somewhat imperfect military salute. "Hello. I am Major Rob, dispatched by the Naval Headquarters. Have you been attacked by pirates?" Rob furrowed his brow as he observed Andrew's improper military posture, immediately recognizing the severity of his injuries. Upon hearing this, a flicker of rage and anguish flashed across Andrew's eyes. "My warship was ambushed by that group of miscreants, and nearly all my comrades perished there. Only one person may still be alive." Andrew's voice faltered at this point, and with a quivering tone, he implored, "As a lieutenant commander of the Naval Headquarters, can you take me to rescue him?" Rob interrupted Andrew's words, coldly commanding, "Tell me the location." "It is on Guslan Island," Andrew replied, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he trembled. "Major, the enemy's strength should not be underestimated. We should return to the division and bring more personnel." Rhett anxiously glanced at Rob, realizing the extreme danger upon witnessing that nearly all of Major Andrew's team had been annihilated. "Follow my orders. Set sail for Guslan Island." A sharp reprimand from Rob interrupted Rhett's words, a glimmer of delight surfacing in his eyes, as it appeared another substantial amount of demon points had been accrued. Indeed, this was the very spot. When my warship traversed this maritime expanse, it fell prey to the onslaught of that pirate crew. Several hours later, as night descended, Andrew anxiously gazed upon the island before him. This solitary isle was the only one in sight. That group of miscreants must be lurking here now. We had been driven to this island, and I exerted every ounce of strength to ensure Custer made it into the forest. Custer? Ah. He is my most esteemed and trusted subordinate, whom I regard as a brother. As Andrew spoke these words, a smile blossomed on his face, radiating pride. Upon witnessing his retreat, I had resigned myself to death, diverting the enemies to another direction. In a desperate bid to carve a path for the foes, I fought fiercely, ultimately managing to escape in a small boat, only to succumb to unconsciousness upon the vast sea. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded. It appeared that Andrew possessed considerable strength and, lacking a devil fruit, could rely on his formidable physical skills to row and outpace the pirate ship. "Perona, Rhett, and Andrew, you may accompany me to the island. The rest of you shall remain here, maintaining silence." Rob glanced at the group of Navy personnel, contemplating the need to first ascertain the situation of the captives. After all, if any Navy member were to become a hostage, it would complicate matters significantly. "Excellent." Rhett and Perona discerned Rob's intentions and followed him down, while Andrew cast a grateful glance in Rob's direction. "This island appears to be a desolate one." As Rob set foot on Guslan Island, he furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation might not be as straightforward as it seemed. Being ambushed near a deserted island implies that the pirates must have previously stationed themselves on the island, as it would be far too conspicuous to lie in wait at sea. Furthermore, knowing Andrew's route raises the possibility of a leak in Navy intelligence. Indeed, this island has merely been named and is yet to be developed. However, Andrew was not preoccupied with such thoughts and instead took up Rob's suggestion. "It would be prudent for us to strike them individually, as they are a coalition of 3 pirate crews. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content." "Oh, please elaborate." Rob felt a sense of curiosity, for he possessed no knowledge regarding the West Sea. The trio comprised the Charming pirate crew, the Gab pirate crew, and the Kinney pirate crew. Among them, the Charming pirate crew had a bounty of 20 million. The Gab pirate crew boasted a bounty of 25 million, while the Kinney pirate crew, being the most formidable, commanded a staggering bounty of 30 million. "What? A pirate alliance with a bounty of 30 million, and you are still alive?" Rhett stared at Andrew in astonishment. Even Rob cast a profound glance at Andrew, for it was known that Arlong in the East Sea had a bounty of merely 20 million, although it was certainly more than that. It was evident that Andrew was no mere weakling. Of course, a bounty of 30 million was trivial in Rob's eyes. Modern pirates with bounties exceeding 50 million were hardly noteworthy. He had undergone tremendous changes and improvements since his battles with Arlong, mastering both Haki and his devil fruit abilities. Not to mention that he had once decisively defeated Arlong. However, there was no need for concern. The Charming pirate crew could be disregarded as their leader. The daughter of Charm was absent. We only needed to contend with the other 2. Andrew furrowed his brow in seriousness. "Indeed," Rhett nodded in agreement. "Do not dwell on it. Leave it to me." Rob stifled a yawn, Had it not been for his boredom and curiosity regarding the affairs of the West Sea pirates, he would have interrupted the conversation long ago. Boss, this is bound to lead to a fight. Rhett, having grown familiar with Rob, occasionally referred to him as boss. Have you forgotten your boss's prowess? Upon uttering these words, Rob strolled ahead with an air of nonchalance, leaving Rhett to contemplate his retreating figure. Your strength, boss? Goodness. Am I truly fretting over trifles? Rhett suddenly found clarity, recalling the fierce battle between Rob and Moria. If we can't win, boss, you could just carry us away and escape in an instant. At this, Perona, who was nearby, erupted into laughter, clutching her stomach as she nearly succumbed to mirth. Rhett, you know you're asking for trouble, right? Chapter 41. Filth. Rob turned around, hooking his hand around Rhett's neck, and smiled. Boss, look. There is a flicker of fire in the heart of the forest. Rhett exclaimed in astonishment, pointing ahead. Oh. Upon hearing these words, Rob turned around, his eyes narrowing slightly. The flicker of flame appeared remarkably vivid against the backdrop of the night. Let us proceed. That band of pirates should be just ahead. Roberts released Rhett and beckoned with his hand, after which the four of them stealthily infiltrated the forest like specters. Custer, you must survive, Andrew murmured anxiously as he progressed. Approximately 20 minutes later, a flickering glow became discernible in the distance, where a multitude had gathered around a bonfire, amidst boisterous and jovial voices. Meanwhile, surrounding the fire, Custer, clad in naval attire, reveled in the company of numerous pirates, celebrating with abandon. Custer was engaged in animated conversation with the spokesman of 3 pirate crews, drinking heartily and discussing loudly. Captain Kinney, let us raise a toast. It is thanks to you that I can avenge my fallen brothers today, Gabriel declared, lifting a large cup of ale towards a burly man. Nonsense, I could not have managed it without Andrew. Kinney's eyes flashed with a hint of animosity, recalling how many of his comrades had fallen to Andrew before, and today he had finally settled that score. And we owe much to Lieutenant Custer's intelligence. Otherwise, how could we have so readily cornered Andrew on this desolate island? Kinney, you must remember to address Lieutenant Custer properly from now on, a handsome man remarked with a smirk. Oh, Kinney looked at Custer in surprise. From now on, it should be Major Custer, the handsome man quipped, sipping his drink with a smile. Indeed, it will still require Brother Roan's eloquence in your sister's ear, Custer replied, promptly raising a glass and beaming at Roan. Oh? Kinney regarded Roan with a penetrating gaze, as if coming to a realization. That is certainly the case. Luoan chuckled softly, raising his glass to clink with Custer's. Ha. I can't help but recall that scoundrel Andrew. I found it utterly amusing when he went to great lengths to escort Custer. Indeed, replied Custer. Your performance back then was nothing short of extraordinary, Major. Gab raised his voice, joining in the laughter. Ha. I wonder if that fellow Andrew were still alive. Would he be infuriated? Whether he would be angered is beyond my knowledge. But as for me, I am nearly in stitches from laughter. Luoan laughed heartily. Let us raise a toast to celebrate the departure of that scoundrel Andrew. Custer, once we have vanquished this band of pirates, I shall seek you out. Andrew gazed at the approaching bonfire, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. Just then, a voice rang out from the forefront. Rob. What is it? Andrew queried, bewildered, only to have his pupils constrict sharply as he beheld a familiar figure at the center of the flames. Custer, how is he here? Wait for me. I will come to your rescue. Andrew exclaimed anxiously, ready to charge forth. Look closely for yourself. Stop right there. Rob swiftly restrained Andrew, his mind racing with ominous conjectures as he surveyed the scene before him. It cannot be. It cannot be. Custer would never betray me. He would never. Andrew, held in check by Rob's telekinetic grip, shook his head fervently, unable to fathom the unfolding events. I too wish this were not the case. Henceforth, I shall harness my telekinesis to allow us to quietly infiltrate their surroundings. Let us not act in haste. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Rob's eyes as he patted Andrew's shoulder and said, let us first listen to what they have to say. With that, the power of the whispering fruit quietly surged from within him. Ha. Especially the frantic look in Andrew's eyes. It's simply hilarious. At that moment, a hearty laugh from Custer by the campfire reached Andrew's ears, causing his face to pale dramatically. You scoundrel. Don't worry, Andrew. I'll take care of him, exclaimed Perona, realizing the gravity of the situation. No need for that. Allow me to step out and inquire about him first. Andrew suddenly regained his composure and replied coolly. Very well then. Rob stared deeply at Andrew. After speaking, Andrew trudged out of the forest, making his way towards the flickering campfire ahead. Hey, who are you? Two drunken pirates, swaying unsteadily, called out as they spotted a figure before them. Andrew responded with a chilling voice. Andrew? The pirates, upon hearing this name, suddenly awakened, their pupils narrowing as they recognized the newcomer. Bang! Before the two could react, Andrew's fist slammed into their stomachs, sending them soaring through the air in a graceful arc, landing in the heart of the campfire. What is happening? Kenny exclaimed furiously, turning his gaze forward, his pupils abruptly constricting. Andrew's eyes were fixed intently on the conspicuous naval uniform, that of his most prized subordinate, the one he would risk his life to protect. Custer, why are you here? Custer's face stiffened at the words. Then he let out a cold laugh, turning to say, Why? Can't you see? What? Are you here to save me in that battered condition of yours? Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Custer continued approaching Andrew. In fact, I must thank you, my commander. Without your foolish brain, I wouldn't be where I am now. Andrew's expression darkened as a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. Was it Entree's instructions? What else could it be? It seems your mind isn't entirely useless after all. Custer smirked. Andrew gazed sorrowfully at this former subordinate, questioning why he too had changed. Custer, where has your sense of justice gone? Justice? Huh. You dare speak to me of justice? Custer laughed heartily, gripping Andrew's sleeve tightly, coldly declaring, Andrew, are you truly this foolish or just simple-minded? To speak of justice under the rule of those dogs? You have offended their interests and still wish to cling to justice? You are living in a delusion. I'm not tired of living yet. I do not wish to end up like you. Custer laughed recklessly. Your brothers, those men under your command, perished because of your absurd orders, all condemned to follow you to their demise. Remember, it is justice that will be your undoing. Andrew, go to the underworld and ponder that. The icy words pierced through Andrew's final defenses as vivid memories of vibrant lives flickered in his mind. Am I to blame for their deaths? Cough, cough. Suddenly, blood erupted from Andrew's mouth, and he staggered backward a few steps. His already gravely injured body finally succumbed at that moment, slowly collapsing backward. In that instant, a figure swiftly appeared behind Andrew, steadying the body that was on the verge of falling. Andrew, this is not your fault. Rob gazed into Andrew's eyes, filled with guilt, and gently uttered these words. For he had long been prepared for this moment. Let me witness whether this crumbling edifice can still be salvaged, Smog. Custer, taken aback by Rob's arrival, momentarily froze. But upon hearing Rob's words, he erupted into mocking laughter. If it is not his fault, then whose fault is it? Boom. In response, a terrifying force surged forth. An overwhelming telekinetic power that pinned Custer to the ground, rendering him immobile. Do not hide your filthy heart behind those grandiloquent words. Rob coldly gazed down at Custer, a surge of crimson flooding his eyes as the Sharingan manifested prominently. An overwhelming aura of dread emanated from him. Chapter 42. Fear who on earth are you bastard? Custer exclaimed in astonishment and rage, attempting to rise, but an invisible force restrained him. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Custer quivered in terror, seemingly grasping a revelation. Consider yourself somewhat perceptive. Rob cast a cold glance at Custer, and once again, that immense force bore down upon him. With a sickening sound, Custer's insides were crushed, and the shattered remains erupted from his mouth. Kenny, are you not going to intervene? A trembling voice, laced with panic, emerged as Custer felt his vitality rapidly ebbing away. The Navy, you say? Kenny licked his lips, a cruel smile curling upon his face, his narrowed eyes taking note of Rob's rank. A major? Such a level should not be so arrogant. It is worth noting that they could have jointly dealt with Andrew's might. This individual before him was merely a major, and thus Kenny brimmed with confidence. Navy. You are indeed audacious to venture forth alone. Gab also set down his goblet, rising to his feet, his eyes now a deep crimson, revealing a gaze of unrelenting cruelty. Did he still remain unaware of the wrath he had provoked in that esteemed figure? Luo gently shook the wine glass in his hand, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. His sister was, after all, allied with one of the most powerful figures in the West Sea. Hey, you naval brat. I command you to release Custer. The frigid tone emanating from Luo left no room for dissent. Release him. Upon hearing his words, Rob's blood-red gaze fixated intensely on Roan. He then slightly raised his hand and bellowed, Come to me. As the command echoed, a formidable surge of psychic energy erupted from Rob's palm, instantly enveloping Roan. In an astonishing display, Roan's body inexplicably elongated backward, his abdomen thrusting forward, as he hurtled rapidly towards Rob's side. Bang! Rob's hand, akin to an iron vice, tightly gripped Roan's neck. You bastard, let go of me. The terrifying force caused blood to rush to Roan's head, and the veins around his neck bulged ominously. What tormented him further was his utter paralysis. He could only move his mouth, unable even to struggle with his hands. Release my brother, Roan. Brothers, charge. Kenny, witnessing the scene, erupted in fury. From Roan's earlier words, he had surmised that the enchanting woman had indeed entangled herself with that colonel. With Roan now captured, he was evidently unwilling to relent. Even invoking the name of his comrades, Navy, prepare to meet your doom. Kenny and all the pirates of the White Beauty crew erupted into chaos, seizing their great swords and lunging towards Rob. What about me? You all join in. Gab, observing the fray, let out a cold chuckle. At your command, Captain. With that, the members of Gab's pirate crew also plunged into the conflict. A swarm of ants. Upon witnessing this, Rob's gaze turned icy, and his crimson Sharingan spun wildly, revealing the weaknesses of the pirates in his mind. You fools, do not underestimate us. The pirates shouted with furious indignation, for they had just felled a naval lieutenant. Is that so? Rob raised Roan, gazing intently at the furious countenance before him, and disdainfully remarked, Are they truly the source of your bravado? With that, Rob gradually relinquished his grip around Roan's neck, and then a thunderous command erupted from his lips, Kneel. The chilling tone, reminiscent of divinity, swept across the arena. And in that fleeting moment, an overwhelmingly powerful force descended from all directions. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, to Roan's horror, all the pirates who had surged upwards seemed to be crushed beneath an immense weight, collapsing to their knees. A sharp crack echoed from Roan's kneecap, and he suddenly realized that his own knee had been utterly shattered. Unbeknownst to him, he too had succumbed to the ground. A searing agony coursed through every nerve in Roan's body, eliciting a ghastly cry of torment from his lips. Is there more to come? Rob's indifferent gaze fell upon the trembling pirates, a malevolent aura, steeped in a palpable thirst for blood, emanating from him. The overwhelming force he exuded cast a profound silence over the scene, even causing Late, hidden among the underbrush, to widen his mouth in shock. It was in this moment that he truly grasped the extent of Rob's formidable power. Otherwise, would I choose to follow him? Perona cast a triumphant glance at Rob. For only she, aware of Moria's capabilities, understood just how formidable Rob had been from the outset. What should we do, boss? After a brief moment of silence, one of Kenny's subordinates timidly broke the stillness. The voice, tinged with fear, startled Kenny, tightening his nerves. Everyone, get the hell out of here. That guy is a monster. Kenny shouted frantically, his eyes now brimming with terror, for that divine-like power instilled in him a deep-seated fear. Could they truly escape? Rob's gaze lingered playfully upon the fleeing band of pirates, his fingers twitching ever so slightly as a powerful psychic force surged forth. Clatter. Countless blades sprang to life from the ground, rising with a cacophony of sound. Go. At Rob's command, an array of swords sliced through the obsidian night, leaving trails of brilliant silver light. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue indulging in the riveting narrative. Accompanied by anguished cries, torrents of crimson blood surged into the air, blooming like flowers of blood under the resplendent moonlight. Kenny and Gab watched in terror as the scene unfolded before them, realizing with astonishment that not a single blade was aimed in their direction. Fortunately, the minions had drawn the creature's wrath away. This thought echoed simultaneously in both of their minds, and with that realization, they fled with even greater fervor. Thud, thud. At that moment, a number of battered pirates collapsed, utterly drained, as the pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Do you wish to escape? Rob looked at the two fleeing figures and said softly, Allow me to present you with a grand gift. With that, he extended his right hand and gradually spread his fingers wide. The chilling voice of Return to the Clan resonated in the ears of Custer and Roan as they were horrified to witness all the swords and blades on the ground ringing out in unison. As Rob's fingers abruptly closed, the clanging weapons surged forth like hidden serpents emerging from their lairs, streaking through the inky night with a flash of silver. Puff, puff, puff. The tranquil night sky was soon filled with the sharp sounds of countless blades piercing through the chest of Gab and Kenny, reminiscent of days long past, embedding themselves into the ground as blood flowed freely. Now, do you still possess any bravado? Rob once again grasped Rowan in his hand, a smile playing on his lips as he tightened his grip. A pained whimper, tinged with the sound of weeping, escaped from Rowan's throat. His face flushed with an intense crimson hue. Do you dare to kill him? He is the brother of that woman. Custer suddenly fixed his gaze upon Rob, a hint of mockery evident in his expression, recalling that influential figure. Oh, he is the brother of the Enchantress, and the Enchantress is the beloved of Enbile. Upon hearing Luo En's words, he recalled his own identity, and a sense of pride flickered in his eyes. He was well aware that in the Western Sea, no one dared to disregard the favor of Enbilia. Oh, what of it? Rabar gazed at Roan with a playful glint in his eyes, exerting a gentle pressure with his arm. No, no, you cannot kill me. Luo En felt an increasingly oppressive weight upon his neck, and he seemed to realize that the man before him truly had the audacity to take his life, his pupils dilating with profound terror. With a sudden crack, Luo En's throat shattered, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth as his breath ceased. Chapter 43, West CU. Custer pointed at Rob, intending to utter something, but ultimately, his words dissolved into silence. Andrew, let us depart. Rob glanced at the lifeless Custer. Although, as he had mentioned, Andrew might have inadvertently encroached upon Colonel Enbriel's interests, this could not justify his betrayal of his superior or the sacrifice of his comrades. Well, upon hearing this, Andrew cast a grateful look at Rob, as the sense of righteousness he had harbored was nearly shattered by Custer's words. Simultaneously, he gleaned from Custer's utterances the weight of the ominous cloud overshadowing justice. Suddenly, Andrew coughed up another mouthful of blood. His injuries were indeed grave. After being rescued by Rob and others, he had scarcely begun to recuperate before arriving at this place. As he gazed at Custer, the feelings of betrayal and guilt for his fallen comrades surged forth, ultimately overwhelming him. Now that the tumult had subsided, the effects of his injuries began to manifest. Major Drew, allow me to assist you. At that moment, Raid emerged from the trees, supporting Andrew and hoisting him onto his back. Thank you. Andrew expressed his gratitude with a fleeting glance at Raid before succumbing to unconsciousness. Rob, you've done quite well, Perona remarked, stepping out from behind the trees to join Rob, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Is this what the Navy represents? Lacking the moral code of pirates? Perona spat disdainfully at Custer's corpse, pouting in discontent. Having witnessed the unfolding events, she found such treachery against one's own to be utterly abhorrent. No. This cannot define the Navy. Look at me. I am perfectly fine. Rob, unable to restrain himself, gently patted Perona's head and chuckled. He was well aware of the Navy's dark side, yet this world could not afford to be without its presence. Why did you touch my head? Perona exclaimed, as if jolted by an electric shock, stepping away from Rob with an indignant glare. Because I enjoy it, he replied. Rob glanced at Perona's adorable visage and couldn't help but smile. You rascal, spirit of negativity. Useless, I have the upper hand over you. Little Peppy, do not struggle. Come here. With those words, the ghost that Perona had just summoned became still, and indeed, under the influence of telekinesis, Perona floated to Rob's side. I must have been cursed in my past life. Good heavens. Perona wore a sorrowful expression, fully aware that the man before her was her natural nemesis, an opponent she could never resist. All right, enough of this. Let us board the ship. Rob chuckled softly, and soon after, a group of men boarded the warship. He then instructed his soldiers to clear away the corpses before setting sail. The following day at noon, Rob admired Perona's graceful figure as he often did, at which moment he truly felt the beauty of life. Devoting just half an hour each day to exercise, he relished the remaining time without enemies. Engaging in delightful conversations with Perona while sipping on icy cola, pure bliss. Rob, why haven't we arrived at the naval base that Andrew mentioned? Perona, with a straw in her mouth, cast a forlorn glance at Rob, nearly succumbing to boredom on the ship. More importantly, this troublesome fellow seemed utterly incompetent, and she was unwilling to partake in the mundane fare of the ordinary soldiers. It felt as if these two had become overly reliant on her, expecting her to prepare their meals daily, while she longed to embody a refined little princess. There is no helping it. The West Sea is vast, and I'm just as anxious. I truly wish to give that scoundrel Enbrier a good thrashing. Upon hearing Perona's words, Rob felt a sense of helplessness. Previously, he had only garnered a mere 100 points of demonic value from defeating Roan. At this rate, his ascent in power would be painfully slow. Boss, Andrew has awakened. At that moment, let burst forth from the cabin, his excitement palpable as he urgently called out to Rob. The thought that the colonel might be their covert adversary had left him, a mere sergeant, in a state of trepidation. Moreover, Rob had instructed him to inform him the moment Andrew regained consciousness and to gather insights about the enigmatic Enbrier. Is that so? I shall go and take a look. Rob's eyes brightened, for this colonel was, in fact, the naval authority of the West Sea and soon to be his superior. Andrew, how are your injuries? Rob inquired as he swiftly made his way to the cabin. Within the confines of the pristine white room, Andrew sat upon the bed, his body swathed in creamy bandages. "Thank you, Brother Rob," Andrew expressed, surprised to see Rob at the door. Evidently, he had not anticipated a visit so soon after regaining consciousness. "Now, Andrew, tell me about Colonel Inbile," Rob urged. Rob observed Andrew's demeanor, which appeared quite favorable. Approaching the side of his bed, he inquired with a smile. "Well, I had intended to awaken and inform you." Andrew nodded in acknowledgement, yet soon furrowed his brow. Colonel Inbile is the sole colonel throughout the West Sea. As you are aware, typically, only brigadiers and higher ranks operate within the Grand Line. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded. In the East Sea, it is Colonel Smog of Logetown. Originally, like you, I was also transferred from the headquarters to the Navy and spent 2 to 3 years in the West Sea. However, I have never witnessed Colonel Inbire make a move. Never made a move? Rob was taken aback upon hearing this. Could it be that the Navy of the West Sea is so formidable that even the colonel need not intervene? Andrew seemed to perceive Rob's bewilderment and continued. "Do you think the West Sea is peaceful? In truth, it is anything but. The number of pirates in the West Sea is staggering and unlike other waters. These pirates prefer to band together. For instance, the Baimei pirate crew, the Gab pirate crew, and the Kinney pirate crew often ally, shrouding this maritime expanse in a thick veil of darkness. Is it not intriguing?" Rob furrowed his brow. If Inbile were the clandestine emperor, then the journey to the West Sea could prove to be quite challenging, given his official standing. Initially, I harbored uncertainties, but following the events surrounding Custer today, I have grown increasingly convinced that Inbile is orchestrating affairs in the West Sea. A glimmer of hatred flickered in Andrew's eyes through a recent series of events. He has come to sense the underlying currents. So, what is the nature of the primary pirate forces in the West Sea? Are you familiar with the individual known as Capone Becky? Rob voiced his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Andrew cast a penetrating glance at Rob and remarked, "It seems you have done your homework. During my 2 years of relentless campaigns against pirates, I have encountered the name Capone Becky. Is he lurking in the shadows?" Rob was astonished as he inquired, having presumed that Capone Beach, being a supernova 2 years hence, would undoubtedly be renowned at this moment. Indeed. When I first encountered this name a year prior, I delved into extensive research and eventually unearthed some information. Capone Beach, 5 years ago, was placed on a bounty of $1 billion by the West Sea as a notorious pirate. A year later, the colonel who issued the bounty on Capone Beach met an inexplicable demise, and Inbire ascended as the candidate colonel. Andrew gazed gravely at Rob, exhaling slowly. Coincidentally, it was at this juncture that Capone Beach vanished. Upon hearing this, Rhett gasped, seemingly grasping something profound. Chapter 44. Inbire. Andrew cast a glance at Rhett and solemnly stated, "Indeed, during Inbire's tenure as candidate colonel, Capone Beach became utterly unreachable, and the waters remained tranquil. It was precisely due to this calm that Inbire was appointed as the official colonel. Strangely, apart from my insistence to return to the West Sea, my homeland, the headquarters has not dispatched a single individual to the West Sea in recent years." Andrew's brow furrowed deeper. "In the last 2 or 3 years, I have come to realize that this name has, in fact, lingered in the shadows of the West Sea, never truly vanishing, but rather stirring the waters of the West Sea, gaining considerable notoriety in the underworld. So, who is currently the most formidable pirate in the West Sea?" Upon hearing this, Rob furrowed his brows, for Capone Beach was a rising star 2 years hence, and Inbile was indeed the foremost figure of the West Sea Navy. If he possessed strength comparable to that of the Smoker, the situation would become rather troublesome. Machitra, with a bounty of 70 million. Andrew spoke slowly, for this name had stirred considerable commotion in the West Sea over the past 2 years. "I understand now, thank you." Rob nodded. "Hey, Rob, are you going to eat? It's dinner time." At that moment, the door to the room creaked open, and Perona, with her hands on her hips, looked at Rob with a huff. "Why did you take so long? You could have just handed me the Inbire." Perona gazed at Rob with pride, aware that while she could not defeat him, dealing with others was an entirely different matter. "Indeed, I've got little pay, after all." Upon hearing this, Rob's furrowed brows gradually relaxed as he gazed at the charming Perona. "How could I have almost forgotten you?" Since learning about the issue of the demon value, Rob has excluded Perona's abilities from consideration, only now realizing that she is indeed a formidable expert. "Humph, now that you know, come out and eat." With a smug glance at Rob, Perona turned and walked outside. "Rob, do you think Perona might have feelings for you?" Rhett seemed to have an epiphany, looking at Rob with a smile. "Surely not." Upon hearing this, Rob was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, Could it be that Perona truly harbors feelings for me? Wait a moment. Let me assess the situation, Rhett replied with a smile, as if formulating a plan. Hey, why are you still not out? If you delay any longer, the fish will surely grow cold. Perona's anxious voice echoed from outside the cabin. Are we having fish again? Although Rob had never tasted fish in his previous life, he had been consuming it incessantly of late, to the point of growing weary of its flavor. Boss, what else can we eat besides fish? After all, we are at sea. Rhett, too, wore a look of discontent. There was little choice, given the desolation of the deserted island they had just encountered, where food was scarce. And even the band of pirates resorted to feasting on the ocean's bounty. Nevertheless, little Pepe had prepared some delightful dishes. A faint smile graced Rob's lips as he prepared to step out of the cabin. What about Andrew, boss? We're all leaving, said Late, casting a pitiful glance at Andrew, who remained aboard. His injuries rendered him immobile, wrapped in bandages. It's all right. You all go ahead, Andrew replied, managing an awkward smile, fully aware of his incapacitated state. Did you hear that, Late? Hurry up. Little Pepe will be furious if we linger any longer. If she can't deal with me, she'll certainly take it out on you. Upon witnessing this, Rob broke into a joyful smile and rushed out of the cabin. Wait for me, boss, Rate called out, hastily following Rob out of the ship's hold while leaving a remark. Major Drew, we've eaten, and we'll bring you the leftovers. No need to fret. At this, Andrew's lips twitched in irritation. Damn it, do these guys think I'm going to eat their scraps? What do you think, Rob? Perona asked, her hands on her hips, revealing her charming little fangs as she beamed at Rob. At that moment, both Rob and Rate were momentarily rendered speechless, their mouths watering as they gazed at the feast before them. Before them lay 4 expansive tables pushed together, laden with an exquisite array of culinary delights, all exuding an intoxicating aroma. A closer look revealed that the source of this delightful scent was the fresh seafood. With perfectly cooked salmon glistening in golden hues and tender octopus sprawled languidly on the table, emanating a steaming, savory fragrance. Both Robert and Letty inhaled deeply under the enchanting fragrance, which seemed to permeate their very beings, rendering their bodies delightfully languid. Little Pepe, is there a special occasion today? Rob licked the drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, turning his pitch-black eyes towards Perona with an insatiable gaze. You have just emerged from a fierce battle. Allow me to help you replenish your strength. Perona pouted, replying, but Sister Rona, the captain has sustained a single injury, so why bother? Reit chuckled playfully, casting a scrutinizing glance at Perona's face, as if seeking to uncover some hidden truth. Upon noticing his gaze, Perona appeared somewhat flustered, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Must one be injured to need replenishment? What kind of subordinate are you? Oh. Then why do you remember the captain's moments of hunger so vividly? Could it be that you harbor feelings for our captain? Reit teased, observing Perona's reddening countenance with amusement. Upon hearing this, Rob glanced nervously at Perona, his gaze shifting from the food to her. Perona, feeling a flutter in her heart at the sight of Rob's eyes, wondered if he was about to ridicule her. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to revel in the captivating content ahead. Consequently, Perona slightly elevated her bosom, pouting as she remarked, Humph, who remembers when he was hungry? That fellow makes quite the racket when his stomach growls. Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she expressed her indignation. Just then, Rob's stomach audibly grumbled at the most inopportune moment. Oh, eat if you wish. I'm off to take a bath. Who would ever fancy that smelly fellow? Perona, upon witnessing this, felt her face turn a vivid shade of red, casting a fleeting glance at Rob's belly before hastily retreating to the cabin. See, Perona absolutely does not fancy me. Rob helplessly shrugged his shoulders and glanced at Wright. What is going on? Logically, the Major is so handsome and strong. How could he not be favored by Sister Rona? Wright, equally perplexed, felt a sense of frustration as someone who had never experienced love. It shouldn't be this way. How should I know? Perhaps it is simply fate. Upon hearing this, Rob sighed softly, realizing that he was destined to be a solitary figure ever since he arrived in the world of pirates. His attempts to confess his feelings to Betty and Nami had met with failure. This had left him hesitant to approach women, despite having previously been so forthright in expressing his intentions, an approach akin to the directness advised in high school essays. It was a complete affront to the very essence of being a traverser of worlds, devoid of any semblance of masculine allure. While other protagonists attracted beautiful women like moths to a flame wherever they ventured, he found himself still without a definitive lead. It seemed that only Betty still possessed a semblance of a main quest. Defeating her appeared to be the only option. Boss, perhaps your methods are somewhat flawed, Rhett remarked, his brow furrowed, taking a deep breath as he spoke gravely. Methods? Upon hearing this, Rob furrowed his brow, recalling what Nami had once confided to him on Coco Island, that she indeed lacked the finesse in wooing women, such as the art of rescuing a girl with a princess carry. It dawned on him that to win a girl's affection, one must first take the initiative. Oh, how exactly does one go about it? He inquired. Tease her, draw her attention, replied Red, reminiscing about the antics of boys from their childhood. Oh, you see. Isn't Rona currently taking a bath? This presents a splendid opportunity. Rhett glanced at Rob, gesturing towards the cabin. Chapter 45. Arrival. What are you doing? Is what you're suggesting reliable, Rhett? Don't lead your captain astray. Rob observed Rhett pointing towards the cabin and could not help but inquire, You don't believe me? Surely, I wouldn't deceive you, my friend. Rhett hastily replied. Very well, I shall give it a try. How should I proceed with this ruse? Rob hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded, then inquired, Well, considering you need to capture her attention, you might try taking her clothes or turning off the bathroom lights to create a little surprise. Rhett shrugged, casting a resigned glance toward the seaside. Very well. Rob felt a slight headache, pondering why girls were so challenging to understand, if only it were as simple as defeating an enemy. Boss, I wish you a safe journey, he said. Leth smiled at Rob, then returned to his food with fervor. Never mind, there's no rush. I shall partake in some nourishment first. Rob stared at the delectable feast before him, moistening his lips as he lifted a succulent piece of fish to his mouth. A flicker of trepidation danced in his heart, for he had never indulged in such a manner before. Please, don't do that, boss, if you keep eating like this. Sister Rona will finish her bath before you know it. The exquisite dishes before Lete vanished at an alarming pace, rendering his earlier intentions futile. Lete, let me impart this wisdom. Before embarking on any endeavor, one must ensure they are well fed. As Rob indulged in delectable cuisine, he imparted guidance to the younger companion beside him. Indeed, boss, your words are entirely accurate, Rhett replied, realizing he could not resist the temptations posed by his gluttonous leader. Hey, Rob, leave some for Major Andrew. Don't consume it all. Before long, a melodious voice akin to that of a lark resonated through the air. It was Perona, delicately tending to her flowing hair with a cream-colored towel. Her porcelain complexion held a faint blush, and glistening droplets of water lingered upon her smooth forehead. Her graceful figure was enveloped in a sensuous pink bathrobe, cinched at her slender waist with a violet sash. Sister Rona, have you just finished your bath? Red inquired, lifting his gaze in disbelief at the beauty before him. What is the matter? Is it so strange? Perona responded, momentarily taken aback, glancing at the two with surprise as the table before them was nearly devoid of food. Why don't you all consider leaving some for Major Andrew? Rhett turned to see Rob, still in a state of stupor, and sighed in resignation. Boss, you see, you never heed my advice. Upon hearing this, Rob regained his composure, frustration bubbling within him as he lightly struck Rhett's head. Why did you not dissuade me further? You have squandered my golden opportunity. Rhett yelped in pain, casting a look of innocent grievance towards Rob. Boss, your actions, at this moment. Perona, noticing the exchange, furrowed her delicate brows in confusion, inquiring, What are you two discussing? What golden opportunity? Rhett, instinctively poised to explain, began, Sister Rona, it's just little Pepe, it's nothing. Rhett, let us proceed to deliver the meal to Andrew. Roberts promptly interrupted Rhett's words. Yes, boss, let's go deliver the food. Rhett, regaining his senses, felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow as he cast a grateful glance at Roberts. If she had spoken out, the boss would have been fine. But he would have faced the wrath of Sister Rona, a thought he wished to avoid, as it brought back memories of a wretched existence he would rather forget. Hey, you two, are you going empty-handed? Perona exclaimed, observing the two inexplicable individuals who intended to enter the cabin without any provisions, her irritation bubbling to the surface. With a swift gesture, the remnants of food on the table soared through the air, guided by Robert's telekinetic powers. Watching the two disappear, Perona muttered to herself in puzzlement. What on earth are they up to? I must find an opportunity to inquire with Rhett next time. The following afternoon, Roberts lounged on a beach chair, basking in the sea breeze as Andrew, having significantly recovered from his injuries, descended from his sickbed and joined him on the deck to enjoy the refreshing wind. Able to move about with ease, even Roberts was astonished. Indeed, the resilience of those in the pirate world was remarkable. In his previous life, it would have taken at least a week to recover enough to rise from a sickbed. Roberts, here is your lemonade, a light voice chimed, as Perona approached with 2 glasses of chilled drinks, just as she always did. Thank you. Little Pepe. Rob accepted the lemonade in his hand with a smile. Miss Perona, could you fetch me a glass as well? Andrew inquired, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor. It was not as if he were incapable of retrieving it himself. Perona cast a sidelong glance at Andrew. After all, she was the ghost princess, not a servant. Well then, Brother Rob, it seems Miss Perona holds you in high regard. Andrew remarked with a hint of melancholy, casting a wistful glance at Rob. Why was there such a disparity in treatment between men? Is that so? Rob glanced at Perona in astonishment. Who has shown him kindness? Merely because he happened to be able to carry 2 cups. Upon hearing this, Perona's face flushed slightly, and she quickly responded, Rob, has RAT not yet discovered the naval base? Perona hastily took a seat, sipped her cold drink, and then diverted the conversation by inquiring. Not yet? No need to rush, little Pepe. Upon hearing this, Rob smiled, and then, noticing Perona's cheeks still flushed, his eyes suddenly sparkled. He took a sip of lemon water, wrinkled his brow, and remarked, This water is rather bland. Is it? I thought I prepared it to suit your usual taste. Perona replied, her voice tinged with confusion as she took the lemon water from Rob's hand. Allow me to add some more lemon for you. Just a moment. With that, Perona dashed into the cabin, leaving Andrew, who was gazing blankly, to exclaim, Rob, you truly are fortunate. He sighed heavily, his expression morose as he made his way toward the cabin. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Rob's face lit up with joy. It was evident that Perona held a unique affection for him. However, she did declare that she did not harbor feelings for him. Subsequently, Rob recalled Perona's words, and a sense of vexation compelled him to ruffle his hair. Rob, I have added a touch of lemon for you. What do you think? Perona exclaimed as she hurried out from the cabin, presenting the lemonade to Rob. It's quite delightful, he replied. Rob took a sip and was struck by the intense sourness within. Yet, as he gazed at the beads of sweat on Perona's forehead, he suddenly exclaimed, It's still not sour enough. Then allow me to add a bit more, Perona replied, hastily seizing Rob's lemonade and darting towards the cabin. According to that rascal, Rhett. This was indeed a form of teasing. Rob's lips curled into a subtle smile, as if he believed he had discovered a grand avenue to ensnare the hearts of women. Brother Rob, has your drink not yet arrived? I see Miss Perona has entered once more. At that moment, Andrew emerged from the cabin, casting a puzzled glance towards Rob. Just as Rob was about to respond, Perona's joyful voice rang out, rendering him momentarily speechless. Before him stood a glass nearly brimming with lemonade. I feared you might find it lacking in tartness, so I added a bit more. If it's still insufficient, I can always add more. The kitchen is stocked with plenty of lemons. To give it a taste, Perona exclaimed eagerly. Robert gazed at the lemonade in his hand, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Could there possibly be any more lemons added? At this rate, he might as well be drinking pure lemon juice. Boss, we have arrived. Suddenly, Rhett's exuberant voice resonated in Robert's ears like a celestial melody. Little Pepe, prepare to disembark. Rob hurriedly set down his lemonade and dashed towards the cabin. Chapter 46. The Naval Blight at that moment. The sailors in the plaza of the naval base lounged about lazily, lacking any sense of duty. Lieutenant Leby, what should we do if Captain Custer has returned by now? On the open ground of the base, Lieutenant Leby, clad in a blue and white naval uniform, reclined on a chair, sipping a chilled drink in utter leisure. Just then, a sailor approached him and whispered in his ear, causing Leby's brows to furrow in concern. Is there any news regarding Major Andrew? Leby set down his drink, his expression turning grave. Several days had passed since the agreed-upon time. Lieutenant Leby, not only is there no news about Major Andrew, but we haven't even heard from Lieutenant Custer. Are we really going to leave this matter unresolved? The anxious sailor implored. Let me think, Leby replied, falling into contemplation. According to Colonel and Bill's orders, following Custer's execution of Andrew, the group of pirates was to be released today. However, with Custer still absent and Andrew's whereabouts unknown, he found himself hesitating. After all, these pirates fell under Andrew's jurisdiction. Colonel and Bill lacked the authority to dismiss Andrew at will unless he was of brigadier rank or higher. Thus, after Andrew refused to release them, and Bill devised the plan to execute Andrew, once Andrew was out of the picture, Custer would be promoted to major and could grant their release. Just then, the telephone on the table rang abruptly. Leby quickly picked it up. Colonel and Bill, good day. He greeted, his tone respectful and humble. Leby, why can't I reach Custer? How is the situation progressing? Came in Bill's discontented voice. Upon hearing this, Leby broke out in a cold sweat. After spending so many years in the West Sea, he was well aware of the man's terrifying nature. Colonel, there have been some unforeseen circumstances, Custer has not returned, and Major Andrew remains unaccounted for. Oh, so you are now the highest-ranking officer? Yes, Libby replied, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Well then, let us see how you perform, as the position of Major can be awarded to anyone. Understood. I know what to do, Libby exclaimed, the tension in his brow easing as joy spread across his face. Do not let me down. With that, the call ended. Receive orders, then proceed to release them, Libby exclaimed excitedly as he hung up. He understood the implications of the Colonel's words, for the sake of the major position. He no longer cared about Andrew's fate. Previously, Custer had been a candidate for major, and that was why he had been so indecisive. Understood. Upon hearing this, the young soldier's face brightened with joy, for his astute mind sensed that a significant change was imminent. They would no longer have to live in fear of losing their lives at any moment or engage in life-and-death struggles with the brutal pirates. Lieutenant Wright, leading the young soldier, swiftly made his way to the prison, where they encountered over 100 members of the charming pirate crew. Without hesitation, Lieutenant Wright issued the order for their release. The soldiers below, being astute individuals, promptly acknowledged the notion that Major Andrew was missing, thereby granting Lieutenant Wright the highest authority for the time being. Thank you, Brother Wright, spoke Rot, a member of the charming pirate crew, his face adorned with a smug expression. As the younger brother of the renowned charming lady, he was undoubtedly aware that his sister had already forged an alliance with the most powerful man in the West Sea. It was all a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. He added, ignoring the expression on Rot's face. Wright responded with a smile, Come, Brother Rot, your ship is ready. Follow me. Upon hearing this, Rot's lips curled into a faint, icy smile. One wonders how Andrew would feel upon learning this. He had lost quite a few men at that time. After all, it was Andrew's own folly that had provoked you, wasn't it? Light responded with a similar sardonic grin, for Andrew's men were all brought by him from the naval headquarters. Each one a troublemaker, their demise would be no misfortune. Brother Light, we must look out for one another in the future. Indeed, indeed. Meanwhile, Rob's warship was drawing near to the naval fortress. Captain, why are there still pirate ships docked at the base? Rate lowered his binoculars, casting a puzzled glance at Rob. How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Rob was taken aback, for after the Navy captures pirates, they generally escort them aboard their own vessels. What could be the issue? That scoundrel Moria had once anchored his pirate ship at the Navy headquarters, hadn't he? Perona, unfazed, responded, Your situation is different. Moria is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. REIT quickly countered, What difference does it make? They are all pirates, are they not? Perona pouted and replied, Well, REIT was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to retort. Brother REIT, may I borrow your telescope? Andrew suddenly interjected, urgency evident in his voice. Of course, REIT replied, promptly handing the telescope to Andrew. Thank you, Andrew said hastily, bringing the telescope to his eyes, only for his expression to drain of color. What's wrong, Andrew? REIT inquired, his concern piqued. That ship belongs to the 100 Beauties pirate crew, Andrew exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. Colonel Embry had allowed me to release them, but I refused. And among those who lay in ambush against me were members of the 100 Beauties pirate crew. What? REIT's mind raced, connecting the dots. Meanwhile, Rob observed Andrew's demeanor, his eyes narrowing slightly as a chill of cold intent silently emerged. He recognized that some anticipated events were about to unfold, but he had not expected them to escalate to such a degree. What's the big fuss, foolish REIT? Perona languidly remarked, stifling a yawn as she regarded the trio. The Navy has always colluded with pirates. It's perfectly normal. Look at Rob. He has already seen through it. I truly don't understand why you are so fond of the Navy when pirates offer more freedom. Perona's words resounded in REIT and Andrew's minds like thunder, as they appeared to glimpse a different side of the Navy. Little Pepe, you are still young. The world cannot exist without the Navy. You will come to understand in due time. Rob gazed at the charming Perona, a smile gracing his lips, and the glint of menace in his eyes dissipated entirely. Upon seeing Andrew, memories flooded back of the previous life, recalling the terror and fear that gripped countless civilians during the conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy, with the latter serving as a crucial force for stability amidst chaos. In what way am I small? Perona retorted, placing her hands on her slender waist and puffing out her chest. Regardless, if you consider yourself part of the Navy, then I shall follow you. You brought me out, and you cannot abandon me. Chapter 47, The Might of the Major. Of course, you are my companion. Rob stared at Perona, a peculiar sensation swelling within him. The exuberance and loquaciousness exhibited by her during this time were experiences he had never encountered in his previous life. "Ha rate. Quickly unleash the full power and charge ahead," Perona declared, hands on her hips, her delicate fingers gesturing towards the horizon. "Wait a moment," Roberto suddenly interrupted, urging caution. "Let us not stir the grass and alert the snake. We must first ascertain the purpose of this pirate vessel. Ret. Instruct your soldiers to anchor the warship in place, awaiting further instructions from me." Upon hearing this, Rhett promptly relayed the command. "Brother Roberto, what are you planning?" Andrew inquired, his eyes gleaming with a flicker of insight as he sensed Roberto's intentions. "Boss, it's all set." Rhett soon returned, having completed his task. "Excellent. From this point onward, refrain from speaking and heed my commands." With that, Roberto slowly extended his hands and intoned, void of thought. Immediately, a tremendous force erupted from within Roberto, enveloping the four of them in its embrace. "Let us proceed." With that, Roberto leaped into the depths of the sea, closely followed by the others. The four of them plunged through the water like cannonballs, swiftly making their way towards the naval base. In mere minutes, Roberto and his companions emerged silently behind the pirate ship. "Who are you?" The startled naval guards gasped, their eyes widening in shock. Just as they were about to speak, a sudden force struck the back of their heads with precision. "Apologies, but it's time for a brief respite," Rob silently recited in his heart as the collapsed sailors, under the influence of his psychic power, gradually fell onto the ship, slipping into a deep slumber without uttering a sound. Subsequently, he and his companions stealthily advanced towards the bow of the ship. "Brother Roan, this is where I bid you farewell." At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated from ahead, interrupting Rob's impending actions. Soon after, a throng of pirates, accompanied by the Navy, approached, engaged in merry conversation. "Roan? Is that not a member of the 100 Beauties pirate crew?" Upon hearing this, Andrew's pupils constricted, and his expression shifted dramatically. "Damn it!" With that exclamation, Andrew sprang forth with the agility of a sleek leopard, leaping onto the sails. "Light, what is happening at this moment?" His voice, filled with fury, echoed through the air, drawing everyone's attention. "Who are you?" Lieutenant Light, upon hearing the familiar voice, felt his cheerful demeanor freeze in disbelief. "Andrew?" Seeing Light's expression, Andrew had no difficulty discerning the unfolding situation. "Who authorized Roan's release?" He leaped down from the ship, fixing a cold, penetrating gaze upon Light. "Brother Light, what is the meaning of this?" Roan gazed at Andrew with trepidation, trembling as he spoke. Did Major Andrew not consent? Is Lieutenant Wright acting solely on his own accord? Wright's expression darkened considerably. Faced with Andrew's fury, he gritted his teeth and said, "Andrew, do you truly intend to continue opposing Colonel Ambier?" Upon hearing this, Andrew stomped his foot and charged at Wright, his enormous fist slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh before it struck Wright's abdomen. Bang! The tremendous force caused Wright to spit out a mouthful of blood. Despite his injuries, Andrew was still far superior to Wright, whom he deemed a worthless coward. "Who governs here?" Andrew demanded, enduring the tumult within his body as his eyes glowed crimson with rage, fixating on Wright. "Is it you?" Wright struggled to meet Andrew's gaze. "Should these men be released?" "Ah!" Andrew shouted angrily as he surveyed the surroundings. The naval officers remained silent, unwilling to utter a word. "Get them all back," Andrew commanded coldly. "Andrew, are you truly prepared to sever ties with Colonel Ambier? Do not forget that man is the most powerful in the West Sea." Wright retorted with a venomous glare at Andrew. "I am aware, but I am a soldier." Andrew clenched his fists tightly. Unable to forget how Ambier had led his brothers to their bloody demise, he would never consider submission to Ambier. "Andrew, do you think I will passively await my end?" "Brothers, kill them. Let this group of naval officers witness our might." Luoan gradually emerged from the earlier terror, realizing that in such a perilous situation, only a desperate struggle remained. "How naive. Retreat to your prison." At that moment, a voice, as cold and indifferent as a deity, resonated throughout the square. The crowd turned their gaze upwards, noticing three figures hovering in the air, their presence unannounced. "Who are you?" Luoan had never witnessed a man capable of flight. In his recollection, it seemed that only the formidable warriors trained within the Navy could attain such prowess. "Kneel." Upon uttering these words, a crimson glimmer surged within Rob's gaze, and his Sharingan began to whirl uncontrollably, unleashing a torrent of psychic energy that cascaded downward like an immense ocean. Bang! 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 Over 100 pirates offered no resistance whatsoever, their knees shattering under the pressure as they obediently knelt in place. "What is this?" Light stood in a daze, absorbing the spectacle before him. Such immense power. Once a command was issued, all were compelled to submit. Why, then, did they still hesitate to advance? Rob looked at the dazed sailors around him and let out a cold laugh, mocking, "You fools. What are you waiting for? Are you intent on bringing disgrace to the Navy?" Andrew, witnessing this, also shouted a curse. Subsequently, a group of sailors hurried over to apprehend Rob and his companions. "By the way, regarding your earlier question, I have taken note." Rob approached Roan, observing his rigid form, and said with a smirk, "I am the newly appointed Major of the West Sea Division, Rob. Remember my name well in this prison, for no one shall rescue you from here again." Rob spoke this phrase and brushed past, regarding such a minor character with indifference. He then approached Wright and said, "Relay a message to your superior. Advise him to behave. Or one day, should something go awry, I cannot guarantee the consequences." Wright looked at Rob with trepidation. After delivering his message, Rob paid no further heed and turned to Andrew, speaking gently. "Now, leave the rest to me. Focus on your recovery." "Thank you, Brother Rob," Andrew replied. "By the way, may I demote your subordinate Wright to mere fodder? After all, he needs to convey a message to that colonel." Of course, once Rob had dealt with everyone, the demoted Wright retreated into a small, dark room, nursing his wounds. "That bastard is insufferably arrogant. He will surely pay for his hubris." Wright seethed with humiliation. Realizing he had survived merely as a messenger, consumed by resentment, he dialed the colonel's number. "Colonel, there's trouble." Chapter 48. The arrival of Embryo Wright. "What is it?" Embryo's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. "Colonel, that scoundrel Andrew is not dead. He has returned," Wright exclaimed, his voice tinged with fear and malice. What is Custer up to? Has he betrayed Andrew?" Embryo's pupils constricted upon hearing this. According to his intelligence, Andrew had been entirely unsuspecting of Custer. "No. Custer hasn't returned. He may already be dead. But that is not the crux of the matter. The significant issue is that a major has appeared from nowhere. Lord Embryo." Wright recalled Rob's godlike prowess, his voice trembling slightly. "What? That bastard encountered Andrew? It seems he must have saved him." Embryo's gaze turned icy. If Custer had been intercepted by this unknown major, everything would then make sense. "What is that fellow's name?" Sensing the chill in Embryo's tone, Wright hurriedly replied, "His name is Rob, and he possesses formidable strength." "Oh," Embryo said, his fingers drumming on the table as his expression darkened. "By the way, he asked me to deliver a message to you." Wright recalled the earlier encounter, his eyes filled with venom as he gazed out at the Navy, seemingly searching for Rob. "He advises you to behave, or else should anything happen to you one day, he cannot guarantee the outcome." Very well, very well." Embryo gritted his teeth, repeating the phrase several times as a fierce aura emanated from him. "I understand." With that, Embryo abruptly hung up the phone. "My lord, what has happened?" Beside him, the enchanting beauty nestled against Embryo, furrowing her brow in confusion. She had never before sensed such a menacing aura emanating from him. "Bamai, your subordinates may be temporarily unavailable." Andrew's voice was grave. "What's wrong? Could it be that Andrew is still alive?" Bamai asked anxiously, knowing her brother had also participated in the hunt for Andrew. "Indeed. Not only is that scoundrel alive, but someone from the naval headquarters has also discovered my affairs. Has that individual already reached the West Sea? Why didn't he report to you first?" Bamai questioned incredulously, as protocol dictated that newcomers should report to Embryo. An unforeseen incident occurred. He encountered Andrew on the way. Perhaps Andrew revealed something to him. Embryo's eyes glimmered with a cold light, taken aback that Andrew had managed to survive and had even involved someone from the naval headquarters. Just then, a black phone on the coffee table buzzed. Embryo's eyes sparkled with interest as he quickly answered the call. "Hello, Becky?" "Embryo. Tomorrow my subordinate Capone Kex is planning to raid Bay Island. I hope you can lend a hand, as ammunition can be quite costly," Becky said. Embryo paused, surprised. Bay Island was one of the wealthiest islands in the West Sea, which he had always fortified with heavy troops. "This places me in a bit of a predicament, Becky. You old rascal, the usual arrangement is 30%. "Very well." Embryo chuckled, acquiescing before hanging up the phone. "My lord, whose call was that which brought you such joy?" Bamai inquired eagerly. "It was Capone Becky. His timing is impeccable." "Becky, yes." Bamai gasped, covering her mouth, for in the underworld of the West Sea, the name Capone Becky was legendary among pirates. "He has bestowed upon me a grand gift, and I intend to make good use of it," Embryo sneered. "Oh, that new major. Doesn't he lack a designated area of jurisdiction? Let him oversee Bay Island." "My lord, Bay Island is quite affluent." Bamai looked at Embryo, bewildered. Are you really considering offering him such a lucrative opportunity? It is indeed bountiful, but it is the very meat that Becky desires. He wants it by tomorrow. Embrier chuckled darkly. This young man is quite arrogant. Let us see how he fares with Capone Becky. Wait for me to visit Andrew S. base first to confer with him, as I must relinquish Bay Island to him. You stay here, clean yourself up, and await my return tonight. Embrier cast a lecherous glance at Baimai, draping his naval coat over his shoulders as he exited the office. Prepare the ship. Let us pay Andrew S. base a visit. Inbeal approached the base and addressed an aide. Very well, Colonel, please hold on for a moment. The aide responded respectfully, bending slightly, though he felt a profound surprise. For the colonel seldom embarked on voyages. Nevertheless, he dared not voice his thoughts and hurriedly rushed off to relay the command. Soon, a substantial number of naval soldiers assembled, and Inbeal boarded the warship, setting sail towards the Andrew base. Brother Rob, when do you intend to seek out Colonel Inbeal? Andrew, bandaged and resting on his hospital bed, expressed his concern, aware that the headquarters required him to report to the colonel upon his arrival in the Western Sea. No rush. Let us wait until you have fully recovered, came the reassuring reply. Rob glanced at Andrew's worried expression and couldn't help but smile. This fellow had just reopened his wound in a fit of anger, yet here he was, fretting over his own condition. The chapter is not yet concluded. Kindly turn to the next page to continue reading. Andrew, take good care of yourself. With Rob around, you can rest assured without a single worry. Perona, standing nearby, also chimed in with a smile. After spending a few days together, she had come to appreciate Andrew as a decent person. Hey, Andrew. Why isn't the colonel coming out to greet us? At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the base. Oh no, Inbile has arrived. Upon hearing this, Andrew's expression froze. How could he have come so swiftly? It had only been a little over an hour. Although the West Sea headquarters was merely a 30-minute journey from his base, this was remarkably quick. He must have rushed over immediately. Never mind, let's go meet him. In front of the numerous naval officers, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Rob was taken aback, yet he did not dwell on it too much. For he understood from the ambush orchestrated by Embriel against Andrew that he would not dare to act openly against his own. After all, this was the Navy. As Rob stepped outside, he immediately encountered a towering figure clad in the garb of justice. Andrew, have you sustained severe injuries? You mustn't overexert yourself. You are indeed the pillar of our Navy. At that moment, Anbier approached with a warm smile, his concern for Andrew evident in his gaze. Thank you for your concern. Colonel, Andrew replied dismissively. Is this young man the newly appointed major? A youthful hero indeed. Upon witnessing this, Rob's lips twitched, taken aback by the fact that this fellow appeared to be so welcoming towards him. As the saying goes, a smile may grace the face, yet the heart may harbor malice. This thought suddenly surged forth in Rob's mind. Chapter 49, Bay Island. I am Rob, and this is my military insignia. Rob would not extend a cordial demeanor towards him. He doubted that Andrew was oblivious to his actions and was disinclined to engage in any superficial pleasantries. Casually tossing the military insignia to Enbile, he mused, it appears I have not properly entertained my brother Rob. Enbile awkwardly caught the insignia, momentarily taken aback, then responded with a smile, to express my apologies. I shall place the governance of Bay Island in your hands. What? Andrew exclaimed in astonishment. For Bay Island had always been a prosperous land in the West Sea, abundant in resources. How could Enbile possibly consider relinquishing it to Rob? What is happening? Rob furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Andrew. Brother Rob, Andrew whispered urgently in his ear, Gulf Island is a territory coveted by many naval commanders. It is one of the most affluent islands. What do you think, Brother Rob? Am I not demonstrating enough sincerity? An ordinary person would not be granted such a piece of land. A cold glimmer flickered in Inbeal's eyes, and then he smiled amiably. Oh, is there anything else, Colonel? Rob still did not greet Inbeal with a smile, coldly acquiescing to his demands. It's nothing. This is your command. Inbeal felt as if he had bitten into a piece of cold cake, awkwardly handing the token in his grasp to Rob before turning to leave. Colonel, take care. No need to see me off, came Rob's distant voice from behind. Damn it. After walking a fair distance, Inbeal clenched his fist hidden within his coat, his expression darkening, while his pitch-black eyes turned sharp and menacing. What on earth is wrong with this guy? It was the first time Inbeal encountered such an unexpected cold reception. This adversary didn't even bother with superficial pleasantries. Hello, Lieutenant Cass? Tomorrow, Cape Becky plans to attack Bay Island. Return immediately with your troops. I have a fool who needs to be dealt with. Once on board, Enbiel summoned his subordinate and connected with Lieutenant Cass stationed at Bay Island. Understood, Colonel. Brother Rob. You truly are something. That scoundrel Enbiel must be furious right now, Andrew remarked with a wry smile, watching as Enbiel's ship departed before turning his gaze back to Rob. That guy is nothing but a smiling tiger. Rob cast a dismissive glance at the departing warship, remarking, why bother with his pride? We are all well aware of the truth, and I have no inclination to engage in diplomatic subtleties, a skill I do not possess. Andrew nodded in agreement, indeed. You had previously issued him a stern warning. However, he continued, why do you suppose Imbrel has ceded Bay Island to you? It has always been a focal point of his interests. The answer is rather straightforward. Should it become known that Rob is stationed there, those pirates, spurred on by Imbrel, would surely create chaos. It is, after all, a rather affluent island. At that moment, Perona, munching on an apple and holding a map, approached them. She had familiarized herself with some of the islands in the West Sea upon her arrival. Little Peppa, you are quite astute. When water comes, we shall cover it. When soldiers arrive, we shall meet them with our own. Andrew reassured. Rob chuckled and said, hurry to Bay Island. Rob, this naval base is dreadfully dull. Perona urged anxiously. Upon hearing this, Andre's lips twitched slightly, yet he found no retort, for indeed, this naval base was predominantly inhabited by men, leaving little in the way of entertainment. Very well, Rhett, prepare the ship for our journey to Bay Island. Rob called out towards the base. Boss, are we leaving so soon? Rhett, still chewing on his meat, hurried over with a look of surprise, wondering how long it had been since they had just landed. Indeed, Brother Rob, let us linger a while longer. I have yet to properly express my gratitude, Andrew chimed in, encouraging the delay. Humph. Perona let out a muffled grunt, casting a cold glare at Andrew. It would be wise to depart sooner. One can never be too cautious, especially if Enbiel has any tricks up his sleeve. Rob glanced at Andrew, who instinctively turned to see Perona's icy demeanor. My dear brother Rob, do visit my base when you have the chance. We must catch up, she said. Faced with this, Andrew, uncertain of the nature of Perona's relationship with Rob, dared not intervene and hurriedly remarked, honestly, I haven't even settled in yet. And now I must set sail again. Rhett sighed in resignation. Rhett, do you wish to experience what it means to embody a spirit of negativity? Perona teased, tugging at Rhett's ear with a frosty tone. I was wrong, Sister Rona. Let us go. Let us go. We must depart at once. Rhett shivered, wincing in pain as he pleaded for mercy. Boss, please save me. Upon hearing those words, Rob felt the chill in Perona's gaze and helplessly remarked, Reit, alas. I cannot save you. Your master still yearns for delicacies. Oh, master, how can you succumb to the allure of such feasts? Reit protested. Sister Rona, please. No, it hurts. I will leave at once. Is that not sufficient? With a sorrowful expression, Reit and Rob strolled towards the shore. Andrew, do make sure to host me with fine wine and exquisite dishes next time. Rob boarded the warship, raising his arm in a farewell gesture. No problem. Enjoy yourself. Andrew chuckled, watching the vessel fade into the horizon until it vanished against the azure coastline. Rob, please don't perish. A voice of concern escaped Andrew's lips. The next chapter awaits, dear reader. Please turn to the next page to continue your journey. The story only gets more exhilarating. The following day, as the sun began to rise, its radiant light danced upon the cerulean sea, casting shimmering silver ripples. At that moment, where the ocean met the sun, a warship emerged from the distance. To his surprise, Bay Island was quite distant. Rhett stood atop the mast, peering through his binoculars towards the horizon, where a massive island loomed over the ocean. The island resembled a crescent moon, shaped like a harbor, enveloped in a delicate rainbow-hued glow, seemingly refracted from the sea, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This island is stunning. Perona emerged from the cabin, her beautiful eyes captivated by the view. She had never encountered such breathtaking beauty before. The colorful light in the sky was truly enchanting. She wished for Rob to take her up there. Snapping back to reality, Perona noticed Rob sleeping against the mast and shouted, Rob, wake up. Her thunderous voice startled him awake. What? Have we arrived? Rob hurriedly descended, rubbing his bleary eyes. Indeed. Look how beautiful Bay Island is, Perona exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the island ahead. Will you take me flying when the time comes? Of course. But we still have quite a distance to cover. Let me sleep a little longer. Rob stared in silence at the distant island, knowing it was still several dozen nautical miles away. After acknowledging Perona's words, he was about to drift back to sleep. Captain, it seems there are cannon sounds ahead. Red expressed his uncertainty at that moment. Chapter 50, Capone Gang Beach. Upon hearing this, Rob quickly calmed his mind and listened intently. Indeed, faint sounds of cannon fire emanated from the island and the bay. Alas, there were cries of anguish. Rob's gaze darkened as he murmured, "Red, you will follow the ship in. I shall proceed ahead." "Understood, Captain." Rhett nodded eagerly and hurried off to instruct the naval crew to increase the fleet's speed. "Rob, I shall accompany you," Perona said with a hint of concern. For it was indeed a peculiar coincidence that such an incident occurred so soon after their arrival at Bay Island. Very well. Rob felt a twinge of oddity. However, with Perona by his side, any pirate that lacked overwhelming strength would be manageable. Boyd thought. As the words resonated, an immense psychic energy emanated from Rob's body. And soon after, he leaped into the sea with Perona. It seemed that pirates were encroaching. Rob darted through the sea like a sharp arrow, swiftly racing towards Bay Island, effortlessly surpassing the warship by several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. At that moment, in the harbor of Bay Island, 7 or 8 massive pirate ships lay anchored. "The pirates have come. Flee at once." Mother, what is happening?" "Ah, how did Capone Kess end up here?" Countless heart-wrenching cries filled the air, echoing throughout the port. Meanwhile, on the warship, brawny men wielding large cutlasses surged forth from the vessel. At the entrance of the island stood a flamboyant figure before all the pirates, none other than Capone Kess, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million. Capone Kess licked his lips, casting a sinister glance towards the island. At that moment, numerous civilians were fleeing in panic from the booming cannon fire at dawn, a sight that thrilled him immensely. However, Captain Becky was a frugal man. With a tinge of regret, Kess observed the fleeing populace and raised his hand to halt the cannon fire. "Cease fire. We must cherish Bay Island, my brothers." "Indeed, Lord Kess." As expected of Captain Becky, there's not a single elite navy here. His lieutenant, Capone Base, greedily eyed the island, sadistically severing the head of a woman. "Let the slaughter commence. Today is our feast." Kess laughed heartily, reveling in the despair of the countless civilians, his heart brimming with an unsettling pleasure. Bang! With that sound, he lifted a foot and casually kicked a civilian, who collided with the wall and exploded in a spray of crimson. Oh heavens, why did Lieutenant Cass leave yesterday? What has transpired? Some despondent civilians collapsed to the ground, weeping for their lost loved ones. "Pirates, I shall fight you to the death." Numerous strong men, their eyes bloodshot, charged at Capone Kess with knives in hand. Though their movements were uncoordinated, they exhibited unparalleled bravery. "As mere ants, do you dare to resist?" Kess sneered at the defiant men, licking his lips once more before launching himself forward with the ferocity of a leopard. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the sound of heavy impacts, Kess weaved through the crowd, sending one person after another flying. "I revel in slaughter." His chilling voice reverberated across the island as Kess, like a demon, harvested fresh lives. "What, are you afraid?" He clutched a robust man's neck with a single hand. His face contorted in a menacing glare at the trembling crowd. In a mere few breaths, over 100 individuals lay maimed around Capone Kess. All present gazed in horror at the pirate, who resembled a demonic entity, none daring to approach. "Insects must accept their insignificance. Do not provoke me, understand?" Capone sneered, relishing the profound terror reflected in the man's eyes. "Bad man, let my father go. Please, let my father go." At that moment, a tender voice pierced through the crowd, revealing a filthy little girl rushing forward with urgency. "Sia?" The man in Capone Kess's grip strained to glance sideways, his pupils dilating in shock. "Run away. Don't worry about Dad. Just run." No, I don't want to." The girl, known as Sierra, shouted defiantly, crystalline tears cascading from her bright, large eyes. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, blood splattered onto her small dress, staining her once pale legs a vivid red. "Is she your daughter?" Capone Kess, upon witnessing the scene, eagerly licked the blood from the man's face, grinning wickedly at the girl. "It seems she is quite reluctant to see you perish. Letting her watch your demise would surely be a spectacle to behold." Capone Kess's eyes brimmed with anticipation as he observed the girl approach his feet. "Bad man, please release my father. Let him go." The little girl cried out in anguish, pounding her tiny fists against Capone Kess's leg. "Can you give me a reason, Sierra?" Capone Kess inquired, his gaze fixed on the girl at his feet. "If I tell you, will you let my father go?" The girl paused her frantic assault, fear evident in her eyes as she sobbed. Mother has already died. I can't bear to lose my father too. Please. With your father gone, Sierra's heart, it hurts so much." Capone Kess's anticipation deepened at her words. "If your father is to live, my heart shall ache greatly." However, if you bow to me 9 times, I shall release him. Really? Indeed. The girl's eyes sparkled with hope upon hearing this. With a loud thud, she unhesitatingly bowed her head to Capon Kess. Sierra, no. Don't worry about Dad. Tears overflowed from the man's eyes. Thud. 8. Thud. 7. 4. Sierra must save. Dad. Must save Dad. The young girl mumbled softly, repeatedly bowing her head, as bright red blood appeared on her forehead. 2. 1. I have finished. The girl weakly glanced at Capone Gang Beach, her voice barely a whisper. How beautiful it is, but a pirate's word means nothing, little one. Capone Gang Beach sneered at the girl. Indeed, it is most gratifying to have killed your father. Why? The girl stared blankly at Capone Gang Beach, her innocence rendering her unable to comprehend. Because I am a pirate, haha. Watch your father die, you little brat. Capone Gang Beach laughed maniacally, his arms swelling with triumph, but in the next moment, his smile froze upon his face. His hands seemed as if they were bound, unable to close no matter how hard he tried. Release him. A voice, cold and divine, resonated from the heavens above. And soon everyone beheld a boy and a girl descending as if walking down a celestial staircase. Chapter 51. The Name of Rob. The Navy? Capone Gang Beach's eyes widened in horror, sensing an invisible force acting upon his hands. He had never heard of such a figure within the Navy. At that moment, all action ceased as everyone turned their gaze toward the descending boy. Let him go. The boy approached Capone Gang Beach with a chilling demeanor, and as his icy voice fell, a vivid crimson hue surged from his eyes. A blood-red pupil spun wildly, emanating a terrifying malevolence, as an even more ferocious psychic force erupted from the boy. Who are you? Capone Gang Beach trembled, looking fearfully at Rob. Feeling an overwhelming power forcefully pry his hand open. Apologies for my tardiness. A gentle voice chimed as the man held by Capone Gang Beach was lifted into Rob's hands by the influence of the psychic force. Rob cradled the man in his arms and approached the little girl, gently lowering him down with a tone of apology. Big brother. The young girl, a character reminiscent of the renowned Sierra, gazed at Rob with tear-filled, reddened eyes, yearning to express something, yet her words remained unspoken, as tears cascaded down her flushed cheeks. Damn it, how dare you disregard me? Captain Kess observed the scene, his once fearful pupils now overshadowed by fury. It dawned upon him that the mysterious naval force had merely restrained his fist, leaving his body unconfined. In that moment of realization, he understood that the strength of that enigmatic marine might not be as formidable as he initially presumed. With a sudden surge of rage, Captain Kess's veins bulged, and he lifted his elongated leg, summoning a gust of wind as he aimed a kick at Rob. Big brother. The little girl anxiously turned her gaze towards Rob, having witnessed the villain's ability to easily obliterate a person with a single kick. Don't underestimate me, kid. The sinister laughter reverberated, accompanied by the ferocity of his strike, as he lunged towards Rob in the blink of an eye. How annoying. As Rob's gaze darkened, the moment Capone Gang's rise began, countless vulnerabilities laid bare before his Sharingan. Catch, little Pepe. In an instant, the little girl and the man vanished from sight, while simultaneously, Rob, under the influence of telekinesis, eerily leapt onto the man's leg. How is this possible? Capone Gang stared in horror as Rob defied the laws of physics, seemingly jumping onto his leg without bending down. Then, with a sudden force, Rob stomped down hard onto the thigh beneath him. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, followed by the sickening crack of shattering bone. Ah! A wretched cry of agony echoed across the island, as all witnessed the once mighty Capone Gang now crushed to the ground, his thigh a gruesome mess. Who is that boy? The onlookers stood entranced, disbelief etched upon their faces. Bess, don't mind me, fire the cannons. Fire for me. At that moment, Capone Gang suddenly roared at his stunned subordinate. Capone Bess, having realized the terror the boy posed, he could no longer heed Lord Becky's directive to conserve ammunition. Bess. Hearing Capone Gang's pained wail, Bess finally regained his composure. It was known that while Capone Gang's bounty was inflated due to his penchant for slaughter, he was not someone who could be easily overpowered. In this instance, only high-caliber cannon fire held a glimmer of hope, for they possessed several well-equipped pirate ships. What are you waiting for? Fire the cannons. Full force. Capone Bess shouted at the crew of pirates. Captain Bess. Lord Gang is still in their grasp. Countless subordinates shouted anxiously. Their leader was still beneath Rob's foot. How could they dare to fire? Did you not hear Lord Gang's command? Fire. Capone Bess bellowed in fury, having long understood Gang's intentions through years of collaboration. He sought to distract the Navy by unleashing cannon fire upon the countless civilians. Boy, can you protect everyone? Don't be ridiculous. Let those people serve as collateral. Capone gang sneered at Rob, laughing maniacally, a true madman. Boom, boom, boom. No sooner had Gang's words fallen than the pirate ships in the harbor erupted in fierce flames, competing with the rising sun. Boom, boom. Hundreds of black cannonballs, imbued with unmatched force, traced lethal arcs across the sky. Run. The cannonballs are coming. Countless onlookers, their fleeting hopes extinguished like a flickering flame doused by a deluge of cold water, were engulfed by the overwhelming shadow cast by the recent explosion. Fear not, Shire. We shall not allow you to suffer any longer. Perona, observing the profound dread reflected in Shire's eyes, instinctively embraced her and spoke gently. It is essential to understand that this man is no ordinary individual. With a sense of pride, Perona gazed ahead at Rob, the man who had eluded the wrath of the furious Moria. Burial alongside you. You surely overestimate your own significance. Rob cast a cold gaze upon the Capon Cuz beneath his feet. In an instant, Capon Cuz witnessed Rob soaring into the air, heading towards the multitude of cannonballs. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. What is that youth intending to do? Everyone present was taken aback, halting in their tracks, staring blankly at the enigmatic young man. The closer I draw, the stronger my telekinetic control will become. Let me witness your true power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rob stared coldly at the fiery trails racing across the sky. At that moment, everyone gazed upwards, witnessing the imminent passage of the blazing shells that were about to brush past him. A roar, resonating like the voice of the heavens, thundered through the air. Psychic force. Halt. Instantly, a tremendous surge of telekinetic energy erupted from Rob, akin to a volcanic eruption, as an invisible force cascaded towards the hundreds of shells. In an instant, as the psychic energy enveloped the projectiles, all onlookers beheld in astonishment as the shell's velocity drastically diminished, as if ensnared in a quagmire, struggling to advance. Moments later, after laboriously traversing a few meters, the shells ultimately lost all momentum, coming to a feeble halt in the void. This power, it could be said, obeyed his every command. Who exactly are you? Capone Beej gazed in horror at Rob, who appeared as a deity in the sky. A sense of despair welling within him as he voiced the collective curiosity of all. Not just him, the citizens and pirates alike stood transfixed, beholding the miraculous spectacle above. I am Rob. In that fleeting moment, his name resonated throughout the Bay Island of the West Sea. Chapter 52. Retreat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a brief silence, under Rob's command, all the shells in the sky surged towards the 7 or 8 pirate ships docked at the harbor. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a cacophony of deafening explosions, countless brilliant flashes erupted, and shrapnel rained upon the pirates aboard the vessels, unleashing a chorus of wails. Beej, flee. Return and inform Lord Becky, swiftly. Capone Beej, shaken from his fear by the barrage, hastily rose. He cast an anxious glance at his subordinate, Capone Bess. Consumed by a singular thought, survival. All personnel, retreat. All personnel, retreat. Bess, equally terrified, looked up at the youth in the sky, astonished that their sophisticated artillery had proven utterly ineffective, resulting instead in devastating losses for his fleet. Little Pepe, those minions, assist me. Upon witnessing the scene, Rob hurriedly glanced at Perona, recognizing that it would be quite challenging to tackle the pirates from the 7 fleets solely on his own. The moment he heard the name Becky, a plan took shape in his mind. He could not allow a single pirate to escape. Yo-ho, Shiro. Stay here and wait for your sister's return. Do not wander off. Perona, upon hearing this, gently set down Shiro and smiled at the gathered pirates, taking a seat herself. With a light and airy voice, she invoked her ghostly doppelganger, astonishing everyone as an identical Perona emerged from her form. Is my sister now too? The little girl, with her eyes wide and flushed, stared at the Perona before her, then turned to the seated Perona with a look of confusion. Yo-ho-ho, the spirit of negativity. Subsequently, 2 phantoms surged forth from Perona's body, charging towards the fleeing pirates. Ah, heavens, what meaning is there in my continued existence? I may as well be dead. The pirates lamented, resigned to their fate. It's futile to run. The person is too powerful. It would be better to await death. As the phantoms penetrated the bodies of the pirates, those touched by them fell to their knees, devoid of hope. Yo-ho, bewitching ghost, phantom bomb. Accompanied by eerie laughter. Explosions reverberated across the battlefield, leaving countless pirates grievously injured upon the sands, unable to move. This is bad. That woman fears neither blade nor sword. We must flee. The pirates looked on in horror as their weapons inflicted no harm upon Perona. Avoid that ghost. Run. Capone Beach, amidst his escape, bellowed to the other pirates. Yo-ho-ho. Do you really think you can escape? Perona regarded the fleeing pirates with amusement. In the dense throng, her phantoms effortlessly incapacitated countless foes. Furthermore, it was clear that these lowly pirates could not hope to outrun her phantoms. She moved through the crowd with invincibility, inflicting devastation upon the pirates. That girl is astonishingly strong, the onlookers realized, now aware that the girl beside the boy was no ordinary character. If it weren't for my telekinesis, little Pepe would indeed be a formidable opponent for anyone. Rob glanced at the invincible Perona in the arena, a faint smile gracing his lips. After all, if it weren't for Usopp, she could have annihilated the entire Straw Hat Pirates. Was she still contemplating escape? How laughable. Rob gazed at Capone Cuss and Capone Bess with a teasing glint in his eyes, a cold smirk escaping his lips. Whoosh. In an instant, propelled by his psychic powers, Rob shot through the sky like an arrow piercing the clouds, aiming directly at the two men. With one leg broken, escape was no longer an option. A chilling voice echoed behind Capone Cuss, sending a deep wave of dread coursing through his body. Damn it, hadn't the Navy been redeployed? Capone Cuss felt an overwhelming force suddenly impede his movements. Anxiously, he turned around, only to find Rob had already closed the distance between them. Why? In a furious and despondent roar, Rob seized his shoulders with both hands. With a sickening crack, he raised his right leg and struck Capone Cuss hard in the chest. Bang! A dull thud resonated, followed by a spray of crimson blood erupting from Capone Cuss's mouth. Why? In a haze of fear and confusion, Capone Cuss collapsed helplessly against Rob's leg before sliding down to the beach with a thud. Cough, cough. Capone Cuss sputtered out several mouthfuls of blood. Gravely injured and unable to continue the fight. What? That bastard knew the Navy had been redeployed? The gathered crowd heard Capone Cuss's anguished cry and, in that moment, a realization dawned upon them, their faces paling in unison. How infuriating. They recalled tales of Era Island, which had been pillaged by pirates the moment the Navy withdrew. Once thought to be mere coincidence. Similar incidents had occurred in the West Sea, with Era Island being as prosperous as Bay Island. Indeed, you scoundrel, Embiel. Rob clenched his fists tightly, an indescribable fury surging within his chest. You may confront me, but I shall not permit such actions. Amidst Rob's heavy breaths, a resounding crash echoed as the sand beneath his feet suddenly formed a large pit. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating story. Whoosh. You shall remain as well. With the roar of rage, Rob appeared before Capon Base like a specter. And in the depths of Base's terrified gaze, a swift and piercing kick struck his waist with a fierce whoosh. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Base was sent flying like a rag doll, landing on the beach and kicking up a cloud of sand. The rising grains mingled with blood, clearly visible in the dawn's light. Upon noticing the situation, Rob cast a glance at the character panel within his consciousness, discovering that these two had bestowed upon him an increase of 500 points in demonic value. It is evident that engaging in more battles is essential for rapid enhancement. Rob, there are too many of them. They are about to flee. At that moment, Perona shouted anxiously towards Rob, overwhelmed by the sheer number of pirates, which numbered at least in the thousands. Hearing this, Capone Gang Beach struggled to rise, casting a trembling gaze towards Rob in the distance amidst the menacing island. You cannot stop them all, kid. The Godfather Becky will surely take your life. You have provoked the greatest power in the West Sea. Do you understand? You fool. Soon. You will accompany me to the grave. You will accompany me to the grave. Capone Beach's frenzied voice echoed along the coastline, inflating the morale of the pirates, who surged towards the port like a raging tide, unstoppable. Capone Becky, the captain of the fire tank pirates. That infamous man, the notorious Godfather. Hasn't he vanished? Countless citizens, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of shock, for this name was associated with a bounty of 100 million. A notorious pirate. Is that so? Rob turned around, casting a frigid gaze towards Capone Gang, and in a moment of resolve, he channeled all 500 demonic points he had just acquired into the demon fruit. Instantly, his malevolent Sharingan began to whirl wildly, fixating coldly on the multitude of pirates attempting to surge into the harbor. Get back! His furious voice resonated. And in that fleeting instant, an even more formidable telekinetic force erupted forth, revealing to the astonished onlookers a towering tidal wave, rising dozens of feet behind Rob. Chapter 53. Suppression. How is this possible? Capone gang stared in a daze at the youth by the shore. The overwhelming aura instilling profound terror in the eyes of every pirate present. Was Rob, once again, growing stronger? Perona, witnessing the spectacle, gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment. Along the coastline stretching hundreds of meters, a colossal sea wolf surged forth, with the boy embodying the essence of a sea deity. Boom. Following Rob's thunderous shout, the spectators beheld as he forcefully thrust his palm downward, unleashing the monstrous wave that came crashing down. The tremendous torrent engulfed all the pirates fleeing towards the harbor, the unstoppable force violently overturning them and casting them onto the beach. However, the wave was not an endless natural phenomenon. Lacking continuous momentum, it began to recede after surging over 100 meters. At that moment, the harbor was strewn with the bodies of the overturned pirates, sprawled across the vast expanse of sand. Run! Rob stared coldly at the entire harbor, his chilling tone causing the pirates who were slowly rising to tremble in fear, daring not to advance further. Rob stepped forward, under the gaze of the crowd, making his way towards Capenkes. What is it you desire? At that moment, a profound fear emerged within Capenkes's eyes. A terror so formidable that even Capenbecky could not replicate it. Kneel. Rob extended a hand, his fingers twitching slightly, under the influence of his telekinesis. The gravely injured Capenkes fell to his knees without any resistance, collapsing to the ground with a thud. You have killed me. Killed me. Capenkes howled in agony, his face ashen as he felt a sharp pain radiating from his knees. He was unaware of what awaited him next. Rob disregarded Capenkes's cries and approached Shire. Big brother. Shire stared blankly at Rob, who descended like a deity. Her cheeks flushed as tears welled up once more in her eyes. I'm sorry, brother, for my late arrival. Rob knelt down, and at that moment, the icy demeanor in his eyes melted away, replaced by a warmth akin to autumn waters. Wah, mama is gone, mama is gone. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the little girl collapsed into Rob's embrace, her anguish spilling forth in a torrent of grief. The joy that had accompanied the festive season finally allowed her to unearth the long-buried fears within her heart. Rob experienced the delicate fragility of life for the first time, accompanied by a profound sense of guilt. If only he could have arrived at Bay Island a moment sooner, this tragedy might have been averted. Rob, you did your best. The spirit of Perona consoled, her heart aching upon hearing his remorseful words. Little Pepe, hold on to Sierra. I have a few matters to attend to. Upon hearing the words, Rob lifted Seal and entrusted her to Perona. He then turned, casting a cold gaze upon Capenkes, his hand gesturing slightly. Come forth. With that command, under the influence of telekinesis, Capenkes crawled forward, leaving a trail of crimson blood, slowly making his way to Rob's feet. What do you intend to do? Capenkes asked, fear evident in his eyes as he regarded Rob, whose power instilled in him a foreboding sense of dread. Bow to this girl. Impossible, Capenkes exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the little girl with crimson eyes, a wave of profound shame washing over him. You have no choice. With a chilling command, Rob pressed his palm downward, and under the influence of his telekinesis, the head of Capenkes gradually bowed. You bastard, you killed me, killed me, killed me. Capenkes roared in agony, his face contorted in a grotesque expression, yet he was powerless to resist the immense force upon his skull. No. With a resounding thud, Capenkes made intimate contact with the ground, blood-staining his forehead. This time, it was an offering to her mother. The next would be a tribute to her father. As Roberson's cold words fell, his fingers moved slightly, and Capone Beach once again bowed under his control. Bang! You demon, kill me, just kill me. A profound sense of humiliation shattered Capone's twisted dignity. Bang! This time, it was for her. No matter how Capone resisted, everything seemed utterly powerless beneath Roberson's words. Follow me. With that command, Capone dragged himself, leaving a trail of vivid blood, to the center, facing the crowd. This is for all the innocent people you have slaughtered. Oh. No, don't. Capone gazed upon the weak, and a tremendous humiliation welled up within him. Bang! The anguished cries at that moment appeared utterly feeble. And with a dull thud, Capone once again lowered his head. Subsequently, his eyes became vacant and dull, devoid of any anger. Did that demon bow to us? Everyone stared in astonishment at the seemingly divine youth, their eyes filled with disbelief and gratitude. Beach. Captain. Not just the crowd. But all the conscious pirates looked despairingly at Capone, the once formidable leader now reduced to a state of abject servitude. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Major Roberson from the West Sea Navy Headquarters. From this day forth, I shall protect this island." Rob gazed upon the crowd, his voice ringing with fervor as he shouted, "Rob, Rob!" Countless voices erupted in exuberant cheers, for they understood that their safety was assured. The pirates had been thoroughly subdued by this young lad. "Rob, Rhett!" they exclaimed, as if anticipating their arrival. At that moment, Perona, brimming with excitement, pointed towards the sea. "Rhett, that fellow is truly slow." Upon hearing this, Rob couldn't help but chuckle and chide, turning his gaze towards the shoreline. At that moment, a warship, adorned with the naval ensign, emerged majestically upon the tranquil sea. Swiftly, as the vessel surged forward at full speed, Late led the remaining soldiers ashore. "Late, you rascal. You're rather slow, aren't you? Just look at your captain. He has already finished his preparations." Rob patted Rhett's shoulder and jokingly scolded, "Boss, how can I possibly compare to you? I have always been moving at full speed." Rhett replied helplessly, "And here I am, coming to tidy up the aftermath with you." Upon hearing this, Rob smiled knowingly. Indeed, the speed of the warship was far too slow in comparison to his own. "I leave it to you. Take them all and imprison them without exception." After Rob made his statement, he turned his gaze towards Captain Chaos, who resembled a lifeless dog, and then lifted him slightly, shaking him. "Hey, I have a question for you." Upon hearing this, Captain Chaos, in a daze, looked at Rob. "It's about Cape and Becky." Immediately, a flicker of emotion broke through his vacant expression. "I will not divulge that to you." "Oh, is that so?" Rob looked coldly at Capon Cuz, his finger twitching slightly. "I will speak," he declared. Capon Cuz gazed in horror at Rob's finger, his dazed pupils suddenly constricting as he anxiously exclaimed. Chapter 54, Capon Becky, the Godfather, possessed an exceedingly peculiar and cruel disposition. Should we dare to defy him, death would surely follow. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded. Indeed, in his previous life, he had mentioned certain matters regarding Capone Becky on Changbodi Island. "Yesterday morning, the Godfather informed me that at dawn today, we would seize Bay Island, assuring me there would be no elite naval resistance," Capone Cuz recalled. "Oh." Rob stirred his fingers, a wave of psychic energy emanating from him, and his gaze darkened ominously. "Brother, I would not dare utter a single falsehood," Capon Cuz exclaimed, a chill coursing through his body, as he spoke in a tone laced with fear, fully aware of the consequences of defying Rob. "Very well, for your sake, I hope you comprehend the fate that awaits you otherwise." Rob stared coldly at Capon Cuz, a thread of psychic energy swirling around his hand, gently pressing his palm backward. It appeared that Capon Becky must have colluded with the Navy, and the one who was privy to the timing of the reassignment was likely that scoundrel Enbile. It seemed that this fellow intended to use Capon Becky to eliminate me. Was it too difficult for him to act openly within the Navy? Rob's expression darkened as he remained uncertain of Enbriar's true strength, having neither met nor engaged in combat, nor utilized his Sharingan for observation. Furthermore, where is Capone Becky at this moment? Capone Q sensed a mysterious force emanating from his palm, a clear warning from Rob. Should he defy, his wrist would surely be shattered. "This morning, the Godfather parted ways with me to negotiate with Mozidera on Terry Island, seeking to bring him under his command." Mozidera, the foremost pirate of the West Sea? When is he expected to arrive? Upon hearing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback, as if recalling something that Andrew had once mentioned to him. Indeed, that individual was rather arrogant, which is why the Godfather took most of his forces with him this time. They should arrive tonight. As for Capone Cuz, to my knowledge, Capone Becky has been lying in wait for several years. Why has he chosen today to attempt the reclamation of Mozitra? Is he not afraid of exposing himself once more? Rob cast a frigid glance towards Capone Greco. "Brother, I assure you, I am not lying." Capone Greco, sensing the chill in Rob's gaze, hastily defended himself. "The Godfather intends to embark upon the Grand Line in the near future. My task today to plunder Bay Island is merely a means to gather necessary funds. As for the issue of exposure, although the Godfather's name has not frequently graced the public eye in recent years, it is, in fact, the result of an agreement reached with a high-ranking official in your Navy." "What agreement?" Rob clenched his fists, realizing that the officials of the West Sea had long conspired with the pirates. "It is bitter indeed," Capone Crux remarked. "The agreement stipulates that for matters the high-ranking naval officials cannot address directly, the Godfather shall intervene, and in return, the Godfather seeks to remain inconspicuous. After all, a figure with a bounty of 100 million is understandably wary of the Navy headquarters dispatching formidable adversaries. How outrageous." Upon hearing this, Rob could not help but utter a low curse. Truly, this NB was nothing less than a beast. And is this still considered a navy? Cloaked in the guise of justice, engaging in petty thievery. What else do you know? Upon hearing this, Capone Gang appeared visibly shaken. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he hastily responded. The Godfather possesses the powers of the superhuman type Nomi, which is one reason for the prolonged secrecy surrounding him, for we all reside within his belly. Beyond that, I genuinely know nothing. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded thoughtfully and then turned to the side where Rate was busy tidying up the aftermath. Rate, drag this dead dog away and tie it up. Right away, boss. Rate replied eagerly as he hurried over. Upon disembarking, he had recognized his leader's actions as a sure sign of genuine anger. Understood. As Rob Yin concluded his thoughts, he found himself immersed in the long-forgotten interface of his character. At this moment, it had undergone several transformations since his last engagement. Host, Langfuxus Rob Devil Fruit, Paramecia. Psychic Fruit Proficiency, Mastery Level 1950 Devil Value, 0 Note. Achieving a power level of 5,000 unlocks the next realm. Awakening Realm, requires the awakening of 3 types of hockey and physical prowess at level 6 or above. Awakening Realm, the fruit's capabilities transition from quantitative to qualitative changes. It can affect all objects except for the mind, spirit, and sea stone. Next Realm, Extraordinary Realm, details available upon attaining the Mangeki Sharingan. Ultimate Achievers, Whitebeard. Conqueror's Hockey, status, not yet activated. Ultimate Achiever, Red-Haired Shanks. Armament Hockey, status, initial 100, level 3, allows the user to envelop their entire body in hockey, enabling them to grasp the physical form of the ability user. Although it cannot strip the user of their powers like Sea Stone can. Achieving level 5 unlocks the next realm, Mastery Realm, levels 5 to 7. Granting the ability to imbue contacted objects with hockey and to enhance one's own body. Ultimate Achiever, Monkey D, Garp. Observation Hockey, status, initial 100, level 3. Allows foresight of attacks. Reaching level 5 unlocks the next realm, Mastery Realm, levels 5 to 7, providing awareness of surrounding conditions akin to the Sky Island's Heart Network. Ultimate Achiever, Pirate King Joel D, Roger. Physical Prowess, status, level 4 1560, approximate combat power. Energy value, 0. Note, due to the imperfections of the Devil system, combat power cannot be precisely calculated, yielding only level 5 combat power for 1000. Rob Lucci's humanoid form strength. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Physical prowess consists of 10 levels, currently unlocked, levels 1 to 8. With the following energy requirements for each level: level 1, 1 level 2, 10 level 3, 100 level 4, 200 level 5, 2000 level 6, 5000 level 7, level 8. Note: hockey requires energy values identical to those of physical prowess. Bloodline power, Sharingan, status, single Tomo, enhances Devil Fruit physical prowess by 10, proficiency, 1 bloodline power, Sharingan, status, single Tomo, enhances Devil Fruit physical prowess by 10. Proficiency, 1 double Tomo, enhances Devil Fruit physical prowess by 30, requires 500 Devil Value triple Tomo. Enhances Devil Fruit physical prowess by 100, requires 3000 Devil Value Mangeki. Enhances Devil Fruit physical prowess by 100. Grants Susanoo, Admiral level proficiency, side effect, diminished vision, requires Devil Value. Eternal Mangeki, accessible upon achieving triple Tomo. Rinnegan must reach Mangeki for further insight. Void State, status, not activated. Requires specific devil tasks for unlocking. Rob has devoted all the energy he has accumulated through the training of the light method to enhancing his physical prowess, sparing not a single ounce in his pursuit to reach the 5th tier. After all, at this juncture, he cannot abruptly ascend to the realm of mastery over his formidable aura. As he grows stronger, the energy he derives from each day also increases. Thus, he has resolved to forego any reservation of energy, utilizing it as it becomes available. While this approach may result in a diminished acquisition of demonic points when confronting the same adversaries, such points can be obtained through hunting. Presently, it seems that he requires only a few more days to attain the 5th tier. Rob walked alone towards the seaside, contemplatively gazing at the sun rising at dawn. I must act swiftly to deal with Capone Beach and his crew, striving to do so before stepping into the 5th stage, thereby enhancing my demonic value. At that moment, the entire populace of the harbor had completed their evacuation under Rayleigh's guidance, and the pirates had nearly finished their preparations, leaving the beach somewhat desolate. The nascent sun cast a long shadow of Rob, accentuating a sense of solitude. Perona observed Rob's slender figure with an inexplicable pang of sympathy. She softly murmured to herself and then quietly floated over. "What are you pondering?" Perona silently approached Rob from behind and, with a playful grimace, suddenly appeared before him. Chapter 55, Assault. "Perona, you startled me." Rob observed Perona's somewhat amusing grimace and couldn't help but let out a faint smile. He then conveyed to Perona the words of Capone Gang Beach. "If Capone Beach allies with Mazatera, we will have to confront 3 formidable forces simultaneously." Upon hearing this, Perona furrowed her brow and replied, "Indeed, which is why I have a notion to eliminate Capone Beach sooner rather than later, lest he and Embryo conspire against me. Furthermore, due to the nature of the Ope no me, Capone Beach lacks a fixed base, making it exceedingly difficult to locate him. This moment presents a prime opportunity." A glimmer sparkled in Rob's eyes, and his mind was flooded with various thoughts, yet he decided to hold off until he could capture Capone Beach. For he could not confront Embryo openly. "Well then, what do you intend to do?" Perona inquired, observing Rob's excitement with a smile. "I plan to sail alone to Terry Island, harnessing my abilities to arrive before nightfall, and then eliminate Moscatra while awaiting Capone Beach's arrival. It is worth noting that this individual possesses the powers of a devil fruit, and thus is likely to fear the sea. This circumstance will greatly favor me in our maritime confrontation." Rob excitedly revealed the plans that had been brewing within him. "Then I shall accompany you," said Perona. Her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Rob. Having been born in the Grand Line, she was unaware of the strength of pirates from the other 4 seas. In her mind, the foremost pirate of the West Sea must surely be formidable. "Aren't you eager to explore the island and take a moment to rest?" "I can manage on my own. You must know well of my considerable strength." Rob gazed at the young lady before him, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Wasn't this little girl just clamoring to arrive at Bay Island swiftly? The timing of purchasing clothes seemed trivial. They could always procure them later once they had settled their matters. Besides, one could easily lose their way, and I have meticulously studied the map of the Western Sea. "I can assist you." Perona raised her delicate little fist and playfully struck Rob's chest, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. I fade to mask her underlying concern. "Very well, if you accompany me, then there is nothing to fear, haha." Rob felt a surge of joy. For with Perona by his side, his sense of security was significantly enhanced. "Let us be on our way, lest we arrive too late." Perona, noticing Rob's agreement, beamed with delight. "Indeed, I shall seek out Rhett to prepare a small vessel for me." With that, Rob surveyed the surroundings, only to discover that Rhett had mysteriously vanished from the beach. "Where has that lad gone?" After inquiring, he learned that Rhett was currently escorting a pirate to the island's prison. "You all, hasten to prepare a small boat for me. I require it immediately." Rob promptly instructed the remaining sailors. "Very well, Major Rob." With that, the crew sprang into action, swiftly crafting a small vessel. "Little Pepe, let us depart." Rob employed his telekinetic powers to guide the small vessel to the shore, gently placing it upon the sea. "Splendid." Perona cast a furtive glance at the vibrant aurora in the sky, her expressive eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. "Rob, you rascal, why do you seem so exhilarated?" Perona inquired as she fluttered to Rob's side, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Hee, I won't tell you," he replied teasingly. Rob gazed at Perona with a mysterious smile. With a formidable expert as his guardian and the prospect of acquiring devil values, how could he not be exhilarated? "You insufferable Rob, humph. I shall punish you by forbidding you from partaking in my meals," Perona retorted, turning her head away in feigned anger. "If I don't eat, then so be it. I shall indulge in the grand feast of Bay Island upon my return, ha ha ha." Rob leaned in front of Perona, sticking out his tongue and shaking his head. "You scoundrel, you rogue," Perona exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson as she gazed at Rob's playful expression, rendered momentarily speechless by his antics. He was, after all, her arch-nemesis. A wry smile crept across her face as she thought to herself, "How foolish of me to worry that he might become indifferent." Previously, Rob's bouts of anger had exuded a chilling aura that left her somewhat apprehensive, fearing that he might gradually grow cold. "Set sail, little Pepe?" Rob gazed at Perona's helpless expression, and for reasons unknown, a sense of joy and ease washed over him. In an instant, a formidable telekinetic force propelled the small boat into the air at an astonishing speed. "Ah, you should have warned me beforehand." The sudden surge of inertia caused Perona to lose her balance, stumbling backward. Observing this, she quickly lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Rob's waist. "Little Peppy, do not be afraid. You won't fall. Let us go." Rob stood atop a small vessel, feeling a gentle warmth behind him. A smile graced his handsome face as a powerful aura emanated from him, causing the tiny boat to churn up a long trail of splashing waves as it sped forth. Time flew by, and at midday, the resplendent sun hung high in the sky, radiating intense rays that evaporated the seawater and rendered the air oppressively humid. Terry Island, an isolated landmass, lay within the warm, damp waters of the West Sea. The abundant sunshine and rain throughout the year had rendered the trees lush, cloaking the entire island in a vibrant green hue. Thus, despite the sweltering weather, the dense canopy provided a modicum of coolness, and the island boasted an array of extraordinarily sweet fruits. The notorious pirate Mositra held dominion over this land, and he had not been besieged by the navy for two reasons. Firstly, the island was desolate and devoid of inhabitants. Secondly, the West Sea Navy's incompetence and reluctance to provoke Mositra allowed him to flourish. Remarkably, Mositra wielded influence akin to that of the four emperors in the New World. "My lord, the women our brothers have captured have become tiresome. When shall we set sail again?" In the depths of the forest stood a castle resembling a palace, where a scarred man gazed greedily at the figure seated upon the throne. "Iron Scar, tomorrow," came the cold voice from the throne, where Mositra, clad in a blood-red robe, sat. "That scoundrel Capone Beach seeks to reclaim you, my lord, as per my sources," the man continued. "Then let him come and never return." Mositra replied icily, "My lord, urgent news. Capone Beach has arrived." Suddenly, a pirate rushed in, shouting, Is it not noon?" Mositra's brow furrowed upon hearing this, for he had spoken with Capone Beach that very morning. "My lord, I assure you, it is a small boat with only 2 individuals aboard. However, curiously, one wears a navy uniform," the pirate insisted. "My lord, it seems that scoundrel Capone Beach intends to deceive us. It is true that his forces lie within his very belly, and the rumors hold weight. He has indeed colluded with the navy." Iron Scar licked his lips, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. "Prepare for battle." Mositra's voice resonated from the throne. "Yes, my lord." Chapter 56, The Wretched World. At this moment, a small sailboat appeared on the waters near Terry Island. Here, indeed, lay Terry Island. Rob stared blankly at the island before him, its verdant trees undoubtedly serving as a reminder. Indeed, this was Terry Island, situated to the south of the West Sea, characterized by a humid and warm climate, with its lush woodlands making it a secluded all surrounded by the sea. Perona, holding the map, spoke earnestly. "By the way, are you familiar with Mositra?" At this moment, Rob realized that he knew nothing about his opponent before him. "No," Perona replied with a helpless gesture. "As soon as we arrived in the West Sea, we went directly to Bay Island, where we had no time to familiarize ourselves with the pirates of the West Sea, not even bringing along the bounty notices. Then you should call and inquire with rate." Rob pondered for a moment and said, "Surely you jest? Where could we possibly have received a call that prompted you to rush out in such a frenzy, completely unprepared?" Perona gazed at Rob in silence. It is still midday. After all, upon hearing this, Rob felt a sense of helplessness. In order to preserve his vitality, he had refrained from utilizing his telekinetic abilities frequently. Yet he was surprised by how swiftly the moment had arrived. Rob's demeanor suddenly turned somewhat aloof as he stared fixedly ahead. What happened? Perona also cast a puzzled glance in that direction, but her eyes soon widened in astonishment. Before them, a multitude of pirates emerged from the thicket, their shoulders burdened with pale, lifeless young women, all of whom were mere maidens. These youthful girls were incessantly hurled into the sea, their eyes devoid of vitality, lost in a trance as they gazed vacantly at the world around them. This is an utterly wretched world. Witnessing such a brutal scene ignited a fierce rage within Rob's chest, transforming his once dark eyes into a crimson hue in an instant. A dark, swirling shadow frantically encircled his blood-red pupils, as an overwhelming force surged forth from his being like tumultuous ocean waves. Boom! A deafening roar resounded in Perona's ears as she beheld the waters surrounding their small boat rising with ferocity. Rob resembled a cannonball, launched directly from the crest of the waves, unstoppable in his momentum. "Rob, take me with you," Perona exclaimed, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. In an instant, a powerful psychic force enveloped her, lifting her into the air. Whoosh! The two figures, accompanied by the surging waves, soared towards Terry Island. "Is that Capone Beach?" At that moment, the scout hidden in the dense forest gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding on the distant sea. "No, It's the Navy. Open fire. Mazzatella seized the telescope from the scout's hands, his voice dark and furious. He had encountered Capone before. Bang! Bang! In the depths of the forest, several massive cannons emerged, igniting with brilliant flashes of light. How dare the Navy provoke us? Excellent. Mazzatella glared menacingly at the two figures on the horizon. Having dismissed any Navy threat in the West Sea over the past few years, though there are fewer of them than I expected. It's not enough for a proper game. Beside him, Iron Scar licked the scar on his lip, a cruel smirk playing on his face. Whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the vigilant gazes, sharp cannonballs ascended from the island, converging like anti-aircraft fire aimed directly at Rob. Mazzatella, come out and face me. Rob looked at the cannonballs hurtling towards him from all directions, bracing his abdomen before unleashing a thunderous roar that resonated across the island, echoing like a mighty bell in the heavens. In an instant, an invisible sound wave seemed to emanate from around Rob, enveloping the oncoming projectiles in a palpable force. In a flurry of astonished gazes, the dark cannonballs were reflected back at astonishing speed in all directions. Macitra, witnessing this spectacle, felt his grim expression freeze upon his face, a flicker of terror surfacing in his dark eyes. How could this be possible? Iron Scar's tongue was frozen in place, unable to move. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous roars shattered the tranquility above the island. Panting deeply, Perona suppressed the fury swelling within her and cast a frigid glance at the pirates upon the island, declaring, "You have provoked a ferocious beast," with a resounding blast. A torrent of searing air rushed past Perona as Rob transformed into a white figure, plunging towards the beach amidst a cloud of steaming vapor. The immense psychic energy emanating from Rob was so powerful that it generated intense heat through the friction of the air. The multitude of pirates upon the beach gazed up at the sky in terror, their pupils dilated, as a chilling sense of impending doom surged from within their hearts. Die for me. Rob's crimson pupils suddenly narrowed, and a wrath akin to that of a divine being descended from above. In that instant, the pirates felt an overwhelming ringing in their ears, followed by an immense gravitational force pressing down upon their heads. Subsequently, all the pirates on the beach found themselves helplessly bowing their heads, their filthy bodies lifting off the ground. Boom, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Countless heads burst like watermelons within the depths of the dense forest, the splatters of red and white vividly staining the surrounding trees. Was this the work of a demon? Moxitra trembled, for even in his lifetime of ruthless ferocity, he had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. Hundreds of pirates, utterly defenseless, were crushed to death as if they were mere ants. "Sir," Iron Scar stammered, his pupils quivering as he gazed at Moxitra. Bang! Amidst the horrified and fearful gazes, Rob plummeted onto the beach, creating a deep crater approximately 10 feet wide. The pristine white justice coat billowed without wind, swelling with an aura of heat, while a chilling malevolence emanated from Rob's being. At that moment, all the pale women on the beach stared blankly at the youth in the center, their dazed eyes reflecting the snow-white coat adorned with the word justice. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that glimmers of tears shimmered within the pupils of those girls. "Where is Moxitra's lair?" A cold, lifeless voice arose from the center of the beach. "Thank you." Boom. Rob then shot forth like a cannonball toward the heart of the forest. As he plunged into the thicket, all the girls' arms uniformly pointed toward the depths of the woods. In the humid and sweltering jungle, a white figure darted through like a specter, each landing on the towering trees, producing a tremendous recoil that echoed like thunder. "Sir, that guy is coming," Iron Scar exclaimed in terror, glancing at the increasingly resonant thundering ahead, trembling as he addressed Moxitra. "Damn it, even if we flee to the sea, that guy's terrifying speed will catch up to us. When did such a formidable navy emerge in the West Sea?" Moxitra endeavored to suppress the terror reflected in his pupils, clenching his teeth and exclaiming, "What shall we do, my lord?" Upon hearing this, Ty Scar was engulfed by despair, unable to resist the youthful figure's captivating presence. There was no alternative left. He decided to gamble everything. "Relay my orders, urgently summon all brothers, activate the island's defenses, and commence full-scale fire." Moxitra bellowed, shattering a massive boulder with a single punch. "Yes, hurry," Ty Scar responded, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes as he hastily issued commands, nearly forgetting that the island had been fortified beyond measure by Moxitra. Boom, boom. From a kilometer away in the dense forest surrounding the central palace, a thunderous rumble echoed as a multitude of individuals surged forth from all directions of the island. Through the gaps in the foliage, one could witness numerous artillery pieces being hoisted from the underbrush. With each resounding crash, four ominous black iron wheels emerged, each resembling a small hill, atop which rested a colossal disc. The metallic sheen of the disc was punctuated by a myriad of bullet holes, a testament to its terrifying power. At that moment, all the elite forces of Terry Island converged here, awaiting Rob's arrival. Unbeknownst to him, Mozitra had already ascended the palace. And as he gazed upon the dark secret weapon, the fear in his eyes gradually dissipated. He fixed his furious gaze upon a swift white shadow darting through the dense forest, his eyes narrowing as he bellowed, "Open fire." Instantly, the forest erupted with brilliant flashes of light as countless artillery pieces unleashed a barrage of ebony shells. Bang! Bang! In an instant, hundreds of shells tore through the foliage, obliterating the trees in their path. Humph! Rob stared intently at the incoming artillery fire, a sharp cry escaping his lips as his body moved with the swiftness of a panther, darting through the dense forest as if it were an uncharted realm. Under the gaze of his Sharingan, each projectile fell harmlessly to the ground. The shells detonated upon impact, unleashing a terrifying force that flattened a significant expanse of the forest. Just then, Rob's agile figure momentarily faltered in midair, his blood-red pupils swirling frantically as he beheld 4 pitch-black discs spinning rapidly before him. "Without the trees to impede me, how will you stop my bullets?" From the pinnacle of the palace, Mozitra gazed menacingly at the suspended Rob, his dark eyes now reflecting a frenzied intensity. "Die, you scoundrel!" With that furious declaration, the 4 obsidian discs began to whirl even faster, and soon, a barrage of dark bullets erupted from them. Whoosh! 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 The sharp projectiles sliced through the air, forming a dense wall of firepower that descended upon Rob like an enormous net. So swift. Upon witnessing this, Rob's pupils contracted as he realized that the bullets emanating from the disc were significantly swifter than the previous cannonballs. "Who asserts that I lack trees?" With a thunderous roar, Rob unleashed a torrent of formidable psychic energy, causing a towering tree, approximately 100 meters in height, to rise abruptly before him. The sharp bullets struck the front of the tree with a resounding impact, shattering it into splinters amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. "Charge forward." Rob felt the immense power emanating from the trees, commanding the towering ancient tree to envelop him. With a sudden forceful leap, he thrust himself into the ground. Bam! Accompanied by a resounding noise, Rob surged forward, propelled by the trees, heading straight for the palace. Despite the formidable penetrating power of the bullets, which tore through dozens of meters, Rob eventually drew near the ominous black disc. That figure is approaching. What are his intentions? In the incredulous gaze of Mozitra, Rob soared into the sky, ascending above the disc, as 4 cannon platforms uncontrollably lifted into the air. Rob stared intently at the pitch-black discs below him, and with a sudden, forceful gesture of his hands, 4 cannon barrels detached from the artillery vehicle. "Fire!" he commanded. In an instant, amidst the astonished gazes surrounding him, the 4 dark steel barrels whirled rapidly, aiming directly at the 4 discs. With a resounding boom, the mysterious discs were obliterated. Excellent! Rob cast a frigid gaze upon the multitude of astonished eyes within the dense forest. With a sharp command, a colossal tree, severed by a previous cannonball, soared towards him, standing tall before him. "Perish, you wretched scum!" he bellowed. Grasping the immense timber, it adhered to his hand, buoyed by his telekinetic prowess, while his physical strength further augmented its heft. With a mighty swing, Rob raised the greatwood and brought it crashing down upon the throng of pirates below. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Boom, boom, boom. As the thunderous sounds reverberated, Iron Scar and Mozitra beheld in horror as more of their subordinates were sent flying. "You are Mozitra, are you not?" Rob discarded the colossal timber with casual ease, sending a severely wounded pirate sprawling as he turned to fix his gaze upon Mozitra atop the palace. Within his frigid, blood-red Sharingan, the name Mozitra emerged vividly. Mozitra, with a malevolent value of 450. Rob took a step forward. Although his enhanced strength had diminished Mozitra's demonic value, it was still surprisingly low, not warranting a bounty of 70 million. It seemed he had committed quite a number of misdeeds. I am not Mozitra." Mozitra gazed at the young man before him with trepidation. The reason he had been able to remain so comfortably on Terry Island was due, in part, to the weapon he held in high regard. However, the cannons and discs were rendered utterly ineffective against the individual standing before him, akin to mere scrap metal. "So come over here." With a thunderous roar, Rob unleashed a torrent of formidable psychic energy that surged towards Mozitra, forcefully yanking him down from the palace. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding thud, a fist as hard as steel struck Mozitra squarely in the chest. Cough. The immense force caused his body to curl inward, and he coughed up a stream of crimson blood. Iron Scar, save me. Mazadar struggled to gaze at his sole remaining ally. Oh, there is still one here? Iron Scar's attention was immediately drawn to the chilling, blood-red pupils, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. My lord, please do not kill me. Upon hearing this, Rob's lips curled into a faint, disdainful smile. Bind all the surviving pirates together for me. Is that achievable? Yes, yes, yes. Iron Scar fervently nodded, fearful that the man before him might take some unforeseen action. Chapter 58. A tumultuous uprising. Time slipped away like sand, the blazing sun gradually descended, and the resplendent moon hung delicately upon the branches as night enveloped the land. At this moment, on the shores of Terry Island, countless bloodied and muddied pirates were haphazardly bound together by Iron Scar. Finally, the task is complete. Iron Scar gazed at the fruits of his labor, exhaling slowly. The entire afternoon had left him utterly exhausted, to the brink of collapse. Finished, are we? At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from behind Iron Scar. Yes, my lord. You see. Iron Scar stiffened at the sound, swiftly turning around, his expression laced with bitterness. Indeed, you should bind yourself as well. Rob glanced at the Iron Islands with a sense of satisfaction, nodding slightly as he spoke indifferently. What? Are you unwilling? Ironbark stared at Rob in bewilderment. Rob fixed a cold gaze upon Iron Scar, an invisible force seemingly emanating from that frail figure. Iron Scar felt an involuntary movement in his arm, and his countenance shifted dramatically. He hastily fell to his knees, proclaiming, My lord, I shall attend to it at once. I shall do so immediately. Without waiting for Rob's response, he rushed towards the gathering of pirates, swiftly producing a length of rope to bind himself with remarkable agility. After an afternoon of diligent practice, he had mastered the art of tying up individuals to an extraordinary degree. Upon witnessing this, Rob's lips curled into a faint, icy smile. These pirates shall not be permitted to meet their end so easily. It would be far more beneficial to capture them and subject them to the rigors of prison life. Little Rosie, it seems you've managed to soothe them sufficiently. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out as Perona approached from the side. Oh? Upon hearing this, Rob could not help but glance towards the other side of the beach, where there were approximately 100 youthful maidens, draped in tattered garments that concealed most of their forms. Thank you for your efforts. Had you not arrived, these young ladies might have posed quite a challenge. Rob awkwardly glanced at Perona, who noticed that each of the young girls was in a state of dazed oblivion. As a virgin, he felt quite uncomfortable assisting them in donning their garments. Humph, you can't manage without me, little Rob, Perona remarked, her cherry-like lips pouting in a somewhat proud manner. All right, fine. Rob looked at the girl's triumphant gaze and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. This young lady had bestowed upon him a nickname earlier that afternoon, Little Rob. She had declared that if he disagreed, she would not lend her assistance, leaving him speechless and with no choice but to acquiesce. Subsequently, Rob walked with Perona towards the group of girls, observing the one whose eyes still lacked any spark of vitality, and he let out a sigh. Rest assured, my ship will arrive shortly to ensure your safe accommodation, he assured them. After speaking, he turned back to the unresponsive girl, clenching his fist in frustration. Little Pepe, will Red arrive in 3 hours? Indeed. Once I locate the telephone bug in the castle of Mositra, I will contact Red. He is making haste towards us. I just spoke with him again. He mentioned it would take approximately 3 more hours. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded and was about to take a step forward when a timid voice echoed from behind him. Thank you. Rob's body stiffened. Rob, there is a ship ahead. At that moment, Perona gazed into the distance and exclaimed in surprise. Rob was taken aback, his obsidian eyes reflecting a ship adorned with a pirate flag. Let us go. Let us stir up a storm. His clenched fist cracked ominously, vowing to disturb the murky clouds. No problem, echoed a clear and resolute voice in the stillness of the night. Lord Becky, ahead lies Terry Island. At that moment, a small sailing vessel swiftly navigated towards Terry Island, its deck hosting a pirate bowing respectfully to a nearby man. The man, somewhat portly, donned a jet-black jacket and a round black hat, puffing on a large cigar. He was none other than the infamous pirate capo, Capone Becky, who would rise to prominence as a supernova 2 years hence. This fellow certainly lived quite well. It was rumored he had abducted numerous women on this desolate island. Capone Becky squinted, for despite Terry Island being a barren isle, its fruits were exceptionally sweet, and the lush greenery provided a haven where many women indulged, making for a rather comfortable existence. Boss, from what my subordinates understand, this guy's actual combat strength is not formidable. He merely possesses a plethora of military facilities on Terry Island, which is why Colonel Inbile has been reluctant to eradicate him, one of his subordinates said respectfully. Heh, that fellow Inbile wouldn't bother wasting troops on him. That scoundrel was dispatched by higher-ups to reap the profits of the West Sea, a representative of the West Sea. Capone Becky's dark eyes turned cold at this point. For over the years, Inbile had siphoned away a considerable amount of his wealth. Having spent years in the West Sea, he was privy to many secrets. Inbile was nothing short of a ravenous beast, devouring everything without leaving a bone behind. Thus, he had remained in hiding, amassing funds to escape into the Grand Line, where true pirates thrived, a land of abundance, and the most challenging territory for the Navy to control. Boom. Just then, a tremendous roar emanated from the depths of the dark sea, causing the once tranquil surface to surge violently. The small sailing vessel began to sway precariously. Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. What follows is even more thrilling. What is going on? How did you predict this? Capone Becky glared furiously at the man beside him, a murderous intent brewing in his eyes. This is impossible. We are not in the Grand Line. How can it be so strange all of a sudden? The man beside him stared in astonishment at the surrounding scene, utterly bewildered. For he was the chief navigator of the flame tank pirates, now at a loss. Idiot! Capone Becky glared at the astonished man, cursing vehemently. He had made no preparations for large vessels in the West Sea, intending instead to procure a fine ship in Water City along the Grand Line, where truly exceptional ships could be found. Presently, nearly all his military strength resided within him. Should their ship capsize and he plunge into the depths, it would be his end. Boom. At that moment, the sound of thunder grew ever more thunderous, yet strangely, no lightning accompanied it in the sky. Godfather, this is certainly not a storm, the man shouted. Just then, directly in front of their small boat, the sea began to churn violently. Within mere seconds, the water surged higher, transforming into a monstrous wave towering several dozen feet. Damn it, how do we explain this? Capone Becky roared, his hand striking the man's face, sending him spinning like a top. Capone Becky, it's been a long time. A chilling voice resonated through the air, and soon a youth was seen standing atop the surging waves. Clad in a coat of justice, the boy's blood-red eyes emanated a fearsome aura. Chapter 59, Capone Becky's Frustration the Navy? Capone Becky stared incredulously at the boy before him, a surge of anger rising within him. How dare the Navy confront him in the West Sea? Kid, who are you? Who sent you? Get out of my way this instant. Rob coldly gazed down upon Capone Beej aboard the small sailboat. Hearing Beej's words, he confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, that scoundrel Inbury had colluded with Capone, who bestowed upon you the audacity to question me. Inbury, perhaps? The frigid inquiry echoed, and a powerful surge of psychic energy erupted from Rob's being. With a resounding roar, towering waves surged behind the small vessel, rushing towards Capone Beej, threatening to capsize him. Damn it! Capone exclaimed in anger, realizing that the agility and speed of his small craft had unexpectedly become his greatest disadvantage. Moreover, the Navy before him exhibited a palpable dissatisfaction with Inbury. What had transpired within the Western Sea Navy? Castle, detonate. At that command, a strange energy began to ripple from Capone's chest. Within this peculiar force, countless minuscule figures emerged, resembling an army of ants. As the sound of their emergence echoed, more and more figures burst forth from the energy, rapidly enlarging as they landed on the deck, swiftly filling the entire space. Boss, where are the enemies? The crew members, armed with various artillery, excitedly scanned their surroundings, only for their expressions to freeze in shock. Boss, this. Stabilize the ship. Capone bellowed at his stunned subordinates, realizing he could only regain balance by increasing the vessel's weight. What? The crew gasped in horror as they turned to see the towering waterfall behind them cascading down. With a thunderous crash, an abundance of artillery and equipment was swept away by the turbulent waters, cascading into the ocean. The sound of splashing echoed as the once crowded deck was reduced to a mere handful of pirates clinging to the ship's mast, Capone among them, grasping the main mast of the sailboat, his crew in utter disarray. Yo-ho-ho, is this the infamous Capone Beej of the Western Sea? A melodious laughter, akin to that of a lark, resonated from above. Perona floated in the air, her eyes gleaming with amusement as she observed Capone's predicament, clutching her belly in laughter. Damn it, who is this person? Capone glared at the sky, spotting Perona, his mind devoid of any knowledge about the girl. A feeling of utter frustration enveloping him. Never had he experienced such helplessness. Ambushed without any knowledge of his adversary, he found himself entirely at a disadvantage. Capone Beach. Prepare to be cast into the sea. Rob gazed at the small sailboat struggling against the tumultuous waves, a cold smile gracing his lips. Had Capone Beach been aboard a larger vessel, his capture would not have been so effortless. With that thought, Rob extended his hands. Reminiscent of a white-bearded sage from a bygone era, and with a powerful tug, an overwhelming force surged forth, conjuring even greater waves to rise on the right side of the small sailboat. "You bastard, who on earth are you?" Capone Beach exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear as he beheld the towering wave that reared up once more. He was genuinely terrified, as a devil fruit user. He hesitated to leap from the deck to confront Rob. "Me? I am Major Rob, stationed at the Isle of the West Sea Gulf." Rob looked at the terrified Capone Beach, and a faint smile crept upon his lips as he stood invincible. Most devil fruit users who had not mastered the moonwalk were utterly feeble upon the sea, and he found great amusement in toying with these individuals. The notion of Bay Island? Preposterous. Isn't Bayer playing with me? Capone Beach gazed at Rob in disbelief, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. At that moment, he felt as though he had become a mere puppet in someone else's game. "And Bayer is not toying with you. He intends to use you against me, though he has somewhat underestimated my strength." Rob cast a playful glance at Captain Becky. At that moment, he had already surmised Enbile's scheme. Due to his identity, he exploited the discord between Kasai and myself, manipulating Captain Becky to confront me, a truly cunning maneuver. Had it not been for my ambush on Captain Becky at sea, the situation could have proven quite troublesome, especially considering he was a formidable adversary with a demon value reaching 1,000. Rob observed the number beside Captain Becky and could not help but smile. If they were situated on an island with a town, confronting Captain Becky, bolstered by his vast military strength, would indeed be a formidable challenge. Following this encounter, he would possess a remaining demon value of 1350, and with his original proficiency of 1950, he was not far from fulfilling the requirement to awaken his mirror at 5,000. Damn it, that old coot Enbile. Upon hearing this, Captain Becky's eyelids twitched, and he cursed angrily. He was well aware of Enbile's temperament. If he contacted him directly, he would undoubtedly demand a sum of money. Instead, by leveraging his anger towards Rob concerning the matter of Bay Island, he could secure an alliance without incurring costs. "Brothers, prepare for naval combat." Captain Becky's eyes darkened as he bellowed, witnessing a multitude of wooden planks being hurled into the sea by the pirates surrounding him. In an instant, the surface of the ocean was strewn with an abundance of planks. Following this, the densely packed pirates hoisted cannons onto the planks to prevent them from taking on water. The sheer number of troops he had brought was overwhelming. The small sailing vessel could hardly contain them, and this time they were all being poured into the sea, emphasizing their vast quantity. At that moment, the sea was nearly covered with thousands of cannons and 4,000 to 5,000 pirates. On the floating planks, a pirate shouldered a cannon, while several others swam to maintain the balance of the planks. "Father, quickly!" Just then, the colossal waves controlled by Rob finally crashed down. "Brothers, catch me!" Captain Becky gazed at the towering waves that loomed above, and with a firm stomp on the deck, he leapt into the air, diving towards the sea. Boom! The terrifying waves violently struck the small sailing vessel, causing the entire ocean to surge dramatically. In the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the small ship was upturned with a forceful motion. Truly, Captain Becky, the future supernova, possessed such audacious methods. Rob glanced at the escaping Capone Becky, astonished by the current scene. "Little Rob, do you need my assistance?" Perona, observing the dense array of cannons on the sea, felt a surge of admiration for Capone Becky. After all, the presence of over 1,000 cannons would undoubtedly impact Rob's movements. No need. Rob gazed with a playful intensity at the trembling Capone Beach standing upon the deck. "I shall make them taste despair." Chapter 60, The Terrifying Rob. Brothers, unleash a fierce barrage. Bring him down. Capone Beach, with the support of his subordinates, struggled to maintain his balance as he looked skyward at Rob, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Don't worry, Godfather." The crew of pirates, aflame with rage, cast furious glances at Rob, for as members of the flame tank pirate crew, they had never found themselves in such a dire predicament. Boom, boom, boom. Following this were the thunderous roars of cannon fire, illuminating the pitch-black night with blinding flashes upon the sea. Each fiery projectile resembled a shooting star, weaving a network of flames aimed directly at Rob. "You insolent navy, how dare you provoke me? Do not think for a moment that I am unprepared." Capone Beach surveyed the dense array of cannonballs in the sky, a hint of pride emerging on his face. This was the might of Capone Beach. Thanks to his fruit, he could project this formidable firepower anywhere, never to find himself isolated or helpless. Die, Rob. Is that so? I am terribly frightened. Rob gazed thoughtfully at the confident Capon, then remarked leisurely, why not attempt that technique? As his words faded, the crimson hue of his eyes revealed a rapid whirl of dark tadpoles. Perceiving this, a moment of insight struck him. Instantly, his blood-red pupils widened dramatically, and an enigmatic force enveloped the surroundings. Thousands of projectiles within Rob's gaze were decelerated, each minuscule gap meticulously discerned. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the influence of the observation haki and the Sharingan, Rob's neural responses reached an extraordinary pinnacle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rob, like a wraith, twisted his body erratically under the influence of his mental powers, evading the oncoming projectiles with utter focus. How could this be? Capone's confident demeanor froze upon his face as he gazed incredulously at the sky. The thousands of shells he had unleashed were being deftly avoided by that Navy man. None finding their mark, only the sound of emptiness echoing in their wake. With the enhancement of his observation haki in the Sharingan, alongside the significant growth of his mind fruit abilities, it was evident that my mastery of the God Flash had advanced remarkably. Rob gazed upon the sea, where pairs of astonished eyes reflected his own thoughts. It was fortunate that he found himself on this desolate expanse of water. Had he been on an island bustling with townsfolk, employing his divine flash for evasion would have posed a considerable challenge. Controlling thousands of projectiles solely through mental prowess remained exceedingly difficult for him at this stage. Should Capon choose to strike again, it would undoubtedly present a rather troublesome predicament. However, for the time being, he reveled in the liberty to mercilessly trample upon Capon. You wish for my demise? A rather intriguing notion indeed. Rob slowly extended his finger, pointing towards the heavens. Why not give it a try yourself? He suggested. As his words lingered in the air, Capon sensed a wave of unease wash over him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the water beneath his wooden board surged violently. With a tremendous roar, the sea beneath Capon's board erupted, transforming into a towering wave that propelled him hundreds of meters into the air under the luminous moonlight. Father! The other pirates cried out in alarm, desperately searching for his impending descent. It's over. Suspended in the air, Capon stared blankly at Rob, only to find the boy wearing a mischievous grin, utterly indifferent to his plight. A chilling realization dawned upon him. Even on solid ground, I would hardly be his match. As he grappled with the enigmatic force surrounding him, a thought suddenly flickered in Capon's mind. Hey, you might as well imagine yourselves. Rob gazed at the anxious pirates, slowly extending his right hand. In an instant, a tremendous force surged forth from that slender appendage. A deafening roar followed. The surrounding waters churned violently, forming towering waves that struck terror into the eyes of the pirates. Water burial. With a tone of indifference, Rob's voice resonated through the air as the colossal waves surged toward the pirates at the center. The world seemed to fall into silence in that fleeting moment, leaving only the tumultuous roar of the sea. A deluge of water engulfed the cannons on the deck, submerging them deep beneath the ocean's surface. Suddenly, Capon Beach plummeted from the skies above, descending into the depths of the ocean. This is the power of telekinesis. Rob gazed at the cataclysmic scene before him, glancing at his right hand, where a flicker of fervor ignited within his blood-red eyes. He eagerly anticipated the awakening of the Nian fruit. It would be the moment he could truly carve a niche for himself in the world of pirates. Little Rob, your ability is simply exquisite. At that moment, Perona floated to Rob's side, marveling at the tumultuous ocean. For instance, although Capon Beach is a wielder of a devil fruit power, the sea has become his greatest vulnerability. Yet for Rob, the ocean is but a trifle, even a potential ally. Indeed, I concur. Upon hearing this, Rob couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the old deity had cast him into this perilous world of pirates, yet bestowed upon him an exceptionally potent fruit. As the tumultuous sea began to calm, pirates emerged from the depths, surfacing one after another. Father, are you all right? Several pirates anxiously dragged Capon Beach from the abyss, laying him upon a plank, their hands interlocked as they pressed against his chest. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more riveting. Coughing and expelling water, Capon Beach finally regained consciousness. Awake? Shall we continue to fight? Before he could fully gather his wits, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Continue to fight? I have been defeated. Capon Beach gazed bitterly at the ocean, feeling utterly drained of all strength. The surface of the sea was devoid of cannon fire, with countless pirates languidly floating upon the planks. And he couldn't even touch Rob's body. Demon value 1000. With Capone Beeb's admission of defeat, Rob's demon value increased by 1,000 points on his character panel. At that moment, the panel displayed a proficiency of 1950 for the Yin fruit, with 1350 demon points remaining. However, how can I awaken this conqueror's haki? The system has not provided any guidance. As Rob gazed upon his character panel, which was nearing the threshold of 5,000 demonic points, a sense of distress washed over him. The panel elucidated the requirements with utmost clarity. The awakening of the Yin fruit's mirror necessitated the transformation of quantity into quality. Reliant upon the awakening of the 3 types of haki, along with the mastery of martial arts at a level 6 or above. The awakening mirror indicated that the fruit's abilities would undergo a qualitative metamorphosis, capable of influencing nearly all objects, save for the mind, spirit, and conch stone. Perhaps, he mused, upon fulfilling certain conditions, the system would indeed trigger the awakening of the conqueror's haki, akin to the manifestations of observation and armament haki. Rob exited his consciousness, no longer entangled in his thoughts. After all, the demon value could not only enhance the Yin fruit but also the Sharingan. Thus far, his mastery of the Sharingan was merely at level 1. Wait, do me a favor, and perhaps I shall consider sparing your life. Rob gazed at Karpenbeck and inquired. About what? Taken aback by the question, Karpenbeck, despite his fervent desire to survive, was not one to cower in fear of death. Upon hearing this, Rob's lips curled into a faint, icy smirk as he coldly remarked regarding Enbiel. At that moment, a cunning plan to deal with Enbiel began to take shape within Rob's mind. Chapter 61. The ambush of Enbiel, that old scoundrel? Kappenbecky's eyelids twitched, and he cast a startled glance at Rob, a chilling thought rising in his mind. What do you intend to do? Eliminate him. Rob clenched his fists tightly, his voice icy, declaring that anyone who became his enemy, regardless of their identity, must be prepared to face the king of hell at any moment. He was not the paragon of justice as portrayed by the Navy, nor was he a figure of lofty righteousness. His previous outbursts of anger were merely an expression of the compassion inherent in an ordinary person. Now, he vowed to create a significant upheaval within the Navy of the West Sea, intending to rattle the highest commander in that region. Were you sent by those above? Capone inquired, his heart racing as Rob confirmed the dreadful suspicion that had arisen in his mind. Is someone finally taking action against that scoundrel? Indeed, Lord Qingji sent me. Upon hearing this, Rob felt the palpable fear reflected in Kappenbecky's eyes, prompting him to feign ignorance. The young general? Kappenbecky's pupils dilated in shock. The name of the young general was known far and wide, a true powerhouse recognized across the 4 seas and 8 realms. He was one of the 3 mightiest forces within the Navy headquarters, a man nearing the pinnacle of strength in this world. Very well, I shall assist you. What is it that you desire from me? Kappenbecky gritted his teeth and acquiesced, for he had long harbored a grudge against that old scoundrel Enbier, who had swindled him out of countless riches over the years. At last, an opportunity had presented itself. Upon observing Kappenbecky's reaction, Rob felt a sense of relief. Without Kappenbecky, the execution of his plan would prove exceedingly challenging. Soon, when my warship arrives, it will transport you to Terry Island. At that time, I shall contact another naval officer, Andrew, to establish a video call connection with the naval base. Meanwhile, you will reach out to Enbiel, informing him of the complete annihilation of the KS forces, and feign outrage to demand an explanation. He will undoubtedly ally with you, claiming a desire to confront me, and we shall then ascertain how he intends to proceed against me, at which point I will provide you with further instructions. As long as we can expose his true intentions, with his collaboration against me broadcasted across the islands of the Western Sea, I shall relish watching how those in power will protect him and impose sanctions upon me. A live broadcast is indeed the most compelling form of persuasion. Kappenbecky, upon hearing this, cast a deep glance at Rob, taken aback by the meticulousness displayed by such a young naval officer. Truly a testament to the caliber of the young generals. Little Rob, how did I not realize your sharp intellect? At that moment, Perona, who had been listening nearby, was equally astonished. As long as Enbiel's true colors were revealed to the public in the Western Sea, Rob would possess a legitimate means to turn the tables on him. Little Rob, how did you know he would fall into the trap? A trap is ideal, yet even if he evades it, I can still ensnare him. Even if he is cautious, should the video fail, Kappenbecky's communication will serve as compelling evidence. When the time comes, what matter is it if I directly confront his base? However, a live broadcast holds far greater persuasive power. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Rob's eyes. The only thing he lacked now was the strength to eliminate Enbiel. Becky, Are you familiar with Embiel's capabilities? Not really. He has hardly made a move. All I know is that he bears no wounds. At these words, a flicker of fear surged in Capon Becky's gaze. The unknown is synonymous with dread. Little Rob. Perona glanced at Rob with concern and her understanding. The supreme commander of the West, Sea, must possess formidable strength. It's nothing. He's merely a colonel from the West Sea. At most, he might be on par with Smoker. Even if I cannot defeat him, can I not escape? You must remember, I am someone who managed to flee from that scoundrel Moria. Rob glanced at the concern reflected in Perona's eyes and gently ruffled her hair, smiling as he spoke. Even if I possess Smoker's strength, I remain unafraid. At worst, I can channel all my demonic energy into the thought fruit. Even against a Logia user, I wield the power of hockey. Confidently, Rob felt assured. Through these recent battles, he had come to realize that his strength was far from feeble. He perceived himself as quite well-rounded, and as his power increased, acquiring demonic energy proved less arduous than he had anticipated. Little Rob, allow me to inquire when Rhett will arrive. Perona, sensing the warmth emanating from Rob's palm, inexplicably felt her cheeks flush and hastily averted her gaze, saying, "Yes, urge him to expedite his arrival. I am rather disinclined to contend with so many pirates." Upon hearing this, Rob gazed at the pirate before him with a tinge of exasperation. Currently, that rascal Iron Scar was tied up thanks to him. And with thousands of pirates swarming in the sea, even with the ship capsized, it was implausible for him to use his telekinetic powers to haul each pirate individually to Terry Island. Perona nodded, inexplicably producing a snail phone from her possession. "Hello. Don't worry, Captain. I'm accelerating like mad. I will arrive in no more than an hour and a half, without fail." Before Perona could utter a word after the connection was made, Rhett hurriedly relayed all the circumstances. Very well. Hasten your pace." Upon hearing this, Perona found her words caught in her throat and promptly ended the call, turning to face Rob. "You know, that kid Rhett is almost exasperated by our incessant urging. Wasn't it you who boasted about this?" Rob gazed at Perona's melancholic demeanor and chuckled. "Isn't it because you urged me to?" Upon hearing this, Perona, clearly irritated by Rob's playful expression, flitted beside him and exclaimed in anger, "This chapter isn't over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." This fellow, after finishing a brawl, could never maintain a serious demeanor, instead resorting to teasing her. "Who told you to heed my words? Are you perhaps my wife?" Rob looked at Perona, who was puffed up with anger yet utterly helpless against him, and teasingly remarked, "Who is your wife?" Upon hearing this, Perona's entire face flushed crimson, and her delicate fists repeatedly struck Rob's shoulder. "Don't say such nonsense, you insufferable brat. I'm off to see where Rhett is. I shan't speak with you any longer." With that, Perona swiftly ascended into the sky, feigning to gaze out over the ocean behind her, as if searching for something. Well, I suppose that rascal Rhett wouldn't deceive me, would he? After all, even after playing tricks on her, Perona still doesn't harbor any fondness for me. Rob looked up at Perona soaring into the sky, suddenly feeling a pang of melancholy. He had subtly hinted at the matter. Yet Perona did not respond to his assertion that she was his wife, having spent his entire life in the Shaolin Temple. He was utterly oblivious to the notion that young women often require a degree of modesty. Was this fellow a fool? Beside him, Capone Beach and a multitude of pirates stared blankly at Rob as he muttered to himself, "What are you staring at? Go on, lie down." After Rob muttered to himself, he noticed the pirates staring at him in a daze. Anger welled up within him, and he shouted at the crowd, "Very well. Let this foolish lad live out his days in solitude." Upon hearing this, Capone Beach awkwardly averted his gaze, lying lifelessly on the planks, no longer glancing around. How could I possibly be defeated by such a fool? Capone Beach suddenly struck himself across the face. No, not a fool, more like a blockhead. How could I ever lose to a blockhead? Chapter 62. The escort time passed slowly as everyone endured the agonizing wait. After approximately an hour under the silvery moonlight, a heavy warship, no larger than a sesame seed, finally appeared on the horizon. That fellow has finally arrived, he thought. Rob looked at the warship emerging in the distance and instinctively placed a hand on his belly, feeling a wave of hunger wash over him. Just then, in the tranquil night sky, the sound of his stomach rumbled ominously. "Little Pepe, do you see? Once we finish our tasks, shouldn't we prepare a meal?" Rob felt a touch of embarrassment as he glanced towards Perona beside him. "Did you not say you wouldn't eat my food?" Perona retorted, her lips pursing slightly, seemingly offended. "Oh, not at all. I was merely jesting. You know that your cooking is my utmost favorite." Rob stared at Perona with a longing gaze. For it was the expectation of a grand feast on Bay Island that had emboldened him to speak so arrogantly earlier that morning. I forgive you this time. But let this serve as a lesson. Prepare the meal for our return to Terry Island. Upon witnessing Rob's expression, a hint of triumphant delight flickered in Perona's beautiful eyes. She had not anticipated that the culinary skills she had honed in solitude would become the sole leverage over Rob. Very well, my princess. Upon hearing this, Rob's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since his arrival in the world of pirates, aside from his fondness for women, his greatest passions have been exquisite cuisine and fine spirits, pleasures that were beyond his reach in his previous life. Whoosh! In an instant, everyone witnessed Rob darting forward like a streak of white light toward the warship ahead. This fellow truly relishes my culinary creations, thought Perona, her laughter bubbling up as she playfully clutched her stomach. Sergeant Leyte, there are people ahead. A soldier beside Leyte on the warship quickly lowered his binoculars. Urgency etched on his face. People? Let me see. Leyte snatched the binoculars from the soldier's hands, just as an anxious voice echoed down from the sky. Leyte, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and go. As the white figure drew near, Rob's form became clear. Captain? Leyte was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the man above, before quickly exclaiming, Where are the pirates? I'm heading over immediately. Are you blind? They're right in front of you to the right. Upon hearing this, Leyte hastily raised the binoculars to his eyes, only to see the upside-down image of a pirate ship. A twitch of his lips revealed his frustration. How could they possibly make a swift discovery when the ship appeared no larger than a mere silhouette through the lenses? What are you waiting for? Move. As Rob noticed that Rate was still holding the binoculars, he couldn't help but urge him on. Having just heard that Perona was preparing a meal, his hunger intensified. Steer to the right, full right. Rate promptly set aside the binoculars and began to direct the crew, resembling a seasoned navigator. You're too slow. Allow me to assist you. As Rob observed the swift maneuvering of the warship, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Extending his hands, a surge of crimson light flooded his vision. Turn, he commanded. And with that, a formidable force of telekinesis radiated from Rob's slender frame, compelling the vessel to pivot to the right before the astonished gazes of REIT and the assembled naval officers. The deafening roar of the surging ocean followed suit, and RET soon realized the ship's speed had doubled, propelling it rapidly forward, with the capsized pirate ship growing ever larger in their sights. Captain, I believe you would find a career as a navigator quite secure, REIT remarked, for reasons he could not quite fathom. Upon hearing this, Rob could not help but twitch his lips. What on earth was that rascal thinking all day long? With such remarkable abilities, he actually contemplated laboring after retirement. The warship moved swiftly, and soon, amidst the astonished exclamations of the Navy, it approached the flame tank pirate crew. Rhett, bind all of them to the warship. So many? Rhett stared blankly at the scene before him. The sea was awash with an abundance of wooden planks, upon which floated 4,000 to 5,000 pirates. Oh. And leave that short fellow for now. As my temporary partner, I should let him be comfortable. While Rhett was still in a daze, Rob pointed at the diminutive Capone Beach, who stood at a mere 1.66 meters. Capone Beach's eyelids twitched at the remark, unsure of what to say. Realizing that Rob was not mistaken, he indeed was short. Thus, one by one, under Capone Beach's watchful eyes, his subordinates were bound by the Navy. After witnessing Rob's strength and the significant reduction of his forces, any notion of resistance within him dissipated. At that moment, only resentment towards Inbile lingered. Over the years, Inbile had not only exploited his interests, but had also ensnared him in this predicament. Inbile, you enjoy playing your schemes, don't you? But I, Beach, am not one to be trifled with. This time, it is the young Admiral S-Min who will deal with you. Prepare to share a cell with me. Capone Beach's eyes darkened. Knowing a bit about Inbile's character, with thoughts of Rob's plan, he felt a surge of confidence. At this point, Rob remained oblivious to Capone Beach's musings and was unaware that Beach's forthcoming actions would exceed his expectations. Subsequently, amid Rob and Perona's scolding, Rhett secured all the pirates, tying those who could not fit into the warship together with ropes. Due to the overwhelming number of pirates, 8 long ropes trailed behind the warship, each tethering hundreds of individuals. Rhett's innovative method of transportation garnered Rob's admiration. Before long, they arrived at Terry Island, and upon seeing the multitude of pirates still bound there, Rhett and the other Navy members were left astonished. Boss, you are truly remarkable. I, Rhett, am utterly in awe of you. Once he regained his composure, Rhett expressed his admiration for Rob. Although still young, He had spent several years in the Navy headquarters and had never heard of any Navy officer achieving such accomplishments upon their appointment. Upon assuming the position of the governor of Bay Island, Rob swiftly quelled the rebellion of Capone Kex within a single day, thereby salvaging the entirety of Bay Island. Subsequently, he vanquished the notorious pirate Mozidera from the West Sea, along with the once renowned Capone Becky, who had made a name for himself 4 years prior. After all, how else could one ascend to the role of your leader, could they? Upon hearing this, Rob could not help but pat Rhett's shoulder, laughing heartily. What is this? Rhett. My friend, I shall soon eliminate the greatest scourge of the western seas, Imbil. Wait, my friend, Imbil is ostensibly your superior, Rhett exclaimed, his face paling in shock as he gazed at Rob. This was not a matter of merely confronting pirates. It could not be resolved solely through strength. I have my own methods, Rob replied confidently. You shall know soon enough. Rob cast a mysterious smile towards Rhett before making his way to Perona. Let us dine first. Only after satisfying our hunger can we muster the strength to engage in battle. Chapter 63. The pinnacle of performance as in days of yore. Perona meticulously selected ingredients aboard the warship, preparing a sumptuous feast for Rob and Rhett. What a delight. Truly, she is remarkable, our little Pepe. Rob gently patted his round, plump belly. The abundance of ingredients had vanished the fatigue of the entire day, much like Luffy's resilience. Now, it was time to attend to the matter at hand. Do you recall the plan I shared with you? Rob squinted as he approached Captain Becky, inquiring, Are you all set? In response, Captain Becky gestured towards the telephone bug, notebook, and pen on the ground, his expression darkening. He had long harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Imbil, and this time he intended to drag him down to the depths alongside him, daring to scheme against Captain Becky. We can commence at any moment, he declared. Very well. Set the volume to speaker mode. Upon seeing me make a gesture to pause, you shall wait momentarily, Rob instructed, as it was imperative to gauge Imber's reaction before responding. Thus, he requested Capon to prepare a notebook and a pen. No problem. Capon Beji nodded and promptly dialed the private number connecting him to Imber. Hello, Beji. What is the matter? The call was soon connected, and Imber's voice, laced with confusion, resonated through the line. This scoundrel, still pretending with me? He must have been eagerly awaiting my call. Capon Beji's anger surged within him. His pride in his cunning schemes was formidable. After all, he had meticulously orchestrated an assassination plot against Big Mom in the manga. This was his sole point of arrogance. Yet now he found himself outmaneuvered by Imber. Ensnared in Rob's trap, how could he not seethe with rage? What do you mean, Imber? How is it that there are elite troops on Bay Island? My trusted subordinate, Capon Kex, has suffered total annihilation, and I have lost 7 or 8 pirate ships. Capon Beji's previously sullen countenance morphed into one of unbridled fury, his tone imbued with heavy accusation. These pirate vessels were newly acquired for an assault on Bay Island, especially since Capon Kex lacked the sturdy fortress fruit. Beji, to be frank, upon receiving your call, I immediately ordered my men to withdraw. Little did I know that the Navy headquarters dispatched a reckless major to the West Sea. That brat showed me no respect. Hearing of the troubles on Bay Island, he commandeered a warship and decimated the Kex brothers. I've only just received this intelligence. Imber's voice conveyed a mixture of resignation and indignation. At that moment, Rob made a gesture to pause, scribbling on the cardboard. It was Imber who had appointed him to the position on Bay Island today, which explained the suppression of Capon Kex at the port. Upon hearing this, Capon Beji's eyes flared with even greater ire. Damn it. This bastard is still toying with me. You intend to use me as a pawn, right? Very well. Given that Bay Island is an independent islet, any naval base in the West Sea is quite distant. If the elite Navy forces had indeed retreated as Imber claimed, Kex could certainly plunder and flee in such a brief span. If not captured by Rob, consumed by anger, he might overlook this crucial detail. I don't care. I want that bastard dead, Capon Beji coldly asserted as he took the phone. All right. I'll assist you with this, considering our long-standing friendship. Imber fell silent for a moment, then resolutely acquiesced, albeit with a hint of struggle in his tone. I do have a plan. Oh, pray tell. Capon's demeanor darkened further. I will feign the discovery of your whereabouts and then inform that brat. Since he enjoys exterminating pirates, he will undoubtedly come. You select a remote island, and I shall rendezvous with you in advance. Rest assured, no matter how formidable that lad may be, he will not be a match for the two of us. At that time, I shall publicly declare the intelligence to be erroneous, attributing the blame to Mozidera. Subsequently, I shall expend some effort to eliminate Mozidera. While you need not fret over your bounty, the Navy headquarters has somewhat forgotten about you in these past few years. Soon, a chilling voice emanated from the transponder snail, leaving Rob and the others momentarily stunned. This Imbir is truly despicable. Perona glared coldly at the transponder snail, thinking to herself that she had never encountered someone so willing to betray their own comrades. Humph, this scoundrel seems to have long prepared his scheme. In the depths of Kapenbeeke's mind, a cold chuckle arose. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that Imbir was merely using him as a pawn. For if he were aware, he would be a fool. The outcome of Imbir's plan for him was the loss of Capon Cuss and a significant amount of equipment, while the bounty remained unchanged. Furthermore, not only could Imbir eliminate the unpredictable variable that is Rob, but he could also exploit the consequences of Rob's demise to increase Mozidera's bounty, thereby justifying a request for additional funding from the headquarters. Truly, what a masterful calculation. You cunning old fox, Imbir. It appears that the rank of colonel has afforded us considerable advantages. Kapenbeeke picked up the transponder, a subtle smile gracing his lips, accompanied by a light chuckle. Humph. If this were 4 years ago, it might pose some trouble. However, now, such small fry dare to flail before us. It's akin to courting death. The sound of Imbir's disdainful voice echoed through the phone. At this moment, Rob made a gesture to pause, swiftly inscribing a line of text on a piece of cardboard. Observing this, Kapenbeeke nodded in acknowledgement, then darkly remarked, "Since we intend to pin the blame on Mozidera, let us choose Terry Island as the site. I shall conveniently discuss matters of alliance with Mozidera, and then we can breach the contract." "Very well, let it be so. If there are further matters, I shall contact you again." With that, Imbir terminated the call. Humph. I wonder what expression Imbir will wear upon discovering the truth. Kapenbeeke set down the transponder, unable to suppress a cold laugh. His confidence in Rob's plan stemmed from his understanding that Imbir could not tolerate even a grain of disobedience and would actively seek to eliminate such elements. As long as Imbir took the initiative, he would easily fall into Rob's scheme. You, my friend, certainly play your part quite well. Upon witnessing this, Rob couldn't help but chuckle. Capone's tone was impeccably crafted, ensnaring Imbir without the slightest hint of suspicion. Previously, he had harbored concerns that Capone might struggle to embody the state of being unapprehended. "Boss, I truly wish to witness that fellow's expression when the moment arrives. I wonder if his demeanor will remain as amiable," he remarked. Beside him, Led also erupted into laughter, vividly recalling Imbir's forced, congenial smile from the previous day. "Now, it is time for us to make some preparations." Rob chuckled with a hint of amusement, then turned to Rhett and said, "Please reach out to Andrew for me. We have a bit of work to do and could use his assistance in broadcasting an extraordinary performance." Chapter 64. Departure. Bring down the video phone bug from the warship, as well as the device to contact Andrew. Understood. Rhett replied eagerly, dashing towards the warship to retrieve the 2 communication devices. Since Rob had not previously shared the plan with him, he had not made any preparations. Buzz buzz. Upon receiving the phone bug, Robert promptly dialed Andrew's number. "Hello? What can I do for you, Brother Robert?" A deep voice resonated from the device. "I find myself in need of your assistance." Rob relayed his plans and the dialogue with Imbir and Capern to Andrew in detail. "Damn it, this Imbir is utterly intolerable. I'm here to help you." Upon hearing this, Andrew was filled with rage. However, there was a significant challenge. The video control center was located at Imbir's naval base. Furthermore, resolving this matter with Imbir could have substantial repercussions, as it would undoubtedly be a disgrace for the Navy. Rob felt a twinge of emotion as he heard Andrew's furious voice. The impact of this would indeed be unprecedented across the entirety of the Western Seas. "Do not worry, my brother. I shall share this burden with you. Damn it, let us create an uproar that shakes the very foundations." Andrew readily agreed without hesitation. "Very well. Once you depart from the naval base at Imbil, synchronize your video phone with the official naval broadcast of the Western Seas. As soon as my phone activates, you shall commence the transmission of signals." A cold glimmer flashed through Rob's eyes. He intended to leave Imbrier with no opportunity whatsoever. "Very well, my brother Rob. Connect your video communicator to mine. Once Imbrier departs, I shall seize control of all video communicators in the West Sea," Andrew declared, brimming with confidence. He was certain that once Imbrier left, he would dare to commandeer the entire network. Following their communication, Andrew ended the call and stealthily departed the naval base under the cover of night, aware that Imbrier's spies lurked within the military. At the West Sea Naval Headquarters, within a spacious office, a large plush sofa was positioned. A beautiful woman reclined languidly upon it, beads of perspiration glistening on her fair forehead. Her skin tinged with a slight flush. "My lord, could you not be so rough? I feel as though I'm on the verge of collapse," she lamented, casting a reproachful glance at Inbriar. "Dearest, are you unable to withstand it?" Inbriar teased, tenderly caressing the dark tresses of the beautiful woman. "I have some delightful news. Rob has caught the attention of Captain Becky. Just moments ago, I devised a plan to eliminate him." "What plan?" The woman's expression turned from surprise to intrigue as she gazed at Inbriar, who promptly divulged the details of his scheme. "My lord, may I accompany you?" she inquired, her initially astonished eyes now glinting with a cold intensity. Both her brothers had fallen victim to Rob. She yearned to be the one to slay him herself. "Of course. We shall set out for Terry Island under the cover of night, aiming to rendezvous with Captain Becky by morning," Inbriar replied, a chilling resolve coursing through his dark pupils. The memory of Rob's arrogant demeanor from the previous day ignited within him an insatiable desire to eliminate Rob. He then retrieved a communicator, the one designated for the Gulf Island Navy. Beep beep. At Terry Island, Rob and his companions watched with boredom as Andrew stealthily infiltrated the West Sea Naval Headquarters via a lifeboat, displayed on the video communicator. Suddenly, the Gulf Island communicator aboard Rob's warship rang out. "Beep beep. This fellow seems quite eager to end my life." Rob glanced at the incessantly ringing telephone bug with a cold smirk before answering the call. "Hello? Inbriel, what is it?" His tone remained as frosty as ever, affording Inbriel not a shred of courtesy. Brother Rob, just moments ago our scouts received intelligence indicating that Captain Becky seems poised to ally with Mozidera." Upon hearing Rob's icy demeanor, Inbriel's dark eyes flared with anger. Such a lack of respect from this fellow towards a superior was intolerable. However, recalling the plans that lay ahead, he stifled his ire, recognizing that now was not the time for confrontation. "Go and investigate this matter in detail. If the information is confirmed, we must seize this opportunity to annihilate them in one fell swoop. I will ensure that the majority of the Navy from the West Sea comes to your aid." Inbriel's voice resonated through the telephone bug, grave yet resolute, underscoring his unwavering determination to eradicate the West Sea pirates. "Rest assured, my presence alone will suffice. I shall depart immediately." Upon hearing this, Rob, filled with arrogance, acknowledged the command before abruptly disconnecting the communicator with Inbriel. He then turned his gaze towards Andrew on the video call and remarked with a smile, "Andrew, pay attention. That fellow is about to sneak out of the base." "Ah, splendid. No need to rush. Once you see Inbriel here on the video, you may proceed to take control of the video center. That way, those naval officers should not pose any difficulties for you." Rob frowned as he observed the naval forces within the base on the video. This way, it won't harm too many innocents," he remarked. Upon hearing this, Andrew nodded in agreement. At the West Sea Naval Headquarters, the arrogance of this fellow was truly astonishing. Inbriel glared coldly at the phone bug in his hand, muttering, "I truly wish to see if you will still be so arrogant then. A mere little major, utterly unaware of the vastness of the world. You probably won't even be able to handle the firepower on Terra Island, let alone contend with someone like Captain Becky, who has a bounty exceeding 100 million. Inbriel clenched his fist tightly, feeling assured of victory. For years ago, he had relied on Captain Becky to eliminate the previous major. "My lord, that boy will undoubtedly be left dumbfounded," said the charming woman, covering her mouth as she laughed. "I am truly looking forward to it. We shall soon see him. Let us proceed. Although we are closer to Terra Island than that brat, we must not waste time at such a critical moment to avoid any unforeseen circumstances." With a smile, Inbriel confidently piloted the warship before the assembled navy, having already secured the loyalty of the soldiers through 4 years of manipulation. As he gazed at the scene unfolding before him, he suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. Originally, he was but an orphan of mediocre talent, having learned only the Iron Fist technique during his time at the Naval Academy. Assigned as a green recruit to the West Sea, he utilized the powers of the Iron Fist to rise to the rank of major in less than a year. After teaming up with Captain Becky to dispose of the former major, his cleverness led him to forge a pact with Captain Becky, thus elevating him to the rank of colonel. To further control Captain Becky, he had also secured the cooperation of Barbies at the naval headquarters, spreading rumors of connections from above that left Becky in constant trepidation under his exploitation. "Rob, Inbriel has departed, taking the charming woman with him," Andrew remarked, his fury intensifying as he witnessed Inbriel embracing a pirate like her. "All right, when Inbriel's ship appears near Terra Island, I will signal you to act." "Understood." Chapter 65. Inbriel approaches in the early morning. A lifeboat appeared in the tranquil waters surrounding Terra Island. carrying none other than Inbile and the charming woman. Inbile remained exceedingly cautious, refraining from carrying out the assassination of a naval commander to avoid unnecessary commotion. Brubru, Inbile dialed Captain Bikey's phone book. I will soon arrive at Terra Island. That brat left around midnight, so he should not reach Terra Island until noon. Have you finalized the alliance with Mositra? That bastard Mositra refused to ally with us. I had a falling out with him last night and ended up killing him. What? Upon hearing this, Inbile furrowed his brow. No worries. Once that brat is dealt with, I can easily frame Mositra. I'll just have a subordinate impersonate him. A cold voice emerged from the microphone, belonging to Captain Bikey. Very well. Rest assured I will assist you in eliminating that boy, avenging your subordinate, Kasai. Let us collaborate harmoniously. Captain's eyes narrowed as he ended the call with Inbile. At that time, you will continue to play your role. Do you understand? Rob glanced coldly at the boundless sea, his warship concealed within the forest by the powers of the thought fruit. Andrew, you may now commence control of the video command center. Rob looked at the video phone bug and addressed Andrew. Good. After receiving a response, Rob placed the phone bug in the sand, revealing only its pair of eyes. The phone bug was positioned at a considerable distance from Cape and Beak and was well concealed under the sand, making it exceedingly difficult to notice unless one deliberately gazed in that direction. Satisfied with the arrangements, Rob nodded appreciatively and then turned to Cape and Beak, saying, by the way, light up your cigar. I anticipate your performance. Perhaps I shall spare your life. Or, there may be fates worse than death. With that, Rob patted Cape and Beak on the shoulder and slipped into the dense foliage. All right. Cape and Beak opened his mouth, trembling slightly as he retrieved a cigar from his person and placed it between his lips. At that moment, a chill crept down his spine. Not solely due to the damp coat he wore, but also because he sensed a disquieting loss of control over his own body. Are you truly prepared to spare him? Perona, hidden among the branches, inquired of Rob, while Rate beside her looked equally perplexed. Huh, how could that be? Rob chuckled lightly. At the West Sea Navy headquarters. Andrew nodded at Rob in the video, squinting his eyes as he gazed at the base. The dawn was just breaking, and numerous soldiers, yawning, were preparing for their shift change. With the stealth of a leopard, Andrew emerged from the shadows, nimbly navigating his way toward the center. The entire process was as fluid as flowing water. The weary soldiers around him were completely oblivious to his presence. He arrived at the entrance of the base. With a crisp sound, 2 guards collapsed helplessly into Andrew's embrace, unconscious. He gently propped them against the wall before slipping into the heart of the base like a specter, swiftly maneuvering through the floors and incapacitating patrolling soldiers until he reached a room. It seemed he had to create some commotion, hoping those soldiers wouldn't notice too soon. Andrew narrowed his eyes, fixating on the tightly shut iron door. With a sudden tensing of his thigh muscles, he delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The door flew open, and 2 iron pieces shattered from the lock, which had been obliterated. Who goes there? The 3 surveillance operators, drowsy moments ago, were jolted awake, their eyes widening in shock as they turned to face Andrew. Seeing this, Andrew had no desire for idle chatter. He tightened his calf muscles and advanced swiftly, raising his arm with a swift blade. Thud, thud, thud. With 3 muffled sounds, the operators felt darkness engulf them and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Andrew then turned his attention to the 7 or 8 video screens before him, which displayed the entire West Sea Navy headquarters, revealing a state of languid fatigue throughout the premises. These individuals truly lacked the demeanor of soldiers. Andrew couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration, even contemplating the notion that these sailors might actually impede his progress. Humph, the West Sea is due for a change. With a cold glance at the video phone bug in his hand, he surveyed the control console, where a series of tiny images displayed approximately 100 red dots. At the bottom of these red dots, he spotted a large green button, next to which a curious phone bug gazed at Andrew. Enjoy your final moments, Andrew thought, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. He placed the video phone bug before the console's phone bug and pressed the green button. Instantly, the 100 red dots transformed into green, while the curious phone bug beside the button stared intently, as if drawn by an invisible force to Andrew's video phone bug. The 2 phone bugs gazed into each other's eyes, and at that moment, the series of tiny images began to shift. What's happening at Bay Island? Has the government issued a notification? My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the subsequent events are even more thrilling. At that moment, an enormous gasp erupted from the island, as a multitude of citizens observed the largest display screen in the central square suddenly transition from darkness to vivid imagery. However, something felt amiss. It did not take long for someone to discern the peculiarity. The screen did not showcase the familiar naval commanders. Instead, within the frame, a corpulent little man, adorned in a captain's coat and puffing on a cigar, stood resolutely on the beach, gazing out at the vast ocean as if anticipating something. Could that be Capone Beach? Just then, an unknown voice within the crowd exclaimed in horror, prompting a chorus of astonished gasps from the multitude. Yes, that unmistakably is Capone Beach. There can be no doubt. He is the infamous pirate, leader of the Fire Tank Pirates, with a bounty of 100 million, wanted 4 years ago. An increasing number of onlookers gathered, their incredulous eyes fixated on the man in the image. Could it be that he has been captured by the Navy? Someone wondered aloud. Yet, if that were the case, why does he appear to be standing there unscathed? Another countered, as the enigma swirled in the minds of the crowd, prompting countless individuals to pause and pay attention. In the West Sea, on Clea Island. Is that not Capone Beach? Busy individuals halted in their tracks, casting suspicious glances at the enormous screen. Has he been apprehended by the Navy? In the West Sea, on Maka Island. That is indeed Capone Beach. Many, clutching their wanted posters, gazed resolutely at the colossal display. What has transpired? At this moment, not only on the West Sea Bay Island, Clea Island, and Maka Island, but nearly every legitimate island under the Navy's jurisdiction in the entire West Sea echoed with murmurs of disbelief. At this instant, the collective gaze of the populace across the West Sea converged upon the screen, which had abruptly revealed the image. Inbile, you have finally arrived. Everyone has been eagerly awaiting your presence. Rob's gaze sharpened, and a playful smile danced upon his lips as a lifeboat finally emerged upon the azure waters. Chapter 66. Bewilderment. What is that? Could it be someone? Is it Colonel Imbali? Soon after, exclamations reverberated throughout the West Sea, all eyes fixated on the screen in astonishment. Who is that woman? The screen revealed a lifeboat gradually approaching the shore, with Imbali's left arm draped around the alluring female figure as they made their way onto the beach, heading towards Kapambeki. I recognize her. That is the captain of the Baimi pirate crew. Suddenly, an individual, seemingly from nowhere, produced a bounty notice, gazing at the screen in disbelief. Could it be that the Baimi woman is Colonel Imbali's lover? I swear, is that really Colonel Imbali? Do not jest with me. Isn't the Baimi woman an illegal pirate? She cannot possibly be one of the 7 warlords. Many citizens were left in disbelief, their faces a tableau of shock. Is it truly so strange? The Navy colluding with pirates. In the tavern, numerous pirates with menacing expressions sipped their rum, savoring the unfolding drama displayed on the enormous screen in the square. It appears there is a spectacle to behold. Not long ago, several members of the Baimi pirate crew were captured by the Navy. You are overthinking it. The Navy will soon sever the signal from the transponder. A burly man nearby laughed heartily. The explosive scene sent shockwaves throughout the West Sea, igniting fervent discussions across various islands, leaving countless Navy personnel momentarily stunned. Quick! Inquire with the West Sea Navy headquarters about what is happening. Hurry! Hurry! A flurry of urgent commands emanated from the consulates on the islands. West Sea Navy headquarters. The phone transponder rang incessantly in the control room. Upon noticing, Andrew turned towards the screen and remarked with a cold smile, Imbali. The show has only just begun. With that, he abruptly severed all incoming calls from the divisions. However, mere seconds after Andrew hung up, a cacophony of transponder sounds erupted throughout the naval base. Hello? Brother, what is happening? Hello, brother, is that Colonel Imbali? Hello, brother, has something occurred at headquarters? A chorus of urgent voices filled the air as countless drowsy soldiers received calls from friends, all in a state of bewilderment. You, quickly. Go check the video control center. Suddenly, a captain was jolted awake, immediately directing his gaze towards the dazed video display and issuing commands. A chorus of frantic responses followed as personnel rushed towards the video control center at the base. The sound of chaos outside brought a measure of comfort to Andrew. He had expected it would take them longer to regain their composure. The naval division was performing admirably. It was time to activate this button. Andrew glanced at a yellow button on the control panel, which would project a multitude of videos from the division onto the central screen of headquarters. Without hesitation, he pressed it. What was that? In an instant, the black screen of the naval base erupted into a vivid image, leaving countless soldiers momentarily stunned. Was that Colonel Embrier? Although they were aware that Embrier had gone out with the enchanting lady the previous night, witnessing him exposed on the vast expanse of the Western Sea left them at a loss. Everyone, remain silent and enjoy this spectacle, for your colonel is about to meet his demise. At that moment, a booming laugh echoed throughout the naval base. followed by the sight of a figure standing at the video control center. Major Andrew? The soldiers looked at Andrew in astonishment, uncertain of how he had come to be there. Since it is Major Andrew's orders, we shall comply. The station lieutenant's eyes sparkled, and with a grin, he declared that the chaotic atmosphere of the naval base began to settle. He understood that Colonel Inbrier was finished. Therefore, announced to all divisions, do not sever the communication lines. Cooperate fully with headquarters. Andrew commanded, his tone icy. Understood. Soon, a series of commands were dispatched from the naval headquarters to various locations across the Western Sea, leaving the naval consulates in disbelief at the directive. Did those at the top truly not comprehend the repercussions of their actions? A looming cloud of uncertainty enveloped the entire naval division of the Western Sea, yet as soldiers, they dared not question further and proceeded to follow orders. Meanwhile, on Terry Island, the oblivious Colonel Inbrier remained unaware of the tempest brewing beyond. Colonel, you certainly kept me waiting, Captain Becky remarked, observing Inbrier and the enchanting lady as they reached the shore, a cigar in hand, approaching them with a smile. Wasn't it just this little beauty beside me who was too clingy, causing a slight delay? Inbrier retorted, playfully grasping her ample form. Humph. It was your insistence that nearly prevented me from arriving here, the enchanting lady lamented, gazing at Inbrier with a hint of reproach. Colonel, you are indeed fortunate in love. Just be cautious not to exhaust yourself. Haha, fear not. I still possess the strength to deal with that pesky little brat. Inbiel approached Captain Becky, extending his hand to shake hers. Haha, that's wonderful. Becky laughed heartily, but her expression soon shifted. However, following this, Becky produced a sound gem from her person, which replayed the conversation she had with Inbiel earlier. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Oh, what do you intend to do? Upon hearing the voice from the sound gem, Inbiel's gaze darkened, fixing a cold stare on Becky. Do you wish to threaten me? No, no. How could I ever threaten you, Colonel Inbiel? Captain Becky gently removed the cigar from her mouth, allowing a self-deprecating chuckle to escape her lips. Rest assured, I will fulfill all my promises to you. Inbiel patted Captain Becky's shoulder, his eyes still cold as he regarded the sound gem. Next time, I do not wish to see that object again. Otherwise. With that, Inbiel seized the sound gem from Becky's hand and hurled it violently into the ocean. Hey, Colonel, please do not throw things around recklessly. At that moment, a teasing voice echoed nearby as Rob emerged from the dense forest, accompanied by Perona and Rhett. Moreover, it seems you're mistaken. Becky is not trying to threaten you, but rather to ensnare you. As he spoke, the sound gem that had been tossed flew back into Rob's hand, as if drawn by a mysterious force. Rob? What are you doing here? Inbiel's mind went blank at the sight of Rob, a chilling sensation spreading along his spine. Did you not intend to conspire with Captain Becky to kill me? Rob looked at the astonished Inbier, leisurely strolling along the beach. However, Captain Becky had already succumbed to my prowess last night. As he spoke, a surge of crimson emerged from his pitch-black eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red pupils. Chapter 67. The Turmoil of the Western Sea. What? Inbier exclaimed in horror, glancing at Captain Becky beside him, a pirate with a bounty of 100 million. In that instant, an overwhelming chill coursed through his spine, spreading throughout his entire being. Yet, you are far weaker than I had anticipated. Rob stared coldly at Inbili and threw his Sharingan. He was disheartened to discover that Inbili possessed merely 200 demonic points. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated as Rob surged towards Inbili like an arrow released from its bow. Damn, I have fallen into a trap. A flicker of panic crossed Inbili's eyes as he beheld the rapidly approaching Rob, and he shouted, Iron Block. With that command, a mysterious force surged from his limbs to his chest. Recognizing this exceedingly familiar power, the panic in his gaze transformed into calm determination. It was precisely due to his mastery of this technique that he remained unscathed. Iron Block. At this moment, Captain Becky's eyes darkened with gravity. He recognized it as one of the techniques of the Marine 6 styles, capable of hardening one's muscles to the strength of iron. Upon hearing this, Baimi also regained her composure from her earlier alarm, a flicker of intrigue passing through her beautiful eyes as a smug smile graced her face. To dare ambush a colonel, how utterly reckless. Rob watched as Inbrier stood resolutely like a rock, his cold Sharingan spinning wildly. Iron Block? I wonder to what extent you have honed the 6 forms of the Navy. With that, Rob swung a leg, channeling immense psychic energy as he aimed a powerful kick at Inbrier's chest. You insolent brat, do not underestimate the Iron Block. Inbrier, upon witnessing this, displayed a disdainful expression. However, in the next instant, That contempt froze upon his face, replaced by a flicker of fear in his eyes. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Enbriar felt a terrifying force surge through his sturdy chest. The immense impact rippled through his insides, and soon a sweet taste flooded his mouth. With a gasp, Enbriar's one straight body bent sharply in midair, a stream of crimson blood erupting from his lips. Boom! The tremendous force sent Enbriar flying, crashing onto the beach. The expression of the captain, proud and haughty moments before, now solidified in disbelief as she stared at Rob. Her mysterious captain had been defeated in a single blow. Is this truly your iron block? You have left me utterly disappointed. Rob gazed at Enbile with a teasing glint in his eyes, extending his right hand. In an instant, a surge of formidable telekinetic force erupted, drawing Enbile toward him. Clasping him firmly, "Rob, you cannot kill me," Enbile exclaimed, terror etched across his face as he struggled desperately. "Why?" Rob tilted his head, mocking him. "You are committing murder against your superior. I am the supreme commander of the West Sea. I am innocent. You cannot take my life." Enbile, seizing what he perceived as a lifeline, suddenly regained his composure, his voice shaky yet defiant. "Do you dare to kill me? Do you think a mere recording could topple me? Do you believe it would convince everyone? How absurd. With my esteemed reputation in the West Sea. Do you truly think you can sway the naval headquarters? Don't be naive, boy. If you wish to perish alongside me, then go ahead and kill me, haha." Enbile laughed maniacally, for in the world of pirates, a mere recording was far too easily fabricated to be considered compelling evidence. Is that so? Upon witnessing this, Rob's lips curled into a subtle arc. He had long been aware that this was the world of pirates, where altering a person's voice was remarkably simple. However, he had prepared more than just this. Behold this contraption, Colonel. In an instant, a snail phone emerged from the sands of the beach, presenting itself before Enbile. "What is this?" Enbile's expression froze, his pupils widening in terror. "A video snail? What else could it be? Since your arrival on the island, you have been in full view of the entire populace of the West Sea." Rob gazed at the dazed Enbile with a playful expression, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "My dear Colonel, I wonder if the charges of taking a pirate as a lover and colluding with pirates to murder your own subordinates suffice. Am I now entitled to administer your fate?" Enbile attempted to articulate a response, yet found himself utterly speechless. For any defense he could muster would be tantamount to a death sentence. "By the way, I have informed your brother. You shall soon join them." Rob's arm tightened slightly, crushing Enbier's throat, and then he turned to the dazed Beauty, stating, a surge of telekinetic energy erupted, pinning Beauty to the beach, rendering her immobile. "Rhett, tidy up. Prepare to return to Bay Island." As soon as Rob finished his last sentence, the screens at the naval headquarters in the West Sea turned pitch black. Andrew stared blankly at the screen, his eyes reddening as scalding tears streamed down his cheeks. "Brothers, you may now rest in peace." In the West Sea, at Bay Island. The moment the enormous screen in the square went dark, a cacophony erupted throughout the plaza. That wretched Enbier had the audacity to plot the murder of Major Rob. "My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. The story becomes even more thrilling." In an instant, many people furiously tossed aside their belongings. Just the previous morning, they had been saved by Rob, and now they learned that Enbier had conspired to kill their savior. How could they not be enraged? That seemingly virtuous man had deceived them for years, colluding with that pirate Becky. Damn it. No wonder the Beauty pirate crew has been impossible to eradicate. At that moment, Bay Island was abuzz with discussions, every passerby displaying incredulity on their faces. Meanwhile, on Cleary Island in the West Sea, chaos had ensued as countless citizens gathered at the naval consulate, angrily demanding answers. 3 months ago, during the maritime night raid, were you in collusion with the pirates? Son, tell me, where was the Navy 3 months ago? Why did you show up just then? Some women clutched a young man in Navy uniform, weeping, as the maritime night raid had inflicted immense damage upon the island. At this moment, not just Bay Island, but Cleary Island and nearly every island in the West Sea was engulfed in intense turmoil, with countless citizens storming the naval consulate. Their distrust in the government intensified, and subsequent statistics revealed that the Navy's strength in the West Sea had diminished by 30%, while the number of pirates surged, reaching an unprecedented high. On an unnamed island in the West Sea, a rather lecherous Mori, sipping coconut juice, glanced at the darkened screen and dialed the phone number. Smiling as he spoke. "Hello, Betty? What is the matter? That lad you told me about last time has stirred up quite a mess for the government in the West Sea. Our revolutionary forces have gained significant momentum, and I am currently in contact with 5 kingdoms. How is that possible? What exactly did he do? You'll find out soon enough. This news will spread across the 4 seas in no time. Mashi smiled mysteriously, hung up the phone, and gazed out at the azure sea. What will you do? Zhanghua? Chapter 68. The situation escalates East Sea. Unknown island. This Mashi, has he really decided to play games with me? Betty, slightly displeased, ended the call and turned to a man beside her. The man was clad in a long, azure robe, with a red square tattoo adorning the left side of his face, exuding an air of enigma. He was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the supreme leader of the Revolutionary Army, the most mysterious and dangerous man in the world. Just then, a common seagull soared above the island and flew towards Betty, landing on the man's outstretched hand. Betty, the news has arrived, Dragon said with a slight smile, observing the seagull. He then removed a note from the bird's leg, narrowing his eyes slightly. What's the matter, Dragon? Betty noticed the change in his expression and inquired with curiosity. Is this the boy you mentioned last time? He has certainly stirred up quite a storm for the government. Very well. It seems I must make a trip to the West Sea immediately. Having spoken, Dragon tossed the note to Betty, and a strange wind swept across the island, after which he vanished without a trace. What has transpired? Curiosity piqued, Betty opened the note in her hand. Although Dragon was known for his decisive actions, his and Mashi's reactions had aroused her intrigue. Rob, you. In the next moment, astonishment flickered in her beautiful eyes. Truly, he is the man I have set my sights on. Moments later, on the Grand Line, New World, Dressrosa, the brilliant sunlight poured like sand over this bustling city. Within the luxurious palace pool, Don Quixote Doflamingo reclined on an opulent sofa, clad in beach shorts and flamboyant sunglasses, basking lazily in the sun. Just then, a phone rang. Hello? What's the matter, Virgo? Doflamingo's eyes glinted with a hint of intrigue as he answered the call. Master, a significant event has occurred in the West Sea. Soon. The underground King Doflamingo learned of the situation in the West Sea shortly after the Revolutionary Army received the news. Fufufu. Keep a close eye on the movements of the Navy. They dare to expose the government's scandals directly. He has finished, so be ready to provide assistance, Virgo. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo erupted in laughter. Is a new era finally upon us? Fufufu. The resounding laughter echoed throughout the royal palace, vibrant and unrestrained. In less than half a day, countless seagulls took flight from the West Sea, traversing towards distant lands. The Grand Line, an uncharted island. This island flourished with lush greenery, basking in the radiant sunlight, permeated by the sweet aroma of fruit. Here, a sovereign resided. Is it Rob? Red-haired Shanks perched upon a fractured tree, his gaze fixed upon a newspaper, his expression shifting subtly. No D. A colossal pirate ship leisurely sailed through an unknown sea, flying a flag that instilled terror in the hearts of many. The banner bore a distinct emblem, that of a grand mustache, belonging to the Whitebeard pirates. Rob? Ah. What an audacious lad. The world's mightiest man, Whitebeard, sat upon an immense chair, his formidable form adorned with numerous medical pouches. Yet, these medical pouches could not conceal the overwhelming aura of dominance that emanated from him, a fearsome power that instilled dread across the globe. Ha, Sengoku. How will you contend with those old geezers? Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, raised a large jug of liquor, taking a hearty swig, brimming with vigor. Old man, the doctor advises you to drink less. Marco, observing the scene, expressed his exasperation, having already implored numerous times. Meanwhile, on Sabaody Island, a multitude of pirates from the West Sea gathered, their voices erupting in fervor within various taverns. Rob? What audacity! He actually exposed that scoundrel of the government, utterly impressive. Indeed. It's astonishing, and to broadcast it live across the West Sea, how remarkable. I can't wait to see how the government will cover this up. The pirates engaged in animated discussions over drinks, fervently debating the newspaper in their hands. That fellow named Rob will soon find himself in our shoes, likely to be expelled from the Navy. In the Devil's Triangle, aboard the ghost ship. Sir, we have news of that individual. Absalom burst into the ghost fortress, clutching a newspaper, rousing the slumbering Gecko Moria. Oh, let me see. Upon hearing it was news about Rob, Moria's spirits lifted, disregarding the disturbance to his slumber. Ha, Rob, your day has come. Once you lose your Navy position, it will be your end. After perusing the newspaper, Moria's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement, for he understood the tumult that would ensue from this matter. Rob was merely a lowly naval lieutenant, and as long as he ceased to be part of the Navy, Moria felt unencumbered. The humiliation surged within him at the thought of the feeble fellow daring to snatch away his subordinates right beneath his nose. The news spread like the wind, unstoppable and at an astonishing pace across the seas, not driven by any intelligence organization or mere rumor. The vastness of the West Sea is immeasurable, teeming with countless islands and myriad telephone bugs, transforming the situation into a colossal affair that even the naval government could not suppress immediately. In the East Sea, at Logtown, Colonel Smoker received the exhilarating tidings. Good news. Rob has achieved a significant feat. Just then, a fervent knock echoed through Smoker's office, accompanied by Tashiji's urgent voice. What is it? Smoker inquired, a smile creeping upon his lips. Could it be that the young man had accomplished something grand upon arriving in the West Sea? Truly worthy of my selection. He then opened the door, eager to hear Tashiji's promising news. Rob has quelled the notorious Capone gang, with a bounty of 50 million, and subsequently apprehended Capone Biki, who had been hiding for 4 years. Oh, such rapid growth? Smoker exclaimed, his usually stoic face betraying a rare excitement as he snatched the newspaper from Tashiji's hands, only for his exhilaration to freeze in place. Rob, he may be in grave danger. Smoker's gaze fixated on the bold headline. West Sea Colonel allegedly maintains relations with pirate lover, colludes with notorious pirates to oppress the people. The article detailed how Rob had broadcast the nefarious actions of the West Sea Colonel throughout the region. What? Tashiji looked at Smoker in confusion, unable to comprehend how vanquishing pirates and dismantling corrupt naval officers could lead to his downfall. What of the young telephone bugs? Suddenly, a look of disarray crossed Smoker's face as he hurriedly searched the office, just prior to the explosive news event that stirred the outside world. Whispers of the West Sea incident had already reached the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Chapter 69, The Wrath of Sengoku. Marineford, an island that symbolizes power and justice, is situated at the heart of the Grand Line, adjacent to the Sabaody Archipelago, the Red Line, and the Holy Land of Mariawa. Between judicial islands Eni's Lobby and Impel Down, a whirlpool river designated for the government encircles the Gate of Justice. Viewed from above, the island resembles a crescent moon, upon which stands a magnificent edifice crowned with a colossal seagull emblem, the headquarters of the Navy. At this moment, within the highest chamber of the Navy headquarters, an atmosphere of gravity enveloped the room. The spacious chamber featured a grand long table, around which sat numerous naval admirals, all adorned in their illustrious military insignia, primarily vice admirals. Flanking the head of the table were 2 formidable admirals, Akiji and Kizaru. The legendary Vice Admiral Garp was still at Windmill Village and had yet to return. Presiding over the table was a robust man, donning frog-eyed glasses. With his chin's beard styled in a braid, he was none other than Admiral Sengoku. Presently, Sengoku furrowed his brow tightly, examining the newspapers in his hands, his gaze turning to the assembled officers with a simmering fury. Can anyone provide me with an explanation? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the vice admirals fell silent, their expressions grave. Even Akiji's eyes reflected the weight of the moment. Who allowed this naval pest and buyer to infiltrate our ranks? Who promoted this individual to the rank of West Sea Captain? Sengoku, seeing the silence, forcefully cast the newspaper onto the long table. Admiral, the appointment of captain and buyer by Rear Admiral Triss has already led to his dismissal, and an investigation into the bribes received by Captain Barbies and several others has been initiated, reported a vice admiral who stood hastily. Good. Now, let us discuss how to handle this, Major Rob. Sengoku nodded and continued. However, silence met his inquiry, as the matter was exceedingly complex. After a prolonged pause, one vice admiral finally spoke, his voice heavy with concern. Major Rob arrived in the West Sea and, within a mere day of his appointment, eradicated the likes of the pirates by May, Kinney, Gab, and Mazzatella, even dismantling the Capone Beach pirate crew that had lurked for 4 years. His achievements are significant. Although the method of exposing Imbayer's unworthiness may be questionable, I believe his merits outweigh the faults, and he deserves a promotion. He is a Navy officer worth cultivating. The general paused momentarily, casting a grave look towards Sengoku. Otherwise, the morale of the Navy across the seas will suffer immensely. Upon hearing this, the other officers exchanged furtive glances, undoubtedly aware that such a remarkable achievement had been accomplished in just a single day of service. If he were to be punished instead of rewarded, what would the entire army think? Is the merit greater than the fault? Do you comprehend the profound impact of the incident in the West Sea? Merely a few minutes after the occurrence, the personnel of the West Sea Navy had diminished by 10%. Within 10 minutes, over 100,000 seagulls had dispersed from the West Sea to all corners of the world. In less than half a day, The entire globe would be privy to the disgrace of our navy. Do you truly believe this is a case of merit outweighing the fault? Sengoku, incensed, slammed his hand on the table, unleashing a torrent of furious expletives. What? 10%? The other generals gasped in shock, their eyes wide as they turned towards the once lethargic Kizaru, who had now narrowed his eyes, sensing the gravity of the situation. They had already felt the seriousness of the matter, yet never did they anticipate that the personnel of the West Sea Navy would plummet by 10% in mere minutes. What does this signify? Rob, you rascal, Kizaru murmured with a bitter smile, knowing that a storm was brewing on the horizon. This is merely the West Sea. After all this time in the Navy, do you not understand how numerous pirate factions have emerged? Have you forgotten about Rear Admiral Drake? Sengoku's furious words resonated in the ears of the assembled officers. Drake? The previously relaxed Kizaru now appeared solemn. Recalling the words he had uttered when he had let Drake go, the deeper one delves into the truth, the greater the despair. If merely Drake's understanding of the situation led to his departure, what waves would Rob's case incite? How many naval leaders would seek to comprehend the truth, only to be met with despair? Do you know what orders that bunch of bastards in the government have issued to me? Sengoku seethed. They demanded that I execute this Lieutenant Rob immediately, and you dare to suggest a promotion? Are you asking me to slap the government's face? Sengoku glared at the long table, feeling as though those old bastards were making his life difficult. Damn it, those bastards. Admiral Squirrel immediately stood up, joining Sengoku in his wrath. If you insist on executing Lieutenant Rob at once, I shall resign immediately. How can I expect my subordinates to trust me? I simply cannot do it. Indeed, Admiral Squirrel is correct. Such an action would shatter the hearts of all our troops, Commander. At that point, it would not just be a 10% reduction. What would the world think of our Navy? Stahleberg also rose, expressing his dismay. To execute such a remarkably talented young lieutenant is absolutely unacceptable. Do I wish to execute such a lieutenant? Alas. Warring States glanced helplessly at the others, filled with regret for having taken on the role of commander. That wretched Carp had returned home to visit his grandchildren, leaving him to deal with the mess alone. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Shinji, the troops you brought with you are under your command. Please offer your insights. Warring States looked towards Qingji with a hint of desperation, as he was truly at a loss. If only there were a prominent general to support him, perhaps they could navigate the challenges posed by the government. Seeing this, Qingji nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the various vice admirals. With a grave tone, he began. As you all have pointed out, Major Rob cannot be executed under any circumstances. However, due to the pressures from the government, we cannot promote him either. I have a suggestion. Pausing for effect, he continued when he saw no objections from the crowd. While we may be unable to promote him directly, we can adopt a more subtle approach. With a look of determination, Qingji produced several bounty notices in the midst of the puzzled glances from the others. These are the pirates I have identified from the South Sea and North Sea. We can send Major Rob to eliminate the pirates listed here, and upon his success, we shall elevate him to the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters based on his achievements in the West Sea. The vice admirals were taken aback at the sight of the bounty notices in Qingji's hand. The names were unmistakable. South Sea, Eustace Kidd, bounty, 250 million berries. North Sea, Magician Basil Hawkins, bounty, 200 million berries. Red Flag X Drake, bounty, 180 million berries. And the Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law, bounty, 150 million berries. Indeed, these pirates are currently very active in the South and North Seas, brimming with potential, and even ordinary vice admirals would find them formidable. Everyone knew that Drake was once a vice admiral himself. Qingji squinted his eyes, gravely remarking that although he considered these pirates to be insignificant, they were formidable foes in the eyes of the Four Seas and would pose a considerable challenge even in the first half of the Grand Line. Chapter 70. A gamble. By framing this mission as achievements for the next assignment, we can placate most of the soldiers. Furthermore, not promoting Major Rob can be justified as a form of punishment. After all, these pirates are not adversaries that Major Rob could possibly deal with in such a short period. It could even lead the government to believe that we are sending him to his demise. With the backing of myself and the commander, we can navigate through this incident. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd brightened. Indeed, Major Rob is merely a major, although he had dealt with the bounty of 100 million on Capone Beach. These pirates are on an entirely different level, providing the government with the illusion that they are imposing a subtle punishment. However, the question remains, can Major Rob handle these pirates? A certain vice admiral expressed his concerns, stating that these were formidable pirates. And given the current circumstances where the admirals were preoccupied with safeguarding the New World, the remaining naval forces were utterly incapable of managing such individuals. Do not worry. There is no time constraint. Once he matures, everything will be fine, Shinji reassured the assembly. Very well, let us proceed with this course of action. Sengoku nodded, his gaze intensifying with resolve. Dismissed. Soon, the vice admirals departed as commanded. Meanwhile, amidst the tumultuous waves outside, Rob and his comrades were busy tidying up the aftermath on Tory Island. Captain, do you think this will suffice? Red inquired, dusting off his hands and stepping forward, pointing ahead with a cheerful grin. You, my friend, this will do. Let us move on. As Rob beheld the scene before him, a twitch escaped the corner of his mouth. It appeared that scoundrel, Red, had, much like he did with the binding of Capone, tied together all of Mozitera's subordinates with a single massive rope. At that moment, a solitary medium-sized warship was tethered at its stern with dozens of enormous ropes, each connecting hundreds of pirates, languishing in the depths of the sea. Finally, it was done. Little Rob, when we reach Bay Island, I wish to purchase a new outfit. And you must take me to the rainbow sky at dawn, Perona exclaimed excitedly in Rob's ear. All right, no problem at all, he responded. Rob reluctantly acquiesced, and then led the group aboard the warship. Time passed swiftly. After taking a refreshing bath upon boarding, Rob commenced his daily regimen of training. Today, with added effort, he should be able to transcend to the 5th tier of martial arts. Rob, drenched in sweat, gazed intently, aware that he was merely a few points shy of the energy threshold required to transcend to the 5th tier of physical prowess. At that moment, he would possess the physical attributes akin to that of a humanoid form of Lucy. Once more, Rob felt a wave of intense soreness coursing through his body. Under the influence of a peculiar energy, he was attempting a series of simple push-ups, yet the muscles in his arms trembled. Little Rob, you've been working out for quite a while today, remarked Perona, who had just emerged from the cabin after a refreshing shower, carrying 2 glasses of iced beverages. Upon seeing Rob still drenched in sweat, she expressed her curiosity. Here, have some lemon honey water. It should be sufficiently tangy this time. With her bright eyes sparkling, she cheerfully extended the glass of lemonade towards Rob. Thank you. Rob took the drink without a second thought and downed it in one gulp. Instantly, his expression changed dramatically, contorting in discomfort. A wave of intense sourness surged from his tongue, swiftly permeating his palate, as if amplifying the soreness of his already aching muscles. How's that for sourness? I made you fresh lemon juice, Perona remarked, unable to suppress her laughter upon witnessing Rob's reaction. It dawned on her that the young man had been playfully teasing her all along. That's enough. I need to take a break. Rob quickly conceded defeat and lay on the deck like a lifeless fish, gasping for breath. Little Rob, if you can complete 50 more sets, I shall reward you. What do you say? Perona observed the scene and couldn't help but chuckle. She had inquired about Rob's unique training method during the past few days and was aware that he typically paused at this point. 50 sets? Are you jesting? Rob tilted his head, casting a frustrated glance at Perona, who was seated comfortably. He mused that not merely 50 sets, but even a mere 10 more would suffice for him to transcend to the 5th tier. Without a challenge, how could one truly surpass oneself, right? If you complete this, I shall grant you a single wish, regardless of its nature, he proposed. However, should you fail, you must agree to one condition of my choosing. What say you? Perona, with her large, twinkling eyes, beamed at Rob, fully aware that he would likely falter on the 50 sets, thus securing a promise from him. Very well, it is settled. Upon witnessing this, Rob's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly acquiesced. So straightforward. You, Perona, upon hearing his words, felt her smile freeze upon her face. Staring blankly at Rob. You said it, and you cannot go back on your word. Rob repeatedly confirmed. Who would go back on their word? I refuse to believe that you can still manage 50 sets. Upon hearing this, Perona pouted slightly, defiantly retorting, all right. Upon witnessing this, Rob immediately ceased his practice of the light training method within his consciousness. In that fleeting moment, a formidable force surged forth from his limbs and bones, enveloping his entire being. Rob felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body as he gazed at Perona with a playful smile, saying, watch closely, little Pepe. With that, Rob sprang into action. Without the aid of the system's extraordinary energy, he seemed to transform into a different person entirely. Push-ups, sprints, squats, and sit-ups. All these exercises, before a Rob on the brink of attaining the 5th tier of physical prowess, were effortlessly completed in 50 sets. Even 500 sets would feel delightfully simple. What about you? Perona stared in astonishment as Rob executed the routines with machine-like fervor, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Phew, that was indeed a bit tiring. I'm done now. What do you say? You've lost? Haven to you? After Rob completed a lap around the deck, he dusted himself off and cast a cheerful glance at the bewildered Perona, surprised that this young girl had delivered the goods right to his doorstep. How could she possibly know that this exercise regimen was devised by the system? Haha, you must have cheated, Perona exclaimed, exasperated by Rob's smug expression. Cheated? How could I have cheated? Is my form not up to standard? Or do you think I've been using performance enhancers? Rob gazed intently at Perona's flushed countenance, tilting his head in confusion. However, you clearly. Perona wished to contest his assertion, yet found herself at a loss for words, ultimately resorting to an exasperated huff. Humph, very well. I concede defeat. Speak, what is it that you wish me to promise? Truly, anything at all? A glimmer of a mischievous smile flickered in Rob's eyes as he gazed at Perona's graceful figure with a smirk. Humph. This princess always keeps her promises. Perona puffed out her voluptuous bosom, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she held her ground. Upon witnessing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that the young lady would waver, yet she exhibited such audacity and resolve. Chapter 71. The Return Voyage. What? Do you think this princess is the sort to renege on a wager? How dare you? Perona exclaimed furiously, her anger flaring at Rob's stunned expression. As the ghost princess, she was certainly not one to make empty promises. Very well, however, I have yet to fully contemplate my decision. I shall inform you once I have gathered my thoughts, for I cannot afford to squander such a precious opportunity. Rob glanced at Perona and quickly said, although he held a certain affection for her, he was reluctant to achieve his aims through such a wager. Wouldn't that make him a beast? He preferred to be a man who had erred rather than one who resorted to such base tactics. Very well, let me know when you have made up your mind, he added. Perona, upon hearing this, promptly replied, though she had prepared herself somewhat. As a young lady, she still felt a tinge of shyness. I will go prepare your lunch, humph. You can train at your own pace, you smelly Rob. With that, Perona hurriedly dashed into the cabin. Wasn't it still early for lunch? Upon hearing this, Rob glanced at the sun that had just emerged from the sea and pondered with a hint of perplexity. Nevertheless, he resolved to continue his training, striving to achieve a breakthrough to the 5th tier today. Upon concluding his remarks, Rob commenced his training anew. With the augmentation of the system's unique energy, a profound sensation of soreness enveloped his entire being once again. Why must martial arts and the mastery of hockey solely rely on the cultivation of light? This truly exhausts me. Rob gasped for breath, beads of sweat dripping rhythmically onto the deck. After approximately an hour and a half, through his intermittent efforts, he finally amassed enough energy to step into the 5th tier. With a mere thought, he channeled all his remaining energy, exactly 2,000, into his physical prowess. Instantly, a surge of formidable strength coursed through his body, magnifying his capabilities several-fold. In that moment, he had attained the terrifying physicality of the Lichiman form, surpassing even the strength of a pre-second gear Luffy. If the 5th tier possessed such formidable power, one could only wonder what heights he would reach upon awakening the mind fruit at the 6th tier. Rob opened his tightly shut eyes, feeling the immense power coursing through his body, and he couldn't help but yearn for more. It seemed imperative to hunt down other pirates swiftly. As he gazed at the character panel within his consciousness, he murmured to himself, noting that his proficiency with the thought fruit had reached 2,300. With an additional 1,000 plus 200 points of devil value, contributed respectively by Capone, Beej, and Enbire, his total would amount to 3,500 points. The Sharingan remained at level 1. Untouched, still a single tomo. His observation haki and armament haki both stood at 100 points, sufficient for the 3rd stage. While advancing to the 6th tier of martial arts would require an additional 3,000 points, totaling 5,000 to achieve that goal. It appeared daunting, yet in reality, as Rob's martial prowess increased, the energy he acquired daily was also soaring. Based on his estimations, he might reach the 6th tier of martial arts in less than 3 months. Most importantly, how could he awaken this conqueror's haki? It was quite vexing. Rob looked at the final condition with a sense of helplessness. The awakening of the Overlord's color haki offered no hints, which was indeed troublesome. He decided to set it aside for the moment. If all else failed, he would first develop the Sharingan, as it imposed no restrictions. After all, he needed to swiftly hunt down pirates. Once the Sharingan evolved into the Manjiki, with the power of Susanoo at his disposal, He could seize the opportunity to eliminate the crocodile fellow. Thus, the task of acquiring the power of a king could be postponed, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful retirement within the Navy, indulging in romantic pursuits. Life should be pleasant. The endless cycle of violence held little appeal. Rob has meticulously arranged his future life, and once everything is settled, as for the main quest, there is no time constraint, so there is no need for haste. Just then, let hurriedly approach with a phone bug in hand. "Boss, it's Major Andrew." Rob composed himself and picked up the phone, saying, "Hello, what's the matter?" "Andrew? Brother Rob, when will you return? You have no idea how chaotic things have become out here," came Andrew's voice, tinged with exasperation. "Oh, pray tell," Rob replied. Upon hearing this, Rob narrowed his eyes. "Alas, you are unaware that as soon as our live broadcast concluded, within mere minutes, the strength of the Western Sea Navy diminished by 10%, and it currently stands at approximately 15%. It seems the entire world is now aware of the situation you have orchestrated. Just moments ago, the Naval Headquarters issued a list revealing that the number of naval officers and generals dismissed has reached as many as 5,000, including those from the 4 seas and the main headquarters, all implicated in corruption and malfeasance." Andrew sighed wryly. "This time, we have truly stirred a considerable tempest, my friend. You have now become a prominent figure within the Navy." Upon hearing this, Rob's pupils constricted sharply. Although he had anticipated that the situation would be grave, he had not expected it to be so terrifying, as the news had spread throughout the entire army. He couldn't help but realize that this was a live broadcast across the entire West Sea, rather than merely from a single island. "And what about you, Rob?" Upon discerning the words of Andre, could not help but inquire, "I am faring well, especially since I did not appear on the live broadcast. I am uncertain why the focus did not fall upon me. Moreover, I have been unexpectedly promoted to colonel for my revelation regarding Embryo. What on earth? And what about my situation? I remain in the dark, though I have heard that discussions regarding your predicament are still underway at the top. The entire army is now fixated on this matter. You ought to return promptly." Andrew offered a wry smile, astonished that he had not faced any penalties and had received a promotion instead. "Very well, I shall arrive at Gulf Island by midnight tonight. We shall discuss this further then." Rob hung up the phone without much concern. After all, Andrew, his accomplice, had been promoted. Even if he caused a minor stir, it should not lead to any significant trouble. "Boss, what's wrong?" Red asked curiously from the side. "Your boss has become a star." "Wow, is it really that impressive?" Red's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just then, the cabin was filled once again with the sound of a buzzing phone. "Little Rob, whose call is this?" "I haven't seen you use it before," Perona inquired, stepping out with a phone bug adorned with an eye mask, her expression filled with curiosity. "Admiral." Rhett stuttered upon seeing the phone bug, his outstretched finger trembling uncontrollably. "Huh, Admiral?" Perona's hand nearly slipped, almost dropping the phone bug, as she recalled her previous encounter with Qingji. The overwhelming pressure he exuded had even rendered the formidable Moria, one of the 7 warlords, submissive. Has Qingji been stirred? Rob stared at the telephone bug before him, somewhat astonished. He had an inkling that this call was somehow related to the events of the morning at the West Sea. "Hello, is this Rob?" As soon as Rob received the call, a youthful yet somewhat grave voice resonated, sending a chill coursing down his spine. He realized that this time, the tone was devoid of its usual languidness. "It is I, the General." Chapter 72. Provocation. Tomorrow morning, you are to depart from the West Sea without delay. Headquarters has issued new orders for you. Your mission is to eliminate Kidd from the South Sea, Basil Hawkins from the North Sea, X Drake, and Trafalgar Law. The serious voice of Qingji emanated from the transponder snail. "Is this the punishment assigned to me?" Rob's lips pressed together, his gaze grew somber, and his fists clenched tightly in his grasp. At this moment, a fierce fire burned within him. He had not anticipated that after suppressing the West Sea and justly eliminating the Navy's troublesome pests, he would receive no reward. Instead, he was ordered to eradicate those troublesome pirates. Indeed, this was a directive from headquarters, and dissent would result in a death sentence. "Very well." Rob's teeth chattered ominously, producing a low and dreadful sound. "However, upon the successful completion of this mission, you shall return to the naval headquarters at Marin Van Dorn as a Major General, which serves as a form of recompense for your endeavors." "Very well, understood." After Rob finished speaking, he abruptly ended Qingji's call. This young man. Qingji gazed at the disconnected phone, offering a wry smile. Anyone in his position would feel enraged. "What's wrong, Charua?" Perona inquired, noticing Rob's furious demeanor. "I've received a punishment from above, I must set off for the West Sea first thing tomorrow. Rob stared coldly at the phone bug in his hand. Punishment? Surely not. Rhett looked at Rob in shock. They had accomplished a significant feat, and not only were there no rewards, but now they faced potential repercussions. Indeed, the matter had escalated beyond my expectations. Although I had anticipated that my actions would yield some consequences, I had underestimated the situation. Who could have imagined that I would incite the wrath of the world government? Prepare yourself, Rhett. Our forthcoming adversaries will not be easily subdued. Little Rob, let us embrace the life of pirates. This naval existence is far too stifling. Perona expressed her indignation, clearly frustrated that her desire to linger on Bay Island was once again thwarted. No, I have made a promise to someone. A fleeting figure shimmered in Rob's eyes. Promise me, when we meet next, you shall still be a righteous Navy officer. The delicate voice reverberated in his mind. Meanwhile, a series of actions from the naval headquarters stirred a considerable uproar across the seas, particularly regarding Rob's disposition. In the West Sea, on Bay Island, many were perplexed. Why was Major Rob about to depart? The islanders had developed deep respect for him, having once been saved by his valor. Was this not a summons to his demise? Confronting those four formidable foes? Within a tavern, some detained Navy personnel, angered, brandished bounty posters, and cursed vehemently. In the East Sea, at Logtown, Colonel Smoker, what is the meaning of this? Tashiji stormed into Smoker's office, clutching a newspaper in fury. It is already quite unfortunate. Smoker sighed, gazing thoughtfully towards the sea. Initially, he had merely grazed the surface of the world government's displeasure, and as a natural fruit user, he was relegated to the East Sea. That Rob had stirred such significant trouble and yet remained alive was a stroke of luck. In the Grand Line, at Dressrosa, Doflamingo fixated on the newspaper in his hands, a sudden chuckle escaping him. Ho ho ho, the Navy has actually preserved that kid. Rob, you must tread carefully. In the new world of the Grand Line, Whitebeard tossed the newspaper to Marco, dismissing it with disinterest. Although many prominent figures ceased to pay attention after the Navy's punitive measures, countless ordinary souls across the seas turned their gaze towards Rob. In the South Sea, on Tesland Island, a place of utter chaos, a haven for bounty hunters and pirates, the most opulent tavern stood at its center. Kid reclined languidly on a majestic sofa, perusing a publication, when a cold laugh escaped his lips. Does he take me for a fool? A mere major dares to eliminate me? Killer, disseminate this message. That Major Rob, should he dare to set foot in the South Sea, shall meet no mercy. A glacial tone emanated from Kid. Understood. Killer, a man of few words, nodded and stepped outside the tavern to make contact. Hee, Captain, that fellow will likely be trembling in fear. The small minions nearby burst into laughter. It was clear that even a major could not rival their captain, let alone a brigadier general. Kid's provocation swiftly spread through social networks, creating quite a stir. In the North Sea, upon 3 islands, Trafalgar Law, Hawkins, and Drake observed Kid's remarks in the newspapers, opting for silence. Since Kid was so audacious, they decided to let him test that fellow's strength. As the news gradually simmered, night fell. In the West Sea, at Bay Island, although night had descended, the island was aglow, bustling with countless individuals meandering the streets, their anxious gazes fixed upon the sea, awaiting their savior, Major Rob. Through the news, they learned that Major Rob would depart from the West Sea the following morning, leaving them uncertain if he would ever return to Bay Island. This chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. At last, as the lighthouse's beam swept across the ocean once more, a medium-sized warship emerged before the eyes of the crowd. The moment the warship appeared, the entire island erupted in excitement, the news racing through the throngs of people who were previously loitering in the streets. Now surged towards the port. Boss, why are there so many people? Should we go in? On board, Rate spotted the multitude on Bay Island from afar. The lights too dazzling to ignore. Let us move closer. Upon witnessing the scene, a smile inevitably graced Rob's face, regardless of whether the world government acknowledged his actions. The populace certainly did. Soon, Rob's warship docked at the harbor of Bay Island, where he remained awake throughout the night, buoyed by the enthusiasm of the crowd. Moreover, Perona's desires were fulfilled, as all the shops remained open throughout the night. She indulged in hairstyling and shopping, enhancing her beauty and allure. Little Rob, you must come to Bay Island next year, the rejuvenated Perona declared, gazing resolutely at the softly glowing sky. Absolutely, no problem. Rob smiled in agreement. For they had just learned from the townsfolk that the island's vibrant clouds appeared only once a year, with the date being remarkably precise. Thus, they would have to await the next occurrence. Boss, We have procured the ingredients as per Sister Rona's specifications, but are we truly meant to contend with these four? Rhett trembled as he clutched the newspaper, disbelief evident in his expression. Indeed, did I not inform you this morning that our forthcoming adversaries are far from ordinary? Rob replied. It is not merely a matter of being extraordinary. Rhett nearly wept, the bounty inscribed upon the paper nearly sending him into a state of panic. Chapter 73. Journey to the South Sea. Rhett, are you truly so frightened by those four? Perona inquired, snatching the newspaper from Rhett's grasp. Rob, you cannot be serious. Perona's voice quivered, for one of the pirates' bounties nearly rivaled that of Moonlight Moria, a staggering 250 million berries. Indeed, this is the caliber of our upcoming foes. Roberts also grew solemn. Although these individuals were all supernovas, they far surpassed Kapembe. Boss, shall we venture to the North Sea or the South Sea next? Rhett lamented, feeling the weight of following such a leader, constantly dancing on the edge of a blade. Let us head to the South Sea. There, we need only contend with a single pirate faction. Rob pondered for a moment and remarked, while it is evident that Kidd boasts the highest bounty, it is somewhat inflated due to his excessive brutality. Moreover, the pirate factions in the North Sea are exceedingly chaotic. And that fellow, Law, is quite a formidable adversary. And for years, he will ascend to become a new warlord of the sea. Boss, please reconsider. Perhaps we should venture to the North Sea instead. Ray trembled with apprehension. Oh, what troubles you? Rob was perplexed. Kidd from the South China Sea proclaimed that the moment we set foot in the South China Sea, you would annihilate us. With trembling hands, Rhett handed the newspaper to Rob. What? Rob's gaze fell upon a striking headline in the newspaper, his pupils dilating in shock. I must go to the South Sea. The choice is no longer mine. Why? Rhett was left bewildered. Rob clenched the newspaper tightly in his hand and declared resolutely, the navies across the seas are all watching me. If I do not go, the world government will find another excuse. Rest assured, we shall not perish. Rob felt a tremendous power coursing through his body, and a sense of confidence surged within him. He was now eager to discover the extent of his strength. Kidd, you shall await me. Time, like sand, slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, the rising sun emerged from the horizon. After imprisoning Mositra and Cap'n Becky, Rob bid farewell to his companions and set sail once more. Andrew, please escort these pirates to the underwater prison. I shall not accompany you, as I am headed directly to the South Sea. Rob contacted Andrew, for most notorious pirates are destined for the underwater prison, a fate far more dreadful than death itself. So urgent? You must be aware of how formidable Kidd in the South Sea is, a bounty of 2.5 billion berries is no jest, Andrew expressed with concern. There is no choice. Had I not been provoked by that fellow, I could afford to take my time. Moreover, let us not forget that I am not without my own strength. Rob chuckled, declaring that his physical prowess was now comparable to that of a humanoid Luce. Although his fruit abilities were still some distance from awakening, they were by no means lacking. Moreover, he had mastered the dual haki and the Sharingan. Well, do not fret. Instead, prepare some fine wine and await my triumphant return in Marineford. By then, I shall have achieved the rank of Rear Admiral. You certainly speak boldly. Andrew replied with a grin. Rest assured, I will procure the finest wines from the West Sea. Just be cautious on your journey. Ensure nothing untoward occurs along the way. Fear not, for the headquarters of the great pirate will dispatch personnel for protection. As for you, do not find yourself in peril upon reaching the South Sea. Otherwise, I shall be left to savor the wine alone. Very well, let it be settled thus. Rob chuckled wryly before ending the call. South China Sea, Naval Headquarters. 2 weeks later, Rob's warship finally arrived in this maritime region. Have we arrived? Rob stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant majestic buildings, murmuring to himself. After 2 weeks of rigorous training, his physical prowess had seen a notable enhancement. Additionally, the minor pirates encountered along the way had contributed approximately 100 points to his devil value, which now reached an impressive total of 1,300 points. Ahead lay the figure of Major Rob. At that moment, a resounding noise emanated from the naval base, startling Rob and his companions. Soon, they beheld a solitary warship approaching them from the port of the naval base. Major Rob, I apologize for the lack of proper reception. I hope for your understanding. As the warship drew near, a man clad in a coat of justice appeared. You must be Colonel Eru, I presume? Rob looked at the robust man at the bow of the ship, his suspicion growing, for the colonel before him bore some discrepancies from the image he had received. Although Colonel Eru's features were indeed reminiscent of those in the photograph, he was now missing an arm. Arrow perceived Rob's bewilderment and signaled his subordinate to bring the ship closer before boarding Rob's warship. Indeed, I am Colonel Arrow, he confessed, to be candid. A major general was dispatched by headquarters not long ago to the South China Sea. However, during that battle, the general was slain by Kid, and I lost an arm in the process. Arrow bitterly covered his empty sleeve, fully aware of the challenge it was for headquarters to send even a single major general. At that moment, Rhett, standing nearby, gasped in shock, a chill running down his spine as he began to understand why Kid dared to provoke so audaciously. Where have all the warships in this port gone? Rhett could not help but inquire. Alas, there are far too many pirates in the South China Sea. It is exceedingly difficult for the port to retain even a few warships. They are all out at sea, Arrow replied, clenching his fists tightly before helplessly releasing them, his gaze dimming with despair. Just then, the denizens of Ares' phone bug erupted into frantic ringing. Colonel, Kira is about to land on Trislan Island. The populace there cannot be evacuated. We request assistance. We request assistance. The panic-laden voice emanating from the phone bug sent a shiver through the crowd. Concentrate all efforts on safeguarding the evacuation of the citizens. Recall every warship we have, as many as possible, prioritizing women, children, and the elderly. Do you understand? Arrow bellowed angrily into the phone bug. Colonel, how much support can we muster? If we have 3 warships, we can surely evacuate a substantial portion of the populace. Upon hearing this, Colonel Arrow cast a forlorn glance at the empty port and replied despondently, there is no support. What? Colonel, we have at least 2 ships, right? 2 is sufficient. We cannot afford to be without support. None, Arrow said helplessly, his tone plunging the phone bug into silence, followed by a sorrowful voice. Understood, Colonel. Trislan Island, is it? Hold on. You must delay them. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Rob snatched the communicator from Arrow's grasp, exclaiming loudly, is it true? A voice filled with astonishment emanated from the device. It was none other than the former West Sea Navy Major, Rob, coming to the rescue. Rob fixed his gaze upon the telephone bug, articulating each word with precision. You must delay them. Understood, as long as I remain standing. A resonant voice struck a chord within the hearts of those present, and shortly thereafter, the call was terminated. Colonel Arrow, how far is it to Trislan Island? 1 hour to the north, Arrow responded hastily. Rhett, you stay here. Little Pepe, come with me. With that proclamation, Rob took to the skies with Perona, soaring rapidly northward under the astonished gaze of Colonel Arrow. Chapter 74, The Battle of Kira. Boom. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. Have they already begun to fight? Rob gazed intently at the island ahead, which was no larger than a clenched fist, faint flickers of fire dancing above it. Sharingan, single Tomo, activate. With a hushed command from Rob, a vivid crimson hue radiated from the depths of his eyes, followed by an overwhelming surge of psychic energy emanating from his being. Whoosh. The ferocious force of his psychic energy surged forth, propelling Rob to the zenith of his speed, slicing through the air. The island loomed larger before him, the scenery becoming increasingly vivid. At the harbor, he discerned a dozen colossal pirate ships bobbing amidst the waves, each ablaze with fierce flames. Black cannonballs erupted from the frigid barrels, streaking across the sky amidst showers of sparks, relentlessly pummeling the island. Boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions reverberated, as countless shards of stone rained mercilessly in all directions. The air was thick with piercing screams, as throngs of terrified civilians surged away from the harbor. There lay the Navy's scant 3 warships, into which the panicked masses poured. Surprisingly, only a handful of Navy personnel were present to maintain a semblance of order amidst the chaos. While the majority of sailors and island men hastily transported munitions and weaponry from the ships, clearing space for provisions and those seeking refuge. Boom. Soon enough, the pirate ships docked at the shore, and a tremendous blaze erupted from the island as hundreds of cannonballs were unleashed. It became evident that the Navy had opted to forego a counterattack, choosing instead to reserve their ammunition for the island's cannons, waiting for the pirates to make landfall. Clang. Just then, Rob spotted a figure leaping from one of the ships, a brilliant flash of blade light flickering across the sky. Instantly, a look of horror spread across the faces of the Navy, for the cannonball soaring through the air inexplicably split in 2, veering off course and plunging into the vast sea. Boom. Amidst the rising flames, a masked figure wielding twin curved blades emerged. Charge, my brothers. Annihilate these wretched Navy scum. Charge. A voice bellowed, igniting a thunderous roar from behind the figure, as countless pirates leaped from their ships, recklessly surging onto the island. Kira. A name that resonated in Rob's mind, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Damn it. Pirates, perish. At that moment, a swarm of Navy soldiers rushed towards the pirates, resolute in their determination to thwart their advance onto the island. The two torrents of chaos surged forth like wild stallions across the expansive harbor. Kneel before me. A thunderous roar reverberated through the sky, prompting the crowd to glance upward, whereupon a multitude of pirates felt an immense gravitational force, as if mountains were pressing down upon them. Thud, thud, thud. The ominous sound echoed as several hundred pirates at the forefront were unceremoniously pinned to the ground by Major Rob's telekinetic power. Is that Major Rob? Countless sailors stared in astonishment at the man above, uncertain as he had his back turned to them. Just as Rob was about to turn around, a palpable wave of murderous intent sliced through the air. Kira, a familiar figure, materialized in his vision. In that fleeting moment, a cold curved blade surged forth, aimed at his throat. How swift! A flicker of horror flashed through Rob's pupils as he sensed the chilling aura emanating from the curved blade. In an instant, his mind surged with a powerful thought. His body inexplicably shifted backward, narrowly evading the razor-sharp edge that grazed his throat. This is not good. In the very next moment, Rob beheld Kira's other curved dagger hurtling towards him. Armed with an aura of resolve, he struck with a forceful punch, deflecting the dagger with a resounding clang of metal. The momentum sent Kira crashing to the ground, revealing that this adversary was indeed formidable, exhibiting astonishing speed. Rob stared at the bloodstains on his fists, his eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, a creature worth 1,000 evil points is not so easily vanquished. The incident with Capone Beach was merely an unfortunate mishap, a consequence of my own miscalculations at sea. Little Rob, do you require my assistance? At that moment, Perona floated down from the sky, her charming umbrella in hand. Not for the time being. Rob shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the distant killer, his entire being poised with vigilance. For Eustace Kidd had yet to reveal himself. Oh, very well, but these lackeys are mine, Perona declared, pouting as she extended her hands. Negative spirit. At her command, two phantoms emerged from her form, sweeping forth, and wherever they passed, the pirates fell to their knees, overwhelmed with despair. Mama, Mama, I want to go home. Mama, Mama. It's so frightening outside. I don't want to be a pirate anymore. Woe is me. There's no future in piracy. Please, don't kill me. I will give you all my money. In an instant, the once ferocious pirates had transformed into pitiful, dejected beings, devoid of any will to resist. The naval officers, upon witnessing Perona, felt a surge of hope, recalling recent newspaper reports. It's Lieutenant Rob and his crew. Yet, doubts crept in. Could they truly claim victory? Their opponent was Killer, the foremost assassin under Kidd. The officers' bright eyes dimmed, for although Rob had vanquished the notorious Capone Beach with a bounty of 100 million, Killer's bounty of 120 million loomed larger, surpassing Beach's by 20 million. As for Perona, Killer furrowed his brow, casting a serious glance at the girl beside Rob. As Kidd's top assassin, he was aware of the 7 warlords of the sea, and had indeed heard of Perona, a subordinate of Gecko Moria. Her visage had graced the pages of the newspapers. Killer tightened his grip on his curved blade, a bead of cold sweat trickling into his palm. One could not afford to underestimate a subordinate of a warlord. Moreover, that lieutenant was formidable in his own right. I merely need to stall for another 10 minutes until Lord Kidd arrives. Killer calmly assessed the situation, formulating his strategy for the impending battle. One could not deny his competence as an assassin. What was this fellow contemplating? Rob stared intently at Kira in the distance, obscured by a mask, unable to discern the expression that lay beneath. However, with Kidd absent, it was the perfect opportunity to claim your life. Chapter 75, The Opening of the Double Tomo. A cold glint flickered in Rob's eyes as he had quietly surveyed his surroundings moments before. Under the scrutiny of his Sharingan, Kidd was undoubtedly absent from the vicinity. He was well aware that delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. Bang! With a powerful leap, Rob propelled himself like an arrow towards Kira, harnessing the force of his own momentum. Come forth, sword. As the words fell, a sharp blade seemed to possess a life of its own, soaring into Rob's grasp in an instant, much to the astonishment of onlookers. In a flash of brilliant steel, Rob swung his sword downwards towards Kira. Clumsy technique, Kira observed, a flicker of disdain crossing his cold gaze. With a swift motion, he drew forth a razor-sharp curved blade. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed. And in that moment, Rob felt an overwhelming force surge through his hands. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a faint cracking sound pierced Rob's consciousness. This is not good. Under the watchful gaze of the Sharingan, Rob noticed fine fissures appearing along the blade's edge. Whoosh! At that moment, with unparalleled finesse, Kira unleashed another curved blade that sliced through the air, hurtling towards Rob with alarming speed. Clang! Accompanied by a shrill collision, Rob's sword shattered in his grip. Rob! Perona! Observing from the sidelines, cried out in alarm. Perish! A frenzied glint ignited in Kira's eyes as he exerted even greater force. The curved blade poised to strike Rob without relent. Do not think it will be so simple. Upon witnessing this, Rob's Sharingan began to spin wildly, as if time itself had slowed to a crawl. In that moment, a minute flow revealed itself. With the force of his telekinesis, Rob's legs eerily lifted off the ground, causing his body to lie horizontally. At that instant, the sharp curved blade swept across his chest. Take me down. Rob looked coldly at the curved blade below him, and with a thunderous shout, he struck the back of the knife with his left hand. Bang! A tremendous force caused Kira's hand to be pulled downward, even as his entire body followed suit and began to topple. Just as Rob was about to make his next move, he unexpectedly discovered that Kira's other curved blade had, propelled by inertia, swept towards him, rendering him unable to act. Sword cage. Upon witnessing this, Rob soared into the air under the influence of his telekinetic powers, causing countless blades on the ground to emit a resonant clinking sound. Whoosh! In the next instant, a multitude of exquisite swords sliced through the air, hurtling towards Kira with great velocity, enveloping him like a cage. Steadying himself, Kira regarded the numerous sharp blades with a disdainful snort, his arm muscles swelling dramatically, veins protruding. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the symphony of metallic sounds, onlookers beheld Kira's two curved blades glinting in the air, as countless daggers were severed and sent flying away from him. Fall back! Perona called out urgently to the naval personnel below. How terrifying! The soldiers gazed in horror at the blades embedded around them, their faces betraying their fear. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Major Rob, they would surely have been slaughtered by Kira like mere animals. No, we cannot launch a surprise attack on him. Rob relied on his observation haki and Sharingan, deftly evading the sword blades that were launched towards him. Bang! At that moment, Kira suddenly lunged forward, breaking free from the sword cage, and charged at Rob with a fierce strike. Whoosh! The brilliant blade light sliced through the air, becoming even more ferocious than before. It was astonishingly swift. Rob stared intently at the descending sword, his mental prowess utterly incapable of restraining such colossal force. Despite his utmost efforts to suppress it, the blade's velocity remained terrifyingly swift. Under the influence of divine speed, Rob still felt a faint sting upon his skin, a reminder of the wounds he had sustained. This is bad, Major Rob. The naval officers exchanged worried glances, acutely aware that the tide of battle was turning against him. Little Rob. Perona clenched her delicate fists, her anxious gaze fixed on Rob, her ethereal spirit yearning to intervene. No, his speed is too overwhelming. In this situation, I am utterly unable to counterattack. Rob stared at the relentless blades. Acutely aware of his predicament, he resolved to no longer procrastinate, recognizing that his stamina could not be squandered here, as the enemy had yet to fully reveal themselves. He dared not gamble on the whereabouts or timing of Kid's appearance. He had to prepare for the worst. With 500 demonic points allocated to the Sharingan, Rob's consciousness stirred, causing the demonic point balance on his character panel to dramatically shift from 1300 to 800. In that instant, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from the depths of Rob's being. The Sharingan, dual tomo activated. His blood-red eyes began to spin rapidly, while a shadowy small tadpole quietly emerged beside his pupil. Kid's information promptly changed as well, with his demonic points plummeting from 1,000 to a mere half. It was evident just how significant the enhancement of the dual tomo had been, yielding a 30% increase in both fruit abilities and stamina. Rob observed as the blade before him seemed to decelerate, and with a sudden, sharp exclamation, he extended his hand, deftly circumventing the edge of the weapon, and delivered a powerful punch to the opponent's chest. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue savoring the riveting narrative. What transpired? Kira, feeling the abrupt acceleration of the punch, was momentarily taken aback, and in that fleeting instant, the fist struck his chest. Thud, accompanied by a dull sound. A surge of crimson blood erupted from Kira's mouth, and his body crashed to the ground, creating a significant crater. Major Rob, the pirates stood in disbelief, witnessing the astonishing turn of events. Who could have anticipated such a reversal? Thud. With a powerful step, Rob charged once more towards Kira, who lay ensnared in the pit. He was far from the foolish antagonist often portrayed in anime. Seizing the opportunity, he understood the gravity of the moment. Bang! Kira, in the pit. Had no time for contemplation. Clutching his twin curved blades tightly, he leaped forth like a cheetah, rushing towards Rob with his weapons drawn. What clumsy swordsmanship. Rob observed the slowing pace of the blade, recalling Kira's previous critique. He retorted without the slightest hesitation. Kira, witnessing this, became infuriated, causing his swordsmanship to grow somewhat erratic. Armed with the color of observation, upon witnessing this, Rob could not help but curl his lips into a cold smile. He deftly evaded Kira's blade like a specter, his fists, as unyielding as iron, descended upon Kira like a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. With each resounding impact, crimson blood gushed forth, staining the ground. With a crack that echoed through the air, after shattering 7 or 8 ribs, Kira's body could finally withstand no more, his steps becoming increasingly unsteady. Upon witnessing this, Rob unleashed a final, powerful blow, after which his body slumped weakly against Rob's arm. The rhythmic sound of dripping echoed as crimson blood seeped from his body, cascading onto the ground below. "Where's Kid?" Rob fiercely tugged at Kira's sleeve and exclaimed, "Let him go." At that moment, a voice, frigid to the core, echoed from a distance. "Kid?" Rob's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld a colossal pirate ship entering the harbor. At the helm stood the formidable Eustace Kidd, with a devil value of 5,000. A chilling sensation coursed down Rob's spine. Chapter 76. The confrontation with Kidd. Captain Kidd has arrived. We are saved. The band of pirates gazed at Kidd with exhilaration, while the naval forces displayed expressions of dread, for the man who instilled terror in the South Sea had come. "Seems you did not heed my words." Kidd leapt from his ship, landing with a thud, his face contorted with fury as he fixed an intense glare upon Rob. Instantly, a peculiar force began to manifest around him. A faint crackling of electricity seemed to resonate in the air, as a massive magnetic field quietly took shape, drawing countless blades toward Kidd like a maelstrom. Soon, his right arm was ensnared by an array of iron weapons, coalescing into an enormous arm. This South Sea is no place for your arrogance. With a thunderous roar, Kidd's colossal steel arm surged forward, propelled by a fierce gust toward Rob. Upon witnessing this, Rob furrowed his brow, for he realized that the colossal steel arm, due to its immense size, did not possess an exceptionally rapid attack speed. How could it possibly harm him? With a swift invocation of divine flash, his psychic energy surged forth like a tide. With a subtle shift, the formidable arm veered off course. "Quite impressive speed," mused Kidd, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "However, you are not the only one here." A glint of cruelty flickered in his eyes as he observed the giant arm continue its relentless assault towards the group of pirates behind Rob. Everyone flee. The naval officers, acutely aware of their precarious situation, were filled with terror in their eyes as they turned to escape. "This is dire." Rob's pupils constricted sharply as he realized this. The force and speed were such that the Navy had no hope of evading it. Disperse the thoughts of the void. Rob stared intently at the enormous arm, a terrifying psychic force surging forth like a tidal wave, transforming into countless streams of diminutive power. "What?" A look of astonishment flickered in Kidd's eyes as he sensed an immense force emanating from his arm, contending against his magnetic power from all directions. Though it did not rival the strength of his magnetism, it was undeniably remarkable. Remaining demon value, 1,300, all to be invested in the thought fruit. Rob felt the disparity in power and, gritting his teeth, summoned an even greater telekinetic force that surged forth from his limbs like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, the proficiency level of his thought fruit reached an astonishing 3,600 points. Begone! This newfound strength was instantly harnessed by Rob, amplifying the force exerted by his massive arms. With a thunderous sound, the suddenly intensified power caught Kidd off guard, and the weapon affixed to his arm was torn asunder in that fleeting moment, flying in all directions and embedding itself into the ground. "What kind of ability is this?" Kidd was taken aback. It was the first time his magnetic fruit had encountered a force capable of manipulating objects with similar prowess. "Why should I divulge that to you? Are you foolish?" Rob stared solemnly at Kidd, whose demon value had surged dramatically to 4,000 points following the enhancement from his psychic fruit, rendering him exceedingly formidable. "You, scoundrel!" Kidd was momentarily taken aback by Rob's abrupt words, and a wave of anger surged from his gut to his head. "Don't think this gives you the right to be arrogant." With a thunderous roar, furious Kidd stomped the ground, creating a deep crater, and in an instant, he surged forward like a crimson serpent. How swift! As Rob's Sharingan spun wildly, even as he maximized the deceleration of Kidd's speed, it remained astonishingly swift. Bang! A piercing fist sliced through the air, shattering the sound barrier, launching a surprise attack from the corner of Rob's eye. Divine flash? At that moment, just as Rob intended to utilize telekinesis to evade the oncoming blow, he discovered that he was encircled by countless blades. Perish. A hint of madness flickered in Kid's icy gaze, and at the instant he unleashed his fist, he activated the powers of the magnet fruit. Thus, innumerable blades were drawn toward his fist. This is the only way. A resolute glimmer flickered in Rob's eyes as he unleashed his psychic force, forcefully dispersing the oncoming weapons. His armed aura exuded a commanding presence. Simultaneously, he raised his right arm with great urgency, shielding himself. With a thunderous crash, Rob felt an immense power surge through his arm. A sharp crack echoed, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He realized to his dismay that his right arm had been fractured by Kid. This was no ordinary feat, considering his body was that of illusion. The overwhelming force had carved a deep groove into the ground beneath him. Regaining his composure and creating distance, Rob fixed a grave stare upon Kid. Although his right arm remained intact, the sheer ferocity of Kid was unmistakable. Truly, this was a supernova destined to reach 315 million in 2 years. The strength of this individual was astonishing, explaining his ability to wield such colossal iron limbs. Rob silently cursed under his breath. Now that you've lost this power, how can you possibly contend with me? My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as it becomes even more thrilling. Kid burst into laughter, and within a brief moment, he devised a strategy to confront Rob. Little Pepe, assist me. Upon witnessing the situation, Rob turned to Perona beside him and declared with a sense of resignation that he had exhausted all his trump cards, yet remained unable to prevail. He was reluctant to make further attempts. If he were to sustain serious injuries, the possibility of triumph alongside Perona would become uncertain, with but a single life to safeguard. He dared not be reckless, for it was merely a matter of diminishing his demonic value. For him, acquiring demonic value was not exceedingly challenging, as defeating adversaries weaker than himself would still yield such rewards, albeit at the cost of time. Perona, upon hearing his words, felt a chill in her beautiful eyes. She had awaited this moment for far too long. Witnessing Rob's struggles, her fury had already reached its zenith. Negative spirit, she exclaimed, and with that, 2 ghostly figures surged forth from her being, charging towards Kid. Perona? Kid finally noticed among the Navy ranks the presence of the Ghost Princess, a subordinate of Moonlight Moria. How is it that you are mingling with the Navy? Kid recalled the enchanting silhouette he had overlooked in the newspaper. Mind your own business, you ugly wretch. Perona shot an indignant glare at Kid. Had it not been for him, she would have been leisurely sipping iced cola on Bay Island. Humph. Do you really think your ghost can catch up with me? Kid's eyes turned icy. He was well aware of some of Perona's abilities and would not foolishly allow the specter to collide with him. Is that so? At that moment, a chilling voice resonated. Ghosts, accelerate. Rob's cold gaze fixated on Kid, his pupils dilating suddenly as an overwhelming surge of psychic energy erupted forth, enveloping the Phantom. This was his ultimate trump card. The very reason he had previously abducted Perona. Chapter 77, The Terrifying Nature of Rope. The weightlessness of the Phantom is beyond comprehension, under Rob's psychic influence. Its velocity escalated to an unfathomable extent. What? Terror finally flickered in Kid's eyes as he realized he had no time to react. The 2 pristine phantoms surged through his body like lightning. Alas, the fate of pirates is often to be captured by the government. Ultimately, death is inevitable. Whether it arrives early or late makes little difference. In an instant, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the once formidable Kid was reduced to a powerless lamb, ripe for slaughter. This is one of the captivating charms of the devil fruit among pirates. Such unique abilities compel even the likes of Whitebeard to bow and submit. No matter how strong one's will and resolve, they pale in comparison to Perona's prowess. Indeed, even Rorino Azaro, with his ironclad determination, found himself utterly defenseless before her. Kid, I am not alone in this. Upon witnessing this, Rob was filled with immense joy. With a sudden, forceful stomp on the ground, he charged towards Kid. Have you ever experienced a fist the size of a sandbag? Rob rushed before Kid, forcefully stepping down with his right foot, engaging his core, and with his right hand clenched into a fist, summoned a whirlwind of sand from the ground, coalescing around his hand. In an instant, a fist, roughly the size of Kid's head, took form silently. The outside world was far too terrifying. Perhaps it was best to return home. Kid remained dejected, kneeling on the ground, counting the grains of sand, utterly oblivious to the colossal fist hurtling towards him. Bang! Rob's formidable fist collided squarely with Kid's cheek, distorting his face under the immense force. With a resounding crash, Kid was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the pirate ship docked in the harbor. How could this be? That was Captain Kidd. The crew of pirates, initially filled with excitement, were left frozen in disbelief. Unable to comprehend that their captain, who had moments ago been above them, was sent flying by a single punch. Kid? The bloodied killer gazed in shock at the airborne Kid, unable to believe what he witnessed, for even he, a formidable fighter, had willingly submitted to Rob's might. Little Rob, do you see my prowess now? Perona proudly adjusted her posture, having long been relegated to a mere support role behind Rob, unwilling to settle for just being a cook. Hiki, while you are indeed strong, you are no match for me. Rob smiled warmly at Perona, his spirits noticeably lifted. Her abilities indeed complemented his perfectly. Humph. Tonight, we shall feast together. You are not permitted to consume my cooking. Upon hearing this, Perona let out a muffled grunt and turned her head away, for in Rob's presence. Her powers were utterly ineffective. The specters could not touch him, leaving her to rely solely on delectable treats to intimidate him. You scoundrel! Brothers, eliminate that woman. At that moment, Kid, having recovered from being knocked aside, bellowed at the terrified pirates. Yes, if we vanquish that woman, victory will be ours. The pirates, upon hearing this, snapped back to reality, their fierce gazes rekindled. As long as that woman refrained from aiding that man, Captain Kidd would dominate and secure triumph in this battle. Brothers, protect Lady Perona. The astonished Navy personnel were not oblivious to the unfolding situation. They swiftly grasped the gravity of the matter and brandished their weapons, charging towards the pirates. In an instant, the two forces, which had previously stagnated due to Rob's arrival, collided with fervor. Little Pepe, we must swiftly conclude this battle. Rob could not help but glance at the battlefield, unwilling to see the Navy suffer excessive casualties. All right, spirit of negativity. Upon hearing this, Perona nodded and once again extended her hands, causing two pristine white ghosts to emerge from her body. Damn it, Kid, observing from a distance, exclaimed in a mix of fear and anger. Although he possessed formidable physical prowess, his face was still ablaze with pain. With this thought, he hastily sprinted toward the chaotic clash of the two factions, seeking refuge from the onslaught of the ghosts. Damn, this guy isn't just a reckless fool. Upon witnessing this, Rob let out a furious exclamation. He had previously believed that individuals within the pirate world resembled those depicted in manga. For instance, he expected Kid, known for his quick temper, to recklessly charge forward in a fit of rage once more. However, can you truly escape? Ghost, accelerate. With a thunderous shout, Rob unleashed a torrent of formidable psychic energy, causing the previously normal speed specter to suddenly surge forward with an alarming velocity, as if it had consumed some potent stimulant. Damn it, that scoundrel! Kid exclaimed in frustration, for the specter's speed was astonishingly swift, closing the distance in an instant, leaving no time for evasion. Surely, only that wretched monkey could hope to escape. Come here and shield me. Just then, a spark of inspiration ignited in Kid's eyes as he seized one of his subordinates, dragging him in front of himself. This fellow was unexpectedly clever. Rob's pupils abruptly contracted in sheer astonishment as he extended his right hand, gesturing towards the departing specter. Specter, turn. Upon uttering these words, he witnessed the once straight trajectory of the ghost veering sharply to the right, just as it was about to collide with the unsuspecting pirate, ultimately circling behind Kid and launching an assault upon him. Good heavens, it can actually change direction. A profound sense of despair enveloped Kid's terrified gaze as the specter surged into his robust form. In that fleeting moment, he collapsed once more to his knees, his once fearful eyes now devoid of expression, replaced by a deep sense of dejection. Well, why don't you just evade it? Rob immediately stepped forward, his left hand slightly gesturing to one side, causing the pirate in front of Kid to be effortlessly flung away. Come here obediently. Upon uttering these words, Kid's body was drawn towards Rob without any resistance, ensnared by his telekinetic power. I told you to stay away. Rob looked at the approaching Kid, his right hand transforming from an open palm into a clenched fist, which he then forcefully drove into Kid's abdomen. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Kid's body bent into a bow shape, his eyes nearly popping out from the impact. Cough! A stream of crimson blood erupted from Kid's mouth, and the tremendous force sent him flying, crashing into numerous pirates along the way. With a thunderous roar, Kid, along with several pirates, collided with a pirate ship docked at the harbor. Puffed. Another mouthful of rich blood was violently expelled from Kid, and as he felt a series of agonizing cramps in his belly, his gaze became somewhat dazed. He had never felt so thoroughly humiliated in a fight. Chapter 78. Tactical Genius Kid. Damn it. Kid clutched his aching abdomen, struggling to rise to his feet, biting down hard on his lip as he glared fiercely at Perona. That cursed woman. Kid muttered angrily to himself, realizing that despite his superior stamina and speed, he was utterly powerless against Perona, enduring blows without any means of retaliation. What should I do? My subordinates are utterly incapable of handling that woman. Anxiously, Kid surveyed the battlefield, recognizing that he could not confront that duo alone. Damn it. If only I hadn't wasted time humiliating those Navy men on the way here and had come with Killer instead. Kid glanced at Killer, who was incapacitated nearby, filled with regret over their prior plan to attack this island, only to encounter a Navy warship en route. He had foolishly sought to toy with those Navy men, which had led to their unfortunate meeting with Rob. Kid, don't you wish to annihilate me? Rob slowly approached Kid, who was seething with anger, and taunted him. You scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Kid recalled the fierce words he had previously uttered in the newspaper, and his rage could no longer be contained. With a furious roar, he charged at Rob. In an instant, the sky was filled with the crackling sound of electricity as countless weapons were drawn towards Kid's right hand. Damn it, my weapons. Some of the Navy shouted in disbelief, suddenly realizing that an immense force was attempting to wrest their weapons from them. The Navy, upon witnessing this, desperately fought to maintain their grip on their arms. Meet your demise, Navy. The pirates, seeing that all the Navy's strength was directed towards resisting that magnetic force, rejoiced, for the Navy was now wide open to attack, unless they willingly relinquished their weapons. In such a state, the unarmed Navy stood no chance against them, while the pirates still retained their arms, allowing them to easily annihilate the Navy. Disperse. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Rob's pupils constricted as he realized the gravity of the situation. This individual sought to ensnare more naval forces as scapegoats, a scheme he could not acquiesce to. In an instant, a formidable surge of psychic energy erupted from Rob's being, cascading outward like an unstoppable tidal wave. The naval officers quickly discerned that the immense force in their hands had diminished significantly, as if an unseen power had emerged to counterbalance the magnetic pull they were experiencing. At that precise moment, the group of pirates, exhilarated, brandished their cutlasses and charged at the Navy, shouting, "Kill them! Annihilate these naval scum!" Unbeknownst to them, the Navy had regained their composure, no longer resisting the magnetic force. In their fervent assault, they unwittingly exposed their vulnerabilities. Foolish pirates! The naval officers exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with determination, and suddenly they swung their swords with fervor. How can you still wield your weapons? The pirates, startled, gazed in horror at the glimmering blades. With a series of sharp, crisp sounds, the air was punctuated by the swift strikes, and crimson arcs erupted, filling the atmosphere with the pungent scent of blood. Damn it! Kid exclaimed, cursing vehemently. He was acutely aware that Rob's mysterious power was at play once more, rendering him incapable of relying on his comrades. Little Pepe, ghost. Upon witnessing this, Rob let out a cold laugh. No problem, spirit of negativity. Perona, upon hearing his words, cast a beaming glance at the disheveled Kid. And then two ethereal, white phantoms once again emerged from her graceful figure. Damn it, here they come again! Kid exclaimed in frustration, glaring fiercely at Rob. With a sudden leap, he delivered a powerful punch to the ship, tearing off a massive plank of wood to shield himself. Have you forgotten my phantoms can maneuver? Upon witnessing this, Rob let out a hearty laugh, and once again unleashed his psychic energy, causing two phantoms to swiftly pursue Kid. Let us see how you manage this time. Kid, sensing the imminent threat, felt a surge of determination in his eyes. He promptly tore a door panel from the deck, fashioning it into a cube to ensconce himself within. Has this fellow lost his mind? Even Rob was momentarily taken aback by Kid's extraordinary maneuver, as he seemingly abandoned all offensive tactics to seclude himself. Is he not concerned for his crew? Clearly, the specters had instilled a profound fear in him, prompting this desperate act. Little Rob, my phantoms can penetrate any object. At that moment, Perona suddenly declared to Rob. What? Just as Kid, who had found a brief respite within the wooden confines, heard those words, he spat out a mouthful of blood in fury. How could such manipulation exist? A furious expression crossed Kid's face, overwhelmed by a sense of utter frustration. Indeed, I nearly forgot. Upon hearing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback, as it dawned on him that in his previous life, Perona's ghost indeed possessed the ability to traverse any object. After all, how else could it penetrate the human form? Kid, I wonder how you shall manage this time. Rob regained his composure, gazing at the closed wooden board. and burst into laughter as he manipulated the specter to charge towards him. "You shameless scoundrel!" A furious roar emanated from within the wooden crate, and soon after, the board that had been embedded in the ground was yanked out by Kid and hurled directly at Rob. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Just then, a crackling sound, resulting from magnetic forces, once again filled the air. Humph. Upon witnessing this, Rob uttered a furious shout, compelled to divert the majority of his mental energy to counteract Kid's force. Subsequently, upon observing the enormous wooden plank, Rob immediately comprehended the intention behind it. This rascal sought to obstruct his line of sight in order to make his escape. "You cannot flee. Resign yourself to your fate." Kid. With a sudden thrust, Rob leaped forth like a cannonball, transforming his palm into a fist, delivering a thunderous blow. The resounding crash echoed as the wooden planks before Kid were shattered, leaving a gaping hole. However, such an approach undeniably obscured Rob's vision, as his psychic energy, now divided to counteract the magnetic force, rendered his instantaneous movement less accessible, compelling him to rely solely on his fists. One cannot deny that this individual is a remarkable combat genius. Otherwise, he would not have risen to become the highest bounty among the supernovas within just 2 years. Damn it, if you have the guts, don't use the planks to strike me. Rob. Upon witnessing Kid leap onto the ship once more with the intent to dismantle the planks, was consumed by fury. This fool has gone mad. It appears he intends to dismantle every pirate vessel in sight. If this continues, my stamina will be severely depleted and in such obstructed visibility. I find it impossible to accelerate the Phantom, for with every attempt to increase speed, a pitch-black plank comes crashing down. Come at me if you dare. Kid stood on the ship, laughing heartily, astonished that his desperate ploy bore some fruit. Yet, the toll on him was tremendous, utilizing his fruit's powers throughout the process to counter Rob's telekinesis. Chapter 79, Perona's Cannons. "Come on, you bastard." Kid violently tore several large planks from the ship, hurling them with unerring precision towards Rob. With the force of his terrifying strength, the planks flew swiftly, never veering off course. "You are the real scoundrel. Come down and fight me." Rob once again shattered the incoming wooden planks, ignited by the ire provoked by Kid's unscrupulous tactics. Were he to possess sufficient mental strength, under the guidance of the Sharingan and the observation haki, he could effortlessly navigate through the successive wooden barriers with the use of Shuanpa. This would minimize the visual disruption, allowing him to capture the elusive Kid, who darted about like a jack-in-the-box. "Little Rob, I am here to assist you." At that moment, a melodious voice rang from behind Rob. It was Perona. "What the hell?" Rob exclaimed in shock, for he had just realized that Perona, under the protection of the Navy, had somehow gathered the cannonballs previously used by them. "Behold my royal prowess. I shall obliterate you," Perona declared fiercely, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she focused intently on the smug Kid aboard the ship. With a series of crackling sounds, the fuses were ignited, and under the gaze of all present, hundreds of cannons erupted in a fiery display, launching a barrage of dark cannonballs that streaked like shooting stars toward the pirate ship. Seeing this, Kid instinctively prepared to leap forth to intercept the cannonballs, but in the next instant, he froze in place. If he were to intervene, the wooden planks would no longer obstruct Rob's vision, thereby allowing that specter to invade his body. Reluctantly, he resumed hurling planks at Rob to buy himself some time. Boom, boom, boom. As a result of Kid's inaction, thunderous roars echoed through the harbor, illuminating the night sky with brilliant flames, while a shower of wood splinters was sent flying, littering the ground. "Little Peppy, you truly are a genius." Upon witnessing this, Rob could not help but glance at Perona, exclaiming praise for her prowess. With this, the enormous wooden boards that could obstruct their line of sight would diminish significantly. Indeed, one should consider the stature of a princess. In response, Perona, brimming with pride, unleashed her exceptional firepower, and astonishingly, few of her projectiles missed their mark, striking the pirate ships with precision. How is it that this individual wields artillery with such accuracy? Kid, in a state of urgency, hurled wooden boards aside, and within his gaze, the pirate ships were engulfed in fierce flames, billowing black smoke. In a matter of moments, 3 or 4 vessels had succumbed to the depths, while the remaining few were left in utter ruin, scarcely retaining any substantial wooden remnants. Kid, your struggles are in vain. You might as well prepare for a leisurely time in the depths of the sea prison. After Rob smashed yet another wooden board, he glanced at Kid's anxious expression and laughed heartily. It was thanks to Perona that he could navigate this battle with such ease. He couldn't help but praise himself for the audacious decision to venture to Ghost Island and snatch Perona away right under Moria's nose. It was indeed a most astute move. Not only was Perona strikingly beautiful and distinctively unique, but she also possessed exceptional culinary skills. Moreover, she served as an impeccable support in combat. A rarity in the pirate world. The underwater prison? How preposterous. Upon hearing this, a look of terror flashed in Kid's eyes as he seized a wooden plank and hurled it at Rob. He was well aware of the horrors lurking in the depths. Given his bounty, he would likely end up frozen solid on the 5th level. Where else do you wish to go? Accept your fate. For these freedom-loving pirates, confinement in an underwater prison was a fate worse than death. Otherwise, the Navy would not have constructed such a terrifying facility, designed solely to torment them. With the crimes these pirates committed, they would have long since faced execution. Damn it, Kid yelled in frustration as he leaped across several ships. Realizing that finding large wooden planks was becoming increasingly difficult. Boom. After more than 10 minutes of cannon fire, all the pirate ships were finally sunk. Humph. What will you do now? Ghost acceleration. Rob beheld the inferno before him, letting out a cold snort, and then commanded the specter to surge towards Kid with great velocity. No. No. Fear flickered in Kid's eyes, and then the pale specter abruptly penetrated his robust form. What purpose does my existence serve? Perhaps death would be preferable. Alas, I, a foolish wretch, am destined to be taken to the depths of the ocean prison. It is all over. I should never have been brought into this world. Rob observed Kid, who instantly bowed his head in utter dejection, and once again recognized the formidable strength of Perona's specters. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urgency to swiftly eliminate the 3 individuals from the North Sea and fulfill his mission. With his current prowess, even Crocodile would be no match for him. Alongside Perona, they could effortlessly triumph over him. Once Crocodile was vanquished, he would no longer have to concern himself with the sudden possibility of Crocodile overthrowing Vivi's kingdom, leading to his inexplicable failure and subsequent punishment. Bang! Rob's massive fist once again crashed down upon Kid's face, the terrifying force propelling him into the ground, creating a deep crater. Coughing in pain, Kid emerged from his despair, only to be assaulted by waves of agony radiating from his body, crimson blood involuntarily spilling from his mouth. Damn it! Am I truly going to fall victim to this guy? Kid felt several of his ribs fracture under the impact of that single blow, suffering considerable injuries. Just then, a furious shout echoed in Kid's mind. Captain Kidd, I'll hold that woman off. You must deal with that bastard quickly. To everyone's astonishment, they beheld Killer, who had been gravely wounded, inexplicably rising from the ground. Armed with 2 curved blades, he darted toward the Navy with remarkable speed. Killer? Kid stared in disbelief as the bloodied Killer charged at the Navy, excitement flickering in his eyes. I will seize this opportunity. Killer. A cold tone escaped Kid's lips. He had long yearned to crush Rob. Instantly, he felt the muscles in his calves tense, and with a fierce stomp, he surged forward with the ferocity of a tiger, bearing down on Rob. This is not good. Rob looked at Kira, who was rushing towards Perona, and his eyelids twitched violently. At this moment, Kira's speed was only slightly diminished from his peak performance. After all, this individual's bones had been nearly shattered by him. A normal person would be utterly incapacitated. Yet, after resting on the ground for a while, Kira was able to unleash such formidable strength. Just how powerful was his will? If he could eliminate you, Captain Kidd would secure victory. Masked Kira sliced through a naval officer with a glint of his blade, his icy gaze fixed on Perona. Despite the intense pain coursing through his bones and nerves from the sudden surge of power, his formidable will extinguished the agony, transforming him into an exceedingly calm assassin. In that fleeting moment, the killing warrior Kira fully revealed his true nature as a killer. Chapter 80, The Fall Puff. Puff, puff, with a series of crisp sounds. Silvery blades flickered amidst the crowd, followed by intertwining lines of crimson blood in the air. Void thought. In the distance, Rob's pupils constricted sharply, and the blood-red Sharingan spun wildly, a tremendous psychic force threatening to surge forth. Kid, what are you looking at? At that instant, an enraged voice thundered in Rob's ear, followed by the sight of a shadowy figure closing in. This is not good. At the corner of Rob's eye, Kid's fist, brimming with fury, had already struck. Divine flash. Rob let out a low growl, and in an instant, a tremendous psychic force enveloped him, causing his body to shift at an odd angle. His calves tensed violently. With a swift motion, the powerful strength contained within his thighs collided explosively with Kid's fist, generating a resounding crash. Following the thunderous noise, the two were propelled apart, landing on either side. Perona. As Rob was about to steady himself, he glanced toward Perona, ignoring the tingling sensation in his legs. At that moment, Kid had already charged into the naval ranks, leaping into the air, two cold weapons glinting with a silvery sheen under the sun. Did you think I would be an easy target, spirit of negativity? Perona observed Kid's approach, disdain flashing in her beautiful eyes, as two ethereal spirits emerged from her body. You may be swift, but how will you contend with this? The two spirits did not rush directly toward Kid. Instead, they lingered before Perona, poised to ambush. Not good. Kid's pupils constricted as he realized the predicament. Just as he was about to strike Perona, he abruptly halted, opting to pivot and maneuver from behind. Bewitching spirit, spirit bomb. Perona scoffed, her alabaster fingers pointing forward, sending the two spirits hurtling toward the halted Kid. Your speed is too slow. A cold glint flickered in Kid's eyes as he planted his right leg firmly, attempting to evade the oncoming spirits. Is that so? This time it's different. With a light chuckle, the spirits beside him suddenly swelled dramatically. Boom. A powerful force erupted, sending Kid flying. Blood poured uncontrollably from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, weakened. Though the force wasn't overwhelmingly strong, it was more than enough to incapacitate the already injured Kid, causing him to lose consciousness. Kid. From a distance, Kid's name was shouted urgently by his companion. Little Rob. Perona called out to Rob, and once again, two spirits detached from her form. All right. Rob beheld the two phantoms soaring towards him and instinctively cast a glance at Kid, his eyes now glimmering with a frigid intensity. Fortunately, Perona possessed a modicum of self-preservation, or else dire consequences would have ensued. Phantom, accelerate. Rob's Sharingan whirled into motion once more, unleashing an invisible force that surged forth. The two phantoms accelerated violently, resembling arrows as they hurtled towards Kid. Damn it, Kid exclaimed, surveying his surroundings only to discover there were no substantial wooden planks left to utilize, plunging him into a state of despair and fury. Whoosh, accompanied by a sharp sound. The malevolent phantom once again surged into Kid's body after a prolonged absence. Thud. Almost immediately, a mysterious power activated, causing Kid to drop to his knees. Swish. Before Kid could utter a word of complaint, Rob closed in, raising his massive fist and striking directly at Kid's face. Bang. A dull thud echoed as Kid was sent sprawling like refuse, crashing to the ground. Regaining consciousness, Kid was overwhelmed by an intense pain coursing through his body. Unleashing a primal scream of rage, he could not endure the humiliation of being powerless to defend himself. Humph, accelerate, phantom. Yet, that familiar specter swiftly re-entered his body once more. Bang. With another resounding thud, Kid was flung away yet again. Bang, bang, bang. Taking advantage of the moment, Rob utilized the negative specter relentlessly, unleashing a chaotic barrage upon Kid's body. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of intense collisions, the bloodied Kid finally collapsed, unable to rise again, succumbing to unconsciousness upon the ground. Phew, this fellow certainly has remarkable endurance. Rob took a deep breath and could not help but glance at Kid, who lay on the ground. At that moment, Kid's face was contorted, marred by a series of bruises from which crimson blood oozed forth. Pirates, surrender at once. Rob fiercely grasped the unconscious Kid, casting his gaze towards the tumultuous battle among the pirates. With a thunderous shout, a tremendous surge of psychic energy erupted from his being, sweeping towards the fray to impose his will. Has Major Rob triumphed? The Navy personnel, sensing this overwhelming force, halted their fierce combat, turning their attention to Rob. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. How could this be? How could our captain be defeated? The pirates stood in stunned silence, having previously sensed their captain's disadvantage. Yet, even until the end, they could scarcely believe that a captain who had once vanquished a Navy major could be bested by a mere Navy lieutenant. Shall I personally deal with you? Or will you surrender willingly? Roberts casually tossed Kid's body aside and coldly regarded the group of pirates, with a series of metallic clangs. Numerous weapons clattered to the ground as the pirates, witnessing the downfall of Kid and Killer, chose to surrender. Shortly thereafter, once the pirates capitulated, the naval officers promptly apprehended them. Major Roberts, all pirates have been secured, exclaimed a bloodied naval officer who hurriedly approached Roberts, his excitement palpable. What is the status of our casualties? Rob, observing the Navy's remarkable efficiency, nodded in satisfaction before inquiring. What is the report, Lieutenant? We have sustained 976 injuries and lost 156 lives, came the Navy's response. These figures were truly staggering, considering they had a contingent of over 2,000. It was astonishing that only 156 had perished following the battle with Kidd. If the Navy stationed elsewhere were to hear this, they would undoubtedly be left speechless, as every fleet that had previously encountered Kidd had met with utter annihilation. Have we lost 156 lives? Upon hearing this, Rob furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. Major, it is primarily due to the substantial casualties among our brethren during Kira's return that we find ourselves in this predicament, the Navy promptly clarified. Chapter 81. The entire fleet returns home. Rob nodded, acknowledging that Kira's sudden outburst had indeed inflicted considerable harm. At that moment, Perona was unable to launch an offensive and could only resort to counterattacks. Meanwhile, as Kidd dismantled the planks, the conflict between the two sides lingered, resulting in an escalation of casualties. He commanded, convey this message to the rear mountain. Inform them that the ship may return, for Kidd and his crew have been completely vanquished. Rob gazed at the naval forces before him and chuckled, for he had surveyed the entire island from the heavens and was aware that the 3 warships had set sail. Understood, Major Rob, replied a soldier, saluting before hastily departing to relay orders to his comrades, swiftly disseminating the news across the island. What? How is that possible? That is Kidd. From the thickets and the subterranean chambers of houses, individuals began to emerge. Those unable to board the ships had sent their wives and daughters away, retreating to hidden places, waiting for Kidd to finish his plunder and leave before they dared to appear. Thus, the news of the Navy's spread across the island left them in utter astonishment. Is it Major Rob? The Rob from the West Sea? Gradually, more and more sailors were seen bustling about the island, while some emerged from the shadows, their eyes widening in disbelief upon witnessing the throng of pirates at the port, along with the unconscious Kidd. Kidd had truly been defeated. Simultaneously, the commanding naval officer, having received his orders, inexplicably produced a din-din mushy. Ringing with urgency, the connection to the 3 warships was established under Rob's watchful gaze. Meanwhile, approximately 70 to 80 nautical miles away from the island, the 3 naval vessels sailed in formation. Inside the cramped ships, filled with women, children, and the elderly, despair echoed in their soft sobs, for their men and sons remained stranded on the island, their fates uncertain. Just then, the din-din mushy aboard the ship erupted with frantic ringing. A call from Sergeant Lather? A soldier, head bowed and spirit dampened, suddenly brightened, seizing the din-din mushy. Attention all hands, return to the island immediately. Kidd and his crew have been utterly vanquished. The exuberant voice from the din-din mushy left the soldier momentarily dumbfounded. How is that possible? His eyes widened in disbelief, and he leaned weakly against the ship's wall, struggling to comprehend the revelation. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? The anxious voice from the din-din mushy pierced the silence, sounding unervingly clear in the stillness. Is it true? The soldier, trembling, lifted the din-din mushy. For the reputation of Kidd was immensely formidable, and he was aware that no reinforcements had been forthcoming. Of course, otherwise, how could I be communicating with you? Hurry back. The phone line crackled with the sound of furious accusations. It was Major Rob, the notorious figure from the West Sea, known for causing a ruckus. Kidd had previously provoked him, and now the Major had arrived with intentions to eliminate him. Return swiftly and ensure that I am well guarded on the island, he commanded. Major Rob? The soldiers, having heard of this name before, recalled discussions in the newspapers regarding his new mission to eradicate Kidd. Signal the fleet to return. Return. Kidd has been vanquished. A soldier shouted excitedly to the crowd. Kidd has been defeated. We can go back. The throngs of people transformed from uncertainty to exhilaration, tears streaming down their faces as 3 warships turned around and set a course for home. Major Rob, the 3 warships have already begun their return. After hanging up the phone, Lather hurriedly approached Rob to report. Very well, you should go and reassure the island's inhabitants, Rob instructed. Upon witnessing this, Rob nodded and then dialed a number. Buzz. Hello, Rhett, where are you? Hurry over. I have already resolved the situation here. Boss. Has Kidd really been taken care of? Don't frighten me. After all, we are speaking of Kidd, a bounty of 250 million berries. Rhett was equally taken aback. Get here quickly, I'm not joking around. Upon hearing this, Rob cursed vehemently. How could this fellow have such little faith in himself? All right, boss. I will arrive in just over 10 minutes. Do not fret. The ship can only sail at this pace, and unlike you, I cannot accelerate it, said Rhett with resignation. By the way, do invite the colonel to join as well. There seems to be an abundance of pirates here. and your sister Rona has sunk quite a few of our vessels. Rob gazed at the large group of pirates bound before him, feeling a slight headache. This time, he must request a formidable battleship upon returning to headquarters. Otherwise, it would be utterly insufficient. Sister Rona is quite formidable with her cannon, isn't she? Goodness. Boss, do not fret. I shall contact the colonel immediately. Very well. With that, Rhett terminated the call with the snail and dialed the number left by the colonel. Hello? Sergeant Rhett inquired, his voice steady. Colonel Aris sat upright at the West Sea Navy headquarters, diligently reviewing urgent reports from various regions. After Rob had set out for reinforcement, he returned to the headquarters to handle paperwork. The reason he did not go to support was that the journey would take an hour. Far too long to arrive in time, and even if he did, he would be no match for Kid. Thus, he ordered his subordinates to prioritize the protection of the populace and attempt to retreat as best they could. My captain just called. Kid has already been defeated by him. Due to the overwhelming number of prisoners, you must swiftly dispatch a warship for transport. Rhett's voice resonated with pride through the phone. What? How long has it been? Colonel Aris stood frozen, astonished. While he was aware of Rob's formidable strength, he had not anticipated such swiftness. Previously, upon reading the newspaper, he had entertained the notion that the Navy headquarters, in response to the world government, had implemented a policy of moderation. The absence of a time limit on the mission suggested that it was intended to allow Rob to grow stronger. Under the impression that Rob was currently unable to contend with a powerful pirate like Kid. Originally, he had intended to prevent Rob from providing support. But Rob had departed too swiftly for him to intervene. Now, barely more than half an hour had passed, and news of Kid's defeat had arrived. How could he not be astonished? Understood. Colonel Aris snapped back to reality, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as if he had made a decision. Order all ships at sea to return to the base. After hanging up on Rhett, he dialed another snail. Chapter 82. Will this world change for the better? South Sea, Trislan Island. The bright sunlight cascaded like sand, and the briny sea breeze swept across the island, carrying away the rich scent of blood that lingered in the air. After concluding his conversation with Let, Rob immersed himself in the system, for he had discerned a peculiar bug following his defeat of Kid. The demonic value section distinctly displayed a message. The bug had been rectified, allowing the host to obtain 1/10 of the demonic value by collaborating with others to vanquish foes who had not entirely lost their combat capabilities, rather than being restricted to specific individuals. Note: complete loss of combat capability refers to death, unconsciousness, or severe injuries rendering one immobile. Simultaneously, Rob discovered that his demonic value had indeed surged by 400 points, with his proficiency in the Nien Nien fruit standing at 3,600 points, leaving a balance of precisely 400 points. This revelation plunged Rob into deep contemplation. The prospect of earning demonic value through collaboration with anyone, albeit a mere fraction, was undeniably formidable. A wild notion surged through his mind. If he could return to the Navy headquarters and join Admiral Chingji's direct team, entering the New World, he could simply deal a finishing blow to those gravely injured pirates, thus securing 1/10 of the demonic value, as they had not yet lost their fighting spirit. It appears that I must promptly complete my mission and head to the headquarters. With Perona's assistance, traversing the North Sea should pose no difficulty. Rob clenched his fists, dispelling the notion of a tranquil retirement, for with such an opportunity to enhance his strength, how could he remain idle? Moreover, under the command of the Admiral, he scarcely needed to fret over the potential for total annihilation. Once he attained the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he would possess the might of an admiral, enabling him to traverse the world of pirates with unmatched prowess. Little Rob, what are you pondering? Perona inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. Have they arrived? Rob's reverie was interrupted as he instinctively gazed towards the azure expanse of the sea. At that moment, a familiar warship was indeed approaching the harbor slowly. Let us go, he urged. Rob smiled and, accompanied by Perona, made his way towards the warship. Captain, I have already informed the colonel. He said he would arrive shortly, said Rhett, awkwardly grinning as he leapt down from the ship. Very well, once he arrives, we shall escort the pirates. For now, you and the brothers come with me, Rob replied, nodding in affirmation. Under Rob's guidance, the group proceeded to the rear mountain, where a substantial crowd was gathered, comprising both naval personnel and a greater number of civilians. Captain, what is the situation here? Rhett inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Do you not recall that Major Elu instructed the Navy to ensure the safe passage of the elderly, women, and children? Rob explained. They will be returning shortly. And at that time, you will need to account for any missing persons, financial losses, and other arrangements. Rob sighed softly, feeling a sense of melancholy. Indeed. Although he had eradicated the kid and his followers, the prior bombardment had already caused countless families to be torn apart and resulted in significant financial losses. Understood, boss. Wright responded, momentarily taken aback before promptly rallying a group of sailors to surge towards the crowd. Alas, Rob gazed upon the scene before him, and his thoughts drifted to the little girl he had rescued in the West Sea. Were it not for his intervention, she would have become yet another orphan in this tumultuous world. Now, following this battle, how many more orphans would emerge? This question lingered in Rob's mind, refusing to dissipate. Having been an orphan in his past life, he understood deeply the profound taste of solitude. Beside Rob, Perona noticed the melancholic expression upon his face and instinctively grasped his hand. Rob felt a warm sensation emanating from his hand and instinctively turned to gaze at the familiar and endearing visage beside him. With a hint of a smile, he inquired, "Do you believe this world will change for the better?" Perona was momentarily taken aback, lost in the reverie of her past. Countless years ago, she could barely remember. But since the dawn of her recollections, she had been taken in by Lord Moria and whisked away from Wano country. From that moment forth, Moria wandered the Devil's Triangle, while she existed in solitude within the Phantom Castle. Subsequently, she was swept away by Rob, and her life transformed from one of isolation to companionship. Although she tirelessly accompanied Rob into battles and failed to earnestly appreciate the world's beauty, she experienced a long-lost sense of happiness. It will get better. Perona gazed earnestly into Rob's eyes and then smiled, adding, "Let us hope so." Rob sighed, reflecting on the immutable nature of this world, where even the formidable four emperors could not instigate change, leading him to ponder how easily improvement could occur. He was merely a visitor from another realm. "Come on, little Rob, you've got this. Keep it up," Perona exclaimed, raising her delicate pink fist and playfully tapping Rob's head, her smile radiating encouragement. Despite being the embodiment of the negative fruit, she was unexpectedly enthusiastic at that moment. Rob stared blankly at the person before him, feeling an inexplicable warmth flooding his heart. Perhaps it was the fact that this was the first time he had received encouragement from another, or maybe it was due to some other reason that eluded his understanding. "They have returned." At that moment, someone in the crowd let out a loud shout, and the throng erupted into a fervor. "Have they truly come back?" Rob turned his gaze towards the azure sea, where three small black dots emerged upon the vast horizon. These were the three warships, initially accompanied by a multitude of men, women, and children, finally returning after much anticipation. Soon, the vessels reached the shores of the island, and an instant wave of excitement swept through the crowd as they rushed towards the ships. Pairs of individuals embraced each other, tears streaming down their faces, weeping with joy as they celebrated the miracle of life and the hard-won reunion. Indeed, everything would be all right. Upon witnessing this scene, a smile involuntarily graced Rob's face, as a peculiar sensation of accomplishment blossomed within his heart. Soon after, the naval personnel began to attend to the mundane matters behind them, couples hand in hand, making their way towards the town on the island. "Captain, Colonel Elu and the others have arrived." After approximately 2 hours, Rhett suddenly dashed to Rob's side, exclaiming with excitement, "Oh, so soon?" Rob could not help but gaze at the sea, where, at that moment, a multitude of warships appeared upon the vast horizon. A cursory glance revealed more than 100 vessels, all of which were heading towards Triceland Island from the western seas. What on earth was Elu up to? Rob stared at the magnificent fleet, his gaze vacant as he absorbed the scene before him. Chapter 83, The Shocking Operation. South Sea, Tesland Island. Despite its name resembling that of Triceland Island, this island is starkly different. It is a tumultuous land, rife with complex factions, beyond the jurisdiction of the Navy. A veritable paradise for bounty hunters and pirates alike. At this moment, within the opulent hotel at the heart of the island, countless ruthless pirates had taken over after Kid's departure. Have you noticed? Every fleet of the Navy has been summoned back by that scoundrel, Elu? Indeed. I received the same news from my subordinates. The hotel was filled with voices of confusion. The Navy's conspicuous withdrawal of all its fleets spread rapidly throughout the South Sea, and the pirates of Tesland Island were the first to catch wind of it. Surely it was Captain Kidd's actions that had incited the Navy's fury. At that moment, a pirate voiced his opinion, asserting that only Kidd could provoke such a formidable response from the Navy. Could it be that Major Rob from the West Sea has already arrived in the South Sea? The Navy is determined to deal with Kidd, summoning back all their ships. Someone furrowed their brows in perplexity, noting that while Kidd's power was indeed fearsome, The destruction he caused could hardly compare to the chaos wrought by the multitude of pirates scattered across the seas. Regardless, isn't this the perfect opportunity for us to plunder treasure? A vicious pirate took a hearty swig of rum, licking his crimson lips greedily. At that moment, the island was filled with the crisp cries of seagulls, which began to drop newspapers from the sky. What significant event has transpired? The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Typically, seagulls would require 50 berries to procure such papers, and their direct delivery signified the occurrence of a major incident. Kidd and his crew have been apprehended. How can this be? As they unfolded the newspapers, they stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock. The most prominent headline reported on Kidd's plight, accompanied by images of his sunken pirate ship and his battered form, unequivocally confirming the news. Is that Major Rob truly the one? A shiver ran down their spines, a deep chill creeping over them as they absorbed the subsequent information, gasping in disbelief. Attached was a photograph depicting hundreds of ships escorting Kidd and his crew, welcoming Major Rob's arrival, followed by the announcement of Elu's direct appointment of Rob as the Supreme Commander of the West Sea. An announcement has been made regarding a comprehensive crackdown on the pirates of the South China Sea within the coming week, declaring an all-out war against them. As this news spread, the entire West Sea erupted with fervor, inciting the wrath of numerous pirates. On that very day, over a dozen formidable pirate factions, each with a vast following, united to assault the West Sea Naval Headquarters. Within just 1 hour, the pirate coalition was utterly defeated and apprehended, with the name of Rob echoing throughout the South China Sea. Subsequently, under Rob's command, the Navy dispatched its entire fleet, and wherever they went, pirates fled in terror, leading to their eradication. In merely 3 days, the Navy reported having dismantled over 300 pirate factions. The once rampant piracy was severely crippled, forcing countless pirate groups into hiding. A week later, the naval fleet reclaimed more than 100 islands plagued by chaos, with Trislan Island being the first to fall. Initially, some pirates dared to resist, believing Rob might not be present in certain fleets, but once they realized that Rob was providing swift aerial support, they surrendered en masse. In the following 3 days, the Navy found the islands to be deserted, as the pirates had long since fled, and not a single pirate dared to show their face in the South China Sea. Of course, some major pirates remained hidden, yet they sensed an unsettling fear, refraining from revealing themselves. They speculated that the Navy's bold operations in the South China Sea could have summoned high-ranking officers from the headquarters. Consequently, the repercussions of this campaign rippled across the Grand Line, leading to a chorus of furious pirates vowing to return to the South China Sea for a confrontation with Rob. This operation greatly invigorated the navies of the four seas. Akin to rabid dogs, they fearlessly charged at the pirates, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. Naturally, this news reached the naval headquarters. Truly, that young fellow chosen by the old man is something else. This lad certainly knows how to stir things up, Carp exclaimed, indulging in a donut while reading the newspaper, laughing heartily as he pounded the table. Carp, what is there to be so jubilant about? The Navy has suffered significant losses during this period. And do you truly believe the South China Sea issue has been resolved? We have merely eliminated a few newcomers, Sengoku lamented, tossing the newspaper aside. The naval forces along the Grand Line have been fervently requesting engagements with pirates, as if they were invigorated with newfound energy. Sengoku, why overthink it? Though only a fraction of the South China Sea pirates have been eradicated, it has surely instilled fear in those remaining. Moreover, the previous losses inflicted by that young man in the West Sea have been somewhat mitigated. Carp, however, remained unconvinced, laughing heartily, viewing this act of purging in the name of justice as far more beneficial than detrimental. Sengoku, such resolve is something even our Division S Vice Admirals lack. This chapter does not conclude here. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It seems that young man merely possesses luck. Otherwise, he would not even know how he perished in the South China Sea. In a fit of fury, Sengoku found himself nearly paralyzed by shock upon receiving the news. This was an individual he had painstakingly safeguarded alongside Qingji. If he were to meet his demise in the South Sea, it would be an immeasurable loss. This young prodigy, barely in his teens, possessed the rare dual hockey abilities and had even vanquished a bounty of 250 million, far surpassing the talents of CP9's Rob Lucci. He was undoubtedly a candidate for the position of admiral. The thought of him perishing in the South Sea brought Sengoku to the brink of tears. The value of an admiral could never be compared to that of mere petty pirates. No, he could not allow this chaos to unfold. Summon someone, Sengoku commanded, his gaze sharpening with determination. Commander, what is your command? A figure promptly entered, bowing respectfully. Relay my orders. Assemble a small team from the intelligence organization and dispatch them immediately to the South Sea to closely monitor Major Rob. Report any developments directly to me. Sengoku's expression was grave as he issued the order. Understood. The man acknowledged before retreating. Sengoku, you're worrying unnecessarily. Do not fret. That fellow is no weakling. He is not in the Grand Line, and facing any target in the North Sea is hardly a challenge for him. Just wait for his return to headquarters, Karp remarked, munching on a donut with a cheerful grin. Commander, there is new information regarding Major Rob. At that moment, the same man who had just exited re-entered the room. What news? Sengoku exclaimed, turning to the man with urgency. Major Rob is heading to the North Sea. What? He is already going to the North Sea? Sengoku furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Yes, Commander. After concluding his extermination mission, Major Rob has boldly entered the North Sea. He must be undertaking his final task. The man confirmed with a nod. Nonsense. Does he think himself invincible? How dare he venture to the North Sea at this moment? Sengoku exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in a fit of rage. Commander, given Major Rob's strength, surely there won't be any issues on his journey to the North Sea? The man questioned, sensing the tension in the air. There will be issues. Do you think the 3 pirates in the North Sea will remain idle? Especially considering the situation in the South Sea? Sengoku retorted, his voice rising, as he produced a din-din mushi from seemingly nowhere. Ring ring. The din-din mushi connected swiftly. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, I command you to abandon your current mission and proceed to the North Sea at once. You must ensure Major Rob's safety. Sengoku ordered. Understood, Commander. Ghost Spider replied, momentarily taken aback, but responding without hesitation. Sengoku, is such an action truly necessary? Kapu was momentarily taken aback by Sengoku's actions, setting aside his sweet donut in astonishment. Kapu, you may not be aware, but the notorious surgeon of death from the North Sea, Trafalgar Law, was someone Corazon once vowed to protect. Moreover, the damage he has inflicted over the years is minimal, indicating that his true strength far surpasses his publicly listed bounty. Upon mentioning Corazon, Sengoku's tone grew heavy. This situation is quite delicate. How formidable do you believe he is? After a brief contemplation, Kapu replied, he possesses the strength sufficient to hold the title of a warlord of the sea. Sengoku gazed at Kapu with a grave expression. What? That level of power is capable of traversing the first half of the Grand Line with ease. Kapu was taken aback. This young man is reckless. He likely underestimates his own prowess, thinking he is weaker than Kid. The distance from the South Sea to the North Sea is considerable, but the Ghost Spider should be able to catch up. Sengoku looked out the window, his fists clenched tightly. If it weren't for Kazara being in the New World, he would have contemplated sending him out. Simultaneously, the news of Rob's journey to the North Sea spread rapidly following the suppression in the South Sea, rejuvenating the spirits of the Navy across the 4 seas. In Dressrosa, the Grand Line, the brilliant sunlight cascaded over the bustling city like grains of sand. Within the opulent palace pool, Don Quixote Doflamingo lounged on an extraordinarily lavish sofa, clad in beach shorts and flamboyant sunglasses. Several stunning young women adorned in provocative bikinis surrounded him, exhaling plumes of smoke. The adorable Sugar sat obediently beside him, nibbling on cherries. Fufufu, this fellow certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Doflamingo chuckled heartily, holding a newspaper in his hands. A month prior, he had caused quite the uproar in the West Sea, delivering a resounding slap to the world government's face. After making a scene in the South Sea, he now boldly advanced into the North Sea, a remarkable newcomer indeed. Law, you are this fellow's next target. What will you do? Fufufu, I eagerly await your response, but fret not, I shall not allow you to be imprisoned, for you are the one destined to perform my immortal surgery. Doflamingo laughed uproariously, his eyes sparkling with profound anticipation. On Sabaody Island, this vibrant isle was teeming with numerous pirates from the 4 seas, and the taverns were overflowing with patrons. Damn it, if this naval officer named Rob completes his mission in the North Sea, he will undoubtedly return to headquarters. I'm keeping a close watch. You must remember that even the bounty of 250 million berries on Kid was taken down by that guy. Indeed. Once he returns to headquarters, he'll be stationed in the Grand Line, and our lives will become even more challenging. If this fellow continues to flaunt himself so ostentatiously, he shall meet his demise in the Grand Line, leaving not even a trace behind. The pirates, indulging in their libations, animatedly discussed the exploits of Rob, each expressing their predictions for the future, some filled with trepidation, others with disdain. Indeed, Should anyone dare to behave in such a manner within the Grand Line, the true sea pirates would swiftly impart the harsh realities of the ocean upon him. Many pirates nodded in agreement, fully aware of the formidable adversaries that lurk within the treacherous waters of the Grand Line. Although Rob's tale is indeed sensational. Aside from the uproar in the West Sea that attracted the attention of the four emperors, subsequent events have failed to capture their gaze. After all, he is merely a pirate with a bounty of 250 million, hardly worthy of the notice of such illustrious figures. In the North Sea, on the island of Moridong, lies an exceedingly secretive isle, adrift in solitude amidst the icy waters, perpetually cloaked in a shroud of snow. Fluffy white snowflakes gently descend upon the land, blanketing the entire island in a pristine layer of white. The biting cold wind whispers softly, yet amidst this desolate isle, a plume of black smoke rises. Gazing towards the smoke, one can observe a small assembly of individuals gathered within a valley, numbering no more than a dozen. Upon closer inspection, it becomes apparent that this group is of considerable notoriety, as the three individuals at the forefront are exceedingly well known throughout the North Sea. Surely, you have all received the news. The one known as Captain Rob is making his way to the North Sea, remarked a man, his brow furrowed with concern. Adorned with a fuzzy, leopard-spotted winter hat, he bore distinctive dark bags under his eyes, and his ears were decorated with two small golden earrings. A beard graced his chin, and he was clad in a hooded, casual long-sleeve shirt, paired with light blue spotted trousers. The black sleeves and hood contrasted with the peach-orange shirt, which featured a large, cheerful face emblazoned upon the front, while the back displayed the emblem of his pirate crew. Each finger bore letters that, when joined, spelled out death. A fitting moniker for the surgeon of death, Trafalgar Law, an adept of the superhuman surgery fruit, and once a formidable subordinate of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. Ladies and gentlemen, my cards have informed me that the survival probability of that individual upon his arrival in the North Sea is an astonishing 90%. Came the cold voice from a man positioned to Law's left. With flowing golden locks and a tall, slender physique, he bore the trademark 6 vertical lines on his forehead. His left arm clad in armor, and a black cross tattooed upon his throat. He was dressed in black trousers, complemented by a loose-fitting white top adorned with ruffled sleeves. The atmosphere exudes an air of European nobility, subtly tinged with the shadows of Gothic influence. The vertical lines of his brow, along with his eyes, mouth, and nose, convey a visage that is both melancholic and fearsome. Indeed, he is the magician, Basil Hawkins. Chapter 85. The proposal of Law. Is that fellow truly so formidable? Drake, standing beside Hawkins, gasped, his pupils contracting in disbelief. He understood that Hawkins' cards were exceedingly accurate. Yes, there is the option for us to escape to the Grand Line. Yet that individual's mission involves us three, and he would undoubtedly pursue us relentlessly, scattering us to be vanquished one by one. Rather than allowing such a fate, it would be wiser for us to form an alliance and collectively eliminate him before plunging into the Grand Line. Trafalgar Law gazed deeply at the two, his mind meticulously analyzing the situation. He would not underestimate the strength of Rob, for it was known that even the bounty of 250 million on Kid had fallen to Rob's hand. Indeed, we cannot remain idle, waiting for him to dismantle us piece by piece. At Hawkins' words, Drake nodded, understanding that the probabilities displayed by the cards left no room for complacency. So, what is our course of action? He inquired, furrowing his brow. Being well-versed in naval matters, he recognized what it signified for Rob to have survived in the West Sea. If he were not extraordinarily potent, the Navy would never have preserved him. Initially, he had thought Rob would, like him, sever ties with the Navy, eventually standing in the same camp, only to be faced with the unexpected outcome of Rob coming to hunt them down. From what I gather, that individual is accompanied by a remarkably strong girl, whose abilities are quite peculiar. Hawkins remarked, his brow furrowing further. Indeed, that girl is Perona, a subordinate of the warlord Gecko Moria, possessing the powers of the hollow fruit, which enables her to conjure spirits. Anyone touched by her specters will instantly succumb to despondency, losing the will to fight. Roranoa nodded, revealing further intelligence. Moria's subordinate? How could she possibly end up on Roranoa's ship? Drake, upon hearing this, cast a puzzled glance at Roranoa. Having once served in the Navy, he understood that although the 7 warlords ostensibly belonged to the Navy, without a mandatory directive, they would never idly assist the Navy without cause. While he was uncertain of the specifics, it remained evident that Perona had indeed been aboard Roranoa's vessel all along. Luo shook his head slowly and remarked, "Does it bring about despondency? Is this ability truly formidable? Can it not be resisted by your collective will?" Moreover, cannot one simply evade the specter? Upon hearing this, Hawkins cast a perplexed glance at the two. No, he replied, once that young girl's ability takes hold, one is nearly guaranteed to lose their fighting spirit, becoming utterly vulnerable. Drake, upon hearing this, spoke gravely. He was aware from his naval days of Perona's demonstrated fruit abilities. Furthermore, if Perona's powers were indeed so easily evaded, how then did Kid suffer defeat? Hawkins pondered this, his expression momentarily faltering. For he did not consider his own speed to be significantly superior to Kid's. It is well known that a certain individual, named Rob, possesses the ability to manipulate the void. Thus, I surmise that his powers might have accelerated the Spectre's speed to such an extent that it rendered Kid incapable of evasion. After a moment of contemplation, Luo spoke. What shall we do then? Hawkins, typically a composed strategist, found himself in a state of disarray, his tranquility crumbling under the weight of the probabilities revealed by the cards. When the cards indicated that Robert's chances of victory soared to 90%, a sense of unease began to gnaw at him. Rest assured, had the situation been insurmountable, I would not have sought out the two allies. Instead, I would have chosen to flee directly into the Grand Line. Luo smiled and said, Oh? Upon hearing this, Hawkins and Drake's eyes gleamed with interest. Do not forget my abilities. Within the realm of my powers, no matter how swift a ghost may be, I can effortlessly swap places with it. Ro let out a cold laugh, his gaze turning icy. At that time, I will ensnare Perona, and the two of you can jointly subdue Rob. Hawkins was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Ro's abilities might truly counter Perona's powers. Allow me to calculate our chances of victory. With that, Hawkins discarded the playing cards in his hand, his fingers deftly dancing in the air as the cards began to swiftly assemble. Hawkins gazed incredulously at the victory percentage displayed on the cards. You truly possess remarkable skill, Ro. Our odds have skyrocketed from 10% to 97%. How can this be? Surely, you haven't miscalculated. Drake, upon hearing this, was equally astonished, a look of disbelief etched upon his features. It seems that the young lady named Perona is indeed the pivotal factor in this battle. Luo Wanine was equally astonished by the impressive odds, and with a smile, he remarked, Then let us ambush along the route to the Northern Navy headquarters, esteemed leaders. No problem, came the response. Meanwhile, amidst the clamor of the outside world, Rob was bidding farewell to Colonel Eru at the Southern Navy headquarters. Brother Rob, I truly did not anticipate such remarkable courage from you. It seems that peace may reign in the South Sea for quite some time now, Eru expressed, placing a hand on Rob's shoulder, his excitement palpable. Initially, he was uncertain whether Rob would agree to his plan, but to his astonishment, upon presenting it, Rob readily consented, leaving Eru pleasantly surprised. Colonel, I must thank you for devising such a strategy. Otherwise, I would never have considered taking this course of action. Upon hearing this, Rob smiled. After battling with Kid and recognizing the terrifying nature of Perona's abilities, he had been pondering how to accumulate more devil points. Colonel Elu's plan precisely aligned with his aspirations. Over the course of this week, various pirates had contributed nearly 500 devil points to him. Now, his balance stood at an impressive 900 points. Coupled with the Nun fruit, he was merely 500 points away from reaching 5,000. Rob, you must exercise caution in the North Sea. The events in the South Sea are surely known to the three there, so do not be overly complacent, Colonel Elu remarked with a hint of concern, casting a wary glance at Rob. Although he perceived Rob's strength as formidable, an undercurrent of unease lingered in his heart. Rest assured, do you not know how powerful I am? Even the highest bounty, Kid, was vanquished by me. The three in the North Sea shall pose no challenge, Rob reassured him. Just await my news upon returning to headquarters. Upon hearing this, Rob chuckled softly and patted Elu on the shoulder. Although he acknowledged that Kid's bounty was somewhat inflated, and perhaps his own strength surpassed that of Kid's by a slight margin, he felt a profound sense of confidence with Perona by his side. I shall take my leave now. Rob turned around and leaped onto the warship, waving at Colonel Eru with a smile. Very well, I shall await your good news. Once you reach the naval headquarters, I will bring the finest wine from the South Sea to celebrate. Eru, seeing this, could only smile wryly before bellowing back, absolutely. As the resounding voice echoed through the sky, the radiant sunlight illuminated Rob's tall figure, casting a long shadow. In that moment, the youth was full of vigor. Aspiring towards the North Sea. Chapter 86. Journey to the North Sea. Read. Set sail, full speed ahead to the North Sea. Rob glanced at Rate beside him, a smile gracing his lips. All right. Rate, equally exhilarated, felt a deep admiration for his captain after their week in the South Sea. He no longer harbored the trepidation he once felt about their expedition to the North Sea. After all, his captain had triumphed over the notorious Eustace Kidd, rendering the remaining 3 pirates of the North Sea seemingly easy prey. A refreshing sea breeze wafted gently, while the soft sunlight bathed the ship in warmth. Countless soldiers busied themselves on deck as the ropes began to glide, and a pristine white sail unfurled. The medium-sized warship swiftly departed the harbor, charting a course towards the North Sea. At the bow of the vessel, Perona cradled a small toy bear. Her delicate form curled up as she gazed dreamily at the radiant sun. The gentle sea breeze stirred her long, pink hair, revealing her exquisitely delicate face. In that moment, the girl resembled a celestial being from a painted scroll, though a hint of melancholy lingered in the air. What thoughts occupied Rona's mind? As Rob approached the scene, he did not speak frivolously, but instead walked slowly towards the young girl, his expression laced with concern. He had no particular thoughts in mind. He simply found the sunlight at that moment to be extraordinarily beautiful. A flicker of confusion passed through Perona's exquisite eyes, and she quickly broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Is that so? Indeed, today is a splendid day." Upon hearing her words, Rob did not notice the fleeting panic in the girl's eyes. Instead, he lifted his gaze towards the rising sun. At this moment, the sun radiated a vibrant red hue, its warmth akin to that of jade. The brilliant sunlight, gentle and non-intrusive, enveloped him in a comforting embrace. Thus, let us commence today's cultivation. Rob stretched languidly, turning toward the deck to commence his exercises for the day. The rhythmic sound of his movements echoed as droplets of sweat, glistening like pearls under the radiant sun, trickled from his forehead, arms, and back, pattering onto the wooden planks below. With each labored breath, Rob's body began to flush a vibrant red, the crimson lifeblood coursing rapidly within him. And as sweat continued to pour forth, his entire form shimmered alluringly in the sunlight. Perona, cradling a teddy bear, observed Rob's training with a gaze that seemed distant. Lost in thought, murmuring softly to herself, "Are you worried about something?" she mused, before turning her attention to the diminishing figure of the naval headquarters in the distance. Her eyes wandering over the surrounding towns, filled with teddy bears, candies, and windmills, revealing a deep yearning within her beautiful gaze. Soon, we shall rest. Only the North Sea remains. Unbeknownst to the spirited Rob and his companions, a formidable ambush was quietly taking shape, awaiting their arrival. North Sea. A bustling island, a diminutive, isolated isle situated along the main route to the North Sea Naval Headquarters, yet lacking in grandeur. The island boasted a near-circular shape, lush with verdant trees and abundant rainfall, blessed with favorable weather. However, due to its modest size, it could not accommodate large structures, and thus, at its heart lay a small town of approximately 10,000 souls. Yet, at this moment, the island was beset by an unwelcome throng of guests. As a multitude of pirate ships emerged in the waters off its shores, each bearing distinctly shaped emblems. Among them, the Red Heart pirate crew had but a solitary vessel, upon which stood 3 men at the bow: the illustrious surgeon, Trafalgar Law, the formidable ex-Drake, and the enigmatic magician, Basil Hawkins. "How does this a bustling island strike you, gentlemen?" asked Law, his eyes twinkling with a smile as he regarded the island ahead. "Quite agreeable. The dense foliage is ideal for an ambush," Drake replied, nodding in approval as he surveyed the verdant thickets. "However, this island is rather small and circular. Concealing our ships may prove challenging," Hawkins remarked, furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction. Indeed, the island's diminutive size left little room for a concealed harbor to dock the pirate vessels. "Yes, I too find it merely satisfactory for laying in wait. But the circular nature of the harbor makes it ill-suited for maritime concealment. Overall, this island appears somewhat inadequate," Drake concurred, shaking his head. Despite the lush greenery, the other conditions were decidedly lacking. Their trio's ship would be easily spotted if anchored here. "No, this island is truly an exceptional location," Law asserted. Upon witnessing this, Luo smiled mysteriously. "Oh." The 2 individuals gazed at Luo in astonishment. First and foremost, Major Rob must inevitably pass through this island. For 100 nautical miles beyond it lies our North Sea Naval Headquarters. Luo chuckled softly and remarked, however, "There exist other islands behind this one that offer far superior ambush opportunities." The 2 remained perplexed. "No, you must understand that the islands behind us are considerably larger. And positioning our vessels, there would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Navy. Furthermore, as you are aware, the most unexpected locations often serve as the most effective sites for ambushes. This circular harbor, at first glance, appears to be anything but a place for concealment." and the island's diminutive size renders it incapable of harboring a significant number of pirate ships for an ambush. Thus, this indeed becomes the least expected place, ensuring that Major Rob will have no cause for concern regarding our presence here. Rob explained earnestly. However, how are we to ambush him? Upon hearing this, the two were even more perplexed. If even Rob remarked that this location was evidently unsuitable for an ambush, how could they possibly proceed? An ambush does not necessitate an entire force. First, we must land and seize the entire island. Given that it is situated 100 nautical miles from the naval headquarters and is merely a small town with fewer than 10,000 inhabitants, we can effectively seal off any news. Due to the island's insignificance and remoteness, it is unlikely that the Navy will inspect this place within the next 2 to 3 months. Indeed, once a member of the Navy, Drake nodded in agreement. Such a small island is beyond the Navy's capacity to manage. Their resources are already stretched thin, unable to even maintain patrols in larger towns. This presents an advantage, granting us ample time to lay in wait for Rob's arrival without his knowledge. Luo extended his finger and smiled. Subsequently, all we need to do is transport the artillery from our fleets into the jungle, thereby preserving our firepower and troops. We shall leave only my vessel and that of Drake, eliminating the need for the remaining pirate ships, thus averting the predicament of insufficient docking space for numerous vessels. My Drake was momentarily taken aback at the remark. Indeed, you play a pivotal role in this ambush. With a mysterious smile, Luo said, Chapter 87, The Storm. To eliminate any possibility of escape for this Rob, you must lure him in. A cold light flickered in Luo's eyes as he smiled. Indeed, we must strike decisively, leaving no chance for that fellow to escape. Otherwise, he shall not be so easily deceived in the future. Hawkins, standing nearby, nodded in earnest agreement, jesting that their failure rate had soared to 90% when they had not acted in unison, a testament to the formidable nature of their adversary. Very well, then. What do you propose we do? Drake, having listened to Luo's explanation, felt a surge of admiration. This was undoubtedly the most opportune location for ambushing Rob. Once they had quelled the populace of the island, Hawkins and all his subordinates would lie in wait atop the island, anticipating Drake's arrival with Rob in the town. They would then unleash the multitude of cannons concealed within the jungle to sink his warship, severing his means of retreat. Remember, they must act only after Rob has entered the town, otherwise he might thwart their artillery with countermeasures. It is imperative that they catch him off guard. Rob's expression was grave as he outlined his strategy. Understood. Hawkins nodded in agreement. The focus will be on you, Drake. Your vessels are to anchor at the island's harbor. Once we locate Rob's warships, we will create a tremendous cannonade to capture his attention. At that moment, you shall land from their line of sight, making a grand display as if to invade the island, advancing towards the town with great force. To enhance the realism, we shall instruct our subordinates to simulate the sounds of public panic. The arrogant Rob, upon discovering your solitary presence, will undoubtedly pursue you, for he has come to the North Sea with the intent to eradicate the three of us. Luo cast a serious glance at Drake and said, There is no problem. I will certainly bring him into the town. Drake nodded, his demeanor resolute. Very well. To prevent Rob from abandoning his soldiers and attempting to escape alone, I shall intercept him from behind. If he does not act immediately, I will join you to confront Rob directly. Luo chuckled. How will you appear from behind? Both men were momentarily taken aback. If Luo's ship were also at sea, wouldn't it be discovered? Do not forget, he replied, my vessel is capable of submerging, which is why I shall be the first to detect them. With a cold smile, Luo decisively declared that this endeavor must succeed. Thus, they could execute a pincer movement. Upon hearing this, both individuals' pupils flickered with excitement, and they erupted into hearty laughter. Very well, it is settled. Let us commence our actions, dear companions. Our first objective is to seize the island. Half a month later, in the North Sea, off the coast of a bustling island, a thunderous roar reverberated through the sky, akin to the wrath of the heavens, as violet black lightning cracked ominously over the deep, dark sea. Amidst the dense, ominous clouds, a myriad of violet-black electric serpents writhed, producing chilling sounds of crackling electricity. The powerful currents surged through the sky like a chaotic dragon, creating a cacophony of thunderous noise, while the tremendous force churned the dark waters of the ocean, generating tumultuous waves. Strangely, despite the terrifying tempest, not a single drop of rain fell, an eerie phenomenon indeed. At that moment, beneath the tumultuous waves near a bustling island, a submarine lay hidden, concealed by the turbulent sea. The vessel was adorned with a peculiar emblem, a circular smiling face encircled by 6 dark T-shaped figures. 2 faint lights glimmered in the inky depths, resembling a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Babua informed the 2 leaders to prepare. Rob's warship has made its appearance. Rona held a peculiar telescope, and suddenly his body trembled as he glanced at the polar bear beside him, grinning. However, this wretched weather is certainly aiding that rascal Rob. In such circumstances, attracting their attention is no easy feat. Make some more noise. Understood. Beepo, with his earnest demeanor, nodded and took out a phone book, dialing it. Brew, brew, brew. Rob has appeared, and preparations are underway. The operation is about to commence. Got it. Additionally, the captain mentioned that this dreadful weather makes it challenging to catch Rob's attention. So please amplify the commotion. Rest assured, haha, he will undoubtedly notice us. Meanwhile, several nautical miles ahead of the submarine, a warship bobbed amidst the surging waves. Captain, it seems that upon our return to headquarters, we must indeed request a large warship. This sea has become as tumultuous as the Grand Line. Rhett gazed at the roiling ocean before him, feeling quite disheartened. Do not worry, I will certainly request a sizable warship upon our return to headquarters. Upon hearing this, Rob felt a tinge of frustration, not solely due to the necessity of exerting mental energy to maintain the vessel's equilibrium in such inclement weather, but also because the provisions aboard were woefully insufficient to satiate his appetite. Just a week prior, the fresh ingredients brought from the South Sea had been entirely consumed, leaving him to forage for wild game from the ocean to alleviate his hunger. Oh dear, little Rob, perhaps your storage is simply too inadequate, he mused, reflecting on his relentless journey towards the North Sea without so much as a moment's respite. Observing Rob's disheartened demeanor, Perona couldn't help but stifle a laugh. For the wild game they had managed to acquire over the past week was far from delectable. Alas, we must hasten our voyage to the North Sea. Should those 3 rascals manage to escape to the Grand Line, capturing them will become a formidable challenge. Rob, with a gesture of resignation, shrugged his shoulders. In truth, this was one of the reasons he was eager to reach the North Sea, for pirates do not wait idly for their extermination. If one cannot match their strength, they can flee or hide. Otherwise, the admirals would have long since subdued the 4 seas. The very nature of pirates to conceal themselves, coupled with the delicate balance of power in the world, prevents admirals from remaining in the 4 seas indefinitely, resulting in such chaos. Regardless, upon your return to the headquarters, you must take a leave of absence for a time. Otherwise, I shall not accompany you any longer. Upon hearing this, Perona, with her proud stature, huffed indignantly. She had followed this fellow on his journey, yet not a single promise he made had been fulfilled. And the incessant wandering and fighting upon the seas was becoming utterly tiresome. All right. Rest assured, if my request for leave is denied, I shall renounce my position as a Navy officer. How about that? Upon hearing this, Rob offered a wry smile, remarking that ever since the young girl had emerged from Ghost Island, she had been clamoring for indulgence and revelry. It seemed that this return to the headquarters would indeed have to align with her desires. Suddenly, amidst the rumbling thunder, a distinct sound akin to a thunderclap arose. Rhett, did you hear that peculiar noise? It doesn't seem to be thunder. Rob suddenly frowned and turned to the dejected Rhett beside him. What is it? It's just thunder. Isn't it? Rolling thunder. The sound of thunder intertwined with the booming of cannons, growing louder to the point of indistinction. Just then, a brilliant light suddenly appeared on the pitch-black horizon. Chapter 88. Ambush Little Rob. What is that? Perona exclaimed, gazing ahead in astonishment. Boom. Amidst the deafening roar, both Rob and Rhett hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, only to witness an inferno erupting on the island ahead, casting a crimson hue across the sky. Boss, that's the flag of Red Banner X-Drake. Rhett's pupils dilated sharply as he pointed forward and shouted, I see it. Let's pursue. A cold glint flickered in Rob's eyes as he responded indifferently. Understood, boss. Reit, brimming with excitement, nodded enthusiastically and hurried off to direct the soldiers below to commence their operations. Soon, the ship's speed surged forward. Little Rob, could there be any danger? Perona felt an inexplicable sense of unease creeping into her heart from the very beginning, as if some ominous event were destined to unfold. Fear not. This island presents no opportunity for a substantial ambush of pirate ships. With only Rear Admiral Drake to contend with, I am not concerned. In Rob's pupils, the vividly emblazoned pirate ship was reflected, as if it had just captured its prey, brimming with excitement. However, the 3 pirates of the North Sea surely anticipated our return. They must have made some preparations. Perona voiced her concerns anxiously. It matters not. Even if it is those three, what have I to fear? Upon hearing this, Rob shook his head and, with excitement, gazed forward. He extended his hands toward the void, unleashing a tremendous surge of mental energy that erupted from his being. Boom. Before Perona could utter another word, the sea beneath the warship churned violently, propelled by that immense mental force, as the vessel's speed reached an unprecedented peak. Simultaneously, the scenery ahead became increasingly vivid, and the sounds that reached the ears of the onlookers grew clearer. Captain, the thunderous roar you heard earlier was this scoundrel preparing to attack the island. Damn it, Raid exclaimed, his anger boiling over upon discerning the cannon fire within the thunder. If it weren't for the overwhelming sound of thunder, this rogue might have escaped. Humph, rest assured, he won't get away. Encountering me is his misfortune. Rob's gaze sharpened, a resolute glimmer flashing within. It was imperative that this individual not be spared, even if it meant stepping into a perilous situation. So be it. Boss, that guy has landed. We must hurry, or it will be too late. Red exclaimed urgently, his voice rising in alarm. Before them, the pirate ship had already docked, and from its deck surged forth thousands of pirates, charging towards the dense thicket. Damn it, little Pepe, follow me. Rhett, keep pace with us. Upon witnessing this, Rob's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion of his hands, a formidable energy surged forth from the battleship, enveloping both him and Perona. Whoosh! The two ascended like cannonballs, hurtling towards the island with unrelenting speed. Humph, quite fast indeed. On the island, Red Flag Drake caught a glimpse of Rob breaking away from the fleet, a cold smile creeping across his face. With the powers of the dinosaur devil fruit in his beastly form, he commanded, "Brothers, accelerate." As he spoke, Drake's legs morphed into two robust dinosaur claws. Boom. The dragon claws tore through the earth, shooting forth like arrows into the dense forest. Understood, Captain. Meanwhile, the other pirates erupted with excitement, their speed surging as they charged into the thicket. Damn it, these guys are remarkably swift, Rob thought, momentarily taken aback. As he cursed under his breath, within mere seconds, Drake and the others vanished into the depths of the forest. Help. Woo-woo, it's the Drake pirates, everyone run. Cries of desperation echoed. Help. Flee, flee. Men, kill them all, and bind the women. Hee. As Rob drew closer, the voices on the island grew increasingly distinct, filled with countless cries of anguish, pleas for help, and the lewd, sinister laughter that invaded his mind. Quickly, these scoundrels even have an advance party. Upon hearing these sounds, Rob's expression shifted at the recollection of the previous cannon fire. A surge of crimson erupted from his eyes, and two pitch-black, tadpole-like figures detached from his pupils, spiraling wildly around them. The double Tomo Sharingan awakened. With a thunderous roar, Rob's psychic energy intensified dramatically, exerting an even greater force upon the two individuals. Whoosh! Rob, like a streak of white light, plunged swiftly into the dense forest. In the blink of an eye, his Sharingan spun rapidly, the gaps between countless trees slowing to a crawl as they filled his vision. With a flash of divine speed, Rob, alongside Perona, moved fluidly, leaving behind only an afterimage as they traversed through the thicket. Suddenly, just moments after entering the forest, a devastating blaze flickered ahead. What could be happening? In the blink of an eye, Rob emerged from the dense forest, his blood-red pupils narrowing in shock. Before him lay a small town, scarred by the remnants of cannon fire, yet devoid of any weeping or fleeing civilians. Instead, the streets were filled with pirates feigning sorrowful cries, as countless shells rained chaos upon the battered settlement. Major Rob, I have awaited your arrival, X, Drake remarked with a sly grin. His eyes narrowed as he regarded Rob's emergence. We have been anticipating you for nearly half a month. His frigid words seeped into Rob's mind like an icy current, sending a chill down his spine. This is bad. I have fallen into a trap. In that fleeting moment, Rob grasped the gravity of his predicament. However, he quickly regained his composure, casting a cold gaze upon X, Drake below. Red Flag X, Drake, with a devil value of 3,500, the number flashed in Rob's mind, revealing that Drake's power was 500 points less than that of Kid's. Alone, I certainly would not dare to confront you, Major Rob, X. Drake admitted with a self-deprecating shrug. But what would the outcome be with the addition of a magician? At that moment, from the shadows of the ravaged town, the magician Hawkins stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Rob, exuding an air of confidence and composure. Chapter 89. Has Rhett perished? Magician Basil Hawkins? Rob paused momentarily upon seeing the newcomer. However, with the previous words and preparations in mind, he was not particularly surprised. "Oh, do you truly believe that the two of you can overpower me?" Rob stared at the magician Hawkins with an enigmatic smile, twisting his neck as he looked down upon the two. The magician Basil Hawkins, possessing a demonic value of 4,000, appeared in Rob's mind simultaneously. Although Hawkins's power was comparable to Kid's, which took Rob by surprise, he felt that the duo posed no fatal threat, merely a challenge that might become somewhat troublesome. "Oh, it seems that Major Rob is quite aware of his own strength. Allow me to make a prediction for you," Hawkins remarked, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he produced a deck of playing cards and cast them into the void. The cards swiftly transformed in midair, soon forming an intricate pattern. "Major Rob, your chances of victory stand at a mere 3%, Hawkins said, narrowing his eyes and gazing at Rob with a cryptic smile. What could it be? Upon hearing this, Rob's pupils constricted, and an ominous premonition began to spread from the depths of his heart. It is important to note that Hawkins' tarot cards are not mere folly. In a previous life, the calculations of Chambord had already revealed the probability of immortality under the command of the yellow ape. The malevolent value was entirely infused into the yin-yin fruit. Upon witnessing the situation, Rob felt a surge of realization and promptly allocated the remaining 900 demonic points to the mind fruit. In an instant, an even more formidable psychic force surged from the depths of his being. At that moment, Rob's psychic proficiency soared to 500 points, leaving him just a mere 500 points away from awakening. The figures of Chi-Chi and Drake, with demonic values of 3,000 points, and the magician Hawkins at 3,500 points, replayed in Rob's mind. He then recognized that the mere enhancement of proficiency had only augmented his psychic capacity and control, without propelling him into the next phase. The increase in strength was no longer as substantial as it had once been. Rona, spirit of passivity. Upon witnessing this, Rob's gaze sharpened, and he let out a low exclamation. Shall Loazi understand? Perona, upon hearing this, also recognized the gravity of the situation, realizing it was less than optimistic. Immediately, two ethereal specters emerged from her graceful form. Specters, accelerate. Rob's blood-red pupils suddenly constricted, and a torrent of psychic energy surged forth, enveloping the negative spirit emitted by Perona. Whoosh! The pristine ghost accelerated dramatically, darting towards Hawkins like a beam of white light. This is bad. That bastard Law has arrived yet. Upon witnessing this, Hawkins' pupil shrank in alarm, and the recollection of the fruit's abilities replaced his once confident demeanor with dread. Whoosh! However, empowered by the acceleration of psychic energy, the ghost's speed now surpassed that which had previously pursued Kid. Just as Hawkins lifted his leg to flee, the white light penetrated through his body. Alas! In the astonished gazes of Drake and the other pirates, they beheld Hawkins, previously somewhat refined, now collapsing to his knees in utter disarray. Bang! Hawkins merely sighed. And before he could utter his profound reflections on life, Law was already hurtling towards him under the influence of newfound psychic force. With a resounding thud, Law's fist struck Hawkins' abdomen. Instantly, with visible rapidity, Hawkins' midsection recoiled, his body bending into a bow shape. Boom! Subsequently, Hawkins' body was propelled away from Law's fist, akin to an arrow striking a wall, resulting in a tremendous crash. Cough! The immense impact sent chaos swirling, raising a cloud of dust. As Hawkins leaned against the cold wall and coughed up blood. Damn it! Hawkins cursed in pain. For the combination of overwhelming speed and fear of this ability had caught him unprepared to utilize the scarecrow, leading to his being sent flying. Execute Plan A. Hawkins shouted angrily towards the sky. Whoosh! In the wake of the thunderous roar, Law's ears were filled with the sounds of numerous objects slicing through the air. What? Rob hurriedly turned towards the source of the sound, only to behold a myriad of devastating flames flickering within the previously dark thicket behind him, as countless trees were sent flying into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, amidst the gaps, under the rapid operation of Rob's Sharingan, he observed black cannonballs hurtling towards the coastline. It was evident that a warship was approaching the shore, while the dark projectiles spread out like a dense net, enveloping the vessel. This is impossible. It is too far. Rob glanced at the countless shells, feeling his psychic energy slipping away, and his pupils involuntarily reflected a sense of urgency. Rhett. Upon witnessing this, Perona's beautiful eyes also filled with anxiety. It was at this moment that she realized she had yet to inquire about the mischief that Rhett and Rob were concocting. Boom! Accompanied by a series of tremendous explosions. The entire warship was engulfed in roaring flames, with countless fiery planks and soldiers being hurled from the vessel, splashing into the sea and onto the ground. At that moment, the thunderous sounds of cannon fire mingled with the resounding claps of thunder, creating an unmistakably vivid symphony. "Damn it, Rhett, you scoundrel, you cannot perish." Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Rob's gaze darkened profoundly as he came to realize the true intent behind Drake's maneuver, luring him deep into the island to sever his escape routes, leaving him with no avenues for retreat, should a barrage of cannonballs be hurled towards him. Due to the proximity of the objects, his telekinetic control would strengthen, rendering the cannonballs a negligible threat in his current state. With a thunderous crash, Rob forcefully stomped the ground, creating an immense crater that astonished the surrounding pirates. In the wake of the considerable recoil, they beheld Rob racing towards the shore like a fleeting comet. Concurrently, by harnessing the force of the recoil, he directed all his telekinetic energy towards Perona, propelling her to an astonishing velocity. Rob, do you think we will allow your escape? Brothers, pursue him. Drake commanded with a chilling glint in his eyes. Fully aware of the formidable power Rob possessed, especially after witnessing him effortlessly dispatch Hawkins, he comprehended the dire consequences if this ambush were to fail. With another resounding boom, Drake's calves morphed into robust dragon claws, launching him towards the shoreline. Chapter 90, Fury. Boom. The cacophony of thunder intensified, reverberating through the air with deafening blasts. The tempestuous weather worsened as the purplish-black storm clouds thickened, rolling ominously and emitting piercing sounds. The ferocious winds escalated, wreaking havoc across the sea, with trees uprooted and soaring through the sky, creating an apocalyptic scene. The previously arid atmosphere was abruptly besieged by a torrential downpour, as if the heavens aimed to extinguish the brilliant cannon fire glowing in the night. "Damn it! Is this cursed weather aiding that wretch?" Drake exclaimed in anger, witnessing the sudden shift as the once brilliant artillery fire flickered and dimmed under the onslaught of rain, many munitions becoming drenched. "Rob, even so, you shall not escape today." Drake's eyes darkened as he surged towards Rob. His legs, now resembling dragon claws, swelled with power, and his speed surged once more, becoming exceedingly swift. The once blazing warship was doused by the sudden downpour. Soldiers lay scattered upon the deck and beach, their blood staining the ground. Many bore severe burns, their bodies charred and damaged beyond recognition. "Rhett, you rascal, don't you dare die." In a furious frenzy, Rob's blood-red eyes fixated intensely on the charred warship before him, and he let out a thunderous roar of rage. At that moment, the relentless downpour of rain pelted mercilessly against his face, while purple-black lightning flickered in his pupils, emanating an aura of dread akin to that of a demon. Crack! A faint sound pierced the air, drawing the attention of the onlookers towards the warship. Soon, a subtle tremor resonated through the ruins, and then, a figure struggled to emerge from the debris. The youth was drenched in blood, his once pristine naval uniform now charred and tattered, crimson liquid cascading down his ashen face. "Boss." The boy's dark eyes were fixed on Rob, his voice frail and imbued with a profound sense of helplessness. "Rhett." As Rob beheld the living Rhett, a flicker of joy coursed through him. However, upon noticing Rhett's battered form, ensnared beneath heavy timber, his crimson-hued eyes spiraled with madness. In an instant, a torrent of ferocious psychic energy erupted from within Rob's being. "Get away from me." With a thunderous roar, the overwhelming force surged towards the charred warship, transforming into countless streams of formidable power. Boom. In that moment, the shattered vessel disintegrated, sending a multitude of wooden planks hurtling through the air, crashing onto the beach with a resounding cacophony. Simultaneously, Rhett and a multitude of soldiers floated in the air. "Hey, Rhett." Rob enveloped the individuals suspended in midair with his telekinetic powers, gently placing them upon the sandy shore. He then embraced Rhett, urgently exclaiming, "Boss, we must flee swiftly." In response, Rhett let out a resigned smile, gazing weakly at Rob, and murmured with a hint of helplessness, "Rob, do not entertain thoughts of escape." Just then, Drake emerged from the dense forest, bellowing towards Rob. Drake. Upon hearing this, Rob, cradling Rhett, turned his head to fix a piercing gaze upon Drake, his teeth clenched in fury. At that moment, an immense surge of rage swelled within Rob's chest, and his blood-red pupils transformed into a chilling glare. A terrifying telekinetic force erupted around him, surging violently like tumultuous ocean waves. "Rona, the spirit of negativity." A cold voice escaped Rob's lips as he gently laid the gravely injured Rhett upon the beach. "I understand." Little Rob, Perona, upon hearing this, was also engulfed in anger. Suddenly, she extended her hands with a fierce shout, and two ethereal white specters emerged from her delicate form. Spirit of negativity. Rob looked at the two malevolent spirits in the void, turned his gaze towards Wraith, and smiled reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry, my friend. For today, I shall lead you to safety." With that, Rob resolutely turned back, his icy eyes locking onto the formidable Drake. And then he commanded in a low voice, "Spirits, accelerate." Instantly, a tremendous surge of psychic energy erupted from Rob's being, propelling the ethereal spirits toward Drake and his crew with great ferocity. "Boss." Wraith stood dazed, gazing at the young man before him. In that moment, the once orphaned boy felt an overwhelming warmth for the first time. "Damn it, lads, charge at that ghost." Drake exclaimed, his pupils narrowing in realization. Having witnessed Rob's formidable technique before, he harbored no illusions of evasion. However, within the blink of an eye, he devised a counter-strategy. "Understood, Captain Drake." The crew of pirates responded, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Indeed, as long as this ability did not affect their captain, victory in this battle was assured. "Brothers, forward. Let us slay this wretch." As this chapter comes to a close, please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling narrative. Countless pirates discarded their dampened cannons, brandishing their cutlasses as they surged toward Rob, intent on colliding with the approaching spirits, their demeanor one of reckless defiance. "Rob, you shall find it difficult to contend with me now," Drake declared, excitement gleaming in his eyes. While he understood that Perona's ability could penetrate its target, he reasoned that if a person could exhaust the spirits, dealing with Rob would become manageable. He even contemplated defeating Rob before he could arrive. Navi." Rob stared intently at Drake in the distance, his pupils constricting as he extended his finger, unleashing a formidable psychic force. "Charge forth," he commanded. And in the astonished gaze of the onlookers, a pristine specter surged forward, effortlessly piercing through the approaching pirates, hurtling towards Drake with unwavering momentum. "What? It 1T deplete," Drake exclaimed, his pupils dilating in shock. The confident demeanor he once bore froze upon his face, rendering it rigid. If Rob's powers were indeed unassailable, how on earth could he contend with this? Just as he twisted his dragon-like claws, contemplating his next move, the luminous specter traversed through Drake's very being like a flash of light. In an instant, Drake's towering figure crumpled to the ground, devoid of any resistance. Before he could articulate his ensuing thoughts, Rob had deftly maneuvered through the crowd, utilizing his remarkable agility to follow the specter closely. Bang! With a resounding thud, his colossal fist struck Drake's body, sending him hurtling through the air like a swift arrow. Chapter 91. Rob. Boom. With an overwhelming force, Drake's towering frame collided with the trees, generating a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Void thought. Rob looked at the pirates frozen in place, his cold gaze deepening. He chose not to pursue the flying Drake, for this group of pirates could pose a threat to the severely injured Rhett and his companions. "Come to me," he bellowed in a fury, unleashing a torrent of immense psychic energy that surged towards the assembled pirates like a tidal wave. "What is this ghastly power?" Countless pirates cried out, feeling an overwhelming force tugging at their bodies. Despite their fervent resistance, their strength was but a mere whisper against such might. Soon, the sight of the thrashing pirates, like aimless objects, began to draw closer to Rob's outstretched hand. Giant club, great chaos hammer. Rob glanced at the massive throng of pirates before him, his gaze turning icy. With a sudden contraction of the muscles in his calves, he propelled himself into the air with explosive force. "Get lost." Rob extended his arms, fiercely seizing the calf of a pirate. The muscles in his arms swelled dramatically, veins bulging, before he swung the colossal club towards the remaining pirates. "No, no," came the panicked cries as the immense weapon swept through the air, sending pirates flying from the beach like refuse. Thunder rumbled ominously as countless pirates collided into the dense thicket, the giant club gradually staining crimson with their blood. With each violent impact, Robinson could hear the sickening sound of bones cracking, the pirates beneath the club rendered dazed, their faces bruised, revealing deep white fractures. Blood dripped steadily from the club, the pungent scent of iron lingering in the damp, thunderous atmosphere, refusing to dissipate. Manifestation of demon slaying. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the jungle, and a colossal scarecrow emerged, wielding a massive scythe. With a swish, the scythe sliced through the air, hurtling towards Robinson with ferocity. Under the pitch-black night, brilliant purple-black lightning flashed, illuminating the icy blade that shimmered with a cold, silvery gleam. Was it Hawkins? Upon witnessing this, Rob's gaze sharpened. Yet he remained undaunted. With a powerful thrust of his agile legs, he sprang towards the beach, simultaneously channeling strength through his back as he gripped the giant scythe, swinging it with conviction. Lord Hawkins, no? The previously dazed pirates were jolted into awareness, their expressions morphing into sheer terror as they beheld the chilling blade before them. Damn it! The towering figure of Hawkins, now resembling a colossal scarecrow, narrowed his dark pupils in response, his fury igniting as he resolutely swung the scythe in retaliation. The clash produced no thunderous roar. Instead, it resonated with a sharp, slicing sound as the giant stick was severed cleanly by the scythe, causing 7 or 8 pirates to be cleaved in two by the icy blade. This fellow is truly merciless. Upon witnessing this, Rob's eyes narrowed, for the large scythe was now stained with a vivid crimson hue. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed through the dense forest, amidst which a resounding roar was distinctly audible. In an instant, a terrifying dinosaur, even larger than the manifestation of the demon, charged forth from the thicket. Drake? This is bad, Rona. Upon witnessing this, Rob's pupils constricted as he anxiously glanced at Perona in the sky. With a thunderous roar resonating through the air, Drake, transformed into a colossal dinosaur, opened its gaping maw and lunged fiercely at Perona. Humph! Do not underestimate this princess. Perona's fury ignited at this moment. Did they truly believe that her silence rendered her a mere plaything? Giant phantom, kamikaze bomb. With a delicate huff, an enormous phantom, roughly the size of several Peronas, abruptly materialized before the astonished onlookers. Following her tumultuous battle with Kid, Perona had developed this latest technique to safeguard herself. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the colossal phantom kamikaze bomb detonated beside the dinosaur's jaws. To the astonishment of all, the immense force of the blast forcibly repelled the gigantic creature. Even Rob, standing nearby, was taken aback, for wisps of black smoke began to billow from Drake's ancient dinosaur form, its flesh charred and blood streaming from its mouth, presenting a scene of utter disarray. Was this strength surpassing even that of the past? Rob was utterly astonished. Previously, he had only witnessed Perona utilizing the ghost bomb, leading him to believe she had yet to develop this technique. Taking advantage of the moment, Perona escaped to the other side, patting her pert bosom. Her complexion flushed as she gasped for breath. Employing such a move was still quite taxing for her. Little Rob, swiftly eliminate them, negative spirit. Perona glanced at Rob with a hint of anxiety, urging him. In response, 2 pristine white ghosts surged forth once again from her delicate form. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Upon hearing this, Rob felt a slight astonishment. Noticing Perona's condition, he understood that she could not frequently employ that technique. Leave it to me. Rob gazed at the 2 phantoms in the sky, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, a tremendous force of psychic energy surged from his body, sweeping toward the specters. Phantoms, accelerate. With a chilling proclamation, Hawkins and Drake witnessed the pristine apparition once more choose to launch an assault on Drake. Boom. In that very moment, Rob propelled himself off the ground like a finely tuned arrow, speeding toward Drake, fully aware that the magician Hawkins would not easily dispatch the scarecrow. To diminish their ranks, he must first eliminate Drake. You scoundrel, you shall not succeed. Hawkins, in that instant, discerned Rob's intentions and raised his enormous scythe, striking fiercely at Rob. Humph. Divine flash. Rob looked at the silver blade of light hurtling towards him with incredible speed, his blood-red pupils spinning violently. In that fleeting moment, the power of his Sharingan reached its utmost limit, combined with the strength of observation Haki, revealing the trajectory of the scythe within the confines of his vision. Whoosh. In the next instant, amidst Hawkins' astonished gaze, Rob contorted his body in midair, akin to a specter, darting away from the side. Damn it, Rob, get out here. Son of a bitch. Drake, witnessing this, instinctively narrowed his large beastly eyes into slits, staring at Rob in horror, before swiftly transforming into his hybrid form and unleashing a furious roar into the sky. My apologies, esteemed leaders, for my tardiness. At that moment, a voice laced with a hint of regret, yet cold as ice, echoed suddenly through the inky darkness of the night. Chapter 92. The Power of Rob. Boom. A deafening clap of thunder resounded, and as the sound reverberated, Rob felt a chilling sensation spreading down his spine. Trafalgar Law? As Rob's head abruptly turned, his pupils constricted sharply, and in that fleeting moment, every muscle in his body tensed. Beneath the inky expanse of the night sky stood a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of defiance. He donned a winter hat adorned with fuzzy patterns resembling leopard spots, his eyes uniquely framed by pronounced dark circles, Two small golden earrings dangled from his ears, and a scruffy beard adorned his jawline. He wore a casual long-sleeve shirt with a hood, its sleeves casually rolled up halfway. His trousers were a pale blue, embellished with a dotted pattern. The black sleeves and hood contrasted strikingly with the peach-colored shirt, which featured a large, whimsical smiley face emblazoned across the chest, a design that would later evolve into a black, knee-length trench coat. His forearms bore tattoos resembling those on his shirt, while his chest and shoulders were adorned with a sizable heart-shaped tattoo. His back displayed the emblem of his pirate crew. Each finger bore a letter, collectively spelling out death, further accentuated by the matching leopard spots on his pants, exuding an untamed ferocity. He was none other than the renowned pirate, Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, the Surgeon of Death. It was imperative to act swiftly. Swish. In that fleeting moment, Rob recognized the gravity of the situation. He then turned his gaze toward the panicked Drake. His eyes narrowing as an immense force surged forth from within him, propelling the airborne Rob with newfound velocity. Rob, save me. At that instant, a brilliant white light streaked past, causing Drake's eyes to widen in shock as he stared at Rob. Room, initiate scan. As Luo Wanin gazed at the rapidly advancing white specter of Drake, his eyes turned cold, and he slowly extended a hand. Instantly, an enigmatic force enveloped an expansive area around him. What is this? In that fleeting moment, Rob's pupils constricted sharply, for the once swiftly darting white specter abruptly halted. To Rob's disbelief, the ghost vanished entirely before his eyes. Humph! The beastly transformation in full form. Drake's eyes gleamed with excitement, a sinister smile curving upon his lips. Before the astonished crowd, he expanded in size, his terrifying muscles swelled dramatically, revealing a colossal ancient dinosaur. Begone! Drake bellowed at the airborne Rob, raising his massive dragon claw, which transformed into a fist, and struck fiercely towards Rob. Whoosh! Upon witnessing the scene, Rob's crimson pupils suddenly contracted. He observed as the explosive fist violently sliced through the air, hurtling towards him with fierce intensity. Armed with his willpower, Rob let out a thunderous roar, and with that, his arm swelled dramatically, veins protruding as he channeled his formidable mental energy to collide with Drake's fist. A resounding boom echoed as Rob's diminutive fist met the colossal claw of the dinosaur, resulting in a tremendous explosion of sound. In that fleeting moment of contact, Rob felt an overwhelming force radiate from his arm, propelling him backward and crashing him onto the beach, stirring up a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, a look of astonishment appeared in Drake's eyes, as he too was pushed back several steps by the sheer force of the recoil. The strength of this seemingly frail individual had managed to momentarily match his own, a surprising feat considering that power was his domain. It became evident that if they did not unite, the likelihood of total annihilation might indeed align with Hawkins' predictions. This individual posed a significant challenge. Drake gazed intently at the swirling dust, his expression turning grave. What on earth is happening? Rob shook his numbed arm and cast an angry glance at the sky. Although he had managed to briefly contend with Drake's martial prowess due to his burgeoning psychic abilities and over half a month of rigorous training, it was the inexplicably vanished negative spirit that truly stirred a tempest within his heart. Kid, let us see how you deal with us this time. At that moment, Hawkins, having recovered from his earlier shock, coldly fixed his gaze upon Rob. It was then apparent that the once dominant negative spirit had been displaced to another location by Rob's room, slipping beyond the control of both Rob and Perona. Damn it, what should we do? Cold sweat beaded on Rob's forehead as he realized the cause of the ghost's sudden disappearance. That ability seemed to manipulate space, and in an instant, the negative specter was snatched away without his awareness. Room. Slaughterhouse. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed once more across the sky, and the mysterious force enveloped the vast expanse once again. This is bad. In that fleeting instant, under the influence of observation haki and the Sharingan, Rob sensed an intensely dangerous chill approaching from behind, prompting an instinctive use of Shuinpa. Suddenly, he felt a mysterious force brush past him, and he witnessed the trees before him silently parting. The blade sliced through the air without a sound, cutting behind Rob. Damn, that was close. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. A bead of cold sweat emerged on Rob's brow as he understood that this ability could cleave him in two, bringing the battle to an abrupt conclusion. Observation haki. Is it? Upon witnessing that Rob had his back turned to him, Luo could not help but feel a sudden shock in his eyes. Murmuring to himself in disbelief at the realization that his abilities had made no sound whatsoever, You too. Hold him off along with the other pirates. I shall deal with this young lady first. With that, Luo snapped back to reality, directing his gaze towards Hawkins and X-Drake. As the words left his lips, he swiftly advanced towards Perona. Rona. Upon hearing this, Rob hurriedly glanced at Perona, fully aware that they were facing the infamous Dr. Death. And from his recent display of power, he understood that it was an overwhelming force directed at Perona. Even if she were to unleash the colossal specter, the kamikaze bomb would be utterly futile against him. Hey, where are you looking? Drake sneered, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he fixed a menacing gaze on Rob. With that insufferable specter out of the way, he was confident that he and Hawkins could easily subdue Rob. Furthermore, if he could just lure Dr. Death away and eliminate that woman, the outcome of this battle would be beyond doubt. Humph. Upon hearing this, Rob's gaze darkened, and an immense force of will emanated from his being. At this moment, he comprehended that he must eliminate these two adversaries to harbor even a glimmer of hope. If he could vanquish one, he would still have the opportunity to augment his strength. Prepare for battle. With a fierce roar, a brilliant light flickered in Rob's eyes. And at that instant, his combat prowess reached its zenith. Chapter 93, Defeat. You arrogant brat, do not overestimate yourself, Hawkins exclaimed, his dark eyes igniting with fury as he beheld the battle-ready Rob. You lot, slaughter the remainder of his subordinates. With a fierce gesture, Hawkins raised his massive scythe towards the beach, causing the pirates disembarking from the ship, along with those who had previously sustained minor injuries, to glimmer with a predatory gleam as they fixed their gaze upon the shore. How shameless. Upon hearing those words, a surge of fury welled up in Rob's eyes. For there were no naval forces standing upon the beach. All had been grievously wounded in the preceding bombardment. Humph, there is no place for shame on the battlefield. The victor claims the throne. Hawkins, upon hearing this, cast a disdainful glance at Rob, his eyes glinting with cold contempt. Just then, Perona suddenly materialized before the gathered pirates, her gaze icy as she regarded the approaching foes. With a deliberate motion, she extended her hands forward, and two ethereal, white spirits emerged from her delicate figure. Sister Rona. Ray looked weakly at Perona, who stood resolute ahead, a warm feeling washing over him. His captain and Sister Rona could have easily utilized their abilities to escape. Yet they chose to remain for his sake. How could he not be moved? You and Captain Rob must flee at once. Do not concern yourselves with us. Ray struggled to shout, his eyes red and brimming with tears, a testament to his unyielding spirit. Big sister, Captain, you must escape. Seek vengeance for us in the future. The weary soldiers gazed helplessly at the resolute young woman, crying out in despair, for they too recognized that their captain and Perona had plunged into peril to safeguard them. Silence. Perona's fierce gaze fixed upon the multitude of pirates surging toward her as she bellowed skyward. Great phantom, divine wind bomb. As her words echoed, beads of sweat began to trickle down Perona's smooth forehead, clearly indicating that the divine wind bomb demanded immense physical exertion. Humph, your opponent is none other than me. With a frigid gaze, Luo fixed his eyes upon the proudly standing Perona, admiration flickering momentarily in his eyes before he extended a hand. Room scan. As the command resonated, a mysterious force enveloped Perona, which then erupted with astonishing intensity, attempting to displace the colossal kamikaze bomb. Do not underestimate me. Detonate. Perona, sensing the peculiar energy, focused her gaze, and before the kamikaze bomb could truly reach the pirates, it erupted spectacularly. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the formidable force, despite not exploding at the center, managed to topple several pirates. Humph. Room slaughterhouse. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Luo could not help but emit a muffled grunt. He then slightly opened his palm, and a mysterious force materialized, enveloping Perona in a spherical space once more. Subsequently, he retrieved the blade, Ghost Cry, from his back. With a swift motion, he struck. A surge of enigmatic energy sliced through layers of space, aimed directly at Perona. How swift! Perona's eyes beheld the mysterious ripple in the fabric of space. However, her physical prowess proved insufficient to evade the impending strike. There was no alternative. Her gaze sharpened, and her pristine white teeth clenched her soft, rosy lips as she uttered a low incantation. Negative ghost, explode. Upon the utterance, a luminous white specter erupted forth from Perona, only to detonate violently. The immense force abruptly altered the trajectory of her body, mirroring the miraculous movement of Luo's divine flash, allowing her to evade his deadly strike by a considerable margin. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air as onlookers beheld Perona's form crashing onto the beach. tumbling several times before coming to a halt. This, Law gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, momentarily lost in thought. Who would have imagined that the young girl would act with such resolve, utilizing it to evade his lethal strike? Charge, my comrades. Let not a single one of the Navy escape. At that moment, the pirates' eyes brightened. With Perona's obstruction removed, they could unleash their full might. This is bad. There's no time, Perona exclaimed, hastily lifting her gaze, desperation evident in her voice. Just as she intended to act once more, a wave of pain surged through the left side of her body. At this moment, the left half of her clothing was charred, and through the tattered fabric, her once pristine skin, white as jade, now bore a darkened hue, crimson blood seeping uncontrollably from her flesh. Her once beautiful visage was smeared with a mixture of blood and sand, her pearly teeth clenched tightly against her lip, her face contorted in evident agony. Rona. Upon witnessing Perona's injured state, Rob felt as though a colossal hammer struck his heart, causing his blood-red pupils to dilate dramatically. In an instant, his countenance flushed crimson, and a voice, filled with profound rage and sorrow, erupted from his throat. Damn it! Get away from me! Accompanying Rob's furious exclamation, an overwhelming surge of psychic energy poured forth from his being, akin to the relentless tide of the ocean, as he forcefully swept his arm towards the throng of pirates. This is not good. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo's pupils constricted sharply as he snapped back to reality from his earlier days. In that instant, an immensely potent psychic force surged through the air, striking the assembled pirates with force. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page for further reading. With a series of sharp cracks, the pirates, like leaves uprooted by the wind, were sent careening towards the dense forest behind them. Each dark figure burst forth in a flurry of explosive brilliance, akin to blooming flowers in the night, casting a vivid display against the dark backdrop. At this moment, even Bepo, who remained within Luo's submarine, was overtaken by astonishment, for the entire beach was devoid of any remaining scoundrel pirates, rendering the landscape strikingly desolate. A wave of exhaustion suddenly washed over Luo, as the sheer magnitude of the unleashed psychic energy had drained nearly all of his strength in that fleeting moment, leaving him gasping for breath. An opportunity. Drake's eyes glinted with a cold resolve as he abruptly planted his feet firmly on the ground, launching a fierce punch that sliced through the air towards Luo. Little Luo, Captain. Both Perona and Red exclaimed anxiously, their eyes filled with concern as they called out to Luo. Rob raised his head involuntarily, witnessing the colossal fist approaching him. His blood-red pupils abruptly constricted as he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue coursing through his body. With all his might, Rob let out a desperate roar towards the heavens. At that moment, his psychic energy had yet to replenish, and his weary body was incapable of executing the divine flash. He could only muster the strength to unleash his fist against the dragon's claw. Run, Rona! The cold rain struck Rob's despairing face, and his voice, filled with unwilling fury, resonated powerfully amidst the thunderous roar, yet it felt utterly powerless. Chapter 94. Do not look back. Little Rob, Perona, Rhett, and the others were momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Rob. Boom. In the pitch-black sky, purple-black lightning flickered erratically, and from the clouds, immense, muffled sounds echoed ominously. How infuriating. Rob's fierce gaze fell upon Drake, his desperation erupting in a roar akin to that of a wild beast. At the moment his fist made contact, an overwhelming force descended upon him like Mount Tai, causing his legs to buckle beneath him. Vivid crimson blood burst forth from the sinewy veins between his arms, streaking the sky with trails of red. Boom. Immediately following, a tremendous rumble resonated as the ground beneath Rob fractured violently, revealing a gaping chasm, while his entire form seemed to contort grotesquely. Run, Rona, flee at once. Rob struggled to gaze at Perona, the cold raindrops striking his face. His blood-red pupils filled with profound despair. Crystal tears helplessly slipped down the corners of his eyes. In this moment, he experienced the true essence of death for the first time in his life. He was merely resisting with his physical strength, having managed to suppress the negative spirit after Law's arrival, but now, without Perona's assistance and with Law's coercion of her, he realized victory was beyond his grasp. Acknowledging this bitter truth was unavoidable, yet he had to accept the inevitable course of this battle, hoping only to rely on his remaining strength for a final stand. Boy, perish. Drake sensed the diminished power in his fist, a gleam of delight crossing his face, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. He then raised his massive fist, preparing to strike Rob once more with devastating force. Little Rob, boss. Injured and weary, both Perona and Rhett called out anxiously to Rob, their voices rising in desperation. Who? Rob felt the overwhelming force dissipate and instinctively glanced at his arms, veins bulging, as he took a deep breath, sensing the faint revival of his psychic energy within. His gaze then shifted to the enormous dragon fist looming above, and his blood-red pupils began to whirl. Divine Flash? As the words left his lips, an immense surge of psychic energy erupted from his body, swirling through the air. In that fleeting moment, Rob's body started to sway. Useless brat, prepare to meet your demise. Drake sneered coldly as he observed Rob's unsteady form turn into blood and mud. With that, the colossal dragon fist sliced through the air, transforming into an afterimage as it hurtled towards Rob at breakneck speed. Whoosh! Accompanied by the descent of the fist, Rob's body swayed like a water lily, bizarrely evading the punch by defying the laws of physics. Boom, boom, boom. Drake's eyes gleamed with madness, furiously launching his attacks at Rob. The massive fist accelerating with even greater ferocity, akin to a boulder plummeting, causing a cacophony upon the beach. Gasp! This won't do. My psychic energy is dwindling. As Rob continuously dodged, he gasped for breath, each evasion demanding immense effort and psychic energy as the speed of Drake's punches intensified. He could sense the push of his psychic energy weakening. This is bad. Suddenly, Rob's pupils constricted. He realized that the distance he had moved was insufficient to evade the descending fist once more. No. Accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, the enormous fist collided with Rob's slender frame, the moment seemingly slowed. Perona watched in horror, unable to suppress her cries. Bang! A deafening thud resonated in Rob's ears as he felt an overwhelming force explode against his chest, akin to a violent detonation, reverberating throughout his entire being. Crack! The subsequent sounds of shattering bones echoed, and in that instant, Rob felt several of his ribs fracture. Simultaneously, some of his damaged internal organs surged up to his throat. Crimson blood rained down from the sky, and Rob fell beside Perona, like a kite severed from its string. Cough, Perona, you all must flee. I'll hold them off, hurry. Rob struggled to rise, and in the world of One Piece, despite having sustained internal injuries typical of a fifth-degree martial artist, his demise would not come as easily as it did in his previous life. No. Perona gazed upon Rob's bloodied and nearly incapacitated hands, tears shimmering in her eyes, streaming down her cheeks incessantly. Not a single one shall escape. Hawkins, witnessing this, felt a cold glimmer pass through his dark pupils, and soon after, he transformed into a scarecrow, brandishing a large scythe, charging fiercely after Drake. This battle was ours to win. Above in the sky, Law coldly regarded Rob, as if he had already foreseen the inevitable conclusion. In the face of the gravely injured Rob and the gathered navy, his intervention was deemed unnecessary. With a swift motion, amidst the rumbling thunder, raindrops the size of beans poured down relentlessly from the dark clouds, while purple-black lightning flickered ominously across the night sky. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue experiencing the thrilling narrative. Accompanied by a crisp sound, Hawkins wielded his scythe, slicing through the air with ferocity as it descended upon Rob. Void thought. As Rob sensed the approaching Hawkins, his gaze deepened, and his Sharingan spun wildly. In that moment, the thunderous roars of the sky seemed to fall silent, and an eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed within his mind. Concentrate. Accompanied by a disdainful snort, a surge of psychic energy emanated from Rob's entire being, accumulating with fervor. Yet, it was still insufficient. Rob gazed coldly at the impending scythe, unperturbed as he slowly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the gradual restoration of his inner strength, a burgeoning power that filled him, tinged with urgency. Little Rob, quickly evade. Perona exclaimed, her crimson eyes brimming with distress as she witnessed the unfolding scene. No. With determination, Perona rose unsteadily to her feet and stumbled towards Rob, blood cascading from the delicate left side of her body. Not going to dodge? Hawkins remarked, his pupils contracting, followed by a disdainful snort. Moments later, he surged forward, closing the distance to Rob within mere strides. The colossal scarecrow then stomped the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The earth was violently thrust into a deep pit by the overwhelming power, and the scarecrow twisted its torso, raising the scythe high above its head, ready to deliver a devastating strike upon Rob. Don't look back. Under the shadow of the chilling scythe, Rob abruptly opened his blood-red eyes, and a vast surge of mental energy erupted from his frail form, as if a volcano had awakened. Chapter 95, Battle. Little Rob. In that instant, Perona felt an immense force halting her steps, her gaze fixed on the tear-brimmed eyes of the youth before her. "Farewell, little Pepe." Rob's lips parted reluctantly, revealing a faint smile tinged with helplessness, and then an immense force, as profound as the ocean, surged forth with ferocity. Boom! Amidst the tumultuous roar of thunder, Perona's form was swept away like a feather in the air, soaring off the beach. Simultaneously, the submarine anchored upon the sea was violently lifted into the sky by this raging force. Yet, this violent power was remarkably delicate. One could observe that Beppo, within Law's submarine, was ejected, while Perona was gently placed atop the submarine. Boom! The tremendous force caused the sea to churn violently, generating massive currents, and the submarine in the sky plummeted in an instant. However, under Law's telekinetic control, it avoided a catastrophic collision. Soon after, the currents swiftly carried the submarine away. How is this possible? In the sky, Law gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, casting a bewildered glance at Rob on the ground. Just then, in a flash, Hawkins' enormous scythe descended from the heavens. Armament hockey. Rob's gaze turned icy. At this moment, his body, having previously overexerted itself, was devoid of any trace of mental energy, leaving only the armed hockey at his disposal. Ding! Rob turned fiercely, his arms, enveloped in a fierce aura, collided violently with the enormous scythe, accompanied by a sharp, resounding metallic clang that ignited dazzling sparks. The razor-sharp blade soon sank into Rob's arms, only halting when it reached the bone. With a sickening sound, 2 jets of crimson blood erupted forth, and the ensuing force sent Rob sprawling, carving a deep gash into the ground. Coughing, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body, causing the severely injured Rob to weaken, teetering on the brink of collapse upon the beach. Boss. Rhett gazed at Rob in anguish, his heart racked with torment. Why can't I be of any help? Why am I so powerless, so feeble? A torrent of self-reproach surged within Rhett's soul. Rob, I am truly sorry. I no longer possess the strength. Upon hearing the voice of Ryder, Rob couldn't help but turn to gaze at the battered figure before him, a sense of helplessness washing over him. The telekinetic force that had swept the two of them away moments ago was indeed sufficient, yet to wield it with the finesse of Perona, ensuring no impact was felt, required a level of energy and mastery far beyond mere capability. Boss. Ryder's pupils contracted as he registered Rob's voice, staring blankly at the young man before him. At that moment, Rob's once pristine white naval uniform was now drenched in blood, transformed into a garment of crimson. His hands, marred with countless wounds, hung limply at his sides, while his chest appeared slightly concave. Let us buy some time for Sister Rona. Ryder pulled himself from his self-reproach, glanced at Rob, and managed a smile. With his charred legs trembling upon the beach, he rose to his feet. Ha, truly worthy of being my chosen subordinate. Let us engage in battle. Ryder. Upon hearing this, Rob let out a long, mournful howl, an air of tragic grandeur surging forth from his being. With a resounding crash, Rob's slender legs recoiled sharply, propelling him like a spring towards X, Drake, and Hawkins. Rob, you must act swiftly. Let us rid ourselves of this scoundrel without delay. X, Drake remarked, observing the undeterred Rob with a furrowed brow, casting his gaze towards the figure in the sky who had yet to engage. He's already gravely injured. Cannot you bring him down? However, Luo did not join the battle as X, Drake had anticipated. Upon witnessing Perona bravely stepping forward and utilizing explosives to evade his slashes, he realized that the outcome of the conflict had already been decided, and thus he was no longer inclined to intervene. Ha, are you two fellows afraid of me? Luo Winine erupted into hearty laughter, indifferent to the reasons that might deter Luo from taking action. All that mattered to him was buying some time for Perona. Humph. Do we fear a severely injured individual like you? Hawkins remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Luobo. At that moment, he had not even employed a mere scarecrow. Aside from the initial blow from Luobo, he had remained unscathed. What a ridiculous notion. With that, Hawkins swung his massive scythe towards Luobo, unleashing a formidable force accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Observe the color of sound. Upon witnessing this, Rob's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed with urgency, as a mysterious force began to permeate his body. At that moment, with a brief interval, his mental energy had restored somewhat, bolstered by the Sharingan and his heightened perception. Rob could barely keep pace with Hawkins' speed. After all, Hawkins' formidable strength lay not in the power and agility of X, Drake, but rather in his divination and the use of doppelgangers. With a series of sharp sounds, Rob transformed into a flurry of afterimages, dancing amidst the razor-sharp blades. Alas, his physical prowess was beginning to wane. Yet, After only a brief exchange, as he maneuvered with intense agility, crimson blood began to seep from his wounds. Soon, Rob felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, dulling his perception and clouding the clarity of his Sharingan. With a resounding clang, the gleaming blade sliced through the night air, leaving behind a vivid streak of blood suspended in the atmosphere. Damn it, I cannot fall so swiftly. Rob leaped out of the ring in disarray, clutching his chest as blood gushed forth, the metallic scent pervading his mind with an overwhelming intensity. His vision dimmed. Eyelids heavy as fatigue swept through his body, sapped by the relentless loss of blood. Boss, get out of the way. At that moment, the previously struggling Rhett managed to rise with great effort, only to take a mere dozen steps before his pupils dilated in alarm, urgently shouting. Almost immediately, he collapsed onto the beach with a resounding thud. Upon hearing the words, Rob raised his head with great effort. At that moment, a piercing sound of air being sliced through reached his ears, and a fierce fist suddenly struck towards him. Kid Parrish, X, Drake, observing Rob's peculiar movements, quietly relinquished his beast form and transformed into a half-human, half-beast state. In this form, although his strength would be significantly diminished, his agility became remarkably enhanced. Armament hockey, harden. Upon witnessing the scene, Rob's pupils constricted sharply, and in that moment, his heavy mind became abruptly alert. There was no way for him to evade this speed with merely a fragment of mental power. As the sound faded, a mysterious force surged forth from his limbs and bones, enveloping his entire being. Chapter 96. Why? Swish. At that instant, a piercing force sliced through the air, striking with tremendous impact. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of muffled sounds, iron-like fists relentlessly pounded against Rob's body like a torrential downpour. Drip, drip, drip. Vivid crimson blood erupted from his muscles, tracing a perfect arc as it splattered onto the ground. Boom. A ferocious rumble of thunder clamored in the night sky, while torrential raindrops poured down in a frenzy, and purple-black lightning danced and crackled amidst the dark clouds. In the open space, two figures collided continuously, their terrifying force sending ripples through the air. Boom. Soon, one figure grew clumsy and distinct, revealing the beastly form of X, Drake, who unleashed a powerful forward strike with both hands. 6 styles of the Navy, 6 King's gun. X, Drake, observing the bloodied Rob, felt his pupils constrict. And with a fierce thrust of his hands forward, he, a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, executed the 6 King's gun. Bang. A tremendous, muffled sound resonated as Rob's body was thrust backward, contorting into an arched shape. Rona, I'm sorry. I did my best. Feeling his nearly shattered internal organs, a trace of helpless bitterness surfaced on Rob's pale face, his words tinged with a sense of relief. He was not originally from this world. Encountering Perona seemed to be sufficient for his past life. Thud. With a heavy thump, Rob's body collapsed weakly onto the beach, vibrant blood continuously oozing from his battered skin. At this point, Rob's fleet had been nearly annihilated, with no one left standing. Similarly, X, Drake's coalition had also suffered significant losses under Rob's explosive expenditure of mental energy. The pirates on the beach were driven into the dense forest, their fates unknown. Only the lightly injured Bepo, along with Rob, X, Drake, and Hawkins remained present. This kid is indeed troublesome. X, Drake gazed down at the fallen Rob, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes. Rob's final struggle had undoubtedly exacted a considerable toll on him. At that moment, his chest bore bruises, and blood flowed from his arms. Drake, allow me to understand him. At that moment, Hawkins, witnessing the scene, emerged from his previous state, his gaze icy as it fell upon Rob. This time, his subordinates had suffered grievously. Nearly all were gravely injured and had been cast into the dense forest by Rob, their fates uncertain, inciting his fury. Boss, Leighton, incapacitated and severely wounded on the beach, gazed in agony at the bloodied Rob. With the distinct sound of footsteps echoing, Hawkins slowly approached Rob under his watchful eye. Well, how do you find my divination? Hawkins inquired, his head bowed as he scrutinized Rob, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. His face once again imbued with a sense of confidence. Very well, allow me to personally send you on your journey, lad. Observing Rob's silence in response, Hawkins shook his head, then, from seemingly nowhere, produced a sharp blade, its edge gleaming with a chilling silver light under the flash of lightning. Am I to meet my demise? Huh, who prompted my arrogance? Rob looked up at the glinting blade in the sky, reflecting on his former self, brimming with confidence, and could not help but reveal a faint, bitter smile. As he relinquished his resistance to the heavy weight upon his eyelids, his vision gradually darkened. However, Rona should be able to escape, for she was the one who could save Luffy's ship. In the narrowing confines of his sight, the sharp blade sliced through the air, a glimmer of cold light heading straight for Rob. Stop. At that moment, an enraged voice thundered through the night sky, followed by a tremendous explosion resonating behind Rob. Boom. Accompanied by this deafening blast, vast amounts of sand on the beach were violently propelled into the air, enveloping Rob in a cloud of yellow dust. Who is it? Hawkins exclaimed, his pupils constricting in shock, his entire being on high alert. The blade he had wielded hesitated midair, as his vision was obscured by the swirling sand. In that instant, Rob felt a gentle force acting upon him, an astonishing softness washing over him. Little Rob, I'm so sorry. Perona gazed apologetically at Rob. Her exquisite face flushed with emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Rona. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Rob, who had already closed his eyes, exerted himself to open them wide. As his vision cleared, the delicate, familiar visage slowly came into focus, causing his heart to feel as if it might cease to beat. Damn it. Just then, Hawkins roared in fury, bursting forth from the swirling sands in a fit of rage. Perona? Meanwhile, both Roronoa and Drake hovered in the sky, stunned by the appearance of the girl. It turned out that while they were preoccupied with Rob's fall, Roronoa's submarine had already returned to the shore. Stay out of this. Let me handle it. Damn this little girl. Hawkins wiped the sand from his face with a fierce motion, spitting on the ground. His icy gaze fixed upon Rob and his companion. He knew that he had first been injured due to Perona's abilities. Otherwise, how could he have been wounded? How could he have found himself in such a predicament? Why? Why did you come back? Why? Rob seemed to summon every ounce of strength within him as he struggled to part his lips, his voice laden with fury. It is because I love you. Perona gazed intently at the agitated man in her arms, a smile gracing her lips. In her typically proud manner, she finally unveiled the words she had long buried within her heart amidst this life-and-death confrontation. She understood that if she did not speak now, the opportunity would vanish forever. Amidst the resounding thunder and torrential downpour, lightning illuminated their faces, freezing this moment in time. You love me? The word struck Rob's mind like a thunderous hammer, causing his heart to momentarily cease, an indescribable numbness coursing through his entire being. In that instant, memories of countless moments spent with Perona flooded Rob's mind like a series of vivid slides. Did you return just to say this? Standing high above in the sky, Ro gazed down at Rob and Perona on the beach, a flicker of emotion welling in his eyes. He was acutely aware that due to Rob's delay, if Perona wished to escape, she could now do so safely with her submarine. Is that so, Ro? Upon hearing this, Rob's pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 97. I want to protect you. Thunder rumbled ominously, its ferocity escalating to a terrifying crescendo, akin to the wrath of a thunder god echoing from the heavens. Deafening in its intensity, torrential rain poured down relentlessly from the darkened clouds, drenching everyone to the bone. Amidst the wild, serpentine winds, Perona's tattered garments were violently lifted, creating a disheveled yet valiant spectacle. The charred left side of Perona's body oozed crimson blood, which, under the influence of the fierce winds, transformed into swirling strands of red in the air. Why all this needless chatter? If you wish to kill little Rob, you must first step over my corpse. Perona did not respond to Rob immediately. Instead, she cast a glance at the figure of Ro in the sky, her voice icy and furious. Captain, we have returned. Damn it. Brothers, charge. At that moment, a series of roars erupted from the dense forest, prompting everyone to turn their gaze. Thud, thud, thud. With the sound of violent impacts, a multitude of pirates surged forth from the thicket, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, their expressions furious, and their bodies bearing numerous wounds. Wielding cold blades as they charged forward. Rob, it seems your power has diminished significantly, Drake observed with a hint of amusement in his eyes, realizing in that instant that although Rob had sent their subordinates flying, that force had not annihilated them all. Many had been thrown back but, after a brief respite, returned to the battlefield. At this moment, over 1,000 pirates emerged from the forest, emanating a palpable aura of bloodlust, indicating their exceptional nature. Those who had survived the earlier conflict were evidently the elite of the 3 pirate crews. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo extended a hand, effectively halting the furious pirates, and then turned his gaze towards Perona with keen interest. I can offer you a chance. If you can endure for half an hour in their grasp, I shall release that young lad. What do you say? As Luo spoke, he pointed towards the multitude of pirates on the beach, a smile gracing his lips. With victory firmly in his grasp, he was eager to witness what this gravely injured girl could accomplish. Oh, quite so. At that moment, both Drake and Hawkins, standing nearby, were visibly intrigued, for they could observe the unmistakable tremors coursing through Perona's body. No. Upon hearing this, Rob let out a desperate howl. Fully aware of the severity of Perona's injuries after having sent her away, it was inconceivable that she could endure even 5 minutes, let alone half an hour. Will you truly keep your word? Perona asked, her pupils constricting in disbelief. This does not appear to be a matter of your concern. Luo gazed at the girl on the ground and smiled faintly, making no promises, but instead saying softly, Very well, come forth. Upon hearing this, Perona was momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds of silence, she resolutely turned her gaze towards the group of pirates. Indeed, regardless of whether the other party would keep their word, she had no bargaining power at this moment. Even if there lingered the slightest possibility, she would not relent. Little Luo, I wish to protect you. Wait for me. With that, Perona looked down at the young Robin in her arms, spoke with a smile, and gently laid Robin's body onto the sandy shore before turning to face Luo. Come on. The girl fixed her gaze on the band of pirates and let out a cold snort. Her delicate form, though seemingly fragile, radiated an unmistakable tenacity. Her trembling frame steadied, standing like a resolute pillar before Robin, defying even the tempestuous winds and rain that raged in the night sky. All right. A bounty of 300 million berries and a devil fruit for the one who kills that brat. Luo cast a frigid glance at Perona. His dark pupils glimmering with a chilling light. He was no benevolent soul. Even the nearby Drake and Hawkins were momentarily taken aback. The allure of such a reward was simply irresistible. Not to mention the 300 million berries, even a single devil fruit was worth a fortune. Is that true? Captain Luo? The band of pirates gazed up at Luo in astonishment, their disbelief palpable. Of course, with your captain as a witness. Upon witnessing the scene, Law coldly remarked that although the reward was indeed substantial, it was not beyond his means to procure. Very well, brothers, let us proceed. Drake and Hawkins exchanged knowing smiles before turning their gaze towards the multitude of pirates. Since Law wished to engage in a game, why not indulge him? They had little faith that Law would truly release the young man. Damn it. Rob, sprawled upon the beach, struggled desperately to rise. But with nearly all his internal organs shattered, how could he possibly stand? Move, you bastard. Move. His eyes, filled with urgency and anguish, were fixed on Perona as he shouted in frustration, yet his body lay unresponsive against the ground. Even his Sharingan barely functioned. No trace of energy could be summoned from his battered form. 300 million berries, along with the devil fruit, will be mine. Upon hearing the confirmation from the 3 captains, the pirates' eyes glimmered with avarice, revealing their predatory intent as they surged madly towards Perona. Giant ghost, kamikaze bomb. With a furious roar, Perona's countenance paled further, beads of cold sweat breaking out on her forehead in an instant. This chapter is not yet over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Explode for me. With a tremendous rumble, the colossal ghost charged into the throng of pirates, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Bang, bang. Amidst the dull thuds, the onlookers beheld pirates being hurled through the air, crashing onto the beach. This cannot continue. They'll reach us. Perona bit her delicate red lip, her gaze fixed anxiously on the approaching pirates. The sheer number of them was overwhelming, and should they close the distance, her current frail condition would render her utterly defenseless. Negative ghost, go? With a weak voice, 2 pristine ghosts emanated from Perona's body, launching themselves toward the crowd. Splash, splash. Wherever the ghosts passed, pirates collapsed to their knees, yet the sheer speed and density of the pirates proved insurmountable, preventing a complete penetration. Giant ghost, kamikaze bomb. With resolute determination. As Perona's face grew increasingly pale, massive ghosts surged forth from her, sending the fallen pirates and those who dared approach flying away. Damn it, move already. Rob struggled wildly. While Perona's bomb frequency gradually slowed down, nearly 6 minutes later, those pirates who had been blasted away and then crawled back up had already charged several dozen feet forward. Great ghost, kamikaze bomb. As the familiar voice echoed, this time, however, no ghosts emerged from Perona's body. 300 million berries, and the devil fruit are mine. A pirate leaped up, his eyes filled with a maddened gleam, fiercely slashing towards Perona. Yet, in the next instant, a profound terror surged within the pirate's pupils, for the blade in his hand had come to a halt in midair. Who permits you to harm her? At that moment, an icy voice resonated. Chapter 98. Enchantment. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted, and a massive purple-black arc of lightning struck down from the pitch-black clouds at that instant. The dazzling electric light illuminated the dark night, and simultaneously, everyone stared in shock towards Perona. It seemed as if the entire space had frozen in that moment, for the countless pirates rushing towards Perona were suddenly immobilized, their bodies completely unable to move, ensnared by an overwhelming force. Little Rob, Perona, her face pale, stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, turning her head slightly, her eyes widening in horror, tears welling up within them. At this moment, behind her, Rob had already risen, hunched over, emanating an aura of extreme terror, thick with malevolence. Golden light continuously surged from his body, leaping and weaving around him. If Nami were present, she would recall the golden light she had seen when she first encountered Rob. Drip. Crimson blood fell from his pitch-black skin, producing a crisp sound. Who permits you to harm her? Accompanied by a chilling tone. The blood that had gradually flowed from the wound seemed to have been staunched, ceasing its descent. In that fleeting moment, a mysterious golden light suppressed Rob's injuries. Simultaneously, the hunched youth abruptly raised his head, his blood-red pupils emanating an extreme coldness. A formidable mental force, intertwined with an enigmatic pressure, surged across the battlefield in an instant. Almost immediately, the blood-red pupils began to exude a pitch-black liquid, which rapidly filled the Scara at an observable pace. Following this, the blood-red pupils began to whirl violently, revealing a bright yellow hue. In the blink of an eye, the pupils transformed into an orange-yellow, within which two tiny black tadpoles swirled languidly. The icy gaze now radiated an overwhelming authority, akin to a sovereign's all-encompassing presence. How could this be? Both Drake and Hawkins, present at the scene, were struck with astonishment as they felt the oppressive aura envelop them, an immense gravitational force bearing down upon them. Crack! In that instant, a sharp sound resonated, and the ground beneath them involuntarily cracked open. Bang! 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 Under the immense pressure, those pirates, who had previously been consumed by greed and madness, now displayed fear. Kneeling helplessly on the beach as their veins ruptured, spilling crimson blood. Hee hee hee. A peculiar laughter emanated from Rob, as a sinister smile crept across his lips. Simultaneously, a mysterious black power began to converge around him, gathering rapidly on his face. Quick, let us take action. That boy is not right. Rob, suspended in the sky, narrowed his eyes at the sight, a wave of icy dread coursing down his spine. An indescribable sense of impending danger enveloped his heart in an instant. Room, slaughterhouse. With those words, a mysterious force descended upon the entire battlefield, and Rob drew forth the legendary blade, Ghost Cry, plunging towards Rob with great speed. Boss. At that moment, Rhett, standing nearby, felt a surge of anxiety reflected in his eyes. Although he sensed an unsettling shift in Rob's demeanor, as if he had grown stronger, he instinctively knew from their previous encounters that the pirate who had subdued Sister Rona was indeed the most formidable man in their midst. And now, that man was poised to make his move. Accompanied by an eerie laughter, a dark power manifested upon Rob's face, transforming into a chilling mask that obscured half of his visage, radiating a sinister and enigmatic aura. In that instant, within the depths of the demonic system, the final vestiges of bloodline power awakened, a force known as voidification. As the strange laughter echoed, Rob, who had been hunched over, gradually straightened his back under the anxious gazes of Perona and Rhett. Boom. In the next heartbeat, a tremendous rumble erupted from the beach beneath him, a sound that surpassed even the thunderclaps reverberating in the night sky. In that fleeting moment, the entire stretch of beach within 100 feet was suddenly engulfed in a deep indentation. Crash! Just then, a colossal bolt of purple-black lightning struck down, illuminating the scene with a dazzling brilliance that revealed the youth's grotesque and malevolent countenance. This was dire. As Luo's eyes widened in shock, before he could react, an icy chill penetrated through his body. With a sharp sound, the onlookers were astonished to witness a long, pitch-black iron blade soaring into the air, appearing in Rob's hand. In that fleeting moment, it transformed into a striking beam of black light, sweeping past Luo, followed by a black-red glow that erupted fiercely from his back. With a distinct sound, crimson blood gushed from Luo's body, tracing a perfect arc through the air. How is this possible? At that moment, Luo clutched the massive wound on his chest, his pupils devoid of the calmness they once held, now filled with an overwhelming fear. The speed was simply too fast, too domineering. Unlike the Luo he had known before, the increase in strength was utterly terrifying. Rorinoa, Standing on the beach, Drake and Hawkins exclaimed in disbelief. Knowing that Luo's strength had always been slightly superior to theirs, yet now he found himself at a disadvantage against Rob. There was no enhancement from that woman. This was purely a display of innate speed and strength. Little Luo? Perona gazed blankly at the boy in the sky, resembling a demonic deity. As she witnessed the relentless, unstoppable assault, an indescribable sense of relief washed over her heart, and a faint smile of satisfaction gradually emerged on her pale face. It is truly wonderful to see you alive, but alas, I cannot accompany you any longer. Watching Rob grow increasingly distant, she felt her eyelids grow heavier and her body weaken from the relentless loss of blood. A bittersweet smile crossed her lips as she realized her vitality was slowly fading. Inching closer to death. Chapter 99. The Power of Phantasm. In the night sky, amidst the raging thunder, Rob's eerie laughter echoed throughout the space, instilling fear in the hearts of all who heard it. What are you two still doing there? Rob turned his gaze towards the figures standing on the beach. Drake and Hawkins, who suddenly shouted with great urgency. Ancient dinosaur lineage, beast human form. Upon hearing this, Drake's pupils constricted sharply as he quickly snapped out of his previous shock, instantly transforming into his swiftest combat form. Ro, you hold that fellow back while I deal with his woman. Hawkins, likewise emerging from his earlier astonishment, shifted into his battle stance and coldly regarded the severely injured Perona, urgently instructing Ro. Understood. Luo Winnie nodded decisively, his expression grave as he turned his gaze towards Luobo. With a sudden, thunderous command, he shouted, Room, command stick. Ghost slash. As his voice resonated, Luo brandished the renowned Ghost Cry Blade, executing a fierce and wild slash towards Luo. Mysterious energies rippled through the air, surging forth towards him. Amidst an eerie laughter, Luobo swiftly turned his head, extending his left hand to grasp the void with a forceful grip. With a resounding clang of metal meeting metal, a brilliant flash of fire erupted from Luobo's hand. The once formidable and enigmatic strike merely sparked, inflicting no significant harm upon Luobo in his current state. Law gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Had that man's defenses been enhanced? His once proud slashes seemed utterly ineffective. It was known that such an occurrence would only transpire in the presence of someone whose haki had reached a level akin to that of a warlord. How could this be possible? At that moment, Drake and Hawkins, who were rushing towards Perona, were equally taken aback, coming to an abrupt halt. A chilling voice emanated from Law's lips, followed by the frantic whirl of the black tadpoles within his orange-hued eyes. You two, go capture Perona. Just then, Law felt an overwhelming force surging towards him, attempting to drag him away. As he struggled with all his might, he urgently called out to Drake and Hawkins. Damn it! Drake muttered under his breath, then leaped fiercely towards Perona. Kid, you're always alone. If you have the guts, let your woman die at my hands. Hawkins, glaring at the demon-like youth in the sky, cursed angrily and charged at Perona wielding his scythe. In the blink of an eye, due to their terrifying speed, they had closed the distance to within 10 meters of her. Law, are you really going to watch your woman die? At that moment, Law, firmly gripped by telekinesis, was dragged to Law's side. In terror, he looked at the boy who was now so close and shouted in desperation. A sinister, maniacal laugh echoed in response, followed by a flash of cold steel as a massive black-red sword aura erupted from behind Law. With a splatter, a torrent of blood gushed forth from Law's body, raining down from the sky as his blood-soaked form helplessly fell towards the ground. Kid, I'll take your woman, Hawkins exclaimed, his hands reaching out towards the now vulnerable Perona, a frenzied glint in his eyes. He knew that capturing her would instill fear in Law, making him hesitant to act. Boss, quickly save Sister Lana. Rhett shouted anxiously to the sky, as Drake and Hawkins were now mere moments away from Perona, their claws extending toward her, while Law remained several hundred meters away. Humph. Drake's eyes were filled with determination, although seizing a woman contradicted his former principles as a Marine. There was no time for such considerations now. That man's strength had transformed in an instant, rendering Law as nothing more than a plaything in his hands. However, just as Drake was about to seize Perona, the moment that eerie laughter echoed, both Drake and Hawkins revealed an expression of disbelief. How could this be possible? At that moment, a mysterious force enveloped them, its power so immense that they found themselves utterly immobilized. Witnessing this, Drake let out a furious roar, a frenzied light surging in his eyes as his muscles tensed with newfound strength. An opportunity. Hawkins, noticing this, felt a glimmer of hope. He realized that the force could not hold them indefinitely, and despite their desperate struggles, it was unable to completely bind them. "Come here, you little wench." X, Drake bellowed, his eyes gleaming as he lunged fiercely toward Perona. However, in that instant, a crisp sound resonated, and a chilling sensation coursed through his body. "This. X." Drake stared in disbelief at the black blade embedded in his chest, a profound terror reflected in his eyes. That fellow's speed surpassed his imagination. This chapter is not over. Please turn the page to continue reading. And what about me? Beside them, Hawkins's pupils constricted sharply as he stepped forward, aiming a powerful grasp towards Perona. This is bad. The Scarecrow. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Hawkins spotted a shadow emerging before him, and he felt an overwhelming force strike his chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Rob's fierce punch sent Hawkins reeling backward. What immense power is this? Hawkins was astounded as he retrieved a shattered Scarecrow from his chest. He knew that only when he sustained near-fatal injuries could he destroy a Scarecrow, yet Rob had accomplished this with a single blow. Had he been a moment slower, he might have met his demise at Rob's hands. Hee. Before either of them could react, that dreadful, eerie laughter erupted once more from Rob's lips, and suddenly X. Drake felt his body slip from his control. Boom. Under Hawkins's terrified gaze, Rob extended his right hand, ruthlessly seizing X, Drake's head. With a thunderous crash, X. Drake's skull was smashed against the beach, shattering upon impact. A deluge of blood, mingled with unidentifiable white matter, erupted on the shore, splattering everywhere. Boss? Rhett stared blankly at the scene before him, a shiver of coldness creeping into his heart in that fleeting moment. At that moment, Rob was splattered with crimson and white, and from his icy pupils emanated a chilling aura, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Chapter 100, Crescent Moon's Charge. Boom. Beneath the wrathful downpour, scarlet blood splattered upon the beach. The pungent scent of iron permeating the air as a blinding purple-black lightning bolt struck from the heavens. The entire beach was awash in a hellish hue, with torrents of rain washing away the vivid crimson blood that surged like a river towards the dark depths of the sea. Scattered across the shore lay numerous severely injured and unconscious sailors, along with pirates returning from the dense forests. Despite the thunderous roars of the storm, the sound of Rob's slow footsteps resonated clearly among the throngs of pirates. The thousands of pirates, their veins burst under Rob's oppressive presence, now lay helplessly on the ground, their expressions filled with terror. Split up. At that moment, Law fell from the sky, clutching the two deep gashes on his chest. Though he had managed to staunch the flow of blood using his surgical fruit upon his descent, the intense pain persisted. Upon witnessing Rob's terrifying speed and strength, any glimmer of hope vanished from his face. He understood that there were still many abilities of his surgical fruit yet to be developed, and at this moment, he was unable to contend with Rob. Hawkins, upon hearing Law's words, looked at him in disbelief. It was hard to fathom that this man would utter such a thing. Divination. Hawkins quickly retrieved several mystical playing cards, tossing them into the air. As they soared, the cards swiftly began to rearrange themselves. Impossible! Impossible! As the patterns evolved, Hawkins' countenance grew increasingly pale, for no matter how he adjusted the configurations, the displayed probability of victory remained resolutely at 0. Cackling. Just then, that strange, malevolent voice echoed once more in their ears. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Rob charged towards Hawkins like an arrow released from a bow, illuminated by the lightning. His wicked mask bore a mocking smile that sent chills down Hawkins' spine. As he beheld Rob's formidable advance, a profound terror surged in Hawkins' eyes. He felt a frigid aura of death enveloping him in that instant. Room, scan. At that moment, a grave voice resonated, and one could see Luo extend his right hand, from which a circular, enigmatic force emanated, enveloping the crowd in an instant. However, it was evident that beads of sweat were now beading on Luo's forehead, and his complexion had taken on a pallid hue. It was clear that, given his injuries, employing his abilities was no longer as effortless as it once had been. Come forth. Luo fixed his gaze intently on Perona from a distance. As previously stated, seizing Perona to threaten Rob was the crux of this battle. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated in the air. Under Hawkins' terrified gaze, he witnessed Rob raise his right hand, pointing directly towards Luo. In that fleeting moment, a dark and enigmatic power surged forth from the void, converging upon Rob's outstretched hand. In the blink of an eye, a slender black blade materialized silently, its inky hue devoid of any impurities. Subsequently, A towering wave of black and crimson sword energy erupted from the icy peak of the blade. Crescent moon sky charge. A mysterious voice seemed to whisper in the air. This is not good. As Luo observed, his pupils constricted sharply, and the ability to manipulate objects in his grasp abruptly fractured. A terrifying and formidable sword aura surged forth like a cascading waterfall. At that moment, even the air shimmered with the sharp, dark red glint of the sword light, eager to pierce Luo's skin. In a split second, Luo swung the blade, Ghost Cry, with fervor towards the astonishing dark red sword energy. A resonating hum filled the air as Ghost Cry, imbued with the powers of the surgical fruit, collided directly with the crescent moon slash. Instead of an earth-shattering roar, an acute buzzing sound emerged. Upon contact, Luo felt an overwhelming force emanating from the dark red sword energy before him, accompanied by a fierce roar. A frenzied glint surged in Luo's eyes as he gripped Ghost Cry tightly. Under the immense pressure, his arms visibly strained, crimson blood splattering from his muscles. Simultaneously, the colossal sword energy met with Luo's steadfast resistance, resulting in a portion of the dark red aura bursting apart, severely lacerating his skin and causing bright blood to spurt forth. After approximately 2 to 3 seconds, Luo's pallor deepened, and the astonishing crescent moon slash gradually diminished. Hawkins witnessed Luo successfully repel the formidable sword energy, and a flicker of joy emerged within his previously terrified gaze. Yet, in the next instant, a faint sound resonated. Luo, still gripping Ghost Cry, collapsed weakly onto the beach, his body drenched in crimson blood. These were the wounds inflicted by the sword light during the clash with the crescent moon slash. Although he withstood the incredible slashing force, the fractured sword energy and its violent impact had grievously injured his insides. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Oh, how foolish of me to think I could contend with Doflamingo. As Luo gazed upon the blood-drenched blade of Ghost Cry, a bitter self-mockery arose within him. For he understood that had Ghost Cry not been a renowned sword, he would have surely been cleaved in twain. Thud. Accompanied by a resigned sigh, Luo, having sustained grievous injuries, could no longer bear the weight of his battered body and collapsed helplessly upon the beach, succumbing to unconsciousness. Cackle. At the moment Luo fell, that familiar, eerie laughter emanated once more from Rob. Simultaneously, Rob's icy gaze was fixed anew upon Hawkins. Scarecrow. Perceiving the chilling aura, Hawkins could not refrain from a desperate shout. Just as his words left his lips, a sharp sound sliced through the air beside him. Whoosh. The dark crimson sword energy, under Rob's sinister chuckle, penetrated Hawkins' body with ruthless precision. Almost immediately, a tattered scarecrow emerged from Hawkins' form, crumpling to the ground in a scattered heap. Swish. As the obsidian blade flashed in the lightning-esque glow, streams of dark crimson sword energy erupted from Hawkins' being. Thud, thud, one by one. Ragged scarecrows continued to detach from Hawkins' body. No. In Hawkins' terrified eyes, a stream of scarlet blood finally gushed forth from beneath his form, tracing a perfect arc through the sky. In mere moments, the substitute scarecrows were shattered into fragments, and even he, who prided himself on possessing 9 lives, felt a profound despair in that fleeting instant. Cackle. Beneath the ominous laughter, scarlet blood erupted from Hawkins, his eyes gradually losing their luster, ultimately devoid of all expression. Chapter 101, the finale. With a resounding rip, Hawkins, whose body lay in tatters and was already lifeless, was violently torn asunder beneath Rob's wrath. Boom. At that moment, amidst the ominous dark clouds, a deafening thunderclap reverberated, followed by a bolt of violet-black lightning, approximately 100 feet wide, striking fiercely upon the deep azure sea. Beneath this blinding radiance, Robber casually discarded the tattered corpse in his grasp, gazing upwards as the cold rain cascaded from the darkened heavens, pattering relentlessly against his half-damaged mask. In this vicinity, there was no soul left standing. He stood as a solitary victor at the center of the desolation. This moment marked the conclusion of an exceedingly brutal battle, one in which the notorious pirates Rob, Drake, and Hawkins faced utter annihilation. Among them, Drake and Hawkins met their tragic demise on the spot, while Rob was gravely wounded and rendered unconscious. Only about 50 severely injured pirates remained alive. Captain Rhett stood in stunned silence, observing Rob, who resembled a demonic figure, fear creeping into his pupils. He realized that since entering this state, Rob had uttered not a single word, only emitting a chilling, eerie laughter. Amidst the booming thunder, faint footsteps suddenly broke the silence, chaotic and rhythmically disordered. At that moment, Perona shakily rose to her feet, taking unsteady steps, feebly approaching Rob. She struggled to maintain an upright posture. Her body hunched over as she exerted every effort to move forward. The color in her cheeks had faded, replaced by a pallid hue, with a sickly gray tint creeping into her complexion. Rona. No, the captain's condition is alarming. Rhett, lying on the ground, watched Perona's slow advance with wide, alarmed eyes. Little Rob. Perona seemed oblivious to Rhett's urgent cries, continuing her slow approach toward Rob. As she drew nearer, his figure became increasingly indistinct, while her pale face, devoid of any color, strained to form a semblance of a smile. With a soft sound, the frail girl finally reached the boy and embraced his waist. In that instant, dark energies coalesced in the sky, prompting the boy to abruptly turn his head. His icy gaze fixed intently upon her. Rona. Rhett's heart surged with unease as he shouted in alarm. Yet, Perona, meeting that frigid gaze, revealed no trace of fear. Instead, she extended her delicate, slender hand to gently caress the mask upon the boy's face. Little Rob, it's over. Perona gazed tenderly at the face in her hands, soothing him in a gentle whisper. In that fleeting moment, she witnessed the boy's body tremble slightly as the dark, enigmatic force in the sky dissipated in an instant. With a crisp cracking sound, a fissure appeared on the mask adorning Rob's face. It widened gradually, and the mask, composed of that mysterious substance, slowly dissolved into the air. Gradually, the ink-like mysterious energy, accompanied by two small black tadpoles, merged into his pupils. As the darkness flowed in, the once orange irises began to transform into an inky hue. The whites of his eyes also turned a pristine white, and the malevolent, eerie aura surrounding the boy began to fade away. Is it over? He murmured, as his vacant gaze slowly regained clarity. Rona, what has happened to me? Rob stared blankly at Perona in his arms, momentarily lost in thought. He could only recall her figure standing before him as he struggled helplessly. Have I become ethereal? Just in the next instant, as fragments of memory flooded into his mind, Rob muttered to himself in a daze. Cough. At that moment, Perona suddenly coughed up a mouthful of vivid crimson blood, the scarlet liquid involuntarily splattering onto Rob's hands. Perona, are you all right? Upon witnessing the scene, Rob gazed anxiously at the figure before him. In the next instant, his pupils dilated in horror as he realized that the blood Perona was coughing up was exceedingly viscous, unmistakably her vital essence. Little Rob. I am fine. Perona managed to force a smile, although her efforts grew increasingly strained. How could you possibly be fine? How could this be? At that moment, panic enveloped Rob, leaving him no time to comprehend why he had instinctively entered a state of phasing. His attention was drawn back to Perona in his arms, whose body had inexplicably become weightless, crimson blood surging forth from her form incessantly. Perona's once pale visage became increasingly marred by a pallid hue, revealing a ghastly gray. I'm fine, just a bit tired, she murmured, as waves of overwhelming fatigue washed over her mind. Glancing at Rob, her smile was faint and strained. No, you cannot sleep. You must not succumb to slumber. Upon hearing the words, Rob's hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and scalding tears streamed relentlessly from his eyes. I have yet to take you on a journey through the clouds of the bay. You cannot sleep. You cannot sleep. Little Pepe, there is still more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading, for what follows is even more thrilling. Have you forgotten? We promised that upon returning to the headquarters, we would visit the amusement park on Shangbodi Island, and you mentioned preparing an abundance of delightful dishes for me. Do you not recall? As memories replayed in his mind, the past unfolded like a film within Rob's consciousness. The playfulness of the girl, her pride, the sweetness of her lemonade, every little detail of her essence flickered through Rob's thoughts. Little Pepe, I beseech you, promise me you will not succumb to slumber, will you? In that moment, Rob resembled a child, weeping helplessly, the scorching tears cascading down his cheeks as waves of agony surged through his heart. He understood that if Perona were to drift into sleep now, she might never awaken again. It is all my fault for not heeding your words, all my fault for my pride and arrogance. Little Pepe, do you remember that you lost a wager to me, one in which you agreed to grant me any request? Now I implore you, promise me. Do not slip away into sleep. I beg you, I plead with you. Perona gazed blankly at the boy before her, observing his helplessness akin to that of a child. A profound will to survive surged from the depths of her faltering spirit. Rob, I promise you, I will not fall asleep. I will keep my eyes on you. I will stay by your side. With tremendous effort, Perona fought against her increasingly heavy eyelids. And under the strain of her unwavering resolve, her narrowing vision gradually expanded. Where's the doctor? Where's the doctor? Upon witnessing the scene, Rob desperately nodded his head, then frantically glanced around, calling out for help. He failed to notice that the young girl's eyes, which had just opened, were slowly closing again. Chapter 102. A matter of urgency, Captain. We must hurry to the naval headquarters in the North Sea. Sister Perona is likely suffering from severe blood loss. Leyte observed Rob's anxious demeanor on the beach. Being a young petty officer in the Navy, he had acquired some knowledge of medical and first aid practices. He noticed Perona's pale complexion and the continuous flow of crimson blood, and in that instant, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Leyte, is it true? At this moment, Rob turned his gaze towards the prostrate Rhett, his urgency palpable. Indeed, my leader, it is highly probable that this is the case. You must hasten to the nearest naval headquarters to find a physician. We must locate a compatible blood type for Sister Rona, or else she shall succumb to the perils of excessive blood loss. Rhett, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, continued to elucidate despite Rob's anxious demeanor. And what of you? Upon hearing this, Rob's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of joy. However, when he turned to see the disheveled and burn-scarred Leyte, his pupils constricted slightly, revealing a sense of urgency. Boss, you must hurry. As for me, I am merely suffering from blast injuries caused by the explosion, leaving me unable to move due to the overwhelming pain. There is no immediate danger to my life. Please ensure that Sister Rona is safe before you come back to rescue me. Leyte, noticing the urgency in Rob's eyes, felt a warm surge of emotion within him. He then broke into a smile and hastily reassured. All right, wait for my return. Rob nodded heavily, and then a powerful surge of mental energy erupted from his body. At that moment, this force was no longer frenzied. Instead, it radiated an extraordinary gentleness. Rona, what troubles you? At that moment, Rob gazed down at the person cradled in his arms. However, when he noticed that Perona's eyes were firmly closed, a surge of excruciating pain pierced through his heart, as if a frigid iron blade had violently plunged into it. Rona, please awaken. Awaken. You promised me. You promised. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Rob's eyes, shattering the joy he had felt upon hearing Rhett's words only moments before. The surge of his thoughts became chaotic, mirroring the tremors in his voice. Boss, hurry. Sister Rona has fallen into a coma. If we delay any longer, it will truly be too late. Rhett, witnessing the sudden tremor in Rob's voice, felt his pupils constrict sharply, and he shouted urgently, if we wait any longer, even heaven itself won't be able to save Sister Rona. Yes, yes. Rona. She hasn't truly fallen asleep yet. She hasn't. Upon hearing those words, Rob's heart trembled, and a glimmer of joy illuminated his eyes. Subsequently, amidst his flustered exclamations, that surge of telekinetic energy once again settled into tranquility, transforming into a gentle embrace that enveloped both Rob and Perona. Whoosh! A crisp sound pierced the night sky, as under the torrential downpour of lightning, Rob, cradling Perona, soared like an arrow shot into the heavens. Boom! Just as they ascended through the clouds, amidst the deafening roar of thunder, a bolt of purple-black lightning erupted from the tumultuous clouds above, striking downward with ferocity. The lightning resembled a resplendent serpent of electricity, darting directly towards Rob. Roll! Rob's gaze was frigid, and as a soft yet intensely furious voice echoed, a surge of crimson flooded his pupils. The moment the Sharingan manifested, an overwhelming force erupted from his eyes, violently colliding with the descending lightning. Crack! In the instant a crisp sound resonated, the lightning from the heavens shattered at Rob's command, dissipating into the expanse of the cosmos. It must be swifter, even swifter. Rob stared intently ahead, his fixation echoing relentlessly in his mind. Rona, wait for me. Just wait. In response to that pleading voice, Rob and Perona soared towards the horizon like fleeting light. In the North Sea, at the naval headquarters, the base is situated on a colossal island crowned by a towering peak that rises 100 feet into the sky, where the headquarters of the North Sea Navy resides. Beneath that majestic mountain lies a sprawling community that thrives under the protection of the naval base, living and working in peace and prosperity. Although the island is circular in shape, its coastline is not as smooth as that of Abruptly Island. Rather, it undulates with numerous ports, where a multitude of warships are docked. Almost one-third of the naval fleet is anchored in these harbors, indicating that despite the presence of notorious figures like the Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law, the magician Basil Hawkins, and the Red Flag Drake, the North Sea enjoys a far more stable environment compared to the South Sea. Perhaps this is due to the fact that these three are not as bloodthirsty as Eustace Kidd, while Law's strength surpasses that of Kidd. His lack of a murderous disposition results in a lower bounty, and the North Sea remains less tumultuous. At this moment, within the command chamber atop the mountain. A weighty atmosphere permeates the air. The room features a long table, at the head of which hangs a detailed map of the North Sea, adorned with an abundance of annotations. Seated on either side of the table are several majors, their brows furrowed in deep contemplation. Have we still not established contact with Major Robb? In the presence of the North Sea map. At the table's upper end sits a middle-aged man clad in a justice coat, exuding a formidable presence, adorned with the insignia of a colonel. This man is Colonel John Ram, the Supreme Commander of the North Sea, whose past distinguished achievements have earned him a promotion to Rear Admiral in the coming year. Destined to quell the madness of pirates in the Grand Line. Colonel, we have been attempting to reach Major Robb for the past 30 minutes, yet to no avail. We have dispatched over a dozen warships, which have now scoured approximately 50 nautical miles without uncovering any trace of him. At this point, a subordinate suddenly recalled that there had been no sightings of the three pirates Major Robb was tasked with eliminating over the past fortnight. A nearby vice admiral, upon hearing this, tightly furrowed his brow. According to the last message from Major Robb, he should have arrived here 30 minutes ago. Now, with his whereabouts unknown, it is possible that Major Robb has fallen into an ambush set by those three. The general, having set aside the intelligence report from his subordinates, gazed upward at John Ram, whose countenance bore a rather grim expression as he responded. Damn it, if Major Robb encounters trouble in the North Sea, how am I to explain this to higher command? John Ram's voice resonated with fury as he slammed his hand against the table, casting a cold glare at those gathered. Not long ago, they had received a call from General Ghost Spider, informing them that he would arrive at the West Sea Naval Headquarters in 4 hours. From that conversation, he discerned that the general's visit was indeed concerning the tumultuous Major Robb. Chapter 103, Seeking Medical Aid in the North Sea. You are all aware of the general's call. Colonel John Ram surveyed the crowd before him before continuing with a chilling tone. Each of you is to immediately assemble your troops and scour every inch of the 200 nautical miles surrounding my island within the next 4 hours. We must find him, whether dead or alive. John Ram issued the command decisively, knowing that when Major Robb had contacted them, he had indicated he was still within a 200-kilometer radius. Understood. The others responded, determination flickering in their eyes. It was crucial to note that Major Robb was no ordinary officer. He was a figure who had astonished the entire Navy, a name known and recognized by all. The fact that higher-ups had dispatched General Ghost Spider specifically to the North Sea underscored the gravity of the situation, and with half an hour past the appointed arrival time, their anxiety only deepened. John Ram. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed from the heavens, resonating violently within the minds of those present. Colonel? The others looked at Colonel John Ram in confusion, and they swiftly exited the room, rushing outside. As they emerged, they beheld a dark speck against the sky above the island. What is that? The local populace, stationed beneath the mountain, raised their heads skyward upon hearing the colossal roar. In a blink, the dark spot rapidly expanded, hurtling towards the mountain with incredible speed. Major Robb? John Ram, staring at the increasingly distinct figure in the sky, felt disbelief wash over him. Colonel John Ram, quickly, fetch the doctor. Robb held Perona in his arms as he landed atop the summit of the headquarters, gazing at the dazed Colonel John Ram, who was anxiously shouting, Major Robb, do not panic, do not panic. The doctor is below. John Ram, observing the pale, ashen-faced girl in Robb's embrace, felt his pupils constrict sharply, and then hastily pointed towards the small town below. You lead the way. Upon hearing those words, Robb's pupils constricted as he cast his gaze toward the town below. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended that the naval medical facilities were situated near the port, designed for the swift treatment of wounded soldiers. The most expedient course of action was for him to descend rather than await the arrival of a physician. As the words left his lips, a surge of formidable telekinetic energy enveloped John Ram, propelling him directly from the towering peak downwards. Ahead lay the naval medical station. In midair, John Ram hastily pointed towards the structure below, where a building, rising several stories high, stood prominently at the port's forefront. Within its confines, one could vaguely discern figures clad in white coats. Major Robb, do not fret. The finest doctors in the North Sea are below, John Ram reassured. Noticing the urgency reflected in Robb's eyes and the traces of tears upon his face, it was evident to him just how profoundly the young woman in Robb's arms meant to him. Indeed, it is Colonel John Ram. Robb's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he reached a point mere meters from the medical facility. Simultaneously, the doctors within the establishment gazed at John Ram in astonishment, unaware of the unfolding events. Quickly, please bring Mr. Com out. John Ram urgently called out to the bewildered doctors before Rob had even landed. "Hurry, save her." At the sound of John Ram's desperate voice, the doctors regained their composure, and as soon as Rob touched down, they swiftly brought forth the emergency stretcher. "We must save her, please." Rob looked at the rushing doctors, pleading as they laid Perona upon the emergency bed, his heart racing with trepidation. At that moment, when the crowd clearly beheld the girl's appearance, they collectively gasped, for her eyes were closed, and her complexion had shifted from pallor to a faint shade of blue. Simultaneously, the skin on the left side of her body bore a charred hue, revealing glimpses of stark white bones beneath the muscle, with the flesh on that side devoid of any semblance of normal color. Make way, make way. Dr. Com is coming." A moment later, an urgent voice pierced through the crowd, followed by the sight of an elderly man in a white coat hurrying towards them. "This is Mr. Com, the finest doctor on our island," John Lamb explained hastily to Rob. "Please, sir, I beg you to save her. You must bring her back to life." Upon hearing this, Rob's eyes brightened, and he anxiously turned to the elderly physician, pleading fervently for a chance to examine her. At that moment, Chom stepped forward from the crowd, hastening to declare this. As Chom beheld the girl's injuries, a shadow of despair washed over his murky gaze. "I am sorry, she cannot be saved." Observing the girl's pallid complexion, tinged with a ghastly hue, alongside the charred left side of her body, the elder, with his exceptional medical expertise, quickly deduced her dire condition from the earlier descriptions that had reached him. The force of the wind coupled with her current state allowed him to ascertain, in an instant, that this young girl was beyond salvation. The impact of the wind pressure aside, her present condition alone indicated that the volume of blood she had lost far exceeded what was necessary to sustain life. This singular realization confirmed that the girl was beyond rescue. The absence of vibrant blood flow suggested that her internal reserves had dwindled to a perilously low level, rendering the survival of her vital organs improbable. As for the prospect of staunching the bleeding, it was an absurd notion, given the extent of her injuries. Halting the hemorrhage without specialized surgical intervention was utterly impossible. How could this be? How could this be? At the sound of the words, Rob felt as though a colossal hammer had struck his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Impossible, impossible. You have yet to rescue Rona. How could it be that she is beyond salvation? How could this be?" A wave of profound sorrow surged into Rob's consciousness, and tears flowed uncontrollably from his reddened eyes. "Major Rob, please accept my condolences," remarked John Ram, observing Rob's lost expression with a faint sigh. "Ah, please accept my condolences." The doctor nearby was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the youth before him was none other than the renowned genius naval Major Rob, whose reputation resonated across the western seas. No wonder John Ram approached the situation with such gravity. However, once old Master Com rendered his judgment, sympathy reflected in the eyes of all present. For Com's medical expertise was universally acknowledged as the finest. If he could not save her, then truly, there was no hope left. Chapter 104. A glimmer of hope. No, 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 it cannot be. Upon hearing this, Rob trembled uncontrollably, shaking his head in madness, unable to accept the grim reality before him. "You charlatan, you quack," he shouted, his voice filled with anguish. In a sudden outburst of sorrow, Rob fiercely grasped Com's sleeve, and in that instant, a crimson hue surged from his eyes. An eerie aura began to emanate from Rob's being, as a formidable psychic force surged around him, lifting the surrounding doctors off the ground, leaving them suspended in midair. "Major Rob, remain calm," John Lamb urged, his eyes widening in alarm as he seized Rob's arm. "Rona. She can still be saved. She can still be saved." Rob grasped Com's collar tightly, his cold eyes revealing blood-red pupils, within which two small tadpoles spun wildly. Fixated intently on Com's gaze. "Tell me how to save her," he demanded, acutely aware that she was already in a critical state of blood loss yet still struggling to move. Upon witnessing Rob's countenance, anger flickered across Com's aged visage as he glared into Rob's eyes and shouted, "What are you saying?" Upon hearing these words, Rob's blood-red pupils constricted sharply, and his grip on Chom's hands trembled uncontrollably. In that moment, a vivid memory surged into his mind. He recalled the moment when Perona embraced him in his intangible state, and the long trail of blood behind her became strikingly clear. At that instant, it felt as though a knife had plunged mercilessly into his heart, unleashing a wave of excruciating pain. Typically, excessive blood loss would lead to fainting. However, with timely transfusion, one could recover without significant issues. Observing Rob's reaction, Chom realized his suspicions were confirmed, and continued with a hint of resignation. Yet, judging by the girl's pallor, it was evident that her blood loss had not been prolonged. Such a state should not have manifested. She must have forced herself to regain consciousness when she ought to have been unconscious, leading to an accelerated loss of blood during her subsequent actions. Rona. Upon hearing Com's explanation, the crimson hue in Rob's eyes faded, returning to an inky blackness, brimming with unshed tears. The elderly figure before him seemed capable of discerning the actions of the earlier Rona, as well as the admiring gazes of the doctors surrounding him. He realized that his beloved Rona might indeed be beyond salvation, just as they had indicated. The elder's remarkable medical expertise instilled a sense of despair within him, prompting him to release his grip on the elder's sleeve, his arms falling limply by his sides. Simultaneously, the force of his will quietly receded back into his being, leaving the surrounding doctors in a state of bewildered contemplation as they gazed at Rob. Rona. Rob turned his head, staring blankly at the girl before him. That familiar visage no longer bore a smile, and her lively eyes had closed. Countless images replayed in his mind as he struggled to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. Drip drop. With each resonating sound, the tears cascaded relentlessly to the ground. Rona, I am so sorry, I am so sorry. Rob extended his right hand, gently caressing the girl's face. She no longer possessed her former vitality, leaving only a cold, lifeless touch. It is all my fault, all my fault. Had it not been for my careless arrogance, you would not find yourself in this state. Yet, did you not choose to forgive me? You declared your desire to awaken from the past. Please, awaken, awaken. Rob stared at the figure before him, experiencing for the first time in this life the profound anguish that had once plagued him as an orphan in his past existence. Please accept my condolences, Major, Chorm said, gazing at the young man, as he extended his withered hand to rest gently upon Rob's shoulder. His heart, accustomed to the sorrow of parting and loss, quivered slightly. How he longed to save that young girl, knowing full well that the boy before him was a hero to their people. Over the past month, he had read countless accounts in the newspapers detailing the exploits of Colonel Inbile, who had unmasked the protectors of the West Sea pirates, and of the boy who had vanquished the notorious pirate kid in the South Sea, restoring peace to the region. Each of these deeds was a testament to the boy's remarkable valor. Yet now, witnessing the once vibrant youth in such a state of despair, Chorm felt a pang of empathy. No matter how formidable the boy appeared, at his core, he was merely a young man. Mr. Chorm. Rob sensed a presence behind him and turned his head, trembling as he called out the old man's name. With a resounding thud, he unexpectedly knelt before Jorm, capturing the attention of all around. Major, what is the meaning of this? Jorm exclaimed, his expression flustered as he supported Rob. Please, save Rona. Save Rona with all your strength. Rob stared at Com, his eyes brimming with crimson, from which emerged a profound darkness. His voice trembled with a desperate plea. What if, just what if, Rona missed me? What if she no longer wished to slumber? Com, upon hearing this, felt his weary eyes shudder with emotion, and then, steeling himself, he resolutely declared, let me take another look at this girl. Witnessing this young hero kneel in utter desperation to beseech aid, the healer within him quaked. Indeed, when had he begun to assess situations solely through the lens of his own experiences? When had he forgotten the compassionate heart that once sought every possible means to save a life during his first foray into medicine, rather than merely judging whether a person was worth saving? The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. At that moment, the youth before him mirrored his former self, unyielding in the pursuit of a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. In that instant, he resolved to devote all his energy to the endeavor of saving this girl, even if his experience suggested her fate was sealed. He would exhaust every effort to discover new methods for her salvation. Very well. Upon hearing this, Rob's pupils glimmered with a flicker of joy, and he hastily stepped aside, pondering the possibility of hope. Upon hearing this, Com nodded and then approached Perona, gazing at the seemingly hopeless girl before him. The elder refrained from making the hasty assertions he had once made and instead extended his withered arm to rest upon Perona's frail form, beginning his examination. How could this be? At the moment of contact, a look of astonishment surged in Com's weary eyes as he gazed incredulously at the girl before him, murmuring to himself, what is happening? Upon hearing these words, Rob's heart twisted in anxiety, his expression shifting to one of palpable tension as he hurriedly inquired, have I misjudged? Is it truly laughable, this absurdity? In response, Chom offered a faint, bitter smile, shaking his head in self-mockery. seemingly ridiculing his own hasty judgment made with merely a fleeting glance. How could this be? Surely, there is no hope left. The surrounding physicians, observing Chom's reaction, were filled with confusion. The appearance of the young girl before them was unmistakably indicative of an irretrievable state, even to a novice in medicine. No, there is a glimmer of hope. Chapter 105. The Operation. Chom turned to Rob, joy illuminating his eyes as a smile broke across his face. How can this be possible? The physicians around them expressed their disbelief, incredulity etched on their faces, for even the venerable Chom lacked the power to resurrect the dead. What must be done? Please, tell me, Rob urged, desperation evident in his gaze as he sought to seize this last flicker of hope. Major, do not despair. My earlier judgment was flawed, Chom replied with a sigh, addressing the group of physicians. He gently grasped the girl's arm and continued. It appears that her blood loss is not as dire as we initially presumed. A peculiar force seems to have impeded our assessment of her blood's condition. As he spoke, the onlookers were astounded to observe that despite the gaping wound on the girl's arm, blood did not flow forth. It seemed as though a mysterious power was constraining the escape of her life essence. The crimson fluid pooled at the wound's edge, steadfastly refusing to spill. Major Rob, it is fortunate that you did not relinquish hope for this girl. It seems your abilities have prevented her blood from flowing even a drop, Chom remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Perhaps this is a divine gift bestowed upon the youth. Under normal circumstances, such wounds would necessitate surgical intervention to staunch the bleeding. Yet he had forgotten that there exist alternative methods of hemostasis in this world, such as telekinesis. Is there truly hope for her salvation? Upon hearing the words, Rob felt a surge of joy as he observed the astonished gazes of those around him. After listening to Rhett's remarks, how could he bear to allow Perona's lifeblood to seep away? He had been using his mental prowess to suppress the flow of her blood until now. No, this was still insufficient. Jorm shook his head and said, Do you understand why my earlier judgment was erroneous? It is because I knew you arrived here at such high speed. In the face of such tremendous wind pressure, a body as frail as hers, even with the blood flow previously halted, would be beyond salvation. This was the very reason I confidently declared her fate to be sealed. How could someone so weak withstand such force? However, to my surprise, upon examining the girl's physique, I found no significant issues with her internal organs. Nothing that would suggest she had been subjected to high-speed movement in the skies. As Jorm spoke, he too cast a look of disbelief towards Rob. Indeed, the girl's internal organs remained unaffected, and the loss of blood had not yet reached lethal levels. She merely exhibited a state of apparent death. Upon hearing that Rona had not truly perished, Rob looked at Com with a foolish grin and remarked, How could I bear to let Rona suffer even the slightest impact? I have utilized my abilities to disperse all the winds generated, creating a stable environment. Com, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of clarity and continued, However, Major, you must prepare yourself mentally. There remains but a glimmer of hope, for while the blood has not been lost, it is not circulating effectively. Following the surgery, it remains uncertain whether her cells can regain vitality. Based on my recent observations of her condition, the odds are exceedingly slim. Thus, Major, brace yourself for the worst. As Com spoke, he fixed his gaze upon Rob, furrowing his brow. I understand. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me anything at all. Upon hearing these words, Rob took a deep breath. The faint glimmer of hope allowed him to recover from the depths of his earlier despair. He realized that in order to bring Rona back to life, he must strive to fulfill every request made by Chom henceforth. He was even reluctant to express any absolute statements, fearing that it might impose undue pressure on Chom and jeopardize the success of the surgery. It all rests on you now, Mr. Chom. Roberts gazed anxiously at the elderly man before him, his voice trembling slightly, despite his efforts to suppress his emotions. He found it impossible to remain calm at this moment. Rest assured, Major, the surgery itself is not particularly challenging. It is merely the condition of the young girl's cells that cannot be accurately assessed until after the operation, Jorm said, patting Roberts on the shoulder in a gesture of reassurance, urging him to relax before continuing his explanation. Very well. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded and then turned his gaze to Colonel John Ram beside him. Colonel Ram, I have a request of you. My subordinates are currently stationed on Abu Sri Island, and our vessel has sunk, leaving them in considerable peril. Rest assured, Major Rob, I shall personally lead a team to retrieve them. You may remain at ease here. John Ram interjected before Rob could finish. Very well, my gratitude to you, Rob replied. Rob cast an apologetic glance at John Ram, gripped by an overwhelming fear that, should the matter concerning Perona require his assistance later, he could not afford to leave her side, even for a moment. She had become the most significant person in his life across 2 lifetimes. He vividly recalled the words she had spoken amidst the ferocious storm. Major Rob, you are overly concerned. The Navy here regards you as an idol. We are all brothers. Leave this matter to me, and you take care of yourself. Observing Rob's lack of the arrogance typical of a genius, John Ram chuckled heartily, giving Rob's shoulder a reassuring pat before making his way toward the harbor. By the way, bring along more warships. There are quite a few pirates that have met their demise there. Rob looked at the departing John Ram, a cold glimmer surfacing in his eyes. He could never forget that band of pirates. He vividly recalled how Perona had defended him beneath that horde of pirates with her oversized ghostly Godwin bombs. How many? John Ram inquired, momentarily halted. The death surgeon, Trafalgar Law, Red Flag X Drake, and the magician Basil Hawkins, all part of their pirate crew. A chilling voice emanated from behind John Ram. Upon hearing this, John Ram's expression froze, his pupils dilating in shock. For these 3 were indeed formidable pirates in the North Sea, a caliber of pirate far beyond what their division could contend with. After all, the Navy's elite were primarily stationed in the Grand Line, the true gathering ground for great pirates. Naturally, if such pirates caused too much trouble in the 4 seas and lingered too long, the Navy headquarters would dispatch powerful forces to eliminate them. Thus, these pirates would not be foolish enough to remain for an extended period, swiftly sailing into the Grand Line, the ultimate sanctuary for pirates, particularly in the latter half known as the New World. The recent actions of supernovas like Kidd, the death surgeon Trafalgar Law, Red Flag X Drake, and magician Basil Hawkins had already drawn the Navy's attention. Had it not been for Rob's incident, the Navy headquarters would likely have mobilized its elite forces in response to the plan proposed by Greenhorn to counter the world government, as evidenced by the prior dispatch of a rear admiral against Kidd in the South Sea. All right, I understand. John Ram nodded, his steps somewhat unsteady as he made his way toward the port. Chapter 106. The tense operations soon after Colonel John Ram's departure. Perona was escorted into the operating room, surrounded by a group of female nurses. Mr. Calm, how long will it take? Rob stood outside the entrance of the operating room, grasping the arm of John, who was on the verge of entering, and inquired with a hint of anxiety. Major, although the hemostasis procedure is not particularly complex, it is essential to consider the degree of cellular response from Miss Rona during the operation. The duration may range from 4 to 8 hours. Nevertheless, rest assured, the success rate of the hemostasis operation is exceedingly high. John, observing Rob's tense demeanor, let out a soft sigh and offered words of comfort, understanding the emotions Rob was experiencing at that moment. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Perhaps my capabilities may prove beneficial. Upon hearing this, Rob released his grip on Calm and, still somewhat apprehensive, remarked, rest assured, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will ensure that someone is dispatched to inform you immediately. Calm nodded in response and, accompanied by the nurses, entered the operating room. Before long, the lights above the surgical suite illuminated the word surgery in progress within Rob's gaze. Rona, you must pull through. Seeing this, Rob sat helplessly on a bench outside the operating room, anxiously gazing at the door while murmuring to himself. Inside the operating room, the bright lights illuminated the entire space, and Perona lay peacefully on the rescue bed. Her wounds, previously suppressed by Rob's telekinetic powers, began to ooze crimson blood rapidly. Mr. Calm, can this really save her? The nurses watched the young girl anxiously, their pupils trembling, for her condition was exceedingly dire. In a moment of eerie silence during the surgery, the group of girls could no longer contain their concerns, as the one before them was no ordinary patient. They vividly recalled Rob's furious demeanor. They could hardly fathom what he might do if the surgery were to fail. Enough chatter. We can save her. With a mask on and scalpel in hand, Calm instantly transformed, his demeanor shifting to one of high spirits, his previously weary eyes now filled with solemnity. In that moment, Calm was no longer a hunchbacked old man, but rather a skilled physician of remarkable prowess. Immediately determine her blood type and prepare for a transfusion. Calm's cold voice resonated through the room. Understood. The nurses, upon hearing this, dared not utter another word and swiftly began analyzing with their instruments. Old Master Calm, she has a rare blood type, D-type, and our blood bank may not have enough. A nurse, trembling, reported the results from the device to Calm, her voice quaking with concern. Due to the rarity of this blood type, Their years of storage were limited. Commence the transfusion immediately and gather blood from the entire island. Com's pupils flared at the news, and he replied coolly. Despite the momentary flurry of thoughts, his aged hands remained steady. Understood. The nurses, upon receiving his command, quickly moved to the blood bank beside the operating table, retrieving the appropriate blood bags. Soon, under the nurses' diligent operations, the blood bags from the bank were connected to Perona's body. Watching the crimson blood flow continuously into the young girl's veins, Com nodded, his scalpel dancing deftly through the air. A hemostatic agent. CRD scalpel, EOL-type solution. Com incessantly called out the medical terminologies of the pirate world, and the operating table became bustling with activity. Hurry. Excess agent, quickly. Cold sweat poured from Com's forehead, as he was acutely aware that the complexity of this surgery far exceeded what he had conveyed to Rob. He was intensely focused, wielding the scalpel handed to him by the nurse beside him, his eyes unwavering throughout the entire procedure. The female nurse deftly wiped the elderly man's forehead, ensuring that not a single drop of sweat would fall onto the operating table, all while maintaining the patient's line of sight unobstructed. The atmosphere in the operating room was charged with palpable tension. Meanwhile, across the entire island, the commotion caused by the medical facility rapidly spread. Did you hear? That shadow earlier was Major Rob. Upon hearing the roar from the sky, the crowd instinctively looked up, murmuring amongst themselves. Indeed, did you not see? That shadow darted towards the Navy and then directly into the medical room. It was Major Rob, my friend, who was in the vicinity of the medical room. Witness the events unfold. A girl of great significance to Major Rob was severely injured and had lost a considerable amount of blood. Those who were informed by friends and family began to relay the news to the still bewildered crowd. Could it be that Major Rob was injured? Some in the crowd remained skeptical. After all, the newspapers this month had painted a portrait of his formidable prowess. What do you know? Major Rob was ambushed by the notorious pirate trio of Trafalgar Law, Red-Haired X-Drake, and the magician Basil Hawkins. Those with a clearer understanding of the situation quickly chimed in. Our Colonel John Lamb has set sail to apprehend the pirates who attacked Major Rob. The 7 or 8 warships that just departed are under Colonel Lamb's command. Impossible. That's a coalition of those 3. The crowd gasped, staring incredulously at the speaker, unable to fathom the revelation, especially since one of them, Red-Haired X-Drake, was a former Rear Admiral of the Navy, announcing to all islanders. The medical facility urgently requires Type D blood. Anyone with Type D blood, please proceed to the medical facility immediately. At that moment, a booming announcement resonated through the air. Type D blood? That is a rare blood type. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, quickly glancing towards the medical facility, as most were not of this blood type, given its extreme rarity. Wait, my friend is Type D blood. Soon, a few individuals realized the situation, their expressions transforming into delight as they witnessed a flurry of activity around them. Despite the rarity of the blood type, it was improbable that none could be found on such a vast island. Meanwhile, outside the operating room, a concerned Rob hastily seized a nurse in the corridor and implored, "Quickly, I must ascertain my blood type." Anxious about Perona's need for blood, Rob was acutely aware that he could not afford to wait. He was still oblivious to his own blood type in this life, and what if he happened to be Type D? Chapter 107. Type D blood. Very well, Major Rob. Please follow me. The nurse, observing Rob's urgency, was puzzled as to why a seasoned major would be unaware of his own blood type. Yet she refrained from questioning him further and promptly escorted him to the blood draw area. At that moment, the blood draw station appeared rather deserted. Having just received the announcement, with only a single doctor clad in a white coat and a few nurses in pink uniforms present. Dr. Clamma. Major Rob wishes to determine his blood type. As soon as the nurse and Rob entered the blood draw station, she immediately addressed the doctor at the main station. Understood. Major, please take a seat, Dr. Clamma responded, momentarily lifting her gaze to Rob, slightly taken aback by his apparent ignorance regarding his blood type. Nevertheless, she opted not to inquire further, as her professional instincts compelled her to prepare for the task at hand. All right. Upon hearing this, Rob quickly seated himself before Dr. Clammer, extending his bloodied arm. Since his arrival, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning Perona and had neglected to cleanse the remnants of battle from his person. Are there no wounds on your arm that require treatment? Dr. Clammer observed Rob's arm, his pupils narrowing slightly, for the veins upon it appeared somewhat ruptured. Yet the blood had curiously congealed, not spilling forth. I didn't have time for that. Go ahead and examine it. My constitution is quite robust. Rob chuckled nonchalantly and said, "Very well, but you should attend to it shortly." Clamor, somewhat exasperated by the boy's straightforwardness, replied that she had not anticipated Rob delivering Perona without taking a moment to tend to his own wounds. "Major Rob, your blood appears somewhat peculiar, however." "It seems to be type D," Clamor remarked, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized the patterns on the instrument. With her years of experience, she felt a tinge of uncertainty. "Type D, you say? Then I shall use my own." However, Rob did not hear that somewhat peculiar remark. Instead, he excitedly gazed at Clamor, having only caught the mention of the three words type D blood. "Major, your blood is somewhat unusual. It is advisable not to use it," Clamor replied, furrowing his brow with a grave demeanor. "Did you not say I have type D blood? Why can't it be used? Aren't we currently in need of blood?" Upon hearing this, Rob hurriedly glanced at Clamor, his voice tinged with urgency. "Major, there's no need for alarm. As far as I am aware, the medical facility's blood supply is not critically low, but rather may be insufficient. The collection of blood is merely a precaution to prevent prolonged surgical durations. Unless we reach a dire situation, I would advise against utilizing your blood. Your blood exhibits peculiar characteristics, displaying reactions indicative of various blood types such as A, B, and C. It could even be classified as type A, type B, and so forth." Clamor hastily elaborated, acknowledging that this was her first encounter with such blood. For safety reasons, she was reluctant to allow Rob's blood to be introduced into the blood bank. Furthermore, while type D blood is indeed rare, there are certainly individuals with type D blood on this island. Clamor removed the device from Rob's wrist, her expression grave. "But what if there are no volunteers willing to donate blood?" Rob hurriedly glanced at Clara, his heart racing more wildly at this moment. For it was uncertain whether others would willingly donate blood for a person they deemed unrelated. "Rest assured, should we reach a critical juncture, I shall inform Old Master Com to ascertain whether your blood can be utilized. At that point, we shall have to gamble on the slim hope of a dying horse being treated as if it were alive." Clara remarked gravely as she removed the device from Rob's wrist. "Dr. Clara, the volunteers have arrived." At that moment, a nurse rushed in, breathlessly announcing, "Major Rob, look. The volunteers have come." Upon hearing this, Clara's furrowed brow relaxed, and she turned to the anxious Rob with a smile. "Ahong, please bring the volunteers in. Aseong is ready to collect the blood." "Understood." Soon, Ahong ushered the volunteers into the room, leaving everyone but Rob in a state of astonishment. Are there truly this many people with type D blood? Clara stared in disbelief at the throng before her, the room brimming with approximately 50 to 60 individuals, with more seemingly waiting in line. Given her professional experience, she was well aware that this rare blood type group was typically reluctant to donate due to various concerns. "What are you standing there for? Draw the blood," Rob urged Clara, who was momentarily stunned. "Aseong, begin the blood testing," Clara commanded, glancing at the nurse. Although blood testing was a prerequisite, she couldn't quite believe that so many individuals with type D blood could be present on this island. Historically, when there was a need for type D blood, only 2 or 3 donors would appear. "Doctor, this one is type D blood, and so is this one." Aseong, after examining several samples, confirmed the presence of type D blood. Although she knew the donors were not jesters, the reality still astonished her. "Doctor, stop dawdling. Hurry with the blood tests. We've heard that Major Rob's men have sustained severe injuries and are in desperate need." The crowd, witnessing Rob, who was bloodied, grew even more impressed. These were the marks of his battle for them. Now that Rob required their assistance, how could they refrain from responding? They anxiously turned to Dr. Clara, urging her to act. "Major Rob, you truly are remarkable," Clara remarked, now feeling the full weight of Rob's resolve. "Thank you all." Upon hearing the words of the crowd before him, Rob's pupils trembled slightly, and he bowed slightly in gratitude. "Major Rob, please do not mention it. I owe you a great deal for vanquishing the sorcerer Basil Hawkins. My wife fell victim to his pirate crew 4 years ago. Today, at long last, I have avenged her." A burly man among the throng looked toward Rob and burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, had you not eliminated those 3 formidable pirates, our ordinary lives might have been extinguished that day. We owe you our thanks." The crowd echoed in agreement. Were it not for Rob's previous exploits and his courage to defy the world government for the sake of the common people, they would not have dared to stand up. It is vital to understand that although they were merely common folk, they were not foolish. They recognized that as individuals with rare blood types, once registered, they would become prime targets for the world government's blood needs, akin to fattened pigs awaiting slaughter. After all, that group would show no regard for the lives of mere mortals. Thus, in such tumultuous times, Many who had not yet faced life-threatening situations requiring blood chose not to report their blood types to the Navy government. Chapter 108. A Heroic Deed Soon. Under the guidance of Dr. Klama, Type D blood was continuously extracted and transported to the blood bank. Quickly, to the medical room, for treatment. Make way, make way. However, once the collection of Type D blood was complete, approximately 2 hours into the operation, urgent voices suddenly echoed across the island. As the sky darkened, the bright moon emerged, casting luminous beams upon the deep azure sea. At that moment, 7 or 8 naval warships appeared on the horizon, and the anxious shouts emanated from them. Upon the fleet's arrival, numerous soldiers rushed forth, carrying the injured on stretchers. Make way quickly, to the medical room. Colonel John Ram stood upon the battleship, gravely observing the multitude of wounded soldiers, directing his men to clear the bustling night market. Furthermore, apprehend all these pirates and confine them in prison for subsequent processing. As he spoke, a considerable commotion ensued as the naval forces, under John Ram's command, sprang into action. Meanwhile, in the blood donation area of the medical room, the atmosphere had grown somewhat sparse. The volunteers who had donated blood had departed, while Rob remained, anxiously waiting, his gaze fixed on the blood flowing through the tubes, representing the hope for Perona's survival. Asyong, could you please check what is causing all that noise outside? Is it not understood that a hospital must be a place of tranquility? Dr. Klama remarked, furrowing his brow at the sudden commotion outside. Casting a quick glance at Asyong. All right. Upon hearing this, Asyong nodded and rose to her feet, preparing to step outside. Director Klama, Colonel John Ram has returned with numerous injured individuals. We are in urgent need of doctors. At that moment, a nurse rushed into the medical room, her voice filled with urgency. Aside from the ongoing treatment of Jom, Klama held the highest rank among them. I shall accompany you, Klama replied, his brow furrowing slightly as he addressed the nurse, promptly gathering his belongings and standing up to prepare for departure. Wait, I shall join you as well. Upon hearing this, Rob stood up abruptly, realizing that his presence here was of no assistance other than to foster anxiety. With Rhett's arrival, it was only fitting that his capable subordinate go to assess the situation. Moreover, being in close proximity to the medical room, he could return at any moment should the need arise. Very well, Klama acknowledged with a nod, refraining from further comment as the matters at hand had largely been resolved, and there was no longer concern regarding Perona's blood supply. Together, Klama and Rob exited the blood extraction room, but the moment they stepped out, Klama's pupils dilated in alarm. Before them lay a procession of stretchers bearing the wounded, continuously being brought in from outside. Director Klama, it seems today will be quite taxing for you, John Lamb, drenched and bedraggled, had also arrived at the medical room, offering a resigned remark upon seeing Klama. How many casualties do we have? Klama inquired hastily as he moved towards the entrance, acutely aware that it was nightfall, and most physicians were at home, leaving only those on duty. As they exited the medical room, Klama's eyes widened in shock at the sight of an unending stream of individuals being transported from the port. The numbers were so overwhelming that the pristine stretchers within the medical room were scarcely utilized. The white stretchers merely punctuated the scene amidst the throng, while a multitude of injured individuals were being carried on the backs of sailors towards the hospital. Simultaneously, the nurses at the entrance were frantically sorting through the incoming patients, urgently maintaining order. This one can enter, this one must stay, and this one as well, with the sound of anxious voices echoing. More wounded were receiving makeshift bandaging in the open space outside the medical room. The severity of injuries among those not requiring immediate attention was evident. Many bore charred bodies, covered in wounds, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. In total, there were 642 casualties. John Ram gazed helplessly at Klama, then instinctively shifted his attention to Rob, a flicker of respect evident in his eyes. Upon their arrival at Abruptly Island, they were profoundly taken aback by the scene before them. Although the copious blood had been washed away by the slanting rain, the beach was strewn with the remnants of both Navy personnel and pirates, many gravely injured and unconscious. Approximately 1,000 or 2,000 individuals lay scattered, and only after a prolonged search did they come to realize that several tattered garments belonged to the dismembered bodies of Red Flag Drake and the magician Basil Hawkins. However, it was when they ventured into the dense forest that they were truly shaken. Countless mangled remains of pirates littered the underbrush, with a rough estimate of 4,000 to 5,000 bodies alongside thousands of cannons discovered. It was evident that these three formidable pirates had exerted all their might to ambush Rob and his party, who, with merely 500 soldiers, had vanquished nearly 8,000 pirate coalition members, a staggering feat after rescuing the captives taken by the pirates. He promptly accounted for the survivors and escorted the pirates back to headquarters, as the injuries sustained by the Navy soldiers required immediate attention. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Xiang, immediately contact all the resting doctors and inform them that the holiday is over. It is imperative that all Navy casualties receive treatment at the earliest possible moment. Do not concern yourselves with the pirates for now. Clama inhaled deeply and instructed Xiang. Understood. Xiang recognized the urgency of the situation and hurried towards the medical room. Wait. Additionally, issue another blood donation announcement. The medical facility requires a significant quantity of various blood types. Clama called back to Xiang, who quickly realized that the hospital's blood bank could not possibly accommodate such a large influx of injured individuals. Almost all of the Navy personnel being brought in were in a state of unconsciousness, with not a single lightly injured among them. Colonel John Ram, where are the Retians? Rob glanced at the nearby injured, failing to spot Rhett's figure, and could not help but inquire of Colonel John Lamb, who stood beside him. Rhett? Colonel John Lamb furrowed his brow at the mention of the name, as he had not heard of such a person. Indeed, Rhett is my sole sergeant, serving in the capacity of navigator. Upon hearing this, Rob's pupils constricted sharply as he swiftly grasped Colonel John Ram's shoulders. Ever since he had taken 500 sailors from the naval headquarters along with Rhett, he had been engaged in relentless battles. Due to the incident in the West Sea, and without a promotion, he had no new troops at his disposal. Thus, Rhett could indeed be considered his sole officer, chosen initially for his commendable navigation skills. Chapter 109. Rhett one know not whom you speak of. When I arrived, not a single sailor was in a state of sobriety. John Ram furrowed his brow at these words, contemplating for a moment before responding with a tinge of exasperation. Indeed, in the news he had previously consumed, apart from Rob, he had paid little heed to others. Damn it, where has that rascal gone? Upon hearing this, Rob's expression shifted significantly as he muttered a soft curse under his breath. He then turned to Dr. Clama and said, Dr. Clama, provide me with a communication device. Should any issues arise with Rona, contact me immediately. He remained apprehensive that an unforeseen event might occur during his absence. Rest assured, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Dr. Clama nodded in response and remarked, Here is my communication device. You may use it for now, and I shall reach you through this when the time comes. Observing Rob's anxious demeanor, John Lamb interjected, Rob, fret not. We have already conducted a thorough search of the island. The likelihood of Rhett remaining there is minimal. You may wish to head to the port, as there are still some naval casualties awaiting transport, which is proving challenging. Very well. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded. Indeed. He was aware that Rhett had sustained severe injuries when he departed, and now, the absence of Rhett at the entrance indicated that he must be at the harbor. Whoosh. Accompanied by a gust of wind, a tremendous psychic energy emanated from Rob's body, and soon everyone beheld as he soared into the air. Rhett, do not frighten me. A crimson hue gradually spread from the depths of Rob's eyes, subtly manifesting into a blood-red Sharingan. In that moment, the multitude of individuals on the ground became distinctly visible, as if time itself had slowed. Under the terrifying gaze of the Sharingan, Rob began to search for the injured naval officers clad in their uniforms below. Major Rob? At that moment, the Navy personnel maintaining order at the harbor, upon seeing Rob in the sky, were momentarily taken aback and could not help but exclaim, Where are the remaining injured? Rob observed the naval officers and inquired directly, Lieutenant, the others are too severely injured, and there are not enough stretchers aboard the warship. Upon hearing this, the naval officers did not hesitate and promptly informed him. Very well. Upon hearing the words, Rob nodded slightly. Then his pupils narrowed as he harnessed his psychic power, propelling himself swiftly into the depths of the warship. After a few minutes, he burst forth from the vessel, darting towards the next ship. Yet still nothing. Accompanied by a flurry of anxious voices, Rob incessantly traversed the interior of the warship, under the influence of his Sharingan. In less than 20 minutes, he had thoroughly searched the entire ship. Damn it, where on earth have you gone? Rob gazed intently at the expanse of the sea, his lips instinctively pressing together in a tight line. A tremendous surge of telekinetic energy descended upon the dark surface of the water. Boom, accompanied by a deafening roar. The previously tranquil sea erupted, sending towering waves soaring to heights of several dozen meters. Major Rob, could he already be in the infirmary? A pirate, witnessing the explosive waters, cast a fearful glance at the enraged Rob, trembling as he uttered his query. The infirmary? Upon hearing this, Rob paused momentarily, and a sudden realization illuminated his mind. He murmured to himself, "Indeed, I have yet to search the medical room." After all, he had followed Dr. Clamar out from the blood draw station and had promptly headed towards the exit of the medical facility, where he encountered John Ram. "Thank you." Rob glanced at the naval officer and spoke before swiftly heading towards the medical room. Whoosh! In a matter of mere minutes, Rob's speed was astonishing, as he swiftly flew into the medical room like a beam of light. "Rob, did you find anything?" John Ram, standing at the entrance of the medical room, furrowed his brow upon seeing Rob return empty-handed. Where's Dr. Clamor?" Rob nodded slightly and then surveyed his surroundings, noticing the absence of Clamor, prompting him to inquire. Due to the presence of blood donation volunteers, Clamor had already retreated to the blood extraction room, where he was currently engaged in the process of drawing blood to replenish the blood bank. Upon hearing this, John Lamb gestured towards a room within the medical facility, where a lengthy queue was evident at the entrance, with individuals continuously entering and exiting. "Very well, I shall seek him out myself," he concluded. Seeing this, Rob nodded and swiftly darted past John Lamb, making his way into the medical room. "Major Rob, you cannot enter. A surgery is currently underway," came the urgent admonition. Soon enough, Rob encountered a dilemma. Just as he attempted to open the door, a nurse hurriedly obstructed his path. Within the medical facility, it appeared that nearly all the rooms had been hastily transformed into makeshift operating theaters. But where were the patients who had undergone surgery? Upon hearing this, Rob couldn't help but anxiously inquire, "Major, they are all in the hastily erected tents outside, being attended to by volunteers brought in from the island." The young nurse, noticing Rob's worried expression, promptly replied, "All right." Rob did not hesitate for a moment. With a nod, he prepared to turn and leave. "Major, once you enter, please minimize your noise. They all require a tranquil environment," the young nurse hastily reminded him as he began to depart, her words trailing off. "My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as it becomes even more riveting." With that, Rob dashed out of the medical room and made his way toward a vast tent. The tent, erected in an open space, spanned several hundred meters, distinctly separating it from those patients who had not undergone surgery. Such a rapid assembly of a structure of this magnitude could only occur in a world akin to that of a pirate king. At this moment, the atmosphere surrounding the medical room was serene, save for the initial chaos. As the onlookers were dispersed by the Navy, under the command of Clara, the entire medical process proceeded in an orderly fashion. Another contributing factor to the tranquility was that nearly all the injured were rendered unconscious due to their severe wounds. Fortunately, the majority of the casualties were indeed unconscious. Otherwise, the anguished cries of so many untreated victims would have posed a significant challenge. Just as Rob was about to approach the tent, he caught snippets of whispered conversations among the nurses, which elicited a momentary pause in him, stirring an inexplicable feeling within. Indeed, on that battlefield, apart from him and Let, nearly everyone else was either dead or in a state of unconsciousness. "I'm going in to find someone." Rob fell at the entrance of the tent and softly addressed several young nurses. "Major Rob? You, please." The two nurses, upon encountering Rob, spoke with a tremor in their voices, for he was not only renowned for his formidable prowess, but also possessed striking handsomeness, exuding a captivating allure that was irresistible to young maidens. Rob nodded and stepped into the tent, his mental prowess rendering even his footsteps inaudible. Inside the tent, various beds of all sizes were arranged, adorned in a myriad of colors, evidently borrowed from the populace. Chapter 110, Virgo. Most of the beds were occupied by injured soldiers, with only a few remaining unoccupied. The recently operated patients had regained a semblance of awareness, softly moaning in their discomfort. Nearby, several volunteers were diligently attending to their needs. As soon as Major Rob entered, his subordinates immediately recognized him and inquired, "Have you seen your Sergeant Let?" Rob gazed upon those familiar faces, a glimmer of joy illuminating his eyes. Were they not acquainted with Sergeant Let? They had only just regained consciousness and had yet to see him. The naval crew exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with resignation, for they had been rendered unconscious by the explosion aboard the warship and had only recently awakened post-surgery. How infuriating. Upon hearing those words, Rob furrowed his brow, instinctively clenching his jaw as a wave of concern washed over him. Could it be that the rising tides had swept Leyte into the ocean? He couldn't help but recall the dreadful weather that had enveloped the island at the time of his departure. "Captain?" Just then, a faint yet pleasantly surprised voice echoed from behind Rob. "HM." Upon hearing the words, Rob turned his head and soon beheld a familiar youth reclining on a stretcher, his slender fingers having pulled aside the tent. The boy's face was alight with excitement as he gazed at Rob. "Where on earth have you been? Do you have any idea that your leader nearly turned this hospital upside down?" Upon witnessing this, Rob stepped beside the stretcher and looked at Rate, teasingly scolding, "Boss, it's not that I didn't want to come find you. Rather, I inadvertently fainted upon catching sight of the naval fleet." Rate noticed the anxious glimmer in Rob's eyes gradually ebbing away, and an involuntary warmth surged within him. However, recalling Rob's words, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, casting a somewhat helpless glance at Rob as he inquired, "Boss, how is Sister Rona faring now?" Upon hearing these words, Rob was reminded of Com's earlier remarks when he sent Perona into the operating room. A faint, bittersweet smile appeared on his face as he spoke. "Sister Rona's situation remains precarious. Although we have just resolved her blood supply issue, Dr. Com indicated that the surgery may take between 4 to 8 hours, depending on the circumstances. Furthermore, the post-surgical outcome will depend on the viability of the cells." As these somber words fell from his lips, Rhett's pupils dilated sharply. He then turned to Rob, a smile breaking across his face as he offered reassurance. "Boss, you needn't worry. Sister Rona will be fine. I just heard from the nurse that this is one of the best medical facilities in the North Sea. Yes, it should be nearing the 4-hour mark soon. I'll wait by the operating room door. You just focus on recovering and await my good news." Upon hearing this, Rob nodded and smiled as he spoke to Rate. He then couldn't help but glance towards the brightly lit medical room ahead. "Go ahead, boss, I'm fine." Rate was well aware of his leader's affection for Sister Rona, and having overheard her confession on the island, he naturally understood Rob's current feelings. "Please take good care of him for me." Upon hearing this, Rob looked towards the nurse who was carrying the stretcher and instructed her, "Very well, Major Rob." The lovely young nurse nodded, and amidst a few envious glances, gently laid Lay upon the stretcher. "Boss, is this what you call privilege?" "Aha." Lay, seeing this, looked around with a hint of joy. Realizing that due to a shortage of staff, there were hardly any nurses attending to him while he was receiving specialized care. "You just focus on your recovery, kid. I still depend on you to steer the ship. I'm off now." Rob gently patted Rhett's shoulder, playfully chiding him. "All right, boss, rest assured. Rhett guarantees the completion of the task." Upon hearing this, Rhett beamed with a broad smile, exuding confidence. "That's splendid." Upon finishing his words, Rob proceeded to exit the tent. Casting his gaze towards the brightly lit medical room ahead, a profound sense of concern welled up within his eyes. "Rona and Ret are both safe now. You must awaken." In the New World, at Naval Base G5, within the grand edifice at the center of the fortress, a man sat composedly at his desk, clad in a checkered coat and donning dark sunglasses, with lightning-shaped sideburns framing his face. He emanated an air of calm authority. If Rob were present, he would recognize this individual as Virgo, a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family and a rear admiral, serving as the commander of the G5 base. "Mr. Virgo, we have received intelligence from the West Sea," came a sudden urgent knock at the office door. "Come in." Virgo paused his paperwork, intrigued, and murmured to himself, "Ro, it seems you are preparing to return to the young Master S side. Eliminating Rob will certainly elevate your bounty." With a creak, the door opened, and a man dressed in black entered. "Speak," Virgo said, regarding the man with a detached demeanor. "Mr. Virgo, through our informants in the West Sea, we have confirmed that the Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law, has fallen unconscious and is now in the custody of Lieutenant Rob, detained at the Northern Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, Law's allies, Red Flag Drake and the magician Basil Hawkins, remain unaccounted for among the detained individuals. The chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." The man observed Virgo, his expression serious. Being a part of the Don Quixote family himself, he understood the significance of Law's situation. Additionally, the Navy has yet to finalize their handling of the matter. They have not reported to headquarters immediately. It is expected that tomorrow morning the major platforms in the West Sea will publish this information. Has Law been defeated? Virgo's pupils constricted sharply at this revelation, the unfolding events slightly exceeding his expectations. However, his gaze soon regained its composure, accompanied by a hint of derisive tone. "It seems that Law hasn't made much progress. He cannot even contend with Rob. Very well, you may leave." He dismissed the man and then turned his attention to a peculiar phone bug adorned with strange spectacles resting on his desk. "Brubru, young master. We have received information regarding Law." Virgo spoke into the phone nonchalantly. "Fufufu, go on, Virgo." "Young master, Law is currently in Rob's possession and detained at the Northern Navy headquarters. Tomorrow morning, the major platforms in the West Sea should announce this news. Oh, it appears that this Rob fellow is quite formidable. Is there any chance of winning him over? Within the enigmatic realm of the telephone snail, the chilling voice of Don Quixote Doflamingo resonated with a hint of interest. Young master, it appears that the endeavor to entice has proven largely futile. Upon hearing this, Virgo's gaze gravitated towards a newspaper resting upon the table, his expression growing increasingly grave, for it bore news of Rob's exploits in the West Sea. Then let us seize him en route. After a brief silence, the telephone snail conveyed Doflamingo's icy retort. Chapter 111. The Arrival of the Ghost Spider Youth. I fear that may not be feasible. Sengoku has dispatched Vice Admiral Ghost Spider to the North Sea, and according to my intelligence, he should arrive in a few hours. Virgo's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. From previous reports, he had already anticipated the Ghost Spider's imminent arrival at the West Sea headquarters. Thus, the news of Rob's imminent defeat came as a surprise. Rob, you rascal, you've placed both me and the young master in a precarious situation. Virgo regarded the telephone snail, which remained silent, his demeanor becoming increasingly serious. Whether through bribery or forceful means, neither approach seemed viable. Given Rob's audacity to expose the corruption within the Navy and challenge the government, any bribery could potentially reveal his whereabouts. Moreover, the prospect of departing the New World to intercept Ghost Spider and forcibly seize Rob was fraught with peril. Should they succeed, the Navy would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation, leaving behind traces that could expose them. Conversely, failure would have dire repercussions for the young master. It was not yet time for revelations to surface. Ho ho ho. Sengoku seems quite fond of that lad. It appears I must prepare a grand gift for him. If memory serves, this young Major Rob is soon to return to Navy headquarters to receive his promotion to Rear Admiral. After a moment, Doflamingo's voice emerged from the telephone snail, laced with amusement. Indeed, once this North Sea mission concludes, Major Rob will redeem himself and be honored with the rank of Rear Admiral, stationed within the Grand Line. According to my sources, there is a high probability he will be integrated into Admiral Greenbull's direct forces in the New World. At that juncture, it will not be so simple to deal with him. Youth, the real dilemma arises if Rob is transported to the undersea prison. Unless I expose my identity to rescue him, he would be in an irretrievable state. Although Virgo looked down upon Rob's abilities, he recognized the significance of Rob to Doflamingo, understanding the extent of Doflamingo's investment in him. For Rob possessed the singular ability that could grant eternal life, the key to the world government's treasures. Ho ho ho. Since Sengoku values this young man so highly, it would be remiss of me not to present him with a significant gift. Doflamingo's cold laughter echoed through the telephone snail. I shall create a stir at Sabaody Archipelago. You need only prepare to abduct Rob en route. This commotion is sure to please both Sengoku and that young man. Ho ho ho. Meanwhile, in the North Sea, at the naval headquarters, under the shroud of night and the luminous glow of the moon, a colossal warship slowly approached the harbor. Admiral, we have arrived at the North Sea, reported a naval colonel, his face marked by 2 prominent scars. To the man beside him, the man, adorned with a helmet emblazoned with a double-headed dragon, bore a fierce expression and held a slender cigarette between his lips. Admiral. Just then, a loud and clear voice echoed from the harbor, revealing a line of naval officers standing at attention. Let us inquire where that brash lad has wandered off to. The infamous Ghost Spider quickly spotted Colonel John Ram among the officers at the harbor, yet after a brief scan, he noticed the absence of Rob and assumed he had not yet arrived. He turned to the naval colonel beside him and spoke. As the Ghost Spider's warship docked at the harbor, he descended from the vessel. Admiral, you have finally arrived. Major Rob had previously reached the North Sea. Colonel John Ram respectfully informed him. Oh, that lad is here. I traveled a great distance to find him. Where is he? At these words, Ghost Spider's pupils constricted sharply, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Though he had admired the young man's actions in the West Sea, as a dignified admiral, it irked him that he had journeyed so far to protect him, only to find that the young man had not come to greet him. Major Rob is currently in the medical bay. John Ram, sensing the awkwardness, offered a sheepish smile. Prior to his arrival, he had called out to Rob, but received a curt refusal, leaving him no choice but to come here himself. Oh, that reckless fool has been injured? Take me to see him at once. Ghost Spider's brow furrowed in concern. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the lad had already clashed with those pirates? Understood. John Ram nodded eagerly and led Ghost Spider and his entourage towards the medical bay. Colonel Ram, what transpired here? Upon arriving at the vicinity of the medical bay, Ghost Spider was taken aback by the sight of numerous wounded sailors and pirates scattered around. Admiral, earlier at Abruptly Island, the infamous Surgeon of Death, Law, along with Red Flag Drake and the magician Basil Hawkins, ambushed Major Rob. Currently, the Surgeon of Death, Law, is incapacitated, while Red Flag Drake and magician Basil Hawkins have perished, leaving behind only fragmented remains. John Ram reported to Ghost Spider with utmost sincerity. What? Upon hearing these words, the Ghost Spider's pupils narrowed in disbelief as he gazed at John Ram. It is worth noting that among them was the former Major Red Flag Drake. When they initially devised this plan in the war room, they believed that Rob's strength was significantly inferior to that of these pirates. Otherwise, the war room would not have urgently summoned him to the Northern Sea to protect Rob. Yet now, not only had Rob annihilated Kid, but he had also managed to subdue all three of them in their joint ambush, which far exceeded his expectations. The only concern the war room had was that these three pirates would lie in wait for Rob. To their astonishment, all three were decisively vanquished by Rob, rivaling the strength of some vice admirals. Quick, tell me, where is this fellow? The Ghost Spider urged, his anxiety palpable, observing the severely injured Navy personnel before him. He could fathom the arduous nature of this battle and could roughly imagine Rob's injuries. Sir, please follow me, Colonel Ram replied, not daring to delay for a moment, and swiftly led the Ghost Spider to the medical room, heading towards Perona's surgical suite. Is he still undergoing surgery? The Ghost Spider paused, watching Ram guide him towards the operating room, momentarily taken aback. It seemed his injuries were indeed grave. No, it is merely his important subordinate who is undergoing surgery. John Ram responded, hastily taking a few steps, turning into a corridor, and gesturing ahead. Rob? How's the situation? But the very next moment, John Ram anxiously inquired, as he noticed a young lad, who had previously been seated on a bench, now pacing nervously at the entrance of the operating room. A look of deep concern etched on his face, murmuring softly to himself, Rona, please, do not let anything happen. Do not let anything happen. Chapter 112, Cellular Vitality. John. It is not good. The surgery has been ongoing for nearly 5 hours, and it has already surpassed the ideal time frame mentioned by Dr. Chom by over an hour. Could something have gone awry with Rona? Upon hearing the voice of John Ram, Rob raised his head and hurried over, anxiously exclaiming, but didn't Dr. Chom say there are still 3 hours left? Don't panic. Everything will be all right. Upon hearing these words, John Ram, understanding the source of Rob's anxiety, felt his own tension dissipate. Observing Rob's worried demeanor, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly and offered some words of comfort. Rob, what exactly is going on? Meanwhile, the Phantom Spider, noticing the situation, furrowed his brow, having initially thought Rob was gravely injured in the operating room. This did not seem right. General, what brings you to Bay High? Upon hearing this, Rob finally noticed the Ghost Spider beside John Ram and recalled that John Ram had mentioned earlier that the Ghost Spider General would soon arrive. What am I here for? You reckless lad, the Supreme Commander of the Warring States summoned me to keep an eye on you, to prevent you from being killed by those three fellows. Yet, I never anticipated that you would single-handedly vanquish them. The Ghost Spider, upon hearing this, gently patted Rob's shoulder and reassured him, do not worry. The physicians serving at the Northern Sea headquarters possess exceptional medical skills. Upon hearing this, Rob felt a warm current surge within him, realizing the Navy headquarters held him in such high regard. The resentment he previously harbored towards the Navy due to the affairs in the West Sea diminished somewhat. Alas, it is my fault. You are right. Had I not acted rashly and with arrogance, Rona would not have fallen to such a state, and so many from the Navy would not have suffered casualties. I fervently hope that Rona will awaken. Roberts cast a glance towards the operating room, feeling a sense of helplessness, a desire to assist yet finding himself utterly powerless. Just then, the lights in the operating room shifted, and the door, which had remained closed for 5 long hours, creaked open. Weary, Dr. Chom emerged from within. How did the surgery go, Dr. Chom? Upon witnessing the situation, Rob hurriedly inquired. Major, Miss Rona's surgery has been successful. The bleeding has been controlled, and there is an ample supply of blood. With no signs of rejection, Chom replied promptly. See, Rob? Everything is fine. The surgery was a success, he added. Nearby, John Lamb also smiled, sharing the hope that the young girl would be saved. However, Chom suddenly interjected, casting a somewhat helpless glance at Rob, his tone tinged with resignation. What is it, Dr. Chom? Upon witnessing this, Rob's previously relaxed demeanor instantly shifted to one of heightened alertness, prompting him to inquire with urgency. Major Rob, the surgery was indeed remarkably successful, however. As I mentioned earlier, the true measure of success lies in the vitality of the cells post-operation. Upon hearing those words, Rob's pupils constricted sharply, and he urgently interrupted, "Please. Stop. Let me in. Let me in." In that fleeting moment, a wave of profound unease surged within him, emanating from Calm's tone. He forcefully pushed past Calm and rushed into the operating room. Rona. As he crossed the threshold, Rob stood frozen at the door, for within the operating room, a group of nurses was methodically arranging their instruments, while Perona lay peacefully upon the gurney. However, a vivid red vein was inserted into Perona's delicate wrist, with the crystalline blood continuously flowing into her body. Yet, despite the transfusion, her complexion remained devoid of any color. Her face and skin, although no longer pale from blood loss, appeared ghostly white, devoid of vitality. Beside the gurney stood a monitor, revealing a slender green line that fluctuated ever so slightly, its range nearly resembling a straight line. "Rona, please don't scare me, all right?" Rob approached the bedside with a slight tremor, gently resting his hand upon the pristine white bowl, only to be met with a chilling sensation. Shortly thereafter, Calm, along with John and the specter of the spider, entered the room. Observing Rob's quaking shoulders, Calm offered a comforting remark. "Major Rob, please accept my condolences. I have spent over an hour extracting the essence from type D blood, yet despite my efforts, Miss Rona's cellular vitality remains alarmingly low, rendering her unable to awaken. Then let us refine it further, distill it to the purest essence of blood." Upon hearing this, Rob suppressed his voice and, with a tone of resolute determination, whispered fiercely, "If this leads to a shortage of blood, I shall seek it out." The cold and ruthless tone escaped between his clenched teeth, sending a chill coursing through Jorm's body. It seemed that this young girl held great significance for the lad. Observing this, the specter-like spider's dark pupils dilated in alarm. The instinct of a strong warrior warned him that if this approach proved effective, Rob would resort to exceedingly reckless actions. "Major, this course of action is futile. Extracting the essence is not difficult, yet this is the utmost limit, and it remains insufficient," Jorm lamented. "Is there truly no other alternative? In this world, filled with so many peculiar abilities." Rob could not bear to accept this reality, and let out a furious, low growl. Truth be told, a decade ago, I diagnosed a patient who exhibited a similar weakening of cellular vitality as Miss Rona. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Upon witnessing this, Chom sighed and inquired, "Did that patient also depart?" John Ram, standing nearby, could not help but ask. "No, that patient did not leave," Chom replied, shaking his head. "Then why do you assert that Rona is beyond saving?" Rob turned around in anger, his icy gaze fixated on Chom. A trickle of blood-red liquid surged from the depths of his eyes, and a chilling aura abruptly emanated from his being. He recalled how Chom had previously misjudged his abilities. And now, hearing Chom assert once more that Perona would survive, he was engulfed in profound skepticism. "Rob, calm down," the ghost spider exclaimed, his pupils narrowing in alarm. He sensed a formidable power lurking deep within Rob, realizing that he was on the brink of losing control, and quickly intervened. Major, that patient's condition is significantly better than Miss Rona's. After utilizing the extracted essence from the blood, he has made a swift recovery." Chom, observing Rob's demeanor, could feel the distrust stemming from his earlier misjudgment, and he understood the turmoil that accompanied such feelings. After his recovery, in my initial encounter with cases of weakened cellular vitality, found myself intrigued and engaged in discussion with him about this phenomenon. The weakening of cellular vitality exists only in theory. It necessitates extreme physical exhaustion to manifest. Despite my years in medicine and countless encounters with severely injured patients, I had never witnessed such a condition. However, through his descriptions of the injuries, I was able to ascertain the circumstances that could lead to such an occurrence. Chapter 113. Are we leaving? The cause of this cellular weakening arises when an individual, in a state of severe injury and significant blood loss, excessively utilizes their devil fruit abilities, leading to the depletion of the essence of cellular vitality. Conversely, frequent use of devil fruit powers in mild injuries does not precipitate this condition. Similarly, even in grave peril, abstaining from using devil fruit abilities will not result in such an outcome. Chom's lamentations echoed in Rob's mind, causing him to freeze momentarily as vivid images from the island flooded his thoughts. Why dwell on this? Just tell me how I can save her. Roberts interrupted Calm's words with palpable anger. Major, if you wish to save this girl, you must first ascertain the cause of her affliction in order to administer the appropriate remedy. Calm gazed intently into the blood-red pupils of Roberts and replied solemnly. The reasoning behind the identification of this ailment stems from my location in the North Sea, where individuals possessing demonic abilities are exceedingly rare. Thus, I have never encountered such a situation before. Furthermore, based on his description, the rarity of this condition is compounded by the severity of the injury sustained. Such an extreme state is not one that an ordinary person could endure. At that moment, should one employ the powers of the devil fruit even once or twice, the body would succumb to an overwhelming sense of weakness, making it exceedingly easy to fall into a faint. This is merely a function of cellular self-preservation. It is for this reason that, despite my years of medical practice, I have only witnessed one such case. Therefore, this ailment can only be addressed by extracting the essence of the blood to stimulate cellular vitality and restore the original state. However, Miss Rona's cellular essence has nearly completely dissipated, rendering the extracted essence ineffective. It fails to provoke even the slightest fluctuation. As Calm spoke, he approached Perona's bedside, his tone laced with admiration as he continued. I truly cannot fathom the strength of will required for a young girl to endure such a loss of cellular vitality without succumbing to unconsciousness, only to enter a state of apparent death nearly devoid of her essence. Had it not been for the loss of her blood infused with your abilities, she would have surely departed this world long before her arrival here. Rona. Upon hearing these words, Rob froze in place, the once blood-red hue in his pupils gradually dissipating, leaving him feeling somewhat weakened. Rona, it is I. It is I. Roberts turned slowly to face the pallid figure before him, countless memories resurfacing from the depths of his mind. Rona staunchly defended his subordinates, recklessly charging to stand before the throng of pirates, driven solely by the unspoken 3 words that lingered in his heart. Large beads of sweat cascaded down his pale forehead, magnifying in Robert's gaze with each drop. He understood that the moment Rona had positioned himself in front of him, Perona had already reached her limits. He vividly recalled how many colossal ghostly kamikaze bombs Perona had unleashed to shield him, knowing that even in the absence of injury, deploying just one would leave her drenched in perspiration. Why? Why are you so foolish? Why? Tears involuntarily stained his eyelids, cascading down his cheeks and falling onto the rescue bed beneath. Rob trembled, his lips quivering as he gently caressed Perona's cold cheek. The scene of Rona struggling to awaken him during his ethereal state was etched in his mind with striking clarity. Why? Oh heavens! Why do you not grant me a chance? Why? Rob bit his lip tightly, clenching his fist as crimson blood unconsciously seeped from his clenched jaw. After a grueling battle against the death surgeon, Trafalgar Law, red-haired Shanks, and the magician Basil Hawkins, he was urgently transported to the Navy headquarters in the North Sea. Amidst the despair, Chom provided a glimmer of hope. Finally, as everyone settled down, even Vice Admiral Ghost Spider arrived. As long as Rona recovered, they could safely return to headquarters and enjoy a leisurely time on Sabady Island. With strength nearly equivalent to that of a typical Vice Admiral, Rob would scarcely face such perilous missions again. Once he eliminated the sand crocodile and secured the king's power, he would acquire the most vital treasure he sought in the pirate world. However, upon hearing that the operation was successful, despair and powerlessness engulfed him even more. Why, damn it? Intense pain surged from all over his body, converging towards his heart, as the torturous agony crushed his nerves like a relentless tide. Hang in there, kid. Ghost Spider silently observed, quietly reflecting on the feeling of losing a loved one. Amidst Rob's incessant questioning, a sudden flash of light pierced through his mind. Almost instantaneously, an image, sharp as a sword, embedded itself deep within his consciousness, erupting with force. What is this? In the depths of despair, Rob abruptly lifted his head, his trembling body momentarily still. He stared blankly ahead, his dark pupils losing focus, murmuring to himself. Rob, what's wrong? John Ram instantly detected the change, urgently grasping Rob's body and exclaiming in alarm. Was it overwhelming sorrow? Ghost Spider noticed, and his pupils dilated as he glanced at the girl on the bed, a sudden thought crossing his mind. This girl was Rob's Achilles heel. To touch her would invoke his wrath. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. You too, prepare the nutritional solution and calming potion immediately, Chom commanded, turning to the stunned nurse beside him. He quickly hoisted Rob onto his back. Despite his age, He still possessed the strength to carry Rob in the world of One Piece. Understood, Dr. Chom. The two nurses snapped back to reality, frantically gathering the 4 equipment and medications from beside the operating table. Dr. Chom, what should we do about Miss Rona? At this moment, just as Calm and the ghost spider were about to exit the room, a nurse who had been lingering inside could not help but inquire, "Hey, what about her?" Upon hearing this, Calm paused, glancing towards the equipment beside the operating table. A resigned sigh escaped his lips, for the nearly straight line on the monitor signified that Perona's heart was all but still. Let her remain as she is. Otherwise, if that fellow awakens, I cannot guarantee what he might do. Observing the situation, the ghost spider swiftly intervened to restrain Calm, his dark pupils glimmering slightly. At this moment, he recalled Rob's chilling presence, ever since he learned that Rob had triumphed over the 3 pirates. The ghost spider had come to believe that Rob possessed strength comparable to that of a typical rear admiral. Yes, let it be as Dr. Calm suggests. John Ram, standing nearby, concurred, recalling Rob's previous aura, which sent a shiver racing down his spine. Chapter 114, The Missing Memory. Very well, let Miss Rona be as she is. Once Major Rob awakens, we shall see how he chooses to handle the matter. Acknowledging the tone of the ghost spider and John Ram, Calm once again grasped the terrifying nature of Rob, thus adhering to their counsel. With that, the group carefully carried Rob out of the medical room. By this time, the injured Navy personnel had largely received treatment, and the atmosphere in the medical chamber had somewhat relaxed. It was evident that some doctors, weary in demeanor, were departing. Dr. Calm, what has happened to Major Rob? At that moment, the somewhat fatigued Dr. Klama noticed Rob's condition and inquired with concern. She distinctly remembered that although the injury on Rob's arm appeared alarming after her treatment, she had strangely discovered that the underlying muscle tissue remained intact. This current state was unexpected. Alas, Miss Rona must have departed. Major Rob could not bear the blow and fainted from excessive sorrow. Calm lamented with a sigh. What? Miss Rona could not be saved? Klama gasped, her beautiful eyes widening as she turned to Rob, imagining the immense impact this would have on him, given his earlier reaction during the blood draw. Oh, life and death are fated. Klama could not help but exclaim softly. By the way, Dr. Klama, is the surgery nearly complete? At this moment, Dr. Calm noticed the current situation outside, observing that numerous doctors, looking fatigued, were leaving. Dr. Calm, I came to report this matter. Ever since Colonel John Ram brought in the injured, we have been working tirelessly to save them. Up until now, the naval personnel have largely received medical attention. However, this band of pirates has yet to commence their recovery. Kramer pointed towards the numerous unconscious pirates sprawled around them, estimating their number to be in the thousands, and continued. Our doctors are currently utterly exhausted. Thus, I have decided to allow them some respite before returning. No need. Let them rest well until tomorrow. When they are ready, they may come back. As for this group of pirates, we can manage them as best as we can. If they do not regain consciousness, Colonel Ram, you may attend to them. Hearing this, the dark spider's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he spoke with a chilling tone. There are far too many pirates. They are occupying valuable space in the underwater prison. The frosty tone from the dark spider sent a shiver down the spines of both Jom and Kramer as they, being doctors, still wished to do their utmost to provide care, regardless of the patient's affiliations. Very well, Dr. Kramer, let us proceed as the Admiral suggests. Please notify them. Jom acquiesced with a reluctant nod, turning his gaze to Kramer. Understood, Kramer replied, nodding before departing. Subsequently, Jom carried Rob on his back, accompanied by Dark Spider John Ram and 2 nurses as they made their way towards the tent. Admiral, Lord Jom, Colonel, the nurses guarding the tent greeted them respectfully. Lifting the tent flap. Jom nodded in acknowledgement as he entered the tent. What happened to the boss? As soon as they stepped inside, a worried voice echoed, and they saw Rhett abruptly sit up in bed, his pupils constricting as he focused on Rob. Who are you? Rhett's voice rose slightly, startling most of the injured within the tent awake. Jom frowned at the commotion and inquired, I am Rhett. Major Rob is my captain. Rhett hastily responded. Rhett? A spark of recognition flickered in John Ram's eyes as he addressed Jom. He is a crucial subordinate of Major Rob. He was just searching for him. Jom nodded in understanding, albeit with a hint of resignation. The departure of Miss Rona has profoundly affected Major Rob. He has fallen into a deep sorrow and subsequently lost consciousness. We are preparing to administer a sedative and nutritional fluids. What? Sister Rona has left? Rhett's reaction was akin to being struck by a hammer. as a torrent of memories surged forth in his mind. He recalled how he and Rob rescued Rona from Phantom Island, how she had cared for their needs throughout their journey from the West Sea to the South Sea and North Sea. He vividly remembered that stormy night, with thunder crashing, when Rona stood protectively in front of him. Why? Tears inevitably stained Rhett's eyes, flowing uncontrollably from within, accompanied by a voice filled with anguish. Rhett helplessly collapsed onto the bed, murmuring to himself, unable to recover from the intense sorrow that enveloped him. Let us add another bed beside Rhett, allowing Major Rob to rest here, so that should he awaken, there will be someone to converse with. Upon witnessing this, Chom sighed helplessly. Such is the reality of confronting the separation of life and death, regardless of one's strength. In moments like these, one appears powerless and despondent. Very well, Dr. Chom. The two nurses beside him nodded in agreement, promptly preparing another bed in a different area of the tent and arranging it next to Rhett. Administer the medication. Start with a sedative, followed by the nutritional solution, Chom instructed gently to the nurses. This chapter is not over. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Understood. Dr. Chom. The nurses carefully lifted Rob from Chom's back and placed him onto the prepared bed, retrieving the medications brought from the operating room. Never mind, allow me. Chom suddenly called to the nurses, taking the medications from their hands. At that moment, he realized that despite Rob's earlier terrifying display of anger, he was merely a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Soon, the crystalline liquid was steadily administered into Rob's arm through Chom's steady hands. Let us depart. We must not disturb their rest, Chom remarked, casting a glance at the still unconscious Rob. Very well, Colonel John. Take me to see Roe and compile the accurate figures to report to the naval headquarters. Ghost Spider nodded in agreement, eager for Rob to recover swiftly so that he could address matters in the North Sea and expedite Rob's return to the naval headquarters, from which he had been reluctantly reassigned from the Grand Line. Indeed, Colonel John Lamb nodded and left the tent alongside Ghost Spider and Chom. After their departure, Rob, lying in the hospital bed, had his closed eyes revealing the subtle movement of his pupils. Unbeknownst to all, a series of fragmented memories flashed incessantly through Rob's mind. Chaotic and overwhelming. Gradually, as time passed, those chaotic fragments began to organize, and soon a missing memory emerged within Rob's consciousness. Chapter 115, The Power of Ichigo. Boom. The thunderous roar reverberated in Rob's mind, as dark clouds gathered overhead like cotton piled in the sky. Crackle. A bolt of violet lightning fiercely descended from the ominous clouds, resembling a tumultuous dragon, as the wild winds howled through the sky. Beneath the forceful gusts, the deep black sea surged with tumultuous waves, and familiar islands and climates emerged from the depths. Rise. Rob felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue enveloping him. He struggled with all his might to rise, yet intense pain coursed through his body, and his vision grew increasingly blurred and dim. Once more, he beheld that familiar figure. The girl swayed like a flickering candle in the wind, yet she stood resolutely before him, continuously summoning ethereal bombs. Do you wish to protect her? At that moment, a soft voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss. I long to protect her. Rob's consciousness gradually faded, yet within that diminishing will, a profound meaning emerged. Even so, was it worth sacrificing everything? A haunting voice, reminiscent of a demon, echoed within Rob's mind, seemingly intent on devouring his very essence. I wish to protect her, to safeguard, to shield. Rob could no longer perceive the world around him, enveloped solely in an abyss of darkness. As his consciousness gradually faded, only a formidable obsession sustained him. Suddenly, the long-forgotten voice of the system resonated within his mind, announcing, Ding. Host has triggered the Phantasm task. Completion will grant the bloodline of the Death God. In that moment, a thunderous sound akin to the voice of the cosmos echoed in his mind, and he felt as if his consciousness was being drawn into a swirling vortex. Within this whirlpool, his awareness began to intensify and crystallize, and he soon beheld a colossal bolt of purple-black lightning, approximately 10 zhang in diameter, crashing down from the heavens. It's all my fault. I brought this upon everyone. A voice filled with self-reproach suddenly pierced the air beside Rob, revealing a boy with orange hair. His fists clenched tightly. Beside him stood an extraordinarily beautiful girl clad in a dark black sword robe, trembling as she wielded a slender longsword. With a ferocious roar, a monstrous creature, towering over 10 zhang, charged toward the two. Do you not wish to save your family? The girl's voice reverberated in Rob's mind, striking his heart like a sharp needle. Family. In that instant, the scenery before Rob shattered, revealing Perona, adorned in a princess gown, swaying amidst a tempest. The purple-black lightning illuminated her pallid visage, while the crimson blood at her lips gleamed ominously. Her porcelain skin appeared to weep crystalline seawater, which dripped onto the sandy shore. As if she had been pulled from the depths of the ocean. 300 million berries are mine. They are mine. The frenzied cries of greed erupted from the pirate throng, a relentless tide surging towards the girl. Boom. A massive ghost bomb detonated amidst the pirates, causing the girl to violently expel a mouthful of scarlet blood. Her long, slender legs trembled uncontrollably, making even the simplest act of standing a formidable challenge. Rob's pupils suddenly constricted, as if influenced by the power of the Sharingan. Even on those trembling jade legs, the cells gradually began to lose their luster, and faintly, a trickle of essence seeped from the pristine skin, accompanied by beads of sweat cascading onto the sandy shore. Rona, wait for me, wait for me. Tears flowed incessantly from Rob's eyes as he struggled desperately. Yet, no matter how he fought, his entire body felt as if it were ensnared, immobile. Do you wish to save your family? At that moment, the voice of the girl in the black cloak echoed once more in Rob's mind. I do. With Rob's furious roar, a silver gleam pierced through the darkness, reflecting in his crimson pupils. Suddenly, a soft sound was heard. In the image of Perona before Rob shattered into fragments, he felt a tremendous force surging from within his chest. Lowering his gaze, he found a slender, pitch-black sword piercing through his chest. Following the blade, he beheld the girl in the black cloak. Only with an unwavering heart to protect can one inherit Ichigo's power. At that instant, a solemn voice resonated in Rob's mind. With a crack, the image of the girl in the black cloak began to shatter like a mirror, revealing Perona's figure. At that moment, amidst the raging storm and swirling lightning, countless frenzied pirates were now only a few yards away from her. A gasp escaped Perona's lips as crimson blood spilled forth, causing the half-formed ghost to dissipate. A ferocious pirate leapt high, raising a cold blade to strike mercilessly at Perona. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. In that fleeting moment, Rob became acutely aware of an unimaginable surge of power erupting from the depths of his very veins. Who dares to lay a hand on her? As the chilling words fell, a colossal force surged forth from Rob's body like a mighty ocean. Slowly, he rose from the ground, crimson blood dripping from his wounds. At that moment, golden light began to emanate from Rob's body, leaping and weaving through him. Under the influence of this mysterious power, the blood that had been flowing from his wounds was miraculously stemmed, ceasing to fall. In that brief instant, the enigmatic golden glow had subdued his injuries. Who dares to lay a hand on her? In the tranquil confines of the medical room, a voice as cold as ice shattered the silence, causing Robert, who lay upon the hospital bed, to abruptly open his eyes. In an instant, his once pitch-black pupils transformed into a chilling crimson hue. Almost immediately, a dark liquid began to surge forth from those blood-red orbs, swiftly filling the scara with a visible intensity. The crimson pupils then began to whirl violently, revealing a brilliant yellow within. In the blink of an eye, the entirety of his pupils shifted to an orange-yellow, within which two small, black tadpole-like shapes slowly swirled. Those icy eyes now emanated a formidable power, akin to the regal gaze of a sovereign. Subsequently, a surge of potent telekinetic energy erupted from Robert's form, sending the entire medical room's tent soaring into the air. Boss? What on earth? Rhett stood by, stunned, as he watched the tent being uprooted. Chapter 116. With my own. A brisk sea breeze swept through, sending shivers down the spines of the gathered sailors, who stared in astonishment at Robert. Now suddenly seated. What is happening? The ghostly spider, John Ram, and Jorm were startled by the uproar, hastily emerging from their quarters. Upon his arrival, the ghostly spider's pupils constricted sharply, his body tensing as he sensed an immense force lurking around Robert, compelling him to approach with utmost caution. Boss, you must remain calm. Stay composed, Red exclaimed in terror, glancing nervously at Robert, his heart racing with unease. Although Robert had not attacked him previously on Obsessive Island, the sheer magnitude of his power had left an indelible mark of fear in Rhett's mind. Rona, Rob murmured to himself. A glimmer of golden light casting an enchanting reflection within those eerie, majestic eyes. Within that golden radiance, a tattered-clad youth was helplessly adrift upon the azure expanse of the ocean. As the golden light surged forth, one could perceive the boy as shattered bones, veins, and internal organs, all seemingly reverting to their primal state, as if time itself were flowing backward. Gradually, the boy's form began to restore itself to a state of pristine wholeness. Rona, perhaps I have discovered a means to save you. As Rob gazed upon the moment he entered the world of pirates, a flicker of enlightenment dawned in his mind, accompanied by a subtle yet resolute voice. The onlookers beheld as his extraordinarily peculiar pupils began to transform. The inky blackness of the small tadpole shapes and the dark force within the whites of his eyes coalesced into a pool of ink, gravitating towards the orange hue of his pupils. Gradually, the orange irises morphed into a deep black before regaining their clarity. Immediately, those present sensed the oppressive force in the air dissipate quietly. "Major Rob, are you all right?" Com inquired anxiously as he hurried over, concerned that the weight of sorrow might have affected Rob's mind. "Dr. Com, I have discovered a way to save Rona." Rob's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Com, exclaiming fervently, "Oh, Major Rob, there seems to be no way forward." Com observed Rob's exuberance, and although he wished not to dampen his spirits, the truth remained undeniable and must be embraced. "Indeed, Rob, it would be best for you to forget her and focus on your recovery." Nearby, John Lamb, witnessing the scene, let out a resigned sigh and offered his counsel. No, I truly mean it. Did not Dr. Com mention that with D-type blood essence, it is possible to rejuvenate cellular vitality?" Rob grasped Com's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he spoke fervently. "Indeed, but the refined type D blood I obtained was ineffective against Miss Rona." Upon hearing this, Com furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend Rob's words. "Use mine. My blood has unique properties and is bound to have an effect." Rob stared at Jorm and quickly said that from the fragments of his memories, he recalled the miraculous golden light that had nearly saved his life. Although that golden light had since vanished, its power lingered within his body. One of its remarkable effects was his ability to restore himself through the consumption of copious amounts of food. Another extraordinary effect manifested on Abruptly Island, where, gravely injured and on the brink of death, he instinctively awakened the hidden golden power in his bloodline, allowing his battered body to undergo significant healing. By this reasoning, his blood must differ from that of others in this world. He reminisced about the peculiar nature of his blood when Dr. Kramer extracted it. Perhaps his blood could accept any type, enabling the manifestation of D-type blood, exhibiting reactions akin to A, B, and others. This might be the transformation bestowed upon him by the divine golden light. "Is your blood D-type? Haven't you donated blood before?" Jorm inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "Indeed. Dr. Kramer mentioned that my blood possesses unique characteristics, which is why, in the event of a shortage of D-type blood, they sought my permission to use mine." Upon hearing this, Robert hurriedly began to explain. "So, let us utilize my blood. Perhaps it might succeed." Seeing Robert's enthusiastic demeanor, Jorm realized that failure to indulge him would surely drive him to madness. Resigning himself to the situation, Jorm sighed inwardly and led Robert to the medical room. "Dr. Jorm, what is this?" As Jorm and Robert entered, they startled Dr. Klamma, who had been dozing at the desk in the blood draw room. He quickly inquired, "Dr. Klamma, please assist me with a blood draw." Upon noticing the glistening droplet of saliva at the corner of Klammer's mouth, Rob couldn't help but chuckle. "Now, the type D blood is quite sufficient." Klammer instinctively glanced towards the blood bank, inquiring, "Dr. Klammer, you are indeed going to draw blood from Major Rob, aren't you? His blood possesses certain peculiar qualities, perhaps even extraordinary effects." Observing the exchange, Dr. Jom turned to Klammer and remarked, "Have you already informed Dr. Jom?" Klammer paused momentarily, then beckoned to Rob. "Very well, please come and take a seat." Roberts responded promptly, then took a seat opposite Klamma, extending his arm. "Dr. Com, how much shall we draw?" Just as Klamma prepared to take out the instrument and insert it into the vein, her professional instinct jolted her awake from a drowsy stupor, and she turned her gaze toward Dr. Com. "Major Roberts, let us draw 200 milliliters first and observe any reactions," Dr. Com instructed Klamma, noting that this quantity was typical for an ordinary individual and would not adversely affect Robert's health. "Very well," she acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded in understanding. He recognized that if Dr. Chom was indeed considering his well-being, then drawing more blood would be futile if it proved ineffective. "Since your blood possesses unique properties, we shall not directly transfer it to the blood bank," Klammer suddenly interjected, retrieving a specialized container from the drawer, roughly 200 milliliters in size. As the cold needle pierced Rob's arm, the vibrant crimson blood was swiftly drawn into the vessel. "All done," Klammer declared, removing the needle and handing the collected blood to Rob. "Dr. Klammer, you should accompany me to the operating room at once. We must promptly commence the blood transfusion for Miss Rona," Chom urged, nodding in agreement. "Very well," Klammer responded, and soon the group arrived at Perona's chamber. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of the pale young girl lying on the bed, alongside a nearly flat line on the monitoring equipment. It was evident that the blood transfusion line previously inserted into her arm had been removed. Major Rob, Miss Rona has been in a state of unconsciousness for approximately half an hour. Her blood pressure has stabilized, yet there are still no signs of awakening. Chom remarked with a slight sigh. Chapter 117. Lifeline. At present, Miss Rona exhibits only the faintest signs of life, her heart still beating weakly. Chom gestured towards the bedside monitor, continuing, Rona. As Rob beheld the pallid figure upon the bed, a torrent of memories featuring his time with Rona surged through his mind, and the mere thought of it sent fresh waves of anguish coursing through his heart. Then, Major Rob, I implore you to provide me with your blood, he requested, turning to Dr. Klama. Please observe Miss Rona's bodily reactions closely to ascertain whether she exhibits any signs of rejecting Major Rob's blood. Should any rejection occur, we must cease immediately, for any delay would only exacerbate the situation and hasten her demise. With that, Jorm extended his hand towards Rob, aware that this special blood might indeed harbor uncertainties regarding its compatibility. Thank you for your cooperation. Upon hearing this, Rob extended the vial of blood towards Com, earnestly beseeching him. Major Rob, have you noticed the apparatus beside Miss Rona? Com sighed softly at Rob's tone, for he felt a sense of despair creeping into his heart. After all, if the most refined D-type blood could not achieve the desired results, what hope could there be for Rob's own? Only the purest essence of D-type blood held the potential to affect the cells of D-type blood. That was the threshold he had proposed. If the line on the monitor began to pulse in a rhythmic manner, it would indicate that the cellular essence of Miss Rona's heart was nearing restoration, allowing her to awaken in a very short time. Com gestured towards the device, elucidating the situation to Rob. All right, I understand. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded and directed his gaze towards the instrument, where he observed subtle fluctuations, indicative of Perona's vital signs. Hang in there, young one. At that moment, the ghost spider, noticing Rob's demeanor, gently patted him on the shoulder. Previously, he had already concluded that Perona's condition was beyond medical intervention. In the Navy headquarters, the weakening and even deactivation of cells, although rare, does occur. Even Dr. Vegapunk, who possesses knowledge that surpasses humanity by 5 centuries, can only resort to the methods of Dr. Correja, purifying the corresponding blood type's essence. Even the genetic factors are rendered ineffective against this ailment. Admiral, I understand. Upon hearing these words, Rob trembled involuntarily, aware that General Ghost Spider must possess an understanding of this affliction. Perhaps even the illustrious Punk Beck could only resort to such a remedy. Contemplating this, he clenched his lips tightly, despite his unwavering faith in the power of that golden light. It was the ethereal awakening that had activated the dormant golden force embedded within his very blood. He recognized that the divine light bestowed upon him had nearly exhausted its essence upon arriving in this world, and what remained merely facilitated the transformation of his body. Now, this power lay hidden within his veins, and to be candid, he harbored no certainty about its ability to revive Perona. Klarma, inform me immediately should anything seem amiss. At that moment, Chom retrieved a sterilized needle and other instruments from the adjacent operating table, advising Dr. Klarma, who stood beside Perona. Understood, Klarma responded, his expression shifting abruptly. The fatigue that had weighed upon his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming seriousness and focus. Having said this, he observed as Chom drew the crimson fluid from the vial, the bluish veins on Perona's pallid arm starkly visible. With Chom's steady hand, the sharp needle was precisely inserted into the blue vein. Perona, you must awaken. Under Rob's anxious gaze, the vibrant crimson blood began to flow toward the needle and subsequently into Perona's arm. Thud. At that very moment, as the blood coursed into her arm, a powerful heartbeat resonated throughout the quiet room. Perona? In that fleeting moment, Rob could no longer contain the surge of excitement within him. He called out eagerly, and to his astonishment, he observed a hint of color blooming on the pale visage of the young girl. How could this be possible? Doctor. Chom gazed incredulously at the girl's slightly flushed face, his voice faltering in disbelief. Dr. Chom, it's moving. It's moving, exclaimed Clamor beside him, unable to suppress his own astonishment as he pointed excitedly at the instruments beside the operating table. Even the usually composed ghost spider found his pupils constricting, staring in disbelief at the nearby apparatus, where the once nearly straight green line was now infused with vitality, beginning to oscillate. It was crucial to note that under such circumstances, Even Bijapong would be powerless to intervene. Dr. Chom, why hasn't Rona awakened yet? Rob looked at the green line beginning to fluctuate. Although Perona's complexion had regained some color, there were still no signs of awakening, causing his previously elated mood to descend into anxiety. He had plummeted from paradise to hell several times. How remarkable, Major Rob, your blood. Com finally recovered from his earlier astonishment and, gazing at Perona's slightly flushed face, exclaimed with excitement. Yet, Perona still had not awakened. Upon hearing this, Rob replied anxiously, "This chapter has not concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading." Major Rob, do not be anxious. The emergence of this situation indicates that your blood's effectiveness is extraordinarily significant. Even the previous patient did not exhibit such a drastic change upon receiving type D blood. As long as you provide some blood daily, Miss Rona will gradually awaken. Upon hearing this, Com smiled, as it seemed that there was indeed hope. How many days will this take? Upon hearing this, Rob's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily inquired. Dr. Jorm, something is amiss. Look, the blood has vanished. At that moment, Clamor, standing nearby, suddenly pointed at the blood in Jorm's hand and exclaimed in terror. How is that possible? Under the current circumstances, 200 cubic centimeters should last at least a day. Jorm furrowed his brow upon hearing this and swiftly turned to examine the container in his grasp, only to witness the once abundant blood being entirely absorbed by Perona in a mere span of 10 seconds. At that moment, even Jorm's steady hands began to tremble. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Dr. Jorm, this is grave. The readings of the life signs are beginning to weaken. Just then, Clamor pointed at the nearby apparatus, urgently shouting, as everyone noticed the fluctuation of the green line diminishing. Quickly, Major Rob, prepare for a blood transfusion. With a hint of panic in his eyes, Jorm called out to Rob. Understood. Upon hearing this, Rob, without a trace of hesitation, promptly rolled up his sleeves and extended his arm. Clamor, monitor the fluctuations of the lifeline and inform me immediately of any changes, Jorm commanded. In the midst of his frantic demeanor, a glimmer of determination flashed across his eyes, and soon, Jorm's withered hand grasped the cold needle with resolve. Chapter 118, The Fall of Rob Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of rushing air, the silver needle accurately pierced the vein in Rob's arm. Almost instantly, crimson blood began to fill the vessel with alarming rapidity. Can you endure this, Major Rob? Jorm inquired, holding the collected blood, as he prepared to attach a new needle. His expression turned grave, aware that they had already drawn 400 cubic centimeters, and the final requirement remained uncertain. Have no fear. My constitution is quite robust, Rob reassured. Rob chuckled dismissively, still feeling no discernible weakness in his body. Good. Upon noticing Rob's complexion remained steady, Dr. Chom shifted his gaze to Perona's wrist, his eyes narrowing as he once again inserted the needle into her pristine skin. Dr. Chom, the life signal has strengthened. In that instant, Clamor, who was responsible for monitoring, pointed excitedly at the adjacent device. The group then observed that the green life signal had surged by at least 70 to 80% compared to before, while Perona's complexion grew increasingly flushed. As a trickle of color spread from the depths of her cells, her previously pallid visage transformed, although it still retained a marked paleness compared to that of a healthy individual. Clamor, please fetch the bidirectional tube. We may still require additional blood. Dr. Chom fixed his gaze intently on the vial in his hand, noticing the blood within was rapidly depleting. Unsure of the exact quantity needed, he opted for the bidirectional tube to achieve precision. Understood. Clamor replied promptly, swiftly retrieving an instrument from the nearby surgical table. The apparatus featured sharp needles at both ends, connected by a transparent tube. Major Rob, inform me immediately if you experience any discomfort so I can halt the procedure. Excessive blood loss could be life-threatening, Dr. Chom cautioned, as it remained uncertain whether other blood types could be transfused. At first glance, your blood possesses a mysterious power, and I fear that other blood may not be compatible. He took the bidirectional tube from Clamor and turned to Rob with a grave expression. Rest assured, I comprehend the situation. Upon hearing this, Rob turned his gaze towards the girl on the bed and nodded resolutely. Very well, once this blood transfusion is complete, I shall commence immediately, Com remarked as he glanced at the blood in his other hand. In this tranquil atmosphere, everyone observed the crimson fluid diminishing at a visibly rapid pace. Before long, in less than 4 or 5 minutes, the vial was entirely emptied. It has begun, with the utterance of a grave and aged voice. Com swiftly grasped one end of the needle and deftly pierced Rob's vein. Instantly, The scarlet blood surged forth from the azure vessel, and in that very moment, Calm's other hand accurately plunged the opposing end of the needle into Perona's vein. The entire procedure flowed seamlessly, executed in one fluid motion at this juncture. The blood from Rob's vein had barely traversed a tenth of the tubing. "Calm, how is this possible? The vital signs have surged to a normal level," exclaimed Clamma. Disbelief etched across his features. "It cannot be. The blood has yet to enter." Upon hearing this, Calm's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze fixated in horror upon the instruments. Where the once green vital line suddenly leaped, surpassing a numerical value and ascending to a blue line, adjacent to which the word healthy was inscribed. "No. Has it exceeded the healthy threshold?" Just then, a look of terror flooded Calm's eyes as the emerald line surged once more, rocketing to the very top of the screen. "Dr. Calm, what on earth is happening?" Upon witnessing this situation, Rob felt a surge of panic, uncertain whether it heralded fortune or misfortune. Suddenly, a powerful heartbeat reverberated through the space, akin to the resounding beat of a great drum. Simultaneously, the verdant lifeline that had ascended to its peak cascaded downwards with the ferocity of a tumultuous ocean. "Dr. Calm, something is amiss. Major Rob's blood," Clamma exclaimed urgently. The onlookers observed as the blood, which had only recently flowed from Rob's veins, seemed to be drawn towards Perona's body, influenced by the sudden, intense throbbing of his heart. "Major Rob, this is not good," Calm exclaimed, quickly turning to Rob, noting that his complexion had grown somewhat pallid. "No matter, continue the transfusion." Rob felt a sudden sensation, as if Perona's heart had undergone a subtle transformation due to the blood he had previously bestowed upon her. He sensed that with merely a flicker of his consciousness, the infused blood would cease its flow instantaneously. Thump, thump, accompanied by the powerful rhythm of her heartbeat. One could discern the emergence of a crimson hue beneath Perona's alabaster skin, a vibrant flush that pulsed through her as the blood coursed rapidly, imparting a healthy radiance. Suddenly, with the intensity of her heartbeat resonating in the air, a deep breath echoed around those present. At that moment, it was evident that Perona's chest gently rose. Her once pallid lips, now restored to a rosy hue, parted slightly as a long, languid breath was drawn from the external world into her being. Rob's gaze fell upon Perona before him, and his hands involuntarily trembled. Within his already tear-stained eyes, a glimmer of tears swirled. Almost immediately, a profound sense of exhaustion surged through his limbs, and darkness abruptly enveloped his vision. Thud. Rob's body suddenly went limp, causing him to collapse onto the ground. "Major Rob, are you all right?" exclaimed Clamma, rushing to support him, his face etched with concern. "I'm fine, carry on." Rob slowly opened his eyes, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He realized that Miss Perona had indeed been saved, though he was oblivious to the fact that his own complexion had significantly paled, revealing a ghastly whiteness. "Major Rob, Miss Perona should be out of danger now. You ought to rest," Dr. John remarked, casting a concerned glance at Rob's ashen visage. "Indeed, my boy, do not fret. Perona has regained her breath and will awaken shortly," interjected the nearby ghost spider, unable to suppress his worry over Rob's alarming pallor. "It's all right. I am well aware." Upon hearing this, Rob glanced at the blood still trickling from his arm and couldn't help but shake his head. "Rona, please stop being mischievous. Wake up now, will you?" Rob slowly extended his hand, gently resting it upon Perona's wrist. He gazed tenderly at the still slumbering girl, his voice tinged with trepidation. Although he could feel the warmth radiating from her wrist, a lingering fear gnawed at him, a fear that all of this might be but an illusion. Chapter 119. Awakening. I find myself rather weary. Rob gazed at the young girl before him, feeling his vision blur increasingly, while a wave of weakness coursed through his body. "Rona, please wake up," he implored weakly. As if she had heard his feeble plea, the girl's long, dark lashes trembled slightly. Under Rob's watchful gaze, a pair of ink-black, enchanting eyes slowly opened. "Thank you." Upon witnessing the scene, a carefree smile finally graced Rob's face, before he weakly collapsed beside the young girl. In that fleeting moment, the onlookers observed the crimson blood within the red transfusion tube cease to flow into the girl's body, transforming the once scarlet tube into a transparent hue. "Major Rob," exclaimed Chorm and the others in urgent concern. "Little Rob, you have worked so hard." Just then, a voice as melodious as a lark resonated. And under the gaze of the crowd, the young girl finally opened her beautiful eyes, slowly raising her delicate hand, as smooth as jade, to gently caress Rob's head. In her hazy consciousness, she had faintly heard Rob's pleading voice. "Miss Rona, you have finally awakened. Chorm observed the scene before him, his weary eyes glistening with unshed tears, turning slightly red. The circumstances had indeed been extraordinarily challenging, whether due to Rob's perseverance, which led him to recognize his misdiagnosis, or the despair of realizing that even type D blood could not suffice. It was a profound struggle. "Thank you all," said Perona with a smile. No. It is what we ought to do. You should thank Major Rob. He has fainted from excessive blood loss while giving you a transfusion," Chorm quickly replied, shaking his head. "Indeed, you cannot imagine how anxious Major Rob was," added Clamor, unable to contain herself, having witnessed Rob's frantic demeanor in the blood extraction room. "Little Rob," Perona said gently, gazing at the unconscious figure resting in her arms. She noticed the transfusion tube connected to her arm and, upon awakening, sensed an inexplicable bond with Rob. "You must be hungry," she said, observing Rob's pallid complexion. A faint smile graced her lips as she carefully removed the transfusion tube from her arm and slowly sat up. "Miss Rona, what are you doing?" Chorm quickly inquired upon seeing her actions. "I am going to prepare a grand meal for little Rob. That will help him recover," Perona replied, looking down at Rob in her embrace, knowing that food would significantly hasten his recovery. "Is that so?" Clamor exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. It was the first time she had heard of someone possessing such a constitution. "Miss Rona, you have just awakened and are still quite weak. You should rest in bed." "Leave such matters to the chef," Chorm said with concern, bewildered at the thought of a newly awakened patient cooking. "Indeed, Miss Rona, you should take care of yourself. I will handle this matter appropriately." Colonel John Ram, witnessing the situation, spoke up. "It's all right. I can sense that my body is no longer in grave peril." Perona, noticing the concerned expressions of those around her, felt a warm current flow through her heart and replied with a smile, "No, we must rely on data. I shall take a look." However, Calm, upon hearing this, resolutely declined and immediately turned towards the nearby instruments. "Is the life sign truly so stable?" As he turned, Calm caught sight of the readings on the instrument. The green life sign no longer surged tumultuously as before. Instead, it fluctuated steadily alongside the blue health line, revealing a remarkably healthy pattern according to his years of experience. How can this be? Calm found it difficult to believe the image before him and hurried to the control panel of the device. After retrieving a series of data, he reluctantly accepted the reality presented to him. "Dr. Calm, is everything truly fine?" Plama, observing Calm's expression, could not help but inquire. "Yes, everything is in perfect order. It is entirely unlike that of an ailing person. In fact, the life functions are even more vigorous than those of a healthy individual," Calm replied, turning around in disbelief. "May I get down now?" Perona asked with a smile, sensing a subtle difference in her own body, perhaps due to Rob's blood. She vaguely remembered how Rob, nearly fatally wounded, was enveloped in golden light, gently proclaiming as his myriad wounds rapidly healed. Now, possessing his blood, she found herself devoid of any weakness or curiosity. "This. Very well," Calm sighed, overwhelmed by the multitude of events that had transpired, far beyond his comprehension. It was not entirely his fault. How could he know that Rob's lineage transcended this world, embodying more than mere ethereal qualities in the Sharingan? Moreover, what Rob himself was unaware of was that even when the system intended to bestow him with power, it required a foundational malleability, which was the role of that golden light. The reason the system's task of granting royal power had failed and could strip Rob of his strength lay in the fact that the currently infused power had yet to achieve a perfect integration with his body. Under such circumstances, the system could withdraw the power directly. Only upon completing the main quest could it provide a mysterious energy that would enable a true synthesis of the two, rendering them inseparable. Subsequently, Perona rose from the bed and carried the unconscious Rob on her back. "Miss Rona, allow me to assist you," John Ram offered promptly, despite the data indicating Perona's health. To him, she still appeared as someone who had just narrowly escaped death. "There's no need. Did the doctor not state that I am quite healthy now?" Perona smiled and said, "Colonel John Lamb, you should accompany Miss Rona." At that moment, Calm, who was standing nearby, let out a resigned sigh. Thus, under Perona's insistence, she and Calm exited the operating room together. Bloodline? Are they truly of the D clan? The ghost spider couldn't help but gaze at Rob on Perona's back, murmuring to himself. In that instant, he became acutely aware of the terrifying nature of Rob's lineage. However, from the information in his hands, he could distinctly ascertain that the letter D was absent from Rob's name. Yet, even among the D clan, not even Monkey D, Dragon possessed such an ability. The ghost spider's dark pupils brimmed with confusion. Based on his years of experience, this situation was indeed peculiar. No, this matter must be reported to Admiral Sengoku. A glimmer of determination flashed in the ghost spider's eyes. As a vice admiral, he understood the formidable wisdom of Dr. Vegapunk. And now Rob's bloodline seemed to transcend medical norms, challenging Vegapunk's conclusions. This warranted serious attention. Chapter 120, reporting to Sengoku in the stillness of the night. A gentle breeze caressed the air, and under the radiant moonlight, the medical room fell silent, devoid of the numerous injured wrapped in blankets, recuperating. Sister Rona, are you awake? At that moment, Rhett, with an anxious expression and still wide awake, noticed Perona emerging from the medical room and exclaimed with excitement, "Rhett, are you all right?" Perona turned at the sound of his voice and saw Rhett, her beautiful eyes lighting up with joy. She was aware of the severity of Rhett's previous injuries, and seeing her companion alive naturally filled her with happiness. "I'm fine, just a bit sore from the explosion. By the way, what happened to the captain?" Rhett replied with a smile, then noticed Rob slumped on Perona's back, momentarily taken aback. "Little Rob fainted from excessive blood loss while trying to save me," Perona said, glancing at Rob's pale face with concern. "But don't worry, once I prepare a delicious meal, he will surely wake up immediately. Please take good care of little Rob. I will go prepare a feast for him." Perona smiled and gently placed Rob on the bed next to Rhett. "Yes, the captain will definitely wake up right away." Upon hearing this, Wright nodded and smiled foolishly. After speaking, Perona, under the guidance of Dr. Kramer, went off to prepare a feast, while Chom retreated to the medical room for rest. Meanwhile, Colonel John Ram and General Ghost Spider made their way towards the pavilion atop the island's rear peak. After approximately an hour, the darkened sky began to reveal a faint light, where Ghost Spider and John Ram stood at the elevated pavilion. "General, I have accurately compiled the results of Major Rob's battle on Obsessive Island." John Ram respectfully addressed Ghost Spider, handing him a report. "Very well, you may take your rest. I shall summon you should other matters arise." Ghost Spider smiled upon observing the fatigue evident in John Ram's eyes. "Understood, General." John Ram nodded hurriedly. He was indeed exhausted. Ever since he received the frantic call from Rob, he had been occupied with transporting injured sailors and pirates from Obsessive Island, without a moment to rest. After departing, Ghost Spider mused, "Let me see what kind of battle you have endured." Once John Ram left, excitement flickered in Ghost Spider's eyes as he picked up the report to peruse its contents. Upon seeing the battle report, Ghost Spider's pupils constricted in disbelief. This report must be conveyed to Admiral Sengoku. He steadied his racing heart, gripping the report tightly as he made his way to John Ram's quarters. Entering the room, he noticed a multitude of snail telephones scattered across the desk. However, none were capable of directly contacting Admiral Sengoku. Ghost Spider seated himself and slowly retrieved a telephone snail from his justice coat. Brew, brew, brew. He dialed the phone. "Admiral, it is I." Ghost Spider spoke in a serious tone. "General Ghost Spider, I hear you have arrived in the North Sea?" On the other end, Admiral Sengoku was alone in his room, accompanied only by a goat. Upon hearing Ghost Spider's grave tone, Sengoku quickly inquired. Previously, he had dispatched the intelligence organization to the North Sea, and they had just informed him of Rob's defeat of the Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law, Red Flag Drake, and the magician Basil Hawkins, as well as Ghost Spider's arrival. Thus, hearing the seriousness in Ghost Spider's voice led him to believe something else had transpired. "Yes, Admiral, I arrived in the North Sea a few hours ago. In the recent battle on Obsessive Island, the specific casualty figures have been compiled." The Ghost Spider fell silent for a moment before continuing. "Oh, please elaborate." Sengoku, taken aback by this revelation, realized that the intelligence reports had only provided him with a brief overview, leaving him in the dark about the intricate details. In this clash on Obsessive Island, Rob was ambushed by the 3 pirates, resulting in catastrophic losses. Not a single one of the 500 naval officers he had brought from the Navy headquarters escaped unscathed. All were gravely injured and unconscious. It was only an hour ago that the surgeries for the wounded were completed, with a confirmed death toll of 170. Sengoku remained silent for a brief moment before speaking again. Although this level of loss and warfare was indeed harrowing, he understood that this was not the primary reason for the Ghost Spider's grave demeanor. Among the pirate faction, consisting of 7,865 members, 4,032 had perished, with the remainder severely injured, none sustaining minor wounds. Aside from the deceased, only Trafalgar Law, the surgeon, survived. While Red Flag Drake and the magician Basil Hawkins had both died in battle, their bodies left in a state of disarray. I preliminarily assessed that Major Rob's prowess is now comparable to that of certain vice admirals within the Navy headquarters, the Ghost Spider remarked, recalling the figures from the report and the formidable aura Rob had exuded in his earlier rage. His jet-black eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. What? How is that possible? How old is he? 16? Sengoku's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at the transponder snail. He had previously assumed that even if the three pirates joined forces, their strength would not reach the level of a vice admiral, which was why he had dispatched the ghost spider without hesitation. Now, hearing the ghost spider's assessment, he could not help but be astonished. Admiral, my genuine concern lies with Major Rob's identity. The ghost spider's dark eyes flashed with a chilling intensity. Aware that while Rob had been brought back by the youthful admiral, the Navy headquarters remained entirely uninformed about Rob's true background. You are correct. I have yet to thoroughly investigate what he did prior to arriving at Log Town. Sengoku replied gravely, understanding that a naval officer with the capabilities of a vice admiral, if harboring a murky past, could significantly influence the core power structure. Nevertheless, rest assured that there is no immediate threat. As I previously stated, I will still promote him to the rank of Rear Admiral. Sengoku smiled, but with the ghost spider's reminder, he felt a twinge of caution regarding his previous favoritism towards Rob, given that he was not someone nurtured from a young age within their navy. Yes, we must hasten his entry into the inner circle of power. Chapter 121. The reaction of Sengoku upon hearing this. Ghost Spider spoke gravely, his furrowed brow tightening further. However, Marshal, there is another matter I must report to you. He lightly tapped the tabletop with his finger, his demeanor serious. Oh, pray tell. Sengoku replied, his pupils narrowing at the implication, signaling that such matters would be discussed after the Battle of Obsessive Island. Indeed, Marshal, during this conflict, a crucial subordinate of Major Rob, named Perona, sustained a fatal injury and has lost a significant amount of blood. Perona? Is she not a subordinate of the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria? Sengoku remarked, a frown creasing his forehead. He recalled that during a previous naval summoning, Moria had indeed brought along this subordinate, whose presence was not easily forgotten due to the scarcity of Moria's followers. Yes, Ghost Spider affirmed, his dark pupils constricting as he recalled the girl's visage, recognizing the striking resemblance to Moria's subordinate. The reason he had overlooked it previously was twofold. He had not considered that angle, and Perona's dire condition had rendered her visage so pallid that it obscured his thoughts, especially amidst Rob's frantic demeanor. However, Sengoku's mention now prompted clarity. Are you suggesting that Rob may have some form of transaction or connection with Gecko Moria? Sengoku pondered, furrowing his brow. Could this be a facet of Rob's enigmatic identity? Yet, Ghost Spider's concern seemed unwarranted, for Moria was merely a relatively weaker warlord. No, Marshal. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this girl is not merely suffering from excessive blood loss. Her condition has escalated to cellular degradation. Nay, she is nearly at the brink of cellular inactivity. Ghost Spider inhaled deeply, aware that what he was about to reveal might be somewhat alarming. Cellular inactivity? Sengoku was taken aback, for such cases were exceedingly rare in his recollection. To reach such a critical state was a formidable challenge, typically. An individual would succumb to unconsciousness long before the cells reached such a weakened state, and without intervention, they would gradually bleed to death. Few ever approached the threshold of near inactivity. According to Vegapunk's theories, attaining such a condition required a person to remain tenaciously conscious during the phase of blood loss, persistently utilizing the powers of a devil fruit, which would ultimately lead to cellular vitality depletion. Indeed, the cells are nearly inactive. Even the highest purity blood type extracted by Dr. Com does not seem to have any significant effect, Ghost Spider responded solemnly. And then? Sengoku inquired, astonished. The fact that a subordinate of Gecko Moria possessed such indomitable will was indeed surprising. Characters with such tenacity often evolved into formidable forces in their own right. Moreover, this girl has not perished. The Ghost Spider stated each word with grave seriousness, fully aware of the profound impact these phrases would have. How could this be possible? Sengoku exclaimed, his previously composed demeanor faltering as he shouted incredulously into the phone worm. As the Marshal, he understood the immense difficulty of the situation. The examples from the Navy's history featured unparalleled titans who, despite the subsequent aid of Vegapunk, had not survived. How was this achieved? Sengoku urgently inquired, his pupils reflecting a sense of desperation. It was crucial to note that this was a conundrum even Vegapunk could not resolve. If someone possessed the ability to do so, it would imply the existence of a technological genius hidden within the North Sea. Marshal, it was through the blood of Lieutenant Rob that life was restored. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The ghost spider recalled the scene vividly, inhaling deeply before exhaling, with resolute conviction. Rob's blood? Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, a look of astonishment gradually dawning in his eyes. He then opened a drawer beneath the table, hastily retrieving a report filled with densely packed text. The report's header read, "Progress of the Pacifist Project and in-depth exploration of bloodline factors." This, his blood? Sengoku's lips quivered as he realized the turmoil that would ensue should the world government become aware of this. From the report provided by Vegapunk, he understood that the pacifist technology was currently at an impasse, let alone advancements in bloodline factor technology. Although they had found satisfactory solutions for Bartholomew Kuma's body, the ideal outcome remained elusive. Now, the fact that Rob's blood could potentially resolve the issue of nearly inactive cells indicated that it contained secrets unknown to them. It was worth noting that even the highest purity blood that Vegapunk had proposed had failed to achieve such results. If the mysteries within this miraculous blood could be unraveled, the advancements in both the pacifist and bloodline factor technologies would surpass their wildest expectations. Indeed, this is Lieutenant Rob's blood, and it has not been purified. The ghost spider remarked, even he feeling as though he were in a dream. Not purified? This. Sengoku felt his breath quicken. The implications were too staggering to comprehend. What kind of blood was this? Yes, and that is not all. When Lieutenant Rob's blood entered Perona's body, it triggered a vigorous surge of life. It was as if a parched desert had been suddenly nourished by the rain, instantly brimming with vitality. Upon hearing these words, the ghost spider could not help but exhibit a bitter smile. He was acutely aware of the profound implications his words held for the marshal, Sengoku. This was no mere matter of pure blood. Sengoku, upon hearing this, felt his previously unwavering legs tremble, as the marshal. He understood far better than Ghost Spider the intricacies surrounding pacifists, genetic factors, and the myriad other experimental secrets. He recognized the immense ramifications this blood would have on those experiments. If the world government were to become aware, Rob would practically be a guaranteed test subject. Marshal, what shall we do? Ghost Spider, noticing the sudden silence from the Den Mushi, could no longer contain the question he had long wished to ask. What to do? Sengoku, known for his strategic brilliance, began to ponder those three words, his dark pupils deep in thought. An eerie atmosphere enveloped them as both men fell silent. And after nearly 10 minutes of contemplation, a glimmer of determination flashed in Sengoku's eyes. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, listen closely. The resolute voice emanated from the Den Mushi. At your service. Ghost Spider's body jolted, his entire being now attuned to every word. You must ensure the safe escort of Major Rob to Naval Headquarters without any harm. We shall discuss further details once I meet with Rob. Chapter 122. The Marshal's orders. Sengoku's brow knitted tightly, his demeanor grave. Marshal. A gleam of determination sparkled in Ghost Spider's eyes, and in that instant, he radiated a formidable presence. I assure you, I will safely escort that lad Rob to Naval Headquarters. However, he hesitated, but should news of the North Sea be disseminated? After all, the quieter it remains, the easier it will be to ensure Rob's safe arrival at Naval Headquarters. Sengoku furrowed his brow, glancing at Vegapunk's report, his expression shifting constantly. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, there is no need for discretion, let it be known. Rob's mission in the North Sea had already spread far and wide during his time in the West Sea, and to my knowledge, the North Sea base is already aware of the situation. If we do not report it, suspicions will inevitably arise regarding our Navy's silence. To maintain secrecy now would require a bloodbath on the island after Rob departs, which would certainly cause significant repercussions. Moreover, even if we choose not to disclose it now, the eventual promotion of Rob at Naval Headquarters will attract external attention, leading to distrust and suspicion among the sailors of the four seas towards our Navy. We can conduct our operations discreetly, Marshal, Ghost Spider suggested, furrowing his brows in uncertainty. Although under his protection, Rob is unlikely to face any danger. However, he can sense that Fleet Admiral Sengoku is quite eager to acquire him. Therefore, proceeding in secrecy is undoubtedly the more prudent course of action. No. If we were to covertly bring Rob back without promptly bestowing the rank of Rear Admiral upon him, he would certainly find it peculiar, which could provoke his suspicions and resistance. Moreover, given our inability to ascertain the full extent of Rob's capabilities, any unexpected realization on his part during our journey could lead to complications, especially considering, as you mentioned, he possesses the strength of a Vice Admiral. It would be wiser to wait until he arrives at the headquarters and is officially promoted to Rear Admiral. allowing us to discuss matters of lineage only after he has faded from public scrutiny. There is no rush. Fleet Admiral Sengoku gravely elucidated the rationale behind this to Gekko Moria. Although for a man of his stature, managing a mere major or even secretly arranging for a rear admiral would pose no challenge, Rob's significance extends beyond his rank. It is the incident he incited in the West Blue that holds substantial weight. That event was broadcast live across the West Blue, with approximately billions of viewers witnessing the Navy's disgrace, leading to a considerable loss of naval personnel. This immediately garnered the world government's heightened attention. And out of concern for the world's reputation and the morale of the West Blue Navy, he was compelled to adopt a rather juvenile compromise. His subordinate comprehended the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Gekko Moria's obsidian eyes flickered. He recalled the situation in the West and South Seas. Realizing that Rob was no mere major, but rather an individual with vice admiral strength, currently navigating the tempestuous waters of the four seas. Rest assured, your only responsibility is to ensure the safety of the North Sea route. I will immediately notify Admiral Akiji to return from the New World and await your arrival at the Navy's base along the Grand Line. A resolute glint surged in Sengoku's eyes. Akiji, you say? Moria's pupils dilated in disbelief. He was well aware of the current turmoil in the New World and understood that the three admirals were scarcely able to spare any time. Admiral, you need not worry. I stake my life on the assurance that no mishaps will occur during the North Sea expedition. In that instant, Moria, prioritizing the mission above all, pledged his oath. Very well, let it be so, Sengoku replied with a nod before ending the call with the snail. This was precisely why he had dispatched Moria. He knew that Moria was someone who would risk even the lives of his subordinates to fulfill a mission. Simultaneously, Moria dialed Major John Ram's communication snail. Issuing the command, Major John, regarding Rob, once everything is arranged, ensure that it is disseminated through all major publications. Understood, my Vice Admiral, came the reply. Exhausted and on the verge of rest, John Ram promptly connected with the ghost spider, responding with urgency. In that instant, a flicker of brilliance surged forth from his weary eyes. The next moment, John Ram invigorated himself, fully aware that as he was about to be promoted to Brigadier General, he could not afford to present any unfavorable impression before the Major General. Upon hearing this, the ghost spider ended the call, casting a self-deprecating smile towards the medical room below. Perhaps this individual was too significant, causing me some unease. It was indeed somewhat amusing that two major generals of the Navy could not reach the Grand Line. Meanwhile, the once dimly lit sky, with the passage of time, began to glow with brilliant light as a crimson sun timidly peeked above the horizon, heralding the dawn. The entire island radiated tranquility. Due to the events of the previous night, most of the populace, having donated blood and assisted in transporting the wounded, were engulfed in fatigue and slumber, rising later than usual. At this moment, a large, pristine table was positioned at the entrance of the medical room, adorned with a plethora of exquisite delicacies, exuding an enticing aroma. Upon closer inspection, one could see fresh seafood, with perfectly cooked salmon glistening in golden hues, and tender octopus languidly sprawled across the surface, emanating a steaming fragrance. Beside the table, a young girl clad in a princess gown diligently roasted a 2-meter-long suckling pig, with golden butter oozing from its flesh, sending rich aromas wafting through the gentle breeze, enveloping the entire air. Many of the awakened wounded could not help but swallow hard, their eyes gleaming with desire. The captivating fragrance lingered in the atmosphere, wrapping around the crowd in alluring tendrils. Just then, in the serene environment, a prolonged breath resonated through the air. It became evident that the delectable aroma was steadily drifting toward Rob. Little Rob. Perona noticed the scene and hastily turned to him, observing subtle changes in his form as he lay in bed. With the influx of the enticing scent, it was clear that Rob's prominent nose twitched, and his dark eyelashes quivered slightly. Rona. With a gentle call, under Perona's watchful gaze, Rob's bright eyes gradually fluttered open. Is someone roasting a suckling pig? It smells divine. Rob breathed in greedily once more, murmuring in a state of perplexity. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, awakened by Rob's stirring, his long-slumbering belly finally emitted an anxious sound. Little Rob, I knew that the moment delicious food appeared, you would awaken. Perona's beautiful eyes sparkled like crescent moons, with tears of excitement welling at the corners. Little Rob, you have finally awakened. Chapter 123. The immature boy Perona gazed at Rob as he opened his eyes, unable to contain her emotions any longer. No one could fathom the depth of her worry when she first awoke to find Rob unconscious in her embrace. Hiki. Perona, I have brought you back. Rob gazed at the excited Perona, a silly grin spreading across his face, as his heart finally found solace in that moment. Look at you, grinning like a fool. Did I not tell you that I wouldn't fall asleep? I merely intend to rest my eyes for a brief while. Upon hearing his words, Perona pouted her delicate lips, responding with a hint of pride. It's good that you're awake. It's good indeed. Now, tell me, where did that delightful aroma come from? I am on the verge of starvation. Upon hearing this, Rob did not engage in a quarrel with Perona. Instead, he inhaled deeply the fragrant aroma that permeated the air, his expression turning excited as he gazed at her. Humph, you glutton. Look, I have prepared everything for you. Perona, upon hearing his words, playfully tugged at Rob's cheek and pointed towards the delectable dishes behind them, laughing as she said, Ha, it is still you, Rob, who understands me. No wonder you are fond of me. Upon hearing this, Rob couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter as he gazed at the delectable dishes ahead. Hey, who could possibly be fond of someone like you? Rona, upon hearing Robert's hearty laughter, felt the weight of numerous gazes upon her, and a wave of crimson flushed her exquisite visage. Rona, do not deny it. I remember vividly our time on a bustly island. Upon hearing this, Rob felt a sudden surge of panic and urgently exclaimed, attempting to rise. However, in the next instant, a profound sense of weakness enveloped him, and an overwhelming hunger rendered him utterly powerless. Hey, could you keep it down? Perona, witnessing his distress, was reminded of her confession on a bustly island, and her cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. Yet, rather than deny it, she hastily extended a delicate hand to firmly cover Rob's mouth. Just lie still. I will fetch it for you. Perona, observing Rob's earlier frailty, was too anxious to consider anything else as she spoke hastily. Upon hearing this, Rob's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly nodded. He was utterly famished, nearly reminiscent of that time he found himself in the world of One Piece alongside Nami, feeling so starved that he could barely move, yet managing to maintain his consciousness. This time, however, he was determined to restore his strength on his own. Perona, noticing the enthusiastic gleam in Rob's gaze, felt her heart flutter with an uncontainable thrill. Despite her usual prideful demeanor, she found herself speaking impulsively. With that, she released her hand from covering Rob's mouth and rose to approach the table behind her. Boss, could you spare me a little to eat? At that moment, Red, unable to contain himself any longer, glanced at Rob and pleaded softly, overwhelmed by the tantalizing aroma in the air. He too had gone nearly a day without sustenance. Huh? Red, why are you beside me? Upon hearing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback and quickly turned to the side, inquiring with astonishment. I have always been by your side, boss. Rhett, witnessing Rob's somewhat jittery demeanor upon awakening, found it difficult to reconcile this with the anxious and frantic Rob he had known earlier. However, he realized that now, having discovered that both he and Perona were safe, his leader had finally shed his inherent nature, allowing the weighty burdens of his heart to be alleviated. Yet, observing Rob in such a state stirred a pang of sorrow within him. As a subordinate, he felt he had not only failed to assist his leader, but had also caused him deep concern. Boss, there will come a day when I shall no longer be a burden to you. Upon hearing those words, Rob paused for a moment, catching sight of the resolute glimmer in Rate's eyes. At that instant, a unique emotion coursed through his heart, and he felt the weight of Rate's statement. Yet, in the next moment, Rob erupted into hearty laughter. Rate, don't think that by uttering such words, I will relinquish my meat to you. That is simply impossible. If you have the guts, come and take it. Boss, you. Rate retorted, nearly choking on Rob's words, exasperation etched across his face. Presently, he possessed no strength to seize anything. His body, marred with wounds, could only manage to move with great difficulty. What are you two up to? Perona, observing their quarrel, approached with 2 plates of salmon in hand and inquired. Sister Rona, do you remember how sneaky the boss was last time? Just then, Rate had a sudden epiphany, recalling how Rob had mischievously teased Perona after discovering his affection for her. In that moment, driven by a desire for culinary delights, he resolved to divulge Rob's despicable scheme, unperturbed by the prospect of mutual destruction, for he felt he was as good as dead anyway. What? Perona was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Rate, you rascal, you. Upon hearing this, Rob observed the despondent appearance of Let, and he was immediately taken aback. How could he forget that? The last time they were on the ship, under Let's coaxing, he had intended to seize the moment while Perona was bathing to engage in some indiscreet act. Very well. Let us indulge you a little. Rob finally surrendered to Rate, just as Perona was contemplating confessing her feelings. She worried that past events might jeopardize the current situation. Ever since his failed attempt to tease Perona by asking for lemon juice, which led him to drink pure lemon juice daily, he realized how foolish their initial plan had been. Attempting to tease a girl only garnered her attention. It could never lead to her inexplicably liking him. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. Little Rob, are you two hiding something from me? Perona observed the two whispering conspiratorially and sensed something amiss. And no, Sister Rona, you must have misheard us, Rate quickly refuted. Recognizing that there was no need to take unnecessary risks when there was a chance to enjoy a feast. He was no fool. I remember now. That night in the West Sea, you two were up to something secretive. What were you planning? Perona recalled feeling odd about their behavior at that time and had intended to inquire further with Rate to uncover the mystery, but she had ultimately forgotten. Nothing at all. Where would such a thing even exist? Upon hearing this, Rob hurriedly exclaimed, although he was uncertain of the consequences of revealing such information. He could not take the risk of it blowing up in their faces. Speak quickly, Rhett, or neither of you will enjoy a morsel. Perona, observing the two vehemently denying the situation, suddenly brightened, raising the salmon in her hand high. Boss, this. Rhett, noticing her gesture, turned to Rob beside him. Let me tell you, Rona. Upon witnessing this, Rob let out a resigned sigh and said, in truth, it was nothing of great consequence. At that time, I intended to turn off the bathroom light while you were bathing, merely to tease you. What? Why would you do such a thing? Perona inquired, somewhat perplexed, pondering the peculiarities of their behavior. It is all that wretched fellow, Reit, who insists that if one harbors affection for a girl, one must engage in playful antics. Chapter 124. I feed you. Rob sighed helplessly and remarked, do you have feelings for me? Upon hearing this, Perona stood frozen in place, her cheeks instantly blooming with the vibrant hue of a ripe apple. Indeed, Rona, why did you not confess your affection for me from the very beginning? I almost missed the chance to know. Upon witnessing this, Rob could not help but feel a lingering apprehension as he recalled the harrowing experience of rescuing Perona, a moment that nearly cost him her companionship. You scoundrel, have you ever heard of letting a girl confess her feelings first? You should take responsibility. Perona, upon hearing these words, felt her embarrassment intensify. In a fit of indignation, she placed the plate she was holding against Rob's chest and hurriedly retreated into the medical room behind her. Rob stared blankly at Perona's retreating figure, momentarily frozen in place. Reit, did I say something wrong? Upon hearing this, Reit shook his head in resignation and replied, Boss, why don't you express your feelings for Sister Rona first? Upon hearing those words, Rob felt an urge to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words. Had he just arrived in the world of One Piece, he would undoubtedly have spoken up. However, after experiencing the disappointments with Nami and Betty, his heart bore the weight of some shadows. Without knowing the true feelings of a girl, he dared not confess his emotions again. Perhaps it would be best to simply indulge in some fish, for hunger was gnawing at him. Rob sighed softly as he gazed upon the fragrant salmon before him, his eyes sparkling with renewed excitement. However, in the next moment, he found himself rooted to the spot, for his stamina was already depleted, and conversing with Rhett had only diminished it further. Now, he could barely muster the strength to lift his body, let alone raise his hands. Boss, shall I feed you instead? Rhett observed Rob's helplessness and said with a cheerful smile, You? Upon hearing the words, Rob was momentarily taken aback, but soon the vivid image of Rhett feeding him materialized in his mind. Perhaps it is best to refrain from such thoughts. A trickle of cold sweat involuntarily emerged from Rob's forehead. Meanwhile, Perona, who had hurried into the medical room, was pressing down on her prominently heaving bosom, attempting to calm her flustered and bashful heart. This fellow, truly. Perona had also caught sight of Rob's desire to raise his hand to eat fish, and she couldn't help but scold him lightly before dashing out. Rob, who was attempting to raise his hand after several unsuccessful attempts, finally decided to accept Rhett's assistance when he noticed Perona rushing towards him. Don't move, I will feed you, she said, her cheeks flushed as she approached Rob, who appeared pale. Rhett, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned, seemingly questioning the words he had just heard, recalling that Perona had been angry just moments ago. What do you mean? Don't move, Perona exclaimed, slightly reprimanding him. Although Rob was unaware of the reasons, he chose to remain silent and accepted Perona's assistance. The moment the tender, succulent morsel entered his mouth, an essence of pure strength emanated from the flesh, flooding his limbs and bones. Soon after, A surge of vitality began to awaken from within his very cells. "Take your time, don't choke," Perona exclaimed with concern as she watched Rob swallow the food she had just offered him, bones and all, without hesitation. "I'm fine." Rob understood that after undergoing the transformation bestowed by the golden light, his digestive capacity was remarkably potent. "Wait a moment, I'll fetch you some more," Perona exclaimed, glancing at the rapidly vanishing salmon. She then made her way to the table behind her, returning with 2 more platters of food. Under the envious gazes of the onlookers, the food on the table continued to diminish swiftly. Meanwhile, Rob felt the strength within him recovering at an accelerated pace. He could even sense the presence of his psychic energy. Boss, Rhett, observing the incessantly disappearing food, couldn't help but feel anxious, softly pleading. "Just a little for me, please." Upon hearing this, Rob gazed at Rhett, whose expression was one of grievance, and instinctively extended his hand to offer food from the plate to Rhett. Without uttering a word, Rhett accepted the food and hastily began to consume it. "Little Rob, do you already possess strength?" Perona exclaimed with excitement, inquiring about Rob's recent actions. She had not anticipated that her assumptions were indeed correct. As long as Rob could eat, he would swiftly regain his strength. Initially, her intention was merely to exploit Rob's obsession with food, using its aroma to rouse him. This notion also served to soothe her own anxious heart, for Rob had only sustained minor injuries while dealing with Moonlight Moria. Although she noted that Rob appeared to recover more rapidly than an ordinary person through the nourishment, she remained uncertain whether he could truly withstand severe injuries. To her astonishment, it seemed her plan had succeeded, a most unexpected delight. "You are mistaken, Rona. I am utterly fatigued and can muster no strength," Rhett replied, promptly lowering his raised arm, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. Indeed, due to his recent consumption, he had regained approximately 1% of his strength. "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The story becomes even more thrilling." He could stand up freely to eat and use his telekinesis. Yet, he yearned for Perona to continue feeding him for a little longer. For reasons unknown, he felt a peculiar warmth and happiness swelling within him, an unprecedented sensation he had never experienced in either his past life or this one, making him cherish it all the more. "Humph, little Rob, I understand now." Perona, astute as ever, noted the flicker of panic in Rhett's eyes and instantly recognized that Rob had indeed regained his vitality. However, she also perceived Rob's subtle thoughts. Rather than allowing him to eat by himself, she chose to respond playfully with a soft huff. "Indeed, Rona, I assure you, I am not deceiving you." Upon hearing this, Rob believed that his words had taken effect, and thus he unconsciously softened his tone even further, secretly feeling pleased with himself. "Shaluo, wait a moment. I shall go check on the roast suckling pig." Rona gazed at the food in her hands as it vanished once more. Turning to look behind her, she realized that there was none left. She then spoke softly, "Very well, I shall wait." Upon witnessing this, Rob responded with a cheerful smile. Indeed, Perona, noticing this, nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the roasting pig, attentively observing the glistening meat. She then murmured softly to herself, "It seems to require another 7 or 8 minutes. It is not quite ready yet." Rob stared at Perona, remaining silent as he watched the golden piglets meandering around, saliva continuously dripping from his mouth. Despite having eaten a considerable amount earlier, he felt hardly satiated, merely achieving about 1% of fullness. Chapter 125, The Terrifying Appetite. Good morning, everyone. Breakfast is served. At that moment, several resounding voices echoed across the tranquil island. Subsequently, a group of individuals emerged from behind the medical room, capturing the attention of the onlookers. Clad in crisp white chef uniforms, they called out boisterously, while townsfolk began to appear, strolling through the streets. Many breakfast establishments had already opened their doors. Though slightly delayed compared to previous mornings, the town was gradually awakening from its nocturnal slumber, sounds of life returning, as some sailors in naval attire made their way towards the port. Mealtime, mealtime. The other awakened sailors, gazing at the steaming breakfast beside the chefs, felt an overwhelming surge of hunger sparked by Perona's culinary delights, their faces revealing a gluttonous anticipation. Dear sailors, do not get overly excited. There is ample food available. Be cautious not to exacerbate your wounds, cautioned a middle-aged man in a chef's uniform, noticing the sailors' eagerness to rise. Before them lay an astonishing array of food. Approximately 50 carts laden with an abundance of high-protein meats and fresh fruits, each cart sizable enough to accommodate 2 or 3 individuals. Upon hearing this, The sailors attempted to suppress their excitement and rise from their beds, yet their faces contorted in pain with each movement. However, most of us are unable to partake. Our bodies simply won't cooperate, one sailor remarked, struggling to voice his concern. Despite the plentiful food, their injuries rendered them incapable of moving freely. There is no need for worry. Dr. Klama has anticipated your conditions and arranged for dedicated nurses to assist you. A melodious voice chimed in from behind the chefs. Soon, a group of nurses clad in pink uniforms made their entrance. Dr. Klama, you truly have thought of everything, one of them remarked with appreciation. Upon hearing this, Rob couldn't help but smile as he recalled the doctor he encountered during his blood draw. It seems that the Navy is quite beloved by the people in the North Sea. Just then, a rumble echoed from Rob's stomach, the pangs of hunger urging him to glance once more at Rona. Is it ready yet? Look, the breakfast in the medical room has arrived. Noticing that Perona had yet to finish cooking, Rob felt a twinge of impatience due to his hunger. What are you fretting about? It will be ready shortly. If you're too lazy to wait for me, go ahead and eat the breakfast in the medical room. Perona was taken aback by Rob's words, her frustration bubbling over. Not only did this fellow intend to consume the food she had painstakingly prepared, but he was also hurrying her along. No, I will eat yours. Upon hearing those words, Rob sensed Perona's tone and could not help but respond hastily. Soon, with the assistance of the nurses in the medical room, food began to be transported from the vehicle to the awaiting sailors. Under the meticulous care of the nurses, the Navy soldiers who were able to eat commenced their meals. Hey, Captain, if you're not eating, then I shall indulge, exclaimed Rhett with a broad smile as he glanced at Rob, and then eagerly sank his teeth into the large chicken leg handed to him by the nurse. The golden oil burst forth from the tender meat, which Rhett savored completely. The entire area was now enveloped in a rich, enticing aroma that tantalized the senses. Delicious. Rhett licked the butter clinging to his lips before opening his mouth wide and taking another hearty bite of the succulent flesh. Rhett, you. As Rob perceived Rhett's enticing presence nearby, a surge of anger surged within him, prompting him to consider utilizing his telekinetic abilities. Yet, in the very next moment, he extinguished that notion, recalling that before Perona, he remained a figure of utmost weakness. Little Rob, it's coming, it's coming. At that instant, Rob's ears were graced by Perona's exuberant voice, soon followed by her arrival, carrying a beautifully roasted golden piglet. Humph, Rhett. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Upon witnessing this, Rob could not help but sneer coldly at Let, who seemed to have grown even bolder than before, daring to be cheeky in his presence. Subsequently, under the attentive care of Perona, Rob began to ravenously devour the roasted pig. The sound of crunching echoed, as his extreme hunger led him to consume the meat in swift succession, scarcely pausing to chew. Soon, the entire wild boar had vanished. Curiously, however, his stomach showed no signs of fullness. Hold on, little Rob, let me fetch another one for you, Perona exclaimed, astonished. Though she was aware of Rob's typically large appetite, she had never seen such an exaggerated display. Boss, have you transformed into a pig today? Let murmured, still clutching a chicken leg that he had yet to finish, equally astonished. Let, what are you talking about? Upon hearing this, Rob cast an indignant glance at Rhett. Were it not for the current constraints preventing him from resorting to force, he would certainly impart a lesson to Rhett on how to properly show respect to a superior. Little Rosie, here I come. Soon, Perona approached, carrying a freshly roasted suckling pig. Upon hearing the call, Rob resumed his frenzied consumption, feeling waves of pure energy surging into his body. He resembled a parched wasteland, tirelessly absorbing moisture from the external world. Simultaneously, a faint flush of color began to appear on his pale visage. Take your time, Rob, don't choke. Perona could not help but remind him, observing his reckless pace. Understood. Rob responded with a slurred speech, for although he longed to slow down, the moment he sank his teeth into the tender flesh, an insatiable desire surged within his famished body, rendering him unable to desist. In mere minutes, under the gaze of the onlookers, the several roasted wild boars prepared by Perona swiftly vanished into Rob's belly. Little Rob, hold on, I'm preparing a bit more for you, Perona exclaimed, her heart fluttering as she beheld the empty roasted pig. She had instructed Klama to prepare a substantial amount of food, yet she had not anticipated that Rob would devour it with such alarming voracity. With that, she swiftly dashed to a group of cooks, conversing with them before leading more than 10 individuals toward the medical room. Rona, it's unnecessary, he replied. As Rob witnessed Perona's actions, a warmth enveloped his heart. Wait for me. I shall swiftly prepare a meal for you, ensuring you have your fill this time, Perona exclaimed, turning to Rob with enthusiasm. All right, I will await your return. Although Rob still felt a gnawing hunger and yearned for the breakfast prepared in the medical room, he ultimately relinquished that thought upon observing Perona's spirited demeanor. Chapter 126. Character Panel. Indeed. Perona nodded and, accompanied by a cadre of chefs, ventured into the medical room. It may take quite some time. I shall rest for now. As Rob observed Perona entering, his gaze fell upon the sumptuous spread of food nearby, and saliva began to seep from his mouth. To avert this perilous temptation, Rob opted to close his eyes and recline upon the bed for a moment of respite. Perhaps he should examine the character panel for any changes. After lying there for a while, a thought flickered in his mind, prompting him to mutter to himself. In an instant, a surge of consciousness enveloped his mind, and the long-awaited character panel reappeared before him. Host, Long Physis, Rob Devil Fruit, Paramecia. Mind Power Fruit Proficiency, Control Mirror 4500 Devil Value, 2500 Mastery of Mind Power has significantly increased, and he possesses the ability to influence simple ethereal entities, such as phantoms and shadows. Note, achieving a value of 5000 unlocks the next realm. Awakening Mirror requires the awakening of 3-color hockey and a physical prowess of 6th tier or higher. Upon reaching the awakening mirror, the true potential of the mind fruit is realized, resulting in a substantial amplification and transformation of mind power. This ability can affect nearly all matter, with the exception of the spiritual and mental realms. For instance, the awakened mind power can manipulate air and elemental substances, granting control akin to that of an elemental fruit user. The weakened Rob felt a flicker of perplexity in his eyes as he recalled that he had previously allocated all his devil values to the mind fruit. How could there still be so much remaining? Yet, in the next moment, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, reminding him of the battle on Aburus Island. It appeared that upon his intangibility, the devil values of the 3 others had also undergone a transformation, due to his remarkable power increase. Their combined devil values amounted to a mere 2,500 points. Thanks to Perona's intervention, none of the trio sustained severe injuries or faced imminent peril. Hence these devil values were the total Rob had acquired. One can only imagine the extent of his power augmentation during that phase of intangibility. It is worth noting that previously, the combined strength of Akihiki X Drake and the magician Basil Hawkins was approximately 6,000, whereas now, the 3 of them totaled only 2,500. First, let us elevate the mind power to 5,000. Rob looked at the proficiency required to reach one of the awakening mirrors, which was still 500 points away, and could not help but smile faintly to himself. With a mere thought, the value of his demonic energy began to diminish rapidly. Simultaneously, a mysterious force began to flow slowly from his limbs and bones. He extended his hand slightly, sensing a subtle membrane in the sky above. What is this? Suddenly, Rob opened his eyes wide. As he gently released his mental energy, he felt a peculiar sensation. This feeling had once surfaced aboard a ship in the East Sea when he was activating the powers of the thought fruit. But this time it felt far more substantial, as if some unseen entity within the void was being drawn forth by him. This must be the elements permeating the air. As Rob contemplated the description of the awakened realm inscribed on the character panel, a flicker of intrigue danced in his pupils, leading him to speculate. With the awakening of the sovereign's color hockey and the attainment of the 6th tier of physical prowess, he would finally grasp that extraordinary sensation. As Rob pondered upon this, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, and a sense of urgency surged within him. Resolute in his decision to recover, he began to focus on the pursuit of the 6th tier martial arts. With unwavering resolve, Rob once again delved into the depths of his mind, scrutinizing the character panel before him. Indeed, behind the ninfruit, the next realm was prominently displayed, the extraordinary mirror, which could be thoroughly observed once the Sharingan reached the Mangeki level. As expected, even with the awakening of the void mirror, the extraordinary mirror still required the Mangeki for detailed observation. It seems I have hastened the development of the ninfruit rather quickly. However, with the activation of the void, I should possess the strength of a typical mid-general. I can only wonder how formidable I will become in the future. As Rob contemplated this, a smile unconsciously graced his lips, and he subsequently cast his gaze downward. Body Technique. Status. 5th tier. Approximately energy value. 4,200. Note, due to the inadequacies of the demon system, the energy cannot be precisely quantified. Yielding only 5th tier body technique energy, 4,000, Rob, Lucci's humanoid strength. The body technique comprises 10 tiers, currently unlocked, 1st to 8th tiers. Below are the energy values required for each tier. 1st tier, 1, 2nd tier, 10, 3rd tier, 100, 4th tier, 200, 5th tier, 2000, 6th tier, 5000, 7th tier, unlocked. 8th tier, condition, the Sharingan must reach the Mangeki to fully unlock the 10th tier. The pinnacle achiever, Monkey D. Garp. Is it all 4200? It seems that after recovery, I shall soon attain the 6th tier. Upon witnessing this, Rob smiled faintly. He commenced his daily training aboard the ship. And although his initial performance was rather lacking and he did not pay constant attention, he did not anticipate that after a week and a month of journeying through the South Sea, he would attain such a level. Following this was the Conqueror's Haki interface. Conqueror's Haki. Status. Unactivated. Maximum Achiever. Shanks the Red-Haired. Alas, he remained uncertain as to how to activate it. Rob let out a soft sigh upon reading this. Attaining the 6th tier of physical prowess was indeed achievable. Yet he found himself at a loss regarding the Conqueror's Haki, akin to the other abilities such as intangibility and the Sharingan, which were all contingent upon a sudden awakening from within. Alas, he decided to leave it to fate. For now, he would focus on honing his physical skills to the 6th tier, while his remaining devil points would be devoted to developing the Sharingan. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue your reading, as the story becomes ever more captivating. Armament Haki. Status. Tier 3. Proficiency. 100. 1-4 initial. Allows the user to envelop their body in Haki, enabling them to grasp the physical form of the user, though it cannot extract their powers like Sea Prism Stone. 5-7 Mastery. Enables objects touched to become infused with Haki, as well as the user's body. 8-9 Awakening. Requires the Mangeki Sharingan to view. The Pinnacle Achiever. Monkey D. Garp. Observation Haki. Status. Tier 3. Proficiency. 100. 1-4 initial. Forecasts incoming attacks. 5-7 Mastery. Provides awareness of certain circumstances in the vicinity. 8-9 Awakening. Requires the Mangeki Sharingan to view. The Pinnacle Achiever. Pirate King Gold. Roger. Note. Haki, akin to physical prowess, is divided into 10 tiers. It appears that I must adhere to my previous resolution of conserving some devil points to enhance my strength. This way, the energy I cultivate through daily training will be significantly increased. After all, this energy cannot be obtained by defeating formidable foes. It can only be acquired through diligent practice of the light training method each day. Rob contemplated the remaining 2,000 demon points displayed on his character panel, then cast his gaze toward the bloodline power below. Bloodline power, Sharingan status, double Tomo, 30 enhancement to demon fruit entity techniques, proficiency, 500 triple Tomo, 100 enhancement to demon fruit entity techniques requires 3,000 demon points Mangeki Sharingan, 100 enhancement to demon fruit entity techniques. Possesses Susanoo, near general level capability, side effect. Diminished vision requires demon points Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, viewable upon reaching triple Tomo, Rinnegan, viewable upon attaining Mangeki. It seems that the current 2,000 demon points are insufficient. An additional 500 points are needed to reach triple Tomo. Upon witnessing this, Rob furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of fervor igniting within him. Indeed, the enhancement brought by the three-hooked jade was remarkably substantial, with a staggering 100% increase, along with the intricate details regarding the unlocking of the permanent kaleidoscope. Chapter 127. The conditions for virtualization. It appears that the only course of action is to encounter some pirates on the way to the naval headquarters, thus compensating for the 500 devil points. This would afford him a greater measure of self-protection should he be assigned to the new world. Lastly, let us observe what transformations have occurred with the virtualization. After Rob made up his mind, he turned his gaze towards the highly anticipated transformation. It is worth noting that on Obsessive Island, even when facing formidable foes such as the Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law, Red-Haired Shanks, Dracula Mihawk, and the magician Basil Hawkins, this transformation is overwhelmingly dominant. Transformation. Status. Activated. Current state. Masked. Activation conditions. Apart from the initial awakening, subsequent activations of the masked state require the expenditure of demonic energy. Each second spent in the masked state consumes 10 points of demonic energy, granting instantaneous access to the powers of the Grim Reaper transformation while simultaneously enhancing one's Haki, martial arts, devil fruit abilities, and Sharingan prowess by 100%. Note, the first awakening of the transformation does not require the expenditure of demonic energy. This is utterly terrifying. As Rob gazed upon the scene, an expression of astonishment manifested in his eyes. The text displayed by the illusion was profoundly shocking. Maintaining the guise would consume a staggering 10 points of demonic energy per second. This meant that sustaining such a state for 10 minutes would deplete a terrifying 6,000 points of demonic energy. However, in contrast to the subsequent augmentation mentioned, Rob felt a surge of excitement. Despite the considerable expenditure of demonic energy required to uphold this state, the prospect of a comprehensive enhancement of all abilities by 100% was nothing short of extraordinary. While its significance might not be immediately apparent, Rob understood that as his strength grew, the true magnitude of this ability would reveal itself. If he were to attain the prowess of a general and enhance his capabilities by 100%, it would be akin to facing two generals simultaneously. In such a state, he could potentially overpower both with ease. Surely, this was not the sole state of power available. Rob suppressed his inner excitement with a touch of restraint. Given his understanding of the system's peculiarities, he anticipated further developments ahead. Thus, he continued to gaze downward. Indeed. Beneath the annotations lay a line of striking text. Next realm. Semi-phased. Mask level can reach 100%. Activation condition. For every second of semi-phased state, one must expend 100 points of demon value. This grants instantaneous access to the Shinigami phase ability and simultaneously enhances overall Haki, stamina, demon fruit potency, and Sharingan ocular power by 200%. Goodness, how formidable is this? It seems prudent for me to conserve some demon value for unforeseen circumstances. There's no rush regarding the 3 Tomo. After all, there is no immediate danger. I shall proceed at a measured pace. Upon encountering this interface, Rob's previous intentions were swiftly dismissed. He resolved to retain the remaining 2,000 demon points, planning to accumulate to 3,000 before utilizing 2,005 to ascend to the 3rd tier of the gem, while reserving 500 points for unforeseen circumstances, particularly for the consumption of ethereal flames. After all, it was imperative that his reserve of demon points never reached a state of emptiness. At this moment, Rob established a principle in his mind. He was acutely aware that aside from the unactivated Conqueror's Haki, all his other abilities were fully operational. For the sake of his own safety, as well as that of Perona, he felt compelled to retain some hidden cards. After all, the serendipity he experienced on Abusery Island would not come again. He also recalled the moment in Rogue Town when he awakened his Sharingan, experiencing an invincible phase upon the execution platform. At that time, the system had indicated that awakening his intangibility would grant him another moment of invincibility. Note: following the intangibility task, the system's novice phase would conclude, and no further tasks would be issued, apart from hidden ones. Note: hidden tasks represent the host's most sincere desires, with substantial rewards for completion, such as the King's Power task, while failures incur severe penalties. Upon witnessing this scene once more, Rob could not help but exclaim in frustration, "Damn it. While others complete their novice quests and progress to advanced and growth tasks, what am I to do if I fail like this?" The response came, "Fear not. For although the task may be deemed a failure, the host is destined for greatness. Should you fall, you may enter the cycle of reincarnation." To which Rob retorted, "Is that truly nothing to worry about?" Rob felt a surge of anxiety. He now found himself devoid of any invincibility and must prioritize the preservation of his life. It was imperative that he elevate his strength to that of a formidable captain to cultivate the audacity to take risks. Although his ethereal state granted him a semblance of power akin to that of a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters, it paled in comparison when confronted with true elites. After all, rank is not the sole determinant of one's combat prowess. Take him, for instance, despite being merely a major. He had vanquished 3 burgeoning pirate captains on the brink of becoming supernovas. Not to mention, in the Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Garp exemplifies a strength that transcends mere rank. He understood that his ethereal abilities merely granted him a tentative foothold in this world, leaving him far from the stature of a true powerhouse. By the way, system, how exactly did I awaken this ethereal state? As Rob contemplated this, despite harboring a faint suspicion in his heart, he still yearned for a definitive answer. With a mindset of tentative exploration, he could not help but inquire. Ding. This indeed was the quest for the manifestation of the ethereal awakening. As long as the host retained a singular thought amidst despair, a desire to protect another, the latent power of Ichigo, the protagonist from the realm of the Soul Reaper, could be awakened. Ichigo, was it? The Soul Reaper, it seemed, had garnered considerable popularity in a past life, though it had faded from memory thereafter. Upon hearing those words, Rob felt a moment of astonishment, realizing that indeed it was his former obsession that had aided him. However, upon hearing the name Ichigo, he felt a sense of familiarity. In his previous life, it seemed he had encountered this name while watching One Piece, a renowned anime. Furthermore, he vaguely recalled a peculiar dream from not long ago, in which an elusive voice revealed to him that the boy with the orange hair was named Ichigo. Have I inherited his bloodline power? Rob murmured to himself, involuntarily opening his eyes and extending his hand to grasp at the void. As he moved his palm, he felt no unfamiliarity emanating from his body, as if that bloodline were inherently woven into his very being. Contemplating this, Rob instinctively closed his eyes once more, delving into the critically important task at hand. He faintly recalled that the last time, Whitebeard had transformed into him, leading him to ponder whether the conditions would shift due to Perona's involvement. As Rob's consciousness stirred ever so slightly, the singular main quest manifested before him. Main quest, unchangeable, irrevocable, defeat the mightiest man, currently Lord I'm. With the fairest woman, currently Boa Hancock, feast upon the most sumptuous meat, all blue ingredients, and drink the strongest liquor, and laugh tale. Failure to complete the task will result in the host being severed from the world of One Piece, entering an endless cycle, with memories unforgotten. Enduring 999 lifetimes as a solitary soul. Is it still Boa Hancock? It appears she truly is the most beautiful woman in the world. Upon witnessing this, Rob could not help but let a faint smile grace his lips. Rona, you cannot hold me accountable for this. The system is tempting me towards wrongdoing, leaving me with no alternative. As Rob's strength increased, the primal desires inherent to man began to burgeon within him. After all, what man does not long for multiple wives? Chapter 128. Recuperation. Little Rob, I have arrived. Just as Rob contemplated the intricacies of phasing, he took a brief respite of about 10 minutes. Suddenly, an exhilarating voice, akin to that of a golden aureole, resonated from the medical room. Upon the utterance of those words, a breathtaking young woman, Perona, emerged from the doorway, clad in a pristine white chef's uniform, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Rob with delight. Following her, a multitude of chefs trailed behind, pushing a colossal cart approximately 3 to 4 meters wide, laden with steaming, succulent meats. The carts formed an elongated procession, numbering over 10, surpassing even the breakfast delivery from earlier. Little Rob, this should be enough to satisfy your appetite, right? Hee. Perona exclaimed, her hands resting on her slender waist, proudly brandishing a glossy black spoon. Boss, this is far too much. Isn't it? Is Sister Rona attempting to overwhelm you? Exclaimed Rhett, astonished, as he stared ahead in disbelief. What are you saying, Rhett? Rona approached and immediately heard Rhett's voice, which ignited her fury. She raised a spoon and struck him on the head. Ouch! I was wrong, Sister Rona, Rhett exclaimed in pain, instinctively rubbing his head. To his dismay, he discovered a large bump had formed on his formerly smooth scalp, prompting him to plead for mercy. Rhett, I advise you to learn to communicate properly, or else even the boss will be unable to shield you in the future. Upon witnessing this, Rob could not help but chuckle lightly. Subsequently, driven by an insatiable hunger, he exerted a flicker of his mental prowess, causing the golden meat from the carriage to gently float into his mouth. Rona, why are you staring at me? Rob took a hearty bite of the tender meat, noticing Perona staring at him in a daze, and couldn't help but inquire, Little Rosie, are you feeling better now? Upon hearing this, Perona's eyes involuntarily glistened with tears, although she had previously suspected that Rob had made some recovery. Witnessing him once again harness the powers of the devil fruit stirred an undeniable joy within her heart. Rob was momentarily taken aback by the words spoken, realizing only then that he had inadvertently utilized his fruit ability. However, upon witnessing Perona's face radiating joy and the fine beads of sweat adorning her forehead, he ultimately refrained from indulging further in the previous comforts. Well, after a brief respite, I have regained some strength. I shall manage on my own now. Rob gazed at Perona with a slight smile. Is that true? Won't it be a bit arduous? Upon hearing this, Perona, despite her previous expression of joy, felt a twinge of concern at how swiftly Rob had recovered. It's fine. I recuperate swiftly. Have you forgotten how remarkable my blood is? Rob gazed into Perona's eyes, where a hint of concern lingered, and a warm current flowed through his heart, suddenly instilling a sense of guilt regarding his desires for multiple wives. Do not worry. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. With that, Rob extended a hand towards the distant food, making a subtle gesture. Immediately, a considerable force of psychic energy emanated from his being, cascading towards the nearby cart. Shortly thereafter, the onlookers beheld a multitude of meats levitating gracefully in the air. See? Is it not so? Rob instinctively grasped the succulent morsel floating before him, and after taking a hearty bite, he exclaimed with a smile, delightful. Upon hearing this, Perona chose to remain silent. Though she had felt a remarkable lightness in her body ever since awakening, she had yet to rest. For someone who had just returned from the brink of death, there lingered a certain fatigue in her spirit. As Rob glanced towards the vehicle, he noticed that Rona had fallen silent. At that moment, he felt just as he had before. He had only managed to satiate less than 1% of his hunger. After infusing 500 points of demonic energy into the Nian fruit, the pangs of hunger intensified, compelling him to unconsciously manifest his telekinetic powers. He was overwhelmingly famished, yearning for energy, akin to a parched wasteland longing for the soothing touch of rain. Come, as Rob's thoughts stirred. The food that had been floating in the sky began to soar towards his hands under the watchful gaze of the crowd, simultaneously being fervently consumed by him. With each swallow, Rob distinctly felt waves of pure energy surging into his body. Even the less nutritionally valuable substances were drawn forth by the intensity of his hunger. "Boss, how much do you intend to eat?" exclaimed Rhett, who watched in astonishment as nearly half of the food from the cart had vanished. Strangely, despite the copious amount of food consumed, there was no discernible expansion of Rob's abdomen. "It's no wonder Major Rob can eat far more than us," one of the Navy members mused, having just finished their meal and now leisurely observing Rob's astonishing capacity. "Indeed, Major Rob is truly formidable." The nurses, though taken aback, were familiar with the ravenous appetites of powerful Navy personnel after recovery, yet had never witnessed such a staggering quantity being consumed. In the world of pirates, these healers understood that most strong individuals possessed terrifying appetites, as evidenced by Ace, who often ate until he slept, Luffy, who consumed the equivalent of dozens of meals, and Carp, who was perpetually munching on donuts. "Thank goodness we heeded Miss Rona's request. Otherwise, based on our initial thoughts, we would have fallen woefully short of what Major Rob required," one chef remarked to another, reflecting on the situation. "Indeed, Major Rob's appetite is beyond belief," the other chef replied, incredulous, having never encountered such a voracious eater in his extensive culinary career. Previously, when Perona had approached them, they had confidently assured her that the food was sufficient, cautioning against excess. However, upon entering the medical room and at Perona's insistence to ensure Rob's fullness, they reluctantly prepared double the amount. As time slowly passed, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the food in the cart diminished at an almost identical pace, soon dwindling to less than a tenth of its original quantity. "Boss, are you a beast? My goodness," Red exclaimed, fearfully observing Rob, who had undoubtedly consumed the equivalent of meals for 4 or 5 individuals. "What are you saying, you rascal?" Upon hearing this, Rob instinctively paused from his consumption of the chicken leg, raising his hand to offer a takeout to Red. "Boss, truly, you ought to eat less. I worry you might upset your stomach. I am genuinely concerned for your well-being." Chapter 129. The Terror of Rob. Red, with a sense of grievance, rubbed his head where the takeout had landed and replied, "You needn't fret about that. Your boss's stomach is sturdier than a diamond." Upon hearing this, Rob's lips curled into a confident smile, declaring that, at this moment, he felt far from satiated. Perhaps it was due to his body being on Abu Sri Island, as the golden energy had depleted much of his vitality, compounded by significant blood loss sustained in his encounter with Perona. Rob sensed an acute yearning within him for a replenishment of energy. "Boss, you're tougher than a diamond. This analogy leaves me utterly speechless," he quipped, his tone laced with admiration. Rate, upon hearing Rob's metaphor, nearly succumbed to laughter. "Hey, surely we won't run out of food, will we?" At this juncture, the previously murmuring chef felt a pang of anxiety. He had taken Perona's advice to heart and prepared double the amount, yet now, he observed the supplies dwindling alarmingly. Surely it must be sufficient. Just look at the Major's belly, it has noticeably expanded. The adjacent chef, sharing in the trepidation, gestured towards Rob's midsection, which had indeed swelled considerably, resembling that of a person who had dined heartily. Nods of agreement rippled through the group, as others sought to reassure themselves. After all, preparing such a feast, even for those with culinary prowess, was no small feat and undeniably exhausting. With the eyes of the assembly upon him, Rob finally consumed the last of the salmon, releasing a profound sigh of satisfaction. "Little Rob, are you full now?" Perona inquired eagerly, her curiosity mirrored by the others, particularly the chefs, who were equally keen to ascertain the answer. Just a moment." Upon hearing this, Rob did not respond immediately. He suddenly sensed an unusual feeling emanating from behind him, and he felt he could hardly contain himself after uttering another word. Thus, Amidst the bewildered gazes of those around him, he sprang from the bed and dashed into the medical room like a gust of wind. What has happened to the boss? Beside him, Leap blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before his eyes. Rob's speed was astonishing. Before anyone could regain their senses, he had already dashed into the medical room. Where is the restroom? As Rob rushed into the medical room, he felt that peculiar sensation behind him intensifying, as if it were on the verge of erupting. In the next instant, he witnessed a surge of crimson emerge from the depths of his gaze, followed swiftly by two inky black tadpoles drifting from his anxious pupils. The Sharingan activated. At this critical juncture, Rob instinctively employed the powers of his Sharingan, causing it to spin rapidly. Time seemed to slow at that moment. Countless actions became sluggish as Rob diligently searched the medical room, seeking that distinctive object. Major Rob. What is happening? The personnel, engaged in tidying up the surgical instruments and bloodstains from the previous night's operation, were momentarily taken aback by Rob's sudden intrusion. The restroom. The restroom. Upon seeing the group of nurses, Rob felt a surge of anxiety and spoke in a flustered manner, clearly distressed. Over there, at the far right. The nurses, taken aback by Rob's demeanor, hurriedly pointed towards the right. Thank you. Before Rob could even finish his expression of gratitude, he darted towards the far right like a beam of light. This is it. In an instant, Rob discerned the unmistakable signs of gender distinction and boldly surged forward. At that moment, there were indeed no gentlemen occupying the restroom. Ah, what a relief. In the instant Rob knelt down, he experienced an unusual sensation. At that moment, one could observe his previously somewhat protruding abdomen visibly contracting at a remarkable pace. It seemed that the food contained an abundance of non-nutritive substances. Despite Rob's exceptionally powerful digestive capabilities, which allowed him to crush and absorb many things that others could not, some residue still lingered within his body. Exhaling deeply, Rob stepped out of the restroom and approached the window, inhaling the refreshing morning air with great intensity, feeling as though he had been rejuvenated in that moment. Suddenly, a distinct sound emanated from his stomach, accompanied by a surge of intense hunger that swept through his entire being. No, I must eat again. Rob could feel every cell in his body pulsating vigorously due to the previous replenishment, and the sensation of hunger had intensified to a terrifying degree. It was as if a throng of famished individuals had regained their strength. At this moment, the hunger surged to its zenith, and a copious amount of saliva was swiftly secreted from Rob's mouth. Rob felt no trace of the satiety that the previous meal had provided. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as an immense force surged within his body, enveloping him and propelling him like a missile, bursting forth from the medical room. Little Rob, what is the matter? Perona inquired anxiously upon seeing Rob soar into the air. Rona needn't worry. I am fine, it's just that. Upon witnessing Perona's anxious expression, Rob hurriedly descended before the young girl, awkwardly stating, What just happened? Perona, noticing his demeanor, promptly inquired, What do you mean? Indeed, Rob, known for his audacity, felt quite embarrassed at that moment, acknowledging that he had already indulged considerably. Are you trying to drive me to despair? Perona exclaimed, her voice rising in urgency. The onlookers, drawn by the commotion, turned their attention, curiosity etched upon their faces. Very well, Perona, do you have any food left? I find myself still a bit hungry. Upon hearing this, Rob reluctantly articulated his needs. Although he had regained a modicum of strength, the prospect of preparing his own meals posed a considerable challenge. In his past life, despite being an orphan, he had the privilege of a dedicated cook at the Shaolin Temple, where he never had to concern himself with the intricacies of culinary endeavors, even if the fare was strictly vegetarian. What? You still wish to eat? Perona exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Yet, in the next moment, she grew flustered and declared, Wait, I shall fetch something for you immediately. Previously, when she ventured into the medical room to prepare a meal, she had utilized all the provisions stored there. Now, faced with a lack of ingredients, her anxiety was palpable. Please, hold on. I will go and prepare something right away. With that, Perona was poised to take action. Perona. It's unnecessary, Rob interjected. While I would relish the thought of your cooking, the quantity I require this time may be rather substantial. You have already exerted yourself on my behalf. Let the remaining tasks be delegated to others. Rob beheld the exquisite visage of Perona, upon which a look of panic emerged, prompting him to smile gently before placing his hands upon her shoulders. He sensed the dire need for an overwhelming energy coursing through his own body, as every cell within him awakened, yearning for the nourishing embrace of the rain. Chapter 130, A Matter for Colonel Ram. Esteemed readers, I implore you, Without waiting for Perona's response, Rob turned to the astonished chefs and bestowed upon them a broad smile, slightly bowing as he assured, "Rest assured, Major Rob has your backs." The chefs, taken aback by his words, momentarily froze before resolutely nodding in agreement and swiftly vanishing from sight. "Boss, you are truly terrifying. Have you even had your fill? How much have you eaten?" Rhett, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. Indeed, could it be that little Rob is facing some issue? "What were you doing just now?" Perona inquired, her gaze filled with concern for Rob. "Nothing to worry about. It may simply be due to my constitution. This time, the expenditure has been rather substantial, but you need not fret," Rob reassured them. Upon hearing these words, Rob felt an awkward smile creep across his face. He could hardly admit that he had merely gone to the restroom, for that would have been exceedingly embarrassing. Meanwhile, a group of chefs had also vacated the medical room and gathered together, engaging in animated discussions. "What shall we do? The food in the medical room has all been prepared by Miss Perona, and we have run out of ingredients," one chef lamented. "Indeed, it is a case of the clever woman being unable to cook without rice. How can we possibly procure more ingredients?" Another chef echoed. "Alas, who could have imagined that Lord Rob's appetite would be so formidable?" A few chefs sighed helplessly. "We must devise a solution quickly. Otherwise, while the Navy serves valiantly for us, how will the townsfolk perceive our inability to manage logistics?" A middle-aged chef said with a furrowed brow, speaking gravely. What are you all doing huddled here? Has breakfast in the medical room not been prepared yet?" Just as the tension was palpable, a melodious voice rang out from afar. It was Dr. Clamma, gracefully approaching in her white medical uniform, her face adorned with a look of curiosity. "Dr. Clamma, no. Most of the injured have already had their breakfast," one doctor hastily clarified upon seeing her. "Since they have eaten, then why are you all gathered here? Is there a shortage of food?" Dr. Clamma furrowed her brow in concern, observing the troubled expressions on the faces around her. "Enough? No, that is not correct. There is not enough," the chefs exclaimed in unison. "What do you mean by enough and not enough? Please, clarify your statements," Dr. Clamma urged, gesturing for calm among the group. Sighing heavily, after a brief silence, one chef finally spoke. "Dr. Clamma, there was initially sufficient food. We served the breakfast we prepared to the awake Navy personnel. However, Lieutenant Rob's appetite is indeed terrifying. After consuming the meal that Miss Rona prepared for him, he remained insatiably hungry." The chef felt somewhat helpless, having not considered Lieutenant Rob's voracious appetite after learning that Miss Rona had prepared breakfast for him. "Is it truly that alarming?" Dr. Clamma gasped, her pupils dilating in surprise, recalling the substantial amount of food Miss Perona had prepared for Rob. "Isn't there's still a fair amount of ingredients in the medical room storage?" Dr. Clamma wondered aloud, glancing at the others. Dr. Clamma, you are unaware. Lieutenant Rob is practically a force of nature. Once Miss Rona's prepared food was devoured, we, alongside Miss Rona, cooked all the food from the medical room storage. Yet, another chef interjected hastily. "So, you mean to say that all the food in the medical room storage has been consumed by Lieutenant Rob, and it still wasn't enough?" Clamor observed the chef's hesitant expression, her pupils dilating slightly as she ventured a cautious speculation. She was acutely aware of the stockpile of food stored in the medical room's warehouse. A vehicle measuring 3 to 4 meters could easily accommodate enough provisions to feed hundreds. Indeed, this was the very reason we gathered here, still grappling with our predicament. Uncertainty lingered over whether the meat market had opened this morning following last night's events. If necessary, we would have to venture there, despite its considerable distance from the port. The chef let out a deep sigh, his tone tinged with resignation. "Do not fret. Allow me to make a call." Upon hearing this, Clamor furrowed her brow, a flicker of determination igniting in her eyes as she halted the chef's advance. With that, she briskly entered the medical room, swiftly making her way to her own quarters. Buzz buzz. As soon as Clamor stepped into her room, she picked up the telephone bug resting on the table, and a familiar voice soon echoed through. "Hello? Dr. Clamor, what can I assist you with?" Having just completed a task assigned by the Ghost Spider, and feeling an overwhelming fatigue settle in after the announcement regarding Abu's Island, Colonel John Ram had just entered his own room, preparing to rest, just as he was about to close his eyes. The incessant buzzing of the telephone bug in his pocket interrupted him. "Hello, is this Colonel John Ram? I apologize for the intrusion, but there is a matter that requires your attention. Let us discuss it tomorrow, Dr. Clamor. I have yet to rest, and I must hang up now." John Ram frowned at her response. Despite Dr. Clamor being one of the most authoritative figures in the medical room, second only to Dr. Com, he was utterly exhausted. He had no desire to engage further, even if it were Dr. Calm himself. "This isn't just any matter, Colonel Ram. It concerns Major Robb," Clamor exclaimed, her tone urgent as she addressed the telephone bug. She understood that John Ram, as the highest commander in the North Sea, would only be roused by the pressing issues surrounding Robb and the Ghost Spider. "Major Robb? What has happened?" John Ram's weariness vanished in an instant. His eyes wide and alert, completely shedding the drowsy demeanor he had just moments before. It was no jest. The recent orders from the Ghost Spider to publicize the situation on Abu's Island, coupled with the prior events, along with the imminent promotion of Robb to Rear Admiral, demanded his full attention. This promising talent, which is highly regarded by the naval headquarters, is an opportunity he cannot afford to miss. It is worth noting that after this year's assessment period, he has merely been promoted to Brigadier General, a rank still one below that of Robert, who leapt directly from the rank of Major to that of Rear Admiral, a feat both astonishing and formidable. Upon hearing this, Clama could not help but smile, for her suspicions were confirmed. She had previously heard whispers that Colonel John Ram was currently undergoing his assessment period and would soon be awarded the rank of Brigadier General. Were she not astute and skilled in medicine, she would not have secured her position as the second-in-command of the medical ward, just beneath Dr. Chome. In truth, the matter at hand is rather trivial. It concerns Major Robert's awakening, which necessitated a substantial supply of food, yet our medical ward's food reserves have been entirely depleted. Clama chuckled softly, then spoke with measured grace. "How could that be? Your medical ward has plenty of food stocked, does it not? I recall recently replenishing your supplies." Chapter 131. Talent. Upon hearing this, John Ram's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief flooding his mind as he questioned her, for as the highest commander of the North Sea, he was acutely aware of the typical consumption rate of food in the medical ward. Just a couple of days prior, he had arranged for naval supplies to be sent to the medical facility. Even with an influx of injured personnel yesterday, it seemed implausible that all those provisions could have been consumed. "Colonel John Ram, do I appear to be jesting with you? Our medical ward has always been closely linked with your Navy. We have no desire to hoard your rations," Clama responded, somewhat exasperated. It seemed evident that Colonel John Ram was still groggy from sleep, otherwise he would not have posed such a question. As the primary purpose of the medical ward is indeed to care for the Navy's wounded, in the past, John Ram would have promptly delivered food without hesitation. "Very well. I understand. I shall prepare immediately. Grant me 20 minutes. John Ram conceded, no longer inclined to argue. He recognized the validity of Clama's words. She had no reason to deceive him using Major Robert's name. Clearly, the food situation was dire. "Very well, Colonel Ram. Would you like assistance from our kitchen staff?" Clama inquired, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. She was well aware of John Ram's efficiency. He would not dawdle. The relationship between their medical ward and the Navy had always been amicable, but today, John Ram's exhaustion had led him to initially decline her request. Let your kitchen staff take a breather. If Major Robert's appetite is considerable, your small team would be insufficient. Our naval cooks will suffice," John Ram sighed, acknowledging Clama's good intentions. Yet, he was confident that his team of hundreds responsible for the fleet could meet Robert's needs. "Thank you, Colonel Ram. Once you secure your promotion, Clama shall ensure to toast to your success." Upon hearing this, Clamor couldn't help but chuckle, remarking that Colonel Ram remained as ever, a true embodiment of the people. "Oh, you big drunkard. I must admit, you all are exhausting me today." John Ram, recalling the last time Dr. Clamor had intoxicated him, swiftly interjected, remembering how he had made quite a spectacle before the public. Though it had inexplicably fostered a sense of camaraderie, he felt a twinge of apprehension. That woman's capacity for alcohol was formidable. "Well then, Colonel Ram, it seems the burden falls upon you," Clamor replied, stifling a laugh as she reminisced about past events. "You little sprite, just make sure to help me save some of my brothers in the future." John Ram sighed in response. "That's a promise. You can count on Clamor for that," she confidently declared, straightening her posture. "Very well, I shall prepare now. Please ensure that Major Robb is well taken care of. There must be no mishaps," John Ram instructed gravely before ending the call. "Colonel Ram, your efforts are acknowledged by all. You are destined to become a brigadier." Clamor murmured to herself as she gazed at the now disconnected phone. With that, Clamor exited the medical room. "Dr. Clamor, how did it go?" the gathered cooks inquired as she emerged. "All is well. You may take a break for the time being. Colonel John Ram has already begun notifying the Navy cooks to take over your duties, so rest easy," Clamor reassured them with a smile. acknowledging the universal fatigue that comes with such work, a privilege she enjoyed thanks to her earlier respite. Excellent. The cooks exhaled in relief. This morning, they had prepared breakfast for hundreds of Navy personnel, far exceeding their usual workload. While the appetite of ordinary folk was manageable, these were no ordinary eaters. Moreover, they were to assist Miss Rona afterward, leaving them quite fatigued. Now, it's time to check on Major Rob's condition. Observing the cook's relaxation, Clamor glanced toward the vacant area of the medical room, her greatest joy as a doctor coming from rescuing those brave heroes and watching them recover. With that thought, Clamor set off, reaching the campsite from the previous night after a few minutes, though the tent had been blown away. Her keen sense of direction ensured she found it without difficulty. Good morning, Dr. Clamor. As she entered the sight of the awakening Navy personnel, they greeted her warmly, expressing their gratitude for her efforts the previous night. Good morning, everyone. Upon witnessing this, Clamor also revealed a smile as harmonious as a spring breeze in response. Dr. Clamor. So early, have you rested well? You must have had quite a challenging night. Robber, upon seeing the beautiful Dr. Clamor, could not help but greet her with a smile. You are awake. I'm still in a state of slumber. Doesn't tea that make me a pig? Dr. Clamor noticed that Robber's complexion had improved somewhat since yesterday's stupor, and she chuckled softly, her laughter adding to her mature charm. So, how is your health faring? She inquired after her laughter subsided. Hey, Dr. Clamor, you have no idea. Not only is the boss feeling somewhat better, he is practically in peak condition. He could devour more than 10 pigs. At that moment, Rhett, who had been listening nearby, eagerly interjected. Uft. Perona, overhearing Rhett's remark and recalling Robber's earlier antics, could not help but cover her cherry-red lips and laugh. Rhett, do you realize that interrupting someone while they speak is exceedingly rude? Upon hearing this, Rob's eyelids involuntarily twitched. He then cast a glance at Rhett, articulating each word with palpable anger. Oh. Startled by Rob's tone, Rhett immediately fell silent, shutting his mouth and lowering his gaze, assuming a demeanor of obedient compliance. This is how it should be. Upon witnessing this, Rob nodded slightly and turned around, just about to speak again, when everyone heard Rhett unexpectedly utter a remark. Isn't it your fault for not teaching him well? At these words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Rhett, who appeared to be obediently compliant. Suddenly, Clamor could no longer contain his laughter and burst out with a chuckle. Rhett, I truly am. Upon witnessing this, Rob pointed at Rhett, struggling to find the appropriate words to describe him. Ultimately, he helplessly lowered his finger and let out a sigh. Rhett, you are truly a remarkable talent. Thank you for the praise, boss. Rhett replied eagerly, lifting his head with excitement gleaming in his eyes. Perona could hardly contain herself with these two lively characters, gently placing her hand on her flat abdomen as laughter escaped her lips. Chapter 132. 100 vehicles, by the way, Major Rob. The food you requested is being prepared by Colonel John Ram and should be delivered shortly, chimed in Clamor, diverting the conversation. Is that so? Thank you, Rob exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement as he looked at Clamor. If the Navy was indeed preparing it, it should suffice for his appetite. Rest assured, Major Rob will be thoroughly satisfied today, Clamor said with a subtle smile. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded. Little Rosie, you claim to be afraid. Yet you seem destined to transform into a little glutton, solely preoccupied with feasting. Perona, observing the exchange, couldn't help but chuckle. If you don't indulge a bit more, how will I be able to protect you? Isn't that right, Rona? Upon hearing this, Rob couldn't help but smile at Perona. Who needs your protection? Perona's alabaster face flushed slightly at his words, and feeling a warmth spread across her cheeks, she quickly crossed her arms and huffed in a proud manner. Amidst their laughter and cheerful banter, several minutes swiftly passed. Rob, you're awake. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from a distance, and everyone turned to see John Ram approaching with a beaming smile. Colonel Ram, it is truly thanks to the provisions and care provided by Dr. Clamor and the others that I am able to awaken. Upon witnessing this, Rob smiled at John Ram. It is good to see you awake. By the way, Dr. Clamor mentioned that you require a substantial amount of food. Hence, I summoned nearly all my chefs to prepare a feast that will surely satisfy your appetite. Hearing Rob's mention of food, John Ram couldn't help but chuckle. I truly appreciate your kindness, Colonel Ram. Once I return to headquarters, I shall certainly speak highly of you. Rhett, not one to overlook the nuances of camaraderie, acknowledged the dedication Ram had shown since his arrival in the North Sea, as well as the rapport he had cultivated with the local populace. Oh, then I extend my gratitude to Major Rob. John Ram's eyes brightened upon hearing this, as he quickly expressed his thanks. If he could receive even a few commendations from Rob at headquarters, it would solidify his position as a brigadier and potentially pave the way for his promotion to Major General. Everyone, please serve Major Rob. John Ram turned his gaze toward the distance, clapped his hands, and called out loudly, "Understood, Colonel Ram." With that, a multitude of chefs clad in white uniforms, along with sailors, emerged from the port, pushing forth carts measuring 3 to 4 meters in length. These carts were overflowing with golden delicacies and an array of vibrant fruits. The sheer volume of food was astounding, as it filled approximately 100 carts. "My goodness, this is an overwhelming amount," Red exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. If all this food were stacked together, it could form a small mountain. "Major Rob, take your time enjoying the meal. If you find it insufficient, do let me know," John Ram said, a swell of pride filling his heart, knowing that he had instructed the chefs to prepare 2 days' worth of provisions for their navy. Fear not, my friend, I shall indulge." Upon witnessing this, Rob could not help but respond, tacitly acknowledging John's words about fostering a closer bond. At that moment, crystalline saliva incessantly pooled from his mouth, while every cell in his body danced with yearning. The thought of the void beckoned. Rob gazed at the tantalizing spread of food before him, his palm slightly outstretched, when suddenly a burst of crimson erupted from the depths of his pupils, causing 2 inky black tadpole-like shapes to swirl within the blood-red irises. In that instant, those around him sensed an invisible force abruptly surging forth from Rob's very being. Instantly, the food within the vehicle levitated into the air, soaring towards Rob with remarkable swiftness. With a resounding crack, he seized a large leg of lamb that had been summoned, his powerful teeth snapping decisively through the bone. What sheer delight! Rob indulged greedily in the food at hand, relishing the exquisite pleasure brought forth by the succulent meat, while simultaneously feeling the waves of potent energy surging deep within his body. In less than a minute, to the astonishment of onlookers, he had used his telekinetic powers to extract all the food from within a nearby vehicle, swallowing it whole without any noticeable fluctuation in his belly. Shortly thereafter, he dashed to the side of the vehicle, seized the food inside, and began devouring it. With a crisp crunch, a plethora of fruits followed suit, entering Rob's stomach in abundance. Before long, in a mere 10 minutes, the spectators observed that the food from approximately 10 vehicles had already been entirely consumed. Was this fellow a beast? How much could he possibly eat? John Ram, despite having mentally prepared himself to some extent, found himself taken aback as he witnessed the scene before him, casting a bewildered glance at his companion, Clamma. Although he had prepared food from over 100 vehicles, he did not actually believe Rob could devour it all. He had merely made the bold decision to stew everything from the naval reserves, as aside from the fruits. Other meats were not particularly challenging for their navy. "Apologies, Colonel Ram. I too am at a loss," Clamma replied with a wry smile. While she had heard from the chef about Rob's formidable appetite, witnessing it firsthand was a different matter altogether. "Miss Rona, does Major Rob usually eat like this? How much food do you consume each day?" Clamma inquired curiously, glancing at Perona. No. While little Rob has always consumed significantly more than the average person, this is not his usual state. He typically eats the equivalent of just 1 vehicle less worth, Perona quickly clarified. "Indeed, the captain does eat more than I do, but not to this terrifying extent," Rate concurred, adding that if this continued, he would be uncertain how many chefs would be needed on the ship in the future. The disparity of consuming an entire vehicle's worth of food was staggering. Even considering the need for recovery from injuries, such consumption should be gradual. Clamma furrowed her brow, acknowledging that while some powerful individuals required substantial nutrition during their healing periods due to their enhanced digestive capabilities, leading to a considerable increase in appetite, Rob's case was exceedingly exaggerated. "Clamma, do you think little Rob will encounter any issues?" Perona asked, unable to suppress her concern upon seeing Clamma's frown. Despite Rob having previously explained the reasons behind his increased appetite, let us observe for now, Major Rob has not exhibited any problems as of yet, Clamma pondered thoughtfully. Has he finished eating? After a span of 7 or 8 minutes, John Lamb suddenly observed that Robert had ceased his consumption of food. Simultaneously, he noticed that the previously flat contour of Robert's abdomen had taken on a slight curvature within those fleeting moments, prompting him to pause in bewilderment and inquire, "Is that so?" The others, too, had noted this peculiar change and echoed their agreement, just as the tension in the room began to dissipate. They witnessed Robert not approaching them, but rather making a beeline for the medical room. What could be the matter with Major Robert? Even Dr. Clama was taken aback by Robert's abrupt actions, his finger instinctively pointing towards the medical room as he muttered to himself. Alas, Perona and Raid exchanged glances, letting out deep sighs of concern. What is it? John Lamb inquired, noticing the expressions of Raid and Perona. Boss, he might not have had enough to eat, Raid replied, his gaze fixed on the medical room, a shadow of worry flickering in his eyes. I see. Dr. Clama's eyes suddenly brightened, as if a revelation had dawned upon him. Dr. Clama, what have you realized? John Lamb asked, still struggling to grasp the situation. Bang! Before Dr. Clama could elucidate further, they all beheld Robert bursting forth from the medical room like a bolt from a crossbow, returning once more to the food-laden cart. I understand now. John Lamb stammered, his pupils contracting sharply as comprehension washed over him, his voice trembling and fragmented. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the food began to diminish at an alarming rate, visibly vanishing before them. After more than an hour, and with Robert making 5 or 6 trips to the medical room, the cart that had once brimmed with over 100 servings of food was finally rendered utterly empty. Just a little more would have sufficed. Rob stared at the empty vehicle before him, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Well, it seems he has eaten enough. Rob felt the surging power within his body, along with the vanishing sensation of hunger, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Oh, why are you all staring at me? As Rob turned around, he was met with the unwavering gazes of John Ram and his companions, prompting him to inquire somewhat awkwardly, Major Rob, is there enough to eat? Upon seeing Rob, John Ram's legs trembled slightly. The display he had just witnessed was nothing short of astonishing. For someone who had never worried about sustenance, he now felt an unsettling anxiety creeping in. Meanwhile, the chefs, who had not received any commands from John Ram, stood by the vehicle, their eyes fixed intently on Rob. It's sufficient, though a bit more would be appreciated, he replied. Upon hearing this, Rob inadvertently voiced his inner thoughts. However, as soon as the words left his lips, a cacophony of metallic clinks resonated through the air, as onlookers beheld the chef beside the vehicle drop all his utensils onto the ground. Ah, Colonel Ram, please do not take it to heart. I have nearly finished my meal. Kindly allow the brothers to return and rest. Upon witnessing the situation, Rob felt a tinge of embarrassment and remarked that he was aware the cooks were quite fatigued due to his own actions. Is that so? Major Rob, it truly isn't sufficient. I shall devise another solution for you. John Rams interjected. No need for that. Consuming too much is detrimental to one's health, is it not? Let them take their rest. By the way, you should also take a break. Just look at those dark circles under your eyes. Upon witnessing this, Rob gently patted John Ram's shoulder, then, pointing at John Ram's eyes, chuckled. All right, I shall take my leave for a rest. John Ram, upon hearing this, refrained from further inquiry, as he too felt the weariness emanating from his body. Thanks, brother, he replied. Upon witnessing this, Rob chuckled and nodded. Ha. We are already calling each other brothers. Why discuss such matters? If there is anything else that requires my attention, just summon me, and I shall attend to it promptly. Hearing this, John Lamb couldn't help but burst into laughter, responding, Then I shall take my leave to rest. Very well, go ahead, came the reply. Rob nodded. After speaking, John Aaron made his way towards a group of chefs and naval personnel assisting with the food transport. Just as everyone was about to depart, a hearty laugh echoed from a distance. Rob, are you awake? Soon, they beheld the formidable and fierce-looking ghost spider approaching, a smile gracing his face as he emerged from the town. Haha, I didn't expect you to wake up so soon, lad. How is your health? The ghost spider inquired as he reached Rob's side. Thank you for your concern, Admiral. With the assistance of Dr. Claremont and Colonel John Aaron, I am no longer facing any significant issues. Upon witnessing this, Rob responded with a smile, Haha, that is indeed good to hear. However, one must still pay attention to self-care. Recovery will require some time. Once you are fully restored, we can set off back to headquarters at our convenience. The ghost spider, relieved to hear Rob was unharmed, did not dwell on it further, assuming he had merely just awakened and had not noticed any other significant issues. Thank you for your concern, General. Upon hearing this, Rob felt no need to explain that he had fully recovered. After all, having arrived in the world of pirates, he wished to relax and was in no hurry to return to headquarters for the conferment of his major general rank. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The following content is even more thrilling. By the way, what is the meaning of these vehicles? Upon hearing this, Ghost Spider nodded and noticed the more than 100 empty carts in the open space, prompting him to inquire. Admiral, These are the provisions prepared for Major Rob. John Ram interjected, having halted his earlier intent to depart upon hearing Ghost Spider's words. Food? So much? At this, Ghost Spider's pupils involuntarily constricted, and he cast a deep glance at Rob, a peculiar expression flickering in his eyes. He mused inwardly. Indeed, this extraordinary bloodline is somewhat unique. While there are individuals in this world with incredibly formidable digestive abilities, such as Kaido of the 100 Beasts, this nonetheless underscores Rob's exceptional nature. Of course, he also understood that this ability alone would not be the reason for the Fleet Admiral's extreme regard for Rob. Among the secrets he was privy to, the Admiral sought to unravel the mystery of how to revive Perona. Well, I must express my gratitude to Colonel John Ram for his preparations, otherwise I might not be able to joyfully dance before the Admiral at this moment. Upon hearing this, Rob glanced at John Ram and said, after having shed his Sharingan post-meal, he had noticed that the Ghost Spider, with his back turned to him, exhibited no unusual glances. It seems I owe Colonel Ram my thanks. If I recall correctly, he is currently in a year-long evaluation period for promotion to Brigadier General, is that not so? Rest assured, upon my return to headquarters with Major Rob, I shall advocate on your behalf. Chapter 134, No Hope Left. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in the eyes of Ghost Spider, for he discerned the implication in Rob's statement. Yes, indeed. Thank you, esteemed General, John Ram exclaimed joyfully, realizing that with the support of General Ghost Spider, his promotion to Brigadier General was secured. Now, you should take some rest, Ghost Spider remarked, nodding as he noted John Ram's dark circles under his eyes. Very well. I shall take my leave, John Ram replied promptly, and with that, he dismissed the assembled Navy personnel and cooks, departing from the scene. That Colonel Ram is quite commendable. Ghost Spider mused to himself after John Ram had exited, turning back with a smile as he regarded Rob. Indeed, he is a fine naval officer. I shall rely on you, General, when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Rob smiled. Ha! I never expected that you, my friend, would stand up for someone else. Rest assured, if Major Rob, who caused an uproar in the Western Sea, recommends someone, it would indeed be a shame if we failed to nurture them properly. The Ghost Spider, upon hearing this, laughed heartily. In truth, he had always held a certain disdain for the intricacies of officialdom. However, the fact that Rob, who dared to broadcast the Navy's corruption to the entirety of the Western Sea, had taken notice of this individual indicated that he was, at the very least, not a disgrace to the Navy's esteemed reputation. The Rear Admiral is being too generous. I possess no such discernment. Upon hearing this, Robert couldn't help but chuckle. He suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of attention from the Ghost Spider before him. He recalled that in his previous life, the Ghost Spider was known for its cold demeanor. Thus, he was taken aback by its unexpected courtesy. Little did he realize that the Ghost Spider had no interest in the feeble. Disregarding Robert's standing in the mind of the warlord of the Warring States, the mere fact that Robert's prowess had reached the level of a mid-ranking officer was sufficient for the Ghost Spider to regard him as an equal. In its eyes, strength was the foremost criterion. Take your time to recuperate here. Once you and your brother have healed, give me a call, and we shall set forth together. The Ghost Spider remarked, motivated not only by a desire for Robert to regain his peak strength but also by a fear that they might depart too early, as the young and inexperienced Qingji had yet to arrive before entering the Grand Line. While he felt confident that nothing would transpire in the North Sea, the circumstances would be markedly different upon venturing into the Grand Line. Indeed, I shall tend to my wounds diligently, Robert replied. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded. Very well. I shall take my leave. With that, the Ghost Spider departed from the infirmary, heading towards the grand edifice of the North Sea Navy headquarters. Major Rob, I too shall assess the situation in the infirmary to see if we can accommodate some of the critically injured patients for their recovery, remarked Clamma, unable to contain his thoughts, as last night had only seen the completion of all naval surgeries, with other tasks still pending. Indeed, go ahead. I appreciate your assistance thus far. Rob glanced at Clamor and expressed his gratitude. Well, you are quite courteous. I shall take my leave then. Upon hearing this, Clamor couldn't help but chuckle. What can I say? My teacher taught me to be polite. Rob gazed at the radiant smile of Clamma, unable to suppress a faint smile of his own. You rascal, you're off, he remarked. With that, Clamma made his way toward the medical room and departed. Well, goodbye. As Robert watched the figure of Clamma depart, he suddenly found himself completely relaxed, only to realize that Clamma was indeed a beauty, something he had previously overlooked. "Oh dear, Rona, what troubles you?" Just then, Robert felt a sharp pain in his ear, prompting him to glance at Perona beside him, who was glaring at him with fierce intensity. "Did I not instruct you to refrain from staring at girls?" Perona's words were accompanied by a tightening grip, infused with a hint of anger. Oh, easy now, Rona, I was wrong." In pain, Robert quickly surrendered, raising his hands in a gesture of submission. "Humph, little Robert, remember that you should only gaze upon the girls you like. Understood?" Perona said, her heart racing wildly, for Robert had previously confessed his affection for her. What? Is this some twisted logic? Upon hearing this, Rob could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief and inquire further. Humph, Perona, taken aback by his words, found herself at a loss for words, resorting only to a delicate huff. "You see, why should I not be allowed to admire other girls? It doesn't affect anyone. Does it? No, wait, because..." Perona hastily retorted, yet soon found herself at a loss for a counterargument, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of anxiousness. "Why is that?" Struggling to conjure a rationale, she faltered. Rob observed Perona's anxious expression and felt an inexplicable sense of delight. He couldn't help but gently tease her by pinching her delicate little nose. This was because they would feel quite uncomfortable otherwise. Perona sensed an unusual warmth coursing through her body, and a flush of crimson crept onto her cheeks. With no other option, she hastily sought a retort. "Uncomfortable? Well, couldn't I just sneak a glance? If I could affect others, that would be a stretch, so your statement is rather fallacious." Upon witnessing this, Rob could not help but smile and said, "Humph, you foul Rob, is that twisted reasoning truly rational?" Hearing this, Perona's anxious gaze suddenly lit up with a glimmer of insight, and she promptly retorted, "Isn't that so? Isn't that so? My dear master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the following events promise to be even more thrilling." Upon hearing this, Rob was utterly astonished, rendered speechless as he stood frozen in place. At that moment, he suddenly grasped a profound truth. Reasoning with women is an endeavor destined for failure. "Little Rob, I am not mistaken, am I? You must not gaze at other beauties henceforth, or else." Perona, noticing Rob's silence, couldn't help but chuckle. "Or else what?" Rob, having abandoned the argument with Perona, asked somewhat dazedly. "Or else, I shall make you regret it," Perona replied, momentarily taken aback, hastily adding while striking a playful pose of threat. "Humph, if you wish to see, do so quickly. I am off to the infirmary for a bath. Otherwise, when I emerge, the opportunity will be lost." Observing the somewhat dazed look in Rob's eyes, Perona felt a twinge of softness in her heart. Blushing, she spoke hurriedly, not waiting for Rob's response, and dashed towards the infirmary. "Boss, Sister Rona's twisted logic is indeed remarkable," Rhett remarked, giving a thumbs up as he watched Rona depart. "Indeed. It's astonishing. How does her mind work?" Upon hearing this, Rob gradually regained his composure and exclaimed with a sense of incredulity, "This is simply unfathomable. Boss, it appears you must seek someone new to cherish, for Sister Rona cannot withstand this." Sighing, he continued. In response, Leek cast a worried glance at Rob. "Do you not find her endearing in this manner?" "I certainly do." Upon hearing these words, Rob could not help but reveal a look of delight, excitement shimmering in his pupils. It was over. The boss was beyond salvation. Seeing this, Len instinctively covered his forehead and sighed. Chapter 135, Stepping into the Sixth Stage of Body Techniques. "Haha, such is fate." Upon hearing this, Rob smiled faintly and then turned to Rhett beside him, saying, "You should really take a proper rest. Don't set off in your current injured state." "Rest assured, boss," Rhett responded, momentarily taken aback, but then resolutely declared that on that stormy night on Abu's island, he had vowed not to become a burden to his leader any longer. With that said, he who usually enjoyed bantering with Rob lay back down, closed his eyes, and began to rest. This young man seems to have changed somewhat. Rob gazed at Rhett, who was about to recline back onto the bed, momentarily taken aback. He then murmured to himself, "Ah, this fellow seemed to have mentioned that he would no longer be a burden to me, this rascal." Rob's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization as he recalled the words spoken to him by Rhett. He gently shook his head and smiled. "Rest assured, Rhett and Rona, with my presence, such incidents shall not occur again." As he finished speaking, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his dark pupils, and he coldly commanded, "System, initiate the light training method." Rob immersed his consciousness within his mind, awakening a mysterious regimen of exercises. Almost immediately, he felt a surge of enigmatic energy gradually permeating from the depths of his limbs and bones. Commence the light push-ups. At the utterance of those words, Rob descended to the ground, assuming the standard push-up position, while that peculiar ability flowed seamlessly between his arms. 1. Subsequently, he continued in the same manner as before. In that moment of exertion, Rob raised his brows. He could distinctly perceive that with the awakening of his ethereal essence, the difficulty of performing the light training techniques had diminished once more. Light sit-ups, light squats, light 100-meter sprints, accompanied by the cold, mechanical voice of the system. Rob completed a full cycle in barely a few seconds. Simultaneously, the energy within his system underwent a transformation, experiencing a slight increase. Indeed, it seemed that at any given time, as his strength augmented, the execution of the light training techniques became effortless, and the energy gained remained unaltered. A wave of joy surged within Rob's heart, for the acquisition of such abilities was exceedingly arduous, attainable solely through relentless training. Both the mastery of hockey and physical prowess necessitated an abundance of energy. Onward, Rob, gathering his composure, suddenly felt a surge of determination as he activated the light training method once more. In the gaze of onlookers, he began to swiftly repeat the rigorous set of exercises. How infuriating it was! While the leader was diligently training, he found himself still confined to his bed. How could he ever become a true support to his leader? Rob, however, remained oblivious to the fact that Red, standing nearby, was tightly clenching his fists, his heart filled with anxiety. Soon, after approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the air was pierced by Rob's labored breaths. As sweat trickled down, Rob began to feel a wave of soreness coursing through his body. How much have I accomplished? Upon witnessing this, Rob couldn't help but pause momentarily, delving into his consciousness to examine his character panel. With the total attribute points accumulated, has it truly reached 4,862? Rob gazed at the figures dancing in his mind, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. Today, I shall ascend to the 6th stage. With that thought, he pushed through the initial aches in his muscles and immersed himself once more into his training. 4,873. 4,882, drenched in sweat. Rob observed the steadily rising numbers within his consciousness, relentlessly honing his strength. Once more, with a deep, resonant roar, he tightened his sore muscles, which, under the influence of a peculiar energy, contracted and expanded with fervor. At that moment, Perona emerged from the medical room, having just finished her bath. Clad in the nurse uniform prepared by Dr. Clamart, towel in hand, drying her long, lustrous black hair. Upon witnessing Rob exercising on the grassy expanse, she momentarily froze, her keen intellect swiftly grasping that he was striving to enhance his power rapidly, fearful of a recurrence of the calamity that befell Abu's island. A subtle ache stirred within her heart. Rob, do not overexert yourself. You have only just recovered. Please take some time to rest. Perona approached him, concern etching her features. Perona? Lost in the throes of his workout, Rob halted at the sound of her voice, turning to gaze at her. His dark eyes widened in astonishment, fixated upon her with intensity. For Perona, in that moment, radiated an extraordinary beauty, clad in a pink nurse uniform that showcased her alabaster calves. She donned a pair of white slippers. The sun had risen, casting warm and radiant rays akin to sand, illuminating the delicate features of the young woman. Her long, ebony hair cascaded down like a waterfall, with glistening droplets trickling from the tips, reflecting the sunlight with a mesmerizing brilliance. Coupled with her lively, dark eyes, she exuded an enchanting playfulness. Why do you keep staring? Perona, noticing Rob's unwavering gaze after her words, felt a blush bloom upon her fair cheeks. After a brief silence, unable to contain her fluttering heart, she shyly inquired, Do you not say one can only gaze upon those they admire? Upon hearing this, Rob gazed at Perona, whose exquisite beauty appeared even more enchanting due to her bashfulness. A slight smile played upon his lips as he remarked, You. Perona, feeling the heat rise in her cheeks under the scrutiny of the surrounding navy, found herself at a loss for words to counter Rob's playful comment. Rona, wait for me. I shall take a rest shortly. Upon witnessing Perona's flushed complexion, Rob offered a slight smile before resuming his rigorous training with the light technique. Little Rob, upon observing this, found herself momentarily taken aback. As she watched Rob immerse himself once more in the arduous exercise, a thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. With a deep breath, she realized, I am just a step away, only 20 energy points remain. Soon, Rob's powerful breaths echoed once again, as beads of sweat, resembling droplets, cascaded down to the ground. Rob could distinctly observe the quivering and spasming of his muscles, while an overwhelming ache surged forth like the tide, battering his taut mind. No, I can endure. Rob clenched his teeth with great intensity, fully aware that although his strength had significantly progressed since his arrival in the pirate world, he remained precariously positioned within this realm. He was no longer alone in his endeavors. Rob clenched his jaw tightly, persistently repeating the movements of the light training method, while his consciousness fervently surged towards the threshold of the 6th tier. 8, 7, 4, 3, 2, breathe. At last, he reached it. Rob focused intently on the numerical values swirling in his mind, his gaze sharpening, and then, with trembling muscles, he completed the final iteration. At last, Rob raised his head to gaze at the brilliant sun, allowing perspiration to cascade down his body as he greedily inhaled the fresh air. He could sense the mysterious energy gradually dissipating, and his once painfully sore muscles began to recover slowly. Shaluazi, have you finished your workout? At that moment, Perona's voice reached Rob's ears from the side. Chapter 136, The First Time. What is it, Rona? Upon hearing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Rona and inquired, have you finished your training? Perona, upon hearing this, felt her delicate visage flush with a rosy hue. She averted her gaze and softly replied, Oh, Rona, please wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Rob felt somewhat perplexed, yet he refrained from inquiring further. He promptly delved into the depths of his mind, channeling all his focus into enhancing his physical techniques. Rob gazed intently at the character panel, where the values had just reached the requisite standard. Suddenly, he observed the remaining values diminishing at an astonishing rate, while the physical prowess metrics surged dramatically. In but a fleeting moment, all energy was channeled into his physical abilities, and an inexplicable sensation surged within his body. With an involuntary, prolonged breath, a mysterious energy flowed forth from his very being, cascading through his veins like a gentle stream, warming him from within and enveloping his entire form. An indescribable sense of euphoria then permeated his body, as if he were reclining in a soothing hot spring, leading to utter relaxation. Buzz. In the next instant, Rob's previously closed eyes flew open, a glimmer of brilliance igniting within his pupils, accompanied by an immense psychic force that inadvertently emanated from him. Little Rob? Perona exclaimed, her gaze fixed upon him in astonishment, as she too felt the presence of this enigmatic power, noticing a force subtly lifting her. With a long, drawn-out breath, she observed Rob's chest expanding, and simultaneously, that mysterious energy quietly dissipated. Is this the power of the 6th tier? After Robert slowly exhaled, he instinctively glanced at his own body. At that moment, he could perceive the explosive power coursing through him, a force far surpassing that of his previous state, magnified several times over. Bang! Upon witnessing this, Rob could not help but clench his outstretched palm with great force, a powerful grip that even produced a faint sound. Surely, he could now keep pace with the leopard form of Rob Lucci. Rob's gaze flickered momentarily, as if lost in thought. He could sense that, at present, his mastery of physical techniques alone allowed him to contend with Luffy, who had just unlocked the 2nd gear. Furthermore, in terms of his capabilities, he needed to elevate both forms of Haki to the 5th level. Only then would his strength experience a significant enhancement. Rob glanced at the character panel, his head throbbing at the terror of the staggering value of his 7th tier body technique, which reached an astounding 1 million. This indicated that even with his current 6th tier body technique, he still required 5,000 energy points to advance. Although he could achieve 5,000 points in approximately a month, this amount would already suffice to elevate his dual-colored domineering abilities to the next significant realm, making it undoubtedly a more lucrative endeavor. After all, as he was on the brink of entering a new world, what he needed most was a swift enhancement of his strength. He chuckled to himself, contemplating that perhaps in a few years, he could grow into a formidable force capable of standing alone. A subtle smile graced Rob's lips as a thought emerged in his mind. It is essential to recognize that with the enhancement of his prowess, the accrual of value would accelerate exponentially, while the foes he confronted would also possess increasingly formidable demonic values. Although the demonic value fluctuated in tandem with his own strength, as long as the disparity was not excessively vast, it would not manifest as mere trivial increments. Even adversaries of comparable might could yield thousands of demonic points. In that moment, Rob realized the sheer terror of this system. It seemed that ascending to the pinnacle of the world was not an insurmountable challenge. With a modicum of time, he could gradually engage with powerful beings to amass demonic value. Rob could see a radiant path ahead. He was aware that he had endured the most arduous phase and was about to enter a period of remarkable growth and strength. Little Rob, are you all right? At that moment, Perona sensed the enigmatic energy surrounding them. In her childhood, she had often witnessed Rob with his eyes closed, enveloped in silence for quite some time, which piqued her curiosity. I'm fine. What is it, Rona? Upon hearing this, Rob withdrew from his previous train of thought. His spirits lifted. He cast a smile at Perona and inquired, well, if you follow me, you shall find out. At his words, Perona's previously calm visage flushed with a rosy hue, and she shyly replied, oh, could it be? Upon witnessing this, Rob felt a tremor in his heart, as if some fortuitous event awaited him. Gazing at Perona's bashful visage, an unusual sensation surged within him, prompting him to smile warmly at her and inquire, what occupies your thoughts? Perona, meeting Rob's gaze, felt her cheeks flush deeper, and turning her head away, she lost the earlier bravado. Instead, in a soft and timid voice, she suggested, would you accompany me for a stroll? As she spoke, her delicate hands, as pure as jade, clasped together in front of her, uncertain of where to place them. What? Could you speak up? I can't hear you, Perona. Rob felt an inexplicable sense of comfort upon seeing Perona's appearance. Although he had clearly heard her words, he couldn't help but ask once more, I say, could you accompany me for a stroll? Perona, believing Rob had not heard her, lowered her blushing face slightly and raised her voice. Huh? What? I truly didn't catch that. Could you speak a bit louder, please, Rob? Upon hearing this, Rob's lips curled into a slight smile, and he inquired once more with a beaming expression, my dear. There is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the subsequent events are even more thrilling. Perona, upon hearing his words, could not help but feel a sense of urgency, lightly shifting her weight from foot to foot, and in exasperation exclaimed, do hurry and tell me. What is it that you wish to convey? Upon witnessing this, Rob could not help but urge humph. Upon hearing this, Rona could no longer contain herself. She bit her lip fiercely, turned her head, and fixed her gaze intently on Rob, then exclaimed loudly, I ask, can you accompany me for a stroll? In the next moment, her resounding voice reverberated throughout the open space, drawing the astonished attention of numerous sailors, their eyes widening in disbelief. Even Rhett, who had been preparing to lie down and rest, was startled into sitting upright by the force of her utterance. Rona, you. Rob was momentarily stunned by the sudden exclamation. Perona, noticing his reaction, disregarded her flushed cheeks and slightly raised her toes, leaning forward intently. With her beautiful eyes fixated on Rob's face, she declared emphatically, this is my first time, you know. Rob felt the gaze of onlookers surrounding him, for the first time experiencing an unusual sensation surging from his body. Invited by a girl for the first time, he found himself momentarily dazed. As if it were her first time. Upon noticing his reaction, Perona bit her pink lips and seized Rob's long, broad hand, leading him toward the town. Well, Sister Rona, you were simply amazing, exclaimed Rhett, who stood nearby, captivated by the scene unfolding before him. In that moment, the girl held the boy's hand, her delicate legs carrying them toward the town as the bright sunlight bathed them, casting a harmonious reflection of their intertwined figures. Chapter 137, A Date North Sea. Naval headquarters. The scorching sun hung in the sky, and as time passed, it slowly approached noon. Radiant sunlight poured forth from the blazing sun, enveloping the vast island in a golden hue. At this moment, countless citizens were diligently engaged in their respective tasks, and the entire town presented a picture of thriving prosperity. With a robust breath, Perona bent over, panting at the entrance of the town. A few beads of perspiration glistened on her fair forehead, while she continued to hold Rob's hand. Rona, are we on a date? Upon witnessing this, Rob could not help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth, simultaneously squeezing the delicate palm of the girl in his grasp, which resembled a white lotus root. Perona felt an unusual sensation in her hand and instinctively lifted her gaze to meet Rob's. You silly Rob, you blockhead, she exclaimed, feeling a rush of warmth flood her cheeks. Without hesitation, she raised her small, rosy fist and playfully struck it against Rob's broad chest. Oh, so you mean to say that you are my boyfriend then? Upon hearing those words, Rob narrowed his eyes slightly, and a subtle smile graced his lips. As he beheld the young maiden before him, an extraordinary sensation stirred within his heart. What do you say? Perona retorted, her cheeks flushed, as she turned her head away with a pout. Rona. Upon hearing these words, Rob gazed at the girl's bashful demeanor, and in that instant, his heart stirred slightly. He then steadied himself and gently grasped Perona's shoulders. Perona, upon hearing this, lowered her head, and spoke in a faint whisper. Though she had exhibited remarkable courage earlier in the medical room, she now found herself flustered and bewildered, as it was her first experience of such a nature. "Look at me, Rona." Rob gazed at Perona, who was lowering her head, and a gentle smile graced his lips. At that moment, he was overwhelmed by an extraordinary sensation, an intense desire to cherish the young girl in his arms. Perona, upon hearing his words, timidly raised her head, fixing her gaze upon the boy before her with unwavering resolve. "Perona, will you be my girlfriend?" Rob gazed at the bashful maiden before him. A grave expression etched upon his face. For reasons unbeknownst to him, his heart began to pound fiercely in that very moment. In the stillness of the atmosphere, he could even discern the rhythmic thumping of his own heartbeat. Perona, feeling shy, nodded in response, lowering her gaze in acquiescence. "Rona, from this moment forth, I shall ensure that you endure no harm whatsoever." Upon hearing this, Rob smiled faintly and extended his sturdy arms to embrace the young girl. Immediately, a sensation as delicate as bone began to spread from his chest. Young Perona felt enveloped by a profound warmth, and in that moment, she found a sense of reassurance blossoming within her heart. Who needs your protection? I am not weak." Perona, coming back to her senses from the warmth, involuntarily let out a muffled grunt and broke free from Rob's embrace, seizing his hand as they rushed toward the town. "Let us indulge in a grand feast." Young Rob, accompanied by Perona's joyful voice, she pulled Rob along, racing towards the town. Very well, very well." Rob stared at Perona's dancing figure, a droplet of saliva escaping his lips, as he realized he hadn't had his fill that morning. With that, the two of them plunged into the heart of the bustling town. "Little Rob, what do you think of this?" Perona exclaimed, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she pointed ahead with her finger while they strolled along the lively streets. "Oh." Rob turned at the sound and beheld a quaint eatery ahead, adorned with bold characters proclaiming, "Octopus Ball, Char-Siu Shop." "Wow. Come on, Rona. I have yet to indulge in such a delicacy." Rob felt saliva incessantly secreting from his mouth, nearly dripping down. Upon witnessing Shaba's octopus balls, he had been unable to shake the thought from his mind. Today, he was fortunate enough to encounter this delicacy. How could he possibly refrain from indulging? Proprietor, please bring me all of your octopus balls," he declared. Perona approached, pointing at the neatly arranged pile of over a dozen octopus balls, smiling as she spoke. She knew that Rob's appetite could certainly accommodate them. "Rona, have you forgotten how much I just consumed?" Rob glanced at the octopus balls before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although it was a trivial matter to him, he still wished to tease Perona a little. As if I don't know you." Perona pouted, suddenly recalling that she had never actually seen Rob claim to be full. "Major Rob?" The proprietor, a middle-aged man, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Rob's visage, as he had encountered Rob's likeness in the newspapers. "Do you recognize me?" Upon hearing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond immediately. "Is it truly Lord Rob? Did I not hear yesterday that you had succumbed to a faint? Have you recovered so swiftly?" The owner, witnessing this, narrowed his eyes in disbelief and inquired, "Haha, it is indeed thanks to Dr. Clama and Colonel John Ram." Upon hearing this, Rob couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, there was not an abundance of food. It was impossible for him to recover to his normal state so swiftly, let alone directly transcend to the 6th tier of physical prowess. "Haha, Major Rob, it's splendid that you're feeling better. This meal is on me, feel free to indulge." The proprietor exclaimed with hearty laughter. Dear reader, there are still more chapters ahead. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. No, I must still pay." Rob chuckled and promptly responded with courtesy, mindful of the principle upheld by soldiers in his previous life, to never take advantage of the common people. "Major Rob, you are too kind. If I were to accept your money, what would the onlookers think of me? You are our esteemed major, a true hero. Since the incident in the West Sea, the Navy has been even more attentive to us." Upon hearing this, the proprietor gestured towards the crowd and quickly added, "Indeed, Major Rob. How could we possibly accept your money?" At that moment, Rob glanced at the surrounding citizens, who were all smiling, and chimed in, "Yes, Major Rob. Please don't be so formal with us. Just enjoy your meal." They all laughed. "Haha, little Rob, it seems you are quite popular. Is this what the Navy is like?" "Not bad." Perona, observing the scene, turned to Rob with a beaming smile and said, "Hey, of course. Otherwise, how could I protect you?" Upon hearing this, Rob's lips curled into a subtle smile. I don't require protection, you know. I am quite strong myself." "Perona, noticing this, slightly raised her proud stature, pouting her delicate lips as she retorted, I have no desire to be a mere ornament. All right, all right. However, this. Upon hearing this, Rob promptly replied, then turned to his boss, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You foolish one, little Rob, Perona exclaimed, raising her delicate, rosy fist and playfully tapping it on Rob's head. Then, with a hint of mischief, she leaned closer to Rob's ear and whispered, Little Rob, do you truly intend to finish it all? Who could possibly eat that much? Just a token gesture would suffice. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded in agreement. Indeed, if they did not eat, the populace would feel discontented. Yet providing sustenance without compensation was unfeasible. By the way, Rona. What? Perona glanced at Rob in astonishment. Could you possibly? Chapter 138, the culinary chapter, Fish Balls. Rob felt a tinge of embarrassment as he glanced at Rona, then slowly said, Could you lean in closer and speak softly in my ear again? It feels rather delightful, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Perona was momentarily taken aback. But then her thoughts drifted to the affectionate moments shared with Rob, causing a blush to bloom upon her fair cheeks. Humph, what a fanciful thought. Hurry and enjoy the takoyaki. Perona retorted, simultaneously approaching the takoyaki vendor and eagerly instructing, Boss, we'll have 2 orders, please. Certainly. Please take a seat. The fragrant takoyaki will be ready shortly. The vendor responded, his eyes sparkling with delight as he skillfully wielded 2 dark spoons, quickly turning the plump takoyaki balls over on the grill. Little Rob, why are you still standing there? Perona exclaimed, taking hold of Rob's hand and leading him into the establishment. The interior was predominantly made of wood, exuding an air of antiquity and charm. The wooden seating was modest in size yet exquisitely crafted, adorned with an array of beautiful carvings depicting bamboo leaves, flowers, and other lovely flora. As it was still some time until lunch, the shop remained empty. Major Rob, your takoyaki is ready, came the jovial voice of the middle-aged owner. So soon? Upon hearing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback, as he was indeed unfamiliar with this particular dish and unaware of its required cooking time. Young Luazi. The uncle had already grilled the octopus balls to a perfect 9/10 doneness, and the lunch hour was swiftly approaching. Perona, upon hearing this, could not help but smile gently. Major, this young lady is correct. If I am not fully prepared by noon, I shall find myself quite overwhelmed. The boss, observing the exchange, also chuckled and elaborated. Please. Enjoy your octopus balls. As he finished speaking, Rob beheld 2 steaming plates of octopus balls being placed on the wooden table by the octopus vendor. Each plate nearly occupied half the table's surface, adorned with nearly a dozen plump octopus balls, each skewer holding 5. Come, young Luazi, do have a taste. Perona extended her delicate hand, lifting a steaming octopus ball and presenting it before Rob. Upon witnessing this, Rob swiftly opened his mouth and devoured the octopus ball in one fell swoop. With a delightful burst, a rich sauce flooded his palate. Exquisite. The robust flavors intermingled with an enchanting aroma, compelling Rob to exclaim in admiration. Come on, little Rob, have another. Perona, noticing the expression of sheer enjoyment, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips as she offered another octopus ball from her hand. Isn't this octopus ball simply marvelous? Rob, without a moment's hesitation, relished the octopus balls once more, extolling their virtues. It is worth noting that even the large pot of rice and grilled meat prepared by the naval chef was delightful to him. Thus, one can only imagine the exquisite flavors of such a meticulously crafted delicacy. Little Rob, shall I prepare octopus balls for you next time? Perona asked with a smile, holding up a skewer that had been devoured, before presenting another octopus ball before Rob's eager gaze. Sure, but you must promise not to deceive me this time. Upon hearing this, Rob's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly responded, When have I ever deceived you, little Rosie? Perona, upon hearing his words, couldn't help but raise her delicate little fist and lightly tap it against Rob's shoulder. You claim you haven't lied, yet you promised not to fall asleep, leaving me in a state of worry. Rob chewed on the octopus balls, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy as he remarked, All right, rest assured. I shall not deceive you again. Upon hearing this, Perona's pupils dilated in surprise. She could sense the depth of concern Rob had for her well-being. Resolute, she resolved to enhance her physical abilities in the future, realizing she could not overly rely on her fruit powers. Very well. Upon hearing this, Rob glanced towards Perona, at which point he became acutely aware of a certain matter. Rona, do not merely watch me eat. Come, partake in some as well. Rob hurriedly picked up an octopus ball and brought it to Perona's lips. Upon witnessing this, Perona's fair cheeks flushed slightly as she opened her cherry-like mouth and gently bit into the octopus ball, taking a small portion. Rona, you should savor the meat in hearty bites. Come, allow me to show you. This delicacy can be enjoyed in a single mouthful. Upon witnessing this, Rob's eyes involuntarily reflected a sense of urgency, and he swiftly brought the octopus balls to his lips. Observe, just like this. With that, he directly swallowed a portion of the octopus ball that Rona had bitten into. See, just like that, one bite at a time. Give it a try. It's delightful. Rob swallowed another takoyaki in one gulp and then presented it before Perona. Little Rob, you. Perona gazed at Rob in a daze, her previously flushed face now glowing even more under the embrace of the steam. If her memory served her right, Rob had just devoured the takoyaki she had left uneaten. Rona, what's the matter? Is this truly difficult? Surely you can manage this. Rob, however, remained oblivious to the underlying issue and inquired with a hint of perplexity. Who is incapable? Isn't it merely a matter of speaking one after another? Upon hearing this, Perona let out a delicate hum, leaning forward with her face, her pristine white teeth effortlessly consuming the octopus balls in a single bite. The story has yet to conclude. Please turn to the next page to continue savoring the captivating content. What say you? After swallowing the delicacy, Perona stood tall, defiantly asserting, "Oh, do you not feel an entirely different sensation now?" Upon witnessing this, Rob's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gazed at Perona with an expression of delight. There seems to be a slight difference. Let me try again. At his words, a spark of excitement flickered in Perona's eyes, and she promptly took another bite of the octopus ball that Rob had lifted for her. How does it taste? Rob inquired. Perona, instead of responding verbally, merely emitted a soft hum, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she once again swallowed the octopus ball impaled on Rob's skewer. What do you think? Upon witnessing this, Rob's previously slightly raised smile diminished, prompting him to inquire about the meaning behind the current situation and whether the dish was indeed palatable. Silly Rob, huh? At hearing his words, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Perona's eyes. She had just experienced the unique deliciousness of the octopus balls with her first bite. Furthermore, having not eaten since her awakening, she found herself captivated by the flavors of these octopus balls, feeling somewhat reluctant to consume all of them herself. Especially in light of the octopus owner's presence, she suddenly entertained a mischievous thought. Shall I give it another try? Perona, maintaining her composure, furrowed her brow as before, and then, without hesitation, picked up an octopus ball and took a bite. Instantly, the burst of sauce tantalized her taste buds. You should try again. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded and suddenly, a wave of terror washed over him as he realized a certain fact, prompting him to shout, "Hey, Rona, leave some for me." Chapter 139, The Gluttonous Pair Yobo. Perona, upon hearing his exclamation, looked at the octopus balls she had stealthily devoured, leaving only a fraction behind, and couldn't help but cover her flat stomach, laughing heartily. Little Rob, you've finally noticed, haha. You wicked woman. Upon hearing this, Rob swiftly extended his hand towards the octopus balls on the platter, for there remained a few morsels. Go ahead, indulge yourself. After all, there are hardly any left. We had agreed not to trouble the proprietor for more octopus balls, Perona remarked with a playful smile, observing Rob's astonished expression. It simply isn't enough. In a mere minute or two, Rob devoured the remaining takoyaki, gazing in anguish at the ceiling. No, Rona. Don't you think we should extend our hospitality towards the boss's business? Rob raised his head with determination, gazing intently at Perona. He resolved to engage her in a serious discussion regarding their culinary choices. However, we had previously agreed to limit ourselves to this amount. Upon hearing his words, Perona slightly furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the octopus balls sizzling outside the shop. No, little Rob, we cannot indulge ourselves in such a manner. Perona bit her luscious red lips firmly. Rona, look, there are at least dozens of trays over there. Rob pointed anxiously towards the steaming octopus balls outside the shop. I believe, Shaluazi, you make a valid point. Let us indulge in 2 more plates. Upon hearing this, Perona's lips curled into a faint smile as she exchanged a glance with Rob. Owner, we would like 2 more plates of takoyaki, please. Upon witnessing this, Rob, unable to contain his impatience, struck the table and exclaimed with fervor, Very well, Major Rob. Half an hour later, within the confines of the takoyaki shop, an oddity prevailed. Apart from Perona and Rob, there were no other patrons present. "Oh, how delightful, Rona." Rob suddenly glanced around in panic and exclaimed, "What's wrong? Little Rosie?" Perona gently caressed her slightly bulging abdomen with one hand while discarding a wooden skewer with the other. We have eaten all the octopus balls." Rob trembled slightly as he pointed around him. "What?" Perona, lost in her culinary reverie, momentarily froze and instinctively glanced around. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. For beside their wooden table stood 5 wooden stumps, each boasting approximately 10 layers, and within each layer lay a tray that had once held takoyaki. On their table, remnants of sauce clung to the wooden skewers nestled within 2 takoyaki trays. "We ordered every single takoyaki from the vendor. Haven't you noticed that there isn't a single customer around us?" Rob couldn't help but cover his face. Previously, it was agreed that the common folk would not be burdened, yet now not only had they taken from them, but they had seized everything. This was nothing short of banditry. "Hey, little Rob, I have an idea," Perona exclaimed, glancing at the octopus boss who was busy tidying up. "What idea?" Rob inquired. "The boss certainly won't charge us when he comes in, so we can only indulge in someone else's lavish feast. Squandering the fruits of another's hard work without earning a single penny." Rob couldn't help but sigh. Although it was the other party's willingness, he was no pirate. He was a man of integrity in the Navy. "Here's the plan. I will employ my ability to summon a spirit of negativity, which will momentarily control the octopus boss and those surrounding him. Under my influence, they will briefly descend into a state of self-doubt, their attention significantly diverted from the outside world. At that moment, little Rob, you shall seize the opportunity to utilize your telekinesis, allowing us to discreetly slip away unnoticed by the crowd. My ability will dissipate swiftly, leaving no lasting effects, and the onlookers will not perceive us as disrespecting the boss for not allowing him to treat us. Rather, they will view him as generous for offering us all the octopus balls." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Perona's beautiful eyes. "Simultaneously, we will take this opportunity to place the money beneath the plate, compelling the octopus boss to reluctantly accept our payment, thus alleviating any guilt we might feel for consuming such a substantial amount of food for free." "Clever, right, little Rob?" After sharing her plan, Perona lifted her chin with a touch of pride, exclaiming that this scheme was impeccable. With Rob's speed combined with her ephemeral negativity, they could effortlessly escape without drawing any attention. Brilliant. Upon witnessing this, Rob promptly raised his thumb and exclaimed, "Indeed, there is no time to waste. Let us take action." Perona smiled slightly, her expression one of satisfaction as she replied, "Wait a moment." Rob's expression suddenly shifted, and he awkwardly called out to Perona, "What's wrong?" I just realized that I have no money." "Where is your money? Our ship was destroyed, wasn't it? My clothes have long been tattered. How could I possibly have any berries? I just arrived on this island, and the only clothes I have are the Navy uniform that John Lamb gave me while I was waiting for you." I never thought to ask him for money, as he pulled me out shortly thereafter. Rob felt a slight headache. After all, since arriving in the world of pirates, he had only used money when he was with Nami. Thereafter, he had not utilized it at all. The wealth had always been safeguarded by Rhett, stored aboard the warship. Dear Master, this chapter has more to unfold. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent content is even more thrilling. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Perona was momentarily taken aback. She too found herself penniless when Rob carried her onto the ship. Throughout her pirate career, particularly while working under Moria, she had seldom concerned herself with finances, as she spent her days drifting alone in the Devil's Triangle, rarely having the opportunity to acquire an abundance of clothing. The last time, she had asked Rhett for money to purchase clothes. Damn it, wasn't there something to discuss with John Ram? Rob's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he conceived a plan. He then directed his gaze towards the telephone bug within the octopus shop. As he focused his mental energy, the distant telephone bug obediently flew into his hand. Fortunately, he had memorized John Ram's private number. Rob felt a sense of relief as he recalled that previously John Ram had informed him to reach out if there were any matters to discuss, prompting him to conveniently jot down the number. As Rob's fingers moved slightly, the phone device emitted a familiar voice. "Hello? Is this Major Rob?" Immediately, John Ram's somewhat anxious tone resonated through the device. "Oh, Colonel Ram. How did you know it was me?" Upon hearing this, Rob couldn't help but be taken aback. Wasn't this quite simple? After all, among those who knew my personal phone number, there were no unfamiliar bug signals. Who else, apart from you, possesses a specialized bug that I am unaware of? John Lamb smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Rob recalled that he indeed possessed a specialized telephone bug previously. However, due to the events on Abu's island, the telephone bug could not escape unscathed. Setting that aside for the moment, I find myself in urgent need of your assistance, Colonel Lamb, Rob hurriedly exclaimed. Chapter 140, The Host's Hospitality. What is it? Speak. Upon hearing this, John Lamb, who had previously worn a relaxed expression, suddenly became serious and inquired. What is it? It is. Rob felt somewhat embarrassed as he recounted to John Ram the events that transpired with Perona at the Octopus restaurant. I see. John Ram nodded in understanding, a smile creeping onto his face. Rest assured, I have a solution for this matter. Oh, do tell. Upon hearing this, Rob's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he hurriedly inquired. It's quite simple, isn't it? Brother Rob, your ability allows you to manipulate objects from a distance, does it not? I will promptly instruct the soldiers stationed in that area to bring the money to you and place it outside. You can then quietly use your powers to draw the money inside. John Ramsey, upon hearing this, smiled slightly and replied, Indeed, let us proceed in this manner. Upon hearing this, Rob felt that the method was indeed feasible and nodded in agreement. Brother Rob, he said, in order to prevent the octopus shop owner and those around from noticing, you must wear ordinary attire. Remain vigilant. When you see a seemingly ordinary individual across from your establishment with a black cloth tied around their arm, that will be one of my agents. Thank you. Colonel John Lamb, Rob expressed his gratitude. Not at all. It is but a trifling matter, John Lamb replied, hastily declining the praise. Then it is settled. Soon, a naval soldier bearing the funds will arrive. Brother Rob, you must be cautious. Understood. With that, Rob terminated the call. Little Rob, do you believe this will work? The owner seems to be finishing up and is about to enter. Perona anxiously pointed towards the octopus shop owner outside, who was contentedly tidying his tools. There is no other choice. Rob shrugged his shoulders in exasperation. Yet, in less than a minute, his eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Rona, he has arrived. So soon? Perona exclaimed in surprise, marveling at Colonel John Ram's remarkable efficiency. Outside the octopus shop, in a concealed alleyway, a shifty-eyed youth was gazing in their direction. A black bandage wrapped around his arm. This is the one. Upon witnessing this, Rob's gaze sharpened slightly as a wave of mental energy quietly emanated from him, gently tugging at the fabric of the youth's attire. The young lieutenant, sensing this enigmatic force, realized that Major Rob had taken notice of him. Consequently, he reached into his coat, retrieving a stack of berries, discreetly concealing it with his outer garment. As he remained hidden within the alleyway, he drew no attention from those surrounding him. Come. Rob raised his fingers slightly, and in an instant, the ethereal force that lingered around the youth enveloped the stack of berries with a sudden intensity, propelling it swiftly into the sky, unnoticed by those around. With a soft whoosh, the stack of berries soared a considerable distance before evading the gaze of the onlookers, ultimately descending vertically behind the octopus proprietor. It then glided along the ground, heading directly towards Rob's outstretched hand. With a gentle sound, the stack of berries materialized in Rob's grasp. Rona, it has arrived. Rob looked at the stack of berries in his hand and offered a subtle smile to Perona. This Colonel Ram certainly operates with remarkable efficiency. I shall commence as well. Upon hearing his words, Perona's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she extended her delicate hands. Negative ghosts, go? With that command, two ethereal white apparitions suddenly emerged from Perona's body, silently passing through the backs of nearby individuals. Instantly, the expressions of the crowd trembled, and a sense of despondency enveloped them. Quickly, indeed, Rob's eyes suddenly flashed a vivid crimson within his dark pupils, and soon two small black tadpoles began to swirl within the blood-red gaze. With a whoosh, under the immense influence of psychic power, Rob and Perona shot forth from the octopus shop like arrows, while a pile of belly was pressed beneath the container of octopus balls by the same force. What just happened? The octopus owner quickly regained his composure, scratching his head in confusion. Never mind, by the way, how did the esteemed Major fare with his meal? The owner glanced around the shop, only to have his pupils constrict in surprise as he muttered, Where did Major Rob go? Has he left? He approached the wooden table where the two had dined, murmuring to himself, What is this? Suddenly, a glimmer sparked in the owner's eyes as he reached out, retrieving something that was partially exposed beneath the container of octopus balls. Ah, Major Rob is truly considerate. Does he fear that I might suffer from his generosity? The owner gazed at the belly in his hand, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his lips, realizing Rob's kind intentions. If only all the Navy were like Major Rob. The owner looked into the distance, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes, recalling how he had once journeyed from the West Sea to this place for personal reasons, which is why he treated Rob with such warmth. Phew, we made it out without being noticed. Perona stood atop a roof, nervously adjusting her heaving bosom as she cast a wary glance towards the octopus shop. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement continues. Rona, no one noticed us, hee. Upon hearing this, Rob turned his head to glance at Perona, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he looked fondly at the young girl. Little Rob, no wonder there haven't been any customers. Just look at the entrance of the octopus shop. Perona suddenly remarked. Oh, might it not be due to our having ordered all the dumplings? Upon hearing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback, and then he turned his gaze towards the octopus shop. His pupils suddenly constricted as he noticed a large piece of paper hanging beside the establishment. It read, "This shop is closed for the day. This fellow has truly gone to great lengths." A wry smile involuntarily graced the corners of Rob's mouth. The octopus proprietor, eager to ensure a comfortable dining experience for the two of them, had taken the liberty of keeping all other patrons at bay. The owner understood that should other guests become aware of their presence, it could potentially lead to an unending stream of customers. This situation stood in stark contrast to previous establishments, where the proprietors, preoccupied with managing their businesses, were unfazed by Rob and others dining at the octopus restaurant. It felt somewhat akin to a taste of celebrity treatment. Upon witnessing this, Rob's eyes involuntarily shimmered with a hint of nostalgia. In his previous life, he had encountered a woman who came to offer incense, and she was referred to as a star by those around her. Consequently, an increasing number of people gathered, and as far as he knew, the donations at the Shaolin Temple that day surged significantly. It was then that he had firmly etched the term star into his memory. Little did he anticipate that a similar situation would arise upon entering the world of pirates. The octopus proprietor, in an effort to prevent further disturbances, had taken such measures. Indeed, it was reminiscent of his experiences in the West Sea. It appears that he must exercise discretion in certain locales in the future, lest his excursions become inconvenient. Rob could not help but reminisce about that night on Bay Island when a multitude of citizens gathered to welcome him. On that day, he had stirred a tremendous wave of public opinion in the Western Sea. Rona, it seems we shall be venturing elsewhere for some amusement. Chapter 141. Setting sail. Very well, little Rob. Perona nodded in agreement. Indeed. Due to Rob's earlier success in vanquishing the three major pirates of the North Sea, his popularity was soaring this month, making him quite the focal point here. He was not a nefarious pirate, but rather a youthful hero among the Navy, and the public, intrigued by his presence, was eager to draw near. But where shall we go? Perona pondered, placing her slender fingers upon her crimson cherry lips, lightly biting down with her pearly teeth. Heh, Rona, follow me. Rob's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gazed at Perona with a twinkle in his eye. What mischief are you plotting? He inquired. What mischief could I possibly concoct? She retorted. Very well, I doubt you would dare. Let us proceed. Perona, sensing his reluctance to speak, raised her delicate fist in a playful warning. Rest assured, let us go. Upon hearing this, Rob's eyes sparkled with a smile. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and an immense psychic force surged forth from his diminutive frame, enveloping both him and Perona in a protective embrace. With a swift whoosh, accompanied by a crisp sound, they soared through the azure heavens like a beam of light, racing towards the harbor. What brings us here? Perona asked, momentarily taken aback as she glanced at Rob. Hee, didn't you express a desire to explore the vast world outside and indulge in some fun? I shall take you on a delightful tour across the North Sea, visiting various places, reveling in the adventure, ensuring that not a soul will gather upon hearing our presence on any island. Indeed, Perona replied eagerly, nodding in agreement with Rob's proposition. I have considered everything, Haven Ti, Perona, while Rate and the others are still recuperating. I intend to ensure you have a splendid time. Rob gazed affectionately at the young girl beside him. After the harrowing experience on Abu's island, which nearly tore them apart, he no longer wished to place his hopes on the uncertain future. Seizing the present moment, he resolved to fulfill some of his promises. Hee, little Rob is the best. As she spoke, Rob felt a sudden surge in his psychic energy, and to his surprise, Perona leaned in and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Accompanied by a soft sound, her cherry-red lips brushed against Rob's cheek, causing him to shiver involuntarily, and in that moment, his psychic control faltered, sending them both plummeting downward. Hey, little Rob, what's wrong? Perona sensed their descent and anxiously glanced at Rob. Your sudden affection caught me off guard, and I lost control of my psychic energy. Upon hearing this, Rob's mind sharpened as he regained control over his thoughts, casting a somewhat resigned glance at Perona. You blame me, do you? Well, I shall refrain from kissing you in the air from now on, he replied. Perona, upon hearing this, felt a flush of crimson grace her fair cheeks, pouting in indignation. Her expression clearly conveyed the implication. Are you suggesting we should indulge in such antics on the ground instead? Upon hearing this, Rob's eyes sparkled with surprise as he turned to Perona. What thoughts occupy your mind? It's not permissible to go down to the ground. Perona, upon hearing this, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, wishing to hide her head away. She couldn't help but reproach her earlier burst of excitement. After all, she was a little princess. And how could she behave so unreservedly? Oh, you were quite the dishonest one, she lamented. Upon hearing this, Rob let out a resigned sigh, somewhat exasperated. Little Rosie, who has been dishonest? I certainly have no desire to kiss you. Perona, in response, glared at Rob with exasperation and hastily retorted. Little Rosie. We have arrived. Just as Rob was about to counter Perona's remarks, her urgent voice suddenly pierced through the air. Stop. Roberts regained his composure and suddenly realized that he had already arrived at the port, promptly halting his thoughts with a jolt. Little Rob, focus your attention. I truly am at a loss for words with you, he remarked. Perona, though somewhat at a loss, also recognized that as long as she engaged Roberts in conversation, he would become utterly engrossed, to the extent of overlooking certain surroundings, such as the fact that they had reached their flying destination. Oh well, it's nothing serious. Nothing of great consequence, she chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Rob chuckled awkwardly, recalling how he had nearly caused both individuals to tumble into the depths below. Had the onlookers noticed, it would surely have become fodder for their post-meal gossip. After speaking, Rob focused his mental energy to steady their forms, gently lowering them onto the dock. Major Rob? The naval personnel stationed at the port were momentarily taken aback upon recognizing him, then promptly offered their respectful greetings. Indeed. You too, please prepare a small yacht for me. Upon noticing this, Rob smiled faintly at the naval officers before him. At your command, Major. Upon hearing his words, the two promptly executed a sharp salute and swiftly departed. Soon after, they returned with a small yacht, though the source of its procurement remained a mystery. Rob stared at the small yacht before him, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the vessel was rather diminutive, appearing barely capable of accommodating both him and Robert. It seemed to be one of those rapid, single-passenger yachts. Little Rob, this is far too small, Perona exclaimed, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, adding, it should be larger, much larger. This is simply inadequate. Upon hearing this, Rob couldn't help but smile wryly. He certainly would not subject himself to this uncomfortable little yacht merely for the sake of interacting with Perona, especially one that did not even allow for reclining and did not meet his future plans. Young master, there are more chapters ahead. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. All right, we will switch immediately. The two, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and promptly departed. Soon, they returned with a new yacht of indeterminate origin. This vessel was of moderate size, comfortably accommodating 4 to 5 individuals, making it an ideal choice for himself and Perona, allowing for ample space to move. Perona, what do you think of this one? Rob involuntarily turned his head to glance at Perona beside him, inquiring, after all, Perona was to be the mistress of this yacht. Well, this will suffice. Upon hearing this, Perona pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. This space is indeed fitting, neither too large nor too small. Yes, Major, shall we prepare anything else? Asked the two sailors, to which they received a nod in response. As for provisions, let us prepare a map. Upon hearing this, Rob pondered for a moment and remarked that once they had the map, they could wander freely without any further provisions. Major, are you truly not preparing anything else? Not even some sustenance? The two naval officers were taken aback, as it was the first time they had heard of embarking on a journey with merely a map. No need, came the reply. As for provisions, isn't there an abundance of them within this place? Rob's lips curled into a faint smile as he gestured towards the deep blue sea, remarking with a chuckle. What was he to make of it? The world's foremost swordsman. Perhaps setting sail with merely a few candles, while he at least possessed a navigational chart. The two, upon hearing this, found themselves momentarily speechless, realizing there was indeed some merit to Rob's words. Chapter 142. Let us take a nap, Major. Let us also bring a communication device, just in case you need to reach out to Major John Lamb. They nodded in agreement, sharing a resigned smile, before retrieving a communication device. Very well. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded, no longer inclined to refuse. After the ordeal on Obsessive Island, he had tempered his arrogance. I shall take my leave now. If Colonel John Lamb inquires, simply inform him that I have stepped out and shall return shortly. There is no need for concern. Roberto smiled and addressed the two naval officers before taking Perona's small hand and heading towards the yacht. Well then, Major Roberto, enjoy yourselves. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged knowing smiles before departing. Rona, let us proceed. Upon witnessing this, Rob cast a glance at Perona beside him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Perona, feeling the intense warmth emanating from Rob's hand, couldn't help but blush, lowering her head as she softly uttered, "Shall we go?" Upon witnessing this, Rob gently raised his palm, and a formidable psychic force emanated from his body, enveloping the entire yacht within its embrace. Subsequently, the two stepped aboard the vessel, and under the influence of this psychic energy, they even felt the yacht's gentle sway. Whoosh! Accompanied by a clear sound, the yacht surged forth like a swift arrow, its terrifying speed creating a long trail of frothy waves upon the deep blue surface of the sea. Well, Perona excitedly spread her arms, and as the fierce wind whipped around her, it lifted her long hair, revealing her exquisite visage. Let us head towards Tay Island. Upon witnessing this, Rob lowered his gaze to the map in his hands, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Whoosh! Accompanied by a distinct sound of slicing through the air, the yacht turned sharply and sped towards the distant island. Wow, little Rob, look at that. What is it? Perona exclaimed, crouching beside a zoo enclosure. Pointing at an adorable pink creature resembling a small puppy, her curiosity bubbling over as she chattered excitedly. A pink little puppy? Rob tilted his head, lost in thought. You silly pup, he remarked, that's a pink little lion dog. Perona covered her petite pink mouth and chuckled softly. This young lady is quite right. Such a creature. The result of a lion and a pink pup's union is exceedingly rare, as it is quite difficult for a lion to find affection for a little dog. Explained the gentleman in work attire with a gentle smile. Is it truly that terrifying? Upon hearing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly comprehend that this was the world of pirates, where one could not rely on the experiences of Earth from a previous life. Little Rob, do you know what this is? At that moment, Perona pointed at a peculiar creature and inquired with renewed curiosity. Is this a turtle shell fish? Haha, you don't even know this. This is a soft-shell turtle. Did you not notice that unmistakable turtle shell? Rona, how do you know so much? I read it in a book, you fool. In a book. Upon hearing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Perona's bright eyes filled with excitement, which inevitably reminded him of the silly bear that had always accompanied her in his past life. Perona, how about I build you a grand zoo in the future? Yay, Perona exclaimed eagerly, her eyes sparkling with delight. She then playfully added, Little Rob, let us revisit Crow Island. I just overheard some people on the street saying that tonight there will be a masquerade festival. Hurry, the sun is about to set. All right. Thus, amidst Perona's cheerful chatter, as the sun gradually descended, the two found themselves once more aboard the yacht, heading towards Crow Island. Little Rob, do you see how you look? Isn't it splendid? Perona paused her painting, swiftly retrieving a mirror. Ah, Perona, you've captured my likeness too well. Upon witnessing this, Rob was taken aback, for his visage did not embody the appearance of a ghoul, but rather exuded an endearing charm. His cheeks were adorned with a rosy blush, and even the center of his brow was embellished with a delicate red flower painted by Perona. Isn't this rather delightful? Quite adorable indeed. Upon hearing this, Perona, with a cheerful demeanor, pointed at the flower on Rob's brow and exclaimed, No, I must also adorn you with my art. Upon hearing this, Rob looked at Perona, who was giggling merrily, and quickly said, All right, go ahead and draw. With that, Perona handed the brush in her hand to Rob. Do you trust me this much? He asked. Trust you, you big oaf? If you dare not to draw properly, just try it, Perona replied, raising her delicate little fist in a playful show of defiance. Then I won't draw. Rob felt the chilling aura of menace in the words, causing his hand to tremble with the brush. Dare not to paint? Hurry and do it. Upon hearing this, Perona leaned her pristine cheek closer, gently shutting her eyes. This is too beautiful. I cannot bring myself to do it. Rob stared at the exquisite visage before him, yet his brush remained motionless in his hand. The perfectly proportioned features and the delicately trembling eyelashes stirred a tempest within his heart. Hurry up. I am unafraid. Why do you hesitate? Perona, upon hearing his words, felt a faint blush rise to her porcelain cheeks. She parted her crimson lips and urged him on. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating content. Very well. Upon hearing this, Robert reluctantly lifted the pen in his hand and began to draw with earnest intent. Under the glow of the setting sun, the warm rays enveloped the two of them. The young artist delicately applied ink to the girl's brow, and with each gentle stroke, her long eyelashes quivered ever so slightly. Time flowed steadily, and under the boy's focused gaze, the exquisite features of the girl began to undergo subtle transformations. "Rona, it's done." Soon, the boy released the brush, casting a soft smile at the girl before him. "Already? Has it really been less than 8 minutes?" Perona opened her eyes with a hint of skepticism. Previously, she had posed for Robert for half an hour, pondering how she wished to be portrayed, which had left her in a state of indecision. Yet now, Robert seemed to have a clear vision from the very start. As Perona picked up the mirror, she was momentarily taken aback, while her features appeared largely unchanged. There was an undeniable enhancement in her beauty. Her fair cheeks were slightly flushed, and her elegantly arched brows were rendered a shade deeper than before. "What do you think? Rona, do I look beautiful?" Upon witnessing this, Rob smiled gently and affectionately gazed at the young girl, softly uttering, "Ever since you awakened from your injury, you have tirelessly devoted yourself to my well-being, without a moment's respite. Rona, I am sincerely grateful to you." Little Rona stared blankly at the youth before her, a warm sensation flowing through her heart. She had not anticipated that he would notice the subtle signs of fatigue upon her face. If he had not been so attentive and concerned for her, how could he have discerned such nuances? "Rona, why not take a rest? When the festivities commence, I shall awaken you." Rob gently cradled the young girl in his arms, pointing towards the sunset on the horizon, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Perona softly replied, feeling the warmth of his broad chest, obediently nestled against him as she gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 143. Tonight, you are mine. With the faint sound of her breathing, the weary Perona rested in Rob's embrace, quickly succumbing to a deep sleep. "Rona, in this lifetime, I shall never allow anyone to harm you again." As Rob gazed at the young girl nestled in his arms, who had succumbed to slumber, he lifted his eyes to the breathtaking twilight sky. The resplendent hues of the clouds were mirrored in his deep, ebony eyes. Yet, amidst that ethereal beauty, a chilling spectacle lurked, a tempestuous wind, colossal bolts of violet-black lightning, and torrential rain cascading at a wild angle. On Perona's pallid visage, beads of perspiration trickled down like pearls, while her alabaster legs trembled incessantly, her entire form wavering as she stood protectively before him. This haunting image, etched indelibly in Rob's mind, was one he could never forget. Never. Rob's jaw clenched involuntarily, and the vivid imagery within his gaze shattered abruptly, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance passing through. Absolutely not. Rob's gaze fell upon the girl in his arms, and a solemn vow took root in his heart. Thus, the youth watched the maiden as time flowed gently by. The crimson sun gradually sank beneath the horizon, and a resplendent moon slowly ascended into the pitch-black expanse of the sky. With a soft sigh, as the gentle sea breeze caressed the air, the luminous moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the tranquil surface of the sea where a modest yacht lay serenely afloat. At that moment, lights began to flicker on the nearby island, and Rob could faintly discern figures adorned in peculiar attire wandering the streets. Has it begun? Rob's lips moved slightly as he unconsciously cast a glance at the girl in his arms. At that moment, she was still breathing rhythmically, lost in a deep slumber. This activity might take quite some time. Perhaps it would be best to awaken Rona later. Upon witnessing this, Rob's lips curled into a bitter smile. He truly could not bring himself to awaken Perona, so he gently waved his hand. A stream of psychic energy slowly flowed from Rob's being, but unlike before, it was not wild. Rather, it spread with an exquisite tenderness. Given my capabilities, I can swiftly reach the island. It would be better to keep the yacht at a distance. Rob glanced at the flickering lights and bustling crowds on the island, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a gentle application of his telekinetic powers, he enveloped the yacht in a soft embrace, sending it gliding silently towards the heart of the ocean, creating delicate ripples upon the serene surface of the water. Gradually, Crow Island diminished in size, its sounds fading into whispers. Soon, under Rob's careful control, the small yacht drifted a considerable distance, the island now appearing as diminutive as an ant, its populace's voices extinguished, leaving only faint glimmers of light. At this moment, the night deepened into an enveloping silence, the world seeming to fall into a deep slumber. Apart from Perona's gentle breaths, there was naught but stillness. The luminous moon hung majestically in the sky, particularly round tonight, casting its silvery beams from the pristine orb, gently enveloping Rob and Perona in its ethereal glow. In the midst of Perona's soft breathing and this tranquil environment, time flowed languidly, while Rob remained devoid of any drowsiness. Instead, a trace of crimson flickered in his gaze. Two dark, swirling shapes danced within his Sharingan, as he scrutinized the distant lights of Crow Island, assessing their intensity to gauge the activity level. Everything appeared frozen in this moment, the only movement being the relentless whirl of his Sharingan and the gentle rhythm of Perona's breaths, as time continued its inexorable passage. After several hours had slipped by, deep into the night, a sudden clear sound pierced the tranquility, causing Perona to furrow her brow slightly, as if haunted by a dream. "Perona, what troubles you?" Upon witnessing the scene, Rob felt a surge of anxiety and inquired, "Are you all right, little Rosie?" As the words left his lips, Perona gradually opened her eyes, her vibrant gaze meeting Rob's, and she smiled, as if in that moment, tranquility enveloped them. "Oh, little Rosie, what has happened to your eyes?" At that instant, Perona was momentarily taken aback, quickly noticing that Rob had activated his Sharingan, fully aware that this state demanded a greater expenditure of energy than usual. "Rona, it is. I understand now. Thank you." Just as Rob was about to elaborate, Perona suddenly smiled, her keen intellect allowing her to swiftly grasp Rob's intentions. "Let us be off, Rona. The masquerade must be reaching its zenith now. The lights of Crow Island have been steadily intensifying since earlier, signaling that the festivities are in full swing." Upon hearing this, Rob couldn't help but smile, and then he gradually closed his Sharingan. He was elated that he had not missed Rona's eagerly anticipated Halloween celebration. "Through my telekinesis, we would soon be able to arrive. We were certainly in time. Little Rob." "We are not going tonight," Perona said, extending her slender, delicate finger to gently press against Rob's lips, her eyes twinkling with amusement. She then released her finger, bending slightly to peer over the side of the ship. "Huh? We can truly make it. Don't you know that my abilities can significantly enhance the ship's speed?" Upon hearing this, Rob cast a puzzled glance at Perona, somewhat bewildered. "Hee, do you really think I am unaware of your abilities, foolish Rob?" Perona chuckled in response, then raised her delicate hands, which had just submerged in the seawater, to erase the depiction Rob had previously created. "Rona, are we truly not going?" Rob allowed Perona to wipe away the makeup from his face, still somewhat dazed by her sudden transformation. "Well, this looks much more handsome," Perona remarked with a smile after cleansing his face. Before Rob could utter a word, Perona leaned closer, her face mere inches from his, her lively eyes shimmering in the moonlight as they gazed at him intently. "Little Rob, do you find the moon's hue beautiful tonight?" Upon hearing this, Rob was momentarily captivated by the girl before him. Under the radiant moonlight, her delicate features, having had their rest, displayed a rosy glow, and her expressive eyes seemed to emanate an enchanting, intoxicating allure. "Beautiful." Rob stared at the young girl before him, unable to suppress a gulp as he muttered, "Little Luazi." Perona gazed at the fair-skinned youth, offering a gentle smile, her eyes shimmering like rippling waters as they locked onto his. With a delicate grace, she extended her porcelain-like hand and gently embraced him. "Tonight, you belong to me," she declared. As her words lingered in the air, illuminated by the bright moonlight, the girl blushed and pressed her lips against the boy's. Chapter 144. To live for others. Rob's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the girl before him. In an instant, a soft and warm tongue ventured forth, enveloping him in an extraordinary sensation that coursed through his entire being. Beneath the silvery moonlight, the two embraced, shedding their garments one by one. As a delicate thread of shimmering essence fell, the girl and Rob parted, revealing her exquisitely flushed face illuminated by the moon's glow. Her flawless, porcelain-like form lay bare atop Rob's, igniting a profound desire within his dark, yearning eyes. Thus, on that tranquil night, under the radiant moon, the two souls aboard the solitary yacht achieved a union of yin and yang, a moment that was priceless. As the dark night waned with the passage of time, a golden thread arose from the deep blue horizon, heralding the gentle emergence of the sun. Soon, the crimson dawn spread languidly across the sky. In the center of the deep blue sea, a small yacht floated, where Rob reclined lazily upon the wooden deck, the disheveled girl nestled in his embrace. Her fair skin tinged with a faint blush, illuminated by the glistening beads of sweat on her pristine forehead. "Rona, from this moment forth, you are mine." Rob gazed affectionately at the girl beside him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Perona instinctively curled up slightly, burying her head against Rob's chest. The dawn has arrived. Let us return. Rob felt the girl's movements, and his embrace instinctively tightened. At that moment, he sensed a peculiar feeling upon his shoulder. He realized that from now on, he would no longer live for himself. In this instant, a sudden enlightenment dawned upon him. It became clear that life is meant to be lived for others. In Beihai, at the naval headquarters, as the gentle morning light bathed the tranquil town, John Lamb slightly blinked his eyes and gradually awakened from his slumber. Is it morning already? He mused, running his hand through his hair, before walking to the window to gaze at the town below. The town was beginning to stir, with a few people emerging from their homes, and various breakfast establishments bustling with activity, all appearing orderly. I should go check on Major Rob and his soldiers. I wonder how their injuries are healing. After regaining his composure, John Lamb remarked, donning his naval uniform and descending from the building to stroll into the town. Good morning, Colonel Lamb. Greeted several passers-by as he walked through the streets, clearly indicating that John Lamb was well-liked among the island's inhabitants. He reciprocated their greetings while casually enjoying breakfast at a local eatery before heading towards the medical facility. Where is Dr. Klama? Upon entering the medical room, John Lamb first checked on the wounded, ensuring there were no cases requiring immediate surgery. However, he was puzzled to find no sign of Dr. Klama. Colonel Lamb, the soldiers' conditions are very stable. Most of the more serious injuries have been assigned to various rooms in the medical facility, and last night, soldiers did undergo surgery due to recurring injuries. Additionally, given the severity of the injuries from those pirates and the overwhelming demand for medical attention, as per Vice Admiral Ghost Spider's orders, everything has been addressed. Dr. Klama should still be at home resting, a young nurse promptly replied. Handled, I see. Thank you. John Lamb responded, momentarily taken aback, then smiled knowingly. He had indeed heard of Vice Admiral Ghost Spider's reputation. It was unlikely he would squander medical resources to save that group of miscreants. Moreover, it seemed the situation was better than he had anticipated, as Klama was still asleep. John Lamb's lips curled into a slight grin. He understood that Dr. Klama would only return home to rest when the patient showed significant improvement. Well then, I shall go visit Major Rob and the others. With a gentle smile towards the nurse, he stepped outside the medical room, where more naval soldiers awaited. Colonel Lamb? As John Ram approached, Raid immediately recognized him and, with a hint of surprise, inquired, Lieutenant Raid, I came to check on your situation. Hearing this, John Ram looked at Raid and smiled, knowing from Rob that this young man was one of his most crucial subordinates, which prompted him to be exceptionally courteous. Thank you for your concern, Colonel. Everyone is recovering quite well and will soon be back on their feet, Raid replied, smiling. After all, it was the former highest commander of the North Sea paying them a visit, a stark contrast to the treatment they received in the West Sea. That's good to hear. You must take care of your injuries so that you can assist your Major Rob, John Ram said, his expression serious as he regarded the group. Rest assured, Colonel, we have been fully cooperating with the medical staff these past 2 days, actively working on our recovery, Raid replied with a smile. He had noticed that all the soldiers, like himself, were eager to regain their strength. Indeed, Colonel, what Lieutenant Raid said is accurate. We have already felt significant improvement over these past days and will not hinder Major Rob any longer, the soldiers chimed in, chattering animatedly. During the battle on Abu's island, they had been of no assistance, suffering casualties from the bombardment without contributing to Rob's efforts. Even the foot soldiers had not shared in the burden, which solidified their determination to recover. They realized they were following a commendable leader. That is excellent. Your leader is the young hero of the Four Seas Navy. You must not tarnish his reputation. It is imperative that you all strive to improve, John Ram advised gravely. Rest assured, Colonel, the group responded, immediately saluting with precision, understanding that they were no longer a ragtag navy but a distinguished fleet. Although they may not match the elite forces of the Grand Line, they were under the watchful eye of the West Sea. By the way, where is your Major Rob? John Ram inquired, noticing the absence of Rob's figure and feeling a sense of curiosity. The Major? I'm not sure. He left with Sister Rona yesterday morning and has returned since. Rate replied, furrowing his brow as he thought for a moment before responding with certainty. He hasn't returned? John Ram's eyelids flickered with concern as he asked. I shall go and check. Before Rhett could utter a word, John Ram hastily departed from the medical room, rushing towards the port. His first priority was to ascertain whether Rob had left the island, in order to narrow down his search. He was acutely aware of Rob's significance at this moment. The news from Abu's island had circulated widely yesterday, stirring a fervent response across the seas. It was imperative that nothing untoward happened to Rob at this juncture. "Excuse me. Have you seen Major Rob?" John Ram inquired anxiously upon arriving at the port, gripping the station naval officer tightly. "Colonel, Major Rob departed yesterday with Miss Perona on a small yacht. I am unaware of their return," the naval officer stammered, clearly flustered by John Ram's grip. "Why was I not informed immediately?" John Ram's forehead throbbed with fury as he pressed for answers. "Why, yes, Colonel. Major Rob instructed us not to disturb you. He said he would inform you when you inquired, advising you not to worry," the soldier replied, trembling under the colonel's furious gaze. "Not worry? How could I possibly not worry?" John Ram bellowed in exasperation. "Quickly tell me, do you know where Major Rob has gone?" I do not know." The soldier whimpered, on the verge of tears. "Damn it," John Ram exclaimed, shaking his sleeve in frustration, well aware that the soldier was simply following orders. "Get me a telephone book, now?" "Yes, sir." The soldier quickly produced a telephone book, handing it to John Ram, who realized in his haste that he had not provided Rob with one. Bringing the device to his ear, John Ram swiftly dialed the number for Ghost Spider, who had previously left him a contact number, and he could hardly forget the Vice Admiral's number. "Hello?" The call was answered promptly, a chilling tone of discontent evident in the voice, suggesting irritation. "Vice Admiral, this is John Ram. I have urgent news to report," John Ram replied, urgency lacing his words as he sought to relay the situation to the Vice Admiral for guidance. "Speak. What is it?" came the cold response from the other end. "It is regarding Major Rob and Miss Perona. They left the island yesterday and have yet to return. Do you understand?" John Ram's explanation was abruptly interrupted by an angry outburst from the telephone bug, nearly causing him to drop the device. "Yes, Vice Admiral. Major Rob and Miss Perona have not returned since their departure yesterday." John Ram took a deep breath and confirmed, "My lord, you are aware that news has emerged from Abu's island. I fear that certain individuals—" At that moment, John Ram expressed his concerns. "Wait for me. Come here at once." Immediately, a chilling voice emanated from the transponder snail, that of Ghost Spider. Meanwhile, oblivious to the unfolding events outside, Rob and Perona remained unaware. At the North Sea Navy headquarters, tension escalated between John Ram and Ghost Spider due to the disappearance of the two individuals. Simultaneously, on the Grand Line in Dressrosa, a land of immense wealth and beauty, the sun shone brilliantly at noon, casting a layer of golden light over the island. Beneath the scorching sun, atop the royal highlands of the island, stood an opulent palace that served as the residence of the illustrious king of Dressrosa, Don Quixote da Flamingo. This man, not only a warlord of the sea under the navy, but also possessing influence that spanned the globe, held another identity as an underground broker, codenamed Joker. Some were even aware of his clandestine collaboration with the formidable Yonko Kaido, the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. Such is the nature of wielding power in both light and shadow. Inside the palace's swimming pool, Da Flamingo lounged on an extravagantly luxurious sofa, draped in crimson. The adorable Sugar sat obediently beside him, savoring her lollipop. 7 or 8 breathtakingly beautiful women, clad in alluring swimsuits, swam gracefully in the crystal-clear pool, showcasing their flawless figures. If it were to be acknowledged, aside from the universally recognized beauty of the Pirate Empress, any other woman of considerable allure was but a beckoning finger to this man. Had Rob been present, he would have realized that, without the protagonist's halo of Luffy, Da Flamingo would likely remain untouched, despite the pinnacle of power held by the world government. Regardless of the Yonko, the admirals, or any faction, all must weigh the presence of the strongest creature, Kaido, and Da Flamingo's own formidable strength, which could rival that of an admiral. It was merely due to Luffy's existence that the world underestimated him. From his ambush of Virgo to attaining the rank of Navy Vice Admiral, it became apparent just how terrifying and controlling this man truly was. "Virgo, are you certain the information is authentic?" At that moment, this man held the transponder snail, his eyes concealed behind sunglasses, furrowing deeply. A profound shock flickered within those eyes, lingering long after. "Young master, the news is indisputable. I have spent a day investigating in the New World and can confirm that Admiral Akiji has returned to Navy headquarters with the mission of safeguarding a certain major named Rob." On one side of the telephone worm, Virgo spoke gravely, suddenly realizing that this matter might be more intricate than he had previously imagined. Who, Rob? What secrets do you harbor?" A cold glint flickered in Doflamingo's eyes as a peculiar smile graced his lips, accompanied by a strange laugh. "Sengoku, what discovery have you made about that young man?" to warrant the deployment of the Navy's highest combat force for his protection. Are you not aware of how conspicuous this is? Doflamingo chuckled ominously, understanding that every admiral's movements were closely monitored by these powerful factions, as they represented the pinnacle of strength in this world, the Navy's ostensible might. Yet, he comprehended why Sengoku dared to act thus, despite their awareness of the admiral's actions. They were powerless to alter the course. However, Sengoku, do you believe that sending out Admiral Greenbull will absolve you of any consequences? I cannot allow you to imprison Rob in an underwater prison, and if the opportunity arises, I too wish to glean more about this Rob. Doflamingo smirked with a sinister grin. Chapter 146, A Business Worth Millions. Sugar, please fetch the telephone worm from the third drawer of the table in my room, Doflamingo instructed, turning his gaze towards Sugar, who was seated nearby. Yes, young master. Sugar obediently nodded, spitting out the lollipop from her mouth as she trotted deeper into the opulent palace. Young master, do you have a plan? Virgo inquired, momentarily taken aback by Doflamingo's words. Virgo, this world cannot be navigated solely through brute force. Doflamingo replied with a chilling smile, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, for he was not foolish enough to confront an admiral head-on. Oh? What do you mean? Virgo asked, his expression revealing his surprise. Do not rush, Virgo. It is not yet certain. First, find a good reason to leave the G5 branch, then proceed to Sabaody Archipelago. Once I have negotiated with that individual, I shall inform you of the specific actions. Naturally, all must be conducted in secrecy. On that day, I shall not make my presence known at Sabaody Archipelago. If discovered, it could lead to considerable complications, even to the point of abandoning you, so you must exercise utmost caution. Doflamingo spoke gravely, for this matter involved an admiral and required careful maneuvering against Admiral Sengoku. Understood. Young master, I will be cautious, Virgo replied, his brows furrowing as he recognized the gravity of the situation from Doflamingo's words. Very well, prepare yourself. And send me a message upon your arrival at Sabaody Archipelago. Doflamingo nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, young master. Having concluded the conversation, Virgo, the phone insect's operator, promptly terminated the call and began to make preparations. Ah, this fellow is indeed swift and decisive. I find it rather appealing. Doflamingo, observing the disconnected phone insect in his hand, chuckled flamboyantly, acknowledging Virgo as a most loyal subordinate. Is this it, master? At that moment, Sugar, her voice as delicate as glutinous rice cake, presented the phone insect she held. Its body, adorned with golden patterns, bestowed an air of nobility upon its otherwise ordinary form. Doflamingo gazed at the phone insect, a slight smile gracing his lips as he accepted it from her. Brrrr. Almost immediately, he deftly moved his fingers, and the distinguished phone insect emitted a familiar sound. Joker? What is the matter? Upon connection, a voice filled with surprise emanated from the other end. Clearly perplexed by Doflamingo's call. Ahahaha. I wish to propose a business venture, Doflamingo replied, his eyes narrowing slightly with interest. I have no need for business, Joker, came the cold response from the phone, tinged with dissatisfaction as the caller prepared to hang up. How does a deal worth 5 billion sound? Hearing this, a glimmer of amusement crossed Doflamingo's gaze. On your behalf, I shall entertain your proposition. What business do you speak of? After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end responded. I will come to Mariewa to discuss it further. Doflamingo's eyes grew icy. Had it not been for the significance of Rob Lucci and Sengoku's eyes, his curiosity might not have led him to consider discussing a 5 billion deal. Very well. With that, the caller decisively ended the conversation. Sugar, please inform Baby 5 to prepare a vessel for our journey to Mariewa. Doflamingo set the phone insect down and rose, casting a grand shadow on the gleaming floor beneath the bright sunlight, his tall and robust figure imposing in its presence. Understood, master. Tang Tang nodded, consuming the last morsel of her lollipop, and spoke sweetly. Meanwhile, following the news of Rob's battle on Abu's island, which had circulated from the North Sea just yesterday, the information began to permeate and spread to the world government within a mere day. On an uncharted island in the Grand Line, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, casting a golden sheen over the entire land. This island was isolated, surrounded by the deep blue ocean on all sides. Towering trees, reaching several hundred meters high, allowed shafts of sunlight to pierce through the gaps, illuminating the dark, fertile soil below. Amidst the jungle, enormous, unidentified fruits dangled from various plants, filling the air with a sweet aroma. However, what truly captured attention was a medium-sized ship of vibrant red hue anchored nearby. Its prow adorned with a dragon's head and bearing a pirate flag, marked by 3 deep gashes across the iconic skull. Any naval officer present would immediately recognize it as the infamous Red Force, the pirate ship of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. Ha, Ace. What do you think of this newcomer compared to you? In the heart of the island, red-haired Shanks, seated atop a broken wooden stump, took a swig of rum and pointed at the newspaper on the ground, laughing heartily at the young boy beside him. The newspaper featured a remarkably clear image of Rob. Is it the Navy? The boy, with a few freckles adorning his handsome face, wore an orange round cap topped with glasses and a fiery red necklace reminiscent of prayer beads. This fellow has considerable potential, Ace thought, his eyes reflecting contemplation as he spoke calmly. But he will never capture me, for I will always be stronger. Ace concluded with a slight smile, exuding confidence in his own abilities. You, indeed, have quite the audacity, Shanks remarked, taking a bite of the meat in his hand, grinning. This little brat, despite his strength, has shown remarkable audacity. After he boldly confronted the world government in the West Sea, I have kept an eye on him. Surprised, Ace responded, Oh, I knew about Rob's exploits in the West Sea, but I didn't expect someone like the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, to take notice of such a little Navy officer. Fortunately, he acted decisively without leaving any room for escape, broadcasting his actions across the entire West Sea. This drew attention from the 4 seas, including many in the Grand Line. Otherwise, he might not be alive today. Upon hearing this, the crimson-haired man's obsidian eyes glimmered with a sharp light. He understood that had it not been for the world government's inability to suppress the news in time, this insignificant Rob would have already been discreetly dealt with by CP9 or CP0. The reason for his continued existence was the fear of civil unrest among the populace, as Rob was engaged in righteous endeavors. Chapter 147. Reactions from all sides. If I recall correctly, this lad would be promoted to Rear Admiral upon his return to the headquarters, making his way to the Grand Line. Boss, why are you worrying? It doesn't affect us at all, remarked a portly man clad in a green t-shirt, taking a hearty bite from a large leg of meat. Lockero, we must keep an eye on the newcomers. Who knows, this young man might one day inherit the will of Captain Roger and choose not to become a Marine. I must extend my support to him, the red-haired man responded, addressing the corpulent figure in green. Captain, don't be foolish. Clearly, Sengoku and the world government have chosen to overlook past events and have intentions of nurturing him, interjected Jesus Burgess, setting aside the cloth he was using to clean his weapon with a smile. Haha, who knows? But enough about him. What about Ace? How is the party going? Shanks chuckled, seemingly indifferent. To him, Rob was merely a source of curiosity, for he enjoyed learning about newcomers, knowing that the future belonged to them. This fruit is the sweetest I have ever tasted. Truly, the climate of the New World is indeed extraordinary, Ace remarked with a grin. Initially, he had arrived at Shanks' invitation amidst a snowstorm on one island, only to discover that Shanks insisted on throwing a party for his arrival. He soon realized that the island shrouded in snow was merely a couple of 100 nautical miles away from this tropical paradise. Contrasting starkly with the previous island's weather, a truly astounding revelation. Haha, by the way, Ace, do share some of Luffy's embarrassing tales. Shanks seized the opportunity, not wishing to let Ace leave just yet. After hearing a snippet about Luffy on the icy island, he was now quite intrigued by the events surrounding Luffy. Yes. Ace, do tell us the tales of that lad. Lockero chimed in eagerly. All right, fear not, everyone. Ace observed the composed Ben Beckman, who had quietly approached, and could not help but smile, feeling a surge of interest. Although the red-haired pirate in the New World had received news about Rob, he had not taken any action. For the 4 emperors, Rob's situation was trivial, merely fodder for post-meal conversation. However, at this moment, the news concerning Rob was truly beginning to resonate in the first half of the Grand Line, creating quite a stir. Sabaody Archipelago, an essential waypoint for entering the latter half of the Grand Line, was bustling with elite pirates from all corners of the seas. Within the taverns of this island, a motley crew of pirates and various individuals engaged in fervent discussions about Rob's affairs. Hey, didn't that guy just conduct a massive purge in the South Blue half a month ago? Given the timeline, he would have only just arrived in the North Blue. How could he possibly have defeated those 3 notorious pirates? Some voiced their disbelief as they gazed at the newspaper's printed news. Indeed, this is terrifying. We're talking about the Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law, the magician Basil Hawkins, and the formidable red-haired X-Drake, another chimed in. While the first 2 might exhibit inflated reputations, Drake is a bona fide Rear Admiral of the Navy, not some freshly minted officer. I heard through the grapevine from the North Blue that these three pirates had set an ambush for Major Rob on Abu's Island, which is why he managed to dispatch all three upon his arrival in the North Blue. Is that true? They ambushed Major Rob? The surrounding pirates gasped in shock, their eyes wide with fear as they turned toward the speaker. We can't call him Major Rob anymore. Word has it that the Navy has dispatched Vice Admiral Ghost Spider to the North Blue for his protection. Soon enough, this major will ascend to Rear Admiral and begin hunting us down in the Grand Line. A pirate, bearing deep scars across his face and a fierce demeanor, spoke coldly, his dark eyes glinting ominously. What? They've dispatched Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Those nearby were taken aback. After all, this was a Rear Admiral from the headquarters, departing from the Grand Line to escort a mere major. The significance of this was not lost on them. He's just a wet-behind-the-ears kid. I'm keen to see what he is truly made of. Indeed, on the island of Shambadi, there exists a certain ruthlessness, with disdain etched upon the faces of some. It is important to remember that, regardless of circumstances, it is still the vast ocean. Within the Grand Line, there are many pirates boasting bounties exceeding 200 or 300 million. Thus, following the emergence of news about Rob in the North Sea, he has become a frequent topic of conversation among pirates in most taverns. This is largely due to the considerable commotion caused by prior events in the West Sea, as the tale of this young captain named Rob has circulated widely over the past month. In Alabasta, amidst the boundless expanse of desert, the relentless sun mercilessly radiates its heat. This land has not been graced by rain for a year and a half. One can observe that most of the cities in the desert are suffused with an air of anxious panic. Merely walking the streets reveals the oppressive heat that hangs in the atmosphere. However, curiously, there exists a remarkable city atop the desert, known to the world as Rainland. True to its name, this city enjoys abundant rainfall while the rest of Alabasta endures a terrifying drought. At the heart of this city lies the largest casino, Rain Banquet, surrounded by crystal-clear waters. Compared to other parts of Alabasta, this place seems akin to paradise. The proprietor, having observed the accelerated pace of events, noted that the resentment of the kingdom's antagonistic forces towards the royal army has reached a heightened state. I estimate that in approximately 6 months, we shall be able to implement the final plan. Within the underground chambers of the Rain Banquet, Robin gazed at Crocodile, who reclined on the sofa, reporting the developments. Oh, is the time finally approaching? Crocodile remarked, taking a deep drag from his cigar, a slight smirk curling his lips. He eagerly anticipated that day, for then the entirety of Alabasta would fall into his grasp. Once he acquires the legendary artifact, his fortunes would transform dramatically. However, a significant event occurred outside just yesterday. I wonder if you are aware of it? At this moment, Robin hesitated before responding. Are you referring to that Rob? We must indeed exercise caution regarding this individual. Crocodile's expression darkened as he furrowed his brow, his demeanor turning serious. Since Rob's promotion to Rear Admiral, should he be stationed in the early part of the Grand Line? If he perceives anything amiss, he is not as easily swayed as other naval officers, even with my status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I fear it may bear little weight. Crocodile took another deep puff of his cigar, his expression contemplative. He understood that should Rob become aware of his past actions in the West Sea, he might risk losing his title as a warlord. Indeed, upon hearing this, Robin's eyes revealed a tinge of concern. This was precisely the reason she hesitated to caution Crocodile, as she did not wish to attract the Navy's unwarranted attention. Chapter 148. The Friends' decision. During this period, the focus in Alabasta could be somewhat diminished, allowing for greater attention to be directed towards Major Rob. It was imperative to handle matters with utmost discretion. Crocodile furrowed his brow, gently tapping the surface of the table with his hook-laden arm, and gravely replied, "Very well, boss. I shall manage it accordingly." Upon hearing the words, Nico Robin's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. As long as Crocodile allowed her to divert her focus from the Alabasta incident, she could allocate some personnel to tidy up loose ends. "Yes, Nico Robin, I trust in your capabilities." Crocodile smiled at Robin, acknowledging that although this young girl appeared youthful, she had been forged in the shadows of the underworld for nearly 2 decades, and he was quite pleased with her recent demeanor. After this exchange, Robin offered no further reply. She merely nodded and departed from the underground chamber. Meanwhile, as news of Rob's exploits spread, former allies across the seas became aware of the developments. In the West Sea, at the naval headquarters, The atmosphere within the vast military fortress had rejuvenated following Andrew's promotion to colonel. Drink, drink. A chorus of spirited shouts echoed across the square, where approximately several thousand naval personnel had discarded their uniforms, donning only pristine white vests as they tirelessly honed their physical prowess. Brother Rob, you truly are remarkable. Nearby, Andrew secured his naval uniform at his waist while holding a newspaper, laughing heartily. It's only been about half a month, and I've barely processed the news of your pacification of the South Sea, yet here you are, having already vanquished those 3 notorious pirates in the North Sea. As Andrew gazed at the newspaper, he looked up towards the sky, reflecting on the vivid memories of a month prior when he and Rob had collaborated to eliminate Embire. Unbeknownst to him, that young man had ascended to an entirely different echelon. Hey, Sergeant Az, come here for a moment. After a resigned chuckle, Andrew beckoned to the instructor commanding the naval training in the square. This sergeant had been identified as a promising talent since Andrew's appointment and had been swiftly promoted to his current rank, entrusted with the role of instructor. Colonel, do you wish to intensify the training regimen? Sergeant Az inquired with surprise as he hurried over. Oh, that's a splendid suggestion. Let's add 2 more sets. These fellows' physiques are far too lacking, Andrew replied, his eyes brightening. Although he may not measure up to Brother Rob, he was determined to significantly enhance the quality of the West Seas Navy, ensuring he had something commendable to present when next in the company of his brother. Understood, Colonel. Sergeant Az nodded before turning to leave. Wait, Sergeant Az, don't rush off. I have other matters to discuss with you. Andrew, witnessing the sergeant's eagerness, could only offer a wry smile, recognizing that since his promotion, this individual had become exceedingly energetic, resolutely committed to excelling in his role as an instructor. Sergeant Az halted in his tracks, casting a perplexed glance toward Andrew. Please assist me in organizing matters for the upcoming month and subsequently dismiss them all. Additionally, draft a correspondence to headquarters, indicating that I shall be utilizing all my vacation days for the year this month. Upon hearing this, Andrew chuckled softly, replying, Certainly, Colonel. Without uttering a single question, Az nodded affirmatively and swiftly departed. Brother Rob, is it the finest wine from the West Sea you seek? Rest assured, I shall procure it post-haste. After watching his leave, Andrew's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gazed expectantly in the direction of the naval headquarters, yearning for another encounter with Rob. In the South Sea, at the naval headquarters, the once desolate port was now bustling with approximately 100 warships docked. Following Rob's ruthless suppression of piracy in the South Sea, the past fortnight had seen a marked decline in pirate activity. In fact, naval expenses had significantly diminished, and the entire South Sea naval fleet expressed their immense gratitude to Rob. Haha, Brother Rob, you truly are remarkable. Having swiftly dealt with those 3 notorious pirates from the North Sea, in a room at the heart of the central building of the naval headquarters, Colonel Elu sat at a modest table, laughing heartily. Papers swirled in the air as he moved, yet Elu remained oblivious, his face radiating joy. Wait for me. I shall soon depart for the naval headquarters to celebrate with you. With a cheerful demeanor, Colonel Elu leaped from the table and flung open the door to the room. Ah, the exquisite wines of the South Sea. I almost forgot, he exclaimed, suddenly freezing in his tracks as he slapped his forehead. He promptly made his way to the corner of the room. With a swift motion, he pulled a lever, causing a stone slab to shift and reveal a hidden alcove. Within, 3 bottles of wine lay quietly, their vibrant crimson liquid swirling enticingly. Hey, brother, I've brought you a decade's worth of vintage, Colonel Elu declared, his mouth stretching into a wide grin as he retrieved the precious bottles. He then strode purposefully from the room, heading toward the courtyard outside. Men, prepare the ship. Upon exiting the building, Colonel Elu bellowed to the gathered naval personnel in the square. Colonel, where are you headed? Is there a notorious pirate causing trouble? A nearby soldier, taken aback, queried in surprise. A pirate causing trouble? Do you think Major Rob's cleansing was for naught? What are you all thinking? Colonel Elu, upon hearing this, gently tapped the soldier on the head. It had been quite some time since they had engaged in battle, and some discomfort was only natural. The soldier, rubbing his slightly aching head, lamented that it was his first time staying at the base for such an extended period. Where was the colonel headed? To celebrate with our Major Robert, of course, you foolish boy. Colonel Elu chuckled heartily in response. Colonel, have you forgotten? You cannot leave without permission. One of the sailors interjected, causing a momentary pause among the others, who glanced anxiously at Elu. Do you think I have never taken leave before? Elu retorted, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. Will it be successful? The sailors collectively wore expressions of concern, for amidst the tumultuous conflict in the South China Sea, they had not sought leave themselves and were uncertain of its difficulty. Chapter 149. Preparing the ships. Damn it, if they don't grant me leave, I swear I'll resign. Colonel Ailu exclaimed in fury, his dark eyes glinting with fervor. Having spent years battling in the chaotic South China Sea, losing an arm in the process, he exuded an air of bloodlust and dominance. It's true, we, the Navy of the South China Sea, have the least amount of leave granted, so let them do as they please. The sailors, reflecting on their own circumstances, nodded in agreement. Recognizing that if the South China Sea Navy could not secure leave, there was little hope for their counterparts in the other seas. This region was notorious for its turmoil, second only to the Grand Line, and was rife with piracy. All right, go prepare the ships for our departure, Colonel Ailu commanded with a booming laughter. Colonel, I wish to take leave too. Colonel, I too wish to take leave. At that moment, the sailors did not immediately carry out his orders, but rather excitedly raised their hands, voicing their desires. Enough of this nonsense. Stay put at headquarters. Colonel Ailu's previously jovial demeanor stiffened, and he quickly adopted a serious expression, reprimanding the sailors. If the colonel does not grant leave, then we shall not work either. Whoever wishes to prepare the ships can do so. The sailors stood their ground, undeterred by Ailu's tone. They had fought side by side countless times, forging a bond that transcended mere hierarchy, a bond of camaraderie forged in the crucible of life and death. Hey, don't mimic your superior, that's not wise, Ailu remarked, feeling exasperated as he observed the quick learning of these young lads. Who else should we imitate if not you? It's your teaching, they retorted. Indeed. The leader must lead by example. If you don't take leave, neither shall we. As Colonel Ailu observed the exasperated expressions of the naval officers, a wave of laughter erupted throughout the square, creating a lively atmosphere. You little rascals, fine, I shall grant it, but only for 2,000, he declared. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Colonel Ailu adopted a serious demeanor. It was impossible to accommodate everyone, especially since most of the forces in the South China Sea were stationed at headquarters. The remainder must remain at the base during my absence. You must keep a vigilant eye on developments in the South China Sea. Understood, Colonel. The naval officers recognized the seriousness of the matter and ceased their revelry, responding in unison that not everyone could take leave. All right, those willing to take leave will have 1 month's salary deducted. The first 2,000 who volunteer will be permitted to go. Upon hearing this, Colonel Ailu smiled faintly, appreciating that this group discerned priorities. Colonel, I wish to request leave, one officer exclaimed, only to be taken aback as he noticed that nearly all the naval personnel in the square had raised their hands. Are you all willing to forfeit your salaries? Damn, that's hard-earned money. Colonel Ailu anxiously glanced at the crowd. We can always earn more money, but the opportunity for Major Rob to be promoted to Brigadier General comes only once. We must seize it. Another officer retorted. Indeed. Even if it means a 6-month salary deduction, I am going. Damn it, a year's salary cut? I'll still go. I have yet to visit headquarters. The naval officers responded fervently. Colonel Ailu, witnessing this, suddenly regretted not having slipped away quietly. I truly am at a loss with you all. Very well. Do you see my ship? The first 2,000 to reach the vessel will accompany me. Before he could finish, those closest to the ship exhibited a spark of excitement in their eyes, and with a powerful push, they surged toward the vessel. The officers in the rear, without a moment's hesitation, followed suit, fully aware of Colonel Ailu's habits. Despite their varying distances from the ship, Colonel Ailu would not reprimand them. He often remarked, complaining is the mantra of the weak. These little rascals. Colonel Ailu observed, a slight smile creeping onto his lips, genuinely pleased with the officers' response and their immediate execution of orders. I said 2,000. Chief, we can't distinguish who the first 2,000 are. Let us just go. Damn it, I should have slipped away quietly. Colonel Ailu, watching the overcrowded ship, covered his forehead in regret. It seems I shall have to settle for fish from the sea, he sighed. As the sound faded, Colonel Ailu leaped onto the crowded warship. Simultaneously, without exception, the distant East China Sea received news of Rob's exploits in the North Sea, particularly regarding his landing on the first island of the pirate world, Log Town. If it were an ordinary individual, such actions in the North Sea would hardly yield significant repercussions. However, the origin of this stir lay in Rob's prior ventures in the West Sea. Even if one considered the passage of a year or two, the impact would not be so pronounced. Yet all these events transpired within a mere month, akin to a dazzling comet streaking across the public eye. Dasky, pack your belongings. We must celebrate that young man's achievements. At that moment, in the plaza of the naval fortress in Logtown, Smoker took a deep drag from his cigar and handed the newspaper to Dasky. Has Rob truly eradicated the last 3 pirates of the North Sea? This is astonishing. Colonel Smoker, Dasky exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the reported events. Indeed, let us go. That lad will soon return to headquarters. Being promoted to Rear Admiral, his rank surpasses even mine, Smoker replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, proud of his discerning eye and recognizing talent. This fellow is moving at an incredible pace. Dasky, recovering from her earlier shock, clenched her fists tightly, remembering the words she had spoken before Rob's departure. You have performed admirably this month, Dasky, Smoker remarked, patting her shoulder with a smile. Not enough. I must strive harder. Dasky responded stubbornly, fixing her determined gaze on Smoker. Very well. Smoker chuckled, impressed by the remarkable growth of the young lady over the past month. She was even capable of slicing through steel with a blade. Colonel, I am not jesting. Dasky reiterated firmly, sensing Smoker's amusement. All right, I shall intensify your training regimen. By the way, it is getting rather late. Let us set out again tomorrow morning, Smoker observed, glancing at the sky with a smile. As time passed swiftly, the sun sank into the deep blue sea, and the moon ascended, followed by the first rays of dawn illuminating the horizon. Let us go, Dasky. At the harbor of Rogtown, with reckless abandon, Smog submitted a report to headquarters and, without awaiting approval, set sail for the East China Sea, accompanied by Dasky. Chapter 150. The return of Rob in the North Sea. At the Navy headquarters, the scorching sun had risen above the deep blue horizon, casting brilliant rays that adorned the island in a golden veil. In the expansive harbor, John Ram paced anxiously, his gaze fixed on the vast, cerulean ocean. Major Rob, please do not come to harm. Simultaneously, under John Ram's orders, all naval personnel commenced their frantic search across the island for Rob's whereabouts. He feared that the soldiers stationed at the harbor might have overlooked the possibility of Rob's return to town. Some naval vessels had already set sail, scouring the nearby islands for any sign of him. Colonel Ram, have you yet located that lad, Rob? In due course. A formidable and chilling presence emerged from behind John Ram. It was Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, clad in naval uniform, his demeanor stern and menacing as he fixated on John Ram. Vice Admiral. John Ram felt a wave of icy dread wash over him, his eyes widening in alarm as he faced Ghost Spider, finally grasping the extent of the Admiral's formidable power. If you could grant me a bit more time, I assure you I will uncover Major Rob's whereabouts, he replied, his voice quivering. He had always recognized Rob's significance, but the gravity of the situation now became evident. Rob's absence was more critical than he had previously contemplated. 15 minutes later, if we have not received news of Rob, mobilize the entire North Sea fleet in secret. We must locate this individual at all costs. Upon hearing this, Ghost Spider clenched his broad hands tightly, a resolute glint flickering in his obsidian eyes. He had made a solemn vow before the Marshal of the Warring States, should any misfortune befall Rob before he set sail. Not only would he face the Marshal's wrath, but he would also endure the scorn of his fellow commanders. Understood. John Ram responded gravely, realizing there was no alternative. Without delay, he busied himself, relentlessly dialing the communication bugs to connect with various brigades and gather intelligence. Thus, time slipped away quietly, fleetingly. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Colonel Ram, it is time to take action. Ghost Spider, observing the situation, turned to John Ram and coldly declared. Very well. Upon hearing this, John Ram wasted no time and promptly picked up the telephone, preparing to mobilize forces beyond his own department. Colonel Ram. Colonel Ram. A booming voice echoed from outside the port, causing John Ram to freeze mid-call. As he turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, he beheld a warship approaching the harbor across the horizon. Just then, a small yacht surged forth from the side of the warship, cutting through the water with remarkable speed, leaving a trail of frothy waves in its wake. Colonel Ram, General, I apologize for causing you concern. As soon as the yacht docked, Rob leaped ashore, casting an apologetic glance at Colonel Ram and General Ghost Spider. He had not realized his significance in their eyes and wished not to disrupt Colonel Ram's well-deserved respite. He had instructed the station soldiers to inform Colonel Ram of his departure when inquired. Major Rob, you truly frightened us. John Ram breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Rob, his anxieties dissipating entirely. Where on earth have you been? A word of notification would have sufficed. Colonel Ram. My sincerest apologies, Rob replied. Upon hearing this, Rob gazed at John Ram without uttering much. He understood that if he were to express that his silence was due to a desire not to disturb his rest, the ghost spider would perceive it as a dereliction of duty on Colonel John Ram's part. Such generals are results-oriented. Even during one's repose, any oversight could lead to accountability. Rob, for the time being, you shall remain on the island. It appears that a certain faction may soon be on the move, the ghost spider remarked, his eyes revealing a grave concern. Rob had no choice but to fabricate an excuse, for the truth was that he feared unforeseen incidents during transportation. Understood. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. However, he soon furrowed his brow. Could it be that the world government has set its sights on me? Still lingering over my affairs in the West Sea? This certainly shouldn't be the opportune moment. If they intended to act against me, they ought to have done so long ago. Rob furrowed his brow, unable to discern the reasoning behind the situation. Very well, once your subordinates have sufficiently recovered, we shall depart immediately. We must not keep General Qingji waiting for too long. The ghost spider left with a brief remark. Having received news that Qingji had already retreated from the New World back to Navy headquarters, and he would likely arrive at the entrance to the North Sea shortly. Colonel John Ram, I shall visit the medical bay to check on my subordinates. You should take a moment to rest. After the ghost spider departed, Rob noticed the beads of sweat on John Ram's forehead and remarked, It's nothing, really. I do not require rest. I shall accompany you, John Ram replied, dismissing the need for a break. Had it not been for Rob's situation earlier, he would hardly have been fatigued by the tasks at hand. The cold sweat was merely a result of Rob's intimidation. At that moment, he felt that if he could not locate Rob within a day, he might very well be crushed by the ghost spider. Little Rob, why do you think they place such importance on you? Just then, Perona descended from the yacht. Her brows furrowed in confusion as she inquired. Oh, indeed. Upon hearing this, Rob felt a sense of perplexity. It is worth noting that in the previous life's manga, the Ghost Spider General was a fierce and formidable officer, making such courteous behavior from him rather implausible. Moreover, why would the headquarters permit Admiral Qingji to personally attend to him? Could it merely be due to his association with Admiral Qingji in leading the Navy? Perhaps it is because of his rank as a major, showcasing considerable strength and exceptional talent. Meanwhile, John Ram couldn't help but chuckle, for Rob appeared exceedingly youthful, seemingly no older than 15 or 16. Exceptional talent, indeed? Upon hearing this, Rob furrowed his brow slightly. Perhaps there was a semblance of truth to it, after all. Rob Lucci of CP9 had achieved the rank of captain at a notably young age. He himself had reached a level of proficiency in the 6th tier of martial arts that could rival Rob Lucci's leopard form. Not to mention the 5,000 mastery points in the abilities of the Nien Nien fruit, along with the dual haki and the Sharingan, and he was still considerably younger. Nevertheless, he couldn't shake off an unsettling feeling. Chapter 151, Setting Sail. Well, isn't it rather advantageous that those above hold me in such regard? Rob, unable to fathom the underlying reasons, merely smiled and did not dwell on it, for he believed he had not committed any transgressions against the Navy. On the contrary, during his tenure, he had continuously achieved remarkable military feats, bringing stability to the western, southern, and northern seas with his presence. Well, although Perona felt a subtle unease within her, she could not ascertain the cause. With that, Rob, accompanied by Perona and John Ram, proceeded to the medical room. Hey, REIT, how much longer will it take for you to recover? Your captain is aging. Rob jested upon seeing REIT in the open space outside the medical room. Captain, I can't help it, sigh. REIT replied, shrugging his shoulders in helplessness. He was diligently striving to recuperate, after all. He was not blessed with a physique as extraordinary as Rob's. You must practice gradually. When we head to headquarters this time, I'll endeavor to find a formidable master of the Navy 6 styles to mentor you. Upon hearing this, Rob smiled faintly. Boss, can't you take me along? You're so powerful. Rhett looked at Rob with a sense of incredulity. Wasn't there a formidable figure right in front of them? Why seek out distant prospects? As for me, I lack the skills of the Marine 6 styles. Upon hearing this, Rob couldn't help but roll his eyes in silent disbelief. His training methods would likely be of no benefit to Let. By the way, Let, how about I procure a devil fruit for you? Rob had previously been aware of Rhett's desire to grow stronger. Now, he couldn't help but recall that in the world of pirates, the quickest means to enhance one's power was undoubtedly through the consumption of devil fruits. No, Boss and Sister Rona already possess devil fruits. If I were to consume one, at least if you all fell into the water, I could come to your rescue. However, upon hearing this, Rhett resolutely declined. Upon hearing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the lad had considered such a detail. "Aha, you rascal, what are you thinking? Your captain will not drown in the water. Have you forgotten my abilities?" However, he soon patted Raid on the shoulder and laughed heartily, for the sea posed no significant threat to him. With a mere exertion of telekinesis, he could create a dry environment. "You take good care of yourself. Rest assured, your captain will wait for you." Raid nodded solemnly. Time passed swiftly. As fleeting as a white horse galloping through a narrow passage, and regardless of the tumultuous waves outside, Rob and his companions remained in tranquil waters in the North Sea. Before long, 10 days had slipped by unnoticed. In the North Sea, at the naval headquarters, dawn broke gently. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the deep blue expanse of the sea, a warm glow enveloped the sleepy island. A gentle sea breeze stirred, caressing the skin with a refreshing coolness distinct from any other time of day. At this moment, the port of the North Sea Navy was abuzz with activity. Unlike any other day, as numerous citizens had gathered in the naval grounds. "Everyone, this is where we part ways," Rob said, standing at the port, a slight smile gracing his lips as he looked at the crowd before him. They had intended to leave quietly at dawn, but the eager townsfolk had risen early to bid farewell. "Major Rob, thank you for your deeds in the North Sea," one citizen exclaimed. "Indeed. The pirates have diminished significantly during this time. Venturing out is no longer as fraught with fear." Many in the crowd expressed their gratitude towards Rob, acknowledging that it was his defeat of the 3 notorious pirates that had compelled the rest to retreat. "This is what we, the Navy, ought to do. Rest assured, the Navy will ensure a stable world for all," Rob reassured them. John Lamb, upon hearing this, could not help but smile wryly. He quickly turned to Rob and said, "Major Rob, let us be on our way." Indeed, having spoken, Rob, Perona, and Rhett, along with a multitude of naval officers, ascended their respective warships alongside the Ghost Spider. In the gaze of the gathered crowd, the 2 warships, varying in size, set sail simultaneously from the harbor of the North Sea Naval Headquarters. Meanwhile, the Holy Land, Mary Geos, an island perched majestically upon the vast red earth, gazed down upon the world like a sovereign, reigning above all beings. At the heart of this island stood a magnificent palace, symbolizing the most supreme power in existence. Here resided the celestial dragons, who claimed to be the descendants of the creators, nobility of the world, and progeny of the 20 kings who established the world government 8 centuries ago. At this moment, the robust and towering Don Quixote da Flamingo, draped in a flamboyant flamingo coat and adorned with alluring eyes, set foot upon the exalted Holy Land. Fufufu, the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Doflamingo gazed fervently at the palace at the island's center, fully aware that it concealed the true treasures of the world government. He understood that despite his current status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea under the Navy, the representative of the underworld broker known as Joker, and the king of the prosperous nation of Dressrosa, all of this paled in comparison to the identity of a celestial dragon. Possessing that treasure would grant him the ultimate power in the world, transcending even that of the celestial dragons, and Rob was a crucial piece in realizing this ambition. Subsequently, Doflamingo retrieved a golden pattern transponder snail from within his grand flamingo coat. "Bru bru, fufufu, Roseward Saint, I have arrived." Doflamingo cackled, clutching the transponder snail as he spoke. "Joker, just come to my home. You know the address. I'll be waiting for you." A cold voice emanated from the transponder snail. Having spoken, the other party did not wait for further words from Doflamingo and abruptly ended the call. "Damn it, that guy," Doflamingo exclaimed in frustration at the disconnected line. Having once been a celestial dragon himself, he was well aware of the terrifying power they wielded. Even a transaction worth 50 billion berries did not seem to pique their interest. "One day, I shall once again set foot in this holy land." Doflamingo cast a chilling gaze towards the palace within the island, vividly recalling how his father had sought to restore their celestial dragon status, only to be met with a harsh rejection, relegating him to the status of a mere mortal. "At that time, I shall be the king of this world." With those words, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Doflamingo's dark gaze, intensifying his desire for the immortality technique possessed by law. The scorching sunlight poured down like golden grains of sand, casting a tall, shadowy silhouette upon Doflamingo's broad back against the polished ground. Chapter 152, The Convergence. Mary Geos, Panga City. Upon this solemn and sacred island, the world government expended vast resources to construct a verdant sea, an expanse filled with artificially cultivated colossal forests. Nestled within this emerald ocean lies a grand and imposing city, home to the descendants of the Creator, the celestial dragons. At this moment, within a luxurious palace in Panga City, St. Roswald sat at the head of the hall. "Joker, you may now reveal your intentions," he said. His noble demeanor accentuated by the bubble helmet he wore as a symbol of his status, his gaze slightly lowered towards the entrance. St. Roswald. "I have come to bring you a monetary gift," Doflamingo replied, lifting his head and breaking into a wide grin. "I find that hard to believe, Joker. Speak plainly. And for your sake, I shall reluctantly lend an ear." Roswarder Saint remarked indifferently to Joker that if it were not for Joker's ownership of the slave trading post on Sabaody Archipelago, which had consistently provided him with a plethora of fine slaves, coupled with the substantial sum of 50 billion, he would hardly engage in extensive dealings with a mere mortal who had already fallen from the exalted pedestal of the celestial dragons. "I desire a person." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo did not linger, but his pupils suddenly constricted, a glimmer of cold light flashing across his eyes as he extended a finger. "Oh, is there still someone you cannot acquire, Joker?" Upon hearing the words, Roswarder could not help but reveal a flicker of astonishment in his dark eyes. It is worth noting that the Joker is an intermediary in the underworld. "Hehehe, are you familiar with Langphysius Rob?" Doflamingo smirked, his mouth curling into a cold smile. "Langphysius Rob?" Upon hearing the words of Roswardle, he was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, with a hint of astonishment, he inquired, "The mastermind behind the West Sea incident?" The ramifications of this event are colossal. Even the aloof celestial dragons, usually indifferent to the news, were momentarily stirred. He then directed his gaze towards Doflamingo, questioning, "So, you desire this individual?" Doflamingo, with a hearty laugh, responded, "Ha ha ha. He stands at the pinnacle of public opinion. A naval prodigy whom even Sengoku was willing to escort with a young general. How could I possibly seek him?" The thought of seizing Rob was merely a consideration of opportunity. What he truly coveted was law. "Oh, then whom do you seek?" Upon hearing this, Roswarder displayed no reaction, casting a puzzled glance at Don Quixote Doflamingo. After all, the term admiral held little fear for them. "Fufufu, I only require one of his subordinates," Doflamingo remarked, a chilling glint flashing through his eyes. He then retrieved a photograph from the vibrant plumage of his crimson flamingo coat. This woman was once a subordinate of the former warlord, Gecko Moria, and is now under the command of the illustrious Captain Rob. "Secure her, and a bounty of 5 billion will be yours." Doflamingo turned to the figure seated at the throne, Roswarder Saint, and grinned malevolently. "Is it truly that simple?" Upon hearing this, Roswald was somewhat taken aback. It was difficult to comprehend how such a woman could be valued at 50 billion. Indeed, it was as simple as that. When conducting business with an old friend, one ought to be forthright. Doflamingo's eyes sparkled with a glint of cunning as he erupted into laughter. Although he had anticipated that Roswald would readily acquiesce, a flicker of concern lingered within him, fearing that Roswald might be disinclined to assist him. After all, while 50 billion is not an insignificant sum, it pales in comparison to the vast fortunes of the celestial dragons. Spending 7 or 8 billion on a few devil fruits for slaves was a trivial indulgence only the affluent celestial dragons could afford. However, the time to act would not be until the arrival of Colonel Rob at Sabaody Archipelago. Doflamingo's demeanor shifted to one of cold resolve as he stated that any other time frame would render the acquisition of Perona futile. His true objective was not merely to obtain Perona, but to incite chaos upon Rob's discovery that Perona had been abducted by the celestial dragons. In the ensuing turmoil, he intended for Virgo to facilitate the extraction of Trafalgar Law from Rob's warship. "Very well, that shall be arranged." Upon hearing this, Rodvar did not inquire further, for in his eyes, Rob was merely a mortal. To steal a woman from a mere mortal seemed as effortless to him as having a meal. However, one must wonder when this Major Rob would arrive on the island of Shambaudi, for I cannot remain in Shambaudi indefinitely. Suddenly, Roswarder furrowed his brow and spoke, "Rest assured, St. Roswarder, I will take charge of the incident involving Colonel Rob's landing. However, I kindly request you to spend a couple of days on Chambord Island beforehand. Of course, I will ensure that everything is arranged for you during this time." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, "This is indeed the crux of the matter. The celestial dragons are not inclined to wait indefinitely in one location." "Oh, very well then. It has been some time since I last strolled through Chambord Island," he agreed. Upon hearing this, Roswarder slightly raised an eyebrow, then gently patted the armrest of his seat and remarked with a smile, "It is a pleasure to cooperate." Doflamingo, upon hearing this, broke into a wide, flamboyant grin. "By the way, I have already transferred 5 billion berries to your account, The remaining half will be promptly credited to your account once the matter is accomplished. Oh. Upon hearing this, Roswerder was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating such sincerity from Doflamingo, who had already transferred the funds to the account beforehand. Joker. Your greatest misfortune lies in having a foolish father. As Roswerder gazed upon the imposing figure of Doflamingo in the grand hall, he couldn't help but reminisce about events from decades past, lamenting, otherwise, we could have been the best of friends. The voice of Roswedel resonated through the tranquil hall, causing Doflamingo's previously radiant smile to stiffen abruptly. He remained silent, his fists clenched tightly beneath the flamboyant feathers of his coat. If he still held the esteemed status of a celestial dragon, Roswedel, a mere wretch among them, would not even be worthy of polishing his shoes. All of this stemmed from that exceedingly foolish decision, which compelled him to cultivate that rebellious lad, so that he would willingly perform the immortality surgery for him. Only in this manner could he truly grasp the pinnacle of power in this world. Ro, you better not let me down, otherwise, I shall have to seek another. A chilling resolve surged within Doflamingo's gaze as he arrived at a decision. Should Trafalgar Law remain unwilling to perform the immortality surgery within the next 2 years, he would have no choice but to eliminate him and wait for the surgery fruit to reincarnate in this world once more. Chapter 153, The Grand Web Indeed. Making this decision was exceedingly arduous for him, and this was precisely why he expended so much effort, daring to act beneath the very nose of the young admiral. To rescue Law, who stood at the zenith of public opinion, the endeavor to acquire the surgery fruit again was fraught with challenges. He had nearly fallen into Sengoku's ambush once before. Moreover, developing the surgery fruit to its utmost potential, so that it could facilitate immortality, would also require considerable time. Rest assured, Joker, I shall ensure your matters are resolved. As Roswerder Saint refrained from further speech, one might have assumed he had struck a chord deep within Doflamingo's heart. Thus, he offered a word of consolation, saying, splendid. Doflamingo, upon hearing this, extricated himself from his previous thoughts, and with a broad grin, responded jovially. Then I shall proceed with the preparations. Recognizing that their agreement had been reached, Doflamingo felt no need to elaborate further and took his leave. Well, travel safely. No need for formalities. In the Grand Palace, Roswaddle nodded with a smile, having not even invited Don Quixote Doflamingo to dine with him. Although Joker pleased his palate, he was no longer a celestial dragon. How could one of their rank lower themselves to share a meal with mere mortals, let alone see them off? With that, Doflamingo nodded and departed the opulent palace without delay, fully aware of the customs of the celestial dragons. Hello, is this Virgo? Doflamingo soon emerged from the Panga city of Mariehua and dialed Virgo's number. Young master, I have arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, and for the next month. I am assured that there will be no risk of exposure. Everything has been meticulously arranged. Dressed in civilian clothing and situated within Joker's enterprise, Virgo answered, holding the phone bug adorned with flamboyant sunglasses. The agreement with Saint Roswaddle has been successfully reached. The remaining tasks are now entrusted to you. Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. This was precisely why he chose to assign such a crucial matter to Virgo, for among his subordinates, Virgo possessed unparalleled skills in infiltration and disguise, as well as formidable strength, allowing Doflamingo to feel a sense of security. Rest assured, young master, Virgo replied, his expression turning serious. He was acutely aware of the challenges posed by the current chaos in completing their mission. Fufufu, there's no need to be overly anxious. I have arranged for Kaido's calamity, Jack, to alleviate some of the pressure for you. Doflamingo chuckled, sensing the gravity in Virgo's tone. To prevent the impulsive Captain Rob from clashing with the celestial dragons, which would prompt Admiral Greenbull to swiftly suppress him and quell the ensuing turmoil. Doflamingo planned to send Jack to Sabaody Archipelago to distract Greenbull, thereby extending the period of chaos for Virgo. Oh, young master, that would indeed be even better. Virgo remarked, the seriousness on his face easing slightly as he smiled. Fufufu, I would never engage in uncertain dealings. Hearing this, Doflamingo broke into an arrogant grin, confident that neither he nor Virgo had ever doubted a potential conflict between Rob and the celestial dragons. If Rob were to surrender his subordinates, he would not have instigated such events directly in the West Sea. He understood that Rob was the passionate type, unwilling to submit to tyranny. After all, had he lacked a certain understanding of human nature, Doflamingo would not have attained his current position. Thus, unbeknownst to Rob and his companions, Doflamingo had already woven an intricate web far away in Mariehua, patiently awaiting his moment. Time passed swiftly. And soon Rob and his party arrived at the entrance of the Grand Line, a mere 100 nautical miles from the naval fortress. At this moment, the sun blazed high in the midday sky, casting its fierce light upon two warships of varying sizes as they sailed towards the naval stronghold. Perhaps I have been overly cautious. What pirate would dare to target these two vessels, especially after spending too long in the New World? Ghost Spider mused, standing on the deck and gazing at the approaching naval fortress with a wry smile. Indeed, in the relatively weak seas of the Four Seas, apart from the legendary hidden powerhouses, no one dared to lay claim to their attention. As for him, being a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, and considering Rob's prowess, it was no wonder that no pirate had dared to approach their ship during this time, resulting in a serene journey devoid of any surprises. Alas, not even a lackey to spar with, Rob sighed while observing the fortress drawn nearer from the deck of the other warship. Unlike the days when he and the inexperienced Chinjo ventured to the Navy headquarters in obscurity, he now basked in renown, yet during this period, no pirate had dared to challenge them. Consequently, his devil value had stagnated, leaving him with only the daily training of his light manipulation, which had granted him some energy. With this energy, he had managed to elevate his dual hockey to the 4th tier, nearing the final stage of its initial realm. With less than a month remaining until he could reach the next significant level of mastery, the control stage, he lamented, since entering the Grand Line. No pirates have come forth to provide me with the opportunity to hone my skills. Rob understood that Admiral Akiji was already waiting for them at the naval fortress. As they prepared to enter the Grand Line, the warning from Vice Admiral Gecko Moria about preventing unforeseen circumstances indicated that their journey would progress with remarkable swiftness. Even if pirates dared to provoke Vice Admiral Gecko Moria, Admiral Akiji would not allow them the opportunity to test their mettle. He would swiftly bring matters to a conclusion. Of course, he felt that even in the Grand Line's initial segment, there were no pirate factions that would unprovokedly seek to confront them, as he held little allure for the majority of pirates. Little Rob, why do I feel a chill in the air? At that moment, Perona, standing nearby, suddenly sensed a wave of coldness descending from above. For some unknown reason, she had noticed that her senses had become markedly heightened of late. Now that you mention it, it does feel a bit cold. It seems that Lord Akiji has arrived. Upon hearing this, Rob could not help but exude an imposing aura. Sensing the intensified chill in the air, and chuckled, "Boss, it appears there is someone on the surface of the sea." Just then, Rhett, who was exercising nearby, suddenly pointed at the ocean in astonishment and exclaimed loudly. Before them, a dark spot on the deep blue sea began to enlarge gradually, and soon everyone witnessed a slender beam of white light emanating from the depths of the azure waters, coalescing into a delicate sheet of ice. On that icy surface, a figure leisurely pedaled a bicycle towards Rob and the others. "Young General, it has been quite a while." Upon witnessing this, Rob offered a faint smile and waved at the man on the horizon. Chapter 154, The First Glimpse of a New World. ISNT. Everything just fine? That old fellow Sengoku has been persistently urging me. Admiral Chingji lazily observed Rob aboard the warship as he dismounted from his bicycle. "Admiral Chingji, I have fulfilled my duty. Major Rob is safe and sound," he announced. At that moment, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, standing nearby, also halted the ship, gazing at the man standing serenely above the sea, and spoke with a tone of respect. He understood that his previously taut nerves could finally relax, since Sengoku had dispatched him to the North Sea to protect Rob. He had been on high alert, unwilling to let his guard down. "Ah, you've worked hard, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider," Chingji remarked, lifting his gaze to the figure on the ship and nodding slightly. He too was aware that the forthcoming task of transport rested upon his shoulders. "By the way, you've surprised me, kid." Suddenly, he leaped from the surface of the water onto Rob's warship, fixing his dark eyes upon Rob and breaking into a grin. "Admiral Chingji, is it?" Perona muttered as she observed the tall man on the deck, recalling the time they had gazed at each other across the sea. She could vividly remember the chilling aura he emanated back then. Yet now, the man, devoid of any hostility, exuded an indescribable sense of solidity, as if the world's turmoil had been gently stilled in his presence. "Hee, isn't this just to give you a bit of face?" Upon hearing this, Rob sheepishly turned his head, a smile breaking across his face. He understood that Chingji's words were not merely compliments. "You've embarrassed me quite a bit, you little rascal." Chingji, usually languid and reticent, couldn't help but jest at Rob's expression. "Head, General. I was simply concerned that those scoundrels from the world government would come after me." Upon hearing this, Rob chuckled heartily. "Oh, you entertain such thoughts?" Chingji was taken aback, casting a meaningful glance at Rob. He had not anticipated that this young lad was deliberately creating such a ruckus. He had assumed Rob's actions were merely the result of youthful exuberance. After all, this was a high-stakes gamble. Should the influence fail to reach a level that instilled fear in the world government, they would not hesitate to eliminate anyone daring enough to expose their corruption. I am not foolish. If I do not make my intentions known to the world, how could the world government refrain from sending some legendary CP9 to dispose of me? Upon hearing this, Rob shrugged his shoulders and casually remarked, "Only by standing at the forefront of public opinion can those fellows truly weigh their worth. After all, I was merely an inconspicuous minor player at that time. To evoke discontent and sow seeds of doubt among the populace is hardly a lucrative endeavor. I must commend your cleverness, but once we enter the new world, impulsiveness must be tempered, understood?" Qingji, upon hearing this, chuckled derisively before fixing a serious gaze upon Rob. The New World cannot be approached with the same reckless abandon as the West Sea. It is teeming with formidable individuals capable of commanding respect across the seas. And even the mightiest of the 7 warlords are numerous. Oh, the New World? Upon hearing this, Rob paused for a moment, caught off guard despite having made some preparations. Indeed, the New World refers to the latter half of the Grand Line, encompassing the waters from Sabaody Archipelago to Raftel. Qingji, upon hearing this, assumed that Rob was unaware of the significance of the New World and proceeded to explain. The New World, you say? Upon hearing this, Rob pondered the term. How could he be unaware of the illustrious name of the New World? He was also aware that there were only 2 pathways to enter this realm. One could either traverse the Red Line safely as a member of the Navy or venture into a cavern located thousands of meters beneath the Red Line, which led directly to the New World. By descending to the ocean's depths and passing by Fishman Island, one would indeed reach the New World. General, do you truly intend to send me to the New World? Will I be accompanying your fleet? Rob's excitement was palpable as he gazed at Qingji, reaffirming his earlier statement. It is worth noting that his system could yield 1/10 of the devil value even if he managed to subdue a severely injured pirate. The pirates there far surpassed his own abilities, making even 1/10 of a devil value a considerable sum. Well, barring any unforeseen circumstances, once you are appointed as a rear admiral, you will accompany me to the New World, he declared. Upon hearing this, Qingji nodded in agreement and responded, Admiral Qingji, is the New World truly as terrifying as they say? Will I still be able to team up with Lieutenant Rob? At this moment, Rhett, who was nearby, looked at Qingji with a hint of anxiety, voicing his concern. Rob, too, felt a twinge of nervousness as he turned his gaze towards Qingji, acknowledging that this was indeed a matter worth pondering, one he had not considered before. That depends on you, Lieutenant Rob. The headquarters merely assigns his squad to my command. It is up to him to decide who comprises his team, Qingji responded with a smile, directing his attention towards Rob. Is that true? Haha. Rhett, worry not. I will undoubtedly become your commander. After all, you are my junior. Upon hearing this, Rob's eyes gleamed, and he let out a hearty laugh before promptly inquiring. Is the New World truly as terrifying as people claim? At that moment, Perona cast a concerned glance at Qingji, clearly recalling the fearsome experiences of former warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, who had been left questioning his very existence after encountering the Emperor Kaido in the New World. She vividly remembered the dread reflected in Moria's eyes whenever he spoke of that perilous realm. And it was precisely after one of his defeats that she had joined his ranks. Rona, fret not. It is merely the New World, and I will vanquish them all. Upon hearing this, Rob, noticing the worry reflected in Rona's eyes, vowed to protect her. How could he possibly diminish in spirit? If he could not vanquish those ruffians, how could he aspire to become a formidable force in this tumultuous world and safeguard the woman he cherished? If possessing such an extraordinary system could not enable him to achieve that, he might as well embrace death. Rob, ambition is commendable. Yet it is imperative that I convey to you that the New World is currently an unregulated territory, one that even the Navy cannot truly dominate or control. At this moment, Admiral Ghost Spider leapt onto Rob's warship, gravely stating that, as a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he could not guarantee his own survival in the New World. Is it truly that terrifying? Rhett, upon hearing this, gazed at Ghost Spider in alarm. To him, the Navy was the sole bastion of justice in this world. Despite the New World's dangers, he could not accept that the Navy was entirely incapable of exerting control. He believed it was simply a more chaotic region under their jurisdiction, akin to the distinction between the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas. Indeed, as Ghost Spider articulated, the New World remains an illegal domain that the Navy cannot currently weave into its fabric of control. Qingji, upon hearing this, cast a serious glance at the group and resolutely declared his intention to enlighten these spirited young individuals about the realities of the world. Chapter 155. The Terror of the New World. What? Perona and Rhett gasped, taken aback by the words of Admiral Qingji, a figure of considerable authority within the Navy. Rob, however, was not surprised. He recalled that this had been mentioned in the manga of his past life. Yet, he felt that Qingji was somewhat exaggerating, perhaps to instill a sense of calm among them. In his previous life, although Whitebeard clashed with the entire Navy during the Marineford War, he understood that Admirals Qingji and Kizaru were merely going through the motions. He had observed up to Chapter 826, believing that even Luffy, 2 years hence, would be capable of challenging the four emperors. Thus, while the Navy struggled to control that region, it was not as dire as Qingji portrayed. Let me provide an example. You are aware of the 7 warlords of the sea sanctioned by the Navy, correct? Qingji, noticing the expressions of the two, smiled subtly, realizing he had begun to achieve his goal. How could we not know? They are the formidable pirates that instill fear across the seas. Rhett promptly responded for him. The 7 warlords represented the pinnacle of piracy. Oh, by the way, Perona, you were previously under the command of the warlord, Gecko Moria, correct? How do you perceive his strength? Qingji inquired, directing a gentle smile toward Perona. Strong, exceedingly strong, she affirmed. Upon hearing this, Perona immediately nodded in agreement. Despite Moonlight Moria's seemingly languid demeanor, she was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of her former captain. Take, for instance, the previous encounter at Absalom Island. Those 3 notorious pirates were hardly a match for Moonlight Moria, merely akin to the caliber of 3 rear admirals, with Trafalgar Law being slightly more formidable. Had Rob recognized Perona's thoughts, he would have concurred, for 2 years prior. The death surgeon Trafalgar Law and the magician Basil Hawkins did not possess the terrifying reputation they would later acquire. It was 4 years after that moment when Trafalgar Law would ascend to the status of a warlord of the sea. A drastic transformation for such an extraordinary talent still in their developmental phase. Just as Luffy underwent a monumental change within 2 years. Knowing this, do you comprehend that Moonlight Moria's ilk is not a trivial matter in the New World? Qingji glanced at the others, then smiled gently, remarking, This is a warlord of the sea. Rhett, upon hearing this, looked incredulously at Admiral Qingji, astonished. However, it should not be inferred that the warlords of the sea hold no value in the New World. One must recognize that not all pirates are willing to serve the government, and there exists a hierarchy among the warlords themselves. For instance, the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, stands as a top-tier powerhouse among the warlords. Such a formidable figure commands respect as a sovereign within the New World, making it improbable for him to willingly serve as a warlord for the Navy. Only lone wolves like Mihawk would entertain such notions. Qingji chuckled softly and continued his explanation. The true reason the Navy cannot control or infiltrate the New World lies in the existence of 4 immensely powerful pirates who transcend the warlords of the sea. Akin to emperors reigning over that tumultuous yet bountiful sea region, known as the 4 emperors. As Qingji spoke these words, a grave expression manifested in his eyes. Those 4 characters weighed heavily upon the Navy, a burden only those who stand at the pinnacle of the world can fully grasp. The 4 emperors? Pirates who overshadow the warlords of the sea. Rhett inhaled sharply upon hearing this. It was his first encounter with such terminology. The 4 emperors. Perona, overhearing, murmured the name. As far as she knew, Moonlight Moria had previously been expelled from the New World by an emperor named Kaido. Indeed, any captain among them possesses strength not inferior to that of the likes of Moonlight Moria, making it nearly impossible for pirates in the New World to thrive without the support of an emperor. The entire New World is firmly under the watchful eyes of these 4 sovereigns, rendering even the Navy unable to penetrate their domain effectively. Upon witnessing this, Qingji cast a grave glance at the assembly and solemnly proclaimed, Your primary task as we venture into this new world is to monitor and contain these 4 emperors, thereby mitigating their conflicts and preserving the delicate balance. As the gravity of the New World's peril dawned upon the crowd, Qingji elucidated the principal responsibilities of the generals within this realm. Just how formidable is the strength of these 4 emperors in comparison to that of the generals? At this juncture, Rob, who had been listening intently, suddenly brightened with realization and could not help but voice the doubts that had lingered in his mind from a past life. It is worth noting that in the previous world, the power dynamics between the generals and the 4 emperors had always captivated public attention, as Oda's portrayal during the Marineford War was notably ambiguous, leading to numerous discrepancies. The fact that a general could survive under the reign of the four emperors was a point of intrigue. Upon hearing this, Qingji turned a serious gaze towards Rob and solemnly articulated his response. Is that truly possible? Upon hearing this response, Rob's pupils constricted sharply. It was an answer he had not anticipated. It is noteworthy that in his previous life, many concurred that the admirals were merely a shade weaker than the four emperors. Indeed, the four emperors are a terrifying force. One must comprehend that the true power in this world does not reside within the navy, but rather within the world government. Qingji offered a resigned smile, for it is common knowledge that the admirals represent the navy's foremost combat strength. Yet, few realize that the navy is merely a lapdog of the world government. Even the fleet admiral holds little esteem before the five elders of the world government, as the navy is but a tool employed to eliminate trash and maintain the delicate balance of this institution. The genuine forces that stand in opposition to the four emperors and the revolutionary army lie hidden in the shadows of the world government. Are the four emperors truly that formidable? Upon hearing this, Rob inhaled sharply, suddenly doubting that the confrontation between Luffy and Kaido in the comic of his previous life would be so straightforward. Perhaps the subsequent plot would take an unforeseen turn that defied historical accounts. Rob, do you believe that the Navy could recruit two individuals possessing the strength of admirals in the current global conscription? Meanwhile, the four emperors have remained steadfast in the New World, with scarcely any signs of upheaval. Observing the skepticism etched on Rob's face, Qingji couldn't help but smile, his lips curving into a grin. Moreover, do you realize that 20 years ago, following the demise of the pirate king Gold, Roger, nearly everyone associated with him was apprehended? Yet, the world government has taken no action against Rayleigh, his first mate. It's worth noting that the infamous Dark King Rayleigh has been operating a tavern on Sabaody Island, right under the Navy's nose. If he did not possess some troublesome power that posed a challenge to the world government, do you think they would let the Pirate King's first mate go unscathed? Upon hearing this, Rob nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth that without strength, even Tom, who merely built the ship for Roger, would be sentenced to death, let alone a vice captain. However, this Lord Rayleigh lacks the might of the four emperors, even at his zenith. Qingji smiled at this juncture, intending to make Rob comprehend the terrifying nature of the four emperors and to unveil the reality of this world to him. Chapter 156. What are the four emperors? Could it be? Upon hearing this, Rob gazed at Qingji in disbelief. In his previous life, many viewers, including himself, believed that the legendary figure Rayleigh, the first mate of the Pirate King, possessed the strength of an emperor of the sea. After all, how could he still contend with Admiral Kizaru in his old age? Thus, I pose this question. If the Dark King Rayleigh indeed harbors the power of an emperor, why was it that Whitebeard, also an emperor, could not overpower Gold, Roger in their encounters? Do you truly believe that Gold Roger, the man who conquered the world's mightiest seas, was inferior to his first mate Rayleigh? If the crew of the Pirate King boasted two individuals of emperor-level prowess, what could Whitebeard possibly utilize to challenge Gold, Roger? Do you naively think that the gap between the emperors is vast? A subtle smile graced Qingji's lips as he regarded Rob with keen interest. Are you suggesting that? Upon hearing this, Robert was momentarily taken aback, as an array of details from the comic of his previous life surged through his mind. He suddenly realized that the once mighty Whitebeard had been portrayed as experiencing a decline in his condition due to injuries and age. Remarkably, even after taking a devastating blow from one of his subordinates, he still managed to hold his ground against Akainu, showcasing an unparalleled dominance. Moreover, as Qingji rightly stated, if the gap between the emperors was too vast, how could they possibly coexist equally in the New World? He had never witnessed a single emperor genuinely fearful of Whitebeard. For instance, one of the emperors, Shanks, audaciously boarded Whitebeard's ship, leaving numerous crew members dazed, and when negotiations faltered, he engaged in direct combat with Whitebeard. What defines an emperor? It is none other than a man who reigns supreme over the seas, unafraid of any force and unbound by the control of others. Therefore, Robber, your journey is still long. Do not rush. With that, Qingji gazed seriously at Robber, his broad palm gently resting on Robber's shoulder, sensing the astonishing talent within him. He did not wish for such a prodigy to fall prematurely due to arrogance and pride. Admiral, I understand now. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Rob took a deep breath. And at that moment, the fervent desire to enhance his strength became increasingly palpable. Indeed, if an admiral is not significantly weaker than the four emperors, then why would such a formidable being rush to assist when the celestial dragons encountered a problem? Yet, He did not witness Carp display any disdain towards the celestial dragons. Moreover, considering that in his past life, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, was Carp's son, and that the troublemaker Luffy was his grandson. It was remarkable that this venerable man was still referred to as a hero within the Navy, untouched by the persecution of the world government. He even felt that Carp's words to Sengoku in the past, about needing to be restrained lest he succumb to the urge to eliminate Akainu, were not mere rhetoric but rather an expression of genuine capability. Understood. Without further ado, let us prepare to set sail for the Navy headquarters. But first, I shall take a brief rest, as I am somewhat fatigued. Upon hearing this, Chisher chuckled, then yawned. Lazily reclining on the deck and removing the eye mask that had been perched on his forehead, placing it over his eyes. Admiral, allow me to prepare a bed for you. Upon witnessing this, Rob could not help but let out a faint bitter smile. The young general, Qingxi, appeared exceedingly indolent. He suddenly surmised that perhaps it was this very laziness that rendered him inferior to Akainu. It is of no consequence. They are rather similar, he remarked. Hearing this, Qingxi did not even bother to lift his eye mask. He opened his mouth to speak, and as he did, a chill seemed to radiate from him. Before he returned to a statue-like slumber. Very well, it's your call, he instructed. REIT, notify the entire fleet to set sail, with the Marine headquarters as our destination. Rob glanced at the youthful figure with a resigned smile, then turned to the side and commanded Rhett. Very well, Chief. Rhett nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to direct the operations. Soon, the warship was back in motion. Major Rob, I shall return to my own vessel now. The Ghost Spider remarked upon observing the scene. Why not stay a while longer, Admiral? I can have my men prepare some refreshments for you. No, thank you, Major Rob. The Ghost Spider responded with a bashful smile. His disposition was not one inclined toward idle chatter or drinking with others. Very well then. Upon hearing this, Rob could only relent and said nothing further. The ghostly spider nodded and then leapt back onto its warship with grace. Just then, Perona suddenly called out to Rob. Her eyes filled with concern as an intense unease surged within her heart. Rest assured, Rona, I shall not allow a mishap like that on Abu's island to occur again. Rob glanced at the concern reflected in Perona's eyes, and with a sweeping gesture, he enveloped her in his embrace, stating resolutely that although the new world was indeed dominated by formidable powers, he did not believe he could not measure up to them. All he needed was a little more time. Boss, your phone. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted from the side as Rate rushed over, clutching a phone in his hand. Upon seeing this, Perona's pale complexion flushed with a hint of crimson, prompting her to wriggle free from Rob's embrace. Sister Rona, is there any need for caution? The boss has long informed me that you are his woman, Rate remarked, casting a sideways glance at Perona's reaction. What, little Rob? Perona's face reddened even more at his words, and she playfully pinched Rob's cheek with her delicate, fair fingers. Rate, hand me the phone, please. Rob felt a slight sting on his cheek and couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, the boss is calling for you. Rate promptly handed the phone bug to Rob and continued, by the way, the person on the other end claims to be your former superior. Huh? Smog? Upon hearing this, Rob was taken aback, for he was well aware of Smoker's fiery temperament. You rascal, Rob. So you have a woman now, quite impressive indeed. This must have happened during the day, right? No rush. You handle your matters first, and I shall call you back shortly. Immediately. Laughter echoed through the din of the phone bug, clearly a reaction to the conversation Rob had just engaged in. Colonel, no, please hear me out. Beep. Rob hastily attempted to explain, only to realize that the snail phone in his hand had been abruptly disconnected. Disconnected? Upon witnessing this, Late stared blankly at the snail phone held by Rob, and the three of them stood frozen in place. Little Rob, this is all your fault. After a brief moment, Perona finally came to her senses, and in that instant, her snow-white neck was tinged with a blush, prompting her to flee back into the cabin as if escaping. She could distinctly hear the snail phone state that it was still daytime. Boss, why did Sister Rona run away? Late gazed in bewilderment towards the cabin, utterly perplexed. It seems that daytime is rather pleasant indeed. Rob did not respond to Late's words. Instead, a profound interest flickered in his eyes. It seemed that he was eager to experiment. Yes, he must certainly try. Under Smoker's inspiration, the youthful Rob gradually embarked upon an innovative path. Chapter 157. The Sabaody Archipelago. Meanwhile, on the Sabaody Archipelago, this island, distinguished by its unique geographical location, basked in the midday sun. The scorching rays descended from the heavens, enveloping this splendid island their warmth. The bright sunlight illuminated countless bubbles, refracting dazzling brilliance that made one feel as though they were in a dream. The entire island was formed by a magnificent species of tree known as the Yarlman red tree. There were a total of 79 trees, each meticulously numbered, with each inscription detailing towns and facilities. Thus, this wondrous island was aptly named the Sabaody Archipelago. Colonel Smoker, why did you hang up the phone? At that moment, on the island of Yarlman Red Tree number 36, numerous amusement facilities thrived. In a quaint shop nestled beneath a towering Ferris wheel, Smoker and Tashigi were seated, sipping chilled beverages. Smoker donned a loose white and blue shirt, the front wide open to reveal his broad chest. In contrast, Tashigi was more modestly dressed, wearing a fitted purple shirt and blue trousers that accentuated her graceful figure. I cannot interrupt that boy's good fortune. Upon hearing this, Smoker took a sip of his frosty drink and, noticing Tashigi's puzzled expression, smiled amiably. Good fortune? What good fortune? What are you talking about in broad daylight? Tashigi's curiosity intensified as she inquired eagerly. Why would a child like you need to know these things? Smoker was momentarily taken aback, staring at Tashigi's inquisitive gaze, suddenly unsure how to explain himself. Colonel, I am not a child. Tashigi, in indignation, set her icy drink down forcefully. However, Smoker paid no heed to Tashigi's protests and continued. Perhaps Rob's situation isn't what it seems. When shall I call him? Let us give him a call in 6 hours. That should resolve everything. Just as Smoker and Tashigi arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago, on the island of Yarlman Red Tree number 65, within the naval and government access area, Colonel Andrew from the West Sea had also arrived aboard a naval vessel, stepping onto this enchanting island. The air of the Sabaody Archipelago is so refreshing. I never had the chance to explore it before. Dressed in a Navy uniform, Andrew descended from the warship, his gaze naturally drawn to the bubbles floating in the sky. He inhaled deeply, recalling his voluntary reassignment from the naval headquarters to his hometown in the West Sea. He was well aware that the naval headquarters offered little in the way of entertainment, rendering one quite bored. Seeking a place to sit, he thought to call Rob and inquire about his whereabouts. After pondering for a moment, Andrew resolved to unwind and shed the fatigue of his journey before embarking on the next leg of his travels. Are you also looking for Rob? At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out from behind Andrew, and he turned to see a naval officer clad in a justice coat approaching, albeit missing an arm. Andrew, intrigued, regarded the man before him. Allow me to introduce myself. I hail from the South Sea, and I am the commander of the South Sea Navy, Colonel Eru. Upon noticing Andrew's curiosity, Colonel Eru graciously extended his remaining arm. Colonel Eru, it seems the South Sea is rather chaotic. Observing Eru's missing arm, Andrew's pupils constricted as he firmly grasped the colonel's hand. Indeed, it is somewhat tumultuous. However, ever since Brother Rob arrived, I dare say the South Sea has become the quietest place around, Eru replied with a smile. I have heard tales. I am Admiral Andrew from the West Sea. Andrew promptly introduced himself, sensing that their purposes aligned. The West Sea? Goodness, that is quite something, Andrew exclaimed, taken aback. For the turmoil in the four seas had been immense, far surpassing even the cleansing in the South Sea. It was a true revelation of the corruption within the Navy to the public eye. Indeed, looking back now, it still sends chills down my spine. Only Brother Rob would dare to undertake such actions, Andrew remarked with a hint of trepidation, remembering that after the incident, the number of resignations from the West Sea Navy had soared to over 40%. Otherwise, he would not have been compelled to hastily recruit soldiers, urging Sergeant S to expedite the training of new recruits. Only that fellow would have the audacity to instigate such matters. Had I not known of his actions in the West Sea beforehand, I would never have dared to propose such a reckless plan. Eru reminisced about Rob's bold agreement to the South Sea cleansing initiative. By the way, are you alone? Suddenly, Aaron noticed the absence of other naval personnel beside Andrew and inquired with curiosity. Yes, it is just me. Why do you ask? Andrew replied, perplexed by Eru's question. Well, you have no idea. When I left, my subordinates were crying and clamoring to accompany me. Thankfully, once I made it to the naval headquarters, I managed to leave them behind. You have made a prudent decision, for there remains a hint of disorder here. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Upon hearing this, Andrew could not help but interject. He had previously acquired knowledge about the Sabaody archipelago and was aware that areas 60 to 69 were under the jurisdiction of the government and the Navy, which is why he had directly accompanied the naval fleet to this region. He dared not venture recklessly into other areas, as encountering the capricious celestial dragons or formidable pirates would pose significant challenges. Indeed, I had considered this. Bringing them all along would be quite overwhelming. As our strength remains insufficient, Alu sighed, unable to suppress his feelings. Although they were commanders within their respective waters, the disparity between them and the Navy in the Grand Line was vast. It is worth noting that in the East Blue, Arlong, with a bounty of 20 million berries, is the most notorious pirate by all appearances, while such pirates in the Grand Line are as numerous as fish in the sea. Although the South Blue is not as feeble as the East Blue, boasting a pirate like Kidd, even he does not rank among the top-tier powers in the Grand Line, merely dominating the early segments, and he is certainly not a match for Kidd. He estimated that he might be able to contend with a pirate of around a 100 million bounty, at best. Well then, let us explore the 60 to 69 area and await the arrival of the Robb brothers. Andrew nodded in agreement, acknowledging the need for caution in the Sabaody archipelago. By the way, Colonel Andrew, how about we share a drink? I brought some fine wine. Alu chuckled at this and replied, I have also brought some excellent wine. Let us drink and then call Robb afterward. With that, the two of them, arms linked, ventured deeper into the island, marking the arrival of the three commanders from different seas to Sabaody Island. Though they lacked immense power, they wielded influence in their respective waters and temporarily controlled the media of their domains. Chapter 158, The Aura of Red. Time flowed like sand, and in the blink of an eye, the sun that once hung in the sky transformed into a bright, luminous moon. Night had fallen, and upon the deep blue expanse of the ocean, two warships of varying sizes sailed, appearing somewhat diminutive. Dinner is served, little Robb. At that moment, on the smaller of the two warships, a cheerful, melodious voice, as crisp as a lark, rang out, and soon after, Perona emerged from the cabin. Upon hearing this, Robb's lips curled into a subtle smile as he glanced at Perona. Is it time for dinner? At that moment, a voice filled with mild surprise echoed in Robb's ear. He then noticed that the youthful figure, who had been resting one hand against the deck, had awakened and approached him. Admiral, you have indeed woken up at the perfect time. Upon witnessing the scene, Robb was momentarily taken aback, then a faint smile of resignation graced his lips. Sleep may be essential, yet one must still partake in sustenance. The youthful figure remained stoically indifferent, then proceeded towards the dining table on the deck, taking a seat upon a chair. Little Robb, I shall summon the dishes, said Perona, casting a glance at Robb before re-entering the cabin. Soon enough, both Chingji and Robb observed a delightful array of delectable dishes being brought forth from the kitchen to the deck, and before long, the entire round table was laden with an abundance of culinary delights. The spread was sumptuous, filled with a variety of seafood that emanated an enticing aroma, stirring one's appetite irresistibly. Oh, where has that rascal Rhett come off to? Upon seeing Perona seated at the round table, Robb was momentarily taken aback. Rhett? I just called for him. He said he would be out shortly. Perona, upon hearing this, also expressed uncertainty, for ordinarily, when mealtime arrived and she announced that dinner was served, he would rush over just like Robb. Commander, please dine first. I shall go and seek him out. Upon hearing this, Robb turned to the youthful general beside him and then rose to make his way towards the cabin. At the bottom of the cabin, Robb utilized his telekinetic abilities to construct a dedicated training room for Rate. One wonders if this fellow will be provoked by the youthful general today. Robb gazed at the wooden door before him, murmuring softly to himself. Since this room was not far from the kitchen, Perona would call out to Rate every day as she passed by, leaving no room for the excuse of not being heard. With that, Robb extended his hand to grasp the handle, applying a slight force, and the wooden panel yielded to his touch. Thud, thud, thud. The room echoed with the dull sound of impact, revealing a glossy black iron pillar standing at its center, large enough for 3 or 4 individuals to encircle. A bare-chested youth, resembling a wild bull, relentlessly charged at the pillar. Under the silvery glow of the moonlight, one could clearly see the purple-red bruises adorning the youth's shoulders, chest, and back. Yet, these injuries did not deter his determination to collide with the iron column. Simultaneously, it was evident that the massive glossy black pillar had begun to bend significantly under the force of the youth's assaults. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Robb's pupils contracted slightly. It had been several days since he had aided Red in constructing this room, and he had not taken the time to observe Red's training. He recalled advising Rhett that to master martial arts, one must first learn to endure blows. He was astonished that this often jovial subordinate had reached such a level, relentlessly striking the iron pillar day after day. It was evident that the challenges on Abu's island had profoundly impacted him. Rhett, it's time for your meal. At this, the youth's body, which had been poised to rush forward once more, came to an abrupt halt, turning to face Rob. Boss? Rhett blinked in surprise at Rob standing at the entrance of the room, then replied, All right, I'll be right there. With that, he moved to the side of the room, donning a white and blue naval uniform before hastening towards Rob. Rhett, well done. Rob rested his arm on Wraith's shoulder, offering words of praise. My friend. Wraith felt the reassuring weight of Rob's broad arm, clenching his fist tightly. He understood that Rob's intention was to comfort him. Yet, this very gesture only deepened his sense of guilt. Although he sensed his strength advancing rapidly, he was acutely aware that it was still insufficient. After so many days of relentless effort, he had only managed to bend a single iron pillar. Wraith, once we reach headquarters, I will have Carp assist you. Rob felt the youthful spirit of discontent within the boy as he gazed intently into Rhett's eyes, articulating each word with precision. At that moment, he resolved that as long as Carp would acquiesce to his request, he would fearlessly traverse any perilous path, be it a treacherous mountain or a blazing inferno. Lacking the conventional prowess attained through rigorous training, he found himself at a loss as to how to aid Rhett. Thus he sought the legendary naval hero, the man who conceived the 6 forms of the Navy, standing atop the pirate world without the aid of devil fruit abilities. Boss. Rhett, upon hearing this, stared blankly at the boy, who was of similar age, a warmth coursing through his heart as countless memories flooded his mind. From being chosen by Rob at the naval headquarters, journeying through the West Sea and South Sea, to enduring the despair of Abu's island, this boy, akin to a towering tree, seemed to shelter him from the storm. Don't overthink it, you little rascal. You must eat well to train effectively. Upon witnessing this, Rob couldn't help but smile, and then he led Rhett out of the cabin. He was uncertain why he felt such a sense of care for Rhett. Perhaps it was because they were of similar age, or perhaps it was due to the fact that Rhett was his first mate. Rhett, come here. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Quickly, savor the culinary delights crafted by your sister Lona. As Rob and Rick stepped out of the cabin, Perona greeted them warmly. You must be famished. Please, do indulge yourself. Rob brought Rhett to the round table and smiled, fully aware that Rhett must be ravenously hungry at that moment. Rhett nodded vigorously, desperately holding back the tears threatening to spill from his eyes. He refrained from uttering any further words and instead reached out to seize the food laid out before him. Suddenly, Qingji raised his head in surprise, glancing toward Rhett as he sensed a peculiar wave of energy. Though faint, it was a sensation he recognized well as a formidable presence, the aura of a king. Was it the potential of a king? Yet, it seemed somewhat different. A thought flickered in Qingji's mind. The energy was so feeble, almost ephemeral, that if he were not in Rhett's presence, even his acute observation would have failed to detect it. If this were the awakening of Conqueror's Haki, even in its weakest form, it would far exceed what he currently sensed, requiring no observation to recognize. This aura lacked the dominance of a king, yet it was unsettling. What could it possibly be? Even Qingji felt a twinge of confusion. If this truly indicated royal potential, then the youth could not possibly possess such limited strength at this moment. Chapter 159. Forward, toward Sabaody Island. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. For true gold would always shine. Qingji dismissed the thought and returned his focus to the food on his plate, his languid disposition disinclining him to delve deeper. After all, even Conqueror's Haki, when weak and unconscious, lacked significant power. He had encountered enough feeble manifestations of it in the New World to recognize their insignificance. Not to mention this presence, which he nearly overlooked under the scrutiny of his observation Haki, one that even Rob and Perona had failed to detect. Just then, the snail phone, which Rob had placed on the dining table, began to ring. Could it be the Colonel calling? Upon witnessing this, Rob couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He was still at a loss as to how to explain the events of the afternoon to the Colonel. Hello, Colonel? This morning was not as you might imagine. Upon answering the phone, Rob felt a twinge of awkwardness as he sought to explain that the events of the day had been somewhat exhilarating, with potentially adverse effects. Well, let's not dwell on that matter. Where are you now? Smoker interjected, shifting the topic of conversation. I have just entered the Grand Line. What of it? Upon noticing that Smoker had diverted the topic, Rob, unsure of how to elucidate, chose instead to seize the opportunity to inquire. What? You have only just entered the Grand Line? My goodness, I have been at the Sabaody archipelago for quite some time now. How is it that it took you nearly a month to arrive at the Grand Line? That seems improbable. Smoker, taken aback by this revelation, responded incredulously. I spent nearly half a month recuperating in the North Sea before setting off. By the way, Colonel, what brings you to the Sabaody archipelago? Upon hearing this, Rob awkwardly offered an explanation, his brow furrowed in confusion as he inquired, What for? Didn't your mission conclude after you eradicated the North Sea pirates? Come to celebrate your achievements, you rascal. Hurry up and make your way here. Smoker responded with a chuckle, clearly surprised that Rob had lingered in the North Sea for a fortnight. All right. I will come as soon as I can. Thank you, Colonel. Upon hearing this, Rob could not help but respond eagerly. He had never anticipated that Smoker would travel all the way from the East Blue to the Navy headquarters to celebrate with him. What do I owe you? You've been promoted to Rear Admiral. You ought to treat me to some fine tobacco, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Smoker, upon hearing this, burst into a jovial laugh. Of course, I shall treat you to the finest cigars from the Sabaody archipelago. Rob thanked Smoker sincerely. Had it not been for Smoker's initial agreement to allow him to join the Navy, he would not have been able to save his lifesaver, Nami, let alone be brought to the Grand Line by Aokiji. Well, I won't keep you any longer. Remember to give me a call when you reach Sabaody archipelago. With that, Smoker hung up the din mushy without waiting for Rob's response. If it weren't for his temperament, that guy would have been a vice admiral by now. Aokiji, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile wryly, as he was quite familiar with his former headstrong subordinate. He chuckled. I bet the colonel didn't even wait for headquarters to approve his leave before he took off. Upon hearing this, Rob expressed a keen interest in speculating. Smoker? The one with the Moku no Mi, a natural-type devil fruit? Perona was slightly taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her beautiful eyes. Clearly having heard of Smoker's name before. Rona, do you know of him as well? Rob inquired with a hint of curiosity. Hey, Rob, you may not be aware, but Smoker was quite renowned at the Navy headquarters. It's not surprising that Perona, serving under Gecko Moria, would know of him, remarked Qingxi, casually pulling a fishbone from his mouth with a faint smile. Just then, the phone that had been placed on the round table rang once more. Who could it be? Rob raised the telephone insect with a sense of perplexity and inquired, Hello, is this you, Brother Rob? Yes, it is I. I have arrived at the Shomwudi Islands. As soon as the telephone insect was activated, the voice of a man emerged, marked by a distinct intoxication, rendering his speech somewhat slurred. Andrew? Rob furrowed his brow, taking a considerable amount of time to glean a modicum of certainty from the indistinct voice. Where are you now? The voice from the phone became slightly clearer as it spoke. I have just entered the Grand Line. There remains a considerable distance to the Sabaody archipelago. Upon hearing this, a warm sensation coursed through Rob's heart. He recalled that when he departed from the West Sea, Andrew had promised to come to the headquarters to celebrate with him. Little did he expect that Andrew, much like Smoker, had left his territory early, fearing he might miss the day of Rob's investiture. Oh. So, will you give me a call from the Sabaody archipelago? Speaking of which, Andrew, you haven't consumed all the fine wine you brought from the South Sea, have you? Rob, upon hearing the indistinct words emanating from the phone bug, could not resist teasing. Nonsense, how could that be? The wine I brought is untouched by Colonel Eru and me. It's awaiting your arrival to be uncorked. Colonel Eru? Upon hearing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, however, this fellow's capacity for alcohol is woefully inadequate. He has already been bested by me. From the phone bug, Andrew's triumphant voice echoed. Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as the best is yet to come. Is that so? Is Alu truly so feeble in his drinking? I shall ensure to indulge him thoroughly when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Rob could not help but chuckle. How could he forget that resolute Colonel Elu from the South Sea, who had lost an arm? Indeed, he had not misspoken. They had already arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. Very well, I shall take this fellow back first. Remember to give me a call once you reach the Sabaody archipelago. Absolutely, no problem. With that, the line fell silent as the call ended. Rhett, Perona, our old friends are waiting for us at the Sabaody archipelago. We must not keep them waiting too long. Rob dropped the phone and turned to Perona and Rhett with a smile, surprised that the two drunken fellows had actually saved some fine wine for him. Rhett, we should accelerate, he exclaimed. All right, boss. With that, Rhett dashed to the side, beginning to direct the soldiers below. Suddenly, the ropes began to move swiftly. Isn't this already close to the maximum speed? Qingxi asked, gazing at Rob with a hint of confusion. General. This is far from the fastest speed this warship can achieve. Rob smiled mysteriously as he strode to the bow of the ship. Onward, to the Sabaody archipelago. Upon uttering these words, a tremendous force surged forth from his body, akin to colossal waves, enveloping the warship in its invisible grasp. In an instant, the previously tranquil waters began to churn violently, resembling the tide, propelling the vessel forward while generating gusts of wind around it. With his psychic prowess, Rob's warship surged ahead, surpassing the ship of Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Chapter 160. The arrival of the world nobles approximately a week later, at noon, in the Grand Line. At the port of the 16th island of Sabaody archipelago, a remarkably opulent warship glided into view. Although modest in size, the ship was adorned with captivating gold, radiating an aura of nobility beneath the sun's rays. It was the Celestial Dragons. In that moment, the surrounding crowd erupted into chaos, their faces filled with terror as they beheld the luxurious vessel. Soon after, countless individuals frantically scattered in all directions, overtaken by fear. Joker, we have arrived. A detached voice echoed from the open space. Instantly, those preparing to flee froze in their tracks, paralyzed by fear, and promptly knelt, bowing their heads in submission. At that moment, 3 celestial dragons emerged from the opulent warship, each encased in bubble helmets. Leading the group was Saint Roswald, holding a pale golden transponder snail as he conversed with Don Quixote Doflamingo. Behind him stood his 2 companions, his son Saint Charlos and his eldest daughter Saint Shiryu. Though Charlos was grotesquely unattractive, with snot hanging from his face, lacking any semblance of nobility. Fufufu, Saint Roswald, let us enjoy our time on the Sabaody archipelago. Came Doflamingo's sinister laughter through the transponder snail. Rest assured, Joker. Roswalder Saint's lips curled into a faint smirk as he let out a cold chuckle, subsequently disconnecting the call on his phone. This transaction was exceedingly effortless for him, a mere excursion to the Sabaody archipelago accompanied by a bit of business. And 5 billion berries would be within his grasp. Lord Roswalder Saint, Master Joker has already arranged accommodations for you. Please follow us. At that moment, a respectful voice resonated within the tranquil space, revealing around 10 individuals prostrating themselves before Roswalder Saint. Father, let us procure some slaves. It is rather inconvenient to have none with us. Xiaolu frowned slightly, expressing her dissatisfaction. Lady Xiaolu Liagong, rest assured, Master Joker has prepared 10 high-quality slaves for you. At this juncture, one of the subservient figures, not daring to raise his head, hastily declared, fully aware of the caliber of individuals they served and refraining from any overstep. Who permitted you to interject? When I say go, we go. Upon hearing this, Xiaolu Liagong's eyes flashed with irritation as she extended her leg and firmly stepped upon the man's head, pressing him down against the ground. The other servants, upon witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat, their bodies trembling, too afraid to utter another word. Xiaolu Liagong, let us proceed to Master Joker's auction house. Upon witnessing the scene, Lord Roswell did not utter a word to halt the actions of Summer Lilith. In his eyes, even the servants of his partner, Joker, warranted no reservations, and he treated them with the same casual disregard as anyone else. Very well, father. Upon hearing this, Summer Lilith's eyes sparkled with delight as she removed her foot from the servant she had just trampled. Esteemed guests, please follow us. The servant, who had just been stepped upon, quickly rose, immediately donning a radiant smile as he invited them. With this, Lord Roswald and his companions said nothing further and proceeded alongside the other servants dispatched by Joker towards the remaining islands. Such is the nature of the world's aristocracy. It is rumored that anyone daring to cross them would prompt the immediate deployment of an admiral by the Navy. Once the 3 celestial dragons departed, the kneeling crowd dared to rise, casting anxious glances towards the direction in which Lord Roswald had left. What could they do? After all, they were descendants of the creators. The others, upon hearing this, patted their chests in envy. For those residing in the Sabaody archipelago had learned a strict rule upon arriving on this island. Upon encountering a celestial dragon, one must kneel and lower their head, revealing not a hint of emotion, lest they provoke any sentiments from the celestial dragons, for this enchanted island was among their favorites to visit. Meanwhile, in the New World, within the prosperous and bountiful nation of Dressrosa, Doflamingo gazed out at the distant deep blue sea from his palace atop the king's high ground. Fufufa, Virgo. Do be cautious and remain undetected, Doflamingo remarked, revealing a sinister smile. Young master, rest assured. Virgo, at that moment, was graver than ever. He sensed that although Doflamingo wore his usual smile, The repeated admonitions indicated the gravity of their undertaking. They were to maneuver beneath the very eyes of the Marine Admiral. And as long as they did not reveal themselves, the celestial dragons would remain oblivious, for even the Admiral lacked the authority to question them. Fufufu, Virgo, I trust you. Now, it is time for me to wander the new world a bit and make an appearance. Doflamingo grinned wickedly, licking his crimson lips, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. As long as he maintained his usual demeanor, Sengoku would not harbor any suspicions. Oh, and by the way, Jack will be arriving shortly. This time, we must ensure we bring Law back. Doflamingo's icy gaze fixated on the transponder snail. Previously, Trafalgar Law had eluded him in the North Sea, but he had not yet devoted himself to capturing him. However, spurred by the celestial dragons, his desire for the immortality surgery had intensified. Young master, I will bring that brat back for you. Virgo's lips curled into a cold smile. He took great pleasure in tormenting Luo. One wonders if that young lad still remembers the memories of yesteryears. Well then, I await your news. With that, Doflamingo hung up the phone, a vast web slowly taking shape in the Sabaody archipelago. Meanwhile, over a nearly desolate expanse of ocean, a formidable warship sped toward the Sabaody archipelago. Phew, I am indeed feeling a bit weary. We should arrive at the Sabaody archipelago within a day, he mused. Rob, panting heavily, retracted his released psychic energy. Upon reaching the military fortress at the entrance of the Grand Line, they boarded the warship of the Ghost Spider together. Managing two warships proved more laborious than controlling a single vessel, and since Rob's ship was too small to accommodate so many, they all embarked on the Ghost Spider's warship. Rob, your abilities are truly impressive, remarked the Ghost Spider, visibly astonished. Under Rob's daily acceleration, their speed had significantly increased, effectively halving their travel time. He understood that without this advantage, despite the greater power of his larger warship, he would have been unable to match Rob's remarkable pace. Chapter 161. The transaction with Rob. Upon hearing this, Rob felt somewhat embarrassed and turned his head away, acknowledging that this ability could accomplish an abundance of tasks. Upon arriving at the Sabaody archipelago, Rob exchanged pleasantries for a day before preparing to leave with Smoker and the others. At that moment, Akiji could not help but remark that the new world had indeed been quite unstable recently, and he had been urgently recalled by Sengoku. Thus he could not afford to waste too much time. Very well. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded in agreement, understanding that although their journey to the naval headquarters would take them through the Chambered archipelago, their primary objective remained to swiftly reach the Navy's headquarters to conduct the coronation ceremony. Well then, that is satisfactory, Qingji remarked, nodding contentedly as he leaned against the side of the deck and donned his eye mask, gradually drifting into slumber. Captain, Trafalgar Law, who was confined in the cabin, wishes to see you. At that moment, Red's voice resounded from the side. Oh, I shall go and see. Upon hearing these words, Rob furrowed his brow and could not help but respond. He then proceeded to the lower deck alongside Wraith, where the pirates subdued by Rob in the North Sea at Abu's Island were imprisoned. Naturally, not all of them were confined aboard the warship. By order of the Ghost Spider, many of the pirates perished without receiving medical attention, and from the remaining lot, those with higher bounties were selected. Thus, the infamous pirate Trafalgar Law was also detained on the ship. You have arrived, Longfist Rob. As Rob stepped into the dimly lit cabin of the ship, the cold voice of Trafalgar Law echoed through the air, albeit somewhat weakened. What brings you to seek me? Upon hearing this, Rob glanced over. At that moment, within a secluded chamber of the ship, Trafalgar Law was suspended alone against the wall, while the remaining pirates, including Law's bear, were confined in a larger adjoining room. Trafalgar Law's limbs were shackled by iron cuffs forged from sea stone. His black robe was drenched in congealed blood, and deep crimson stains marked the vast gashes inflicted by Rob's blade. Upon encountering Trafalgar Law in such a state, Rob's pupils involuntarily constricted. Indeed, he was deserving of his reputation as one of the 7 warlords of the sea in a past life, a formidable ally capable of joining forces with the protagonist, Luffy, to confront Kaido. Rob was acutely aware that Law had sustained severe injuries without receiving any treatment, managing to cling to life through sheer willpower. Were it not for Trafalgar Law's lack of mastery over his devil fruit powers 2 years from now, perhaps the battle at Absalom Island would have held greater suspense. I wish to propose a trade. Trafalgar Law weakly lifted his gaze, fixing it upon the young man before him. From their previous encounter at Absalom Island, he had discerned that this youth was far from ordinary. Do you believe you are in a position to negotiate with me? Rob looked at Trafalgar Law with keen interest, a smile gracing his lips. Nevertheless, he was eager to discern what Trafalgar Law intended to articulate. For this individual was no mere minor character in his past life as comics. Ahem, you are aware of Don Quixote da Flamingo, the warlord of the sea, are you not? After weakly expelling a mouthful of crimson blood, Trafalgar Law fixed his gaze intently on Rob. He would not allow himself to be cast into the depths of the underwater prison. As Trafalgar Law uttered these words, a flicker of cold determination passed through his dark pupils. What, do you believe he could snatch you away from the grasp of an admiral? Upon hearing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback, then cast a knowing, half-smiling glance at Trafalgar Law. Surely, he was aware of Doflamingo's intense desire for Law's immortality granting Ope Nomi. However, Rob did not believe that Doflamingo could seize Trafalgar Law from the hands of an admiral. Ahem, Joker is not one to engage in direct confrontation. As Trafalgar Law's slightly agitated words escaped his lips, crimson blood once again flowed forth, despite his body having temporarily stabilized. Yet, Rob's enigmatic power was not so easily subdued. At this moment, his body merely clung to life. You make a valid point. Now, do share what kind of deal you wish to propose. Upon hearing this, Rob pondered for a moment, then lifted his gaze to Trafalgar Law and coldly remarked, very well, I surmise that during your passage through the Sabaody archipelago, you shall undoubtedly fall prey to a trap set by Don Quixote da Flamingo. While I cannot predict the particulars of his scheme, my understanding of him leads me to believe he would not let such an opportunity slip away. Once I am ensnared within the depths of the underwater prison, extricating me thereafter will prove to be no simple task. Luo Wanine spoke calmly. Indeed, continue. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded in agreement. Indeed. If Law were to be sent to the underwater prison, it was unlikely that Doflamingo would attempt a daring rescue akin to Luffy's in his previous life. Furthermore, throughout their journey, Doflamingo had refrained from taking any drastic measures against them, suggesting he was not prepared to confront them head-on or to expose his identity. As Trafalgar Law had stated, Doflamingo could not simply stand idly by while the immortality technique he so desperately needed fell into the clutches of the prison. Have the doctor assist me in my recovery, so that I may regain a modicum of fighting capability. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will at least possess some means of self-preservation. Of course, in exchange for this, I vow to offer my utmost assistance whenever you require aid in medical matters or otherwise. Upon hearing this, Trafalgar Law's eyes lit up, and he articulated his plan with precision. Captain, this cannot be. This individual is merely uttering nonsense. How could one of the 7 warlords of the sea possibly act against us, especially under the watch of Admiral Greenbull? This man is on the verge of entering the underwater prison. How could he possibly be of any assistance to you, Captain? His promises are nothing but empty words. Raid exclaimed hastily, incredulous at the notion of treating someone who had nearly brought them to ruin. Longfistus Rob, I trust your vision is not so myopic. After all, treating me will not demand much of your effort. Luo, undeterred by Rhett's words, fixed his gaze intently upon Robert and calmly instructed, Rhett, summon the ship's doctor to attend to this fellow. Upon hearing this, Rob's lips curled into a slight smile as he addressed Raid. Boss, go ahead. Do you think he can escape? Upon hearing this, Rob could not help but pat Rhett's shoulder. Just as Trafalgar Law had stated, assisting him with treatment would not pose much of an inconvenience. On board this vessel resided the Navy's most formidable force, the illustrious Straw Hat Pirates. It was inconceivable that Trafalgar Law could escape during this time of governance. Very well. Seeing this, Rhett refrained from further argument and hurried outside to summon a doctor. Trafalgar Law, it must be said, you are indeed a remarkable talent. After Roronoa left, Rob glanced at the man bound to the wall and smiled. This fellow managed to seize the sole opportunity for escape under such dire circumstances. Had he not awakened his ethereal form on Abu's island, by all accounts known to Rob, he would have met with complete defeat. Roronoa, you shall be grateful for this decision in the days to come. Trafalgar Law locked eyes with Rob, a subtle curve of a smile gracing his lips. Is that so? Perhaps. Upon hearing the words, Rob smiled faintly before turning his back and walking outside. His agreement was influenced by the knowledge of Trafalgar Law's exceptional medical skills. After the battle at Absalom Island, he had come to appreciate the significance of medicine, after all. The future is fraught with unforeseen events. Chapter 162, the action a day later, in the Grand Line, Dressrosa. At the heart of this beautiful and prosperous kingdom, a magnificent palace stood majestically atop the renowned King's Heights. What? Has Rob and his party already arrived at the Sabaody archipelago? In a dimly lit room, a A flicker of surprise passed over Doflamingo's unusual sunglasses, as he had anticipated their arrival to be another day's journey away. Young master, for reasons unknown. Their ship is moving at an extraordinary speed. I estimate they will reach the Navy's government area of Sabaody Island in less than half an hour. Came the urgent report through the transponder snail. Fufufu, have they arrived already? Fortunately, I have made all the necessary arrangements, Doflamingo mused, though taken aback. He realized that everything was still proceeding according to plan, as he had set things in motion 2 days prior. Bru. Virgo, Rob will arrive in less than half an hour. Keep a close watch on Jack's movements and be ready to strike. Without hesitation, Doflamingo set aside the transponder snail and dialed Virgo. Young master, I will certainly bring that brat Rob back. Virgo's icy voice emanated from the transponder snail. Fufufu. I await your return. Doflamingo grinned, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He hung up before Virgo could utter another word. Bru. Is that Jack? The target will reach the Sabaody archipelago in half an hour. Prepare to delay the young one. Doflamingo instructed coldly after making the call. Joker, rest assured. I can handle the young one. Jack's boisterous and arrogant voice resonated through the transponder snail. Fufufu, that is reassuring. Doflamingo replied, his smile remaining enigmatic as he ended the call. He was aware that Jack would not be able to hold off the young one for long, despite his braggadocio. His strength was not particularly formidable. It was only due to Kaido's favor that he had sent one of the calamities, Jack the Drought, to assist him. To think that his subordinate could delay the young admiral was nothing short of ludicrous. Even Virgo would not stand as a worthy adversary against the young one. Bru. Fufufu, how is St. Roswell doing? Are you enjoying yourself? Soon, Doflamingo dialed the next phone worm, but upon connecting, his tone was devoid of the previous coldness. Joker? Not bad. What is the matter? Reclining in a luxurious hotel, Roswell observed the newly acquired slave wandering in the living room of the Charos Saint and Charlotte Liao Palace. A trace of disdain radiated from his pitch-black pupils, exuding an air of noble superiority. Roswell, according to my intelligence, the woman I entrusted to you will arrive in the 60 to 69 district of Chambord in less than half an hour, so I kindly ask you to take a look. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's tone grew serious, realizing that this step was the most crucial part of the entire plan. Oh, she has already arrived? Very well. I shall set off at once. Upon hearing the words of Roswerder, he nodded slightly, a flicker of intrigue passing through his pupils. He was rather curious about the woman who could captivate the interest of the notorious Joker. Having said that, he ceased further conversation with Doflamingo, set the din mushy aside, and rose from his chair. Charos, let us leave the Charlotte Palace. Accompany me for a leisurely stroll. Roswerder observed the two individuals in the living room, reveling in their merriment, and smiled faintly. Father, I shall not partake. This slave is quite entertaining. Upon hearing this, Charles seized the ethereally beautiful slave girl beside him, akin to a fairy, and leaned toward her alabaster visage, leaving a sticky residue of mucus upon her face, rendering the scene utterly repulsive. Yet, the girl could only gaze weakly at the unfolding events, daring not to offer any form of resistance. For it was abundantly clear that a black iron collar adorned her delicate neck. This collar was, in fact, a bomb. Should the slave attempt to escape, or should a celestial dragon press the button, it would detonate. Charles, this slave is even more amusing. She is the one that Joker spent 5 billion berries to acquire. Do you not wish to witness this? Upon hearing this, Roswaddle's lips curled into a slight smile. His pupils igniting with intense curiosity, he was eager to discover the nature of this slave. Oh, really? Let us proceed. The flamboyant Charles, who delighted in tormenting slaves, casually shoved the recently acquired young female slave against a nearby column. With a resounding thud, the girl fell, striking her forehead, crimson blood gushing forth. Soon, her pupils dulled. Devoid of life. Charles, I have cautioned you to procure a sturdier plaything. Otherwise, a mere touch will render it broken. Roswaddle, adorned with dark sunglasses and leaning on his cane, regarded the scene with evident disdain. I shall lend you my slave, but we must be swift. Otherwise, should that slave escape, it would be rather troublesome. With that, Roswaddle snapped his fingers, and from the shadows of the hall emerged 2 slaves, both tall and robust. Former pirate captains. He relished collecting powerful slaves, particularly those of a piratical nature, showing little interest in other types. Slaves are not merely for riding, Charles remarked, smirking as he mounted the slave provided by Roswaddle, acknowledging that the previous girl was indeed unfit for such a role. Slaves must possess charm, said Shaleria, casting a glance at the handsome figure beneath her, her lips curling into a peculiar smile as she coldly declared, "Very well, indulge yourselves." Rodsworder Saint said nothing further to the two, for according to Joker, there was less than half an hour remaining. Should they miss this opportunity? Not only would the remaining 2.5 billion be lost, but more importantly, they would be deprived of encountering the intriguing slave. At that moment, as Joker conversed with the world noble Rodsworder Saint, they were situated in a maritime area less than half an hour's journey from the Sabaody archipelago. "Hey, we're almost there." Marshall, the young officer, lying on a sun lounger, remarked with a hint of exasperation as he retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket. "Young officer, I have just received intelligence that one of the calamities under Emperor Kaido, Drought Jack, is currently at the Sabaody archipelago. Regardless of Kaido's plans, it is imperative that we transport Rob to the Navy headquarters." The voice of Sengoku resonated through the transponder snail. "HM? Drought Jack is at the Sabaody archipelago?" The young officer furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt emerging in his mind. What is this fellow doing at the Sabaody archipelago? The specific reasons are still under investigation. But you must understand that the conflict between the four emperors, Kaido and Shanks, has only recently subsided, allowing me to summon you back. It seems Kaido may have freed up some time to orchestrate something. Sengoku's grave tone conveyed the seriousness of the situation. As every movement of the four emperors garnered the Navy's utmost attention. "Kaido is not at the Sabaody archipelago, is he?" The young officer stood up from his beach chair, his expression turning serious. "Rest assured, our spies are constantly monitoring the general movements of the four emperors. It can be confirmed that Kaido is presently drinking in Wano country." Sengoku replied with certainty, as Kaido had not employed any deception, behaving as he always did while indulging in drink in Wano. "That is reassuring. I shall not concern myself with Drought Jack for now." The tension in the young officer's features eased, for apart from the four emperors, he himself was among the pinnacle of power in this world as an admiral. "Very well, I merely wanted to alert you. Should any unusual activity arise, I will inform you immediately. That will be all." With that, Sengoku ended the call. "Admiral, what is the matter?" Rob, who had just finished his training nearby, inquired with curiosity upon noticing the young officer's reaction. "Nothing much. The marshal just informed me that Drought Jack, one of Kaido's subordinates, is currently at the Sabaody archipelago, and I should remain vigilant," the young officer replied nonchalantly. "Oh, Drought Jack?" Upon hearing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback, but soon, recalling the previous transaction involving Luo, he immediately thought of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Could it be that Doflamingo has indeed set a trap in the Sabaody archipelago, or is this merely a directive from Kaido? Rob was somewhat perplexed. Could it be that Doflamingo truly dares to come and abduct someone directly? Why did he not choose to act in the North Sea instead? Indeed, Jack the Drought remains unaware of his true intentions for the time being. Shinji nodded in acknowledgement and spoke calmly. "However, he should pose no significant threat to us. My ship is not easily taken. Rest assured and feel free to convene with Smoker and the others. It will be but a day or two." A glint of coldness flickered within Shinji's eyes. "Should anyone dare to seize this vessel, I shall teach them a lesson in humanity." "Well, thank you, esteemed Admiral." Upon hearing these words, Rob's lips curled into a slight smile. With the protection of a great general, he truly believed no one would dare to seize the ship. Meanwhile, the famed fishman Jinbei, one of the warlords of the sea, had also arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, indulging in a drink at the modest tavern run by Rayleigh and Shaki. Due to its reputation as an illicit establishment, the tavern was typically devoid of patrons. And at that moment, it was only Rayleigh and Shaki present. "Jinbei, your timing is impeccable," Shaki remarked. "Rayleigh called for you. He is about to return and would like to share a few drinks with you." Within the tavern, Shaki, clad in black, poured a rich red wine into a crystal-clear glass. "To give this a taste, it's my latest brew," she said, placing the glass, exuding an alluring aroma, on the counter before Jinbei. "Thank you, Shaki," Jinbei replied graciously, accepting the glass with a smile. "Last time, due to matters concerning Arlong, I hardly had a chance to drink before heading to Navy headquarters. This time, I intend to enjoy your wine." A smile graced Shaki's face. Her close relationship with Jinbei stemmed from the fact that his subordinate, the young fishman Hachan, had once saved Rayleigh's life, thus making Rayleigh's friends her friends as well. "Haha, rest assured, Shaki, I will not hold back. By the way, I am grateful for Brother Rob. Had it not been for him, if Arlong had caused more trouble and been captured by the Navy, we would have been in quite a predicament. Jinbei chuckled. Ah, Jinbei, what brings you here? A surprised voice called out from outside, and soon after, the young fishman Hachon entered. I heard that Rayleigh was returning soon. And I also learned that the much-discussed brother Rob is about to arrive at the Sabaody archipelago. I was planning to celebrate with a drink before heading to Navy headquarters to congratulate him. By the way, why are you here too? Were you not warned that this island is perilous? Jinbei frowned, concerned for Hachon, as fishmen, while not as valuable as merfolk, still faced significant danger in the Sabaody archipelago, especially since Hachon lacked his strength. I was just wandering near Shaki's place. It's all fine, Hachon replied confidently. Fine, is it? Oh, Jinbei sighed, covering his forehead in exasperation, for he knew that Hachon had been captured several times before, always rescued by Rayleigh. Jinbei, have you been waiting long? Come, let us drink. At that moment, a hearty voice rang from the entrance. Rayleigh approached with a beaming smile, pulling out a bottle of rum and clinking it against the glass of red wine in Jinbei's hand. Without waiting for Jinbei to react, Rayleigh began to drink heartily. Not long at all, Jinbei smiled in response, raising his glass and downing the red wine in one go. Shaki, I must say, your skills have only improved. Jinbei placed the empty wine cup on Aunt Zhao's cabinet, expressing his approval. You rascal, despite your age, your tongue remains quite sharp. If my wine were truly that delightful, Rayleigh wouldn't be absent from the tavern for an entire month. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue the riveting tale. Aunt Zhao chuckled at his words. Oh, Rayleigh merely has a penchant for gambling. Upon hearing this, Jinbei could not help but smile wryly. Aunt Zhao, aware that Rayleigh's absence was not due to the quality of the wine but rather his gambling addiction, simply smiled in silence. A little wager adds to the joy. Come, let us drink heartily today. Rayleigh, undeterred, burst into laughter, throwing an arm around Jinbei's shoulder as he took another swig of rum. Xiaoba, hurry and grill some takoyaki. Jinbei had come to the Sabaody archipelago with the intent of enjoying a good drink with Rayleigh. Of course, Captain Jinbei. Xiaoba beamed, feeling a wave of happiness wash over him. In truth, during his time with Arlong, he had endured much unhappiness. This moment represented the life he had always yearned for. His dream was not to rule or conquer the seas, but to run a takoyaki shop, watching his friends and family savor his creations, their laughter ringing with delight. Soon, approximately 20 minutes later, the naval ship carrying Rob and his crew finally arrived at the port of Area 65 in the Sabaody archipelago. We've finally arrived. Xiaoluo, have you ever ridden on one of those bubbles? Let us go together. At that moment, standing on the deck, Perona excitedly pointed at the floating bubbles in the sky, her voice filled with joy. Having only previously visited the Sabaody archipelago while following Gecko Moria, she had merely passed through. But the experience had left a lasting impression on her. Haha, that sounds great. But first, let me make a quick call. Upon hearing this, Rob glanced at the bubbles floating above the island and broke into a broad smile. He had yet to visit the Sabaody archipelago, as his previous journey had led him directly back to Marine headquarters alongside Kizaru. This time, however, it was the arrival of Smoker and his companions, along with his promise to Rona, that prompted him to linger in the Sabaody archipelago for a day or two. Chapter 164, The Influence of Kizara Biaring. Hello. Andrew? I have arrived at the area of the 65th Yarkamian mangrove. Where are you? I shall come to find you. Rob lifted the telephone buck, a smile gracing his face. We are at number 65. Just hold on. We will be there shortly. Immediately after, an excited voice emanated from the device, followed by the abrupt disconnection of the call. These two must be quite anxious indeed. Rob, upon witnessing the situation, could not help but let out a wry smile, feeling a sense of helplessness. Andrew and the others had set off as soon as they received the news, while he had lingered in the North Sea for a while. Next, he resolved to make a call to Colonel Smoker. He dialed once more. Hello, is this Colonel Smoker? I have arrived at Area 65 of the Yarkamian mangrove. Where are you? Arrived? I am in Area 49, not far from you. Come over, Dasky, and I will be waiting for you at the entrance. Came the voice of Smoker through the transponder snail. Understood. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded, and then promptly hung up the phone. Brother Rob. At that moment, an excited voice echoed from a distance, and soon Andrew and Alu were seen racing towards the port. So soon? Upon witnessing this, Rob was momentarily taken aback, realizing that these two individuals resided in Area 65. Hey, Andrew. Colonel Arrow, exclaimed Red on the deck, waving his hand with enthusiasm. General Ghost Spider. You shall remain here to keep a close watch on the criminals. I will accompany Rob to casually observe that rascal Smog. Qingji remarked indifferently as he observed the two individuals hastening towards the port. Very well, Admiral Qingji, leave it to me. Ghost Spider promptly replied. Understanding that with Qingji by Rob's side, no unforeseen incidents would occur. In Sengoku's mind, Rob held far greater significance than the pirates being detained. All right, let us be on our way. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded in acknowledgement. He was not taken aback by Qingji's words. Throughout their journey to the Sabaody archipelago, he had been acutely aware of the high regard in which he was held by his superiors. After the drought-ridden Jack arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, Qingji dared not allow Rob and his companions to act independently, understanding that to enjoy a pleasant time with Perona on the archipelago, he would have to wait until Rob was promoted to Rear Admiral and could take leave. As he spoke, a formidable surge of spiritual energy emanated from Rob's body, enveloping Rate and Perona, gently guiding them to the ground in Area 65 of the Sabaody archipelago. Isn't that Major Rob from the West Sea? Has he already arrived at the Sabaody archipelago? Truly impressive. In just a month or two, he has ascended from the rank of Major to Rear Admiral. And he appears to be merely 15 or 16 years of age. The surrounding Navy personnel and civilians marveled upon their descent from the warship. Brother Rob, it has been far too long. You are now a household name across the seas. Andrew approached, delivering a playful punch to Rob's chest, grinning broadly. The memories of their previous escapade against Enbile were still vivid. It was remarkable how swiftly Rob had risen to fame. Indeed, in a mere span of 2 months, Brother Rob has achieved such extraordinary feats. As far as I know, only the current 3 admirals have accomplished something similar, Colonel Isla remarked, a smile gracing his face as he spoke with evident delight. Oh, not at all. I am nowhere near the level of the 3 admirals. I still have much to learn, Rob humbly replied. Upon hearing this, Rob swiftly declined, stating that regardless of his fame stemming from the West Sea incident, he was merely a Rear Admiral at this moment. Although he was only 2 ranks away from the position of Admiral, the chasm between them was immense. No way. Our headquarters actually dispatched Admiral Qingji to escort Major Rob? How could this be possible? At that moment, the surrounding Navy and civilians were astounded, gazing incredulously towards the warship. What? An admiral? Both Andrew and his companion were equally astonished and turned their gaze, only to see that at some point, Qingji had taken his place on the ship's railing. A shimmering blue ice crystal spread from beneath his feet, forming a staircase of ice that solidified against the ground. Rob, is it Admiral Qingji escorting you here? Andrew and his companion stared in disbelief at the young figure before them. Despite the boy having achieved the remarkable feats of the 3 previous admirals, the apparent disparity between them still loomed large. Indeed, it is thanks to Admiral Qingji that I was able to reach the Sabaody archipelago so swiftly. Upon hearing this, Rob couldn't help but evoke a bittersweet smile. He understood that the arrival of Admiral Akiji and Vice Admiral Don Quixote was classified information, one that Andrew and the others could not possibly be privy to. This was a point that perplexed him. Despite his significant contributions, there seemed little reason to dispatch an admiral to escort him, especially when a vice admiral would have sufficed. Both men inhaled sharply at the revelation. Although reassured by Rob's certainty, the gravity of the situation was overwhelmingly striking. The notion that a mere major was deemed worthy of having an admiral accompany him, wasting over a month in the process, would be met with disbelief by anyone. What are you still standing there for, Rob? Go find that smoker fellow. Before long, Akiji descended from the icy steps and approached Rob, remarking casually. Despite his formidable observation hockey, it did not enhance his auditory perception, thus he had not overheard the conversation among the 3. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Well then, let us proceed, Andrew. Error. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded, and then draped his arms around the shoulders of his companions with a gentle smile. Good morning, General Qingji. The 2 exchanged awkward glances at the esteemed general. Despite not sensing an iota of chill, they were nonetheless captivated by the weight of his title, promptly offering their respectful greetings, revealing the typical discomfort subordinates feel in the presence of their superiors. General Qingji responded indifferently, showing little interest in Rob's friends. Come on, little Rob, your former superior. Colonel Smog is surely waiting with bated breath, Perona chimed in cheerfully, alleviating the tension between Andrew and his companion. All right, Andrew, Elu, let us depart. We shall enjoy a fine drink shortly. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded in agreement, gently patting the shoulders of the 2 individuals, signaling them to relax a little. He understood that Admiral Akiji was undoubtedly aware of the situation, yet for the sake of ensuring Rob's safe passage to the Navy headquarters, such measures were necessary. The two, feeling the reassuring strength in Rob's gesture, gradually eased their bodies, realizing that Admiral Akiji was not there to oversee their duties, but rather to safeguard Rob. With that, Rob and his companions proceeded towards the area of the 49th Yarkaman Mangrove, under the watchful gaze of the crowd. The atmosphere was charged with astonishment. The arrival of Admiral Akiji in the Sabaody archipelago was indeed alarming. Surely, it could not be merely to protect Lieutenant Rob. That seemed excessively trivial. Nonetheless, as the group departed, news of Akiji's arrival spread through the surrounding Navy and civilians like wildfire, sweeping across the entire island. Chapter 165. The arrival of Drought Jack in a secluded chamber within the Sabaody archipelago. Virgo, dressed in casual attire, observed the bustling crowd outside. Engaged in hushed discussions, a cold glimmer flickered in his dark pupils, and his expression grew exceedingly grave. Ever since his arrival at the Sabaody archipelago, he had concealed himself in this room, avoiding contact with Doflamingo's subordinates, as the nature of this plan had not been disclosed to them either. Brew, Master, Rob has landed. Escorted by Admiral Akiji to the 49th area. Vice Admiral Jack should remain aboard the ship detaining Law, Virgo promptly reported as he dialed Doflamingo using his snail phone. Admiral Akiji personally escorting that Rob? It seems he possesses secrets unbeknownst to us, came Doflamingo's eerie laughter through the receiver. Master, it appears so. Fleet Admiral Sengoku must be privy to some secrets regarding Rob. Otherwise, he would never have dispatched Admiral Akiji, even though the situation in the New World has somewhat eased. Do not rush. That individual is not our target this time. Let us first ascertain whether his secrets will be of use to me before contemplating our next move. For now, simply bringing Law back to me will suffice. Doflamingo replied coldly, asserting that if something held no utility for him, its immense value was inconsequential. At this moment, possessing Law, who bore the Ope no Mi, was of utmost priority. Then, Master, may I seize this opportunity to raid the ship alongside Jack? Considering Admiral Akiji is currently with Rob? Upon hearing this, Virgo coldly remarked that they had not anticipated that Shinja would follow Law instead of remaining aboard the warship. No. The objective of the hijacking was too evident, rendering my whereabouts perilously exposed. After all, Sengoku is well aware of my dealings with Kaido. Moreover, the Ghost Spider is no feeble adversary. Should time linger until Shinja arrives, you would find yourself in considerable peril, and I have no desire to lose you. We shall proceed according to the original plan. Jack will occupy Shinja, the Celestial Dragons will incite chaos, and the Ghost Spider will inevitably divert his attention. At that juncture, you can discreetly retrieve Law without anyone being the wiser. Thus, Sengoku will remain oblivious to the identity of the hijacker, whether it was Law fleeing on his own accord or merely the result of Jack's disturbance in the Sabaody archipelago, which would not be sufficient to implicate me. Hearing this, Don Quixote Doflamingo responded with remarkable composure, asserting that this plan was indeed the most secure. Once the Ghost Spider is distracted, there will be no Vice Admiral level power remaining aboard the warship, and the remaining forces under Virgo's command would be easily dispatched. Very well. I understand. Virgo nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Let us await news from the Celestial Dragons. I shall immediately inform Roseward of Law's movement towards Zone 49. By then, Jack will create a disturbance in Zone 1, far removed from Zone 65, allowing ample time for you to execute the mission. Young Master, I comprehend. Virgo replied solemnly, his demeanor shifting into that of a lurking demon in the shadows. It's time for Law to return home. At this moment, on the Sabaody archipelago, atop the 47th Yarkaman Red Tree Island, amidst a throng of kneeling supplicants, Saint Ardzwaddle, Saint Charles, and the esteemed Shalilia Palace, 3 celestial dragons, were perched upon the backs of their slaves, making their way towards Zone 65. Faster, you wretched pig. If I do not catch a glimpse of that delightful little beauty, the collar around your neck will explode. Ha ha ha. Saint Charles jeered, striking the slave beneath him with a pitch-black whip, his laughter echoing with malice. He. Brother, this Major Rob is quite dashing. You mustn't dare to compete with me for him. Nearby, Shalilia Palace produced a naval photograph of Rob, her eyes alight with intrigue. She had resolved to claim this man as her personal slave. You may have him, she declared. At that moment, St. Charles, whose interest was piqued by Perona, displayed little enthusiasm for Rob, despite his father, Saintard's waddle, not yet consenting to hand Perona over to him. Just as their conversation unfolded, a distinct sound of a snail phone rang out. "Hello, Joker, what is it?" Rodsworder Saint lifted the telephone bug nestled in his hands, a smile gracing his countenance as he spoke with a buoyant spirit. "Fufufu, Rodsworder Saint, the target is en route to Zone 49. Where do you stand?" "Upon connection." The peculiar laughter of Doflamingo resonated through the line. "Zone 49? As Rodsworder Saint heard the words, he instinctively lifted his gaze towards a nearby grand tree, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Joker, I have arrived at District 47. Await my good news." With that, he hung up the transponder snail before Doflamingo could utter another word. Meanwhile, at the port of the island of the first Yalman red tree, the drought-ridden Jack lay sprawled on the deck, indulging in a deep slumber. Positioned in an illicit area, Jack's presence had not stirred significant commotion, for no Navy officer dared to provoke him. However, if one were to scrutinize closely, they would observe individuals in plain clothes at a nearby tavern, nervously monitoring Jack's every move. They were the Navy's sentinels stationed within this unlawful zone. As time gradually slipped by, approximately 10 minutes later, a clear voice from a transponder snail pierced through Jack's slumber. Is it time to act?" Jack opened his eyes, glancing at the incessantly ringing transponder snail adorned with flamboyant sunglasses, murmuring to himself before answering the call. "Fufufu, Jack, you may commence. Create as much commotion as possible." Doflamingo's cold laughter echoed through the device. "Joker, if you don't urge me to move soon, my bones will rust. Fear not, I shall make quite the ruckus." Jack stretched his stiff neck, a glint of icy resolve evident in his eyes. "As you wish, let the chaos begin." With that, Doflamingo ended the call. "All right, lads. Feel free to wreak havoc," Jack declared, a cruel smile illuminating his face as he rose from the lounge chair. "Let us give these Navy officers a taste of their own medicine." He licked his lips, casting a frigid gaze towards a tavern on the island, and casually seized a nearby bomb, hurling it with tremendous force. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening blast, a brilliant firework erupted, shrouding the night in thick darkness. Simultaneously, Jack leaped from the ship, his body rapidly enlarging, muscles tautening, and within mere moments, a colossal mammoth manifested before the onlookers. Roar! With a thunderous growl, the crew aboard the ship followed Jack's lead, leaping into the fray, howling as they charged towards the heart of the island. Chapter 166, Turmoil Concurrently. Rob and Shinji arrived at the 50th Yalkiman Red Tree region of the Sabaody Archipelago. The Admiral truly has come to the Sabaody Archipelago. Is it merely to protect that Major Rob? As Rob and Shinji appeared on the streets, hushed whispers echoed from hidden corners, alleys, and rooms. Many pirates in the archipelago of Shambodi became increasingly cautious, and the tavern seemed more desolate than ever. "Boss, when will you become an admiral?" Rhett, with a furtive glance at the surrounding crowd, let out a subtle sigh towards Rob. "You think it's so easy to become an admiral? Right, Admiral Shinji?" Upon hearing this, Rob could not help but display a hint of a bitter smile. Such is the formidable aura of an admiral that instills trepidation among pirates, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. He understood that although he could unleash a semblance of power comparable to certain Navy vice admirals, he still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the echelon of an admiral. "Not at all. I ascended to the rank of admiral without encountering any obstacles," Shinji replied nonchalantly, spreading his hands with an air of indifference. The crowd, upon hearing his words, exchanged speechless glances with one another, unsure of how to counter his statement. For Shinji's rise to admiral was indeed devoid of significant hindrances. "Admiral, we are in grave trouble. Admiral Shinji." At that moment, several urgent voices pierced through the crowd, and soon 7 or 8 individuals clad in Navy uniforms emerged, hastily making their way towards them. Drow Jack is wreaking havoc in Area 1, and the stationed Navy forces are nearly decimated," they exclaimed, their faces etched with panic as they ran. "Jack?" Shinji's brow furrowed slightly, and Rob and the others could feel the atmosphere around them turn somewhat frigid. "Rob, after you encounter Smoker, wait for me in Area 49. I shall investigate the matter," Shinji instructed, turning to Rob. "Understood, Admiral Shinji. You tend to your affairs. I am fine." Upon hearing this, Rob nodded and replied with a smile, "Rest assured. I shall be swift." Shinji, upon hearing this, cast a cold gaze towards Area 1, indifferent as he remarked that he was curious to see what this Jack was up to. After all, Rob had triumphed over the combined forces of 3 pirates from the North Sea, and he was soon to encounter Smoker. Such prowess was not to be underestimated in the Sabaody archipelago, so Qingji did not dwell on it further. Having said that, Qingji followed the naval officers as they hastened towards Area 1. Brother Rob, I truly cannot fathom how you managed to jest and laugh alongside Admiral Qingji. It feels overwhelmingly stifling, lamented Andrew, who had been holding back his feelings. Indeed, that is an admiral, the pinnacle of naval might. I tremble even while standing beside him. Echoed Elu in agreement. Oh, it's nothing. Admiral Qingji is quite a decent person, came the response. Upon hearing this, Rob couldn't help but turn his head, awkwardly speaking, and then glanced at Perona, who had remained largely silent throughout their journey. Perona, what do you think? Completely hesitant to move, Perona cast a deep gaze towards the direction in which Kazuru had departed. Although Kazuru's protection bestowed upon her a sense of safety, there lingered an overwhelming sense of restraint, reminiscent of the time she faced Rayleigh, the Dark King. Captain, to be honest, if it weren't for everyone's reactions along the way, I would have been unable to contain myself. I truly felt unable to speak earlier. After all, he is an admiral, said Red, interjecting into the conversation, his heart still racing as he patted his chest. Well, once we reach the Navy headquarters and Kazar's mission is completed, he likely won't accompany us any further. At that point, I'll take a leave of absence, and we can head to Sabaody Archipelago for a proper celebration and enjoy some drinks together. Upon witnessing this, Rob could not help but smile. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated the fear that the world of pirates held for the admirals. His familiarity with the admirals stemmed from the comics of his previous life, which made them seem less alien to him. With the possession of the Devil system, he was confident that one day he could attain power equal to theirs, which was why he felt this way. Ha ha ha, splendid. Brother Rob, it is settled then. Just moments ago, I was concerned that in my haste to come and fetch you, I might have forgotten to bring the fine wine. It seems that worry is now unfounded, Andrew exclaimed with hearty laughter. Little Rob, upon meeting your former superior, let us have a brief gathering before we set forth to the Navy headquarters. A sense of unease has settled in my heart, Perona remarked with a hint of concern. Very well. Upon hearing this, Rob nodded slightly. Given his prior dealings with Luo and the sudden chaos instigated by Jack, he found the situation rather perplexing. However, he soon clenched his fists, realizing that he could only blame his own lack of strength for not daring to venture into the Sabaody archipelago. Had he possessed the prowess akin to Admiral Green Bull, Sengoku would not have dispatched individuals to ensure protection, nor would Rona have harbored concerns. With this thought, Rob and his companions continued their journey towards the 49th Archimedes Island. It seemed the moment to act was drawing near. Meanwhile, in a clandestine high-level room within the Sabaody archipelago, Virgo peered through the curtains at the bustling crowd below, a glint of coldness flickering in his obsidian eyes. With a swift motion, he lowered the curtain and donned a large pair of sunglasses that obscured nearly half of his face, simultaneously retrieving a straw hat from the nearby table. The Sabaody archipelago harbored many who wished to conceal their identities, making the presence of hat-wearing individuals far from uncommon. With everything prepared, Virgo, possessing a remarkable capacity for stealth akin to that of a phantom, quietly slipped out of the room. He soon blended seamlessly into the street below, merging with the throng of hurried passers-by adorned in hats, exhibiting no signs of incongruity. Hey, did you hear? In the illegal zone, Area 1, the Emperor Kaido's subordinate, Jack the Drought, is wreaking havoc, having uprooted nearly all the station Navy forces there. Is it possible that Jack is unaware of Admiral Green Bull's arrival at the Sabaody archipelago? I'm not certain, but there have been continuous reports of pirates fleeing in panic from Area 1, confirming Jack's unruly behavior. He has even overturned numerous slave shops owned by the warlord Joker. I've heard whispers that Kaido has dealings with Joker. Why would Jack return to disrupt things? Unclear. It feels as though Emperor Kaido might be preparing to declare war on the Navy, given the current situation. Upon hearing these discussions, a hint of amusement flickered across Virgo's typically stern visage. Rob, everything is in place. I shall not keep you waiting for long. Chapter 167. Movements from all sides simultaneously in the Sabaody archipelago at the 65th Archimedes tree, a region under the jurisdiction of the government. News from the islands ahead arrived with great haste. Jack the Drought is causing turmoil in the Sabaody archipelago? Admiral Ghost Spider regarded the nearby Navy personnel, his pupils narrowing slightly, gleaming with an icy light. Has Admiral Green Bull already set off? Indeed, Admiral Ghost Spider. Upon hearing the news, he immediately made his way to Area 1 and should arrive shortly. The naval officer beside him hastily remarked, Is this the formidable presence of the four emperors? Hearing this, Ghost Spider pursed his lips and gazed into the distance, emanating a chilling aura. He understood that the situation was not solely due to the drought-related bounty of 1 billion on Jack. It was also because that individual was one of Kaido's 3 calamities, which left no room for the Navy to let their guard down. Even the typically languid Admiral Green Bull rushed to the scene upon receiving the news. For they were in the Sabaody Archipelago, a favored destination of the Celestial Dragons. Should the Sky People be harmed by Drought Jack, matters would become exceedingly complicated, resulting in further woes for Admiral Sengoku. "Sir, shall we proceed?" a concerned naval officer inquired. "No need," Ghost Spider replied, waving his hand. "Since Admiral Green Bull has already departed, I shall remain here to oversee the warship. With Kaido absent, Green Bull is more than sufficient. If Kaido were present, my presence would be of little consequence." At that moment, within the confines of the warship, Trafalgar Law also heard the commotion outside. "Has Doflamingo begun his move?" "Virgo. He must have sent you, correct?" Accompanied by a grave tone, Law subtly moved his hands, causing peculiar ripples in the air. If Rob was present, he would instantly recognize this as the ability of the Opop no Mi. "I know, Joker, you intend to reassess Ghost Spider's position before Virgo arrives. But I doubt you anticipated that I have already regained my freedom." Luo gazed steadily outside the cell, through the sounds emanating from beyond. He discerned that none of the events had yet transpired to warrant the transfer of General Ghost Spider. Thus, he could only muster the patience to endure. For should General Ghost Spider uncover that he had regained his abilities, escape would become an impossibility. After all, he remained uncertain of his capacity to flee under the watchful gaze of Ghost Spider, and the situation had not yet descended into chaos sufficient for an escape. "Rob, rest assured, the promise I made to you shall be fulfilled in due time." As Luo reflected upon his current predicament, he couldn't help but murmur to himself. It was indeed due to his dealings with Robert that he was able to discreetly switch the locks while the doctor tended to him, employing spatial transfer with utmost stealth. Soon enough, Robert and Andrew's group arrived at the entrance of Zone 49 in the Shambadi Archipelago. "Little Luo, where is your superior? Why haven't we seen him?" Upon reaching the entrance, Perona anxiously began searching the surroundings. "Hey, Robert, we are here." At that moment, a melodious voice akin to a yellow oriole rang out. Everyone turned towards the sound and spotted a handsome young man at the entrance of a tavern, dressed in a pink t-shirt and blue skinny jeans, excitedly waving his hand while sporting a pair of black glasses. Rona, they certainly wouldn't be dressed in naval uniforms like Andrew and the others at this hour. Rob gazed at Dasky, who was beside him, puffing on a cigar and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Smoker, dressed in a cerulean shirt that revealed his broad chest, could not help but smile. "Wow, Chief, your superior is actually a stunning beauty. You must be incredibly fortunate," remarked Rhett, who stood nearby, a hint of envy in his voice. "I must say, this does not resemble the smoker I had heard about at all," exclaimed Alu, looking at Dasky with disbelief. "Rhett, what nonsense are you spouting? The one waving at us is not my superior, Colonel Smoker. That is my former comrade Dasky, who, like me in the past, is a valued subordinate of Colonel Smoker." Upon hearing this, Rob felt compelled to tap Rhett on the head and remarked, "The one beside me, indulging in opium, is none other than my former superior, Admiral Smoker. Have you not heard of the smoke fruit?" Realization dawned upon the trio as they murmured in understanding. "Little Rob, I still maintain that your acquaintance, Admiral Smoker, hardly resembles a naval officer. He looks more like a pirate," commented Perona, expressing her thoughts. She reflected on how, since her departure, she had yet to encounter a Navy officer like Smoker, who lounged with his legs crossed, his attire loose, and a large cigar in hand, exuding a distinctly piratical air. Indeed, Rhett and the others nodded in agreement. Colonel Eru had thought himself quite audacious, yet he found himself incomparable to the man before him, who so casually displayed his chest. "Hey, Rob, why are you all still standing there? Come over and have a drink." Dasky, noticing Rob and his companions lingering at the entrance, waved her hand anxiously as she called out to them. "Dasky, we're on our way." Upon hearing this, Rob couldn't help but smile wryly at the anxious Dasky. It seemed that during their time apart, this young lady had become even more restless than before. "Let us proceed. We can converse over a drink later." Rob looked towards Andrew and Colonel Eru, smiling as he spoke. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Very well. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and did not linger on the road any longer, promptly making their way towards the tavern where Dasky was located. "Quickly hide, hurry." Just then, A sudden commotion arose ahead, becoming somewhat chaotic. What is happening? Rob gazed ahead, perplexed, as the commotion in the distance grew increasingly intense. The noblemen of the world and the sky people were arriving. In the next instant, a wave of panic swept through the air, and Rob and his companions observed the crowd hastily retreating into the nearby taverns and secluded alleyways. In that fleeting moment, while Rob and his companions remained momentarily stunned, the once crowded street transformed into an almost desolate expanse, seemingly clearing a path for the esteemed nobles. Come quickly, Rob. At that moment, Smog, who had been seated in the tavern with a smile, suddenly leapt to his feet, calling out to Rob. Indeed, let us hasten. Rob was jolted awake, vividly recalling the tyranny of the celestial dragons from the comics of his previous life. Hey, you lot, halt. Just as Rob and his companions were about to take a step, a chilling bellow echoed from the front, and soon they beheld 3 celestial dragons, encased in bubble shields, riding upon 3 slaves as they emerged onto the street. Bang! In that instant, as these 3 figures appeared, the crowd, unable to retreat to hidden corners, fell to their knees, bowing their heads in fear of the celestial dragons. Such was the overwhelming arrogance of the world's nobility. Chapter 168. By what right? As that icy voice reverberated, it seemed to possess a magical allure, rendering Rob and his companions utterly frozen in place. What now? What to do? In the next moment, Rob felt a fine sheen of sweat break out upon his forehead. You wretched commoners, do not kneel. As Rosward Saint beheld Rob and his companions standing resolutely in the center of the road, refusing to kneel, he raised his iron-black cane and pointed it directly at Rob, bellowing, "Kneel at once." Upon hearing this thunderous demand, Rate involuntarily shuddered, compelled to submit to the ground, for having resided in the Marine headquarters. He was well aware of the Dragon Noble's tyranny. "Rob, quickly," urged Andrew and Colonel Eru, both of whom had heard tales of the world's aristocrats, hastily bending their knees to the earth. Kneel? As countless eyes scrutinized them, a flood of thoughts surged through Rob's mind, and the potential consequences unfolded before him in an instant. Why should I bow simply because that man is a noble of the world? What utter nonsense! In that moment, a resolute thought burst forth from his consciousness. Rate, do not kneel. A chilling voice resonated, causing the fine beads of sweat on Rob's forehead to vanish, as he extended his iron-like arm to grasp the body of Rate, which was on the verge of submission. Boss? Rate turned in fright to look at Rob. Yet his body remained firmly restrained from kneeling. Why should we bow to the dragon nobles? Rob's cold gaze was fixed upon Roswald Saint, and in that instant, a silent surge of psychic energy emanated from him, halting the movements of Andrew and Elu. Hey, brother Rob, that is a world noble, a celestial dragon. Upon hearing Rob's chilling tone, both Andrew and Elu were momentarily taken aback, feeling an urgent need to glance at Rob as they sensed the intensity of his power. So what if they are world nobles? At that moment, Rob felt a fervor surging within his chest, a fire ignited by the indomitable spirit of his ancestors from Huaxia. If you wish to kneel, then kneel. With that proclamation, Rob turned his gaze towards the 4 companions beside him, simultaneously retracting the psychic energy that had filled the air. He understood that he could not force them into making such a daunting decision. Hee, little Rob, I have long been prepared, Perona remarked with a slight smile. Having resolved her stance back on Abu's island, death held no fear for her. Boss, this life was given to me by you. What does it matter if I die? Rhett also chuckled, as the fear rooted in their bloodline towards the celestial dragons began to dissipate. Damn it, what if they are world nobles? I've sacrificed so many lives to the Navy. Am I to serve these scoundrels as their dogs? Andrew's eyes narrowed, spine straightening as he gazed coldly ahead. Brother Rob, I am all in. I refuse to believe these miscreants can truly do anything to us. Colonel Elu was equally enraged, contemplating whether there was any point in wearing their uniforms if the headquarters were to punish them over this incident. What are these rascals up to? Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, the patrons of the tavern cautiously peered out, speaking in hushed, fearful tones. Is that Major Rob from the West Sea? The celestial dragons have crossed him. This will be entertaining. Indeed, how could he possibly fear those ruffians? He is known for his fierce disdain for evil. What do you think the Navy headquarters will do? On one side are the world noble celestial dragons, and on the other stands the young naval hero Major Rob, who has just achieved significant merit. I believe as long as the celestial dragons remain unscathed, the Navy headquarters will take no action. After all, Major Rob is no ordinary naval officer. He was escorted here by Admiral Qingji himself. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to the scene, as if time had frozen. save for the murmurs of discussion. Damn it, this is bad. Smoker, seated within the tavern, clenched his fists tightly, never having anticipated that Rob would attract the attention of such ruffians. Rob, you better not act rashly, otherwise things will get complicated. Dasky, quickly bring me Admiral Chingji's transponder snail. Right away. Dasky regained her composure and hurriedly handed a din-din mushy to the anxious Smoker. It was the first time she had witnessed such urgency in Smoker's expression, surpassing even the chaos caused by Rob's previous incident in the West Sea. The familiar ringing of the din-din mushy resonated within the tavern. Hey, Akiji, it's bad. That brat Rob has caught the attention of the celestial dragons. What? Before I arrive, you must absolutely prevent Rob from taking action against the celestial dragons. With that, Akiji hung up before Smoker could respond. Rob, don't act recklessly. Smoker fixed his gaze on Rob, his entire being taut, ready to intervene at the slightest indication of Rob's intent. Meanwhile, on the island of Yarkaman in the Sabaody archipelago, Akiji was racing towards Area 1. Damn it, Rob, you must not act impulsively. After hanging up, the previously indifferent glint in Akiji's eyes shifted dramatically. As long as chaos did not ensue, everything remained within the Navy's control. However, should anything happen with the celestial dragons, the admirals would undoubtedly be deployed, the only variable being the speed of their response. If harm befell a celestial dragon, the situation would escalate rapidly, jeopardizing Rob's status as a Navy officer. Boom. An intense explosion erupted from the illegal zone of Yarkaman, thick plumes of smoke rising, accompanied by a cacophony of terrified screams. Roar. The drought incarnate, Jack, transformed into a colossal mammoth, swung its massive trunk, crushing buildings into rubble. Kill them. Beside the gigantic elephant, numerous pirates wielding blades and cannons were mercilessly slaughtering humans. Regardless of whether they were civilians, Navy personnel, or pirates not affiliated with Kaido, blood stained the ground in torrents. Freeze the land. Observing the chaos, Akiji's eyes narrowed. He halted, slowly bending down to place a broad palm upon the earth. With a flourish, a brilliant blue light surged forth, racing towards Yarkaman Area 1. In an instant, wherever the azure light touched, grass, water, living beings, and flames were crystallized into dazzling ice. The once tumultuous world, filled with smoke and clamor, fell into an eerie silence. Not a sound remained. In that moment, the entire Area 1 of Yarkaman was enveloped in a thick layer of ice and snow, rendering everything motionless, frozen in crystalline stillness. A breath of frigid air escaped from Chingji's lips, marking the inaugural sound in this silent realm. From those eyes, glimmering with a cerulean light, the mammoth transformed by Drought Jack was instantly sculpted into an ice-blue statue. The majesty of the general was truly terrifying. Chapter 169, The Terror of the General. Crack, crack, crack. After approximately 2 or 3 seconds, the frozen silence of this world was once again pierced by a clear sound. Soon, those who had sought refuge in the undamaged houses witnessed the colossal mammoth statue on the ground begin to fissure at a visible rate. Large chunks of ice plummeting from above. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of violent collisions ensued as the mammoth's muscles began to emerge from beneath the icy surface. With a tremendous roar, those terrifying muscles surged forth, shattering the ice that encased them. Chingji. The simple-minded Jack's immense beastly eyes blazed with fury as his roar reverberated. The entire island seemed to sink abruptly, revealing a vast pit. Whoosh. The atmosphere filled with the sound of a raging wind. And then they beheld the massive trunk of the elephant, accompanied by a sonic boom, forcefully striking toward Chingji, who stood at the edge of the second Yalki manhoshu. Who? Chingji gazed indifferently at the approaching trunk, slowly exhaling a breath of cold air before rising to his feet. Just as the colossal trunk was about to smash down upon him, Chingji's right cheek transformed into crystalline ice, a torrent of cold air radiating into the atmosphere. Simultaneously, a palm exuding white mist gently pressed against the elephant's trunk, causing the once rapid trunk to come to an abrupt halt, devoid of any impact. Hiss, so cold. In that instant, Jack's crimson beastly eyes narrowed sharply, regaining a flicker of clarity. He could distinctly feel a bone-chilling cold surging from the trunk, racing toward his entire being. This is bad. In the next moment, Jack noticed a brilliant azure light radiating from the trunk, a dazzling ice crystal rapidly spreading toward him from the trunk's tip. Retreat. With this thought, Jack forcefully pressed down with his foot, attempting to propel himself backward before his body was entirely encased in ice, striving to wrench the trunk away from Chingji's grasp. Roar. However, in the very next instant, he realized that his trunk was completely frozen to Chingji's palm. With no other option, he let out a frustrated roar and tore his trunk free. Crack! Accompanied by a resounding noise, the frozen trunk revealed numerous fissures before snapping apart. Oh, quite decisive. Upon witnessing the scene, Qingji's indifferent pupils revealed a flicker of astonishment. With a subtle exertion of his palm, he detached himself from the icy grasp of the colossal elephant trunk. Suddenly, the massive trunk, bereft of support, plummeted from the heights, shattering upon impact and scattering into numerous sizable ice fragments around. Jack, observing this, took a swift step forward, intent on fleeing. He had no desire to engage in a genuine confrontation with Qingji. His purpose was merely to stall for Doflamingo. Would escape be so easily granted? Qingji's eyes darkened slightly as he leaped forward, pursuing Jack with fervor. Damn it, this wretched general is still chasing me even as I flee. Jack felt the chilling presence closing in behind him and turned back, seething with anger. He raised his two sharp, massive tusks, thrusting them fiercely towards Qingji. A mysterious energy swirling ominously around their tips, darkening as it approached. With a crisp sound, the pristine ivory tusk pierced Qingji's body, yet peculiarly. No blood flowed from the wound. A gust of cold air swept through as Qingji, unfazed, gazed at Jack and seized the enormous tusk. Instantly, the white ice began to spread visibly at an alarming rate. Human form, Jack exclaimed, his voice a low growl. In the next moment, the gigantic mammoth rapidly diminished in size, reverting to its original human shape. Damn it, Joker, if you don't cover my medical expenses this time, I won't let this go. A flicker of resolve crossed Jack's eyes as he raised his colossal fist, aiming a fierce blow at his still transformed tusk. With a resounding impact, the seemingly indestructible tusk fractured under Jack's might. The other tusk, unaffected by the frost, rapidly shrank, transforming into a half-normal tooth, while the remaining half was left hollow. Claimed by Qingji. With a thunderous crash, Jack executed a backflip, landing a powerful kick on the frozen tusk. The already crystallized tusk shattered into varying sizes of ice shards that erupted into the air. Concurrently, Jack harnessed the force of the backlash, plunging into the deep blue sea below. Today, I shall let you off the hook. As Qingji descended and approached the shore, he gazed at the tranquil sea, his eyes flickering with a hint of contemplation. He was aware of his capacity to retain Jack, yet deemed it unnecessary. The remnants of Jack's nose and teeth sufficed. The Navy was not yet prepared to engage in battle with Kaido, and at this moment, the paramount objective was to hasten to the 49th area of Sabaody Archipelago. Without delay, Qingji pivoted and directed his course towards that destination. Such was the might of an admiral. It was truly terrifying. Some pirates, concealed in hidden locales and spared from freezing, watched in astonishment as Qingji departed. The notorious Jack, with a bounty of 1 billion, was but a mere plaything in the hands of the admiral, exhibiting little to no resistance. If Robber were present, he would not find this surprising. For in his previous life, a severely injured Akainu relentlessly pursued the remnants of the Whitebeard crew, finding it exceedingly challenging to even facilitate Luffy's escape. Meanwhile, in the 49th area of Sabaody Archipelago, the atmosphere was charged to its utmost tension. You must be that West Sea Major, Robber, spoke the celestial dragon, St. Roswald. As he approached Robber on his steed, casting a condescending gaze upon the 5 individuals before him. In light of your significant contributions to the Navy, I shall overlook the matter of your kneeling, boss. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight flickered in the dark depths of Rhett's pupils, and he swiftly turned to glance at Robber. Phew. Upon hearing this, Rob's previously tense body, poised for action, gradually began to relax. It seemed that the celestial dragons were not as mindless as they appeared when dealing with the Navy, who had rendered them service. Rodsword Saint gazed into the eyes of the person before him, witnessing the hues of liberation. A faint smile gracing his lips as he retrieved a piece of paper from his bosom. However, the girl beside you shall be taken with me. The chilling tone of his voice resonated slowly within the stillness of the space. Chapter 170, The Shredded Justice. What? Impossible. Rob's pupils dilated sharply, his previously relaxed body tensing once more as he fixated intently on Lothar Vaughn, saying it was inconceivable. What are you? But a mere lowly peasant. As Rosworder spoke, a flicker of disdain passed through his inky black eyes, and he dismounted from his steed. You, bring that girl over here. With a sharp crack, accompanied by a resonant sound, the giant, who had been prostrate on the ground, awakened under the sunlight. Shaking the ebony chains that bound him, he rose slowly, towering at approximately 10 zhang, casting a shadow that obscured the sun's rays. Isn't that Captain Tella, who once commanded fear across the Grand Line 3 years ago? A notorious pirate with a bounty of 200 million, now reduced to a slave of the celestial dragons. The surrounding pirates and citizens displayed expressions of sheer terror upon witnessing the giant's rise. Indeed, before the world's aristocracy, the celestial dragons, even the esteemed heroes of the Navy, are rendered insignificant. With the grating sound of steel scraping against steel, the giant slave extended his colossal hand, lunging fiercely towards Perona. Little Rosie. As Perona beheld the terrifying hand approaching her, fear flickered in her beautiful eyes. She was uncertain whether to confront the celestial dragon and could only cast a pleading glance towards Rob. Damn it. Upon witnessing this, Rob's pupils constricted sharply, and a crimson hue began to emanate from the depths of his sclera, saturating his entire iris in a blood-red tint. Subsequently, two pitch-black tadpole-like shapes began to whirl around his blood-red pupil with fervor. Rob, Smog exclaimed anxiously from the side, unable to contain himself any longer. And he surged forth from the tavern. My woman is not someone you can lay a hand on. With a chilling roar echoing through the air, the onlookers felt an immense, invisible force erupt from Rob's frame. They were then astounded to witness the colossal slave's massive hand abruptly halted in midair. Thud. Accompanied by several resounding crashes, this giant, towering approximately 10 yards, bent its spine once more under the overwhelming pressure, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom. At that moment, a piercing sonic boom erupted as Rob's palm came crashing down upon the head of the giant, which was now prostrated on the ground. Bang. A crisp sound resonated as the gargantuan cranium detonated like a bomb, scattering crimson and ivory remnants across the terrain. In that instant, the once bounty of 200 million for this giant captain met its demise in the fury of Rob. No way, this can't be real. The surrounding witnesses gasped, their pupils contracting in disbelief as they gazed upon the bloodstained youth. The incisive tactics of Rob once again left the surrounding crowd profoundly astonished. Hey, is this level of prowess truly that of a mere major? Surely, even a brigadier general would underestimate him. When did the pirates of the North Sea become so formidable? They had previously perused reports in the newspapers detailing the near-total annihilation of Major Rob's fleet, leading them to perceive him as not particularly powerful, especially when compared to the pirates of the Grand Line. However, the sight of Rob effortlessly dispatching a giant with a bounty of 200 million shattered their prior assumptions. Rob, remain calm, stay composed. Smoker, who had hurried to the scene, couldn't help but gasp at the sight. Observing the menacing aura surrounding Rob, Smoker felt a tremor of apprehension within him. This fellow had experienced an alarming surge in strength over just a few months of absence. Upon hearing this, Rob took a deep breath, striving to quell the fury that surged within him, and then fixed a chilling gaze upon Roswerder, fearful that he might succumb to the urge to eliminate the three scoundrels before him. Boss, Rhett, standing nearby, was utterly taken aback by Rob's defiance. Confronting a celestial dragon directly. Rob, calm down, calm down. Both Andrew and Colonel Elu exchanged worried glances at Rob's demeanor, genuinely apprehensive that he might engage in a confrontation with the celestial dragons. Even Roswerder was rendered speechless by Rob's bold actions. Had this man truly lost his mind? Hey, ISNT that the Navy? Someone, apprehend this brat, damn it. At that moment of brief silence, a furious roar erupted. Charles jumped down from the back of the slave, pointing at Smoker while bellowing, "Yes, what is the Navy doing? Quickly, seize this rebellious faction." Upon witnessing the scene, Lord Rosward regained his composure. Since this naval officer had come to thwart that madman, it indicated there were still rational individuals within the Navy. Indeed, I have no need for such a disobedient slave. Seize him and confine him in the abyssal prison. Summerlily Palace, too, expressed her indignation. Damn it, this bunch of paper. Smoker, upon hearing her words, involuntarily shuddered, his heart seething with outrage. Rob, calm down, do not act impulsively. Smoker exerted all his efforts to restrain him, knowing that as long as they could delay until Admiral Akiji arrived, the situation could be managed. Hey, you filthy Navy officer, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and drag that wretched brat over here. Rosward Saint observed Smog still standing in place and, filled with indignation, raised his staff to point at Perona. It was the first time he had encountered someone daring enough to defy their words. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Rona. Rhett, Andrew, Eru, let us depart. Upon witnessing the scene, Rob inhaled deeply, acutely aware of Smog's predicament. He resolved to disregard the three celestial dragons and departed without further ado. You insolent wretches, do you believe that by walking away, you can evade our grasp? Understand this. Your Navy is but the lapdog of our celestial dragons. Do you comprehend? A mere dog. You may find it difficult to retaliate, but rest assured, we possess countless methods to bring about your demise. There exists nothing in this world that our celestial dragons cannot attain or manipulate. Upon witnessing the departure of Rob, Saint Roseward erupted in a fit of rage, exclaiming, Father, that woman shall be subjected to my whims in due time. Bear in mind, your navy is but a pack of dogs guarding our gates. Saint Charlos erupted into raucous laughter, proclaiming, Indeed, mere dogs for all eternity, no matter the cost. I shall ensure that all of you are consigned to the depths of the sea prison. Remember, this world belongs to us, the celestial dragons. When the time comes, I shall gather 100 slaves to humiliate her before your very eyes, boy. Rodsword gazed intently at Rob's retreating figure, releasing a chilling laugh. Just then, the departing Rob abruptly halted, letting out a self-mocking chuckle. With a sharp sound, he turned, violently tearing off his white and blue naval uniform. Instantly, Rob's perfectly sculpted physique was laid bare under the radiant sunlight, while the two words in the name of justice shattered into the air. Little Rob. Perona's eyes reddened at the piercing sound, tears shimmering within them as she realized her body was ensnared by an unseen force. Chapter 171. The Wrathful Slaughter of the Celestial Dragon Boss. Please don't. Rate felt the ironclad strength enveloping him, comprehending Rob's intentions. Brother Rob, I shall seek justice for you. Andrew and Colonel Era fixed their gaze on the empty ground ahead, their pupils turning crimson, exuding a feral ferocity. They too sensed the overwhelming power surrounding them, understanding in that moment that Rob did not wish for them to become accomplices. Rob, no. At that moment, Dasky in the tavern, unable to contain her emotions, cried out heartbreakingly towards Rob. I'm sorry, Ski. Upon hearing these words, Rob was momentarily taken aback. And then he noticed Dasky in the tavern, exerting all her strength to impede his progress. He offered her a faint, apologetic smile. He recalled the promise made with the young girl when he departed from East Seaslog town. Despite having dealt with the naval scourge of Inbriar in the West Sea and facing repercussions, he had chosen not to surrender. Today, as he stood before the imminent peril threatening the life of the one he cherished above all, he could no longer tread this shadowy path. Smoker, do you remember what I uttered back in Logtown? Soon, you shall comprehend. Rob walked before Smoker, pausing for a brief moment, an involuntary wry smile gracing his lips. As someone well-versed in the world of One Piece, he was acutely aware of the impending circumstances and the overwhelming power wielded by the celestial dragons in the realm of pirates. Thus, he had no intention of entrusting his life to the hands of the likes of Akiji and others. Smoker clenched his fists tightly, at a loss for words. Fully aware that he could not sway the young man any longer. Tap, tap, tap. The distinct sound of footsteps echoed, and under the gaze of the crowd, the atmosphere in the space became exceedingly oppressive and silent. In this manner, Rob steadily approached St. Roswald. Boy, what do you intend to do? Lord Ward Saint gazed into Rob's icy eyes, sensing an eerie atmosphere enveloping the air, and a sudden wave of unease surged within him. Do you claim to be the most esteemed person in the world? Rob gazed at the figure of Rod's Ward before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Pray tell, have you ever experienced the dread of death? His chilling words resonated through the space, and in an instant, an overwhelming force erupted from Rob's being, warping the very fabric of the surrounding air. As the onlookers beheld the astonishing scene in disbelief, Rodsword's body was involuntarily lifted, floating into Rob's grasp. How dare you? Roswald Saint's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt an immense force gripping his neck, staring incredulously at the youth before him. You. As the pressure intensified, Roswald's face flushed crimson, and he struggled with all his might. You insolent wretch. What do you intend to do to the progeny of the great creator? You too. Assist me. At this moment, Charles Saint, witnessing the scene, gasped in shock, his eyes bulging as he urgently shouted to the other two mounted slaves. The progeny of the creator? What of it? Robert coldly retorted, fixing a steely gaze upon Charles Saint, followed by a thunderous proclamation. A dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them, and you shall feel its wrath. With a resounding crash, Roswald's body was crushed and shattered by Robert's terrifying telekinetic force, scattering countless tiny fragments across the ground. Two round, bulging eyes fixated on the bubbles of the Shampoo Islands, now reflecting a glimmer of fear. As the sound of the explosion echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the space, with countless onlookers rendered motionless, transfixed by the unfolding spectacle. Good heavens, did he truly dare to do that? My word, this is exhilarating, absolutely thrilling. That was a celestial dragon. After a few moments of stunned silence, an unparalleled uproar erupted, as throngs of people poured out from taverns, hidden corners, and alleyways, gazing at Robert in disbelief. In that instant, it seemed as though the collective fear of the celestial dragons had been utterly incinerated. Even those who had previously cowered on the ground, unable to flee, found themselves rising to their feet, turning their eyes toward Robert. "You fools, why are you still dawdling? Charge at him. Do you wish to perish?" Charles Saint, snapping back to reality, bellowed at the two remaining slaves still prostrate on the ground. "Curse you, celestial dragon!" The two burly slaves, ignited by fury upon witnessing Robert's lethal act against Roswald, immediately rose, fist raised, and launched themselves at Charles Saint. "This is rebellion. Damnable slaves. Both of you shall meet your demise." Charles Saint, his face contorted with rage, produced a button and pressed it fiercely. "Death?" Rob gazed upon the wrathful visage of Charles Saint, and with a subtle movement of his finger, an invisible and formidable force surged forth, directly immobilizing both Charles Saint and the fingers of Charlie Apallis. "What is happening?" Charles Saint, feeling his fingers rendered motionless, beheld the two slaves advancing towards him, their approach finally evoking a palpable fear within him. "Damn it, this is your doing," he exclaimed, his fury directed at Rob, who stood nearby. "My lord, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The following events are even more thrilling." "Huh, brother, go take that woman," a slave remarked, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he spoke to another. "Very well." With that, amidst the horrified gazes of Charles Saint and Charlie Apallis, two fists, akin to heavy sandbags, struck their faces with brutal force. Boom. The tremendous impact sent both individuals crashing against the wall, their bodies sliding helplessly to the ground, leaving behind a trail of crimson blood. The two slaves, witnessing this, rushed forward, eager to continue their assault. "You two scoundrels, the world government will execute your families. All of them." Charles Saint, bloodied and with a significant portion of his teeth shattered, lifted his head with rage, glaring fiercely at the two. At his words, the slaves hesitated. Indeed, while they were unafraid of death, the prospect of the world government pursuing them and annihilating their families was a grim reality. Assaulting a celestial dragon would inevitably attract the attention of marine admirals. They were acutely aware of the dire consequences of slaying one of their kind. "You wretched slaves, how dare you injure us? I will ensure your families suffer excruciatingly." Charlie Apallis, unaccustomed to such humiliation, witnessed the two halt, and her expression twisted into madness as she screamed, "Let me handle this. Having already killed one, I wouldn't mind dispatching two more." At that moment, a chilling voice broke through, as Rob approached Charles Saint and Charlie Apallis, his tone icy and resolute. "Please, no, don't. You madman." Charles Saint, upon seeing Rob's figure, felt his previously fierce glare succumb to an overwhelming dread. Chapter 172, The Awakening of the Conqueror's Haki, a special edition for Long ULHY, "Don't kill me. Please, spare me." Charlie Apallis, catching sight of Rob's frigid gaze, suddenly snapped out of her frenzy, crying out in terror. For the individual before them was no ordinary man. He had just slain their father. "My apologies, but I cannot allow you two to live." Rob would not show mercy simply because his opponent was a woman. With a sudden intensity in his gaze, he forcefully brought their heads together. A resounding crack echoed as their skulls shattered, blood and brain matter splattering across the ground. Ding. The king does not judge by appearances. He is merely a pawn of others. The awakening of the conqueror's Haki. At that moment, a crisp system notification sounded, prompting Rob to delve into his consciousness. "It seems that the reason my conqueror's Haki has not awakened is due to my time spent within the Navy. Indeed. How can one claim dominion while living under the roof of another?" Rob couldn't help but burst into laughter, realizing that the formidable conqueror's Haki he had long sought could only be awakened in this manner. Had he remained in the Navy, the system would have never granted him the awakening he desired. In the world of pirates, conqueror's Haki is merely a matter of innate talent, not necessarily a mark of leadership. However, for Rob, conqueror's Haki transcended mere talent. It embodied a profound conviction. "Rona, I apologize, but it seems we must embark on this journey as pirates together." Rob stepped before Perona, unable to suppress a bittersweet smile. "Pfft, little Rob, have you forgotten? I am, after all, a pirate." Perona sensed the dissipating energy surrounding her and instinctively leapt into Rob's embrace. Strangely, despite their life as fugitives, an inexplicable sense of peace enveloped her heart. This man had chosen to confront the world for her sake. Yet he still tenderly apologized for the arduous future that lay ahead. "Woo-woo." At that moment, Rhett struggled to voice something. But the overwhelming force of energy was now even greater, silencing him completely. Major Robb, please cease. Just then, a multitude of naval officers suddenly surrounded the 49th Yalchaman Red Tree, encircling Robb, Perona, and the others. A middle-aged man clad in a justice coat, adorned with the insignia of a rear admiral, spoke. Where were you just now? Upon witnessing the scene, Robb could not help but reveal a smirk of derision, disregarding the words of the naval rear admiral as he strode directly towards the exit. Major Robb, should you take another step, I shall have no choice but to give the order to fire. The rear admiral's gaze darkened, fully aware that he could not permit Robb to leave unimpeded. Even without receiving orders from above, allowing a killer of celestial dragons to escape within his jurisdiction would be utterly absurd, and he could only fathom the wrath that would ensue from his superiors. Major Robb, please do not compel us to act against you. Let us wait for leave. Before the rear admiral could finish his plea, Robb bellowed fiercely, and an overwhelming aura of dominance surged from his being. Thud, thud. The onlookers were horrified to witness the surrounding naval personnel foaming at the mouth, collapsing helplessly to the ground, unconscious. The Conqueror's hockey? Smoker's pupils constricted in disbelief as he observed the unfolding events. This was not the result of Robb's devil fruit powers, but rather the formidable Conqueror's hockey emanating from within him. Had it been telekinesis, these men would not have crumpled weakly, but instead would have been slammed forcefully to the ground. At that moment, the rear admiral's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and a chilling wave of terror enveloped him. Robb, leading Perona, walked straight past him, and the coldness within him intensified, becoming excruciatingly frigid. Upon meeting Robb's blood-red gaze, he felt his entire body tense, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Experiencing such unimaginable pressure in such proximity, he realized just how vast the chasm was between himself and the Major. Thud. After Robb's departure, the rear admiral could no longer withstand the oppressive weight of the atmosphere and collapsed to his knees. How terrifying. It is no wonder the higher-ups regard this matter with such gravity. He instinctively touched his drenched back, casting a fearful glance at the gradually receding figure. Boss, why? After Robb and Perona vanished from sight, the immense psychic energy emanating from Rhett finally dissipated. Why did you not take me with you? Rhett knelt helplessly on the ground, pounding his fist against the floor as tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. For Robb understood the arduous path that lay ahead. Andrew stared blankly in the direction Robb had disappeared, murmuring to himself, fully cognizant of the implications of Robb's actions. By eliminating those 3 celestial dragons, and with no accusations against them, coupled with their inaction, they would not be deemed accomplices in this affair. Indeed, soon an admiral would be dispatched to pursue Robb. Colonel Ilu also expressed a poignant sentiment as the curtain fell. Had Miss Rona not caught the attention of the celestial dragons, perhaps Robb would have retained her within the Navy, much like the Rhett brothers. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, for the subsequent events are even more thrilling. Damn it. Once again, Rhett's tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes as he pounded the ground in despair. Why am I so weak? Why? So feeble, so utterly feeble, I am powerless. A wave of self-recrimination surged within Rhett's heart. Time and again, he found himself incapable of offering any assistance, not even a modicum of help. Just then, Smoker slapped Rhett on the forehead, sending him sprawling, and exclaimed with fury, Is Robb protecting a mere crying wretch? A pitiful soul who only asks why and bemoans his fate? Do you believe that merely wearing your troubles on your face, displaying frustration, and furrowing your brow will change anything? He seized the fallen Rhett, fixing a fierce gaze upon his bloodshot eyes. Weakness? Then strive to be strong. A man should smile. At the very least to lighten my mood. You fool. Smoker forcefully cast Rhett back to the ground, turning away to face Tashiji. After taking a deep drag from a cigar, he declared, Tashiji, we are leaving for Navy headquarters. With that, Smoker harshly flicked the cigarette but to the ground. Boss, Rhett will not be a useless coward. I will not. I absolutely will not. As he lay on the ground, Rhett watched Smoker's retreating figure, desperately suppressing his tears. He struggled to rise and slowly managed to squeeze out a smile. Andrew, Ilu, we are heading to Navy headquarters. Chapter 173, The Decision of Sengoku. Hey, did you hear? A significant event just transpired at the 49th area of Yarkaman Red Trees. It was utterly terrifying. Indeed, that Major Robb directly killed 3 celestial dragons. It's simply unbelievable. My goodness, is that even possible? Those are the world's aristocrats, the celestial dragons. How could they be slain? Really? Why would I lie to you? I just came from the 49th district. The dissemination of news occurs with remarkable rapidity, from the very moment the tragic event unfolded. Resulting in the demise of 3 celestial dragons, the information swiftly circulated. Soon, the incident involving Rob's furious retaliation against the celestial dragons rapidly expanded from Area 49, radiating outward to the surrounding islands. Marine headquarters, Mariford, a bastion of authority and justice, is situated at the heart of the Grand Line, adjacent to the Sabaody archipelago. The Red Line, in the sacred land of Mariehua, between the judicial island of Eni's Lobby and the infamous underwater prison, impelled down. A whirlpool river encircled by the Gate of Justice serves as a conduit for the government. From above, the island resembles a crescent moon, atop which stands a majestic edifice adorned with a colossal seagull emblem, symbolizing the Marine headquarters. At this moment, within the innermost chamber of the Marine headquarters, a series of crisp sounds echoed. In the center of the room stood an expansive long table, flanked by the legendary Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp and Chief of Staff Tsuru. Garp, relishing his donuts, was indulging in the delights of culinary pleasure. Seated at the head of the table was a robust man, donned with frog-eyed spectacles and sporting a braided beard, diligently attending to a mountain of paperwork. Hey, Sengoku, are you still not finished? You promised to treat me to barbecue today. Don't let little Tsuru level up on you. Garp exclaimed, casting a glance at Sengoku, who had just devoured a bowl of donuts. Sengoku paused, his pen halting mid-motion, and shot an irritated look at Garp. You of all people, should try handling the documents yourself? Sengoku retorted, his frustration palpable. It was indeed a bitter irony that he had once been persuaded by Garp to take on the mantle of Fleet Admiral. I wouldn't dare. Since you're still busy, I'll just have another couple of donuts, Garp replied with a grin, raising his hands in mock surrender. Go ahead. Take as many as you like. I should have this paperwork completed soon, Sengoku replied begrudgingly, knowing full well that Garp had already polished off his own stash of donuts before seeking out more from him. As for why Sengoku had donuts readily available, it was certainly not due to his personal cravings. Rather, it was Garp who had orchestrated their presence for the convenience of snacking during meetings. Hey Sengoku, are you sure you have enough stock? Did you forget to send someone to replenish the supply? Garp inquired, rising to reveal a drawer containing several scattered packs of donuts. Voicing his mild exasperation. Sengoku, let us be clear. I don't consume these. If you want more, you should arrange for them yourself. Upon hearing Garp's words, Sengoku's hand, poised to write, suddenly halted, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Crane offered a faint smile, quietly observing the two men. For her, their bickering was perhaps as entertaining as her work. Report. This is bad, Marshal. This is terrible. At that moment, an anxious voice echoed from outside. Come in. Sengoku frowned at the interruption and commanded. Thud. Marshal. The newcomer stumbled into the room, falling clumsily as he exclaimed in a panic. What a ruckus. Speak. The celestial dragons have been killed. Huh? Garp's half-eaten donut fell from his mouth, while Sengoku's brush slipped, marking a bold black line across the documents. Moreover, 3 of them have been slain. Thud. With a crash, Sengoku's chair collapsed beneath him, sending him crashing to the floor, the shocking news startling even the esteemed Marshal. What are you still doing here? Do I need to spell it out for you? Quickly send a message to Admiral Greenbull, currently at Sabaody archipelago, instructing him to apprehend the perpetrator. I wish to see who possesses such audacity. Sengoku slammed the table, his anger palpable. 3. Not just 1, but 3 people killed. This individual is utterly brazen. Buzz. At that moment, the telephone bug on Sengoku's desk began to vibrate vigorously, halting everyone's movements. Hello? Who is it? Sengoku answered the phone bug. Marshal, this is Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. I have urgent news for you. I have just received word that 3 celestial dragons have been murdered at Sabaody archipelago. You must head there immediately. I will contact Admiral Greenbull. Sengoku spoke hastily. He could not allow this reckless individual to escape. Marshal, what I am telling you is precisely what is happening. Admiral Greenbull should already be aware of the situation. We have decided to consult you temporarily, as the one who killed the 3 celestial dragons is none other than Lieutenant Colonel Rob. The voice of Ghost Spider resonated with gravity through the phone bug. What? Is it that Rob from the West Blue? Hearing this, Sengoku's pupils constricted sharply, and he urgently demanded, what exactly transpired? Explain it to me clearly. All right. Shortly thereafter, Ghost Spider recounted the developments on the 49th archipelago of the Yarkaman Red Tree Island. Furthermore, reports indicated that this Lieutenant Colonel Rob possessed the Conqueror's Haki, Conqueror's haki? But Sengoku, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of surprise within his pupils. However, his gaze soon dimmed, for preserving Rob's life after the demise of 3 celestial dragons would prove exceedingly arduous. Furthermore, Rob represented far more than merely a commendable subordinate. It was the enigmatic lineage displayed by the Northern Sea that truly captivated Sengoku's attention. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, heed my command. Hasten to Area 49 at once. We cannot allow Rob to escape. Utilize all your strength to apprehend him. I shall contact Admiral Akiji to assist you. It is imperative that Rob is brought to Naval Headquarters. I trust you comprehend the gravity of the situation. Understood, Marshal. Far away at the port of Yarchim in No. 65 in the Sabaody Archipelago, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider slowly set down the Din Din Mushi after receiving these orders. Apologies, Rob. Your worth exceeds your imagination. With a frigid gaze cast into the distance, he recognized that although Sengoku had previously dispatched Admiral Akiji to safeguard Rob, the recent slaying of 3 celestial dragons, coupled with Rob's extraordinary bloodline, would not allow the Navy or the world government to overlook him. From Sengoku's tone, Ghost Spider discerned the urgency of the Marshal's intentions. Chapter 174. Rob's scheme: guard the warship. I shall return shortly. Ghost Spider turned his head toward the surrounding Navy personnel, issuing a sharp command before leaping onto the shore. In a swift motion, he executed the Saru, generating a resounding impact as his foot struck the ground, unleashing a powerful force that reverberated through the air. Whoosh! The crisp sounds echoed as the robust Ghost Spider flickered like an apparition. Dashing at remarkable speed toward Area 49 of Yarchim Inn, Doflamingo, you are indeed ruthless. Yet, this young Major Rob exhibits an audacity unparalleled, having directly slain 3 celestial dragons. Imprisoned within the depths of the battleship, Trafalgar Law, upon hearing the commotion outside and witnessing Ghost Spider depart, let a slight smile grace his lips. For everything unfolded as he had anticipated. However, Major Rob, it appears you may not have the opportunity to fulfill my promise. For reasons unknown. As Law observed Ghost Spider's vanishing silhouette, a sense of regret washed over him, perhaps stemming from unfulfilled debts of gratitude. Just then, Law's brow furrowed, and his expression shifted dramatically, for he suddenly sensed a disturbance aboard the ship. Beepo, you must escape to the sea. I will maneuver toward the direction of the battle. Rob's hands moved slightly, and the iron shackles on them were unfastened. He then picked up the discarded Ghost Cry and swiftly utilized his abilities to sever the chains binding Beepo. Upon hearing this, Beepo nodded in acknowledgement. Room. Command stick. With that, Beepo was enveloped in Rob's powers and promptly vanished from the ship's hold, leaving behind only a small trace of water in the spot where he had been. Virgo, you have arrived, Rob thought as he reattached the handcuffs around his wrists, casting a glance upward. The primary reason he refrained from using his powers to transport himself into the sea was that, as a devil fruit user, immersion in seawater would render him powerless and vulnerable. There would be insufficient time for Beepo to relocate him. Once Virgo discovered the hold was empty, he would plunge into the water to search for them. Against the formidable martial artist Virgo, they stood no chance in the ocean. Their only hope lay in exploiting a moment when Virgo, believing him shackled, would be distracted enough to inflict some damage and make a daring escape. Afterward, they would need to approach Rob's designated area, as only in the ensuing chaos would they have a chance to halt Virgo's advance. Rob was confident that Virgo would not reveal his identity in front of the inexperienced, nor would he be able to seize him right under the eyes of an admiral. At that very moment, as Trafalgar Law orchestrated Beepo's rescue, Virgo, concealed in the shadows, noticed the departure of the Ghost Spider. Shave. Accompanied by a hushed command, Virgo, clad in a wide-brimmed hat, swiftly approached the warship, seemingly treading on air. Who goes there? The Navy personnel aboard the warship shouted as they spotted the figure in black rapidly approaching from the sky. If you don't halt, we will open fire. Damn it, brothers. Fire. The Navy, seeing their warning ignored, raised their rifles and pulled the triggers. Whoosh. A series of sharp sounds pierced the air as numerous dark bullets, trailing fiery red tails, were unleashed towards Virgo. Humph. Virgo observed this with a disdainful glimmer in his dark pupils. He had no time to engage with this band of fishers. Full-body armament hockey. In an instant, a mysterious power coursed through Virgo's body, transforming his previously bright yellow muscles into an ominous black. Clang. The relentless barrage of dark bullets collided with Virgo's form, yet no matter how fiercely the Navy attacked, none succeeded in inflicting harm upon him. Bang. Virgo stomped down on the warship, his immense strength causing the vessel to tilt slightly. while the previously intact wooden planks began to splinter under the force of his strike. "Who are you, to dare hijack the warship escorting Admiral Green?" A multitude of naval officers, upon seeing the enigmatic figure clad in a conical hat, brandished their swords and shouted in anger, vowing to leave none alive. Virgo, observing the trembling legs of the naval officers before him, felt a cold glint emerge in his pitch-black eyes. Suddenly, the entire deck shattered violently, and Virgo surged forward like a shadow of darkness, charging towards the naval officers. Infuriated, the officers beheld the almost indistinguishable figure ahead, their pupils betraying a flicker of fear as they shouted and raised their swords for a desperate strike. Crack! In the next instant, a series of audible fractures echoed through the air as broken blades soared aloft, glinting under the sun's rays. Boom! With the force of iron, Virgo's ebony arms, having severed the swords, struck relentlessly towards the chests of the naval officers, producing a resounding, yet dull thud, with the subsequent sound of ribs cracking. Virgo's eyes reflected the horror of the officers as they spat blood, their eyes bulging in terror. Bang! The immense impact hurled the arching naval officers violently against the main mast of the warship, snapping it in half and sending it crashing into the sea. Clang! Under Virgo's terrifying might, some officers could no longer suppress the chill of fear coursing through their veins, and they involuntarily dropped their weapons. Yet, witnessing this, Virgo felt no mercy. His legs flickered with speed, transforming into countless afterimages as he lunged at the naval officers. Thud, thud, thud. With each heavy impact, gaping holes appeared in the chests of the officers adorned in white and blue uniforms, and they were propelled away like missiles, landing in the surrounding waters. In a mere span of 7 to 8 seconds, the number of officers dwindled drastically under Virgo's effortless slaughter, leaving no naval officers standing aboard the entire ship. Now, there was no need to worry about exposing his identity. Satisfied, Virgo glanced at the empty deck, picked up the lifeless body of an officer, and wiped his blood-stained hands on the still pristine fabric of his attire. "Law, you must have been waiting for me for quite a while." After cleaning his hands, Virgo carelessly tossed the deceased officer into the sea and proceeded toward the ship's cabin. Tap, tap, tap. Soon, Virgo arrived at the very bottom of the warship, where he beheld Trafalgar Law confined within a room. "Who are you?" Chapter 175. The seriousness of youth hearing the footsteps within the cabin. Trafalgar Law realized that Virgo had arrived. He weakly lifted his head, only to be met with the fearful gaze of Virgo, who wore a wide-brimmed hat. "Shoo," Virgo remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he coldly fixed his stare upon Trafalgar Law. "There is no need to rush. Our conversation must be conducted in hushed tones." With that, Virgo stepped into the adjacent room next to Trafalgar Law. "No, no." The other pirates, witnessing this, revealed their terror and struggled with all their might. "Virgo, our conversation cannot remain discreet." At that moment, a frigid voice rang out sharply beside Virgo. "Room, slaughterhouse." As the chilling words fell, Law had deftly freed himself from the handcuffs unnoticed by Virgo, seizing the nearby sword, onigiri, and striking forth. Damn it! Virgo sensed a mysterious wave of energy emanating from behind him. His gaze fell upon a pool of water on the ground, and in an instant, he comprehended the unfolding events. Armament. Yet Law's strike came too swiftly, before Virgo could fully envelop himself in the armament hockey. The blade was already aimed at his abdomen. With a splatter, a vivid crimson spray erupted, and as the clear sound echoed, blood flowed profusely from Virgo's wound. At that moment, Trafalgar Law disregarded Virgo and dashed towards the deck. He understood that even having inflicted a certain degree of injury while taking him by surprise, he was still no match for Virgo's current strength. "Curse it," Virgo muttered as he observed Trafalgar Law's departure. As he made a move, a surge of pain shot through his abdomen. Although Law had not completely severed him, the injury was nonetheless grave, for he had yet to fully cover his abdomen with armament hockey. "Damn it," Virgo cursed again, swiftly seizing the clothing of a pirate and tearing it asunder, efficiently binding his wound. The true delay was caused by the multitude of pirates below. Since Law had already revealed his identity, he needed to eliminate these pirates without delay. With a fierce determination, Virgo raised his dark fist and struck towards the heads of the gathered pirates. "Ah, help!" Amidst a cacophony of frantic cries, Virgo transformed into a demon, ruthlessly reaping lives. "Law, do not think you can escape my grasp." After Virgo shattered the last person's skull, he couldn't help but glance outside the ship. Although he had acted with remarkable speed, the sheer number of adversaries had consumed several precious seconds. The reason he refrained from employing a more rapid firearm was to mitigate the risk of revealing his identity. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the entire warship plunged downward, causing Verger's calves to tense, propelling him forward like a cannonball. Upon spotting Law, now a mere black dot on the horizon, Verger's dark pupils turned crimson with rage. At that moment, he was consumed by fury, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by this insolent youth. In an instant, Verger vanished from his location, dashing towards Trafalgar Law at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, as Verger seized the opportunity to ambush during the Ghost Spider's departure from the ship, Admiral Akiji, stationed at Island No. 12, received an urgent call from Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. "Hello, Akiji?" As soon as the call connected, Sengoku's anxious voice resonated through. "It's me, Admiral." Akiji replied leisurely as he strolled across the island, unfazed by the urgency, for he had not received any direct orders. The fate of the celestial dragons was of little concern to him. "You're at Sabaody Archipelago, correct? Immediately pursue the fleeing Law. You must capture him, otherwise we will have no explanation for the world government." Sengoku continued, "I have dispatched 2 nearby vice admirals, Bastille and the Mole, to intercept him in the waters outside Sabaody. Additionally, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider is swiftly heading towards the area of tree number 49, so under no circumstances, and regardless of casualties, we must apprehend Law. Do you understand?" "I am not jesting, Akiji. This time, set aside your lethargic demeanor and bring that brat back." Before Akiji could respond, Sengoku's barrage of urgent instructions left him momentarily stunned. "Understood, Admiral." Upon regaining his composure, Akiji's eyes reflected a grave seriousness. It was evident that Law held significant importance in Sengoku's eyes, and the murder of 3 celestial dragons was indeed a terrifying event. He had sensed earlier that the headquarters would undoubtedly take action against Law, as the ramifications of such an incident paled in comparison to the assassination of 3 celestial dragons. "Listen, I do not wish to hear any Vice Admiral claim you did not exert yourself in this matter, even if you assist me. I expect you to abandon your languid disposition." Sengoku, for once, earnestly requested Akiji's cooperation. "Rest assured, I will not hold back, even if he is the one I brought into the Navy headquarters." Upon hearing the plea from Sengoku, Shinji's previously languid eyes flickered with a resolute glimmer, signifying his unwavering commitment to exert every ounce of his strength to retrieve Rob. "My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as it becomes even more thrilling." He sensed that if Akainu and Kizaru were present at headquarters, they would undoubtedly be dispatched as well. "Very well, I shall await your favorable news." With that, Sengoku ended the conversation, knowing he had conveyed all that was necessary. "Beep beep. General Shinji, do you have any instructions?" A respectful voice emanated from the other end of the line. "Immediately notify all station Navy in the Sabaody Archipelago to encircle islands 40 to 60 and the adjacent waters. Every individual must be scrutinized. Not even a single bee is to be allowed passage." "General, does this include all Navy personnel?" The voice on the phone was momentarily taken aback by Shinji's command. "Indeed. All naval forces, including the logistics division. It matters not what transpires on other islands today. All must be redirected to islands 40 to 60 and the surrounding waters. Furthermore, all ports in the Sabaody Archipelago shall be sealed. No vessel is to set sail," Shinji declared decisively, having not been this serious in quite some time. "Understood, General. I assure you the task will be accomplished. The areas of islands 40 to 60 and the related waters will be completely sealed off." The voice on the other end promptly affirmed. "Excellent," Shinji replied before hanging up, casting a cold gaze toward the direction of the 49th Islands Yalchaman red trees. At that moment, the Navy's net of encirclement was firmly cast over the island under his orders. Chapter 176, Comprehensive Lockdown. "Hurry. Proceed to Area 40 at full speed. Logistics, keep up. Temporarily abandon all other stations. Move swiftly." Following Shinji's command, the Sabaody Archipelago erupted into a flurry of activity, with urgent orders ringing out across the islands. In the midst of numerous astonished gazes, Navy soldiers clad in white and blue uniforms surged forth from the Yalchaman red trees on each island, as a multitude of officers in justice attire busily urged the soldiers below. The sound of rapid footsteps reverberated. Every naval department on each island sprang into action, the white and blue Navy flowing like a tide across the land. "Hey, what is happening? Have these Navy personnel lost their minds? Are you unaware that Major Rob slaughtered 3 celestial dragons in Area 49? I have a naval friend who recounted that the young admiral erupted in fury, commanding all naval personnel to swiftly encircle the 40 to 60 zone. Presently, the entirety of the naval forces in the Sabaody archipelago has emerged from all directions. How terrifying is this? Is it merely for a Captain Rob? Why such a grand mobilization? Countless citizens and pirates gazed in astonishment at the naval display, their eyes wide with disbelief. Moreover, who would have thought there were so many naval forces in the Sabaody archipelago? Goodness! The Navy is resolute in their determination this time, unveiling all their aces in the Sabaody archipelago. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, individuals witnessed civilians in taverns and on the streets shedding their ordinary attire to reveal striking naval uniforms, converging towards the island's blue and white throng. How fearsome! This is the world aristocracy, the celestial dragons. Is it not true? One must understand that should a celestial dragon be harmed, the Navy headquarters would promptly dispatch an admiral. Not to mention that Captain Rob has slain three. Indeed. Look, all naval vessels have departed their respective ports, heading towards the 49th zone. They intend to seal it off completely. In the midst of the populace's astonished and fearful gazes, the Navy's movements surfaced entirely as the concealed naval forces emerged, with all Navy ships anchored in the Sabaody archipelago boldly steering towards the 49th zone. At the port of the 46th zone in the Sabaody archipelago, a well-dressed merchant, adorned with a black top hat, brandished a certificate and exclaimed loudly at the Navy, "Hey, this is a legitimate merchant vessel. What is the meaning of this? Continue the inspection, leave no detail unchecked," commanded a Navy officer, cloaked in a coat of justice, dismissing the man's inquiries and issuing orders to the Navy personnel already aboard. "Hey, you Navy officers, what do you intend to do? I cannot simply open this cargo. It may be damaged. Halt this at once." The middle-aged merchant seethed at the unfolding scene. With a sharp crack, a sound echoed as a Navy officer acted too hastily, tearing open a package, causing an exquisitely crafted cup to tumble from the deck and shatter into countless pieces, scattering plastic cushioning everywhere. This cannot be allowed. Such crude inspections are unacceptable. They must be laid flat on the deck and removed carefully. If upright, they'll fall apart, cried the merchant's employees in a state of panic, desperately attempting to halt the Navy's actions. Bang! Bang! Dressed in a Navy justice coat, the naval commander immediately drew his pistol and fired several shots into the air. The middle-aged man gazed at the naval colonel with an expression of incredulity, his outstretched finger trembling uncontrollably. Any further obstruction of official duties will result in immediate execution. The naval commander cast a cold glare over the bewildered crowd. Continue the search. With the chilling command issued, the naval officers resumed their actions, leaving the middle-aged merchant to helplessly bow his back, as if a great weight had been lifted from him. Is that sufficient? Soon, the Navy completed their swift search. The middle-aged merchant looked at the shattered cargo on the ground, casting a powerless glance at the naval commander. "You may proceed." The naval commander nodded in response. "Gentlemen, let us depart. However, passage through zones 40 to 60 is strictly prohibited today." "What? My shipment must arrive within 3 days. It must leave today." The middle-aged merchant was taken aback as he looked at the naval commander. "Hey, Ship 75, stop that vessel." The naval commander, unperturbed by the merchant's words, hastily directed the warships below. At that moment, numerous departing vessels were continuously halted. "Why are you stopping us? We are a legitimate ship." Inspection. The only response was a string of icy retorts. Such scenes were not confined to Zone 46, but unfolded across various islands, as no vessel within the 40 to 60 zone was permitted to set sail. Do you realize how many naval forces have gathered in zones 40 to 60? My goodness. In less than 5 minutes, there are at least tens of thousands of sailors. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Indeed. And a significant number of naval personnel are rushing from other islands. The warships currently docked in zones 40 to 60 have surpassed 200, completely sealing off the port. In taverns, shops, and squares across the islands, people gathered and murmured. For the first time in years, they encountered such a formidable display of power. Do you know? Not only is every departing ship subject to thorough inspection, but no vessel can leave the 40 to 60 zone today. How is this possible? Has the Navy gone mad? A blockade? Not only in zone 40 to 60, but I just received news that ships departing the Chambord Islands are being turned back. The naval headquarters has dispatched a large force towards the Chambord Islands. What? Are they intent on sealing off the Chambord Islands completely? Indeed. It seems that capturing Major Rob is an elusive endeavor, and the situation is unlikely to change significantly. I have heard that among the dispatched troops are General Mole and Bastille, both of whom are formidable figures among the vice-admirals, are they not? Otherwise, How could the pirates who departed from the Sabaody archipelago have returned? Now, any vessel that encounters a naval ship must immediately halt for inspection. Otherwise, they risk being bombarded. It seems that only those ships that left merely 4 or 5 hours ago stand a chance of having escaped. The rest must rely on luck. Taking advantage of the encirclement while it has yet to fully take shape, the man smacked his lips, and a look of dread flickered in his eyes. Such is the impact of the world nobles, the celestial dragons, being slain. Chapter 177. Enough. Following the orders of Admiral Green, the Sabaody archipelago's Area 40 to 60 has descended into a state of heightened alert. Numerous naval soldiers have made their presence known throughout the streets, and no pirate dares to show their face, all cowering in fear, unwilling to confront the Navy. There is little choice for the highest combat strength of the Navy headquarters. Admiral Green is advancing toward Area 40 to 60, and no one wishes to step forward and meet their demise at this juncture. Hey, have you heard? A multitude of merchants have been stranded at various ports, their cries echoing in despair. Indeed, my friend's merchant ship will not be able to depart today, and he has invested nearly his entire fortune in this cargo. I truly wonder how he will manage after this incident, especially with his wife falling gravely ill. Alas, what can be done? Such is fate, I suppose. Damn it, are the celestial dragons the Navy's progenitors? Why are even the inspected merchant vessels being denied departure? It is utterly infuriating. If they fail to conduct thorough inspections and allow Major Rob to escape, then all these lockdowns would render themselves meaningless. What enrages people even more is that despite the monumental achievements of Major Rob, who has swept across the seas with such prowess, the Navy headquarters has not granted him even a semblance of due process, opting instead to arrest everyone on the island outright. As you know, once the incident broke, the Navy mobilized without hesitation, illustrating that the headquarters acted without a moment's pause. Indeed, not long ago, the Navy dispatched Admiral Green to protect Major Rob. But once those 3 scoundrels were slain, the Navy's stance shifted dramatically, truly unexpected. Hush. Keep your voice down. Do you not realize the current climate regarding the celestial dragons? We must endure. A few days will pass. Alas, I cannot fathom how long this will last. My goods are scheduled to depart in 3 days, and I had intended to set sail tomorrow, only to be caught up in this debacle. At this moment, within a tavern nestled in the embrace of the 49th Yarkaman mangrove, a multitude of patrons gathered in hushed whispers, their sighs revealing an air of helplessness. Following their gaze, one could observe the bustling port of Area 49, less than a kilometer away, teeming with merchant vessels. Ah, is this truly your decision, warring states? Have we descended to such depths? Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the tavern, a man clad in a wide-brimmed hat clenched his fists tightly. Shaoluazi. A gentle voice emerged, and a hand, as delicate as white jade, lightly rested upon the man's clenched fist. The woman beside him, also donning a hat, seemed to sense the tempest of emotion swirling within him. Rona, indeed, I was far too naive back then. Rob stared intently at the wooden table before him, a surge of lethal intent emanating from his pupils. He had initially intended to stealthily slip away with Perona, striving to minimize any friction with the Navy to avoid casualties. Thus, he refrained from utilizing his telekinetic abilities to ascend into the skies, for he was acutely aware of the multitude of eyes watching him as he departed from the scene of the incident. Although the orders from Sengoku had yet to be issued at that moment, however, should he take flight, the adept Navy officers skilled in the moonwalk would undoubtedly thwart his escape, leading to significant loss of life among them, something Rob, a former Navy officer himself, was loath to witness. He had no choice but to charge forward. Rob rose abruptly, his icy gaze fixed upon the distant harbor, once revered and supported by the masses. He could no longer turn a blind eye to the unfolding events before him, for it was he who had wrought this chaos. Little Rob, I stand by you. A gentle voice echoed in his ear, imbued with unwavering resolve. As the words faded, a delicate hand, fragile yet resolute, grasped his firmly. With a wife like this, what more could a husband desire? Rob felt the aura emanating from his hand, suddenly taken aback, and then burst into a hearty laugh. Ladies and gentlemen, this island will soon be operational. With those chilling words, Rob grasped Perona's hand and strode out of the hotel, a stack of berries accurately floating onto the tavern's counter. Hey, what do you mean by that? The patrons within the tavern turned their astonished gazes towards Rob and Perona, bewilderment etched on their faces. Yet, they were soon astounded to witness the duo's hats mysteriously lifting without wind, gracefully descending to the ground, revealing their exquisite features before vanishing through the doorway. Wait, is that Major Rob? It truly is. Are they really confronting the Navy head-on? Panicked voices erupted within the tavern, prompting a frenzied rush out of the hotel. Meanwhile, at the Yarkaman port number 49, tensions escalated. With numerous merchant ships stranded at the docks and thousands of traders left in limbo. Colonel, please, grant us some leniency. If my goods do not depart today, I will be unable to fulfill my obligations. A failed transaction would ruin my life. Dozens of merchants, tears streaming down their faces and their eyes reddened, implored the Navy colonel before them. No, the orders from above are clear. Not even a fly can leave this port. The colonel regarded the merchants with resolute determination flashing in his eyes. Thud. At his words, despair flickered in the eyes of all the merchants, and they sank to their knees. Colonel, please save me. I have mortgaged my family's entire worth for this cargo. If I cannot deliver it, I am finished. Yes, Colonel. If I cannot secure funds soon, my wife's medical treatment will be halted. I told you it's not possible. The Navy colonel surveyed the surroundings with a frigid glare. If you contemplate smuggling out of the port, do not say I did not warn you. The Navy has encircled the waters surrounding the Sabaody archipelago. Should any smugglers refuse to halt upon discovery, it will be cannon fire. Then, Colonel, when will the port reopen? Surely there must be an exact time frame. This impasse prevents us from conducting business. The merchants' pupils dilated in unison. While they were not compelled to depart today, any further delays would jeopardize their deliveries. I do not know. We must await instructions from above. It may be until that Major Robb is captured. Surely not. If he remains elusive for too long. The merchants cast fearful glances at the Navy colonel, hesitant to contemplate the implications. I cannot. I must leave. A merchant, kneeling on the ground, suddenly sprang to his feet and hastily leaped onto a nearby merchant ship that had come to a halt, shouting uncontrollably. To the horror of the onlookers, the small vessel unexpectedly began to move, sailing away from the harbor. Bring it down, the naval colonel bellowed, directing his command towards the warships outside. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, more than a dozen black missiles, trailing fiery red tails, surged towards the merchant ship. Enough. At that moment, a voice of fury erupted from the very air itself. Chapter 178, Robb versus the Phantom Spider. As the echoes of the voice faded, the missiles, blazing with crimson tails, abruptly halted mid-air, unable to advance further. The merchant on the small ship gazed in disbelief at the suspended missiles, paralyzed with fear as he collapsed onto the deck. In that instant, the once bustling harbor, filled with cries and commotion, fell eerily silent. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps resonated clearly, like the beating of a great drum in the stillness. At that moment, Robb, clad in black and removing his conical hat, strode forward, leading Perona towards the harbor. You are searching for me, are you not? Robb gazed at the stunned naval officers, a frigid glint flickering in his eyes. As he spoke, the missile that had lingered in the sky fell helplessly into the sea. Silent and unceremonious, the naval personnel, upon witnessing the icy intensity of Robb's gaze, felt an involuntary shiver coursing through them. Some even found their grip on their swords faltering. They were acutely aware that this young naval major before them was a man bold enough to slay celestial dragons in his wrath. Is that Robb? It truly is Major Robb. The merchants and citizens at the port looked on in astonishment at the boy standing resolutely in place, unable to believe their eyes. Did he truly remain unaware that the admiral was searching for him? Such audacity is indeed remarkable. No wonder he dared to kill 3 celestial dragons. The Navy colonel, hearing the whispers around him and observing the trembling officers, felt his countenance darken to a shade of iron. What are you all dawdling for? Surround him. Heedless of their trepidation, the naval officers obeyed the command and began to encircle Robb, yet they hesitated to advance. Begone. Robb looked at the densely approaching Navy around him, his gaze darkening. With a thunderous roar, an extraordinarily mysterious power erupted from his body, sweeping across the entire scene. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever this force reached, the Navy's pupils dilated in shock, and then they lost their focus, their bodies collapsing weakly towards the ground. Robb did not pay any heed to the fallen Navy personnel. Instead, he continued to lead Perona away, for he had no time to squander on this group of individuals. Conqueror's hockey. This is Conqueror's hockey. The surrounding crowd, merchants, and various pirates were all struck with expressions of sheer astonishment, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. How infuriating! The Navy lieutenant, witnessing the scene, felt an overwhelming wave of fear wash over him, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Fire the entire fleet! Fire! He shouted fiercely towards the warships anchored in the distance. attempting to dispel the terror gripping his heart. Boom, boom, boom. In response, the cannons of dozens of warships, moored on the surface of the sea, erupted with brilliant flashes of light, their radiance piercing even the daylight. Subsequently, amidst the relentless cacophony of cannon fire, a multitude of missiles, thousands in number, rained down upon the island where Rob stood, forming a dense and ominous net of destruction. Humph! Upon witnessing this, Rob let out a cold snort and extended one of his free hands, forcefully clenching it towards the void. Instantly, a tremendous surge of mental energy erupted from his being, akin to a torrential sea wave, engulfing all the missiles in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of missiles was ruthlessly seized and detonated by Rob's overwhelming psychic force, bursting into a splendid display of fireworks. Those who dare to obstruct me shall face death. Rob cast a frigid glance over the assembled navy, and then a surge of formidable psychic energy erupted from his being, propelling Perona into the sky as they soared swiftly over the ocean. Colonel, how can we possibly stop this? A trembling naval officer stammered, his gaze fixed on the lingering black smoke above. We must attempt to halt it, regardless. The colonel's hands quivered after witnessing thousands of missiles crushed with ease. For we are the Navy. Moonwalk. With that declaration, the colonel charged towards Rob, followed by several commanders from the port, all of whom ascended with determination. Indeed, as members of the Navy, could they remain passive in the face of such formidable adversaries? This was intolerable. Upon witnessing this, Rob's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld the colonel charging towards him. The very event he had dreaded was now unfolding before his eyes. For he was acutely aware that the Navy's foundation had not entirely decayed. There remained men imbued with the indomitable spirit of soldiers. They were not at fault. The culpability lay with those who wielded power, those who willingly chose to serve as hounds for the celestial dragons. Get out of my sight. Rob's eyes darkened, and with a powerful kick in the air, he sent the Navy crashing down, creating a substantial crater. Rob, you won't escape. At that moment, a furious voice echoed through the sky, and a figure, like a specter, surged forth from the distance, wielding a cold, formidable blade that descended mercilessly upon Rob. Ghost Spider. Have you arrived? Yet, you shall not hinder me. Rob's gaze darkened, and a tremendous force of thought erupted forth, surging toward the Ghost Spider with full intensity. Is this truly your capability? Break for me. The Ghost Spider, sensing an overwhelming power emanating from the blade in his grasp, could not help but roar, his arm swelling with renewed strength, intensifying the force. Humph! What are you even? Dare to obstruct me? Rob's muffled groan was soon followed by a surge of crimson that erupted from the depths of his eyes, transforming his once pitch-black pupils into a vivid scarlet, while two swirling orbs spun wildly. As the sound faded, the force of his psychic power surged dramatically, immobilizing the ghostly spider's massive blade within the fabric of space, rendering it incapable of advancing further. With the awakening of the Conqueror's Haki, Rob's psychic abilities had finally entered a realm of awakening, reaching a terrifying level. Bolstered by the power of the Sharingan, he could now directly halt an admiral-level assault. How could this be? The ghostly spider, sensing the overwhelming force, revealed a look of astonishment in his eyes. He recalled that during their encounter in the North Sea, Rob had merely been a formidable adversary. But the oppressive aura he now exuded instilled a deep-seated fear within him. Get down. Rob looked at the ghostly spider, temporarily immobilized by his telekinetic power, and suddenly raised his leg to deliver a fierce kick. Simultaneously, an invisible armed Haki enveloped his leg. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud. The formidable body of the ghostly spider arched violently, crashing into the earth below like a cannonball. Boom! A tremendous roar followed, creating a deep pit approximately 10 yards wide. While the once smooth ground rapidly cracked under the impact, the might of a single blow was astonishingly terrifying. Chapter 178, The Awakening of Power Gush. Vivid crimson blood erupted from the ghostly spider's mouth, splattering onto the shattered earth, creating a striking contrast. Is this the true power of Major Rob? This is indeed a ghostly spider general. The surrounding navy and merchants, having leaped away from the fracturing ground, gazed upwards in disbelief at this scene. At that moment, Rob's diminutive figure appeared monumental, surrounded by a palpable force that seemed to distort the very fabric of space. By heavens, have you grown to this extent, boy? After spitting blood, the ghostly spider wiped its mouth, its pupils narrowing sharply, and with a swift motion, it leapt from the ground in a graceful roll. 6 styles. Life return, 8 sword flow. With that proclamation, the ghostly spider's hair began to writhe, transforming before the astonished onlookers into 6 arms, and with a flicker of its legs, it executed the Six Styles moonwalk. Boom. The already shattered earth erupted violently as the ghostly spider soared skyward once more like a cannonball. Sizzle. Simultaneously, 8 cold blades glimmered under the sunlight, tracing 8 silver arcs across the sky. Void thought. Divine flash. Upon witnessing the dazzling silver radiance, Rob's pupils constricted, and 2 pitch-black tadpoles whirled frantically. In that fleeting moment, a tremendous surge of mental power erupted violently from within Rob's being. Rob did not dare to be presumptuous. The ghost spider before him was no longer the same as earlier, but rather one that had mastered the sixth style. Swish, swish. Rob, like a specter, danced through the heavens, evading with remarkable agility, resembling a dark sprite leaping upon silver beams. How swift! A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the ghost spider, for he realized that no matter how rapid his strikes, he could not land a blow on the figure suspended in the air. Do not underestimate the might of a general. My observation hockey is formidable. With that proclamation, the trajectory of the ghost spider's blade shifted, becoming increasingly enigmatic, as though he anticipated Rob's next position and preemptively struck. Armament hockey. As Rob beheld the incoming silver light, his pupils constricted sharply, and in an instant, a formidable aura of armed might enveloped his arm. Clang, clang, clang. The chilling steel blade collided with his arm, producing the resonant sound of clashing metal and sparking a few fleeting embers, followed by droplets of crimson swirling through the air. Boom! A tremendous force of mental energy erupted, propelling Rob to create a considerable distance between himself and the phantom spider. Is this the power characteristic of a mid-ranking general? Rob glanced at his arms, noticing the crimson blood flowing from his wounds, a clear indication that he had suffered significantly from the recent impact. It became evident to him that his armed hockey was still insufficient, and even the double Sharingan could not evade the perceptive hockey of the ghost spider. In that fleeting moment, Rob comprehended the disparity that existed between himself and the ghost spider in these respects. "Little Rob," Perona exclaimed, her face betraying her anxiety at the sight. "No need. I will handle this." Upon hearing this, Rob smiled faintly, then his gaze sharpened, coldly fixating on the spectral spider hovering in the air. "You shall not escape today. Your folly lies in failing to comprehend that a soldier's foremost duty is to adhere to military orders. To dare defy the celestial dragons is an act of utter foolishness." The spectral spider, observing the blood that flowed incessantly from Rob's arm, remarked indifferently, exuding an air that brooked no contradiction. "Heh." Upon hearing this, Rob couldn't help but chuckle, casting a scornful glance at the ghost spider. "Do you truly believe you can have your way with me? What a farce. Allow me to demonstrate the power of the awakened fruit, ghost spider." With that declaration, Rob swiftly extended both hands, and his double Mangeki Sharingan began to whirl fervently. Awakening. The ghost spider's pupils constricted sharply at these words, and his previously indifferent demeanor shifted, an unsettling sensation surging from within his heart. "Earth, arise." Rob's hand suddenly grasped, unleashing an immeasurable and formidable force that spread forth from the void. In an instant, under the astonished gaze of the ghost spider, a hue of earthy brown manifested in the previously empty space. This earthy glow multiplied rapidly, transforming into a myriad of stones of various sizes. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, the ground below trembled violently, the surface fracturing anew. Coupled with the previously shattered debris, the stones began to levitate, soaring swiftly toward the heavens. In a heartbeat, the sky was enveloped by countless fragments of stone and earth. Could it be that Major Rob possesses the powers of the natural type? Witnessing the unfolding spectacle, everyone gazed in disbelief at the youth above, who appeared as a divine being. They were acutely aware of the rarity of natural type abilities, especially in the vicinity of the Sabaeity archipelago, where the mightiest of the Navy, the admirals, were all fearsome wielders of such formidable devil fruits. "Kid, what exactly is your ability?" The ghost spider's eyes revealed a glint of terror as he beheld the earth-shattering phenomenon before him. "I apologize, but I am of the Paramecia type." Upon hearing the words, Rob gazed at the ghostly spider encircled by countless stones, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was the very reason he yearned for the awakening of the thought fruit. Although he could not transform his body into elements like a natural fruit user upon reaching the awakened state, his psychokinesis allowed him to manipulate the elements concealed within the void. The spectacle before him was a manifestation of his ability to gather the earth elements from the emptiness surrounding them. Earth burial. With the utterance of these words, Rob vigorously waved his hands. Whoosh! A multitude of stones surged forth like cannonballs, propelled by currents of air, colliding fiercely with the ghostly spider. "Ah, you bastard!" The ghostly spider, witnessing the oncoming barrage of stones, found its vision increasingly obstructed. In its eyes, Rob's figure appeared ever more fragmented. Boom, boom, boom. The ghostly spider swung its large blade with fervor, relentlessly cleaving at the stones hurtling towards it, creating a cacophony of thunderous roars. Useless. The shattering of stones holds no consequence for me. Rob gazed at the shattered stones, a faint smile gracing his lips. Even the smallest of stones would gravitate towards the ghastly spider. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, the once deafening explosion transformed into a series of muffled sounds. As an increasing number of stones enveloped the ghastly spider, encasing it in a colossal stone sphere. Was this the demise of the ghastly spider? The Navy personnel and the populace stared in horror at the void above, where, under the sun's radiant glow, the immense stone sphere continued to swell, accompanied by ever-fading sounds. "All right, Rona, I shall take my leave now." Upon witnessing this, Rob turned his head, cast a glance at Perona, and offered a faint smile. The crimson hue of his Sharingan gradually dissipating. "Rob, have you truly grown to this extent?" At that moment, an icy voice resonated abruptly from behind Rob. Chapter 180, Rob vs. Cheshire. In an instant, the entire world seemed to fall into silence. Even the sound of stones whistling came to an abrupt halt, leaving only the rhythmic echo of footsteps. At this juncture, Cheshire emerged into the sight of the onlookers, with each of his steps conjuring pristine ice crystals. "Cheshire?" Rob felt the sudden chill in the air and instinctively turned around, his pupils constricting sharply as he beheld the man strolling upon the earth. In an instant, without even witnessing the youthful feat in motion, he leapt beside the colossal stone sphere. So swift. Upon witnessing this, Rob's eyelids involuntarily twitched, and a wave of terror surged within him. As the youthful hand made contact with the colossal stone sphere in the sky, a pristine layer of frost instantly enveloped it, followed by distinct cracks emerging, spreading at a visibly rapid pace. "Rona, the specter of despondency." Upon witnessing this, Rob quickly turned to Perona and shouted fervently. In that instant, the once faded Sharingan re-emerged, its two inky black tomos spinning wildly. "Excellent." Perona was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly extended her hands, from which two ethereal, pristine spirits erupted from her delicate form. "Spirit of negativity, hasten." The moment Rob beheld the ethereal, pristine specter emerge, he extended a hand and swept it fiercely towards Cheshire, unleashing a torrent of formidable psychic energy. Confronted with the terrifying pressure of the naval admiral, Rob dared not hold back. In an instant, under the influence of this overwhelming force, the immaculate specter vanished from its original position, akin to a teleportation, and in the blink of an eye, it surged before Cheshire. "Is this the power of Perona?" Cheshire pondered, gazing at the brilliant light that had suddenly appeared before him. His eyes darkened as he resolutely extended a hand and grasped forward. Crack! To Rob's horror, the once invincible specter abruptly halted in its tracks, and a layer of pristine frost swiftly enveloped its form. The specter's eerie grin was frozen in midair, and a frigid aura emanated from it. With a powerful fist, Cheshire struck the frozen specter, and with a distinct shattering sound, it fragmented into icy shards that rained down from the sky. As the specter shattered, its master, Perona, could not suppress a spout of crimson blood. "Rona, flee." As Rob beheld the scene before him, his pupils constricted sharply, and he hastily shouted towards Perona, the powerful psychic energy surging forth from his body like a tempestuous ocean. Little Rob. Perona wished to utter more, but in the next instant, the immense psychic force enveloped her. In a mere heartbeat, Perona found herself suspended in the vast expanse above the ocean. "No!" Perona cried out, her gaze fixed upon the distant figure of Rob, crystalline tears streaming down her cheeks, staining her eyes with a deep crimson hue, while a trace of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth. "Young Admiral, leave Perona to me." The recently dispatched ghost spider, having been momentarily subdued by the young admiral, glared fiercely at the distant Perona, his eyes narrowing in fury. Moonstep. With a thunderous explosion of turbulent air erupting from beneath Ghost Spider's feet, he shot forth like a cannonball towards Perona's direction. "Ghost Spider, halt at once." Upon witnessing this, Rob's expression shifted dramatically, transforming into a streak of light as he surged towards the Ghost Spider with great velocity. Boom, boom. Rob's palm struck towards the phantom spider, and a thunderous roar echoed through the void. Subsequently, countless beams of earthy light surged forth from the heavens, coalescing into massive boulders that came crashing down upon the phantom spider with tremendous force. "Rob, your adversary is me." At that moment, a voice, chilling and devoid of warmth, resonated sharply in Rob's ears. Instantly, the once howling boulders in the sky came to an abrupt halt, and the air surrounding the stones became enshrouded in frost. Silken threads of pristine white ice swiftly connected the myriad fragments of rock in the sky, rendering them incapable of posing any further threat to the phantom spider. Qingji. Rob looked at the ghostly spider, transformed into a stream of white and blue light, rushing towards the sea, his anger boiling over. "Rob, return at once to await your judgment." The cold, youthful voice echoed again as an arm, emanating an aura of chilling cold, reached down from the heavens, aiming to seize him fiercely. Simultaneously, the air surrounding Rob thickened with an intense frost, and a glacial prison slowly emerged from the depths of the void. "Begone!" The crimson pupils of Rob's eyes whirled with two black tadpole-like dots, and soon an overwhelming force surged forth from his body. Fire Fist. As the words left his lips, countless dazzling flames emerged from the void, spiraling towards Rob's fist like a vortex. Subsequently, a fire fist, approximately the size of a yard, surged with intense heat toward the youthful palm of his opponent. In that fleeting moment, the ice prison encasing Rob transformed into thick steam, dissipating into the air. Boom! The fiery fist collided violently with the icy palm, igniting a brilliant spectacle of fiery light and azure ice in the sky. Countless shards of ice, varying in size, plummeted from the heavens, crashing down upon the earth below, releasing scalding steam. Boom, boom, boom. The panicked navy, civilians, and pirates alike scrambled for cover, their cries of horror resounding amidst the chaos. The scene below resembled an apocalyptic nightmare, with people being struck and falling into the gaping fissures of the ground, dancing wildly from the searing steam. "Rob, your temperature is far too low." Upon witnessing the blazing fire fist, the youthful adversary narrowed his gaze, and with a swift motion, his outstretched, icy palm clenched fiercely. Crack, crack. In an instant, the pristine ice crystals visibly froze the ascending flames. "Rob, I shall temporarily take your woman." Just then, the ghost spider caught up with Perona, brandishing 8 gleaming silver blades aimed at her. Super bomb, kamikaze bomb. Perona gritted her teeth, crimson blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her complexion paling as beads of sweat appeared on her fair forehead. "Rona." As Rob beheld the scene before him, his pupils constricted sharply. Seizing the moment before the nascent ice crystal fully solidified, he withdrew his fist. "Ice spear, go." Upon uttering the command, a torrent of water vapor converged frantically towards Rob's outstretched palm, and in an instant, an ice spear approximately 10 feet long took shape with startling clarity. Whoosh! The ice spear was launched forth, propelled by both telekinetic force and sheer muscular strength, achieving a terrifying velocity as it hurtled towards the ghostly spider. Chapter 181. Once more into the ethereal. Swish! The pristine white ice spear, trailing an aura of frigid air, traversed the void and appeared before the ghostly spider in the blink of an eye. Under the sun's radiant glow, the spear's sharp tip glimmered with an exquisite azure brilliance. "Rob." The ghostly spider's pupils dilated in alarm, and in that fleeting moment, a bone-chilling cold surged along its spine, causing its body to tremble involuntarily. 6 styles, iron block. The spider's broad chest muscles tensed violently, a hint of blackness manifesting ominously. Clang! The sharp ice spear pierced directly into the spider's chest, emitting a deafening sound, followed by a spray of crimson blood that hung visibly in the air. Simultaneously, under the immense force, the ghostly spider's entire body arched, plummeting towards the deep azure sea, enveloped in a chaotic swirl of icy gusts like a frantic dragon. "Ah!" The ghostly spider's eyes widened in a frenzy, its fist raised to strike the ice spear with ferocious intent. Boom! Just as the onlookers gasped in horror, before the spider's fist could make contact with the ice spear, its body plummeted like a meteor, trailing a chill, and crashed into the ocean. Boom! The deep blue waters erupted violently, sending forth a monstrous wave that towered dozens of feet high. The surrounding warships bobbed precariously under the force, as the sailors aboard gripped the helm in a desperate attempt to maintain balance. Little Rob, Perona, witnessing the unfolding chaos, turned in shock to gaze at Rob in the distance, her astonishment palpable. "Rona, you must flee. I will pursue you shortly. Do not concern yourself with me." Rob felt a surge of anxiety as he noticed Perona gazing at him. From his recent clash with Qingji, he sensed the insurmountable chasm that lay before him. "All right." Perona's beautiful eyes narrowed, and with a determined grit of her teeth, she fled toward the open sea. "Do you truly believe she can escape?" The Vice Admiral Mole and Vice Admiral Basiuti had already encircled the outer waters. At that moment, the flames that Shinji had encased in ice finally extinguished, transforming into pure white crystals. It was precisely this frozen flame that had momentarily slowed Shinji's actions, allowing Rob a fleeting opportunity. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, a visible fissure appeared in the icy fire suspended in the void, which then shattered at a speed discernible to the naked eye. I can see that you have grown to a commendable extent, yet you remain leagues away from challenging the world government. Shinji coldly regarded the boy who was creating distance between them, opting not to strike immediately. Haha, a challenge? Rob looked at the youthful figure before him and couldn't help but burst into laughter, but soon his gaze sharpened, and a glint of cold light flickered within his blood-red pupils, accompanied by a chilling aura. A voice resonated, imbued with an undeniable authority. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. Should one dare to offend me, I will pursue them relentlessly. With a resounding thud, a clap of thunder echoed from the void, followed by a flash of pale lightning descending from the heavens. In that instant, the sky dimmed slightly, and a surge of dark energy poured forth from the void, swirling like a vortex towards Rob, who stood resolute amidst it. As the dark power converged, a sleek black suit gradually materialized around Rob's form. Boom! Another deafening clap of thunder reverberated through the sky, and as the milky white energy manifested in the world, a mysterious and eerie mask appeared upon Rob's face, while his ebony locks transformed into white hair at a visible pace. Celestial dragon? Let them be slain. Whatever it may be, let it come at me. A peculiar smile crept across Rob's lips, and his blood-red pupils abruptly constricted, only to be consumed by an orange glow that surged from the depths of his gaze. In its place emerged a pair of beastly eyes, regal and commanding, rising within the depths of his dark orbs. In this world, no one shall lay a hand on my woman. With a swift motion, a jet-black katana materialized in Rob's palm. He waved it casually, unleashing a formidable black sword chi that surged forth, cleaving towards the deep blue sea below. With a slicing sound, the tremendous black sword chi coursed through the waters, parting the sea and revealing two colossal waterfalls. Rob? As Shinji witnessed this spectacle, his formerly indifferent gaze widened in shock, revealing the astonishment within his eyes. As memories of the young boy from the East Sea flickered in his mind. In just a few months, has he grown to this extent? Boom. Moments later, the parted sea roared as it came crashing back together, creating a thunderous sound that sent towering waves soaring to great heights. What is happening? Is that Rob, the Major? Or perhaps a demon? On the coast, the Navy and civilians gazed in terror at the youth enveloped in dark energy, resembling a demonic deity. At that moment, an indescribable pressure descended from above, filled with death, mystery, eeriness, fury, and profound despair. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Many feeble navies, civilians, and pirates found themselves unable to withstand this overwhelming aura, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Their pupils dulled, each one suffused with an overwhelming sense of deathly stillness. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the horizon, and the deep blue sea surged violently, as the ghost spider erupted forth from the tumultuous waters. Rob, if you have the courage, come again. A voice filled with rage resonated, clearly revealing the crimson blood that continuously poured from the ghost spider's chest, trailing bloodstains across the sky. He. Rob fixed his gaze upon the ghostly spider, which approached Perona with an ethereal moonwalk, a peculiar smile etched upon its masked visage. Boom. A tempestuous whirlwind erupted beneath Rob's feet, propelling his form forward like a streak of black lightning. Rob, do you truly believe I would grant you another chance? A chilling voice echoed in his ears. As the temperature plummeted and frigid currents materialized in the sky, ice binding, visible streams of cold converged from all directions, transforming into pristine white iron chains that coiled around Rob in midair like serpents. Haha, young Rob, let us see how you will thwart me now. The ghostly spider turned to witness the icy chains converging like a great net, a sinister smile creeping across its face, its blood-red eyes gleaming with ferocity. Convinced of Rob's inevitable capture, submit to your fate, boy. Countless white ice chains twisted and writhed with agility, resembling an ever-tightening net, no matter how swift Rob was. Escape was futile. Soon, the ice chains ensnared Rob's form, wrapping around him like frayed ropes, as a pallid frost swiftly enveloped the mask he wore. Rob, return and await your execution. I shall plead for you, but any further struggle will lead to your demise. The icy voice coldly commanded. Fixated on the bound Rob suspended in the void, This was the pinnacle of Qingji's fruit abilities, manifesting an unparalleled degree of frost. In an instant, a thick layer of frost rapidly congealed upon Rob's body, threatening to encase him in transparent ice crystals. Cackling, the eerie mask once again lifted into a sinister arc, igniting a flicker of flame amidst the azure heavens. Not good. Qingji's eyelids twitched, and he hastily extended his frost-laden arm towards Rob, who was already shackled in the air. It dawned on him in terror that without physically seizing Rob, he could not hope to immobilize him solely through the control of the cold and the void. Rob's fiery temperature had escalated to an entirely new level. Crack. The pristine ice chain shattered violently, and the frost on Rob's surface vaporized, transforming into dense steam that filled the expanse. Boom. Amidst the scalding steam, Rob, clad in black, surged forth like a cannonball, the tremendous recoil dispersing the thick vapor. With awakened telekinesis, the phantasmal Rob moved with astonishing swiftness, akin to a wraith, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized before the ghostly spider, obstructing its path. How could this be possible? The ghostly spider gazed at the youth who had suddenly appeared before him, his pupils contracting sharply, revealing a visage of sheer terror. A chilling laughter echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. In a swift motion, a pitch-black katana sliced through the air, a flash of darkness manifesting in the spider's eyes. With a sickening thud, crimson blood gushed from the spider's chest, tracing a sanguine arc against the sky. How swift! The ghostly spider, paralyzed by fear, was utterly unprepared for the lethal blade, unable to react in the slightest. Although the earlier ice spear had inflicted considerable injury, which had dulled his movements, it underscored the extraordinary speed of Rob's sword. Even on solid ground, evading such a blade required an immense exertion of willpower. The eerie laughter resonated in his ears. And suddenly, Rob extended his left hand, seizing the spider's head with a vice-like grip. Fiery flames erupted from Rob's palm, engulfing the spider's head entirely. In a flash, Rob plunged towards the distant coastline, resembling a falling meteor, trailing a maelstrom of searing air. With a thunderous crash, the coastline crumbled like tofu under the tremendous force, shattering into countless fragments that soared into the sky. This single strike created a massive pit, several hundred feet deep, obliterating all nearby structures in an instant. A multitude of Navy personnel, civilians, and pirates were hurled into the air as blood misted the atmosphere like a haunting fog. Soon, under the relentless pull of gravity, those airborne, Navy, civilians, and others plummeted into the abyss, splattering countless droplets of vivid red. At that moment, beneath Rob's grip, the ghostly spider lay pinned beneath debris, blood seeping continuously, involuntarily coughing up scarlet blood from the corners of his mouth.